Chapter 1. I am about to collide with Earth. Where am I right now? Why is it so dark? Where are my hands? My feet? What has happened to my body? Chen Yuan sensed that his body was moving slowly. He was indeed in motion, yet he could neither see nor feel his limbs. What is going on? What on earth is happening? Chen Yuan wanted to shout, but to his astonishment, he discovered he had no mouth and was incapable of uttering a sound. The words he had just thought were merely questions echoing in his mind. As Chen Yuan grappled with his bewilderment and uncertainty, a voice materialized in his consciousness. You have acquired the celestial devouring system. You have gained the ability to perceive. A mechanized voice resonated within Chen Yuan's mind. Upon hearing this voice, a jolt ran through Chen Yuan's heart. A system? Have I been swept away into a grand adventure, transported to another world? Perception ability, does that mean I can use my five senses? Will I be able to see things now? As this thought crossed his mind, he saw the surroundings. When he beheld the environment around him, he was utterly stunned. What is this situation? In his field of vision, he realized he had transformed into a small asteroid. I have become an asteroid surrounded by darkness, with stars visible nearby. Could this be the cosmos? Goodness, I have turned into an asteroid. Wait a moment, what is that ahead? That is Earth. It truly is Earth. Upon spotting the azure planet before him, his eyes sparkled with excitement. It was Earth. I'm flying towards Earth, which means I'm going home. Wonderful, I'm going home. Wait, hold on. I am an asteroid, and given my current size, I should be comparable to the moon. I am flying towards Earth, and considering the trajectories of both Earth and my current path, could it be that I am about to collide with Earth? Chen Yuan exclaimed, No way. Am I really going to crash into Earth? This is beyond absurd. If I collide, regardless of what happens to Earth, I will undoubtedly perish. What should I do? What should I do? I am an asteroid. Can I control my body to change direction? Chen Yuan pondered. He wished to move, to steer his body away from Earth. Your consciousness is too weak to control your body and alter its course, came the mechanized voice. Chen Yuan was taken aback and asked, Who is speaking? I am the celestial devouring system. The mechanical voice replied again. The celestial devouring system. Indeed, this was the system he had just acquired. What must I do to control this body? Chen Yuan hastily inquired. If this continues, I will collide with Earth. If that happens, not only will Earth be lost, but I'll be lost as well. Although transformed into a nameless asteroid, Chen Yuan had no desire to meet his ends so easily. You can gain consciousness by devouring other asteroids. How do I devour them? Chen Yuan asked. Simply touch the asteroid and utilize the devouring ability. But where am I supposed to find other asteroids to touch? Chen Yuan replied. Will they come to me? You must move your body to touch the asteroids in order to initiate contact and devour them. Chen Yuan said, Then how do I move this body? You need to devour asteroids of equal or lesser rank. Listening to the system's mechanical response, the corners of Chen Yuan's mouth twitched. He couldn't move if he did. He would have to devour other asteroids. However, the problem was that other asteroids would not approach him voluntarily. How could he devour them? Wasn't this nonsensical? Chen Yuan gazed at the distant blue planet. He could only fall into silence. I perceive Earth through my senses. Though I can sense it, the distance remains vast. Estimating my speed, it will still take some time. The universe is shrouded in darkness, devoid of any indication of day or night, leaving me unaware of how much time has passed. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. Chen Yuan ceased his contemplation and allowed himself to drift towards Earth amidst the vastness of the universe. As time passed, Chen Yuan felt Earth drawing nearer. Now, the Earth appeared significantly larger in his eyes. It seemed to be night on Earth from Chen Yuan's perspective. He could see flashes of light intermingling with darkness. At that moment, Chen Yuan spotted a spacecraft flying out from Earth. This spacecraft had a distinctly futuristic design. Seeing this, Chen Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The spacecraft was small, reminiscent of those in his memories. Yet it could directly fly out of Earth and into space. What is happening? Has Earth experienced a long passage of time since my rebirth as an asteroid, allowing technology to advance to the point of sending spacecraft into outer space? Though somewhat incredulous, it seemed to be the case. Wait, what are they dispatching the spacecraft for? Chen Yuan inhaled deeply. Are they coming to destroy me? After emerging from Earth, the spacecraft flew directly towards Chen Yuan. The speed of the craft was astonishing in an instant. It vanished and reappeared nearby Chun Yuan. The spacecraft circled around him. Feeling the spacecraft so close, Chun Yuan's face turned pale with fear if only he had a face. The spacecraft gradually descended, landing upon Chun Yuan. Indeed, it is heading towards me. What are they planning? Are they going to blow me up? Once it landed, 3 humans clad in bulky spacesuits emerged from the craft. They disembarked, one of them holding an unfamiliar device. If Chun Yuan guessed correctly, it was likely some form of weapon with devastating power. Realizing this, panic surged within Chun Yuan. It was indeed a weapon of immense destructive capability. At that moment, the 3 humans began to attach the device to Chun Yuan. Seeing this, Chun Yuan was alarmed. Yet, he could not control his body, nor could he stop them. This is it. I'm going to be blown to pieces. Their actions were understandable after all. Allowing Chun Yuan to continue on his trajectory would inevitably lead to a collision with Earth. With a body comparable to the moon, such a collision would surely result in a mass extinction event on Earth. But the thought of being obliterated left Chun Yuan utterly at a loss. Please, can't you find another way to prevent my collision with Earth? Blowing me up is far too ruthless. Chun Yuan screamed inwardly. But as an asteroid, he was entirely incapable of vocalizing his thoughts. After they completed the installation of the device, they piloted the spacecraft away. Not long after their departure, Chun Yuan saw the device suddenly illuminate. In an instant, the device exploded. Chun Yuan watched helplessly as his body shattered into countless fragments. In that moment, his consciousness faded away. Chapter 2. Have I become a moon of Jupiter? When Chun Yuan woke up again, he was floating in the vast, dark universe. Am I not dead? Chun Yuan regained his senses and looked at his body, only to find that it was smaller than before. At this size, it was probably less than 1,000th the size of the moon. Smaller, but not dead. That's great. Chun Yuan felt a surge of excitement. However, suddenly, Chun Yuan sensed something was wrong. He could feel a terrifying force nearby that was binding his body, making him move involuntarily in a certain direction at great speed. This force was much stronger than before. It felt as if slowing down would cause his body to be pulled in. Chun Yuan snapped back to reality and looked around, his expression changing dramatically. What is this? Before him was a terrifying, gigantic object. With his perceptual abilities, he could see a vast expanse, yet even then, he couldn't see the entire shape of this colossal entity. It was too large, at least several hundred times bigger than what he had seen of Earth. Chun Yuan also noticed that there were many rocks of various sizes around him, all being attracted to this giant object, orbiting it in a circular motion. Some of these rocks were 2 to 3 times larger than him, while others were much smaller. I estimate that after being scattered by that unknown explosion, I was pushed here by the inertia caused by the shock wave, and then captured by this planet's gravity, becoming its moon. But the question is, what is this planet? Why is it so enormous, absurdly so? Fortunately, I'm not plunging directly into this planet. Otherwise, I would probably be swallowed whole. My perceptual abilities allow me to see many things. I even want to see my current location in the solar system. With that thought, Chun Yuan used his perception to encompass the entire solar system. Now, he knew where he was. He was near the 5th planet of the solar system. The 5th planet, could it be Jupiter? No wonder it's so big. I was blasted away near Earth. How long have I drifted to get here? I'm actually being drawn in by Jupiter's gravity, becoming its moon. What a bummer. Chun Yuan felt quite dejected. What should I do next? All right, devour. In my current state, can I still devour other celestial bodies? Yes, but you can only devour celestial bodies that are equal to or smaller than your size. A mechanical voice echoed in Chun Yuan's ears. Sure enough, it was possible. Chun Yuan attempted to control his body and moved a bit forward. He felt himself shift slightly. Upon realizing this, Chun Yuan's eyes lit up. I can move. What is going on? Could it be that my size has shrunk, allowing my consciousness to effectively control this smaller body? It must be that way. That's great. In any case, I can finally move my body. The ability to control his own body movement, along with the sense of achievement and pleasure of regaining control, made Chun Yuan feel quite comfortable. He glanced around at the numerous satellites orbiting nearby, some larger and some smaller than him. He chose one that was slightly smaller and closest to him, then maneuvered his body towards it. However, the speed was too slow. After considerable effort, Chun Yuan finally approached the satellite. As he got closer, he realized that his orbit was different from that of the satellite. He assessed the satellite's upcoming trajectory and positioned himself ahead of it. Just then, the satellite slowly drifted towards him. The two satellites collided. Due to the complete vacuum, no sound was heard. Devour, Chen Yuan silently thought. Suddenly, the satellite opposite him radiated a golden light, which surged into Chen Yuan's body. Before long, the massive satellite completely vanished, transformed into golden light that merged into Chen Yuan. After absorbing the satellite, he noticed that his size had increased significantly. Although not as large as before, it was still quite substantial. Previously, the absorption system mentioned that devouring celestial bodies could yield spiritual consciousness, which could be used to control body movement. Now it seemed that it offered more than that. It could also increase his size. Chen Yuan looked at Jupiter nearby. However, it was too dangerous to be near Jupiter. Located within the solar system, Jupiter had immense mass, and as its satellite, he could be pulled in at any moment and devoured by its gravity. Clearly, he was now bound by Jupiter's gravitational pull, and to escape, he needed to achieve a greater speed. Chen Yuan contemplated, using his spiritual consciousness to propel himself outward. Instantly, he accelerated from his circular motion around Jupiter. With increased speed, he managed to distance himself slightly. Even faster, Chen Yuan continued to accelerate. He gained a little more distance, but it was still just a little. Keep accelerating. Your spiritual consciousness has been depleted and needs time to recover. The mechanical voice echoed once more. Hearing this, Chen Yuan was stunned. Is that it? He attempted to use his consciousness again to control his movement. But his body continued its natural orbit around Jupiter, unresponsive to his commands. It seemed that with his current level of consciousness, he couldn't escape Jupiter's grip. Fortunately, this consciousness would recover over time, likely returning to its previous state. To break through the limits of his consciousness, he would probably have to rely on devouring celestial bodies. Well, he decided to wait for his consciousness to recover. Chen Yuan let his body continue to orbit Jupiter. As time passed, he noticed that he had regained control over his body. Good. Next target. He scanned the area and found the closest satellite. This one was a bit too large. The satellite in front of me is almost as large as the moon, much bigger than Chen Yuan. I give up. That one looks good. Chen Yuan noticed a satellite in the distance, about the same size as him. He controlled his body and flew towards that satellite. Upon getting closer, Chen Yuan adjusted his trajectory to approach the satellite. The two came into contact. Devour. The satellite transformed into golden light and entered Chen Yuan's body. Instantly, golden light emanated from Chen Yuan, and his size increased significantly. Chapter 3. Can Jupiter become a star? After devouring another satellite, Chen Yuan found that his size had increased again, and his consciousness had strengthened considerably. With an increased size and stronger consciousness, I estimate that I can control my body to move even faster now. Let us give it a try. Let us see if I can break free from Jupiter's gravity. Chen Yuan accelerated in a certain direction. He could clearly feel that his speed was much faster than before. However, he was frustrated to discover that even with this increase in speed, he had only slightly distanced himself from Jupiter and couldn't break free from its gravitational pull. After a while, Chen Yuan confirmed it wasn't working, so he gave up and allowed his body to continue orbiting Jupiter. It seems that escaping Jupiter's gravity isn't that easy. To do so, I need to devour more celestial bodies to gain more consciousness. Thinking this, Chen Yuan continued to lock onto his next target. Not far away, there was a Jupiter satellite that was slightly larger than him. He used his consciousness to control his body and approached that satellite. His body touched the satellite. Devour. Devour failed. The target is larger than you and cannot be devoured. A mechanical voice rang out. Sigh, I guess it really doesn't work. This satellite is only a little bigger than me. I thought I could devour it. Forget it. I should look for a smaller target. With that thought, Chen Yuan separated from the satellite. After parting, Chen Yuan quickly searched for the next satellite. However, at that moment, he saw a small asteroid belt in the distance, and, even further away, the glowing giant planet, Saturn. The asteroid belt is composed of many small asteroids that exist between Jupiter and Saturn, and like the other 8 planets, they orbit the Sun. However, compared to the Sun's gravitational pull, the influence of Jupiter's gravity is greater. The gravitational forces from the Sun, Jupiter, and Saturn keep these asteroids contained within the asteroid belt. There are an enormous number of these asteroids. If I could reach that asteroid belt, it would be fantastic. There are so many celestial bodies similar to me there. Enough for me to devour for quite a while, Chen Yuan thought to himself. But now Chen Yuan knew that he could only watch. He could not escape Jupiter's gravity and naturally couldn't rush into that asteroid belt. At that moment, Chen Yuan noticed in the distance. An asteroid about twice the size of the moon was flying towards him from a certain direction. The small asteroid clearly came from the asteroid belt. It is estimated that it was pushed out of the belt due to collisions with other asteroids. Upon seeing this, Chen Yuan's mind stirred. If this asteroid were to head directly in this direction, it would be heading towards the position of Earth. Using a nuclear bomb against it would likely have little effect. If it were to collide with Earth, it would basically be game over for the planet. However, Chen Yuan was no longer human and had no intention of intervening. He merely watched. Judging by the asteroid's trajectory, it seemed to be passing by a giant planet before heading towards Earth. As Chen Yuan observed the asteroid approaching, suddenly, its trajectory changed as it neared the giant planet. It abruptly turned and flew straight towards it. Chen Yuan was taken aback. What was this? Gravity. It was captured by the planet's gravitational pull. As time passed, the asteroid plunged into the planet and was torn apart by its immense force, crashing into its depths and disappearing from Chen Yuan's sight like a shooting star. It was truly terrifying. Had he not been fortunate, he might have ended up like that asteroid, swallowed by the planet. However, that was impressive. Chen Yuan muttered. I had heard that the reason Earth can safely reside in the solar system without being hit by too many asteroids is because of the protection from the giant planet. Now I've witnessed it firsthand. The planet's massive size and gravity easily captured nearby asteroids, and under that gravitational pull, many asteroids that could have reached Earth were forced into the planet's embrace, devoured by it. Without the presence of this giant planet, Earth would have faced countless asteroid strikes. From this perspective, the giant planet was like an older brother to Earth. Of course, all of this was not particularly important to Chen Yuan. What mattered most to him now was how to escape the planet's gravitational pull. He decided to start by absorbing its nearby moons. With that thought, he directed his body towards the nearest moon. Absorb. Chen Yuan continued to consume the moons around the giant planet. After absorbing one, his size increased a bit, and his consciousness became stronger. He wondered what would happen if he kept absorbing. Would he continue to grow and possibly become a star like the sun? Moons refer to celestial bodies that orbit around planets. Planets are celestial bodies that orbit around stars. Stars are celestial bodies made of hot gases that can emit their own light. The sun is the name given to the star in the solar system by Earth's inhabitants. It is a star. Chen Yuan was unsure if he could become a sun by continuing to absorb. No matter. He would first absorb the nearby moons to strengthen his consciousness and increase his speed so he could break free from the planet's gravitational constraints. However, he noticed that there were no more moons in sight nearby. Chen Yuan controlled his body and accelerated, looking for another location. He noticed ahead a moon that was about the same size as himself. But what puzzled Chen Yuan was that the satellite was flying in the opposite direction. Whizzing past him, Chen Yuan didn't dare to touch it. If he did, he estimated that both he and the satellite would be shattered. He had to find another target. Using his perception ability, he located the nearest satellite of Jupiter and moved his body towards it. Once again, he devoured a satellite, causing his body to grow larger. Comfortable, he continued. Chen Yuan kept searching for Jupiter's satellites to consume. However, the distance between the satellites was too far. Although he could detect the satellite's position through his perception ability, he still needed to control his body to reach them, which would take a long time. During this time, Chen Yuan couldn't help but observe the Jupiter in front of him. The unknown white, yellow, and orange substances on Jupiter were slowly rotating. It was a massive gas giant. Similar to the sun, it was said that Jupiter's core could also generate heat, and much of the heat within it came from itself. However, compared to the sun, Jupiter's mass was far too small. Although its mass was greater than that of all the other planets in the solar system combined, it wasn't enough to become a star. Chen Yuan wondered if, after devouring enough celestial bodies, he could become a star. He was somewhat hopeful. Chapter 4. Let us go back and see how Earth is doing. Hopeful as he was to escape from Jupiter, he still needed to enhance his spiritual awareness. Finally, he spotted a satellite not far away, and he thought to himself. He controlled his body to approach that satellite. Getting closer, he touched it. Devour. The satellite was directly consumed by Chen Yuan, increasing his size a bit. Let us try again. Chen Yuan used his spiritual awareness to control his body and ran quickly. As his speed increased, he felt Jupiter's gravitational pull on him weakening. He looked ahead, and there was the asteroid belt. He suddenly accelerated, successfully breaking free from Jupiter's gravity. His body, propelled by the inertia from the acceleration, flew toward the nearby asteroid belt. There was an asteroid ahead, although it was called an asteroid. It was still much larger than Chen Yuan. At this inertia, if he hit that asteroid, he estimated he would be shattered. Realizing this, Chen Yuan's breath suddenly caught. If he crashed into it, everything would be over. Quick, stop! Chen Yuan hurriedly controlled his body with his spiritual awareness. As he flew into the asteroid belt, he gradually reduced his speed under his control. Once he reached the asteroid belt, his speed finally slowed down. As he slowed down, he found himself right in front of the asteroid belt. He hadn't collided with any asteroids, and Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. All right. Chen Yuan looked at the asteroids in this area. Now, he had freed himself from the gravitational threat of Jupiter. Some of these asteroids were even smaller than him, perfect for him to devour. Moreover, there were many of them. How comfortable. Chen Yuan felt extremely happy. He directly used his consciousness to control his body and approached the nearest small asteroid to absorb it. As soon as he touched the asteroid, he immediately said the word absorb. The asteroid transformed into golden light and was gradually absorbed by Chen Yuan. Suddenly, his body was struck by something. The terrifying impact caused Chen Yuan's body to shudder, and some fragments broke off from him. Due to the inertia from the sudden collision, Chen Yuan's body was propelled outward. He quickly used his consciousness to stabilize himself. Once he regained his composure, he realized he had lost some volume, and there were some fragments beside him. His body's volume had decreased noticeably. What happened? After regaining his senses, Chen Yuan looked around and understood the situation. The position he had just occupied was now occupied by a satellite that was slightly larger than him. It had just collided with him. There were too many asteroids in this region of the asteroid belt. One careless move could result in being knocked away by a nearby asteroid. Chen Yuan felt a bit frustrated. It had taken him a lot of effort to increase his size through absorption, and now that effort seemed wasted with this collision. It seemed he had to be cautious in this asteroid belt. Although he had escaped the gravitational pull of a massive planet and gained freedom by coming to this asteroid belt, if he wasn't consumed by it, but instead got destroyed by these asteroids, it would be too disheartening. At that moment, another asteroid flew by. Chen Yuan quickly controlled his body to dodge it. The asteroid whizzed past him. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Wait, something fell off. His body seemed to be moving faster than before. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Chen Yuan. Could it be that even though he had suffered a collision and his volume had decreased, his consciousness remained the same? After the volume reduction, his consciousness was still as it was before, which made him faster. With this newfound speed, he wouldn't have to worry about being hit by other asteroids. He just needed to be a bit more cautious. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan began to look for smaller asteroids nearby. After finding one, he controlled his body to approach it. As he got closer, he had to catch up to it at a speed faster than its own, then match its speed to avoid a severe collision, as both would sustain damage otherwise. Chen Yuan approached a small asteroid and made contact. Absorb. The asteroid transformed into golden light and was absorbed by Chen Yuan. He then sought out new asteroids, consuming them one by one to increase his size. Chen Yuan didn't know how much time had passed, as in the vast universe. He felt no fatigue and couldn't perceive the passage of time. All he knew was that he was endlessly absorbing. His size continued to grow, until one day, Chen Yuan suddenly realized that his size had reached that of the moon. Moreover, he could control his movements with his consciousness, and the speed he could now use was even faster than before. As Chen Yuan was planning to continue his consumption, he suddenly noticed some strange sights. He saw a technologically advanced spaceship flying towards him from the direction of Jupiter. Following this spaceship was a large group of enormous spaceships. They passed by Jupiter, went through the asteroid belt, and eventually disappeared from Chen Yuan's view. Were these spaceships made by humans? How many years had actually passed? Were humans planning to leave the solar system and embark on interstellar travel? Moreover, it seemed like a collective migration. With confusion in his mind, Chen Yuan felt curious and decided to take a look at Earth. After transforming into a planet, he lost track of time and didn't know how long it had been. Now, he wanted to return to Earth to see what was happening. Relying on his speed, he directly crossed Jupiter's orbit, skimmed past Mars' orbit, and arrived at Earth's location. Looking at the not-so-round planet before him, Chen Yuan was somewhat bewildered. The Earth he had seen before was blue, with both blue and green hues. Now, however, this Earth was completely covered in snow, appearing entirely white. Faintly, he could see some abandoned buildings on the surface, filled with a sense of advanced technology that did not resemble the architecture from the era before his reincarnation. during the time he had spent as a planet. How long had passed on Earth, and what had happened there? Qin Yuan was puzzled and had no clue what was going on. However, it seemed that the humans had left in their spaceships, likely searching for a new home. Muttering to himself, Qin Yuan's gaze fell on the moon beside Earth. His eyes brightened slightly. If that was the case, then the moon was no longer needed. He would consume it. With his current speed, he could completely disregard the gravitational pull of Jupiter, and as for Earth's gravity, he could ignore it even more easily. Thus, Qin Yuan flew into the moon's orbit, aligned himself with it, and gradually accelerated towards the moon. However, as he got closer, Qin Yuan noticed that there were actually human structures on the moon. Stunned, he thought, "No way. Could it be that humans are living on the moon?" Chapter 5. Consuming Mercury. Observing Mars, Qin Yuan cautiously used his consciousness to observe the moon. After confirming that there were no signs of human habitation left on the moon, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to slowly consume the moon. The moon transformed into golden light and was devoured by Qin Yuan. He was enveloped in bright light, and his size increased at a visible rate. When the light dissipated, Qin Yuan had grown considerably. Of course, compared to the Earth before him, he was still lacking in size. Looking at the Earth now, his body was orbiting around it. He had entered the moon's orbit and become a satellite of Earth. He still wondered what had happened on Earth for it to be entirely covered in snow. It looked just like the Ice Age. Forget it, this is no longer my concern. Qin Yuan glanced at the sun, surrounded by terrifying flames, not far away. With humanity gone from Earth, even if I turned into the 9th planet of the solar system by devouring celestial bodies and affected the solar system, it wouldn't matter. Next, I want to become the 9th planet of the solar system. With this thought, Qin Yuan began to act, controlling his body with his consciousness. He returned to the asteroid belt and continued to use the celestial devouring system to consume the asteroids within it. Time passed slowly, as Qin Yuan devoured more and more. His body grew in size and mass. After consuming all the asteroids in the asteroid belt, Qin Yuan found that he had only grown slightly. No more asteroids? Really? This is too little. In fact, while there are many asteroids in the belt, their mass is not significant. Qin Yuan felt a bit dejected. Forget it. He didn't want to think too much and decided to look for other celestial bodies to devour. With that thought, Qin Yuan activated his sensing ability. Upon looking, he was momentarily taken aback when he noticed a celestial body. Its size seemed to be just slightly larger than the moon, but still somewhat smaller compared to Qin Yuan's current size. It was the first planet of the solar system, Mercury. Mercury is smaller than me. Qin Yuan never expected Mercury to be this small. It is the smallest planet in the solar system, only slightly larger than the moon. However, for Qin Yuan at this moment, Mercury was just right for devouring to increase his size. With that in mind, Qin Yuan controlled his body and traversed the solar system, flying directly to the vicinity of Mercury. As he approached, he felt the intense sunlight. He could see the star, which seemed so close, radiating strong sunlight. Fortunately, Qin Yuan was no longer human and couldn't feel the temperature. Nonetheless, being up close to the dominant star of the solar system still gave him a strong sense of awe. Qin Yuan's gaze fell on Mercury beside him. Looking at this planet that was even smaller than himself, he felt a sense of shock. Is it really this small? Observing Mercury, its surface was gray-white, and due to the almost non-existent atmosphere, one could directly see the craters left by meteor impacts. Mercury, being the closest planet to the Sun, has extremely high temperatures. Life could not possibly exist there. Qin Yuan didn't think much of it. He controlled his body to merge into Mercury's orbit. He then adjusted his speed, making it slightly faster than Mercury's. His body made contact with Mercury. Devour. Golden light instantly enveloped Mercury. Although it was a planet, its size was not much larger than the moon. However, the feeling of devouring a planet was still remarkably different. Mercury's body transformed into golden light and completely merged into Qin Yuan's body. His size immediately increased significantly. At that moment, Qin Yuan's body came to a halt, and a terrifying and immense force began to pull him in one direction. He looked and realized that his body was rapidly flying towards the sun. As he gazed at the raging tongues of fire, a chill ran down his spine, despite the fact that he didn't actually have a spine. If he were to be engulfed by the sun, he would be reduced to ashes. He had to escape. Qin Yuan hurriedly used his mental energy to control his body, fleeing at an astonishing speed. The speed generated by his control allowed him to break free from the sun's gravitational pull, propelling him outward in a sudden burst. Feeling that he had escaped the sun's grasp, Qin Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. He slowly began to decelerate his speed. Once he slowed down, he sensed some movement nearby. To his shock, a planet was approaching him. Qin Yuan quickly maneuvered his body to avoid the planet. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the planet appeared to be a brownish color, with a deep scar running across its surface, as if it had been struck by something. This planet was slightly larger than Qin Yuan had become after absorbing Mercury. He thought to himself that in due time, he could also absorb it. But what planet was it? As he pondered this, he used his perception ability to scan the entire solar system. He realized he was positioned on the orbit of the fourth planet in the solar system. The fourth planet, wasn't that Mars? That was indeed Mars. Instinctively, Qin Yuan followed its trajectory and observed Mars. The surface of Mars was uneven, with a deep trench that would likely be called a canyon if it were on Earth. This canyon appeared to be very long, even when viewed from the vastness of space. Additionally, Mars had a massive crater that seemed to have been formed by a colossal impact. It was strange. Mercury bore many scars from meteorite impacts, and Mars showed evidence of having been struck by a massive object as well. Why was it that Earth did not have such marks? Suddenly, a thought crossed Qin Yuan's mind. Could it be that Earth has tectonic movements while Mercury and Mars do not? How intriguing. In addition to the massive crater, there was also a significant mountain range that drew Qin Yuan's attention. Earth is the third planet in the solar system, while Mars is the fourth, making them relatively close. Why could Earth nurture life, while Mars could not? Qin Yuan thought about taking the opportunity to explore the interior of Mars. He aligned himself with Mars's orbit and, using his perception ability, entered the planet. Mercury had almost no atmosphere, but Mars did. Qin Yuan could feel the presence of an atmosphere, which was much thinner compared to that of Earth. He was curious as to why Mars had failed to develop life. However, when Qin Yuan's perception ability reached the surface of Mars, the scene he witnessed caused him to pause in surprise. He saw stones on the surface of Mars, which were not ordinary stones, but pebbles. They appeared to have been smoothed by water, with their edges worn down. Does Mars have water? Or rather, did it once have water? Chapter 6. Water discovered in the solar system. Mars has pebbles, and pebbles only appear in riverbeds. This suggests that Mars once had water. Water is the source of life. Could it be that there was once life on Mars? Later, for some reason, did life disappear? Qin Yuan looked at the uneven terrain of Mars, observing the huge craters left by meteors. When were these craters formed? Logically, with a protective giant nearby? Such terrestrial planets should not have encountered such terrifying impacts, unless the giant's defense had not yet formed at that time. This means that long ago, Mars had water, and judging by the distribution of these pebbles, it is estimated that a large area of Mars was once covered by water. Later, due to catastrophic meteor impacts that damaged the planet's integrity, Mars became what it is today. This is Qin Yuan's hypothesis. The existence of pebbles only proves that water once existed on Mars. As for why Mars became like this later, it can only be speculated. What can be almost certainly concluded now is that Mars does not harbor any life and is no longer suitable for life. He decided to look for satellites to absorb. Once he grew larger, he would then absorb Mars. Qin Yuan noticed that two uneven natural satellites were orbiting around Mars. These two natural satellites were much smaller than the Moon and looked more like irregular potatoes. Does Mars only have two satellites? Among the 8 major planets in the solar system, all except Mercury and Venus have their own satellites. Mars has 2 natural satellites, named Phobos and Deimos, after the sons of the ancient Greek god of war. These 2 natural satellites are indeed small, but having them is better than none. Thinking this, Qin Yuan used his spiritual sense to approach the 2 satellites, controlling his speed to merge into the orbit of Phobos and get closer. Absorb. Phobos transformed into golden light and merged into Qin Yuan's body. His size slightly increased. Although the increase was not significant, it was still an increase. That was good. With this thought, Qin Yuan's gaze fell on Deimos nearby, and he controlled his spiritual sense to approach Deimos as well. He absorbed Deimos too. In an instant, Mars was left without its satellites. Qin Yuan glanced at Mars. Now that Mercury had been absorbed and Mars' satellites had also been absorbed, what next? He looked towards Jupiter not far away. Jupiter was surrounded by one satellite after another, and those natural satellites continued to orbit around it. Jupiter has the most natural satellites among the 8 planets in the solar system. Previously, a certain entity had consumed a few of them, but there are still quite a number of satellites surrounding Jupiter. 2 of these satellites particularly caught the entity's attention. These 2 satellites are quite large. One is slightly bigger than the other, but the size difference isn't very significant. Although they are classified as satellites, both are much larger than Mercury. These two satellites are known as Satellite 3 and Satellite 6, with Satellite 3 being a bit larger than Satellite 6. From the perspective of Earth, the difference isn't obvious. Satellite 3 is the largest satellite in the solar system, even larger than the planet Mercury. Earlier, the entity had observed these two satellites, but could not consume them due to its smaller size and mass at that time. Now, after consuming Mercury, the entity's size and mass have increased enough to allow for the consumption of these two satellites. With this thought in mind, the entity controlled its now enormous body with its consciousness and flew toward Jupiter. As it approached, it felt the immense gravitational pull of the planet. However, with its current consciousness, it could counteract the gravitational force of the Sun, let alone that of a planet smaller than the Sun. The entity maneuvered its body into the orbit of Satellite 6 and controlled its speed to get closer. At such a close distance, the entity could see Satellite 6 clearly. Satellite 6, also known as Himalaya, is one of the largest satellites in the solar system. It was once referred to as the second Earth because observations from probes indicated that it has an atmosphere, which is quite rare among satellites. Additionally, it has liquid methane. At this moment, the entity observed Satellite 6 and noticed that there were some liquid flows on its surface, resembling rivers. However, those liquids were not water but methane, forming rivers of liquid methane, which is indeed quite rare. Unfortunately, Satellite 6 lacks a magnetic field, which is essential in the solar system as it protects against radiation. Without a magnetic field, life cannot develop. Thus, Satellite 6 cannot be a second Earth. Is this the river made of methane? The entity mused, slightly intrigued. Interesting. But it's not important. Since it cannot nurture life, I'll just consume you. After getting closer to Satellite 6, the entity slowed its speed and gently approached until its body made contact with the satellite. The friction was minimal due to the similar speeds. Consume. The entire Satellite 6 transformed into golden light, gradually merging into the entity's body. The size and mass of the entity expanded further. Comfortable. Next target, Satellite 3. The entity's gaze shifted to Satellite 3, and it controlled its body to approach, merging into the orbit of Satellite 3 and continuing its advance. Europa can be considered the largest moon in the solar system, and it is also a moon with a strong magnetic field. From this perspective, Chen Yuan can see Europa. The surface of Europa appears bluish-green with some brownish areas. Those brownish spots seem to be impact craters, while the bright bluish-green areas are composed of ice. Europa looks like a polar world covered in ice. This Europa, in some ways, resembles the current planet Earth, though Earth doesn't have as many impact craters. With such a large moon, it must be Europa. Chen Yuan had previously encountered astronomy and knew that there is a largest moon orbiting Jupiter, which is Europa. It is said that beneath Europa's ice layer lies an ocean. He wonders if it is true. He thinks to himself, controlling his body to get a bit closer to Europa. With a slightly faster speed, he makes contact with Europa. At the moment of impact, the ice layer on Europa's surface is shattered by Chen Yuan's body. At that moment, liquid bursts forth from the broken area due to the impact. Seeing that liquid, Chen Yuan's eyes brighten slightly. Is that water? Is there really water beneath Europa's ice layer? Chapter 7. A moon that spouts water. Water sprays out from beneath the ice layer, then spreads across Europa's surface, but not long after. The ejected water freezes again into ice. Seeing this, Chen Yuan is somewhat surprised. Although he had heard that there could be water beneath Europa's ice layer, he is still shocked to see it for himself. After all, water is the source of life. Where there is water, there is a possibility of life. This moon, Europa, might indeed harbor life. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan uses his sensing ability to penetrate the ice layer through the point of contact. Inside the ice layer, there is indeed an ocean. However, in this ocean, he sees no signs of life. It is merely a barren ocean. Europa has water, oxygen, as well as an atmosphere and magnetic field. However, the temperature within Europa is extremely low, and the oxygen is very thin. Even with water present, no organisms could survive here. The lack of detectable life is within Chen Yuan's expectations. However, even on Earth, there are organisms that can survive in extremely cold environments with low oxygen levels. Is there really no such life on Europa? This leads Chen Yuan to think about the evolution of ancient Earth. In ancient Earth, the oxygen content was very rich, giving rise to many large organisms. Later, as the oxygen levels decreased, the organisms that emerged became smaller. Given the thin oxygen on Europa, even if there were life, it would likely be very small and undetectable even with his sensing ability. Regardless, even if there were life, with Chun Yuan's capabilities, he wouldn't be able to see it. Of course, it is also possible that there is simply no life at all. Chun Yuan doesn't dwell on this thought. He hasn't forgotten his purpose this time. Devour. The third moon transformed into golden light and merged into Chun Yuan's body. A golden glow enveloped Chun Yuan, and his body began to expand at a visibly rapid pace, growing significantly larger than before. With this current size, he wondered if he could devour Mars. Mars is the second smallest planet in the solar system. In terms of volume, Mercury is the smallest, while Mars is larger than Mercury, but still smaller than Earth. However, in terms of mass, Mercury actually has a greater mass. Nevertheless, Chun Yuan's celestial devouring system focuses on volume. Through his perception abilities, Chun Yuan assessed his current size and compared it to that of Mars, realizing he was still slightly smaller. It seemed he could only devour the moons surrounding Jupiter for now. As Chun Yuan pondered this, suddenly, a fountain appeared in his line of sight. A fountain. He was taken aback. Is there a fountain in the universe? Upon closer inspection, he discovered the fountain was coming from a moon of Jupiter nearby. The surface of this moon was white, as if covered in a layer of ice and snow. The surface appeared very smooth, consisting of a layer of ice. Water was gushing from the ice layer, creating mist, indicating it was likely warm water. The fountain shot high into space, and due to the temperature, the water instantly froze, returning to the moon's surface due to its gravitational pull, forming ice flowers that made the entire moon appear hazy white. Among Jupiter's moons, there is a particularly special one named Europa. Europa can shoot intermittent jets of water up to 200 kilometers high. It has a thin atmosphere primarily composed of oxygen, carbon dioxide, and methane. Oxygen is typically derived from sunlight breaking down water molecules in the air, which suggests that Europa indeed has water. Chun Yuan looked at this moon with a hint of surprise, never expecting to see a fountain in the universe, with water shooting directly from the surface. It was truly incredible. Putting that aside, he decided to find some moons to devour and increase his size. Searching for life was not Chun Yuan's goal. He aimed to consume celestial bodies to enhance his volume and mass, hoping to transform himself into a star-like existence. With that thought in mind, Chun Yuan controlled his body to orbit Jupiter, seeking suitable natural moons to devour. After consuming dozens of Jupiter's moons, he finally found his size to be slightly larger than that of Mars. He maneuvered his massive form into Mars' orbit and adjusted his speed to match it, gradually approaching Mars. As he neared Mars, Chun Yuan slowed down. Now his size was comparable to that of Mars, and given their immense sizes, even a slow collision could cause damage. Therefore, Chun Yuan had to ensure that he slowed down significantly to make contact with Mars. Chun Yuan touched Mars, absorbing it. Mars transformed into golden light, gradually merging into Chun Yuan's body. Mars was consumed by Chun Yuan. After the absorption, Chun Yuan's size suddenly increased noticeably. It felt comfortable. When I absorb celestial bodies, it seems I can gain all of their volume and mass. Now that I have absorbed Mars, both my volume and mass have increased, albeit slightly. Mars has the second lowest mass among the 8 planets in the solar system, with Venus being the third lowest. Even after consuming Mars, my size is still smaller than that of Venus. It seems that if I want to become a star, it will take a very long time. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not in a hurry, as I have plenty of time. Let's continue to absorb satellites. With nothing else to do, Chun Yuan used his spiritual sense to control his massive body, moving at a speed inversely proportional to his size to search for satellites in the solar system to absorb and enhance his volume. At the same time, Chun Yuan focused his attention on Venus. He used his perception ability to observe the planet located behind Mercury and in front of Earth. Venus is Earth's sister planet and is the second brightest celestial body visible from Earth, with its brightness only surpassed by the moon. Observing with his perception ability, he could see that Venus, true to its name, displayed a dazzling golden appearance. Chun Yuan's perception penetrated through Venus's thick atmosphere and entered the planet's interior. What he saw was quite shocking. From the perspective of his perception ability looking upwards, there were heavy dark clouds above. The clouds were dense, while below was arid, even drier than a desert. Lightning flickered in the sky. The entire world was pitch black, with only those massive bolts of lightning, like silver serpents, weaving through the air. The lightning bombarded everything within the planet's interior. Boom, boom, The deafening sounds were captured by Qin Yuan through his perception ability. My goodness. This must be what hell looks like, right? Chapter 8. Absorbing Earth. The interior of Venus resembled a hell on Earth. Venus is relatively close to Earth compared to Mercury. It is farther from the Sun. However, through his perception ability, Qin Yuan could sense that the temperature inside Venus was extremely high, much higher than what he had observed on Mercury. This was indeed a hell on Earth. Under such conditions, no life could possibly exist. Although Venus is so close to Earth, Earth has become the cradle of life, while Venus has turned into a hell. In fact, Venus's temperature is even higher than that of Mercury, which is closest to the Sun. This feels quite incredible, but it is the truth. Qin Yuan looked at the thick atmosphere of Venus. In reality, 97% of Venus's atmosphere is composed of carbon dioxide, and it is much thicker than that of Earth. This thick atmosphere, made up of so much carbon dioxide, acts like a blanket covering Venus. The heat generated by the Sun reaches the surface of Venus, and while this heat should rise and dissipate, it is trapped by the atmosphere. As a result, the temperature is retained within Venus. To describe it, one could say that the interior of Venus has become like a pressure cooker. This is why the interior of Venus is extremely hot. Qin Yuan did not dwell on this for long. He retracted his perception ability, which he had released out of curiosity, and his figure appeared in the orbit of Jupiter's moons. He had no intention of letting any of Jupiter's moons escape. Qin Yuan noticed a satellite nearby that was significantly smaller than himself, and he controlled his body to approach it and absorb it. As time went by, Qin Yuan's size grew larger by the day. On this particular day, he discovered something that left him somewhat astonished. Originally, the solar system had 8 major planets, and after Qin Yuan absorbed 2 of them, the orbits of the remaining 6 planets began to change. Jupiter's orbit slightly deviated from its original path and started moving toward the inner solar system. The orbits of the other 6 planets also began to exhibit changes. In the solar system, it is not just the planets that are influenced by the gravitational pull of the Sun. There is also gravitational interaction between the planets themselves. After losing Mercury and Mars, the orbits of the other 6 planets naturally started to shift. However, since Mercury and Mars are not very massive, the changes in the orbits were present but not severe. Yet, this scene made Qin Yuan feel a bit uneasy. With the changes in the orbits, if this continued, it could very likely lead to overlaps among the orbits of the other 6 planets, and at that point, some planets might be absorbed by Jupiter. Qin Yuan suppressed his unease. Forget it, these things don't have a strong gravitational effect on me. As long as I'm fine, everything is fine. With this thought, he continued to absorb more satellites. After what felt like an endless time of absorption, his size gradually increased, and at that moment, he was finally large enough to absorb Venus. Something seems off with my body. Through his perception ability, Qin Yuan could see his own form. At first, his body was similar to that of the moon. Although the surface was still uneven, it was relatively rounded. Now, his body had become exceptionally round, with rivers of lava visible on its surface. As his mass and volume increased, a core had formed within him, and below the surface lay the magma. Due to Qin Yuan's speed and the gravitational pull from nearby planets, surface ruptures and magma eruptions were normal phenomena. Because of Qin Yuan's own gravity, the erupted magma would return to his surface, and the mass loss was negligible compared to his volume, so it wasn't a significant issue. However, observing his body in this state felt somewhat magical to Qin Yuan. He moved his body with his consciousness and found no other abnormalities, which eased his mind. Let me absorb Venus first. Thinking about it, Qin Yuan used his consciousness to control his massive body and arrived at the orbit of a certain planet. After merging into the orbit, Qin Yuan accelerated to catch up with the planet. Bang! Qin Yuan collided with it. Devour! The planet was instantly enveloped in golden light, and that light entered Qin Yuan's body. His body began to grow at a visible rate. When the golden light dissipated, Qin Yuan's size had noticeably increased. The planet had vanished, or rather, it had been devoured and absorbed by Qin Yuan. Next, he needed to find another target. Qin Yuan instinctively looked behind him. There, a blue planet, already covered in ice, was orbiting the Sun. This was Earth. Earth's size and mass were larger than that of the previous planet, but not by much. The volume and mass of Earth were quite similar to those of the previous planet, and given their similar positions, they were often referred to as sister planets. After devouring the previous planet, Qin Yuan's size and mass were now greater than Earth's. This meant that if he wanted to continue devouring and increasing his own size and mass, Earth would be the best choice. Looking at the icy Earth, Chen Yuan felt confused about what had happened. Once, Earth had been his home, teeming with countless animals and life, but now it was a cold and desolate place, devoid of any life. Why was that? A nuclear winter. After a terrifying nuclear war, the dust created by the bombs had shrouded the sky, blocking all sunlight. The entire world had turned into an ice age, with deadly darkness and cold spreading across the planet. All life that had existed on Earth faced extinction. In such an environment, humanity could not continue to survive. It seemed that any remaining humans had likely evacuated Earth via spacecraft. Now, Earth was a barren planet with no life. Chen Yuan controlled his body and entered Earth's orbit. Observing the planet before him, he used his perception to examine everything within it. However, all he could see was cold and silence. There was not a trace of life. Earth had become uninhabitable for humans, and the solar system was no longer suitable for life. Then, he would devour it. Chen Yuan approached Earth, colliding with it. Devour. Earth was engulfed in golden light. The light entered Chen Yuan's body, and he became entirely golden as his size and mass increased at a visible rate. After devouring Earth, Chen Yuan's size and mass had increased significantly. However, to become a star, this amount of mass was still far from sufficient. To continue growing in size and mass, there was only one choice left: to keep devouring. Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars have all been consumed by me. Currently, there are 4 major planets left in the solar system: Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Originally, there were 9 major planets in the solar system, including Pluto. The reason Pluto was later reclassified is that its size is very small, only 2/3 that of the Moon. Additionally, a planet must have the ability to clear its orbit of other celestial bodies, which Pluto does not possess. Pluto was initially classified as a planet due to scientists' incorrect estimation of its mass. With advancements in science, Pluto's actual size and mass were confirmed, leading to its reclassification. Pluto is now defined as a dwarf planet, representing a new classification between planets and asteroids. Therefore, if I, Chen Yuan, wish to consume planets, my focus will naturally not be on Pluto. Now, among the 8 major planets, only the 4 gas giants remain. I use my sensing ability to observe these 4 gas giants. Among them, Neptune is the smallest and is the 8th planet of the solar system. However, through my sensing ability, I can see that Neptune's size is much larger than mine. It is impossible to consume Neptune. This means I can only consume some dwarf planets or satellites to increase my size. I am somewhat troubled, given my current size. How much would I need to consume to surpass Neptune? Furthermore, even if I consumed all the remaining satellites and dwarf planets in the solar system, would it be enough to exceed Neptune in size? It seems quite unlikely. Wait a minute, I think I might have seen something with my sensing ability before. With this thought, I expand my sensing ability. Previously, I could see the 8 major planets of the solar system, but now I amplify my sensing ability to see further. I notice a large belt of asteroids surrounding Neptune. This asteroid belt is much larger than the one located between Jupiter and Saturn, being about 20 times wider, resembling a gigantic disk. Within this asteroid belt lies the dwarf planet Pluto, located in the Kuiper belt. This is a region outside Neptune's orbit, similar to an asteroid belt, but 20 times wider and filled with numerous small celestial bodies. After discovering the Kuiper belt, I feel a surge of excitement. I have already cleared most of the asteroid belt between Jupiter and Saturn. I have also consumed most of Jupiter's moons, leaving only a few small ones that do not significantly contribute to my size increase. The densely packed bodies in the Kuiper belt are exactly the key to further increasing my size. With this in mind, I immediately control my body with my spiritual awareness and rush toward the Kuiper belt. Chen Yuan passed through the orbit of Jupiter and saw Saturn. As he got closer, he noticed the beautiful rings composed of ice-like particles surrounding Saturn. Continuing forward, he approached Uranus and felt a special sensation when he saw the planet up close. Uranus, which appeared in a light blue color, looked particularly beautiful. It also had planetary rings like Saturn, which were very lovely light blue rings. Interestingly, these rings encircled Uranus from above, and Uranus rotated in the same downward direction, almost as if it were lying on its side. As Chen Yuan flew past Uranus, he then reached Neptune, which was different from Uranus. While Uranus was light blue, Neptune was deep blue and slightly smaller in size. Chen Yuan only took a glance before moving on. Ahead of him was his target for this journey, the Kuiper belt. It was filled with dense celestial bodies that caught Chen Yuan's attention. He controlled his body and flew into the Kuiper Belt. As soon as he entered, he stopped, and the nearby asteroids were drawn towards him by his gravity, rushing towards him. Feeling this, Chen Yuan was inspired. Devour. He activated his devouring ability. And as those asteroids approached his atmosphere, they transformed into golden light and were absorbed by him. Now feeling comfortable, he controlled his body and plunged into the Kuiper Belt. His gravity acted like a vacuum, pulling in the nearby small celestial bodies, which he then devoured using his ability. With his perception ability, Chen Yuan could see a scene where a massive spherical celestial body was moving around in the Kuiper Belt, consuming the dense small celestial bodies. That spherical celestial body was Chen Yuan himself, which could be referred to as this sphere. The area of the Kuiper Belt was vast, filled with many small celestial bodies. For Chen Yuan, this was a way to increase his own volume and mass. He was not shy about it at all. The Kuiper Belt is a remnant of the primordial solar nebula. Perhaps due to the gravitational pull of Neptune, combined with insufficient mass, these remnants did not form into planets. There were many dwarf planets, small celestial bodies, including satellites and comets, present here. Previously, many comets that passed over the Earth mostly originated from the Kuiper Belt. After transforming into a planet, Chen Yuan's concept of time became very vague. He thought about devouring all the celestial bodies in the Kuiper Belt, and with this thought, he continuously used his spiritual awareness to control his body for devouring. He lost track of time and didn't even realize how long it had been. Finally, the celestial bodies near the Kuiper Belt were completely devoured. When the Kuiper Belt disappeared, Chen Yuan came back to his senses. He used his perception ability to check his own size. Currently, the size of Chen Yuan is slightly larger than before, but it still cannot compare to that of the gas giant. It looks substantial, but when consumed, it is relatively small, isn't it? The Kuiper Belt is composed of many small celestial bodies, and the total mass of these bodies is actually not significant. Chen Yuan thought to himself, a little is still better than nothing. He set his sights on the moons of other planets. Chapter 10. The collision of Uranus and Neptune. Chen Yuan left the Kuiper Belt and flew toward Saturn. The moons of Jupiter were nearly exhausted, and if he wanted to consume more satellites to increase his size, he could only target the moons of Saturn. However, when Chen Yuan flew back, he noticed that Neptune had completely deviated from its previous orbit and was now getting closer to the Sun. What was going on? Chen Yuan felt puzzled. Having previously consumed 4 terrestrial planets, the loss of gravitational influence from these planets should have caused other outer planets to drift outward. Why was Neptune not only not moving outward, but rather moving closer? What was the situation? As Chen Yuan flew inward, he became increasingly astonished. When he reached the area between the orbits of Uranus and Saturn, the scene he perceived left him in shock. Uranus, like Neptune, was also starting to move inward. Moreover, the distance of deviation for both Uranus and Neptune was even greater. Saturn seemed to be moving inward as well, though to a lesser extent. This resulted in a decreasing distance between Uranus and Saturn. If this continued, they were likely to collide. Why was this happening? Through his perceptive abilities, Chen Yuan took in the entire solar system. He discovered that, aside from Saturn, both Uranus and Neptune were moving inward, while Jupiter was moving outward. This led him to a hypothesis. It was due to the gravitational influence of Jupiter. The disappearance of the 4 terrestrial planets caused Jupiter to move outward from the solar system, simultaneously increasing the gravitational pull on the outer planets. Saturn, being attracted by Jupiter's gravity, began to shift inward, but because of its massive size, the deviation was not severe. In contrast, Uranus and Neptune experienced much greater shifts. Additionally, as Uranus and Neptune came closer together, the gravitational pull from Saturn on them also increased. Naturally, these 2 gas giants were drawn closer to Jupiter and Saturn. If this continued, it was likely that Uranus and Saturn would collide. If a collision occurred, Uranus would probably be torn apart and consumed by Saturn. If Uranus was consumed, how would he be able to consume Uranus himself? This thought left Chen Yuan feeling somewhat frustrated. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Yuan. What if Neptune and Uranus were to collide? What would happen then? The masses and sizes of Neptune and Uranus were quite similar. If they collided, both would likely be shattered into pieces. In that case, he could take advantage of the situation. The problem is that Uranus is currently close to Saturn. And given the present situation, it is clear that Uranus will collide with Saturn first. In that case, what should be done? Thinking of this, Chen Yuan had a bold idea. System, my consciousness can control my own actions. Can I use my consciousness to control the movements of other planets? Yes. A mechanical voice echoed in his ears. However, since the consciousness is yours, the speed of controlling other celestial bodies will be slower. The system's mechanical voice continued. Slower? That's fine. As long as I can control other planets, that's enough. Chun Yuan opened his perception ability and projected his consciousness onto Neptune. He then controlled Neptune's body with his consciousness, guiding it closer to Uranus's orbit. Under Chun Yuan's control, Neptune indeed started to move. However, the movement of Neptune was quite slow. If Chun Yuan controlled himself, his speed could easily ignore the nearby solar gravity, but controlling Neptune resulted in an incredibly slow pace. However, in this universe, Chun Yuan couldn't feel the passage of time, so even if it was slow, it was acceptable. As long as he could make Neptune collide with Uranus, he would achieve his goal. Time slowly passed. Finally, Neptune entered Uranus's orbital path. As Neptune and Uranus drew near, suddenly, a collision occurred. Boom, accompanied by a muffled sound. In the vacuum, this sound could not be heard, but within Neptune and Uranus, the sound was audible. Following this collision, the two massive gas giants shattered like two colliding stones. However, due to the extremely high density between the two planets, most of the shattering occurred on the outer layers. After the outer layers broke apart, their volumes decreased accordingly, shrinking to a size that Chun Yuan could consume. Seeing this, Chun Yuan controlled his body with his consciousness and moved towards the nearest Neptune. He began to absorb. Some fragments of the planet that were drawn in by Chun Yuan's gravity fell upon him and were consumed. At the same time, the golden light engulfed the already shattered Neptune. Neptune transformed into golden light and merged into Chun Yuan's body, while the fragments of Neptune, drawn in by his gravity and absorption ability, also rushed into his embrace. In an instant, Chun Yuan's size and mass increased at a visible rate. Not long after, Chun Yuan's size exceeded that of a complete Neptune, and before him was the severely damaged Uranus. After approaching Uranus, Chun Yuan used his absorption ability once again. Uranus also turned into golden light and merged into Chun Yuan's body. His size and mass increased once more. He controlled his body, still shimmering with golden light, using his absorption ability to consume all the scattered planetary fragments around him. After completely absorbing Neptune and Uranus, Chun Yuan's size grew even larger. Of course, compared to Saturn and Jupiter, Chun Yuan's size and mass were still significantly less. Chun Yuan looked at his current size and then at Saturn and Jupiter in the distance. At this moment, Chun Yuan had already consumed 6 of the 8 planets in the solar system, leaving only Saturn and Jupiter. However, he found that the combined volume of the 6 planets was still smaller than that of Saturn, let alone in comparison to the giant Jupiter, the largest in the solar system. The difference was too significant. Then he decided to use his consciousness to control Saturn to collide with Jupiter. With this thought, Chun Yuan attempted to control Saturn, to move it. Your consciousness is insufficient to control the target's movement, a mechanical voice echoed. Chun Yuan was stunned upon hearing this. Was it really the case? He had consumed so many planets, yet he couldn't control Saturn? This was quite frustrating. So what should he do next? Suddenly, a thought struck him. He used his consciousness to control his massive body and flew between Saturn and Jupiter. That's right, now I have mass and volume, which means I can generate gravity. My gravity might not be significant for Saturn and Jupiter, but it would certainly have some effect. By using my gravity, I could make Saturn and Jupiter move closer to each other. As long as they got closer, they would inevitably attract each other due to gravity and collide. If they collided, I would have my chance. Chapter 11. What? Saturn can't collide with Jupiter? To wait for Saturn and Jupiter to collide would take a long time. Although Chun Yuan's gravity was at work, it only slightly increased the approach speed between Jupiter and Saturn. Given the vast distance between them, the speed generated by Chun Yuan's gravity was minimal. Now, the only thing that could lead to a collision between Jupiter and Saturn was time. As a planet, Chun Yuan had essentially lost all sense of time. As time passed, Chun Yuan noticed that the volcanoes on his body, which had been erupting, gradually ceased their activity. A young planet experiences frequent volcanic activity for a period after its formation, but over time, the volcanoes within the planet will quiet down. At the same time, Chun Yuan also found that his volume was slowly shrinking due to the passage of time. This made him somewhat disheartened. I was already smaller than Saturn, and if I keep shrinking, won't I become even smaller? This was quite a headache for Chun Yuan, but he had no way to stop it. When a planet's mass and volume are substantial enough, the gravitational force generated within its core compresses the material on the surface inward. Once the planet's mass reaches a certain size, it will continue to collapse inward, and the gravity will become immense. This terrifying gravity can easily attract the abundant gases in the universe, eventually transforming into a gas giant. When the planet's mass reaches a certain level, nuclear fusion will occur, and it will become a star. Chun Yuan's current mass is still insufficient to become a star. He is merely experiencing a contraction of low-density material due to gravitational reasons. The reduction in size has left Chun Yuan feeling somewhat frustrated. After all, the celestial devouring system relies on volume to consume. A smaller volume makes it harder to devour. With nothing much to do, Chun Yuan utilized his perception abilities to observe Saturn, a planet he hadn't looked at before. Saturn is a gas giant, but it is not entirely gaseous. It is primarily composed of hydrogen. The pressure and density within Saturn increase gradually towards the core and at deeper layers. Hydrogen transforms into a metallic state. However, the outer layer is gaseous while the core is solid. What attracts the most attention about Saturn is its rings. Saturn boasts the brightest rings in the entire solar system, which can be easily viewed by astronomy enthusiasts from Earth using telescopes. The rings are made up of rocks and ice, possessing a strong ability to reflect light. However, the possibility of life existing in such a gaseous planet is nearly zero. After a brief glance, Chun Yuan decided not to linger. While beautiful, the stunning exterior conceals a hellish environment. As Chun Yuan orbited the sun, he awaited the approach of Saturn and Jupiter. Time passed, and eventually, he noticed a spaceship flying towards him from Saturn's orbit. Seeing the spacecraft, Chun Yuan felt puzzled. Are they humans? Haven't they moved away from Earth? Why are they back? Amidst his confusion, Chun Yuan noticed the spaceship was flying directly towards him. What could they want? Are they trying to deceive him again? He contemplated whether to flee, but running away at this moment would seem too strange for humans. Chun Yuan decided not to run and instead observe what these humans intended to do. The spaceship passed through Chun Yuan's atmosphere and landed on his surface. The ship's door opened, and several men and women dressed in what appeared to be high-tech attire descended from the vessel. They moved around Chun Yuan, collecting some soil and rocks. After gathering their samples, they boarded the spaceship and left. They are gone. Aren't they going to check on Earth? Chun Yuan had thought they might return to Earth and secretly observe their expressions, but now it seemed that plan had fallen through. Forget it. Chun Yuan was too lazy to think further. Now that he was a planet, he had no interest in what humans planned to do. As time gradually passed, the distance between Saturn and Jupiter decreased. Chun Yuan lost track of how long he had been orbiting the sun in this place. Finally, the day arrived when Saturn and Jupiter reached the same orbital path. As they orbited, a collision occurred at an intersection point. Boom! With a muffled sound, both planets jolted violently. The gaseous and solid substances were shattered into pieces, transforming into planetary debris that flew outward. Saturn was fractured, and its material was splattered out due to the force of the impact. Seeing this, Chun Yuan quickly moved closer and began to enter a devouring state, starting to absorb the fragments of Saturn. However, after he finished consuming the fragments, Chun Yuan was astonished to find that he had not absorbed much at all. Most of Saturn's mass had been drawn away by the terrifying gravity of Jupiter, becoming part of Jupiter. Watching this scene, Chun Yuan was somewhat dazed. This was completely different from what he had imagined before. There was no shattering phenomenon like when Neptune and Uranus collided. It was simply that Saturn had been absorbed by Jupiter. Through his perception abilities, Chun Yuan could tell that Saturn's volume was about 80% of Jupiter's. But volume did not equate to everything. Jupiter's mass was more than 3 times that of Saturn. During their collision, Saturn could not inflict significant damage on Jupiter, resulting in only Saturn being consumed by Jupiter. Chun Yuan was stunned. If Saturn had been consumed by Jupiter, how could he absorb Saturn? Or Jupiter? What should he do now? An idea struck him. Spiritual consciousness. He quickly attempted to use his spiritual consciousness to lock onto the Saturn that was being devoured, trying to drive it away from Jupiter. Your spiritual consciousness is insufficient to control the target's movement. Still not working? Chun Yuan felt a headache coming on. With no other options, he could only watch helplessly. After an unknown amount of time, Saturn was completely consumed by Jupiter. Now, among the 8 planets of the solar system, only Jupiter remained, not counting Chun Yuan. Looking at the colossal Jupiter before him, Chun Yuan felt despondent. It was a disaster. Unable to absorb Saturn or Jupiter, His dream of becoming a star seemed impossible. Saturn had collided with Jupiter and was directly swallowed. What should he do now? By instinct, Chen Yuan glanced at the distant shining stars. Outside the solar system, there must be other stellar systems, and surely there were planets in those systems. But they were too far away. That would be interstellar travel. Wait a minute. I am a planet. Why should I fear interstellar travel? Let us go, let us go. A few hundred light years at most. With that thought, Chen Yuan used his spiritual consciousness to propel his massive body outward from the solar system. Chapter 12. Is the solar system made up of 9 major planets? He had no idea how long he had been flying. When would he finally leave the solar system? Didn't he know how long he had been controlling his spiritual consciousness, feeling somewhat bored with nothing to do? It felt a bit monotonous. But Chen Yuan had already adapted to the dullness and had no real issues. He just couldn't help but complain a little internally. Chen Yuan had already flown out of the Kuiper Belt and was slowly heading toward the outer solar system, having been away from the Kuiper Belt for some time. During this time, Chen Yuan hardly saw any other matter around him, feeling as if it were completely empty. This was indeed quite boring. Just then, Chen Yuan sensed a resistance. He controlled his body with his consciousness, moving at a balanced speed. Whenever resistance appeared, no matter how small, he could perceive it. This resistance wasn't significant for Chen Yuan, but in his state of boredom, he still felt it clearly. What was going on? Chen Yuan was a bit puzzled. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be the heliosphere? The entire solar system is surrounded by solar wind, forming a bubble-like existence that envelopes the solar system. This layer of solar wind is known as the heliosphere. Earth has an atmosphere that can block the sun's heat radiation, while the heliosphere formed by solar wind can shield the solar system from cosmic rays, protecting it from the effects of cosmic radiation. The heliosphere is precisely where solar wind and cosmic rays collide, creating a resistance. However, this resistance was quite small for Chen Yuan, who existed as a planet, and it had almost no effect on him. Thus, he easily passed through the heliosphere and continued to fly outward. Before him lay an empty world. Chen Yuan flew through this empty space for a while, and soon his vision caught sight of other matter ahead. What was that? In front of Chen Yuan was a cloud composed of rocks and ice. This was different from the asteroid belt he had seen earlier. Its composition was similar to that of the asteroid belt, consisting of comets, ice, asteroids, and other small celestial bodies. However, the area it covered was enormous. Chen Yuan expanded his perception, looking from the outside in. The scene before him left Chen Yuan somewhat astonished. This cloud appeared to be an incredibly massive spherical formation, enveloping the entire solar system. Compared to this gigantic cloud, the solar system seemed quite small. However, although this cloud looked massive, the mass of the small celestial bodies within it was extremely minimal. Combined, their mass was estimated to be quite small. This was the Oort cloud, a spherical cloud surrounding the solar system, containing many active comets. The Oort cloud is located far from the Sun, with a maximum radius of 1 light-year. It is believed to be remnants of the nebula left over from the formation of the solar system, when the Sun and the 8 planets formed from the dust cloud. The remaining material that was not attracted by the Sun and planets was pushed outward, becoming the Oort cloud. Although this formation appeared vast, if one were to consume it, even if all of it was absorbed, it would still have very little mass. Chen Yuan wasn't very interested and continued to fly forward. In this interstellar journey, time seemed to stand still. He flew into the Oort cloud and continued onward. While passing through the Oort cloud, Chen Yuan discovered a massive gas giant. Is there a planet within the Oort cloud? Does this mean that there are not just 8 planets in the solar system, but 9? Chen Yuan felt a sense of novelty upon seeing this gas giant. The planet appeared deep blue, somewhat resembling Neptune, but it was enormous, almost larger than Jupiter. Could this be the hypothetical planet named after a deity of fortune? Scientists speculated that there exists a planet within the Oort cloud, which they named after this deity. It was estimated that this planet's mass and volume might be slightly greater than Jupiter's. Chen Yuan examined the azure gas giant before him. He had often heard scientists mention the existence of this planet, but it had never been confirmed until now. Unfortunately, it was too large. If it were smaller, he might consider consuming it. Something this big would likely be able to consume Jupiter itself, making it unsuitable as food. Chen Yuan intended to turn around and leave. Wait a minute. Chen Yuan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Looking at the massive planet, he thought, if he could control it and make it collide with Jupiter. He felt a surge of excitement. Chen Yuan focused his mental energy on the planet. However, his mental power was insufficient to move such a massive target. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Previously, he had been unable to control Saturn, let alone this planet, which was even more massive than Jupiter. Although he had anticipated this, it still left him a bit frustrated. What if he used gravitational methods to draw this planet closer to Jupiter, just like before? With that thought, Chen Yuan maneuvered his large body to position himself in the solar system, attempting to attract the giant planet through gravity. However, the planet completely ignored him. Observing the planet rotating on its own, Chen Yuan felt a bit overwhelmed. After all, this planet's mass was not comparable to Saturn's. Attracting it with his gravity would be quite challenging. Given the speed generated by this gravity, causing a collision with Jupiter would likely be a considerable difficulty. Realizing this, Chen Yuan decisively abandoned the idea. He controlled his body to fly past the giant planet and continued outward. The Oort cloud was indeed vast. Although Chen Yuan was moving at a considerable speed, it would still take some time to exit the cloud. Of course, for him, as a planet, time held no significance. After passing through the Oort cloud, he continued drifting in the vast universe, searching for smaller planets. However, the universe was indeed immensely vast. After leaving the Oort cloud, to avoid aimlessness, Chen Yuan focused on a particularly bright point of light in the universe. Yet, along the way, aside from seeing a few stars, he couldn't spot any nearby celestial bodies, which was quite frustrating. Initially, he had planned to consume some exoplanets and then return to devour Jupiter, but now that seemed impossible. With no other options, he could only continue flying onward. It had been flying for an unknown amount of time. Suddenly, Chen Yuan's eyes brightened slightly. That was it. A planet. After flying for so long, he finally encountered a planet. Chen Yuan was overjoyed. He used his mind to control his body and flew next to the planet, which was entirely a deep blue color. However, as he looked at the planet, he felt a strange sensation. Why did it feel odd? What was strange about it? After some thought, Chen Yuan realized what was off. This planet was slightly smaller than him and was spherical in shape, appearing to be a planet. However, until now, all the planets he had seen were orbiting a star. Yet this planet was flying straight in one direction. Such a trajectory was very unconventional and peculiar. Chapter 13. A planet detached from its star still has temperature? Oh, this planet does not orbit a star. No wonder it felt strange. I remember that planets not orbiting a star, but drifting in space, are called rogue planets, also known as orphan planets. Chen Yuan said, "This is the first time I've seen an orphan planet. Wait a minute. If that's the case, am I not also an orphan planet now?" Chen Yuan felt somewhat depressed to realize that he was also a rogue planet. Rogue planets, broadly speaking, are those that do not orbit a star. They were originally orbiting their own stars, but, due to certain factors, broke free from their original star's gravitational pull, leading them to drift into interstellar space. They satisfy the conditions of a planet, but lack a star to orbit around. Chen Yuan didn't want to think too much about it. He controlled his body to approach the rogue planet. In the vacuum of space, due to inertia, planets move at a relatively uniform speed. This rogue planet was no exception. Its speed was naturally no match for Chen Yuan's. He caught up with the rogue planet and got close to it. The contact was made from behind the rogue planet to avoid any collisions. Just before touching it, he controlled his speed, maintaining a steady velocity. Chen Yuan made contact with the rogue planet. He absorbed it. The entire rogue planet turned into golden light, which flowed into Chen Yuan's body and was absorbed by him. Chen Yuan's body seemed to transform into golden light, which gradually expanded. As the golden light receded, Chen Yuan discovered that his body had become similar to that of most gas giant planets, with a rocky structure inside but thick gas enveloping the rocks on the outside. Now, Chen Yuan appeared to be a gas giant planet. He examined his appearance. His size had increased significantly, but with this size alone, it would be nearly impossible to consume Jupiter or become a star. It seemed he would have to continue his interstellar journey and keep searching for prey. Chen Yuan used his mind to control his body and continued flying towards the brightest point ahead. The universe was truly vast. Although Chen Yuan's speed had not yet reached the speed of light, it was already very fast. At this speed, flying through the universe for a long time. Only one planet has been discovered. This shows just how vast the universe is. At that moment, through his perception ability, Chen Yuan found a planet within his observable range. Upon seeing the planet, Chen Yuan's heart stirred. Although he was still quite far from it, he could still observe its size and mass through his perception ability. It was a massive gas giant, even larger than Jupiter. This was discouraging, as being larger than Jupiter meant that devouring it was basically impossible. Well, since he had nothing else to do, he might as well see what this thing was all about. As he focused his perception ability on the wandering planet, he discovered that it had a very thick atmosphere. While Jupiter has the largest atmosphere in the solar system, this wandering planet's atmosphere was even more exaggerated and larger. Most planets orbiting the Sun are affected by solar winds and the gravitational pull of other planets, which leads to a reduction or weakening of their atmospheres. However, the wandering planet was different. It had no star to orbit and no nearby gravitational influence, allowing it to better protect its atmosphere. After looking around, Chen Yuan, who only had a superficial understanding of astronomy, couldn't discern anything particularly special about it. He retracted his perception ability and bid farewell to the massive wandering planet. Continuing his journey. Along the way, Chen Yuan encountered another wandering planet. This one challenged his understanding of the universe. It was a rocky planet about the same size as Earth, with a thick atmosphere even denser than that of Venus. If it were positioned like Venus, it would likely become a hellish environment. However, in this interstellar space, it probably wasn't too different. If it hadn't transformed into a high-temperature, high-pressure hell, it might have become a frigid one instead. But when Chen Yuan's perception ability penetrated the atmosphere and entered the planet, everything he sensed left him bewildered. The imagined frigid hell did not materialize. Upon entering the atmosphere, Chen Yuan discovered that the surface of the rocky planet was surprisingly warm. How could this be? There was no light and no nearby stars. How could it possibly be warm? This puzzled Chen Yuan. Generally, people think that when a planet moves away from a star, its temperature will approach absolute zero. However, this wandering planet retained a thick atmosphere. The radioactive isotopes formed in its core undergo decay, producing geothermal heat. This heat rises to the surface but is trapped by the atmosphere, remaining within the planet. Over time, the retained heat can reach a significant value. Although Chen Yuan had some exposure to astronomy, he only knew a little and did not understand much about wandering planets. Forget it, no matter the situation. Just consume it first. It's rare to find a planet smaller than myself. It would be a pity not to. With that thought, Chen Yuan approached the wandering planet. He devoured it, and the wandering planet transformed into golden light, merging into Chen Yuan's body. His size slightly increased, but of course, it was still much smaller compared to a certain large planet. After the consumption, he continued to fly forward. Along the way, Chen Yuan encountered more wandering planets, letting the larger ones go and consuming the smaller ones. Time passed quickly, and Chen Yuan had no idea how long he had been flying. Finally, he reached his destination. Looking at the star before him, Chen Yuan was stunned. What kind of star is this? Is it this huge? Before Chen Yuan was a massive star. Its size nearly twice that of the sun, emitting a bluish-white light. It looked extremely bright. No wonder it was so luminous before. It turned out to be this way. This star was Sirius, also known as the Alpha Canis Majoris. It is located in the constellation Canis Major and is the brightest star in the sky, aside from the sun, when viewed from a certain planet. When viewed from that planet, its brightness is lower than that of Venus and Jupiter, but it is significantly brighter than Mars most of the time. Due to its brightness, it has been recorded by various ancient civilizations on that planet. Truly bright and truly large. However, fortunately, my purpose for coming here is not to find it. I have no appetite for such a thing. I wonder what the size of the planets nearby is like. Let me take a look. Chapter 14. A star the same size as the Earth using his perception ability. Chen Yuan took in the situation surrounding Sirius. To his astonishment, he discovered that there were no planets visible at the location of Sirius. The only thing he could see was another glowing star. As Chen Yuan followed the light source, he saw the massive Sirius A, which is twice the size of the Sun. Next to Sirius A, there was another star named Sirius B. These two stars belong to a system where they orbit each other. With two stars orbiting each other, this should be a binary star system. But why is there not a single planet? A binary star system composed of two stars makes it very difficult for planets to survive. The influence between the two stars creates unique orbits. A planet would have to orbit one of the stars, and while doing so, it could easily collide with the other star, be consumed, or be directly ejected into interstellar space. Therefore, planets are hard to remain in a binary star system. Sirius A and Sirius B form a binary star system, making it difficult for planets to exist between them. Even structures similar to the Kuiper belt or Oort cloud found in solar systems are unlikely to exist near binary star systems. If there are no planets, then my trip has been in vain. This is quite frustrating. Wait a minute. Qin Yuan seemed to realize something and looked toward the position of Sirius B. He extended his perception ability and locked on a Sirius B. Observing the size of Sirius B, Qin Yuan was somewhat astonished. What is this? No way. A star's volume can be the same as that of Earth. In the solar system, the sun is a star. In Qin Yuan's understanding, stars are massive entities. However, when he saw Sirius B, he was somewhat bewildered. This is because Sirius B's volume is only that of a single Earth. Yet, Sirius B is burning, emitting bright white light and generating terrifying heat. It is clearly a star, but its size is just too small, only as large as Earth. Sirius B is a companion star to Sirius A. Its volume is similar to that of Earth, but its mass is nearly equal to that of the Sun. It is classified as a white dwarf, a star that has ceased nuclear fusion, belonging to the later stages of stellar evolution. Although it has stopped nuclear fusion, the immense mass has converted gravitational energy into internal energy, resulting in a high temperature for the newly formed white dwarf. Its surface temperature can reach up to 10,000 K, giving it a white color. Sirius A is such a star. So, with my current size, can I consume it? To consume a star. The thought arose. And Qin Yuan suddenly felt a thrill. After all, it is a star. If consumed, it must feel incredible. Although its size is small, its mass is great. He wondered if its immense mass could convert some of its energy into volume when absorbed. If so, that would feel amazing. But no matter how he thought about it, it is still a star. Can I really consume it? The star's mass is so large that the gravitational force it generates might be overwhelming. With my current mass, if I get close to it, Qin Yuan hesitated. You have to take risks to gain rewards. He decided to give it a try. With this thought, he controlled his body to approach Sirius B. As he drew nearer, when he got within a certain distance, suddenly, he felt a strong gravitational pull that yanked his body towards Sirius B. Qin Yuan used his speed to control his body, preventing himself from being directly sucked in by this terrifying gravitational force. Truly a star, this gravity is exaggerated. Fortunately, having consumed so many celestial bodies, the speed I possess is enough to counteract its pull. Qin Yuan continued to approach Sirius B. As he got closer, the gravitational pull from Sirius increased. He continued to use his speed to counteract the gravity while inching closer. Suddenly, Qin Yuan noticed a scene that sent chills down his spine. He found that the gas surrounding him was being pulled towards Sirius B's gravity. The material on Qin Yuan's surface began to fracture. The gas detached from his gravitational influence and rushed towards Sirius, while the broken planetary fragments also flew toward it. Qin Yuan's volume began to decrease. He was stunned. He focused all his mental energy to control his body to withdraw. With a terrifying speed, he broke free from Sirius B's gravity, and his body flew out. Escaping the gravitational range of Sirius B, he soared into the outer space. Qin Yuan let out a sigh. This cursed thing, I wanted to swallow you. But I almost ended up being swallowed by you. The gravity generated by a star, even an aging one, is truly exaggerated. If I get any closer, I might be torn apart. It seems that devouring this star is not going to be possible. I need to wait until my mass is large enough for that to be feasible. With that in mind, I have to continue my interstellar journey in search of other planets. Thinking this way, Qin Yuan glanced at Sirius B not far away. That thing was moving along its orbit as if nothing had happened. Qin Yuan gritted his teeth. I refuse to believe it. After spending so much time flying here, I can't leave empty-handed. After all this time to get here, leaving empty-handed is unacceptable. Qin Yuan began to calculate. Along the way, he had devoured quite a few wandering planets. While their mass couldn't compare to that of Jupiter, it was still considerable. No matter how strong the gravity of Sirius B was, it would definitely take time to consume all of my mass. So as long as I can maintain a volume larger than that of Sirius B when getting close, I have a chance to swallow it. In other words, as long as I approach Sirius B at a high enough speed, the loss of volume and mass won't be too significant. With this thought, Qin Yuan made up his mind. No pain, no gain. Qin Yuan used his consciousness to drive his massive body. His body surged towards Sirius B at a speed inversely proportional to its size. In the moment of approach, gravity took effect. The outer layer of Qin Yuan's body began to split. First, the outer atmosphere was stripped away, then the surface rocks began to crack. The material from his body was being consumed by the white dwarf, Sirius B. But as Qin Yuan had anticipated, the process of devouring takes time, and his speed was fast. As Chen Yuan's body neared the white dwarf, he slowed down. He had to reduce his speed, otherwise, a collision would tear him apart. Even though the material and volume of his body were still being stripped away by the white dwarf, he had no choice but to slow down. He approached the white dwarf at a moderate speed, and they touched. "I got you." At this moment, Chen Yuan's body had been torn apart by the terrifying gravity of Sirius B, the white dwarf. Most of the outer gaseous layer had been consumed, and the surface was crumbling, with planetary debris gradually flying toward the white dwarf. However, as Chen Yuan had expected, even with the white dwarf's strong gravity, it would still take time to consume such a massive body like his. Now, Chen Yuan's body had made contact with the white dwarf. At the moment of contact, he felt an overwhelming pressure, as if his entire body was being torn apart from the core. Even more frightening was the terrifying temperature of the white dwarf. As soon as he got close, he felt his body start to melt. The area of contact was essentially evaporated into gas. A white dwarf is a star in its later stages of life. It emits light due to the immense heat generated when its mass collapses towards the center, and this heat is transferred to its surface. Because the temperature is extremely high, it appears to glow white. When this heat is exhausted, the white dwarf will turn into a black dwarf. However, the heat produced during the collapse of a white dwarf is so intense that it takes an extraordinarily long time to cool down. The surface temperature of the Sun is around 6,000 degrees Celsius, while no white dwarf has been found with a temperature below 100,000 degrees Celsius. That is an incredibly terrifying amount of heat. Chen Yuan knew that if he continued like this, he would either be melted by the temperature or crushed into pieces by the pressure. Therefore, he spoke out directly. "Devour." Chen Yuan realized he could no longer hesitate. If he did, his body would likely be gone. He immediately used the devouring ability. It had to be effective. Chen Yuan's body had already begun to tear apart. Although, from a perceptual standpoint, his volume was still larger than that of Sirius B, his body was showing signs of being ripped apart. And he didn't know how the cosmic devouring system would judge the situation. If this devouring was deemed ineffective, then it would be the end for him. He would be directly torn into pieces by the white dwarf and consumed. At such a close distance, even with Chen Yuan's speed, escaping would be very difficult. Just as Chen Yuan was feeling anxious, the scorching white dwarf was suddenly enveloped in golden light. The materials being pulled towards Sirius B's terrifying gravity also transformed into golden light and flew back into Chen Yuan's body. Seeing this, Chen Yuan was filled with immense joy. It worked. Sirius B transformed entirely into golden light, which quickly surged towards Chen Yuan, entering his body. Both his volume and mass were increasing. Chen Yuan was covered by the incoming golden light, and his size and mass were visibly growing. He was absorbing the volume and mass of Sirius B. However, after a period of time, Chen Yuan felt something was off. What was happening? Although Chen Yuan had previously taken time to absorb planets, it was never like this. It was taking an unexpectedly long time. Chen Yuan felt that quite a bit of time had passed, yet the volume of Sirius B, covered in golden light, hadn't decreased much. What was going on? The target's mass is significantly larger than yours. Absorbing it requires time. The system's mechanical voice responded to Chen Yuan. Hearing this voice, Chen Yuan felt relieved. "It's a small matter. I have plenty of time. This will be fine. I'll absorb it slowly." Sirius B is a star with a mass comparable to the Sun. Although it is smaller in size, it is still a star. If it had consciousness, he would just be a tiny speck. The fact that such a colossal entity could be devoured by him felt quite unbelievable. It was reasonable for it to take some time. It feels so comfortable that the conditions for the devouring system only recognize volume, not mass. This is just wonderful. A planet devouring a star. Who would believe that? Chen Yuan was extremely happy. However, the mass of Sirius B was indeed too large. Chen Yuan felt that he had spent quite a bit of time, and his volume had increased significantly due to the mass of Sirius B. Currently, the volume he gained from absorbing Sirius B had far exceeded what he previously observed of Sirius B's volume. It seems that this change in volume is also related to the mass being devoured. When the mass of Sirius B was absorbed into his body, did it naturally transform into volume? But that makes sense. If the mass of Sirius B didn't convert into volume, then it would be as if I said my mass is the same as it, making me another star. Chen Yuan pondered. Of course, if I continue to absorb like this, once I completely devour Sirius B, my mass would likely meet the requirements to become a star. And then I could also become a star. At that time, Jupiter, the Sun, I would go and devour them all. Thinking of this, Qin Yuan suddenly felt much more excited. Suddenly, Qin Yuan noticed something was off. Through his perception ability, he saw a star glowing with blue-white light slowly flying towards him. Seeing this, Qin Yuan was stunned. Sirius A? No way. When Qin Yuan was absorbing Sirius B, both were in a state of rest. However, Sirius A was moving. Now, Qin Yuan and Sirius B just happened to be on the orbit of Sirius A. When Sirius B was being devoured, its gravitational pull became zero, just waiting to be absorbed by Qin Yuan. Sirius A and Sirius B are a binary star system. Without the gravitational pull of Sirius B, the orbit of Sirius A would change. But Qin Yuan never expected that his current position was right in Sirius A's new orbit. What to do? Looking at Sirius A getting closer, Qin Yuan glanced at Sirius B. There was still a lot of mass left in Sirius B, and if he didn't absorb it, it would be a huge loss. Qin Yuan had an idea. First, use his mental power to move Sirius B away from Sirius A's orbit, and then follow. Thinking this, Qin Yuan used his mental power to lock onto Sirius B. Your mental power is too weak to control the target's movement, even after absorbing for so long. The mass of Sirius B still far exceeded Qin Yuan's mass. With his current mental power, controlling other celestial bodies with a mass similar to his own was already a bit challenging, let alone controlling a larger Sirius B. Naturally, that was impossible. At this moment, Qin Yuan noticed that Sirius A was getting closer and closer. There was no other choice. Qin Yuan used his mental power to control his body and separate from Sirius B. He quickly retreated to the side, just a short distance away. Sirius B regained its white dwarf appearance because Sirius A was too close. Sirius B was directly pulled in by Sirius A. Qin Yuan saw a burst of intense white light. Chapter 16. Is there a limit to the volume of planets? Sirius A was slowly tearing Sirius B apart. Sirius B was gradually being consumed by Sirius A. This process seemed to take some time. Watching Sirius B being devoured, Qin Yuan felt somewhat gloomy. If I could completely consume Sirius B, I would surely be able to directly become a star. What a pity. Qin Yuan looked at his current mass and volume. He had already surpassed Jupiter in both volume and mass, but his volume was only slightly larger than that of Jupiter. However, his mass was much greater, estimated to be about twice that of Jupiter. There is a limit to the size of a planet. A planet size reaching that of Jupiter is already close to its limit. Beyond this, continued increase can only lead to an increase in mass and density. But once the mass is sufficient, nuclear fusion occurs, and it transforms into a star. The reason Qin Yuan currently had double the mass, but only slightly larger volume than Jupiter was clear. Of course, there are exceptions. Some planets are larger than Jupiter because they are very close to their stars, resulting in extremely high surface temperatures that cause their volumes to expand significantly. Under normal conditions, the volume limit of a planet is about the same as that of Jupiter. Qin Yuan had now reached his volume limit, which was just a bit larger than Jupiter. Fortunately, although he couldn't yet become a star, with his current volume, consuming Jupiter would not be a problem. Compared to when he first arrived, his volume had increased significantly, and his mass had tripled. Compared to Jupiter, Qin Yuan now surpassed it. But when compared to a real star, he still fell short. Just take Sirius A, for example. Qin Yuan still felt very, very small. To become a star, he needed more time. First, he would return to the solar system and consume the planet and Jupiter. With that thought, Qin Yuan used his spiritual awareness to control his body and flew toward the direction of the solar system, leaving the position of Sirius. He re-entered interstellar space. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Yuan returned to the Oort cloud of the solar system. Through his perception abilities, he surveyed the solar system. It was unclear how much time had passed since he left the solar system for Sirius and then returned. Upon seeing the current solar system, Qin Yuan was somewhat stunned. Jupiter's position was now much closer to the Sun. It had reached the location where Venus used to be. The previous planet had disappeared. What happened? Where did the planet go? How did Jupiter get so close to the Sun? After pondering for a while, Qin Yuan came to a conclusion. Jupiter had been moving outward. And the reason for this outward movement was that 4 terrestrial planets had been consumed by Qin Yuan. Since he had been outside Jupiter at that time, the loss of the gravitational influence from the 4 terrestrial planets naturally caused Jupiter to move outward. However, now the gravitational influence that Neptune, Uranus, and Saturn once had on Jupiter has vanished. Without the gravitational pull from these 3 gas giants, the impact of the 4 terrestrial planets is naturally much less. Consequently, Jupiter moves inward. Meanwhile, Sing is also affected by the gravitational influence of the 8 planets inside, and when Qin Yuan left, he took away the mass of 6 planets. The lack of this mass has reduced Sing's gravitational pull, causing it to move outward and eventually be ejected into interstellar space, becoming a rogue planet. After realizing what happened, Qin Yuan felt a bit gloomy. After all, Sing is a planet larger in size and mass than Jupiter, and he initially intended to return and consume both Jupiter and Sing. This way, Qin Yuan could increase his mass and volume. To become a star, he would need at least the mass of 13 Jupiters. Currently, his mass is equivalent to 3 Jupiters. So he needs to consume the mass of 10 more Jupiters to turn into a brown dwarf. Brown dwarfs exist between the smallest stars and the largest planets. They are neither stars nor planets, but to become a star, one must first become a brown dwarf. Putting that aside, Qin Yuan decided to focus on consuming Jupiter first. He used his consciousness to control his body and approach Jupiter. The sight of Jupiter came into view. Like Neptune, Uranus, and Saturn, Jupiter is also a gas giant. Many people might think of gas giants as balloon-like entities, but in reality, they are not. Jupiter is primarily composed of hydrogen and helium from the surface. It indeed appears gaseous, but due to pressure, the gas in the center is compressed into a liquid state, and deeper, the hydrogen is compressed into a metallic form. This means that within Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, and Jupiter, there are solid components. It's just that their outer appearance is gaseous, which is why they are labeled as gas giants. At this moment, Qin Yuan is also a gas giant, similar to Jupiter. His size is just slightly larger than Jupiter, but it can be said to be marginally so. This slightly larger volume perfectly meets the conditions for Qin Yuan to consume Jupiter. As usual, Qin Yuan first controlled his body to enter Jupiter's orbit and then approach Jupiter. Due to the terrifying gravitational forces at play, the gases on Jupiter were drawn out by Qin Yuan's gravity, while some of Qin Yuan's gas was also pulled by Jupiter's gravity. As the two approached, the gases from both connected, resembling a bridge linking the 2 planets. Since Qin Yuan's mass is twice that of Jupiter, the gravitational force he exerts is greater than that of Jupiter. The gases from Jupiter began to be stripped away by Qin Yuan. Now that the gases from both were in contact, Qin Yuan could start the process of consumption. However, he felt that they were still too far apart for the consumption to proceed quickly. Therefore, he chose to get closer. As Qin Yuan approached, the gases escaping from Jupiter accelerated even more. The terrifying gravitational force generated by Qin Yuan stripped away the gases surrounding Jupiter, which were captured and consumed by him. Qin Yuan approached Jupiter, and the 2 spheres made contact. Devour. A voice echoed in Qin Yuan's mind. Jupiter transformed into golden light, which swiftly flew towards Qin Yuan. Although his volume no longer increased, his mass and density skyrocketed. Because Qin Yuan's mass overwhelmed that of Jupiter, this devouring was much quicker than when he consumed Sirius B. Jupiter completely vanished, leaving only the Sun as the solitary entity in the solar system. Wrapped in golden light, Qin Yuan watched as the light gradually dispersed. He examined his body, questioning whether his volume had indeed stopped increasing. To enhance his volume now, there was only one method: to become a star. Only by becoming a star could he continue to increase in size. Chapter 17. Another solar system. Qin Yuan glanced at the Sun in the distance. He withdrew his gaze and, using his spiritual sense to propel his body, flew out of the solar system. Now, Qin Yuan was not only large in volume and mass. After devouring so many celestial bodies, his spiritual sense had also grown stronger, and his speed had increased significantly. Previously, when he visited Sirius, he realized that the brightest star visible in the solar system was the light emitted by Sirius A. Therefore, this time he chose another luminous star and flew toward that direction. Passing through the Oort cloud, he returned to interstellar space and continued flying forward. Qin Yuan's body was enormous, yet his speed was entirely inversely proportional to his massive mass and volume. In an instant, his figure vanished from its original position, entering interstellar space. Due to the change in direction, he did not waste much time before encountering a wandering planet. This planet was roughly the same size as Qin Yuan. A gaseous giant planet the same size as me? It looked about the same. I wonder if I can devour it. With this thought, Qin Yuan controlled his body to fly over. His massive form made contact with the slowly drifting gaseous giant in interstellar space. As they drew closer, the gaseous substances surrounding both bodies tore apart due to gravitational forces. The gases from both sides erupted, creating a bridge in the vacuum. Devour. Devouring failed. The target was too large to consume. A mechanical voice echoed. Hearing this, Qin Yuan felt frustrated. Suddenly, he noticed that the gaseous giant, which had been drifting slowly, began to decelerate. Surprised, Qin Yuan paused for a moment. Perception ability. Qin Yuan unleashed his perception ability. Through this ability, he could not only see the surrounding objects, but also gather information about the celestial body in front of him, such as whether its volume or mass was larger than his. Using his perception, Qin Yuan discovered that the mass of the gaseous giant was comparable to that of Jupiter. Qin Yuan's current mass is 3 times that of Jupiter, which means it is 3 times the mass of the gas giant before him. No wonder its speed slows down as I approach it. Is this due to the immense gravitational pull I possess? After pondering for a moment, Qin Yuan had an idea. The celestial devouring system determines whether it can consume another body based on its volume. However, although my volume is similar to that of the gas giant, my mass is much greater. This means that even without the celestial devouring system, I can still consume it. With this thought in mind, Qin Yuan controlled his body and continued to approach the gas giant. Due to his enormous mass, the gravitational force he generated was significantly greater than that of the gas giant. As he drew near, his gravitational pull directly tugged at the gas giant, pulling it toward him. Although the gas giant was less massive than Qin Yuan, its gravitational force was also tearing at the material around Qin Yuan. However, it was evident that the gravitational force of the gas giant was not as strong as that generated by Qin Yuan. Under the immense gravitational force created by Qin Yuan, the gas of the gas giant was forcibly stripped away. The gas gradually flowed into Qin Yuan's body, causing the gas giant's volume to slowly shrink. Amidst this transformation, Qin Yuan whispered in his heart, "Devour." The gas giant, which had its volume forcibly taken away, was instantly enveloped in golden light. The golden light gradually merged into Qin Yuan's somewhat damaged form. Although Qin Yuan's volume was almost the same as the target, his mass was far greater. As they drew closer to each other, more material gravitated toward Qin Yuan. Even though both were losing material due to their mutual gravitational pull, the target lost more. Therefore, after a period of time, the target's volume would become slightly smaller. This reduction constituted the condition for Qin Yuan to use the celestial devouring system. The golden light was completely consumed by Qin Yuan. His surface, which had been somewhat damaged, began to repair itself with the influx of golden light. Qin Yuan's body returned to the form of a gas giant as before. At this moment, Qin Yuan gained the mass of the target, bringing his total mass to the equivalent of 4 Jupiters. To become the smallest brown dwarf in the celestial system, he needed a mass equivalent to 13 Jupiters. In that case, he was still 9 short. Qin Yuan was filled with enthusiasm and continued to fly forward. Along the way, he encountered another gas giant, with a volume similar to his own, but critically, its mass was 6 times that of Jupiter. Qin Yuan took a glance and immediately decided to give up. Although this one did not have the exaggerated mass of a white dwarf, there was no way to reduce its volume. Give up. Next one. On his journey, Qin Yuan encountered several rogue planets, all relatively small, mostly about the size of Earth. However, it was clear that massive rogue planets like Jupiter were quite rare. At the same time, Qin Yuan realized that in this vast universe, there was plenty of space, and within this spacious cosmos, originally thought to be an exceedingly large number of planets, they are surprisingly hard to encounter. As Qin Yuan devoured the wandering planets, he flew through space. He had no idea how long he had been flying. As a planet himself, Qin Yuan had even stopped considering time. One day, he noticed something familiar ahead. Was it the Oort cloud? A massive cloud appeared within the range of Qin Yuan's perception. This cloud was composed of comets, rocks, and ice. Qin Yuan had seen the Oort cloud twice when entering and exiting the solar system. The unique shape of the Oort cloud left a deep impression on him. He recognized this Oort cloud immediately, though it was denser than the one in the solar system. It resembled a spherical veil, seemingly existing to obscure something. The Oort cloud is the debris left over from the birth of the solar system. Some of this debris was already on the outskirts of the solar system, while some were expelled to the periphery by certain forces. This place was definitely not the solar system, but the shape and material composition of this cloud were unmistakably that of the Oort cloud. Could there be a similar existence to the solar system within this unfamiliar cosmic space? If so, could there be life present? Since he had nothing better to do, he decided to go in and take a look. Qin Yuan used his spiritual awareness to propel his body into the Oort cloud. He activated his perception ability. Once it was activated, the entire Oort cloud came into view. His perception penetrated through the Oort cloud, looking deeper inside. Upon doing so, Chen Yuan saw a star emitting a crimson glow. This sight left him somewhat shocked. How marvelous! Through his perception, he saw a star surrounded by several planets orbiting it. The arrangement was almost identical to that of the solar system. Chapter 18. Are there aliens in the universe? 1, 2, 3, 4. This star was accompanied by 6 planets, 3 terrestrial planets, and 3 gas giants. Among these planets, the terrestrial ones seemed larger than the gas giants. These rocky planets were immense, appearing to be at least 3 times the size of Earth. In other words, these 3 terrestrial planets were all super-Earths? Planets with canyons, craters, and volcanoes are referred to as terrestrial planets. In the solar system, terrestrial planets typically have smaller mass and volume. However, in some places, terrestrial planets are larger in mass and volume than those in the solar system, earning the designation of super-Earths. Some might think that a super-Earth is necessarily Earth with life, but that's not the case. A super-Earth simply refers to terrestrial planets that are significantly larger than those in the solar system, not implying the presence of life. Of course, life could potentially exist. There are 6 planets here, all appearing quite sizable. Although they are still much smaller compared to the largest planet in the system, they are still potential targets for consumption. Should I just go ahead and consume one? Wait a moment. Chen Yuan thought. This place is so similar to another well-known solar system. Perhaps intelligent life could emerge here as well. If I were to fly in directly, even a slight alteration in my gravitational influence could disrupt the orbits of these planets, potentially leading to the destruction of any life forms that are developing. With Chen Yuan's current mass and gravitational pull, just stepping into this celestial system would affect all the planets. Even if there were life, it could be destroyed for this reason. Currently, Chen Yuan is in the Oort cloud, so his influence on that celestial system is minimal. Before taking any action, it would be wise to check if there is any life in this system. Fortunately, after consuming numerous planets, his perception was now strong enough to encompass this celestial system effortlessly. To determine if there was life in this system, he merely needed to use his sensing ability. Chen Yuan took a glance. Initially, he had little hope, but after scanning with his perception, he was taken aback by his discovery. He focused his sensing ability on the second planet, which is close to the star. This planet has an atmosphere and contains oxygen. Its size is larger than that of Earth, with a mass nearly double that of Earth. Vast blue oceans and lush green forests are visible across the planet. This is undoubtedly a planet with life. This means that humanity is not alone after all. Chen Yuan used his sensing ability to delve into the planet. He saw a massive creature lying on the ground, surrounded by several beings resembling primitive humans, who were using their hands to consume the flesh of this creature. Are these primitive humans? No, these beings are somewhat similar to the primitive humans recorded on Earth, but they are much smaller, appearing to be only about 1 meter tall. Beside them, there are crude weapons made of stone. This indicates that these beings possess some level of intelligence. However, compared to humans from the well-known solar system, their intelligence is significantly lower. At that moment, a massive creature suddenly charged out behind the group of primitive beings enjoying their meal. With a roar, the primitive beings, upon seeing the enormous creature behind them, were terrified and fled in a panic. The massive creature lunged forward, biting one of the primitive beings. Clearly, life for these primitive beings on this planet is not optimistic. Chen Yuan retracted his sensing ability, contemplating the situation. The celestial system before him is very similar to another well-known solar system, so it is not surprising that it has given rise to planets capable of supporting life. Since this celestial system harbors life, Chen Yuan cannot consume any of its planets. Any disturbance to one of the planets would trigger a chain reaction affecting the others. At that moment, for the planet nurturing life, it would be an apocalypse. Well, never mind. Using his perception abilities, Chen Yuan marked this celestial system and flew out of the Oort cloud, continuing towards his previous destination. The emergence of the solar system was a highly accidental event, and the appearance of Earth was even more fortuitous. The birth of life could almost be described as a miracle. However, in this vast universe, amidst the countless celestial systems, even rare occurrences can become absolute. It is not surprising which level of civilization extraterrestrial beings belong to. As Chen Yuan traveled through interstellar space, he occasionally encountered some wandering planets, devouring them to increase his own size. Qin Yuan was unaware of how long he had been flying. Suddenly, he spotted a celestial body he had never seen before. What is that? The body before Qin Yuan emitted a faint glow. This light was dim, not as bright as the sun, nor as exaggerated as a white dwarf. It was entirely brown, but it was enormous. Estimated to be about half the size of the sun. Compared to Qin Yuan now, it seemed like a massive object. A brown dwarf? Qin Yuan never expected to encounter a brown dwarf. This was now his target. A brown dwarf is a celestial body located between the smallest stars and the largest planets. When a planet's mass exceeds 13 times that of Jupiter, it transforms into a brown dwarf. Brown dwarfs are not massive enough to initiate nuclear fusion. Thus, they are not classified as stars. However, their mass surpasses the limits of planets, so they are not considered planets either. Brown dwarfs are often referred to as failed stars, meaning they did not become stars. If Qin Yuan wanted to become a star, he had to transform into a brown dwarf, as this would allow him to exceed the planetary size limit, enabling him to devour other celestial bodies and gain both size and mass. Qin Yuan was focused on the brown dwarf, but suddenly he sensed something unusual. After wandering in interstellar space for a while, the celestial bodies he had seen, like wandering planets, were all flying in straight lines. However, this brown dwarf seemed to have its own orbit. It appeared to be rotating while also orbiting something else. Qin Yuan amplified his perception abilities and took a closer look. He was stunned. Next to this brown dwarf was another brown dwarf that was significantly larger. Was this another brown dwarf? A binary system composed of two brown dwarfs. Chapter 19. Can planets also form a trinary system? Qin Yuan found the existence of a binary system of brown dwarfs quite incredible. He had previously seen the binary system composed of Sirius A and Sirius B, but both were stars, and binary and trinary systems of stars exist. However, brown dwarfs do not belong to the category of stars. He never expected that there would be a binary system composed of brown dwarfs. Qin Yuan observed the two brown dwarfs in front of him through his perception ability. With this ability, he could determine the mass and volume of the two brown dwarfs. One of the brown dwarfs had a diameter of 70% of that of the sun, with a mass approximately 5% of the sun's. For now, let's call it brown dwarf A. The other brown dwarf had a diameter of 50% of the sun's and a mass of only 3% of the sun's, which we will refer to as brown dwarf B. Their masses sounded small, but in comparison to Jupiter, the difference became clear. Jupiter's mass is about 0.1 of the solar system. However, the smaller brown dwarf B had a mass equivalent to 30 times that of Jupiter. Currently, Qin Yuan's mass was only slightly greater than that of 4 Jupiters. For Qin Yuan, these two brown dwarfs were not only massive, but also vastly more massive than him. Although brown dwarfs are considered failed stars, they are still significantly larger than a planet like himself. After some contemplation, Qin Yuan thought that since he had seen them, he should take action. He focused his consciousness on brown dwarf B, attempting to control its movement. If he could make brown dwarf B collide with brown dwarf A, perhaps he could gain something from it. However, he received a mechanical voice stating, "Movement failed. Your consciousness is insufficient to control the target's actions." While this outcome was not surprising to Qin Yuan, it still left him feeling a bit frustrated. He realized he was still too small and needed to increase his mass quickly to become a brown dwarf. With that thought, Qin Yuan redirected his gaze and continued to fly forward, exploring the vast universe. He was uncertain how long he had been flying or how much time had passed. Along the way, he encountered several wandering planets, but their sizes and masses were comparable to that of Earth. Given Qin Yuan's current mass, planets of similar volume and mass to Earth did not satisfy him. However, accumulating smaller masses could eventually add up. After spending a considerable amount of time, he finally managed to gather a mass equivalent to 1 Jupiter. Now, his body mass was equal to that of 5 Jupiters. Once his mass reached that of 13 Jupiters, he could become a brown dwarf. On this day, as Qin Yuan looked ahead, he was suddenly filled with joy. Directly in front of him, 3 planets appeared. All 3 were gas giants, with 2 of them being the same size as his current form. These 2 gas giants were orbiting each other, resembling the binary star systems he had seen earlier. Beside these 2 gas giants was another planet, similar in size to Saturn in the solar system, but at a greater distance. However, due to the gravitational influence of the 2 gas giants, it also formed a unique orbit. The 3 planets together created an astonishing triple system. Generally speaking, binary systems and trinary systems refer to celestial systems composed of 2 or 3 stars. However, It is not only stars that can attract each other and form celestial systems. Planets also experience gravitational interactions. The 3 planets in front of us are clearly rogue planets. It seems that these 3 rogue planets have come close to each other in the vast interstellar space and have been captured by each other's gravity, ultimately forming a trinary system composed of rogue planets. In the vast universe, such occurrences are quite rare. But for Chun Yuan, this is not important. What matters is that these 3 gas giants are the perfect targets for him to acquire mass. Should he rush in and swallow them all? No, that wouldn't be wise. Chun Yuan is not foolish. The 2 gas giants that are similar in size to him are not far apart. If he wants to absorb them, he cannot simply use his swallowing ability, as their sizes are comparable to his. To absorb them, he must use his own gravity to forcibly shrink their volumes before he can use swallowing. During this process, Chun Yuan would also be affected by the target's gravity, causing his gas to be drawn away and his crust to fracture. If it were a one-on-one situation, Chun Yuan could ensure his victory. However, if another target approaches while he is absorbing one, he might not finish absorbing it before being torn apart by the dual gravitational forces of the 2 gas giants. Thinking of this, Chun Yuan decided to first check the mass of the targets. If their masses are only comparable to that of Jupiter, he wouldn't have to be too afraid. Chun Yuan activated his sensing ability. The mass of the first gas giant, which is the same size as him, is 3 times that of Jupiter. The second one, also similar in size to him, has a mass of 2 Jupiters. The other one, which is about the size of Saturn, has a mass equal to that of Saturn. Chun Yuan took a deep breath. Thankfully, he hadn't acted recklessly. The combined mass of these 2 is equivalent to 5 Jupiters. If caught between 2 planets of such mass, it would be quite perilous for him. Although the combined mass is not as formidable as that of the previous white dwarf, it must be noted that the white dwarf was significantly smaller than Chun Yuan and was a single entity. By using swallowing, the white dwarf's gravitational influence would dissipate. However, if Chun Yuan wants to absorb these 2 entities, he would have to reduce their volumes at the cost of his own mass and volume in order to use swallowing. This introduces many uncertainties. It is far more dangerous than facing the white dwarf before. What should he do? An idea suddenly struck Chun Yuan. He focused his mind on the planet that is about the size of Saturn nearby and used his mental energy to control it, guiding it away from this trinary system. Although Chun Yuan cannot control brown dwarfs, controlling a rogue planet of similar mass and size to Saturn is quite easy for him. After the planet was pushed away, Chun Yuan moved directly towards it without any unnecessary operations. He absorbed it. As he approached, the wandering planet transformed into golden light and was consumed by Chun Yuan. After devouring this smaller wandering planet, Chun Yuan focused on the 2 massive wandering planets. He used his divine sense to control one of them, driving it apart from the other. Since he couldn't go directly, he controlled them with his divine sense, pulling them apart. As long as their gravitational forces did not affect each other, there would be no threat when Chun Yuan absorbed them. This made it easier to consume them. Chun Yuan was surprised to find that when he previously controlled Neptune with his divine sense, it felt very difficult. Now, he felt relaxed controlling this wandering planet, which had a mass equivalent to 2 Jupiter-sized planets. Clearly, during this period of increasing his size and mass, his divine sense had also undergone a terrifying leap. Compared to a brown dwarf, Chun Yuan was indeed far inferior. However, compared to a gas giant planet of similar size, he was more than sufficient. Chapter 20. Asteroid impact on a planet directly dismantling this binary system composed of planets. Chun Yuan used his divine sense to control his body and flew towards the gas giant planet with a mass comparable to 2 Jupiter-sized planets. As they approached each other, their gravitational forces began to affect one another. The gases surrounding each other started to escape and drift towards Chun Yuan. The gases around Chun Yuan were also attracted by the target's celestial body. The gases on the periphery of both began to intertwine. Chun Yuan continued to move closer. As he did, the crust of both began to fracture. Since Chun Yuan's mass was much larger than that of the target, more material from the target drifted towards him, causing its volume to decrease. The crust on Chun Yuan's body also cracked, but clearly not as quickly as that of the target. When the target's volume was visibly less than Chun Yuan's, he spoke. Absorb. The target was immediately covered in golden light, which slowly merged into Chun Yuan's body. He was consuming the gas giant before him. Its mass was not greater than that of a white dwarf, and its volume was weaker than Chun Yuan's. So he absorbed it quickly. In no time, the gas giant was completely devoured by Chun Yuan. After gaining the mass of this gas giant, Chen Yuan's total mass had reached that of 8 Jupiter-sized planets. He only needed the mass equivalent to 5 more Jupiter-sized planets to transform into a brown dwarf. With that thought, Chen Yuan's gaze fell on the last gas giant in the planetary triple system. He flew towards it. Now, Chen Yuan had a mass equivalent to 8 Jupiter-sized planets, while the gas giant before him had the mass of only 3 Jupiter-sized planets. Although Chen Yuan's volume was nearly the same as the target's, his mass was already more than double that of the target. Therefore, he didn't need to think much and approached directly. Using its own gravity, it tore apart and devoured the mass and volume of the target, and then utilized the absorption capability of celestial bodies to completely consume it. A planetary system composed of 3 stars provided Chen Yuan with a mass equivalent to 6 times that of Jupiter. Chen Yuan felt extremely happy. Now, he possessed a mass equivalent to 11 Jupiters and only needed 2 more Jupiter-sized masses to become a brown dwarf. Achieving 2 Jupiter masses could easily be done by casually consuming some planets during his travels. Chen Yuan was suddenly a bit excited and continued on his journey. After flying for a while, Chen Yuan encountered several Earth-sized rogue planets. Since having them was better than not, he directly devoured them all. However, after flying for a long time, he lost track of how much time had passed. Finally, he managed to consume celestial bodies that equaled the mass of a Jupiter. Now, he was just 1 Jupiter-sized mass away from becoming a brown dwarf. But after flying for a long time again, Chen Yuan couldn't help but think of the planetary system he had encountered earlier that resembled a solar system. I've been flying for quite some time. I wonder how those primitive beings on that super-Earth are doing now. He thought for a moment and remembered that at the outer edge of that planetary system, there seemed to be a gas giant similar in size to Jupiter. If I were to devour that gas giant, it shouldn't have much impact on the life-harboring planet, right? Probably, it wouldn't have much effect. Continuing to fly like this isn't a good idea. Should I go back and take a look? All right. Chen Yuan made up his mind, turned around, and flew back towards the direction of that planetary system. In the vast interstellar space, Chen Yuan had no idea how long he had been flying again. He had almost forgotten about time. For him, time seemed non-existent. Finally, he saw the familiar Oort cloud again. I'm finally back. I really don't know how long I have been flying. When I was still human on Earth, I always felt trapped and unfree. Now I realize that freedom is so exhausting. Forget it. Let us go in and take a look at this planetary system that resembles the solar system and see what is going on. He entered the Oort cloud and activated his perception ability. What is going on? Previously, that blue planet had now turned into a withered yellow planet. The entire planet appeared brownish red. The crust of the planet was ravaged by lava, and the sky was filled with dust. Through his perception ability, Chen Yuan discovered a massive crater on the planet's crust. Even from space, that crater was particularly eye-catching. However, Chen Yuan had not seen that crater before. Seeing the crater, Chen Yuan understood. During the time he had been away, that planet had been struck by asteroids. The life that once existed on the planet had already experienced a mass extinction. Why is that? There was clearly a presence similar to Jupiter on the outer edge of the planet. Why did it still suffer an asteroid impact? Chen Yuan pondered. Suddenly, Chen Yuan's perception revealed an asteroid belt. The location of this asteroid belt was situated between the 3rd and 4th planets of this celestial system. The earlier planet that nurtured life was positioned at the 2nd planet. The distance between the 3rd and 4th planets was considerable, and the asteroid belt in between was not small like that of another well-known system. The asteroids within this belt were of a certain scale, while not large. Any one of these asteroids, if it struck a planet, would be catastrophic. Meanwhile, the planet comparable in size to Jupiter was located at the very edge of the celestial system. This meant that the impact on the life-bearing planet was indeed caused by an object from the asteroid belt between the 3rd and 4th planets. It was truly fragile. Chen Yuan felt a strange sensation. Asteroids seemed so insignificant to him that he almost looked down on those tiny bodies akin to dust. However, for the life on the planet, just one asteroid was enough to lead to their extinction. Life was so fragile. Reflecting back on that planet known as Earth, its existence seemed entirely coincidental. The existence of Earth was incredibly precious. The fact that life on Earth could thrive for such a long time was nothing short of a miracle. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Chen Yuan's gaze shifted to the gas giant at the outermost edge of the celestial system, which was comparable in mass to Jupiter. He used his mental energy to control his body and moved closer to the gas giant. As Chen Yuan approached, the orbital speed of the gas giant gradually slowed down. The The gases surrounding it were drawn towards him by his immense gravitational force, starting to break free from the planet and rush towards him. Chen Yuan unceremoniously consumed the gas. He drew near to the gas planet, and upon contact, devoured. This was the last one. Once he swallowed this, he would become a brown dwarf. Chapter 21. Waking up to find nearby planets consumed in an instant, the gas giant transformed into a golden light, which then entered Chen Yuan's body. When the volume and mass of the gas giant completely merged into him, a muffled sound echoed deep within his core. Boom! Chen Yuan heard a tremendous noise and felt his body begin to expand. This sensation was somewhat reminiscent of when he was still a satellite, being shattered by a nuclear explosion. In a moment, Chen Yuan's consciousness faded away. He fell into a deep sleep. It was unclear how much time passed in this slumber. Gradually, Chen Yuan's awareness returned. He came to his senses. Where am I? Chen Yuan opened his perception and looked around, discovering that he was still within the celestial system that contained the life-bearing planet. He was now naturally orbiting the nearby star. This meant that during the time he had been unconscious, he had been captured by that star and had become one of its planets. He never expected to faint like that. If I had known I would faint, I would have found a safe place to absorb. Fortunately, I wasn't pulled in by the star's gravity. If I had been swallowed by it, that would have been disastrous. Chen Yuan murmured to himself, then looked down at his own form. He was stunned. Is this what a brown dwarf looks like? At this moment, Chen Yuan had significantly increased in size, with a diameter about 30% that of the Sun. Don't underestimate this 30%. Jupiter's volume is only 1,000th that of the Sun. By that comparison, one can understand just how large Chen Yuan had become. When a planet reaches the size of Jupiter, it is close to its limit. Clearly, Chen Yuan had transformed into a brown dwarf. When a planet reaches a mass equivalent to 13 Jupiters, it meets the conditions for igniting the tritium within. Once tritium can ignite, the celestial body can generate heat on its own, although it is not enough to form nuclear fusion and become a star. The heat generated from igniting tritium will cause expansion, ultimately forming a brown dwarf. A size of 30% that of the Sun made Chen Yuan very satisfied. This way, when he later absorbs planets the size of Jupiter, he can directly use his absorption ability. As for mass, Chen Yuan discovered that his mass had also increased. After fainting from absorbing that gas giant, he now possessed a mass equivalent to 14 Jupiters, having started at 13. It was quite peculiar that he could still grow in mass after becoming a brown dwarf. This felt good. Waking up to such a significant change made Chen Yuan ecstatic. First, he would assess the current situation before considering what to do next. Using his perception ability, Chen Yuan looked around. To his surprise, he was stunned when he saw the size of the star before him. It was clearly the star from the previous celestial system that had a habitable planet. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that all the planets that had previously orbited that star were now gone. The celestial system now seemed to have transformed into a binary system with just himself and that star. What happened? Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Yuan. Could it be that I absorbed them all? As he pondered this, he recalled the sudden increase in his mass equivalent to a Jupiter. Chen Yuan understood. It seemed that, during my slumber, as I orbited this star, those planets were likely drawn in by my gravity, pulled outward from their orbits, and then were absorbed by me. No wonder my size increased. Does this mean that the habitable planet was also absorbed by me? It seems that way. Chen Yuan felt a bit downcast. It was rare to discover a planet with life, only for it to end up like this. He looked at the star. The star before him was larger than the Sun, emitting a reddish light. He hadn't paid much attention before, but now he realized that it was a red giant. After a star has gone through a long period of maturity, it enters its old age. Many people may think that stars are eternal and indestructible, but in reality, that is not the case. Stars also have a lifespan. As a star enters its old age and becomes a red giant, its size increases. When the red giant expands, the surrounding planets are affected as well. In our solar system, the Sun is currently in its prime. If Earth is not consumed by the Sun, when it eventually becomes a red giant, the Sun's size will expand significantly, and it could very likely engulf the Earth directly. Even if it does not consume the Earth, humanity cannot survive. Once the hydrogen in the star is completely burned out, it will become a white dwarf. If this star was a red giant, it means this celestial system has been here for an extremely long time. The planet that harbored life may have experienced many mass extinctions, and given time, new life could emerge again. Unfortunately, Chen Yuan sighed. He didn't dwell on it too much. This celestial system was left with only the massive red giant. Its size was overwhelmingly large. The possibility of consuming it was basically non-existent. This meant that staying any longer held no significance. Chen Yuan used his consciousness to control his increasingly massive body and left. Although his size and mass had increased, his speed did not slow down. In fact, it became even faster. Chen Yuan continued to wander through interstellar space, searching for suitable wandering planets to consume, flying towards a point of light. The universe was incredibly vast. Even at Chen Yuan's current speed, traveling from one celestial system, similar to the solar system, to another would take an exceptionally long time. Along the way, Chen Yuan consumed several planets, increasing his mass by 3 times that of Jupiter. One day, through his sensing ability, he saw something strange. Were those space battleships? 3 enormous space battleships appeared within his perception. They were flying swiftly. Unlike the battleships of Earth, which resemble aircraft carriers, these were circular. Could they be from an alien civilization? Wait, their direction is exactly aligned with mine. If that's the case, we will meet. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Chen Yuan noticed that the 3 massive battleships were approaching, now at a distance where they could be seen by the naked eye. The 3 ships sped towards him. Suddenly, countless missiles were launched from these gigantic battleships, flying towards Chen Yuan. What? Chen Yuan was taken aback. Boom. With a loud explosion, the missiles detonated upon hitting Chen Yuan. The power of these missiles was immense, far exceeding what Chen Yuan understood about nuclear weapons. Could they be hydrogen bombs? However, these hydrogen bombs had almost no effect on Chen Yuan's massive body. The 3 battleships continued to bombard him with various missiles like a torrential storm, following him as he flew. It seemed as if they intended to disperse Chen Yuan directly. Chen Yuan felt a bit displeased. He absorbed. Chen Yuan changed his trajectory and swept towards the 3 warships. The 3 warships were caught off guard and were engulfed by Chen Yuan's gravitational pull. As soon as the warships touched the outer atmosphere of Chen Yuan, they transformed into golden light and merged into his body. They were consumed by Chen Yuan. What were they doing? It was truly strange. Chapter 22. Has the light vanished? Suddenly attacked by a certain civilization left Chen Yuan a bit bewildered. Why would a civilization launch an attack on him? Chen Yuan continued to fly in the previous direction. Through his perception ability, he discovered that there was an Oort cloud directly ahead. The existence of the Oort cloud meant that there was likely a presence similar to the solar system ahead. Chen Yuan stopped outside the Oort cloud, opened his perception ability, and let it penetrate into the Oort cloud. He saw the situation inside the Oort cloud. Within this Oort cloud, there was a celestial system. In the center was a star, and orbiting around the star were 7 planets. Among these 7 planets, there was a blue planet that looked somewhat similar to Earth. Clearly, this planet was one that harbored life. Previously, those 3 warships had evidently flown out from that planet. Indeed, there was a civilization ahead. But why did this civilization suddenly launch an attack on a planet that seemed so friendly? Suddenly, Chen Yuan instinctively glanced at the direction he was heading. He understood. The other side must have detected Chen Yuan's presence using some form of technology and determined that he would continue moving forward. If Chen Yuan continued onward and entered their celestial system, given his mass and volume as a brown dwarf, even without colliding with the planet they depended on, the gravitational influence would alter the environment of their celestial system. For them, that would be catastrophic. In other words, if Chen Yuan stepped into this celestial system, that civilization would face a mass extinction event. Realizing this, Chen Yuan understood the situation. No wonder the civilization sent warships to attack him. It was for self-preservation. This civilization was undoubtedly an extraterrestrial one, quite different from the primitive civilization he encountered earlier. After such a long time of interstellar travel, Chen Yuan felt a sense of curiosity. He wanted to see what these advanced, intelligent extraterrestrial beings looked like. Through his perception ability, Chen Yuan looked at the blue planet. Unlike the primitive beings, this planet had advanced life forms resembling humans, but they were different. They had long limbs, light green skin, and larger heads and eyes. For someone who was once human, they appeared quite peculiar. At that moment, Chen Yuan noticed a massive artificial space station outside this planet. Through the space station, he could see rows of warships inside. This artificial space station was large enough to rival half a moon. The battleship that just attacked Chen Yuan clearly came from that artificial space station. If Chen Yuan wanted to attack them, he would hardly need to do anything. He just had to enter their celestial system, and they would undoubtedly perish. However, Habitable planets are rare. Chen Yuan looked at that celestial system, which had 7 planets orbiting a star. The star was as large as the sun, making it impossible to consume. As for the combined mass of the 7 planets, it was probably only the size of Jupiter. Before Chen Yuan transformed into a brown dwarf, he was also a high-level life form. He still held great respect for the existence of life. Let's take a detour. With that thought, Chen Yuan changed his direction and chose another glowing star to head towards. Along the way, he absorbed any rogue planets he encountered. Ever since Chen Yuan became a brown dwarf, he had been gaining mass by devouring rogue planets, which also increased his size. Brown dwarfs have the ability to ignite tritium. When he consumed other planets, he obtained more tritium. The more burnable material there is, the larger the burning area, and thus the greater the size, right? Chen Yuan's understanding of brown dwarfs was limited based on the astronomical knowledge he had learned on Earth. Therefore, he could only speculate about the current increase in the size of the brown dwarf. There is a volume limit for planets. Something the size of Jupiter is already at the upper limit for planets. There are indeed planets that exceed Jupiter's size, and the reason they can surpass this limit is often due to the presence of a nearby star. They are subjected to the heat from the star, causing their volume to expand. As a brown dwarf, Chen Yuan could expand to his current size, likely because the tritium within him was ignited, providing enough heat for his body to grow. Therefore, Chen Yuan speculated that the reason his size increased after consuming other celestial bodies was due to gaining more fuel. In other words, as long as he continued to consume more planets and gain more mass, his size would also increase. Chen Yuan recalled the binary star system he encountered earlier, formed by 2 brown dwarfs. In that system, one of the smaller brown dwarfs had a diameter 50% that of the Sun. This meant that if his diameter exceeded 50% of the Sun's diameter, he could consume that brown dwarf. But to exceed 50% of the Sun's diameter, he didn't know how many Jupiter-sized planets he would need to consume. Chen Yuan continued to fly forward, targeting a point of light in the universe. However, halfway through his journey, he noticed that the nearby point of light was becoming increasingly bright, while the point he was pursuing gradually dimmed and eventually disappeared. Gone. Chen Yuan immediately understood. Some light comes from very distant places, from hundreds or thousands of light years away. This meant that by the time some light reached him, hundreds of years had already passed. During this time, that star may have already perished. Time to find another target. Chen Yuan glanced around and spotted the brightest star. After locking onto the target, he set off, flying towards that star. Thus, Chen Yuan continued to devour the wandering planets he encountered while flying towards the star. He did not know what that star was. It could be a star, a planet, or even a star that had burned out thousands of light years away. All he needed was a target, as having none in this vast interstellar space would be quite dull. Chen Yuan had no idea how long he had been flying. The mass of the wandering planets he had consumed was close to 5 Jupiter masses, and now he had a total mass of 22 Jupiter masses. To become a star, he needed to reach 80 Jupiter masses. He only needed another 58 Jupiter masses, and then he could become a true star. Chapter 23, The Massive Artificial Planet He. A voice echoed in Chen Yuan's mind. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Yuan snapped back to reality. What was that sound? Was it the voice of the celestial devouring system? It shouldn't be. The system's voice was emotionless, but this voice was filled with emotion. Who is it? Chen Yuan pondered. Do you have consciousness? Another voice came through. Hearing this voice, Chen Yuan regained his focus. He activated his perception ability and looked around. To his astonishment, he found someone beside him. It was a person, a human. However, this individual was unlike any Earth human Chen Yuan knew. This person had pure silver hair, blue eyes, and a body that resembled a finely crafted work of art. But this scene was too bizarre. What was going on? Am I dreaming? Chen Yuan was currently in interstellar space, traveling at an incredible speed. It was impossible for a human to fly through the universe without protection, let alone reach a speed like Chen Yuan's without any equipment. This was too outrageous. Perhaps he had been flying in this vast universe for too long, which caused his consciousness to blur, leading to such a vision. No, he had been flying for a long time without experiencing any blurriness in his consciousness. Could this really exist? Chen Yuan carefully sensed the existence of this person. Upon sensing, Chen Yuan was stunned. The person appeared to be about 1.7 meters tall, but their body mass was enormous, far more than what a human should have. As they flew, a blue glow emanated from their body. This meant that their body was acting as a propellant. This was not a human. It was a technological creation. The biological flesh and blood body was incredibly fragile. Even advanced intelligent life forms, composed of flesh and blood, were very weak. When a civilization seeks to leave its own planet, there are two methods. One is to rely on external forces, such as spacesuits, to protect their physical bodies from the terrifying forces of the universe. The second is to abandon their flesh and blood, using technology to create a body capable of adapting to the cosmic environment, implanting their consciousness within it. The civilization before me, which resembles humans, has clearly chosen the second method. However, to reach the level of what I see now, it must require an incredibly advanced technology. According to what Qin Yuan knows, the civilization of Earth before his reincarnation could never achieve such a level. I am communicating with you through consciousness. I believe you can understand my words. Accompanied by the voice, this entity suddenly accelerated, flying in front of Qin Yuan. It suddenly stopped, and Qin Yuan halted as well. Indeed, you possess consciousness. It looked at Qin Yuan and said, "Please do not move forward. There is a civilization ahead, which is my own, with your mass and gravitational pull. If you were to enter the celestial system of our civilization, it would collapse." Qin Yuan amplified his perception and looked ahead. In the distance, there was a massive red giant star. Surrounding the red giant were 3 planets. When Qin Yuan saw the first planet, he realized it was an artificial planet. The planet closest to the red giant was unmistakably a high-tech sphere. This sphere was entirely made of metal, and it was unclear whether it had a core or anything similar. However, it was certain that this planet was entirely artificial. It was completely a man-made planet. It was unimaginable, almost unbelievable. Can planets be created artificially? This civilization is far more powerful than both the Earth civilization and the previous one he encountered. I wonder if such a civilization possesses weapons capable of destroying a brown dwarf star. On Earth, on January 2nd, 1959, the world's first artificial planet was created by the former Soviet Union. They sent Luna 1 into interstellar space with a rocket, breaking free from Earth's gravity to become an artificial celestial body orbiting the sun forever. Of course, that kind of artificial planet was very small. Compared to this giant artificial planet, which is the same size as Earth, it would be impossible to create such a terrifying planet without strong technological support. Through his perception, Qin Yuan could see many people living on this artificial planet. Incredible. Had this artificial planet originally existed within this celestial system? Perhaps not, as Qin Yuan noticed that there was no Oort cloud or asteroid belt in this celestial system. It was simply composed of a red giant star, an artificial planet, and 2 natural planets. This artificial planet was very likely moved here from another civilization. The universe is incredibly vast, and one can encounter all sorts of things. Qin Yuan withdrew his perception ability and looked at the artificial being in front of him. It was staring at Qin Yuan, observing his expression. Qin Yuan changed his trajectory. "Are you searching for celestial bodies to consume?" A voice came through. Qin Yuan paused his movements. He used his perception ability to examine the speaking artificial being. This creature actually knew? Qin Yuan came to his senses and understood. If this civilization could create artificial planets of such scale, it meant they could certainly observe Qin Yuan's presence from a great distance. No wonder it knew he had consciousness. If you want to find a celestial body to consume, fly that way. There are celestial bodies you need. It pointed in a direction. Looking at where it indicated, Qin Yuan flew in that direction. He wasn't sure if it would deceive him, but he was indeed searching for celestial bodies to consume. Qin Yuan flew onward. His sense of time had faded. To him, it felt as though he hadn't flown long. Is that a brown dwarf? A binary system of brown dwarfs. Qin Yuan was utterly surprised to see a binary system of brown dwarfs here. However, unlike the previous brown dwarfs he had encountered, these 2 were clearly smaller. The smallest brown dwarf had a diameter slightly smaller than Qin Yuan's own. Yet, its mass was significant, reaching about 16 times that of Jupiter. The other one was slightly larger than the first, but still a bit smaller than Qin Yuan, with a mass equivalent to 20 Jupiters. Great! Qin Yuan felt ecstatic. Since both brown dwarfs were smaller than him, it meant he could consume them. Consuming brown dwarfs would be much faster than consuming gas giants. Chapter 24. A planet larger than Jupiter. Qin Yuan locked onto the smaller brown dwarf with his mind, and then controlled it to fly away from the gravitational influence of the other brown dwarf. Once the gravitational connection between the 2 was severed, Qin Yuan used his mental control to approach the separated smaller brown dwarf. This target was inferior to Qin Yuan in both mass and volume. as long as the two brown dwarfs didn't become entangled due to gravitational effects. Consuming them would pose no danger. Chen Yuan approached the smaller brown dwarf he had separated. As he drew near, the atmospheres of the two bodies began to attract each other due to gravitational forces, intertwining and forming a bridge of atmosphere between them. When their atmospheres touched, Chen Yuan could also consume them. However, he felt that such a method would be relatively slow, so he chose to get closer to the brown dwarf itself. As their gravitational fields interacted, the crust of the target was instantly torn apart, and scorching magma erupted. Consume. Although Chen Yuan's mass far exceeded that of the target, and he could consume it even without the celestial body consumption system's ability, he did not intend to experience the sensation of his body being torn apart by the other's mass. In an instant, the brown dwarf before him transformed into a golden light. The golden light quickly entered Chen Yuan's body. The mass and volume of Chen Yuan increased at a visible rate. Before long, the brown dwarf was completely consumed by Chen Yuan. His mass and volume had grown. Prior to consuming this brown dwarf, he already had a mass equivalent to 22 Jupiters. After devouring the brown dwarf, Chen Yuan's mass increased to that of 36 Jupiters, and his volume diameter was now half that of the sun. Chen Yuan's gaze fell on another brown dwarf. He used his consciousness to control his body and approached the brown dwarf. It was larger in size, but compared to Chen Yuan now, it was relatively small. This brown dwarf was smaller than the previous one he had encountered. He directly consumed it. The brown dwarf turned into golden light, which gradually entered Chen Yuan's body. His mass and volume rapidly increased as he completely absorbed the brown dwarf. With both brown dwarfs consumed, Chen Yuan used his perception to assess his body. Now, his volume diameter was over 60% that of the sun, and his mass had reached that of 53 Jupiters. This meant he only needed another 27 Jupiter masses to become a star. He felt comfortable and was extremely happy. With his current volume and mass, he was already capable of consuming the two brown dwarfs he had encountered earlier. The thought of becoming a star excited Chen Yuan. He controlled his body with his consciousness and flew towards the direction where he had encountered the brown dwarfs. Previously, Chen Yuan had marked the location with his perception, so he wasn't worried about getting lost. His speed was much faster than before. On his way to search for the brown dwarfs, Chen Yuan discovered a cloud of Oort, and within it, he found a celestial system. Upon discovering a new celestial system, Chen Yuan instinctively slowed down. He observed the system. Could it be another celestial system with life? A quick glance revealed that at the center of this celestial system was a star, surrounded by 5 planets. Chen Yuan noticed that all 5 planets were gas giants. One of the gas giants, located close to the star, was particularly large, being 1.5 times the size of Jupiter. This was quite astonishing. It's known that a planet's size has limits, usually only slightly larger than Jupiter. To be 1.5 times larger than Jupiter is extremely rare. However, the size of this gas giant clearly exceeded that of Jupiter. After observing, Chen Yuan made a judgment. It was indeed rare for a planet close to a star to be a gas giant. Had it absorbed too much heat from being too close, causing its volume to expand beyond the typical limits? This was truly remarkable, a hot Jupiter. Hot Jupiters are gas giants that orbit extremely close to their stars. Due to their proximity to the star, they absorb excessive heat, causing their volume to expand and exceed the limits of planetary size. Such gas giants are referred to as hot Jupiters. Chen Yuan glanced at the other 4 planets. The other 4 were also gas giants, all smaller than the hot Jupiter. However, this was expected, as the hot Jupiter had surpassed the size limits of typical planets. Chen Yuan did not ponder further. He decided to absorb them first. With that, he used his consciousness to propel his body into the celestial system. One by one, he consumed all the planets in this system. The hot Jupiter was large, but still smaller than Chen Yuan. Its mass was also relatively low, only slightly larger than that of Jupiter. Chen Yuan entered the orbit of the hot Jupiter. As he approached, he immediately felt a gravitational pull from the star. Realizing this pull, he instinctively looked at the star. Was he too close? The hot Jupiter was indeed very close to the star. Even closer than Mercury is to the sun. At this moment, Chen Yuan's size and mass were considerable, so the star's gravity was naturally significant at such a close distance. Fortunately, this gravity was still within Chen Yuan's tolerance. He used his consciousness to control his body, easily countering the gravitational pull. His gaze fell upon the hot Jupiter as he maneuvered closer. Just like before when he absorbed other planets, he neared the hot Jupiter and consumed it. The hot Jupiter was enveloped in golden light, gradually merging into Chun Yuan's body. Perhaps due to Chun Yuan's massive size and mass, the absorption speed was notably faster. And before long, the hot Jupiter was consumed. Just as he finished absorbing it, he was suddenly pulled in one direction by gravity. Chun Yuan came to his senses and found himself hurtling toward the star. He concentrated. If it wanted to consume him, its gravity was not enough. Chun Yuan used his consciousness to control his body, forcibly breaking free from the star's gravitational pull and flying away. After distancing himself from the star, he assessed his size and mass. Having consumed 5 more planets, he had increased his mass by the equivalent of 3 Jupiters, now totaling 56 times that of Jupiter. He was just 24 Jupiter masses away from becoming a star. With the 2 brown dwarfs he planned to absorb next, he estimated he would be nearly there. Chun Yuan felt immensely pleased and directed his body towards the brown dwarfs. Chapter 25. Absorbing brown dwarfs to become a star. Following the marked locations from his sensing ability, Chun Yuan flew to the position of the 2 large brown dwarfs he had encountered earlier. Sure enough, the 2 brown dwarfs were still in their original positions. There were 2 brown dwarfs, one with a diameter of 50% of the Sun and a mass of 3% of the Sun, and the other with a diameter of 70% of the Sun and a mass of 5% of the Sun. Now, the volume of Chun Yuan has reached 60% of the Sun's diameter. Although its volume is not as large as that of the bigger brown dwarf, its mass has already reached 6% of the Sun's mass. With this current mass, Chun Yuan only needs to consume one of the 2 brown dwarfs in front of him to shed the title of brown dwarf and fully activate nuclear fusion, transforming into a star. Chun Yuan's gaze fell on the smaller brown dwarf, which he named brown dwarf B. He used his consciousness to control brown dwarf B. Previously, Chun Yuan had attempted to control this brown dwarf, but at that time, his size and mass were too small, and his consciousness was naturally weaker, making it impossible to control the brown dwarf. But now, things were different. Chun Yuan effortlessly controlled brown dwarf B to move away from brown dwarf A. The 2 brown dwarfs were separated by Chun Yuan's consciousness. When their gravitational forces were disconnected, Chun Yuan locked his gaze on brown dwarf B and used his consciousness to approach it. As they got closer, their gravitational forces began to act on each other. The atmospheres of both were drawn together, tearing and entangling. Chun Yuan could completely feel the gravitational pull that brown dwarf B had on him. The surface of his body cracked, and lava surged forth. Of course, the other side wasn't doing well either. Chun Yuan's gravitational pull was much stronger, and the material surrounding brown dwarf B had already broken apart, turning into fragments that flew toward Chun Yuan along its atmosphere. Devouring. Chun Yuan activated his devouring ability. The body of brown dwarf B turned golden. Chun Yuan approached brown dwarf B, and as they got close, the golden light of brown dwarf B was rapidly absorbed by Chun Yuan as if it were being unwound. Chun Yuan's body was quickly enveloped in golden light, and his volume was increasing at a visible rate. Both his volume and mass were growing. Brown dwarf B was completely engulfed by Chun Yuan. After the devouring, the golden light on Chun Yuan slowly faded. Who? Chun Yuan could hear a loud sound resonating from within him. Is it about to start again? Before he could think further, his consciousness faded away. Chun Yuan didn't know how long he had been asleep. When he regained consciousness, he had no idea how many years had passed. As soon as he regained awareness, he didn't have time to observe his surroundings. He first looked at himself. Previously, Chun Yuan was a brownish-brown dwarf, but now, his volume had surged. He radiated a scorching red light, and his whole body had transformed into a red fireball. Compared to the current brown dwarf, the present Chun Yuan was a true star. At this moment, Chun Yuan's mass had reached 10% of the Sun's size. His mass was sufficient to ignite nuclear fusion. At this moment, Chun Yuan had undeniably become a star. However, he could only be considered the smallest type of star, a red dwarf. Red dwarfs are stars with a mass less than 50% of the Sun's mass, classified as low-mass stars. Wait, what? Chun Yuan's mass had now reached 8% of the Sun's mass, and he had successfully transformed from a brown dwarf into a red dwarf. But the problem is, Chun Yuan found that his size had shrunk. This discovery left Chun Yuan completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Chun Yuan's diameter was estimated to be less than 30% of that of the Sun. Compared to his size before becoming a star, it had shrunk by half. A red dwarf is a type of small star with a mass less than 50% of the Sun's mass, and most red dwarfs have a diameter of less than 1/3 of the Sun. There is a relationship between mass and volume. Sometimes, a smaller mass can result in a larger volume. Conversely, a larger mass can lead to a smaller volume. When a brown dwarf's mass is sufficient to ignite hydrogen and initiate nuclear fusion, the increased gravity causes the atmosphere, which had previously expanded due to heat, to be pulled back in. This explains why, despite successfully forming nuclear fusion and becoming a star, Chen Yuan's volume had actually decreased. Feeling frustrated, Chen Yuan recalled that when he was a brown dwarf, his volume was so large. He had thought that after consuming the brown dwarf bee and becoming a red dwarf, his volume would surge beyond that of the sun. However, it made sense. As the smallest type of star, if a red dwarf's volume exceeded that of the sun, it would be quite problematic. Indeed, he had overthought it. Well, never mind. He decided to continue consuming celestial bodies. Once his mass reached that of the sun, he believed his volume could also surpass that of the sun, and then he would give the sun a taste of its own medicine, thanking it for its past care. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan looked around. To his surprise, he realized he was drifting in interstellar space. Previously, he could still see that brown dwarf A, but now it was nowhere in sight. He had no idea how many years he had been drifting in this interstellar space. Chen Yuan was too lazy to think too much. Since he had flown so far, he might as well look for celestial bodies to consume. Chen Yuan activated his sensing ability. At that moment, he was astonished to find how vast his perception had become, compared to when he was a brown dwarf. It had nearly increased by 5 or 6 times. Although Chen Yuan didn't know the exact distance he could perceive, he was certain it was an astonishing range. An expanded sensing ability was a good thing. The universe was too vast, and previously, he could see very little. Now, he could observe much more. What was that ahead? A black hole. A black hole appeared within Chen Yuan's sensing ability. This black hole was devouring everything around it, with various materials spiraling around in a helical motion, being torn apart and forming an accretion disk exclusive to black holes. Material was gradually being drawn into the black hole, consumed by it. A black hole is a high-mass, high-density body formed from the evolution of a massive star, possessing a gravitational pull so strong that even light cannot escape, and it voraciously devours surrounding celestial bodies. There are countless black holes in the galaxy, and at the very center of the galaxy lies a colossal one, a supermassive black hole. Just as satellites orbit planets and planets orbit stars, all stars in the galaxy orbit this supermassive black hole. What Chen Yuan sees now is not that supermassive black hole. The black hole in front of him is just one of the countless black holes in the galaxy. Fortunately, his perception range has increased. Otherwise, if he got too close to that black hole, he would likely be torn apart by its gravitational pull. Chapter 26. I am going to devour a star. Chen Yuan uses his perception ability to examine the black hole from a distance. The gravitational pull of the black hole is so strong that even light cannot escape it. Without the reflection of light, it is naturally impossible to see the appearance of the black hole. What can be seen now is just a pitch-black void. The reason he can confirm that there is a black hole in the middle is due to the accretion disk formed around it, which allows others to determine that there is an object at the center. Some might think that the accretion disk resembles a whirlpool in the ocean, believing that the black hole is not a mass, but rather a vortex similar to an ocean whirlpool. However, through observation, it is not hard to conclude that it is not a whirlpool. A whirlpool exists in a plane-like form, while a black hole is a spherical entity. The accretion disk envelopes a spherical object. Thus, it can be determined that the black hole is not a cosmic whirlpool, but a spherical mass that cannot be seen with the naked eye. Near this black hole, there are many materials being consumed by it. These materials are plentiful and appear quite enticing. However, Chen Yuan would not be foolish enough to compete with a black hole for resources. Chen Yuan changes direction and flies away from the black hole. That thing is not something that can be dealt with by a red dwarf star. Although Chen Yuan is already a star, the difference compared to a black hole is like heaven and earth. While flying, Chen Yuan uses his perception ability to observe the surroundings. In the distance, it is hard to tell how far away it is. The range currently covered by his perception is too vast, even if Chen Yuan can see through it. Flying there would take an unknown number of years. He notices that the nearest celestial system to him seems to be the one where he previously encountered that large artificial planet. Looking further away, there is another celestial system, which consists of 3 stars. The largest of these stars is more than 3 times the size of the Sun and has a mass at least twice that of the Sun. The second star is somewhat smaller than the large one, but is still over a time larger than the Sun. The third star is similar to the Sun. The first two stars orbit each other, while the third star, although farther away, is also influenced by the other two stars orbiting together. The three stars form a trinary system. In this trinary system, there are no planets. Even binary systems find it difficult to support planets, let alone such a large trinary system. It's too massive. The size and mass of these three stars are clearly not what Qin Yuan prefers. They are too big. He cannot consume them. Suddenly, Qin Yuan notices a star. It is a red dwarf star. The diameter of this red dwarf is only 1/5 of his own. However, its mass is considerable, at 6% the size of the Sun. This is exactly what Qin Yuan needs. Qin Yuan flew directly towards the red dwarf star without any hesitation. Although his perception ability had detected it, the scope of what it could see was too vast. Even if he could perceive it, the time required to fly there was not short. Qin Yuan navigated based on the direction revealed by his perception. After an undetermined amount of time, he finally arrived at his destination. Upon seeing the red dwarf star, Qin Yuan was surprised to discover that there was a planet orbiting around it. Indeed, red dwarf stars are a type of star, and it is normal for them to have planets in orbit. However, this planet appeared somewhat special. It was a terrestrial planet, very close to the red dwarf star, and as it orbited, one side always faced the star, showing no signs of rotation or change in orientation. Theoretically, where there are stars, there is a habitable zone, and in those zones, there is a possibility for advanced life to develop. Yet for a long time, scientists believed that planets around red dwarf stars could not host life. This was because the light emitted by red dwarfs is significantly weaker than that from stars like the Sun. To obtain sufficient heat, a planet must be very close to the red dwarf, even closer than the distance between the Sun and Mercury. This proximity leads to a phenomenon where the planet is tidally locked by the gravitational pull of the red dwarf, always showing one face towards it. This means that only one side receives sunlight, while the other remains in perpetual darkness. Moreover, red dwarfs experience flare activities that can cause ultraviolet radiation to spike by hundreds to thousands of times, which, due to the planet's close distance, could instantly destroy any life on its surface, even without considering flare activities. The regular ultraviolet radiation and high-energy charged particles emitted by the red dwarf could strip away the planet's atmosphere. Without an atmosphere, life cannot survive. Therefore, for a long time, scientists believed that planets near red dwarfs could not support life. However, later observations revealed that the frequent high-energy radiation from red dwarfs mainly comes from young stars, while mature red dwarfs are relatively stable. This means that if a planet can maintain its atmosphere while orbiting a mature red dwarf, it may have a chance for renewal and could potentially host life. Qin Yuan focused on the Earth-sized terrestrial planet for a while. The side facing the red dwarf was a deep red, while the opposite side was pitch black and cold. Through his perception ability, Qin Yuan confirmed that there was no life on that planet. It appeared more like a decoration of the red dwarf star. His gaze shifted back to the red dwarf as he slowly approached it. The red dwarf began to lose its atmosphere due to Qin Yuan's gravitational pull, and he too was affected. The atmospheres of both entities started to entwine with each other. The terrestrial planet was also drawn by the gravitational pull of Qin Yuan and began to move toward him. As it got closer, the planet was directly torn into fragments by the combined gravitational forces of Qin Yuan and the red dwarf star. Qin Yuan felt a stir. The fragments of the terrestrial planet turned golden, and the red dwarf star also changed to a golden hue. Qin Yuan approached, and the golden light quickly entered his body, being rapidly absorbed. His volume and mass continued to increase. As the golden light spread, Qin Yuan perceived that his size had grown significantly and his mass had increased considerably. He felt a sense of satisfaction. This red dwarf star was about 6% the size of the Sun. Just like that, Qin Yuan's mass became 13% of the Sun's. This meant that with just a few more red dwarf stars, he could become an existence similar to the Sun. Chapter 27. There is an invisible substance in the universe. Qin Yuan activated his perception ability to search for the nearest red dwarf star and found one. He felt a sense of joy. With the expanded range of his perception, finding a target was much easier than before. Qin Yuan flew toward another red dwarf star. Halfway there, he spotted an unusual presence approaching rapidly. Through his perception ability, Qin Yuan was taken aback. He discovered that the figure flying toward him was a silver-haired woman in silver armor. Qin Yuan snapped back to reality. Another cyborg? Humans cannot fly in interstellar space. Only modified individuals or artificial beings can. The woman approached at a terrifying speed, and upon noticing Chun Yuan from afar, she stopped and stared at him, seemingly waiting for him to come closer. If they can develop technology for interstellar flight, then creating a telescope to observe the surrounding interstellar universe would also be a piece of cake. This individual likely came here for me. They probably witnessed my journey of consuming planets, and I wonder what they intend to do this time. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chun Yuan was getting closer to the unidentified being. He slowed down and hovered at a distance. She stood there watching him, and after he stopped, she spoke. A conscious star? How fascinating. A voice resonated in Chun Yuan's mind. The woman in front of him did not speak out loud. This voice directly entered his consciousness, much like when the celestial devouring system communicated with him. If it weren't for knowing that this civilization possessed advanced technology that allowed him to understand their words, he might have thought everyone was speaking in his native language. Chun Yuan pondered. However, this civilization likely could only express their intent to him, similar to the previous one he encountered. If he couldn't communicate with her, it wouldn't be of much use. Chun Yuan was lost in thought. As Chun Yuan pondered, the unknown creature before him displayed a hint of curiosity. Her eyes brightened slightly as she looked at Chun Yuan and said, I just intercepted a piece of dark information. That dark information was sent by you, right? Speaking of dark information brings us to dark communication, and discussing dark communication leads us to dark energy and quantum entanglement. Dark matter is an existence that cannot be seen with the naked eye, a concept that the civilization Chun Yuan belonged to could not comprehend. However, through evidence, the existence of dark matter can be firmly demonstrated. Thus, the entire universe cannot achieve its current balance solely through gravity. Scientists have allowed for a mysterious energy that maintains the balance of the universe. This energy is emitted by dark matter. Quantum entanglement refers to a phenomenon. To make a bold analogy, if two people are 100 light years apart, it is absolutely impossible for one to instantly share information with the other. However, in quantum entanglement, it is allowed that no matter how far apart two individuals are, even if they are 100,000 or 1,000,000 light years away, one person can receive information at the same moment the other does. That is quantum entanglement. Previously, the civilization Chun Yuan belonged to relied entirely on radio waves to transmit information, with the speed of radio waves being the speed of light. Yet quantum entanglement reveals to everyone that there exists something faster than light in our universe. Some analyses suggest that this phenomenon arises due to the influence of dark matter. Advanced civilizations might be able to discover and interpret dark matter, utilizing it along with quantum entanglement to establish dark communication, enabling information transfer and communication across millions of light years. The consciousness of others in advanced civilizations might be a type of existence used for transmitting dark communication, referred to as dark information. Of course, Chun Yuan was unaware of all this. Seeing that this being could know what he was thinking, Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback. You can know what I'm thinking? The woman looked at Chun Yuan. I simply captured the dark information you emitted and reviewed it. It's nothing special. What I'm more curious about is why a star would have consciousness. Can you tell me? Chun Yuan replied, I don't want to tell you. I'm not obligated to inform you either, he added. If this had happened during the time when Chun Yuan had just reincarnated as a planet, he would have been thrilled to communicate with an advanced life form. However, many years had passed since he had transformed into a planet. Now, Chun Yuan's understanding of life had faded. To him, he was merely a red dwarf star. His current goal was to rush over to another red dwarf star to consume it, rather than chat with this strange being before him. The woman looked at Chun Yuan with curiosity and said, I have been observing you for 20 years. You have been searching for celestial bodies to consume, constantly increasing your size and mass. Is your goal to become a black hole? She doesn't seem to intend to give up the chance to communicate with Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan changed direction and flew away. He had no intention of continuing the conversation with her, as it seemed pointless. After leaving on his own, Chun Yuan continued to fly towards the red dwarf star. Although the universe is vast and the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations is expected, he never anticipated encountering so many cosmic civilizations at once. First, there was the primitive civilization, then another civilization with green skin, followed by a civilization of artificial planets. And now this advanced civilization that can read others' consciousness. All of these civilizations exist within this galaxy. He wonders how many more novel civilizations he might encounter after leaving this galaxy. With the advancement of technology, advanced civilizations must break free from their home planet's dependence to continue developing. He never expected that once a civilization reached a certain level, it could allow a person to fly freely in interstellar space. It's truly incredible. Although it was a modified body, it still gave Qin Yuan an astonishing feeling. He mumbled to himself, deciding to think no more about it. Qin Yuan continued to fly towards the red dwarf star. Suddenly, a voice rang in Qin Yuan's mind again. Hearing it, he was taken aback. It was the voice of that woman from earlier. He opened his perception ability to look around, only to find that no one was nearby. Don't worry, I'm not following you. I'm at home, using a secure communication method to talk to you. Qin Yuan fell silent. He didn't know what secure communication meant, but he could tell that the modified person was somewhat bothersome. What do you really want? Chapter 28. The future genes can be decoded and written. I've been observing you for 20 years. Your movement trajectory is quite strange. And I guessed back then that you must be conscious. Now I find out you truly are. So, I'm very curious about your purpose. Is it to continue devouring smaller celestial bodies, increasing your mass, and then becoming a black hole? She seemed genuinely curious about Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan replied, Are you very free? He thought instinctively. Observing me for 20 years, if it weren't for the fact that I'm currently a red dwarf star, I would definitely consider her a creep. However, is the technology of advanced civilizations really that advanced? Her consciousness doesn't seem like that of an artificial being. Does that mean she is a modified person? One that preserves human consciousness? The other party responded, I am somewhat free, but I'm not a creep. Qin Yuan felt a jolt. His previous thoughts were not meant to be an answer to her, but it seemed she could catch his thoughts and read them simultaneously. This meant that everything he had just thought was already known to her. The level of technology was truly terrifying. In this case, wouldn't all his thoughts be known to her? Are there no secrets between people anymore? Qin Yuan was pondering this when the other party spoke again. Not necessarily. Here, we establish a secure information database for ourselves and lock it. If others want to know what I'm thinking, they must unlock that lock. As for your hidden information, there is no database for it, nor is it locked away. It can be captured freely. In fact, this kind of thing is a bit impolite. And I don't want to capture your hidden information, but if I don't do so, I have no way to communicate with you. Qin Yuan felt somewhat helpless. The civilization she belonged to already knew how to use dark matter and dark energy, concepts that Qin Yuan could not comprehend. In her presence, there were no secrets. Let me share some information from our side. I am neither a synthetic being nor a modified human. Since my inception, I have been like this. Qin Yuan was taken aback. Are you joking? I have encountered many civilizations, and those civilizations were initially composed of biological bodies. When those bodies reached interstellar space, they would perish. If you are neither a synthetic being nor a modified human, how do you survive? Confused, she suggested, then let's make a deal, a secret exchange. I will answer your question, and then you will answer mine. It can't just be you asking me all the time, right? All right. Qin Yuan agreed readily. Knowing that he could capture her thoughts, and even if she hid it now, he would find out later. It was better to tell her directly. My ancestors were indeed like what you mentioned. They were modified beings. However, contrary to your thoughts, we did not transform a person into a robot, but rather modified genes. At that time, we used technology to alter our genes so that we could adapt to cosmic pressures, and we also integrated the ability to manipulate dark matter. In simple terms, we underwent artificial evolution through technological means. Later, the children born from our ancestors possessed these evolved genes, and I am a descendant of those who evolved. Gene evolution? This is a technological method that the civilization Qin Yuan belonged to at that time could not comprehend. However, if the technological development of civilization continues, then biological genes could be deciphered and rewritten. The enhancement of gene deciphering and rewriting is equivalent to a form of artificial evolution. If the civilization on Earth continues to develop, it is uncertain whether it would be possible to adapt to the interstellar universe through genetic modification. It may not be absolutely impossible for the future. However, when Qin Yuan heard the term gene evolution, she was still somewhat shocked. The fact that she could survive and travel in the universe was not because she became a robot-like modified being, but simply by harnessing the power of genes. This was something Qin Yuan had never anticipated. To put it another way, she could not be considered modified. She could only be described as evolved. Artificial evolution. So, can you answer my question now? Qin Yuan replied, You guessed correctly. I do plan to continue devouring other celestial bodies, but whether I will eventually become a black hole, I am not sure. So you have no specific goal. You could say that. Otherwise, do you think a red dwarf star needs to have a goal? I'm very curious about what you'll become as you continue to absorb. She seemed quite interested. Chen Yuan felt a bit frustrated and had a headache. It's fine to be curious, but what does it have to do with me? If there's nothing else, please stop staring at me. It doesn't feel good to have my thoughts pried into. That wouldn't be good. Although it is indeed impolite to go through your hidden information. Studying you has been my only pleasure for the past 20 years. You can't take away my only source of enjoyment. Chen Yuan fell silent. You really are a bit strange, aren't you? I want to observe red dwarfs. That doesn't count as strange, does it? Forget it. I can't be bothered to deal with you. Chen Yuan had encountered a few civilizations before, but this was the first time he had met one that could pry into others' thoughts. Such a civilization was truly frightening. It felt impossible to shake off the thoughts in one's mind, and there were no secrets at all. Is this what advanced intelligent life forms look like as they evolve? Who knows what will happen as civilizations continue to develop? But it didn't matter to Chen Yuan. She could look if she wanted to. It was fine by him. The red dwarf named Chen Yuan claimed to be unafraid. Chen Yuan continued flying toward the red dwarf discovered by his perception abilities. Not knowing how long he had been flying. During the flight, that woman kept talking to him. Previously, when Chen Yuan was flying through interstellar space, he always thought that having someone accompany him might alleviate the loneliness. But now he realized he was wrong. Having someone nearby didn't reduce the loneliness. Instead, it was quite annoying. Very annoying. Especially when she could see through all his thoughts. That feeling was extremely bothersome. The lack of secrets was truly uncomfortable. Chen Yuan couldn't be bothered to respond to her. Ahead, the red dwarf appeared before him. The size of the red dwarf was just as seen through his perception abilities. Slightly smaller than Chen Yuan, with a mass equivalent to 8% of the sun. 2 planets orbited this red dwarf, but these planets were not large. They looked about the size of Mercury. They were not in the habitable zone, which meant there was no life. Chen Yuan didn't think much of it. Absorb. Opening the celestial absorption system, Chen Yuan guided his body closer to the red dwarf. As he approached, the 2 planets orbiting the red dwarf were drawn in by his gravity. They directly fell into Chen Yuan's embrace, transforming into golden light as they were absorbed. The atmospheres of both Chen Yuan and the red dwarf were pulled apart due to their gravitational interaction. At the moment Chen Yuan approached, the target red dwarf turned golden. Chen Yuan continued to draw closer, gradually absorbing the golden light emanating from the red dwarf. Its mass and volume increased at a visibly rapid pace. Every time I see you absorb other celestial bodies, I find it incredible. When you turn a target into gold, its movements and gravity completely disappear. It's truly remarkable. What exactly is this? How did you turn it into gold? The woman's voice echoed in Chen Yuan's ears once again. Having grown accustomed to this voice, Chen Yuan was not particularly surprised. He couldn't be bothered to respond to her and focused on consuming the red dwarf star. With the mass of this red dwarf star, Chen Yuan's mass had already reached 21% of that of the sun. However, to become an existence like the sun, he would need at least 50% of the sun's mass. Otherwise, he would always remain just a red dwarf star. After finishing the consumption, Chen Yuan used his perception ability once more to search for another red dwarf star. The range of his perception ability had increased again since becoming a red dwarf star. The extent of his perception had qualitatively improved. It was much simpler to find nearby celestial systems now. However, the universe is vast and expansive. Currently, through his perception ability, Chen Yuan could see 5 or 6 celestial systems. But the problem was that in those systems, there were stars comparable in size to or larger than the sun. In that case, he could only continue his interstellar journey to find other red dwarf stars, Chen Yuan thought. There was no other way. Chen Yuan had to take action and flew in one direction. His perception ability operated with Chen Yuan himself as the radius, forming a spherical area to search for targets. Since there was none in this vicinity, he had to move his position to seek out other red dwarf stars. The nearest red dwarf star was to his right. Located 20 light-years away, in a celestial system composed of a red dwarf star, which was smaller in size and mass than him. It should be a suitable target for him to consume. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. This was the woman's voice. Through observation, she naturally knew Chen Yuan's intentions and what he was looking for next. As an advanced civilization, she possessed powerful technology. Finding a red dwarf star in this vast interstellar space was not a difficult task for her. Chen Yuan replied, I don't like relying on others' favors. I just want to find my target and consume it with my own strength. I don't need your help. So please keep your comments to yourself, okay? Sorry. She seemed a bit embarrassed. I was just bored and wanted to make a friend. I just wanted to help you. Chen Yuan continued, I don't know what you think, but please don't keep probing into my thoughts. You are an advanced, intelligent being, so you should understand how it feels to have your thoughts invaded. The civilization you belong to has impressive technology, but that doesn't mean you can act however you wish. If you continue like this, don't blame me for destroying your civilization. Chen Yuan genuinely felt uncomfortable. Are you threatening me? Yes. Then I need to reveal something to you, she said. It seems you cannot perceive the existence of dark matter. And our celestial system is enveloped by dark matter as a barrier, making it impossible for any other civilization to detect our presence. You cannot perceive dark matter, which means you cannot discover the location of my civilization. If you cannot find my civilization, then you cannot use your massive form to destroy it. In other words, your threat is ineffective to me. When a civilization reaches a certain level, advanced intelligent civilizations within it will no longer rely on their home planet. These advanced civilizations can freely travel through interstellar space, treating it as casually as a street. At the same time, to prevent malicious actions from other civilizations, they will use technological means to hide their homes, whether it's their home planet or artificial planets they create, to avoid being detected and attacked by others. However, you are right. It is indeed rude of me to intrude on your thoughts. I apologize for that. To express my apology, I will establish a dark information repository for you using dark matter energy, and I will lock it. This way, no one else will be able to read your thoughts. Additionally, I will create a dark communication channel with you. As long as you call my name, you can open that channel and communicate with me directly. Of course, all of this is based on your consent. If you disagree, then just consider it as if I never said anything, and I will leave immediately. No longer intruding on your thoughts. If you agree, then we will be friends. What do you think? Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. He did not expect that after saying all this, she would actually intend to help him. After some thought, Chen Yuan realized that in such a vast universe, he would certainly encounter civilizations like hers again in the future. If he could not accept their technology and establish his own dark information repository, he would likely face the same issue of thought intrusion from other civilizations. That would not feel good at all, no matter how he considered it. Her offer was beneficial and harmless to him. Chen Yuan replied, I do need what you call a dark information repository. That would be helpful. Great, then we are friends. My name is Ye. I will set up a dark communication channel for you shortly. To reach me through this channel, just call my name. To close it, simply think close in your mind. Is there anything I need to do? Chen Yuan asked. No, you can do whatever you want. Just leave the rest to me. All right. Chen Yuan controlled his body and flew towards the red dwarf star. The technology of Ye's civilization was so advanced that it was almost beyond his comprehension, and he was too lazy to try to understand it. His next target was another red dwarf star. Since she had told him the location of that star, there was no reason not to consume it. Chapter 30, Cosmic Expansion and Neutron Stars. All right. Chen Yuan used his consciousness to control his body, flying towards the red dwarf star. Not long after he set off, a voice came through. It was Ye's voice. Hi. Chen Yuan responded casually. I don't know if you can hear me, but I am now speaking to you through the dark communication channel. You can hear my voice. But if you don't input the password yourself to log into that channel, I won't be able to hear you, she said. Chen Yuan paused for a moment. To log into that channel, simply put, he had to silently recite her name in his mind. Chen Yuan thought to himself, yeah. After logging into that channel, he said, the dark information repository is indeed very important to me. I appreciate your help in building it. There's no need for gratitude between friends, she replied. However, it was easy to detect her joy through the tone of her voice. Chen Yuan asked, are there many civilizations like yours in this galaxy? Their communication was facilitated through a technological means that allowed them to bypass any language barriers, transforming their spoken words into sounds that each could understand. For Chen Yuan, this was the galaxy, but for her, it likely had another name. Nonetheless, this did not hinder their communication, as the term she understood for galaxy was simply different. Is there a civilization like ours? She responded. Currently, within the entire galaxy, there is only us at this level of civilization. Only one. No wonder you are so impressive. Chen Yuan remarked. Once your civilization reaches your level, what do you plan to do next? What to do? We have many things to do now. However, our most important research at the moment is to find the edge of the universe. The edge of the universe? Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. Does the universe have an edge? Of course. The universe is vast, but it does have an edge. We just haven't discovered it yet. And what do you plan to do once you find the edge of the universe? To break through the edge of the universe and leave this universe. Leave this universe? Why? Qin Yuan was confused by her words. Leave this universe? Our universe is like a balloon that is expanding. The speed of this expansion is continuously increasing, and one day, the speed of celestial bodies will exceed the speed of light. When that happens, everything within the universe will disappear. At that time, the universe will no longer be suitable for habitation. The purpose of finding the edge of the universe is naturally to look for another universe that is suitable for living. Expansion of the universe. Since the Big Bang, the universe has been expanding, and this expansion is not at a constant speed, but is accelerating. Galaxies are moving apart, not due to repulsion, but because of the expansion of the universe. Simply put, as the universe expands, all celestial bodies are moving along with it. In other words, the acceleration of the universe's expansion is causing the movement of celestial bodies to increase. One day, the speed of celestial bodies will exceed the speed of light. But if celestial bodies exceed the speed of light, they may cease to exist. Of course, this process will take a very long time. Oh, someone is contacting me. I have something to do now. See you next time, she suddenly said. Qin Yuan replied, He lost contact with you. Qin Yuan continued flying towards the red dwarf star. Although she knew it was in that direction, she had no idea how long it would take to see it. The universe was too vast. During this flight time, it seemed that she had finished her tasks and contacted Qin Yuan again. I'm back. You seem quite indifferent. By the way, I still don't know your name. You know mine, but I don't know yours. Isn't that a bit unfair? My name is Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan. That sounds very much like a human name. You can't be just a person, can you? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan paused and did not respond. At that moment, through her perception ability, she noticed a small celestial body far off to her right. The radius of that body was only about 10 kilometers, making it incredibly small, even smaller than the moon. Despite its small size, it had a terrifying mass, twice that of the sun. This was an extraordinarily massive body. The reason Qin Yuan was drawn to it was the gravitational pull generated by its mass. It was rotating and simultaneously tearing apart a rogue planet nearby that was vastly larger than it. With such a small volume, but such an exaggerated mass. Could it be a neutron star? Neutron stars are celestial bodies with a density second only to black holes. They are generally very small, with some being even smaller than a city on Earth, yet they have densities comparable to black holes. Before becoming a neutron star, it was a massive star with a mass more than 8 times that of the Sun, and when such a massive star evolves to its end, it turns into a neutron star. Feeling the volume and mass of the neutron star through her perception ability, Qin Yuan was intrigued. If she could absorb the neutron star, she could become powerful enough to consume the sun instantly, right? Thinking this, Qin Yuan felt a surge of excitement and slowed her speed slightly. However, she was also hesitating. Through her perception ability, she watched the neutron star devouring the rogue planet nearby. Although the neutron star was small, its mass was incredibly exaggerated, and its gravitational pull was equally extreme. If she just went over there, would she be consumed by it? Could she turn it into gold before touching it? Or would she be torn apart into fragments and lose consciousness before she could even touch it? This was far more terrifying than the white dwarf star she encountered earlier. The neutron star had twice the mass, but its terrifying density and gravity allowed it to consume celestial bodies larger than itself. Have you discovered that neutron star? If you intend to absorb it, I advise you to give up. Even if you possess that peculiar absorption ability, it won't work. Your ability requires you to be larger than the target and to get close to the celestial body to activate it, right? I can assure you that as soon as you enter the gravitational range of the neutron star, you will be torn to pieces by its gravity. Even if you touch it, your size will never be larger than it. These results are based on my calculations, so just give up. As Qin Yuan hesitated, Ye's voice sounded. Chapter 31. Does a fingernail's worth have a mass of 1 billion tons? Neutron stars can consume celestial bodies much larger than their own mass. Some scientists even believe that neutron stars can swallow stars up to 300 times the mass of the Sun. A neutron star is an extremely extreme celestial body. All known matter is composed of atoms, which consist of atomic nuclei and electrons. There is space within atomic nuclei and surrounding electrons, and generally, this minute space cannot be broken. However, due to the terrifying pressure of neutron stars, this space is directly shattered. Electrons are compressed into the atomic nucleus, merging with protons to form neutrons. This leads to exaggerated density and mass. For example, within a neutron star, The mass of material equivalent to the volume of a fingernail would weigh between 1 to 1 billion tons if placed on Earth. Although Qin Yuan is now a star, attempting to consume a neutron star with the smallest stellar material is no small feat. Qin Yuan used his perception ability to look at that small-sized, massive neutron star. He withdrew his gaze. If he succeeded in consuming it, he would instantly gain immense mass, but if he failed, he would likely cease to exist. It was a gamble with his life, so he decided against it. Rationality led Qin Yuan to abandon the idea of consuming the neutron star. He used his perception ability to lock onto a distant red dwarf star ahead and controlled his massive body to fly toward it. Your speed is a bit slow. Do you need help? Ye inquired through the dark communication channel. No need, Qin Yuan replied. Are you fast? Qin Yuan was a bit curious. He didn't know how fast he was moving, but he didn't think it was slow. Her comment piqued his curiosity. Could the speed of future civilizations be even faster? You said, yes, we can utilize wormholes for space-time jumps. The wormhole theory. Some scientists believe that there are whirlpools in the universe connecting two space-time points, composed of dark matter. Entering one whirlpool allows exit from another. Wormholes are everywhere, just like dark matter. This is the wormhole theory. If future civilizations can analyze dark matter, they may also be able to understand wormholes and even use them for space-time jumps. For instance, the distance to that red dwarf star could be covered in the blink of an eye using a wormhole jump. Qin Yuan said, wormholes? I've heard of that term before. It's said that entering a wormhole with a human body wouldn't tear them apart. It's just a matter of programming dark matter to expand the wormhole, creating a passage that allows humans to enter the space-time tunnel. It's not difficult, you replied. Programming? Did you just say programming? Qin Yuan suddenly noticed a term, programming? Isn't programming a word that only exists in computers? Ah, yes, programming. You said, if you want to control dark matter, you have to use programming methods. Well, forget it. Qin Yuan replied, I won't talk about that with you. Even if you explain it, I won't understand. Qin Yuan felt a bit overwhelmed. The technological knowledge of these advanced civilizations had completely surpassed his comprehension. How did this physical knowledge suddenly turn into computer knowledge? Forget it. Before Qin Yuan transformed into an asteroid, he had only casually read some books on astronomy and had never even looked at anything related to computer programming. It just didn't resonate. Haha, you laughed out loud, appearing quite happy. He didn't even know what she was so happy about. You seemed very interested in Qin Yuan, wanting not only to ask him questions, but also to share her own stories. Since Qin Yuan couldn't connect with this unknown being from an advanced civilization, he simply listened on the side. He didn't know how long they had been flying. A sense of irritation rose in Qin Yuan's heart after a long time. It felt strange. It seemed like they had been flying for a long time. In the past, when his perception abilities allowed him to see targets, he didn't need to fly for such a long time to spot those celestial bodies. Why was it so slow this time? It felt too slow. Based on his previous experiences, he would have seen something by now, but now, through his perception abilities, he found that the target was still very far away. What a strange occurrence. Could it be that my speed has decreased? Relativity is the theory concerning space-time and gravity, founded by Einstein. He had once explained relativity to many scientists. When discussing this, Einstein made an analogy. If you were sitting on a train next to an old lady, you would feel that time passes slowly. However, if you were sitting next to a beautiful woman, you would feel that time flies by quickly. When Qin Yuan traveled alone in the vast universe, with no one around to communicate with, he felt no sense of time. Thus, he perceived time as passing quickly. Now that there was someone constantly talking to him, he became aware of the existence of time. Consequently, Qin Yuan naturally thought he was moving slowly. Slow? I don't think it's slow. Isn't your speed just the same as before? His voice came through. Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback. Had he been overheard? Right. He had forgotten to exit the dark communication channel. Too slow. At this pace, who knows how long it will take? At your current speed, it would probably take another 123 years. More than 100 years? How is that possible? I've flown this distance before and didn't feel it took that long. Qin Yuan was somewhat stunned. Time requires a reference point. Flying in such a vast universe without any reference makes it normal not to feel the passage of time. Qin Yuan suddenly felt a headache coming on. All right, I'm here to say goodbye today. I have things to do next, and I probably won't be able to accompany you for a long time. She has something to do. And Qin Yuan knows. Currently, her civilization is at war with another civilization. As for the reason, Qin Yuan didn't ask. Right now, she is naturally going to participate in the war between civilizations. Don't die, Qin Yuan replied. Haha, I didn't expect you to care about me. Don't worry, I won't die. I'm leaving now. Her voice disappeared. Chen Yuan looked ahead at the red dwarf star through his perception ability. Is it really going to take over 100 years to cover this distance? I can't believe I didn't feel it at all before. Chapter 32. The long time without the voice of another person, Chen Yuan once again traveled through this vast universe. He didn't know how long he had been flying. Finally, Chen Yuan saw the figure of the red dwarf star. Of course, during this process, Chen Yuan also devoured some wandering planets along the way, increasing his size and mass. However, those wandering planets were too few, and the increase in size and mass was minimal. It was probably only about the mass of 2 Jupiters. For Chen Yuan at this moment, the mass of Jupiter was too little. This red dwarf star in front of him was his target. Upon closer inspection, this red dwarf star was slightly smaller than Chen Yuan, with a mass of about 9% of the Sun currently. Chen Yuan's mass was 21%, so its mass was less than Chen Yuan's. Chen Yuan approached the red dwarf star. The 2 red dwarf stars drew closer to each other, their gravitational forces attracting one another, their atmospheres entangled together. Devour. The red dwarf star was engulfed by golden light, and then a little bit of golden light flew out from the red dwarf star, landing on Chen Yuan and being absorbed by him. Before long, the entire red dwarf star was devoured. Chen Yuan's body was covered in golden light. As the golden light dissipated, Chen Yuan's size and mass increased somewhat compared to before. Currently, Chen Yuan's volume was about 40% of the Sun, and his mass was 30% of the Sun. Using his perception ability, Chen Yuan discovered that not far away, there was another red dwarf star. This red dwarf star was somewhat smaller, only half the size of Chen Yuan, and its mass was merely 7% of the Sun compared to Chen Yuan. Its mass was much smaller, but having it was better than not having it at all. Chen Yuan's perception ability had increased significantly, but finding a suitable target for devouring in this vast universe was still challenging. With his current perception ability, he could only see that one. 7% of the mass, huh? That works. Even if the mass is small, devouring a few more could allow me to surpass the Sun. With that in mind, Chen Yuan controlled his body to fly towards the target direction. During the flight, Chen Yuan fell into deep thought. Earlier, she had mentioned that it would take over 100 years to fly over. But it felt strange that it didn't seem to take that long. If over 100 years had really passed, would she still be alive? A battle lasting over 100 years? The thought crossed Chen Yuan's mind that she might already be dead. He felt a bit strange about it. Although he hadn't spent time with her face to face, they had communicated through a dark communication channel, and one could say they were friends. Now, that friend was gone, and Chen Yuan found it hard to accept. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that he was currently a star, while she was a highly intelligent being from an advanced civilization. The two were different. With that thought, Chen Yuan decided not to dwell on it any longer and continued his journey through the vast universe, heading towards another red dwarf star. Time passed slowly. Due to the absence of any reference points, time felt almost non-existent to Chen Yuan. He could sense that he was getting closer to his destination. Hey, can you hear me? A voice rang out in the only dark communication channel Chen Yuan possessed. Recognizing the familiar voice, he entered the channel. You didn't die? Can't die. My body's genes have been enhanced. Not only can I withstand the pressure and radiation of the universe, but I also have self-repair capabilities. As long as I have a few cells left, I can regenerate into a person. Well, Chen Yuan responded, I don't really understand your technology. It's good that you're alive, but your war has been going on for quite a long time. Over 100 years, right? Not quite. This war has just ended. It's been over 600 years since it started. You've been flying in this vast universe for over 600 years. You just didn't notice. 600 years? Has it been that long? I can't feel time. 600 years of civilizational war is too long, Chen Yuan said. It is indeed very long. And so much has happened in these 600 years. Yet, it also feels like the blink of an eye, she replied. So, during these 600 years, have you thought of me? Chen Yuan answered, Of course, I was wondering if you had died. Even so, that means you thought of me, she said. Her voice filled with joy. Chen Yuan was puzzled by her happiness. He couldn't be bothered to engage with her further and, using his perception abilities, focused on the red dwarf star ahead, continuing to fly forward. Actually, it's quite interesting, you know, she said. I've observed many celestial bodies. Among all the celestial bodies in the universe, you are the only one that possesses consciousness. Moreover, your consciousness is quite unique. In our civilization, there are distinctions between males and females, and these two genders carry different dark information within their consciousness. We can analyze this dark information to determine the gender of the other party. Analyzing your dark information indicates that you are male. That's contradictory. How could a celestial body have a gender? Unless, before becoming this celestial body, you were also a highly intelligent life form. Listening to her analysis, Qin Yuan felt no surprise. With her civilization's technology, it was undoubtedly easy for her to analyze such information through communication with his consciousness. He suspected that she had already figured it out from the very beginning of their interaction. She just hadn't disclosed it to him. Qin Yuan had a long time, so he could naturally anticipate these things. Sorry, I might be a bit presumptuous, but I am really curious about you. In this universe, an existence like yours is quite eye-catching, so I want to know. Qin Yuan replied, so what if it is? So what if it isn't? For you. Whether it is or isn't may satisfy your curiosity, but for me, that answer is not important. Well, that's true. After that, there was silence. Qin Yuan did not think much more. He noticed a celestial system ahead. It was a very large celestial system. In the center was a star emitting blue-white light, surrounded by 7 planets, similar to a solar system. Qin Yuan's gaze fell on that star emitting blue-white light. It was enormous. This star was about twice the size of the sun, with a mass 5 times greater. It radiated blue-white light, just like the Sirius A he had encountered before. This meant that it was a celestial system centered around a blue dwarf star. Chapter 33. Can dolphins also establish civilization? A blue dwarf star is a type of star with a spectrum of O, B, A. Simply put, it is a star that emits blue light. These stars are both massive and have significant mass, usually around 5 times that of the sun. For Qin Yuan, who only had 30% of the sun's mass, this was a colossal entity. Qin Yuan looked at the blue dwarf star. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the several planets orbiting around it. These planets varied in size, some slightly larger than Jupiter, while others were similar to Earth. For Qin Yuan, the size and mass were too small. But having something was better than nothing. He dove straight in, activating his devouring ability, and began to consume the 7 planets one by one that were next to the blue dwarf star. Qin Yuan, let me ask you a question. After consuming the 7 planets, he continued to fly toward the red dwarf star. Hearing Ye's voice, he replied, what question? Ye said, I can transform you into a high-intelligent being like me, giving you a body like mine. Do you want to become like me? This question was tantamount to asking Qin Yuan if he wanted to become human again. The question made Qin Yuan slow down slightly. Become human again? Qin Yuan recalled the scenes from before his reincarnation. Before he turned around, he was just an ordinary person at the bottom of society, going to work every day with nothing else to do, living in a daze. As a human, he was a failure. After becoming an asteroid, although he lost his physical form, at least he had his own pursuits and things he wanted to do. If he were to become human again, what would he do? Qin Yuan couldn't think of anything and didn't want to think about it. He replied, not interested. Well, I knew it would be like this, you said. If you knew it would be like this, then why ask? Because it was very boring and uninteresting. I'm not afraid to tell you that I have lived for 5,000 years. During these 5,000 years, every day has been nothing but work. Meeting you and becoming friends with you feels special to me. So, I thought, if I could turn you into a being like me, you could stay with me, and I could share everything around me with you. That would definitely be interesting. Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback. No friends? She asked. What about your family? They died in a civilizational war 2,000 years ago, she replied. She said that with their technology, as long as there were a few cells left, they could use advanced means to become a whole again. In other words, her family didn't leave even a single cell in that civilizational war? Don't you have other friends? Yes, but none like you. You are the only one. Qin Yuan didn't quite understand. Never mind. I'm not interested in becoming a part of your civilization, but I can be your friend. Well, however, your speed is still too slow. Do you need help? No. Thanks. Through this conversation, Qin Yuan could tell that she seemed quite bored. If she weren't too bored, she wouldn't keep talking to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan wasn't the type to chat. He wasn't used to talking with others, so when she was silent, he was silent too. They continued flying toward their destination. It was hard to tell how long they had been flying. If you keep flying forward, you will see a civilization called the Blue Ocean Civilization. That civilization is quite special. A special civilization? Qin Yuan looked ahead through his perception ability. In front, he could see an Oort cloud. It was estimated that within that celestial system lay the Blue Ocean Civilization that you mentioned. She said that the Blue Ocean Civilization was somewhat special. This piqued Chun Yuan's curiosity. Instinctively, Chun Yuan extended his perception ability through the Oort cloud to look inside. Indeed, there was a celestial system with a star in the center, surrounded by 6 planets. One blue planet caught Chun Yuan's attention. That planet was almost 90% covered by water, with only 10% land remaining. Many animals lived on the land, but judging by their appearance, they didn't seem intelligent. The special thing about the blue ocean civilization is that those advanced intelligent beings do not reside on land. His voice came through. Chun Yuan was slightly startled and instinctively looked into the sea with his perception ability. To his astonishment, he discovered that a bunch of creatures resembling dolphins lived in the entire sea. These creatures clearly possessed intelligence. They were gathered together in the water, seemingly communicating about something. Throughout the sea, many dolphin-like creatures were clustered together. For someone like Chun Yuan, who once resembled a human, this scene was too strange. The universe is vast, and future civilizations may not necessarily be composed of advanced intelligent beings with limbs. It is not impossible for deep-sea creatures to possess advanced intelligence and establish their own civilization. A civilization beneath the sea? Chun Yuan remarked. Yes, they communicate through brain waves. If this civilization continues to develop, who knows what the future holds? You replied. The universe is immense, filled with all sorts of wonders. Chun Yuan sighed. He withdrew his gaze, bypassed the nearby Oort cloud, and continued flying forward. Are you aware of this civilization's existence? Do you not plan to destroy it? Chun Yuan instinctively asked. Yeah. Why would I want to destroy it? You responded. Chun Yuan paused for a moment. In a previous civilization, I heard of a principle called the dark forest theory. They said the universe is like a dark forest where each civilization is a hunter holding a shotgun. When one civilization discovers another, if it perceives the other as weaker, it will eliminate it to protect itself. Your civilization is clearly more powerful than theirs. Aren't you worried that they might grow stronger and cause trouble for you? You said. The dark forest theory, indeed, makes sense. Fearing the development of other civilizations could lead to one's own extinction. Therefore, it's often better to eliminate potential threats before they can develop. I have another analogy. Imagine 2 wild men, one strong and one weak, living on their own territories, unaware of each other's existence. One day, the strong wild man, while searching for food, discovers the weak one. Fearing that the weak one might grow stronger and see him as prey, the strong wild man chooses to eliminate the other first. This is likely what you mean by the dark forest theory. But the civilization I belong to is not like wild men. We could be compared to gods. When a god discovers a wild man, do you think the god would fear the wild man becoming strong? True, with the technology of your civilization, you can observe the movements of all civilizations within the galaxy. If your civilization killed every other civilization it encountered, there would probably only be your civilization left in the entire galaxy. Of course, it doesn't mean that the dark forest theory is inapplicable to us. After all, there are other godlike civilizations out there. If we discover another civilization that is equally powerful, we would choose to communicate first. If we can be friendly, we will be. If not, then it would be like the previous war between civilizations. If they want war, then war it shall be. Chapter 34. Is a galaxy about to collide with the Milky Way? Chun Yuan's question had been answered. The dark forest theory only applies to weaker civilizations. It has little effect on advanced civilizations. Chun Yuan fell silent. As a red dwarf star, observing these civilizations felt like watching a play from the sidelines, at most. Just a spectator. Chun Yuan continued to fly toward the target red dwarf star. His silence did not mean she had nothing to say. Just as she said, Chun Yuan was a special presence for her, so she always shared some of her matters with him. They chatted casually, not knowing how much time had passed. A red dwarf star appeared before Chun Yuan. Seeing this star, which was smaller in size and had less than a third of his mass, Chun Yuan didn't hesitate and directly activated his devouring ability, rushing towards it. The red dwarf was enveloped in golden light and was devoured by Chun Yuan in the blink of an eye. After consuming a red dwarf, Chun Yuan continued to search for the next one. Through his sensing ability, he captured the location of another red dwarf. This one was nearly the same size as him and had 20% of the sun's mass. Currently, Chun Yuan's mass was 37% of the sun's mass. Upon observing the mass of this red dwarf, Chun Yuan felt a surge of joy. As long as he could devour this red dwarf, his mass would exceed 50% of the sun's mass. This meant he would become a yellow dwarf star like the sun. Wonderful. Chun Yuan controlled his massive body with his consciousness and quickly flew towards the red dwarf. "You are now at the edge of the galaxy," a voice said. Chen Yuan acknowledged it with a sound. The voice continued, "If you look to your right, you can see the Andromeda Galaxy." Hearing this, Chen Yuan instinctively used his sensing ability to look right. He could see only points of starlight, but not the so-called Andromeda Galaxy. A galaxy, also known as a cosmic island, refers to a system composed of numerous stars and interstellar dust, containing stars, dark matter, and cosmic dust. The Milky Way is one such galaxy. The galaxy adjacent to the Milky Way is the Andromeda Galaxy. The Andromeda Galaxy has a diameter 1.6 times that of the Milky Way and possesses twice its mass. Currently, the Andromeda Galaxy is moving towards the Milky Way at a speed of 300 kilometers per second and is expected to collide with the Milky Way in 3 to 4 billion years. The Andromeda Galaxy is moving towards us, and in 3.6 billion years, it will collide with the Milky Way. I wonder what will happen to the Milky Way by then. Listening to the voice, Chen Yuan thought that 3.6 billion years was a long time. They would discuss it when the time came. By then, the civilization he belonged to would likely have found the edge of the universe and left it. Indeed, for Chen Yuan, 3.6 billion years was an incredibly long time. By that time, he didn't know what he would become. He didn't plan to think too much about such a distant matter, as it was pointless. Currently, he couldn't change anything. In this vast universe, he didn't know how long he had been flying. He arrived in front of his new target. Looking at the red dwarf star that was nearly the same size as him, Chen Yuan controlled his massive body and slowly approached. "This thing looks about the same size as you. Do you have a way to devour it?" the voice inquired. As Chen Yuan approached the red dwarf star, the gravitational forces between them began to interact. Their atmospheres entwined first. Due to Chen Yuan's greater mass, the gravitational pull was particularly strong. Both their volumes were being consumed. But the target red dwarf's volume was diminishing noticeably faster. Before long, the red dwarf, which had a volume similar to Chen Yuan's, suddenly became slightly smaller than him. Just being a bit smaller was enough for Chen Yuan to use his devouring ability. Devour. The target red dwarf was enveloped in golden light, which quickly entered Chen Yuan's body as he consumed it. "Impressive," you said. As both volume and mass were absorbed by Chen Yuan, his body was also wrapped in golden light. Chen Yuan's size was growing at a visible rate. By the time the red dwarf was completely devoured, Chen Yuan's volume was about 70% that of the sun. In an instant, Chen Yuan heard a muffled sound from within his body. Here it comes again. His consciousness vanished in an instant, plunging him into slumber. Chen Yuan didn't know how long he had slept. Eventually, his awareness gradually returned, and he opened his eyes again. As soon as he opened them, he hurriedly used his perception ability to check his body. Previously, when he was a red dwarf, his brightness was very low. But now, he found that his entire body was engulfed in scorching flames, occasionally spewing out tongues of fire. He was radiating a bright and intense light, completely different from the earlier red dwarf. A yellow dwarf. "This feels great. I've finally transformed into a star like the sun." Chen Yuan was filled with wild joy. Red dwarfs are the smallest type of star. They can undergo nuclear fusion to emit light and heat, but their mass and gravity are relatively low, resulting in less intense fusion. The heat and brightness produced are also quite low. Additionally, due to insufficient mass, a red dwarf cannot fuse its helium. This means that when the red dwarf's burning comes to an end, it will not expand into a giant red star, but will gradually extinguish and shrink until all the hydrogen is consumed. However, yellow dwarfs are different. A yellow dwarf can be considered a true star, with a typical mass ranging from 1 to 14 times that of the sun. Through internal nuclear fusion, it fuses hydrogen into helium, meaning that when its hydrogen fuel is nearly exhausted, it will expand into a red giant and start burning helium. The sun in the solar system is a yellow dwarf. Currently, Chen Yuan's mass is 60% that of the sun, and his volume has reached 70% of the sun's. This has already exceeded the mass limit of a red dwarf, which is 50% of the sun's mass. So he naturally transitioned into a yellow dwarf. However, he still lacks a bit of mass, so he can only be considered a small yellow dwarf. "Congratulations." A voice came through, laced with a hint of joy. Hearing this voice, Chen Yuan's heart stirred. "Yeah, are you still there?" "Of course, I'm still here. I told you. I won't die." "But you really did sleep for a long time." "Long? How long was it?" Chen Yuan completely lacks a sense of time. To him, it's just a simple matter of taking a nap. However, there is a time scale on Yana's side. It's just right to ask her. 3,691 years, 9 months, and 3 days. Yana recited a string of time numbers. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan was stunned. Has it really been that long? It's quite a long time. I even thought for a while that you might be dead. But now it seems I was overthinking, Qin Yuan said. I transitioned from a red dwarf star to a yellow dwarf star, and some changes in my body caused my consciousness to fall into a deep sleep. This has happened before. I just didn't think much of it back then, so I didn't mention it to you. It's fine, as long as you're still here. Yana's voice conveyed joy. So, you are now a yellow dwarf star. What's your plan next? To continue devouring, Qin Yuan replied. My current mass is still far from my target. Haha, I knew you would say that. She laughed, as if Qin Yuan's answer was entirely expected. Qin Yuan didn't dwell on it, and directly opened his perception ability to the limit. The sights before him made Qin Yuan shudder. He was instantly filled with a sense of shock. Previously, when he became a red dwarf star, his perception could allow him to capture 4 or 5 stars simultaneously within his view. This time, however, Qin Yuan discovered that he could see a vast array of stars, visibly at least several hundred, within his perception. This meant that Qin Yuan's perception ability had increased by more than 100 times compared to before. How wonderful was that? Qin Yuan was now searching for 2 targets. One was a yellow dwarf star slightly smaller than him in size and mass, and the other was a red dwarf star. Now, he could freely devour any red dwarf star he encountered. As for yellow dwarf stars, they were naturally the best choice for Qin Yuan, but some of them were larger in mass and size than him. Moreover, there were far fewer yellow dwarf stars than red dwarf stars, so at this stage, the best option for Qin Yuan was undoubtedly the yellow dwarf stars. Now, as a brown dwarf star, it was extremely difficult for Qin Yuan to find a suitable star. The range of his perception ability was too small, and sometimes he couldn't even see a single star. After becoming a red dwarf star, he could see 3 or 4. But now as a yellow dwarf star, the range had expanded significantly, allowing him to see hundreds of stars. It's important to note that a single star could likely represent a planetary system similar to a solar system. Now, Qin Yuan could see hundreds of such planetary systems. He didn't expect that his perception ability would improve so much after transitioning from a red dwarf star to a yellow dwarf star. This was fantastic. Qin Yuan was overjoyed. Never mind that. Let us first look for the nearest suitable target to devour. A quick glance revealed that the closest star was a blue dwarf star, too large. A neutron star? No way. I don't want to gamble with my life. A yellow dwarf star. Indeed a yellow dwarf star, but its mass and size are greater than mine. If I go for it, who knows who will end up devouring whom? And then, a red dwarf star. What percentage of the sun's mass is this? My mass is currently 60% of the sun's, which is significantly smaller, but it's better than nothing. After finding the nearest red dwarf star, I looked around. Although I could see some better options through my perception abilities, they were all too far away. Alright, I'll choose this red dwarf star for now. After making up my mind, I used my consciousness to control my increasingly massive body and flew towards the target. From the outside, it looked like an enormous fireball was soaring through interstellar space at an incredible speed. This speed is truly fast. I could clearly feel that my speed was much greater than before, and as I flew, the stars on both sides quickly receded behind me. Your current speed is significantly faster than before, approaching half the speed of light. Earlier, your speed was only about 1/5 of the speed of light, a voice confirmed. Acknowledging my speed. The speed of light is a fixed value. 299, 792, 458 kilometers per second. In simpler terms, it's approximately 300,000 kilometers per second. To put it into perspective, if you were to travel at the speed of light from Earth to the Moon, it would take just over a second. If driving, it would take over 700 hours. Traveling from Earth to Mars at the speed of light would take 2 minutes, while driving would take 44.5 years. Even if my current speed is only half the speed of light, it's still an astonishing speed. I continued flying towards my target. However, in this vast universe, even at half the speed of light, it would take a long time to reach the red dwarf star. During this time, I encountered several wandering planets, and I naturally devoured them one by one. While flying, I kept using my perception abilities to observe my surroundings. Suddenly, I saw one of the hundreds of stars explode. In an instant, that star emitted an astonishing brightness, lighting up everything around it. I looked towards the source of the light. It appeared to be the location of the star that had just exploded. What happened? A star exploded? As a novice in astronomy, no? I've read a few popular science books on astronomy, so I can't exactly be considered a novice. I never expected a star to explode. A supernova explosion. This is a violent explosion that some stars undergo at the end of their evolution, producing an intensely bright light that can illuminate an entire galaxy. This light can last for weeks or months before fading. In simple terms, it means a star has exploded. After a star explodes, there are two possible outcomes. One is that the star disappears entirely, and the other is that it leaves behind a high-density celestial body, which could be a white dwarf, a neutron star, or a black hole. What Chen Yuan just saw was the explosion of a supernova, which is the event of a star exploding. A star with a sufficiently large mass will reach this stage in its evolution. You said, I wonder if you will also become like that in the future. Chen Yuan adjusted his emotions and continued to fly forward. I shouldn't, right? They evolved to that stage, but I can absorb the mass of other celestial bodies, which means I will keep surviving. Maybe, you smiled. Chen Yuan didn't know what she was smiling about, but he decided to ignore it and continue flying towards his target. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Yuan arrived at the location of a red dwarf star. Given his current size and mass, he didn't need to think much. He approached directly to absorb it. Chapter 36. If the oxygen concentration increases, can humans grow larger? The red dwarf star transformed into golden light as it was absorbed by Chen Yuan. His mass grew from 60 of the sun's mass to 69, and his volume increased to about 75 of the sun's volume. Still not enough. With this size and mass, he couldn't absorb the sun. At the very least, he needed to increase his volume and mass to the point where he could consume the sun to be considered a proper star. He needed to find the next target. Thinking this, Chen Yuan used his perception abilities to search for the next target. Another red dwarf star? The 7 mass of the sun was too little. Suddenly, Chen Yuan spotted another star. It was another red dwarf star. Was it 21 of the sun's mass? That was much higher than the first red dwarf. Now that Chen Yuan already had 69 of the sun's mass, if he absorbed that red dwarf, he would have 90 of the sun's mass. This meant that as long as he absorbed a few more red dwarf stars, he could surpass the sun's volume and mass. Excited by this thought, Chen Yuan decided, you will be the next target. With determination, Chen Yuan set off directly. Halfway there, he noticed a yellow dwarf star not far away. This yellow dwarf was much larger, about 1.5 times the volume of the sun, with a mass around 15 times that of the sun. Surrounding the yellow dwarf were 6 planets. The 6 planets orbited the yellow dwarf in a plane, resembling the solar system. The first 4 were terrestrial planets, while the last 2 were larger gas giants. The yellow dwarf was too big for Chen Yuan's appetite. Habitually, he glanced at the 6 planets orbiting it. For Chen Yuan, as a yellow dwarf, the volume and mass provided by the planets were no longer sufficient to meet his needs. However, he had developed a habit of helping these stars clear their surrounding planets during his past journeys. After taking a look, his attention was drawn to one of the planets. This planet was slightly larger than Earth, showing patches of blue and large areas of green across its surface. Those were the colors of the ocean and forests. In other words, it is a planet with life. Has a new civilization been born there? I wonder what the advanced intelligent beings inside would be like. With curiosity, Chen Yuan used his perception ability to look inside. The scene that met his eyes left him somewhat shocked. There were many creatures inside, and they gave Chen Yuan a sense of enormity. Incredibly large. The largest of the unknown animals seemed to be about 6 or 7 stories tall. The sizes of the other creatures were also astonishing. Chen Yuan also noticed that the oxygen concentration on that planet was several times higher than that of the civilization he once belonged to. The creatures on this planet are truly massive, Chen Yuan thought. Suddenly, through his perception ability, he saw a few figures. They looked like humans, but more like primitive beings. These primitive beings were wielding enormous sticks and walking in groups. What shocked Chen Yuan was their enormous size. They were easily around 5 meters tall, covered in black fur, and looked quite intimidating. A giant civilization? Chen Yuan instinctively thought. Is it a civilization? A voice said, they do possess some intelligence, but it is just a fleeting civilization. A fleeting civilization? Yes. The planet currently has a rich oxygen content, which causes the animals there to grow to enormous sizes. But this situation will not last long. After a while, the oxygen on the planet will gradually decrease until it drops to around 20%. All those animals, including the civilization you see now, will perish. The oxygen levels are related to the size of the animals. The higher the oxygen content on a planet, the larger the size of the flora and fauna. Conversely, if the oxygen concentration is lower, the size will be smaller. Humans of Earth live in a world with an oxygen concentration of about 20.9%. Perhaps someone might ask, if the oxygen on Earth became denser, would humans grow larger? Would they become giants? In fact, they would not. Humans have adapted to a low-concentration world. For them, more oxygen is not necessarily better. If oxygen levels drop, humans will experience symptoms of hypoxia, but if oxygen is too concentrated, the human body cannot withstand such levels, leading to premature oxidation and aging. If the oxygen concentration exceeds 70%, humans would suffer from oxygen toxicity, resulting in death. Is that so? Chen Yuan looked at the planet and asked, then, are there no large intelligent civilizations in the galaxy? There are some, but those civilizations are rare. Are you interested in seeing them? I can take you there. The voice conveyed a hint of excitement. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback and replied, forget it. I have things to do. Just as I expected. Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze and continued flying toward his target. According to the voice, it meant that in this vast universe, there are indeed giant civilizations. The civilization on this planet is likely to perish, but there are still giant civilizations existing elsewhere. In this vast universe, it seems that everything exists. Wait a minute, could there be a civilization of giants? Does that mean there might also be a civilization of little people? As soon as this thought crossed Chen Yuan's mind, he felt a surge of interest. It probably doesn't require much thought. The universe is so vast and immense that if a giant civilization can emerge, a civilization of little people must also exist. Chen Yuan decided not to dwell on it too much. Never mind, these are not important to me. What matters now is to devour some celestial bodies to grow as large as the sun, and then return to the solar system to check on our old buddy, the sun. After flying through the vast universe for a while, he encountered some wandering planets. He devoured them all. However, these wandering planets were of little use to Chen Yuan at this point. Consuming them wouldn't significantly increase his size or mass. Eventually, he simply chose to ignore them. He only absorbed a bit when he collided directly with one, letting the others pass by without concern. One day, Chen Yuan noticed through his perception that something seemed to be approaching him. What could it be? Instinctively, he sharpened his perception and locked onto the object flying toward him. Upon looking, he saw a massive battleship soaring straight toward him. It was clearly a warship from some civilization, but the question was, why would a warship from that civilization be heading in his direction? There could only be one possibility. They were targeting him, having previously faced bombardment from a battleship. Chen Yuan felt a sense of foreboding as he saw the giant warship approaching. Could it be here to bombard me again? They are indeed here to bombard you. A voice said, I forgot to tell you. Ahead on your current path, there is a presence of a civilization known as the Blue Wave. If you proceed along this path, their planet will likely be devoured by you. What? In such a vast universe, just flying around, and I might cause a collision? Chen Yuan felt somewhat speechless. Chapter 37. Civilizations are difficult to evolve. The universe is vast, and logically speaking, the probability of colliding with a civilization while traveling in one direction is very low. However, when you undertake an interstellar journey, you need to cover thousands of light years. As the duration of your interstellar travel increases, the chances of encountering a civilization naturally rise. The voice came through again, tinged with a hint of excitement. She seemed quite happy, though Chen Yuan couldn't understand why. I'm feeling frustrated, so why are you happy? He asked. Because it's interesting. Rather than watching you drift through this dark universe every day, I naturally prefer to see some extraordinary events unfold. It's much more engaging than watching you roam in space. Chen Yuan felt a headache coming on. What should he do? Do you want to go to war with them? The voice inquired. With their civilization's technology, their most powerful weapon is a nuclear fusion weapon, but its destructive power is still inferior to your solar flares. They are completely unable to harm you as a star. Their actions are merely to protect their civilization. Of course, this action won't cause you any harm. It's merely a dying struggle. You can completely ignore them and continue flying forward. Previously, it was mentioned that based on the current flight trajectory, if you continue forward, you will inevitably collide with their civilization. If you ignore them and fly straight ahead, their civilization would be directly swallowed by your gravitational force. Of course, besides that planet, there are also advanced intelligent life forms within it. They might not be human, but they are definitely a group of intelligent beings. You halted your movements, your massive body stopping in the cosmos. There was a hint of curiosity in the voice. You changed direction and flew to the right. As you altered your flight path, your perception revealed that the enormous battleship's speed had slowed down and then stopped in place. They must have been bewildered. They thought their civilization was doomed, and with a sense of desperation, They intended to stop that terrifying star, but unexpectedly, halfway through, that star changed its direction on its own. After flying a distance, you resumed your forward flight. This change altered your trajectory, allowing you to avoid colliding with that civilization. Why? Why do you care about that civilization? The voice carried a hint of curiosity. You replied, "My principle is, if others do not offend me, I will not offend them. I have no grievances with them, and there is no need for me to destroy their civilization. Moreover, the evolution of a civilization is incredibly difficult, and it can easily face extinction. Even if I don't collide with them, they will inevitably perish eventually." Well, that's quite similar to my principle. Indeed, as you said, it's extremely challenging for a civilization to grow. In the galaxy, countless civilizations have existed. Yet only 1 in a million can grow to become independent from their home planet. Only 1 in a billion can achieve interstellar travel and completely free themselves from planetary dependence. As an established civilization in the galaxy, you certainly have the right to say this. The emergence of civilization is a very random occurrence, but in this vast universe, due to the sheer number, even the rarest events become inevitable. However, you didn't expect that so many civilizations had emerged in just one galaxy over a long period. You also didn't anticipate that so many civilizations would struggle to survive. You didn't dwell on it any longer. After an unknown amount of time flying, you finally arrived at your target. Looking at the red dwarf star before you, you approached without hesitation. Devour. The red dwarf star was enveloped in golden light as you gradually consumed it. After devouring this red dwarf star, your size had increased to about 80% of the sun, with your mass reaching 90% of the sun's. You activated your perception abilities to search for other targets. Soon, another target appeared before you. Was it another red dwarf? You noticed that among the stars detected by your perception, red dwarfs made up the majority, while other types like yellow dwarfs and blue dwarfs were relatively rare. Data shows that red dwarfs account for 80% of the stars in the galaxy, while the remaining 20% are other types of stars. This indicates that the number of red dwarfs is indeed vast. Without further ado, with a firm decision, Qin Yuan set his sights on the nearest red dwarf as his target and set off. By the way, if we encounter any civilizations ahead next time, make sure to let me know, Qin Yuan said. Sure, will do, you replied, her voice filled with joy. Qin Yuan paused slightly. Are you really happy? Happy? Am I happy? Yes, I am indeed very happy. It's the first time in all these years that I've heard you ask me for something. You seem to be in a good mood, saying with interest, I consider you a friend, but you always seem so aloof. I thought you didn't see me as a friend. Now that you're asking me for something, it's definitely something worth celebrating for me. Am I really that cold? I just find it hard to chat with others. Qin Yuan didn't want to talk about his past life, but if he avoided discussing it, then he'd have to talk about his present self, which was a yellow dwarf star. And this being had been studying him, possibly knowing more about him than he did. Therefore, Qin Yuan naturally had little to say to Ya. So, does that give you a cold image? Is that how it is? Haha, then I'm relieved. Listening to Ya's words, Qin Yuan felt a strange sensation. She was indeed a bit odd. Who stares at a star every day? But, if her task was to study celestial bodies, then focusing on him wouldn't be strange. Qin Yuan didn't dwell on it. Based on your current trajectory, in another half-month, you'll encounter an interesting civilization. Hearing Ya's hint, Qin Yuan asked, an interesting civilization? Yes, interesting. I won't reveal anything yet. You'll see for yourself when the time comes. All right. Qin Yuan continued to fly forward. The journey was no different from before. The only change was that he no longer consumed rogue planets the size of Earth. He would only slow down slightly to take a bite from planets the size of Jupiter. And so, half a month passed. That civilization is on your right-hand side. Right-hand side. Qin Yuan didn't slow down. While flying, he opened his perception to take a glance. With that quick sweep, he saw it. The moment he spotted that planet, he was somewhat shocked. There was a giant red star, surrounded by several planets. One of these planets was covered with countless metallic structures. Looking closer, Qin Yuan could see many massive robots, 3 to 4 meters tall, armed with firearms, patrolling and moving around. Is this a robotic civilization? Chapter 38. Will humanity be destroyed by robots? Qin Yuan scanned the area with his perception but couldn't see any beings resembling humans. It seemed that aside from these robot-like entities, there were no other advanced intelligent life forms present. Could the advanced intelligent beings on that planet be iron-based life forms? Humans are primarily composed of carbon, which is why we are considered carbon-based life. Scientists have hypothesized that in this vast universe, there may be not just carbon-based life, but also silicon-based, boron-based life, and even iron-based life. The development of life requires a long process, and for life to evolve, the elements that constitute it must be relatively stable. Carbon is stable, while iron easily reacts with other elements in the air. Therefore, although there have been hypotheses about iron-based life, it is widely believed that such life is unlikely to exist. However, the robots that Chen Yuan perceives clearly exhibit advanced intelligence. Could that planet be home to iron-based life? Iron-based life? They are not iron-based life forms, a voice responded. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. Not? The voice continued. That planet was once inhabited by another form of advanced intelligent life, which established a civilization. However, later on, those beings created highly intelligent robots, which then waged war and exterminated the original advanced intelligent life. Now, that planet is left with these highly intelligent robots that have formed a robotic civilization. The material of their bodies is not iron. They have a core made of semiconductors, so they do not qualify as iron-based life. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan understood. The advanced intelligent life on that planet was not the robots. Rather, those beings invented the robots, which then gained self-awareness and exterminated the original advanced intelligent life. Thus, what Chen Yuan was witnessing was a robotic civilization. This led Chen Yuan into deep thought. Previously, Earth's civilization was also researching and developing highly intelligent robots. If Earth's civilization had not experienced a nuclear winter, the research on robots would have continued. In the future, would civilization inevitably come to rely on robots, leading them to destroy humanity and dominate the Earth? If robots gain self-awareness, are they still just robots? Do they count as another form of advanced intelligent life? Should humanity grant them rights? Chen Yuan decided to abandon these thoughts. As a yellow dwarf star, he did not think it necessary to ponder such matters, and clearly, these questions were not ones he could answer. Yeah, did your civilization not research robots before your development? Yes, but that was over 100,000 years ago. Due to technological reasons, some robots, like those on that planet, gained self-awareness and even attempted to exterminate us and dominate our planet. However, it was not us that were exterminated, but them. Ya's tone was casual. What about now? Do you still use robots? Chen Yuan asked with curiosity. Ya replied, we do have some, but only a minority still uses robots. Currently, our technology does not rely on those external things. Chen Yuan nodded slightly. The emergence of highly intelligent robots, or robots with self-awareness, signifies the arrival of a new form of advanced intelligent life. As long as they possess intelligence and consciousness, they will desire rights. If they seek rights while humanity treats them as slaves, a conflict is inevitable. This cannot be avoided. Chen Yuan didn't dwell on it much. These matters were beyond his contemplation. After an unknown duration of flight, Chen Yuan finally arrived at his destination, a red dwarf star emitting a red glow. It was half the size of Chen Yuan and had 8% of the mass of the solar system. After assessing it, he approached and devoured the red dwarf star. Golden light merged into his body, causing both his mass and volume to increase. Once he completely consumed the red dwarf star, his volume matched that of the sun, and his mass reached 98% of the sun's mass. Through his perception ability, Chen Yuan looked at his body radiating with scorching flames. Feeling the increase in his size and mass, he was filled with ecstatic joy. It was time to return and visit an old friend, the sun. Although he was still slightly short of the goal, he could easily consume another nearby red dwarf star on the way back to make up for it. The thought of returning to the solar system invigorated him. He set off directly towards the solar system. It was quite far away, even with his current perception ability. He couldn't see the solar system's location. Fortunately, he had marked it when he left. Otherwise, he might not have been able to find it. Chen Yuan quickly flew in the direction of the solar system. Suddenly, within his perception range, he saw a star erupting in a brilliant explosion, illuminating the surroundings. Instinctively, Chen Yuan glanced at the source of the light. Another supernova explosion? He averted his gaze and continued flying, too lazy to think further about it. Time passed gradually, and he lost track of how long he had been flying. One day, a voice interrupted his thoughts. You are currently on a trajectory that will intersect with a civilization's location. At your current speed, you will collide in 63 years. Is there a civilization? Chen Yuan inquired through his perception ability. Now, he could already sense the presence of the solar system. The sun caught his attention immensely. 63 years? It seemed he was near the solar system. This meant there was a new civilization nearby? Suddenly, Qin Yuan felt a jolt. Could it be one that had moved out from the solar system? The civilization of Earth? Was Earth civilization still alive? After pondering, he asked, "What is the name of that civilization, yeah? Do you know?" "Of course," you replied. "I basically know the names of civilizations throughout the universe, especially those in the Milky Way. The civilization you are about to encounter calls itself Earth civilization." Earth civilization? Could it really be the civilization of Earth? In other words, has civilization from Earth found a new home near a star in the solar system? After all these years, it's hard to say how much Earth civilization has evolved. Qin Yuan felt a strong curiosity. Although he has been transformed into an asteroid, he was once a human from Earth. It's only natural to care about the current state of the civilization he once lived in. Chapter 39. I have devoured the sun within the solar system. Only the sun remains, sitting alone in its vicinity. There are indeed several stars nearby. If this were the time right after Qin Yuan left the solar system, he wouldn't have been able to see them. But now, he can see them easily. There are only a few stars close to the solar system, and on his current trajectory, there is just one star left. This star is surrounded by 3 planets. Only one of these planets is within the habitable zone, and it has caught Qin Yuan's attention. This planet is half the size of Earth, and it is accompanied by various artificial satellites, including a massive warship. The warship hovers next to the planet, resembling a giant satellite. Through his sensing ability, Qin Yuan can tell that the warship has a deck. On that deck, a group of warriors dressed in black armor, wearing black helmets, and wielding firearms are training. They look entirely black. However, in the vastness of space, such attire might provide some concealment. Does that mean that by wearing that black gear and helmet, humans can withstand cosmic radiation and pressure? This is much more effective than the old spacesuits. Qin Yuan focused his sensing ability on that small Earth-like planet, penetrating into its interior. He could see the humans inside. A wave of familiarity surged up. Qin Yuan had been a planet for so long that he had almost forgotten what he looked like before his transformation and had nearly forgotten the appearance of humans. But now, upon seeing them, those memories resurfaced in his consciousness. These are the familiar humans. He recalled the appearance of Ya. Although she looked like a human, there was still a significant difference compared to Earth humans. He had almost forgotten what humans looked like, and now, it was clear that there were indeed differences. Earth civilization had different faces, Eastern faces, Western faces. Ya's appearance was completely different. She resembled a perfect work of art, flawless. Humans, no matter who they are, have some shortcomings, but she was truly exceptional, Qin Yuan thought. "Thank you for your compliment," Ya's voice suddenly echoed. Startled, Qin Yuan replied, "You heard that?" Her voice was filled with joy as she laughed. "Of course, you forgot to exit the dark communication channel. This is quite awkward. Forget it, I'm just a star." "There's no need to feel awkward," Qin Yuan mused. Suddenly, he noticed that some of the humans inside the small Earth-like planet were looking in his direction. They seemed to be discussing something. Did they see me? At this distance, if they noticed me, I would probably look like a star to them. Qin Yuan was still quite far from them. From the perspective of a small planet, what they could see was just a bright star. However, because this star was quite luminous, it was easier to attract their attention. Qin Yuan stopped thinking and withdrew his gaze. After flying for a while longer, he finally saw the familiar Oort cloud of the solar system. Entering the Oort cloud, he arrived at the solar system. Qin Yuan looked at the lonely sun within the solar system. He had flown a very long distance, devouring several planets the size of Jupiter along the way, as well as 2 red dwarf stars. Currently, Qin Yuan's size was 12 times that of the sun, and his mass was 11 times that of the sun. Looking at the sun, which was much smaller than his own body, he thought, "My size and mass have finally surpassed yours. When I devoured Mercury, I almost got consumed by you. Now it's my turn to devour you." Qin Yuan used his consciousness to control his body and approach the sun. As they drew closer, their atmospheres intertwined. Devour. With this thought, the massive body of the sun was instantly covered in golden light. Qin Yuan continued to approach, and the sun, now transformed into golden light, was gradually drawn out, with the golden light seeping into Qin Yuan's body. His size increased at a visible rate, and his mass was also quietly growing. Qin Yuan was covered in the golden light that came from the sun. The sun was an enormous entity, and in the past, devouring it would have been very slow. But now, Qin Yuan had become a yellow dwarf star comparable to the sun. The speed of devouring was naturally not slow. The sun was completely consumed by Qin Yuan. Suddenly, Qin Yuan felt a loud rumble within his body. He was taken aback. Another one? What will it transform into this time? Just as this thought arose, his consciousness suddenly disappeared, and he fell into a deep sleep once again. Chen Yuan did not know how long he had slept. Finally, his consciousness slowly returned. Chen Yuan opened his perception and looked at his body. When he saw his body, he was instantly shocked. So big. At this moment, his size was significantly larger than before his sleep, with a diameter 15 times that of the sun. After gaining the mass of the sun, his mass had also become 21 times that of the sun. At this moment, Chen Yuan was emanating a bluish-white light, looking incredibly bright, more than 10 times brighter than the sun. A blue dwarf star? No way. After consuming a sun, I became a blue dwarf star? Previously, when Chen Yuan encountered Sirius A, it was a blue dwarf star, with a mass twice that of the sun and a diameter 17 times that of the sun. Now, his mass was similar to that of Sirius A, and his size was not much different either. He had truly become a genuine blue dwarf star. Awake? A voice came. A neutral female voice tinged with a hint of surprise. Chen Yuan replied, "Yes, I'm awake. It seems that your size and mass have increased significantly. You've already transformed from a yellow dwarf into a blue dwarf. Congratulations. However, you've been asleep for quite a long time this time." You said with interest, "If it weren't for your sudden slumber experience earlier, I would have thought you were gone." Chen Yuan looked around and found himself still within the solar system. Of course, the sun and other planets had vanished, leaving only the Oort cloud. Chen Yuan opened his perception ability. Once activated, he discovered that his perception had expanded greatly, allowing him to see at least 1,000 stars. Although he didn't know how many years had passed, it seemed a considerable amount of time had gone by. He wondered how far Earth's civilization had developed. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan looked toward the direction of the small Earth. The small Earth was surrounded by two technologically advanced black circular rings. The giant rings rotated slowly around the small Earth. What kind of technological product is that? Chapter 40. A massive star is heading towards Earth. What should we do? The giant rings, you mean those rings of Earth's civilization? Those are planetary transformation devices and protection devices. They can modify the environment of a planet to suit their needs while shielding it from stellar radiation, he casually explained. It took them over 1,000 years to construct that giant ring. However, the ability to create such a ring also means they have the means to terraform planets, which is necessary for creating gigantic artificial planets. Chen Yuan nodded. So that's how it is. He had already been in this solar system for a while. Considering his current luminosity and the distance from the small Earth, it would be quite easy for Earth's civilization to observe him. He wondered what they would think when they saw him regain consciousness and begin to act. Never mind. Through his perception ability, Chen Yuan searched for suitable targets to devour. With a glance, he was attracted by a familiar blue light point. It was a blue dwarf, specifically Sirius A, which he had encountered earlier. Sirius A has a mass twice that of the sun, comparable to Chen Yuan's current state, but its diameter is 17 times that of the sun, making it slightly larger than Chen Yuan now. To devour it, Chen Yuan would need to continue growing. He had to set Sirius aside for now and look for other targets. With the range of his current perception ability, he could easily find a target with just a casual sweep. Given his current mass and size, almost all yellow dwarfs and red dwarfs could be considered potential targets. Chen Yuan locked onto a nearby yellow dwarf and controlled his body to leave his spot using his mental energy. His speed increased, much faster than when he was a yellow dwarf. Inside the small Earth, Dr. S7894 has begun to move. Moving? That star has been in slumber since it consumed the sun, and it has been asleep for over 5,000 years, right? The last time we observed it devouring the sun was during the time of my ancestors. Why is it moving again now? Upon hearing that S7894 had moved, the person referred to as the doctor turned pale as a sheet, as if he had seen a ghost. The assistant, sitting in front of the computer screen, casually remarked, "I don't know, but this star is really special. It's a star with self-awareness, something never seen before." The doctor hurried over and said, "Don't talk about that. Is it coming this way?" Based on its previous path of devouring celestial bodies, after becoming a blue dwarf, it should target the nearest star to consume. And our star is the closest. Well, doctor, it isn't, the assistant replied, gesturing for the doctor to look at the screen. Seeing the doctor's tense expression as he stared at the screen, the assistant then turned her gaze back and said, "It seems to be flying away in the opposite direction." "Doctor, do you think it hasn't noticed us?" The doctor gazed at the blue dwarf that had flown away, slightly dazed. With a hint of strangeness in her eyes, "That can't be. 7894 was a mysterious star. Almost any scientist would be eager to study this peculiar celestial body that defied physical understanding. I have researched it as well. When it previously consumed stars, it could find suitable targets from a range of tens of thousands of light years. We are less than 1,000 light years from the solar system, so it couldn't possibly have missed us. The assistant crossed her arms, pondering for a moment, then said, "Could it be that it thinks our star is too small?" The doctor frowned. When it came from afar, it devoured everything in its path, and the smallest of those targets was about the size of Jupiter. For it, our star is just right. It wouldn't abandon it simply because it's too small. That's strange then. Doctor, what do you think could be the reason? The assistant asked. It's a celestial body with self-awareness. It probably has its own thoughts. Or perhaps it doesn't want to harm humanity. The doctor fell into contemplation. Upon hearing this, the assistant said, if that's the case, maybe it could become a friend to our Earth civilization. The doctor seemed to ponder this. I remember from previous records that our ancestors observed a conscious planet that appeared from the direction of the solar system and devoured all 8 planets, growing from an asteroid to a gas giant the size of Jupiter. That conscious planet and this interesting star feel quite similar. Some scientists believe that this conscious planet and the star could very well be the same entity. The doctor murmured, could it really be the same one? Regardless, the doctor stated, as long as it doesn't come our way, everything is negotiable. If it does come toward us, with its size and our current technology, we wouldn't stand a chance. The assistant said, well then, doctor, we can share this good news with the Space Joint Army, so they won't be on edge. The doctor nodded slightly. After the appearance of that conscious celestial body, everyone had been extremely anxious, considering whether to relocate from this place. Now it's fine. There's no need to move. On the other side, Qin Yuan had no idea how scared the people over there were. At this moment, he continued to search for stars smaller in size and mass than himself to consume. Although his speed hadn't reached the speed of light, it felt to him like it was almost there. After a while, Qin Yuan arrived at his target, a yellow dwarf star. He consumed it. Qin Yuan swooped in, and the yellow dwarf star, along with the planets orbiting it, was transformed into golden light and swallowed by him. The golden light gradually entered his body. Qin Yuan's size and mass were increasing. At this moment, his diameter had already doubled that of the sun, and his mass was 29 times that of the sun. His size and mass had completely surpassed Sirius A. So fast, indeed, after becoming larger, the rate of gaining size and mass was much quicker. This way, I would be close to 3 times the mass of the sun, with a diameter twice that of the sun. How exaggerated. It should be noted that when Qin Yuan initially aimed to achieve the size and mass of the sun, he spent a considerable amount of time on it. And he couldn't even calculate how much time it was. Now that he had the size and mass of the sun, he could rapidly grow in both aspects. Just by consuming 2 yellow dwarf stars, his size and mass had already exceeded that of Sirius A, which he had seen earlier. It was time to consume Sirius A. Qin Yuan opened his perceptive abilities and locked onto Sirius A, controlling his massive body to fly towards it. Chapter 41. Can a celestial body become a black hole if its mass is large enough? With your current size and mass, you can consume 80% of the celestial bodies in this galaxy. A voice said, 80%? That sounds like a lot. Qin Yuan replied. Can I consume neutron stars and black holes? The voice responded, perhaps you can try, but the risk is not low. I'm worried that before you even reach the neutron star or black hole, the pressure near them could crush your body into protons. Qin Yuan felt a bit tempted to try, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. After all, if he continued to consume like this, his mass would definitely exceed that of neutron stars and typical black holes. Since there was an easier path to take, he wasn't foolish enough to risk his life by deliberately taking the difficult route. Qin Yuan asked, you mean, if I keep consuming, can I become a black hole? Does it even need to be said? As long as your mass is large enough, you can become a black hole, the voice casually replied. Really? Aren't black holes formed when massive stars evolve to their end stage, collapsing after hydrogen and helium are nearly burned out? If I keep supplementing my mass like this, won't the hydrogen and helium in my body never get consumed? Can I still become a black hole that way? Qin Yuan had learned some astronomy knowledge before and had a bit of understanding about the formation of black holes. Now Qin Yuan is a blue dwarf star. If Qin Yuan does not consume other celestial bodies to replenish his material, he will continue to consume the hydrogen in his core for nuclear fusion. Once the hydrogen is depleted, he will start to consume helium. After that, he will undergo a violent expansion, becoming a blue giant star. Once the blue giant has consumed all the helium, a supernova explosion will occur, which may lead to the formation of a black hole. However, Chen Yuan has been continuously consuming other celestial bodies, meaning he is constantly replenishing his hydrogen. In this case, Chen Yuan will continue to consume hydrogen without expanding, collapsing, or experiencing a supernova explosion. So how will he become a black hole? You are mistaken. Becoming a black hole does not require a complete evolutionary process. As long as your mass exceeds a certain limit, your body will automatically collapse to form a black hole. Considering your current mass, if it increases 50 times, you will collapse into a black hole, you explained. After all, Chen Yuan is an astronomy novice and has only flipped through a few books. His previous theory was merely a guess. In reality, a black hole does not necessarily have to evolve from a massive star to form. As long as a star's mass exceeds a certain value, the nuclear fusion or helium fusion it produces cannot withstand its own gravitational pull, leading to an automatic collapse from the center, forming a black hole. This process does not require waiting for nuclear fusion or helium fusion to end. The threshold is not fixed, but is approximately above 150 times the mass of the Sun. Currently, Chen Yuan's mass is 3 times that of the Sun, and if it increases 50 times, he will be nearing the limit of self-collapse. So that's how it is, Chen Yuan understood. You don't really want to become a black hole, do you? He asked curiously. Chen Yuan thought for a moment and said, since it's possible, why not give it a try? If that is the case, I'm a bit worried. Worried? I'm worried I might become bored without you to chat with. An infinite lifespan with a long stretch of time can be quite dull. Huh? Chen Yuan was taken aback. Why do you say that? I'm just saying I might become a black hole, not that I will die. But how do you know that once you become a black hole, you want to be dead? A black hole, in our civilization's terminology, is a dead star, the corpse of a star. If you become a black hole, will your consciousness still exist? I can't be sure, so I'm really worried. Chen Yuan was stunned. This was something he had never considered. If he became a black hole, would he still be alive? A black hole consumes everything. Even light cannot escape its gravitational pull. Could his consciousness escape? Does becoming a black hole equate to suicide? Knowing that becoming a black hole might mean death, do you still plan to become one? You asked with interest. Really? Becoming a black hole could very well mean suicide? Chen Yuan fell silent for a long time. He made up his mind. I want to become a black hole. Huh. I want to know if my mass and volume continue to grow infinitely. This is my goal and my purpose. If my mass and volume keep increasing, and I were to become a black hole, attracting death as well, then I would accept death. Regardless, I want to see the final outcome. You fell silent for a long time. Indeed, you are special. Knowing that you might die, you still charge ahead without hesitation? Ya's voice carried a hint of admiration. I support you. As for whether you will die after becoming a black hole, I cannot be sure. After all, you are the first conscious celestial body, a unique and special existence. Whether you will die after becoming a black hole remains a mystery. Perhaps you could continue to live. There is no need to feel too much pressure. You smiled. Chen Yuan also fell silent. After an unknown amount of time flying, Chen Yuan spotted a familiar figure. The massive Sirius A was there, radiating bright light. It was indeed Sirius A. Sirius A was enormous, with a diameter 17 times that of the Sun and a mass 21 times greater. In the past, Chen Yuan viewed it as a colossal entity. He had almost been swallowed by it once before, but fortunately, he had managed to escape quickly. Now, however, Chen Yuan's diameter was already twice that of the Sun, and his mass was 29 times greater, making him a colossal entity as well, an even larger one than Sirius A. The distance between them had diminished. The two blue dwarf stars began to feel each other's gravitational pull, and their atmospheres started to rush towards one another, intertwining in the middle. Devour. With a thought, Chen Yuan watched as Sirius A slowly transformed into a gigantic golden sphere. Chen Yuan's volume had exceeded that of Sirius A, and naturally, he didn't need any fancy moves. He could devour it directly. Chen Yuan controlled his body with his consciousness and moved closer. The golden light from Sirius A gradually entered Chen Yuan's body, becoming part of his volume and mass. Chen Yuan's size was visibly increasing, and his mass was also growing. When Sirius A was completely devoured, the golden light around Chen Yuan slowly dispersed. In an instant, Chen Yuan's mass became 4 times that of the Sun, still 146 solar masses away from collapsing into a black hole. Chapter 42. It turns out the star's mother is it after swallowing Sirius A. Chen Yuan activated his perception abilities to search for the nearest target to devour. Through his perception, he discovered a neutron star. The diameter of that neutron star was larger than that of a city on Earth, with a mass 13 times that of the Sun. A neutron star? Its mass is a bit small, but it will do. Chen Yuan used his consciousness to control his massive body and flew towards the neutron star at an alarming speed that was disproportionate to his size, traveling through interstellar space. This time, Chen Yuan no longer slowed down to devour wandering planets. He flew straight towards his target, only using his devouring ability when some wandering planets were about to collide with him. However, even though Chen Yuan's speed has increased significantly after becoming a blue dwarf, it still cannot be considered fast in the vastness of the universe. It is clear that it will still take some time to reach the neutron star from his starting point. Of course, it will take less time than before. Halfway through the journey, Chen Yuan sensed a strange phenomenon. In the distance, a mass of dust was gathering, densely packed as if it were wrapping something. The volume of that dust was enormous and heavy. Dust was something Chen Yuan could always see. In this interstellar space, there was an abundance of dust. However, those particles were too small, and although they were numerous, Chen Yuan did not pay much attention to them. But the mass of dust before him was particularly captivating. The originally tiny dust particles were now clustered together, forming a gigantic cloud. The cloud reflected the light emitted by Chen Yuan, and the dense dust cloud emitted a rainbow of colors, appearing magnificent. Using his sensing ability, Chen Yuan delved into the cloud and looked inside. When he saw the images within the dust cloud, he was struck with a sense of awe. Inside the enveloping cloud, spherical celestial bodies were gathering one after another. These bodies were absorbing the mass of the dust cloud, converting the dense dust into their own mass and volume. One particular sphere caught Chen Yuan's attention because it was rapidly increasing its mass and volume by absorbing the dust cloud's material. Upon seeing this, Chen Yuan understood. The dust cloud, it was indeed a dust cloud. Some might ask where stars are born. At that moment, if someone were to ask, Chen Yuan could answer, from the dust cloud. The dust cloud is composed of countless particles. Although they are small, their combined mass is sufficient to form a star. Stars are born from dust clouds. Dust gathers into spheres within the dust cloud, then absorbs other dust within the cloud, gradually forming the embryo of a star, which continues to consume dust until it evolves into a fully fledged star. A star is a being nurtured by the cosmic dust cloud. What Chen Yuan was witnessing was a dust cloud that was in the process of nurturing a star. At this rate, it was estimated that in about 10,000 years, that star would be born. A voice came through. This is a very interesting scene. It feels quite fascinating. As the dust cloud nurtured the star, its massive volume naturally enveloped the star embryo, blocking the light emitted by it. Even if ordinary civilizations wanted to observe it, they would be unable to do so, much like a mother protecting her child. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment and, through his sensing ability, took in the enormous dust cloud. Such a vast dust cloud connected with all the dust in the universe. All the dust in the universe? Its mass was likely greater than that of a supermassive black hole. If I were to swallow all the dust in the universe, I could instantly surpass that supermassive black hole and become the most massive entity in this universe, right? Thinking of this, Chen Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that I've discovered a bug in this world? Dust clouds and particles could allow me to soar to new heights? Chen Yuan was overjoyed. Huh, is that so? Ya's voice carried a hint of doubt. Isn't your ability to devour determined by volume and mass? Can you really swallow all the dust in the universe? Chen Yuan's joy quickly faded. The dust clouds connect to all the dust in the universe, so their volume and mass are greater than mine. How could I devour them? Chen Yuan felt downcast. Haha, you're quite interesting. However, if you are judging based on volume and mass, I think you should try to devour that dust cloud. After all, although it's called a dust cloud, it doesn't really count as a celestial body. It's just a bunch of materials clumped together, you said with a casual laugh. Hearing this, Chen Yuan's mind sparked. He looked at the dust cloud ahead. In other words, the dust particles are not connected. This means that while I can't swallow all the dust in the universe at once, I can indeed devour this dust cloud in front of me. Forget it. Chen Yuan didn't want to think too much. He decided to give it a try. With that thought, he controlled his massive body and dove into the dust cloud. Devour. However, what Chen Yuan didn't expect was that as soon as he charged into the dust cloud, the particles immediately rushed towards him. Realizing this, Qin Yuan remembered. Right. I have gravity. These dust particles are so small that they can easily be pulled in by my gravitational force, even without using the celestial devouring system's abilities. The dust cloud would become part of my mass and volume due to gravitational attraction. This is comfortable. Qin Yuan devoured the nearby dust clouds like a giant vacuum cleaner, his massive form flying around in the vast dust cloud, consuming the particles around him. He also made sure to devour the stellar embryos. Before long, the dust cloud was gone. Qin Yuan stopped, feeling his size increase and his mass grow significantly. Using his perception ability, Qin Yuan looked at his form. At that moment, his diameter had already reached 4 times that of the sun, and his mass equated to 6 times that of the sun. He was still 144 solar masses away from becoming a black hole. Indeed, the dust particles were not connected. He had devoured the dust cloud, but couldn't swallow all the dust in the universe. What a pity. But it's also good. If they were connected, I probably wouldn't be able to devour them at all. At least I gained some mass. The next target, a neutron star. Chapter 43. Clearly larger in mass than a neutron star, but its gravity is still stronger than mine. Through his perception ability, he could see the neutron star was not far away, but flying over would take some time. As he was flying leisurely, Qin Yuan struck up a conversation with Ya. Didn't you say before that your civilization is searching for the edge of the universe? Has anything been found after all these years? To be honest, Qin Yuan was quite interested in the edge of the universe as well, since he had nothing else to do anyway. We haven't found it. We've been searching all these years. It's just that the universe seems infinite, as if it has no edge at all. Still haven't found it? Does the universe really have an edge? Qin Yuan asked instinctively. You replied, something that is expanding naturally has an edge. If there were no edge, how could it possibly expand? However, we don't need to rush. After all, it will take a very long time for all the celestial bodies in the universe to reach the speed of light, or even surpass it. We can take our time searching. Qin Yuan nodded, saying, if you find the edge of the universe, you'll need to find a new universe, which will probably take quite a bit of time as well. Not necessarily. We don't plan to search for a new universe. Our scientists believe that creating a new universe directly is simpler than searching for one. Huh. Qin Yuan was taken aback. Did I scare you? Haha. Our civilization is currently researching how to create a new universe. So, we plan to find the edge of the universe, break out of it, and then recreate a new universe. This way, we won't have to worry about finding a new one. Isn't that a bit exaggerated for the civilization you belongs to? Creating a new universe? It's truly hard to imagine. Qin Yuan didn't dwell on it further. Indeed, the knowledge he possessed was almost incomparable to that of her civilization. What a joke, creating a new universe. Looking back at it now, it was quite interesting. The universe was born from a big bang, which then nurtured stars and planets. When the conditions were right, highly intelligent life would emerge. Then, these intelligent beings would search for the edge of the universe, break out of it, and create a new universe. It felt almost like the universe was reproducing itself. Perhaps this universe is just a huge, highly intelligent life form. Who knows? Listening to Ya's statements, Qin Yuan felt a headache coming on. Your imagination is quite something. In any case, Qin Yuan didn't dare to think further. Are you really okay being so idle every day? Are you concerned about me? Ya asked with interest. No, I'm just changing the subject. Of course. He couldn't say that. My job is quite special, so being relaxed every day is fine. Besides, studying you, such a unique celestial body, is also a valuable contribution. It's not a waste of time. Is that so? What have you discovered? Quite a lot. Through observing you, I've gained a lot. At least I've gained a friend. All right. Qin Yuan decided to stop the conversation and fell silent. He didn't know how long they had been flying. Eventually, Qin Yuan arrived at his destination. It was a neutron star. The neutron star was rotating, absorbing the surrounding matter. He gazed at the neutron star before him. This neutron star has a mass 13 times that of the sun, but its size is very small, estimated to be slightly larger than a city on Earth. This is the first time Qin Yuan intends to consume a neutron star. The mass of this neutron star is not very large, and it is also the closest celestial body to Qin Yuan, which makes it particularly attractive to him, so he decides to give it a try. After all, the mass of this neutron star is not very significant, making it a challenge he is willing to take on. Currently, Qin Yuan has a mass 6 times that of the sun, but the thought of consuming a neutron star still makes him somewhat uneasy. He thinks to himself, how can he know if he can do it without trying? At his current speed, if he feels it's not working out, he can simply retreat. The gravity of the neutron star is strong, but Chun Yuan estimates that his current speed should be enough to escape its pull. He must act quickly. If he hesitates, he might be crushed into protons by the terrifying pressure of the neutron star. With this thought, Chun Yuan uses his mind to control his massive body and suddenly lunges toward the neutron star. As he approaches, a horrifying gravitational force emanates from the neutron star. Chun Yuan intended to dive straight in, but this overwhelming gravity pulls him into a spiral motion. The atmosphere around him begins to escape, frantically fleeing toward the neutron star. Chun Yuan, with a mass 6 times that of the sun, finds it surprising that this relatively small neutron star can pull away the material from him. At this rate, he might be torn apart by the neutron star's gravity before even getting close, and then be consumed by it. That would be absurd. Just as Chun Yuan is about to withdraw, a voice full of interest resonates in his mind. It can't consume you. He is taken aback. Since he is from an advanced civilization and dares to say this, there must be a reason behind it. Chun Yuan looks at the neutron star before him, his heart steadying. He once again uses his mind to control his massive body and lunges toward the neutron star. The material around him is frantically torn away and flies toward the neutron star. Although his size and mass are rapidly decreasing, Chun Yuan's speed is fast enough. When he gets close to the neutron star, his size and mass are still about half of what they were. His atmosphere touches the neutron star. Devour. The neutron star is instantly covered in golden light. Tiny bits of golden light peel away from the neutron star and return to Chun Yuan. His size visibly increases, and his mass grows as well. This is too dangerous. Perhaps it's better not to challenge it. Chun Yuan reflects in his mind. Yeah, with interest, chuckles. Its mass isn't large. If it were any bigger, you would truly be in danger. Observing his slowly enlarging body with his perception ability, Chun Yuan remarks, "My previous mass was close to 6 times its own. Why is its gravity so much stronger? Isn't it's supposed to be that the greater the mass, the greater the gravity? This neutron star is quite unfair." Indeed, Ye laughs. The greater the mass, the greater the gravity. As you approach a neutron star, the immense gravity emanates from its concentrated mass within a small volume, while your size is significantly larger. The surface gravity between the two is different. Although your overall gravitational pull is greater, the surface gravity of the neutron star is much stronger. Many might wonder, isn't it true that greater mass leads to greater gravity? So why does the neutron star, despite being smaller than you, exert a stronger gravitational force? This notion is actually incorrect when considering overall gravity. Your gravitational pull is indeed stronger than that of the neutron star. However, gravity is not calculated from the surface of celestial bodies, but rather from their center of mass. With equal mass, the closer the center of mass is to the surface, the greater the surface gravity. The center of mass of the neutron star is too close to its surface, resulting in a surface gravity that far exceeds yours. This explains why your material is being pulled away while the neutron star remains unaffected. In Chapter 44, the human body is composed of dust, and the entire neutron star has been consumed. Your size has increased slightly, now approximately 29 times the diameter of the sun, and your mass has reached 73 times that of the sun. To become a black hole, you still need 127 times the mass of the sun. You feel significantly larger now. However, approaching a neutron star is too risky, so you decide to look for other celestial bodies to consume. Initially, you thought your mass was sufficient to challenge the neutron star, but now that you've experienced it, the result is somewhat perilous. If it weren't for the reminder from you, you would have intended to flee, which would have meant losing some mass to the neutron star. Fortunately, Ye's warning prevented a significant loss. As for how you knew the neutron star couldn't consume you before you got close, you don't need to ponder much to understand. Ye's civilization is an advanced one, aiming to create a new universe, making it easy for them to calculate whether the neutron star could consume you before your approach. Of course, you remain unaware of this and can only rely on your intuition. Your intuition tells you that the neutron star is far more terrifying than the previous white dwarf star. Without further thought, you activate your perception ability to search for the next target. Excluding neutron stars and black holes, you consider other options. The nearest suitable target is a red dwarf star, which has about 15 of the sun's mass. It's too little, but you decide to proceed and treat the red dwarf as a waypoint. With that in mind, you lock onto the direction of the red dwarf and set off. Not long after you begin your journey, a burst of light captures your attention. Through your perception ability, You can see the brilliant halo emitted by the explosion of a star. The reflected light consists of tiny particles released during the star's explosion. Is this the small matter left behind by a supernova? Seeing this, Qin Yuan had an idea. Could it be that the source of cosmic dust comes from supernova explosions? Qin Yuan didn't know. This was just his speculation. Cosmic dust originates from supernova explosions, and then that dust gathers to form dust clouds. Dust clouds give birth to stars, and when those stars reach the end of their evolution, another supernova explosion occurs, creating an infinite cycle. Qin Yuan pondered. Indeed, most of the current cosmic dust is derived from supernova explosions. However, an infinite cycle seems unlikely. A unique neutral female voice came from Ya, who said with interest, in the universe, hydrogen and helium elements can also be consumed. One day, these two elements will be depleted. Without hydrogen and helium, the universe can no longer give birth to stars. Ya said with a playful smile. In simple terms, once those two elements are exhausted, this universe will no longer see light. Only endless darkness will remain. So, it can't be an infinite cycle. Will hydrogen and helium be completely consumed? Qin Yuan thought subconsciously. This was something he hadn't considered. After all, hydrogen and helium are burning and being consumed every day. You said, since they will be consumed, there will surely come a day when they are completely used up. After all, hydrogen in the universe does not increase. However, don't worry. By the time hydrogen and helium are depleted, who knows how many trillions of years will have passed. Listening to Ya's indifferent remarks, Qin Yuan fell into deep thought. If this universe runs out of hydrogen and helium, it means that the universe will completely lose its light. Stars will also disappear, turning into white dwarfs, neutron stars, or black holes. Wouldn't the entire universe then just be the remnants of stars? Qin Yuan thought subconsciously. A white dwarf is a completely dead star. Evolved from a white dwarf, one could say it is the corpse of a star. Neutron stars and black holes are already dead stars. Well, one could say that by that time, if we haven't discovered the edge of the universe and moved away, we would be doomed. Do you want to know what will happen to the Milky Way by then? You said softly. You was quite relaxed, always wanting to talk to Qin Yuan when she was idle. Qin Yuan replied, what will happen? You said playfully, except for some materials thrown out by other factors. All other materials will be consumed by the supermassive black hole at the center of the Milky Way, until the entire Milky Way is left with only that supermassive black hole. And then, the entire universe will be filled with black holes, which will orbit the massive black hole until they are consumed. That's truly terrifying. Qin Yuan felt a shiver run through him as he listened to Ya's words. By that time, there would be no life left in the universe. But don't worry, when that time comes, I can take you to a new universe. And let this one be destroyed, you said casually. Qin Yuan replied, I don't want to think about it anymore. If I do, the universe might just disappear. Haha. You laughed. Qin Yuan's gaze fell ahead as he continued to fly forward. There is a civilization ahead, but according to your current trajectory, it won't have much impact on them, you gently reminded. A civilization refers to highly intelligent life. Life, you say? The universe initially had no life. So, is life considered a form of matter? Certainly. If viewed superficially, cellular genes are just a fusion of various materials. You seemed quite interested in conversing with Qin Yuan. According to scientists, the human body is composed of various elements, and elements are a form of matter. Life originates from planets. Both stars and planets arise from dust clouds, which are formed from accumulated dust. In other words, life is composed of dust. The universe has birthed stars and planets, nurturing life. Now, life is searching for the edge of the universe, aiming to leave the universe and create new ones outside. You chuckled softly, saying, the relationship between the universe and life is indeed quite marvelous. It is indeed marvelous. Qin Yuan stopped thinking further and continued flying. He lost track of time. Eventually, he spotted his target. What the future holds is not important. What matters is the present. I need to devour this red dwarf star first. Qin Yuan had already seen his target. The red dwarf star appeared before him. At this moment, Qin Yuan had transformed into a blue dwarf star, making it easy for him to consume the red dwarf star. There was no need for any procedure. He pounced directly. As he approached, the red dwarf star was drawn toward Qin Yuan due to gravitational forces. Chapter 45. Can advanced civilizations' weapons erase a blue dwarf star? For Qin Yuan, as a blue dwarf star, consuming a red dwarf star was certainly not a difficult task. It didn't take much time for the red dwarf star to turn into golden light, its mass merging with Chun Yuan's. However, the mass of this red dwarf star was too small to satisfy him. In terms of Chun Yuan's massive mass, the addition of the red dwarf star's mass barely made a difference. Chun Yuan used his perception abilities to search for the nearest suitable star to consume. A red dwarf star? Its mass is too small, not feasible. A giant red star, 6 times the diameter of the sun, with a mass 20 times that of the sun, better skip that. A yellow dwarf star, 13 times the mass of the sun, was a bit far away. It will have to do. Although it's somewhat distant, there were no suitable targets closer, so he had to choose that yellow dwarf star. On the way, he could also consume some nearby stars to gain additional mass. Determined, Chun Yuan set off. Previously, your trajectory wouldn't collide with the civilization I mentioned. However, now that you've changed direction, this trajectory will indeed intersect with that civilization you pointed out. Will it collide? Chun Yuan slightly altered his course, flew for a while in another direction, then relocked onto the yellow dwarf star and continued forward. It won't now. Ya's voice carried a hint of amusement as she said, "You need to be a bit cautious about that civilization. Although they are not as advanced as mine, their weapons are sufficient to harm you." Chun Yuan paused for a moment. This was the first time Chun Yuan realized that there were civilizations capable of harming him. After all, Chun Yuan was a massive blue dwarf star. Could any weapon truly hurt me? What kind of weapon could that be? Chun Yuan felt a bit curious. Before his reincarnation, the civilization on Earth could only use hydrogen bombs and nuclear weapons. It was nearly impossible for those two types of weapons to harm Chun Yuan as a blue dwarf star. Did advanced civilizations already possess weapons that could injure him? What kind of weapon could that be? They referred to such a weapon as a stellar cannon. The principle was quite simple. It involved harnessing the energy of nearby stars, compressing it, and then attacking through a massive cannon-like device. Absorbing the energy of nearby stars to launch attacks? Yes, in their celestial system. There was a giant red star at the center, which should be visible. Chun Yuan used his perception ability to see the giant red star. Was that it? This thing had a mass 20 times that of the sun. They could absorb the energy of the giant red star to attack him. Of course, doing so would reduce the lifespan of the giant red star, but the impact wouldn't be significant. Moreover, if they wanted to launch an attack that penetrated his body, they only needed to compress the energy, which wouldn't require much energy expenditure. With great interest, they continued discussing. Chun Yuan responded with a slight acknowledgement. Never mind. It doesn't matter. After all, he was too lazy to provoke them, and he believed they wouldn't target a conscious star. That is not necessarily true, was the reply. Not necessarily? Chun Yuan didn't have time to ask further. Suddenly, through his perception ability, he saw a white light approaching from a distance. Boom. Chun Yuan heard the sound. The white light pierced through his body. As a blue dwarf star, he instantly had a large hole in his body. After that white light appeared, the area suddenly brightened. Countless beams of white light shot towards him from afar, all aimed directly at Chun Yuan. Seeing the dense array of white beams, Chun Yuan instantly understood. This was the stellar cannon. That unknown civilization intended to obliterate Chun Yuan. Those beings had clearly prepared for a long time. The accumulation of so many stellar cannons had gathered a significant amount of energy, indicating they had been preparing for quite a while. It was very likely that they had observed Chun Yuan through some instruments when he was on his way here, and had started preparing to counter him early on. Now, their bombardment aimed to directly disintegrate Chun Yuan. Just as Chun Yuan had said, indeed, no one wanted to provoke a conscious star, but when that star posed a potential threat to their own existence, it was a different story. Moreover, if they had the means to obliterate Chun Yuan, their answer was quite simple: eliminate him. So, the question arose, what to do? The attacks were already upon Chun Yuan. Even with his speed, he couldn't escape. If he let all those attacks hit him, his core would surely be struck, leading to his disintegration. If their attacks continue, they might bomb him to the point of leaving no atom behind. He would die. However, to his shock, Chun Yuan realized that he had no means of defense. This was bad. Just as Chun Yuan was in a daze, suddenly, a graceful figure appeared before him. Seeing that figure suddenly appear, Chun Yuan was taken aback. Yeah? He saw Ya raise her hand. Boom, boom, boom. The stellar cannons bombarded an invisible barrier, which glowed with intense heat. Through his perception abilities, Chun Yuan looked at Ya's silhouette and her silver hair, feeling a bit dazed. He was saved? He looked at the stellar cannons ahead. The cannons were relentlessly bombarding the barrier. The large hole that had just been blasted into Chun Yuan's surroundings was healing. He watched the terrifying stellar cannons as they continued for a long time before the bombardment finally ceased. Yu withdrew her hand and said, "That was a close call." She turned to face Qin Yuan. "Seeing you up close, I realize you are quite large." She didn't speak aloud, as she was communicating with Qin Yuan through a secure channel. Qin Yuan was stunned for a moment before he snapped back to reality. "Why did you save me? Isn't it normal for friends to help each other?" Yu replied with a bright smile. "So, what do you plan to do next? Do you want to retaliate?" Qin Yuan said, "Of course, I'm not the kind of person who wouldn't fight back or respond to insults. I didn't intend to provoke them. But since they came after me, ignoring it would be quite rude." However, the existence of the stellar cannons still made Qin Yuan a bit apprehensive. He smiled and said, "I can use dark energy to create a barrier around you. This way, the stellar cannons will be ineffective against you. What you decide to do next is up to you." Saying this, she raised her hand towards Qin Yuan. Invisible energy surrounded him. "Yeah," with a playful smile, said, "All done. I'll head back now and watch your performance." With that, Ya's figure disappeared from the spot. Watching where Ya had vanished, Qin Yuan retracted his gaze and, through his perception abilities, saw a group of energy projectiles from the stellar cannons approaching from a distance. What a violent civilization. Chapter 46. Destroying a life-bearing planet, the stellar cannons struck Qin Yuan's dark energy shield. Waves rippled across the shield. Through his perception abilities, Qin Yuan looked towards the direction of the red giant star, searching for the life-bearing planet within it. Inside the red giant, there were 8 planets, with the fourth one being a super-Earth twice the diameter of Earth. On the super-Earth, shades of blue and various colors of buildings intermingled, with the side facing away from the red giant glowing with the vibrant lights characteristic of a city. Outside that super-Earth, there was a space station with a deck, upon which countless giant cannons were positioned, all aimed in this direction. Beside the cannons stood a group of strange creatures with limbs. This creature has long limbs, and its body appears to be made of glass, with eyes resembling 2 black gemstones set in their sockets. Although its body looks like glass, it is surprisingly soft. It has 4 fingers on each hand. They are looking in the direction of Qin Yuan, some of them operating a massive cannon. Boom! A searing, terrifying white light shot out from the cannon towards Qin Yuan. Upon seeing this, Qin Yuan locked onto the location of the life planet. He watched as the light from the stellar cannon hit the dark energy shield, causing ripples to spread across the shield. With the protection of the shield, the stellar cannon could not harm Qin Yuan. Knowing the location of that civilization, Qin Yuan used his consciousness to control his massive body and flew directly toward that civilization. He did not expect that when a civilization reaches a certain level of development, it could possess such powerful weapons. As a blue dwarf star, he nearly faced annihilation from a civilization. Is this the power that civilizations possess after a certain period of development? The giant red civilization had been developing for over 20 million years since its birth on that planet. Although they did not know how to utilize dark matter, they had already conducted some research on it. It was not surprising that they could harness the power of stars to launch attacks on other targets. He chuckled with interest and said, "It's not strange that you would be attacked by a civilization. With your current energy level, a careless move could destroy another civilization. Moreover, your trajectory is unpredictable for them. Rather than relying on your mood to determine your fate, they would clearly prefer to take fate into their own hands. Any civilization capable of destroying stars would naturally choose to bombard you upon sensing your approach. However, you don't need to worry too much. After all, you have me. Once you become a black hole, in this universe, apart from some super civilizations that have mastered the use of dark matter, no other civilizations can threaten you." Listening to Ya's words, Qin Yuan fell into silence. The energy blast from the stellar cannon bombarded him relentlessly. Qin Yuan could now see the red giant star up close, as well as the stellar cannons attacking him. He suddenly lunged forward. Boom! His massive body directly engulfed the space station used by the giant red civilization to deploy the stellar cannons. Right ahead was the base of the giant red civilization, a super-Earth with a diameter twice that of Earth. Qin Yuan didn't hesitate and moved forward. The super-Earth was swallowed into his body, crushed into fragments by his terrifying temperature and pressure, and became part of him. The advanced intelligent life forms within the super-Earth were also completely consumed by Qin Yuan, transforming from a state of life to a material state. Qin Yuan scanned the other 7 planets surrounding the red giant star. Without hesitation, he began to devour them. The 7 planets, influenced by Qin Yuan's gravity, rushed into his embrace. With a mighty swallow, each planet transformed into gold and was consumed by him. After resolving the matter, Chen Yuan instinctively glanced at the massive red giant star. This red giant was enormous, with a diameter 6 times that of the sun and a mass 20 times greater. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, had a diameter only 3 times that of the sun and a mass merely 74 times. Naturally, it was impossible for him to devour this red giant. Red giants are stars that have entered their old age. Young stars burn hydrogen, while older stars burn helium. Before Chen Yuan transformed into an asteroid, the sun in the solar system of the Earth civilization he belonged to was a young star. For the sun to become a red giant, it would need to burn for another 5 billion years. Unfortunately, the people of the Earth civilization would not be able to wait that long, as they were already facing a nuclear winter. While this red giant could not be consumed, the other planets had already been devoured. It was time to leave this place. Chen Yuan used his consciousness to control his body and flew away. He swiftly traversed interstellar space, rapidly approaching his next target. His next target was a yellow dwarf star with a mass 13 times that of the sun, a goal he had set previously. The civilization of the red giants, which had developed for tens of millions of years, was gone just like that. It was truly a thought-provoking situation, Ye remarked lightly. Hearing Ye's words, Chen Yuan asked, "Do you sympathize with them?" "Sympathize? I have no sympathy for them. They wanted to destroy you, leading to their own destruction. That was their choice, a wrong choice that naturally brought about wrong results." Ye said with interest, "I was just reflecting. Even the mightiest civilization feels so insignificant when facing the power of a star." Chen Yuan fell silent for a moment. He said, "Thanks for your help earlier." "Thank me? For what? If it weren't for your dark energy shield, I would have probably been shattered by their stellar cannon." "That wouldn't be the case. It would only reduce your size and mass a bit. Trying to eliminate you is not that easy," Ye laughed. "You underestimate your own strength. Even without my help, if you wanted to, you could have wiped out the red giant civilization on your own. Of course, doing so would slow down your growth in size and mass." Ye chuckled. "So, my assistance merely sped up the process of you annihilating the red giant civilization a little. Don't take it too seriously." Despite her words, her joyful tone indicated that she was in a good mood. Chen Yuan didn't dwell on it, thinking, "Well, I've thanked you, so let's not discuss this anymore." "All right." Chen Yuan flew toward the yellow dwarf star. After an unknown amount of time, he finally spotted his target. The yellow dwarf star, resembling the sun, appeared before him. This yellow dwarf had a diameter 12 times that of the sun and a mass 13 times greater. It was already considerable. However, from Chen Yuan's perspective as a blue dwarf, it seemed as small as a child. Time to devour it. Chapter 47. A huge diamond planet, a yellow dwarf star, was quickly consumed by Chen Yuan. His size increased a bit, but the growth was somewhat insignificant. Before consuming the yellow dwarf star, his diameter was 3 times that of the sun, and now it had only increased to 31 times. However, the increase in mass was noticeable. It went from 74 times that of the sun to 87 times. There are still 413 solar masses left before becoming a black hole. Next, Chen Yuan opened his perception ability. Red dwarf stars have too little mass, but there are indeed many of them. Upon seeing a blue dwarf star, Chen Yuan was pleasantly surprised. The larger the celestial body, the fewer in number. There are many stars in the Milky Way, and among them, red dwarfs account for 80%, while the combined total of yellow dwarfs, blue dwarfs, red giants, and other types of stars makes up the remaining 20%. The number of blue dwarf stars is quite rare. Since the last time he consumed Sirius A, Chen Yuan had not seen any other blue dwarf stars, but now he finally spotted one. This blue dwarf star has a diameter 3 times that of the sun and a mass 5 times that of the sun. Just right. Through his perception ability, Chen Yuan could determine the size and mass of that blue dwarf star. He found that its size and mass were precisely what he needed. After confirming his target, Chen Yuan immediately used his mental power to control his massive body and flew towards the blue dwarf star. It would take some time to reach the target. During this time, Chen Yuan was relatively idle. With some free time, he began to ponder. Civilizations that can harness the power of numerous stars are extremely formidable. Even if I am just a blue dwarf star, they can still pose a threat to my existence. It seems I need to be cautious. In the past, Chen Yuan had encountered several civilizations, but aside from the one where you resided, the others were not advanced enough to pose any real challenge to him. However, this time was different. The emergence of the giant red civilization informed Chun Yuan that in this vast universe, there are indeed some civilizations capable of destroying him. And those civilizations might suddenly attack, without any warning. Traveling through the vast universe, it is inevitable to be discovered by civilizations existing within it. When encountering powerful civilizations, one cannot avoid being attacked by those that glorify violence. Once I become a black hole, will such matters diminish significantly? It seems that I need to speed up the consumption of celestial bodies. However, even if I want to accelerate, there's nothing more I can do right now. It's quite frustrating. Although I want to speed up, no matter how I think about it, I am already at the fastest speed possible. There's nothing to be done. I'll just have to continue as is. Such matters cannot be resolved in a short time. Chun Yuan grew tired of thinking about it and continued flying through interstellar space. Suddenly, Chun Yuan's perception ability detected a planet. Upon seeing that planet, Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback. It was a wandering planet, roughly the same size as Earth. With such size and mass, the thought of consuming it never crossed Chun Yuan's mind. However, it caught his attention because of the light it emitted. The light was very bright. It clearly reflected the light that Chun Yuan himself emitted. But it was the first time he had seen a wandering planet with such a high reflectivity. In this universe, it was indeed the first time he encountered a wandering planet with such reflective properties. Since he had nothing better to do, Chun Yuan used his perception abilities to enter the interior of the wandering planet. Upon entering, he was taken aback. What on earth was this? The surface of the wandering planet was covered with countless substances resembling snowflakes, reflecting the light emitted by Chun Yuan. But those things were definitely not snowflakes. The reflected light came from these objects. They were diamonds. The surface of this wandering planet was strewn with diamonds, varying in size from as large as a mountain to as small as grains. Of course, besides diamonds, the ground was pitch black, resembling charred coal. Could it be that this wandering planet was entirely a carbon planet? Carbon planets, also known as diamond planets, are composed of carbon and a small amount of oxygen. When carbon is subjected to high pressure, it forms diamonds. The surface of this planet was pure carbon, and these diamonds must have been ejected from the core during volcanic eruptions, landing on the surface. This meant that the core of this planet was very likely a massive diamond. Diamonds, how incredible! It was astonishing that there existed a planet made entirely of diamonds. Suddenly, a voice chimed in. Diamonds, what are those? Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback. You don't know what diamonds are? Not really. I've never heard of that term. Diamonds are a type of expensive ornament, highly valued in a certain civilization. Oh, ornaments? That sounds interesting. The voice revealed a sense of curiosity. The diamond planet you just mentioned is the carbon planet that's flying towards you, right? Yes, those pebble-like things on its surface are diamonds, Chun Yuan explained. Is that really diamonds? Isn't that just a bunch of compressed carbon? Are those things really expensive? The civilization you mentioned sounds quite strange, the voice responded with intrigue. Hearing this, Chun Yuan paused for a moment, then came back to his senses. He had a thought. Indeed, in Earth civilization, diamonds were very rare and extremely expensive. But if we talk about their essence, diamonds are merely carbon compressed under pressure. Why should such things be so expensive? In other civilizations, these diamonds would probably be no different from ordinary stones. It seemed that only in Earth civilization could this carbon be referred to as diamonds. Are you interested? The voice inquired with keen interest. Chun Yuan said, I just find it a bit novel. This thing is indeed very expensive for a certain civilization. But for a blue dwarf star, it's no different from ordinary material or stone. He stopped thinking further and continued to fly forward. Ahead, a diamond planet was flying towards Chun Yuan. Bang! The diamond planet collided with Chun Yuan, creating a wave of scorching flames that were directly devoured by him. Chun Yuan didn't dwell on it any longer and continued to fly ahead. He needed to increase his mass quickly and become a black hole. Currently, he was still 13 times the mass of the sun away from becoming one. Chapter 48. Gaining control over his body. Chun Yuan didn't know how much time had passed before he arrived at his target location. Looking at the blue dwarf star before him, he didn't waste any words and directly approached it. The two blue dwarf stars drew closer, their gravitational forces attracting each other's atmospheres. The atmospheres intertwined and began to merge. The blue dwarf star, which had 5 times the mass of the sun, transformed into golden light. Chun Yuan gradually absorbed the blue dwarf star, taking in its mass. He was slowly enveloped by the golden light absorbed from the blue dwarf star. Once he completely absorbed it, the golden light around him vanished, and his volume diameter increased to 4 times that of the Sun, with his mass rising from 87 times that of the Sun to 137 times. The conditions for activation were met, and congratulations, you have gained a new ability, control ability. At that moment, the previously silent celestial devouring system unexpectedly spoke in Chen Yuan's ear. Chen Yuan was taken aback. A new ability? A third ability besides devouring and perception? It took so long to give me this. Wait a minute. Chen Yuan quietly exited the dark communication channel with you. He asked the celestial devouring system in his mind. Control ability? What is that? Control ability allows you to have the ability to control forces, a mechanical voice explained. This explanation felt like nonsense to Chen Yuan. He complained and continued to ask, forces? What kind of forces? Material, flames, gravity. And the energy emitted from hydrogen fusion and helium fusion all belong to forces. Once you have the control ability, you can use your consciousness to control these forces. That is the control ability. The voice of the celestial devouring system remained mechanical as ever. However, Chen Yuan still couldn't fully understand it. Nevertheless, he was well aware that it was almost impossible for the celestial devouring system to explain things to him like a teacher. In other words, he could only explore slowly. With that in mind, Chen Yuan looked at his body through his perception ability. Material, flames, gravity, hydrogen fusion, and helium fusion are all forces. Does this mean I can control these forces? A thought flashed through his mind. Under the gaze of his perception ability, Chen Yuan, as a blue dwarf star, saw blue-white flames erupting from his body. At that moment, part of the flames suddenly condensed under his control, forming 2 robust arms made of blue-white flames. This scene made Chen Yuan take a deep breath involuntarily. What he saw was a star suddenly sprouting 2 muscular arms made of flames. The sight was quite shocking. What the? Chen Yuan suddenly heard a gasp nearby. The familiar exclamation left him a bit stunned. The muscular flame arms on both sides of the blue dwarf star disappeared. Oh my, what did you do? You exclaimed. What did I just see? Oh my. It was clear that in her civilization, the expression he used might not exist, but in their mind-to-mind communication, it was directly translated into that term. He could completely sense his astonishment. Although Chen Yuan had exited the dark communication channel, what he thought was inaudible to her, but he could still hear her voice. At the same time, he knew that he had been watching him closely, almost like a stalker. She had just shown him her muscles, which she clearly saw. What was that just now? Arms made of flames, so huge? What did you do? You seemed very excited. Hearing this, Chen Yuan awkwardly re-entered the dark communication channel and said, It's nothing, just a little trick. A little trick? Oh my, how did you do that? Could it be that not only do you have consciousness and can control your movement, but now you can also control your own body? Ye's voice was filled with amazement. Control my own body? Chen Yuan was taken aback for a moment. Right. Thinking about it now, it seemed like it had always been this way. Although he could move his body with his mind, he had never truly gained control over it. His only function was to enable movement. This newfound ability seemed to have returned the control of his body back to him. In other words, he now had control over every particle, every atom within this massive body. This was the power of control. Chen Yuan was intrigued. So this is what control ability means. He then had a bold idea. With a thought, the flames on the blue dwarf star began to glow. Flames, which have no structure, simply radiate out due to hydrogen fusion in a spherical shape. Now that Chen Yuan had gained the control ability, he could change the shape of the flames. Originally, these flames were constrained within the star's atmosphere due to gravitational forces. But now, through his control ability, he could produce a force akin to a law. The flames began to swirl at his command, rapidly expanding and growing in size. Then, they stretched out arms, legs, and a head. In an instant, a giant made of flames appeared in the vacuum. Oh my! Ye's voice expressed shock and disbelief. What a huge fire person. Unfortunately, although it took on a human form, it still lacked the 6 senses. It merely resembled a person in shape. The volume had expanded too much for his consciousness to maintain. Accompanied by a prompt from the celestial devouring system, the flames dispersed. Chen Yuan transformed back into a spherical shape. He paused for a moment, realizing that this control ability also required managing the intensity of his consciousness to maintain it. Huh? Where did it go? Ye's voice carried a hint of surprise and confusion as she asked, Where did it go? Chen Yuan replied, Do you think it's easy to maintain that form? You're joking. Haha, it really doesn't seem easy. But it seems like you can truly control your own body now. Can you control the energy within you? Ye suddenly asked curiously. Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback. Energy? I think I can. Why? If you can truly control your own energy, then you can create a stellar energy shield for yourself using your own energy. In that case, even if future civilizations have stellar cannons, you wouldn't have to worry. Ye exclaimed in admiration. The energy in your body, if you can use it, wow, that would be a stellar armory. Qin Yuan felt a spark of inspiration. Indeed, if he had this control ability, he wouldn't need to worry about being bombarded by stellar cannons anymore. Chapter 49. Shattering the giant red star with new energy following Ye's hint. Qin Yuan tried to control his own energy, imagining it forming a shield in front of him. In an instant, a light blue shield appeared, completely covering his body behind it. Seeing this, Qin Yuan was pleasantly surprised. It really worked. Now, he wouldn't have to worry about being attacked by other civilizations. But he wondered how strong this shield was. Well, it seems to be effective. Although your shield's strength can't compare to that of a dark matter shield, it can easily withstand a few shots from a stellar cannon. Ye's evaluation came through. Knowing that this thing could withstand stellar cannons made Qin Yuan happy, and he said, "That's enough. Wait a minute." Suddenly, Qin Yuan had an idea. He moved his body towards the direction of the giant red star. The celestial devouring system requires a larger volume than the target to consume it. Now that Qin Yuan could control his body, could he use this control ability to forcibly enlarge his own volume? If so, could he then consume that giant red star? Qin Yuan exited the dark communication channel and thought, "System, can I use my control ability to forcibly enlarge my volume and then consume other celestial bodies larger than me?" The devouring ability can only consume celestial bodies smaller than your volume, a mechanical voice responded. Qin Yuan said, "I know. But I mean, if I use my control ability to enlarge my volume, wouldn't that make my volume larger than the target, allowing me to consume it afterward? Is that possible?" The devouring ability can only consume celestial bodies smaller than your volume. The system's response was mechanical, repeating the same phrase. Asking was like asking into a void. Qin Yuan felt a headache coming on. Fine, I'll just conduct an experiment and see what happens. With that thought, Qin Yuan took some time and flew back toward the giant red star. He looked at the enormous giant red star before him. The diameter of the giant red star before him is 6 times that of the sun, while Qin Yuan's diameter is only 4 times that of the sun. Moreover, the mass of this giant red star is 20 times that of the sun. Attempting to consume it seems nearly impossible. Before Qin Yuan gained control abilities, seeing such a thing would have made him turn around without hesitation. But things are different now. Qin Yuan wants to conduct an experiment. Control. Suddenly, Qin Yuan's body begins to enlarge. Due to the effect of his control abilities, his volume increases, surpassing 10 times the diameter of the sun. As he controls his enlarged body, he approaches the giant red star. The gravitational pull between them begins to affect each other's atmospheres. As their atmospheres touch, Qin Yuan utters, "Devour." However, the target's volume is too large to consume. A familiar mechanical prompt sounds in Qin Yuan's ears. He is taken aback. What? Although Qin Yuan's volume has increased, his mass has not. With the increase in volume, his density has actually decreased, resulting in a stronger gravitational pull from the red giant star. The atmosphere surrounding Qin Yuan is drawn towards the red giant star, rushing in. Run. Qin Yuan uses his control abilities to revert his size and immediately flees. Breaking free from the red giant star's gravitational pull, he retreats to the side. This means that the devouring ability only considers his original volume and not the volume after the change due to control abilities. Qin Yuan feels a bit helpless. He thought he had found a loophole, but it seems it had already been addressed. Qin Yuan feels a headache coming on. Looking at the massive red giant star before him, he comes up with another idea. Since he cannot enlarge his volume to consume it, could he shatter it with energy and then consume the fragments? With this thought, Qin Yuan's spirits rise. Let's give it a try. Qin Yuan uses his control abilities to concentrate energy in front of him. To shatter this giant red star, a tremendous amount of energy will be required. He wonders what his strongest attack looks like now. In front of Qin Yuan, a compressed blue energy sphere begins to form. He stares at the giant red star. "Hey, Qin Yuan, take a look at yourself." A slightly serious tone comes from you. Qin Yuan is startled. Look at himself. Using his perception abilities, he checks himself. Upon seeing this, Qin Yuan is momentarily stunned. What is this? He notices that his body is gathering towards the energy sphere, and as it does, his body gradually shrinks. In no time, his volume has decreased by 1/3. What? The energy being used for this ability is actually from my own body. Realizing this, Chen Yuan understands. The control ability uses Chen Yuan's strength, and his strength is derived from his own matter. Is this a joke? In other words, he is essentially using his own body to contain the target? No way. Chen Yuan attempts to stop the energy sphere's formation, but to his frustration. While he halts the gathering of the energy sphere, the energy that has been concentrated within it does not return to him. Moreover, it hovered in front of Chen Yuan, seemingly waiting for another instruction. How exactly can this thing be deactivated? Is it impossible to deactivate? Chen Yuan was bewildered. System, Chen Yuan said. I don't want to attack anymore. Can the energy from this energy sphere be returned to me? Once his own matter was converted into power, he could only use the acquired power, and there was no way to convert the power back into his original matter. A mechanical voice responded. Hearing this, Chen Yuan was stunned. This is too ridiculous, right? So it can only be used? There is no other option. Chen Yuan looked at the massive red star, gritting his teeth as he glanced at the energy sphere in front of him. Use it. Energy cannon, fire. Chen Yuan roared in his mind. The energy sphere received Chen Yuan's command, and the energy inside suddenly burst forth. It was just like when Chen Yuan first saw the stellar cannon being fired. The energy shot out, striking the massive red star. Boom. Accompanied by a loud explosion, a large hole was blasted through the center of the massive red star. Boom. The entire massive red star shattered before Chen Yuan's eyes. Various elements exploded outward, resembling countless miniature stars appearing. Stunned by the sight, Chen Yuan was taken aback. Did this energy cannon, which consumed 1/3 of his volume, really shatter the whole massive red star? Chen Yuan was somewhat shocked. But he couldn't think about anything else and hurriedly controlled his body with his consciousness. Devour. Chen Yuan began to absorb the matter flying away from the massive red star. Some of the stars had cores, but most were composed of gas. The gravity at the center was what held these gases together. However, since the energy cannon directly shattered the elemental composition at the center, the entire massive red star lost its central gravity, causing it to begin collapsing. After the collapse, the massive red star was naturally no match for Chen Yuan's size. It directly became his nourishment. Chapter 50. Utilizing control abilities after the collapse of the massive red star, a lot of mass flew away due to the explosion during the collapse. However, there was still a significant amount of mass remaining nearby. Chen Yuan absorbed all this mass. His own mass and volume experienced a terrifying increase. Now, Chen Yuan's volume radius was 5 times that of the sun, and his mass equated to 25 times that of the sun. This mass was still 125 solar masses away from becoming a black hole. Looking at his transformation, consuming 1/3 of his volume to use this energy cannon seemed quite worth it. I thought it would be a huge loss, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a significant gain. Chen Yuan was instantly excited. Initially, he had discovered that using energy would reduce his volume and mass, leaving him utterly confused. Realizing that once converted to energy, it couldn't be reverted to its original matter. Chen Yuan had initially thought he was going to lose 1/3 of his mass by using this energy cannon. But to his surprise, it actually worked. He directly gained 12 solar masses and increased his volume by so much. It was truly a remarkable profit. Tasting the sweetness of success, Chen Yuan activated his perception ability, and, after acquiring nearly 12 solar masses, his sensing capability was also enhanced. He scanned the area and locked onto another red giant star that was the closest to him. This red giant had a diameter 10 times that of the sun and a mass 30 times greater. It was a massive object that, in the past, Chen Yuan wouldn't have even glanced at. But now it was different. With a mass 30 times that of the sun, if I launch an energy cannon with 1/3 of my current mass, I should be able to destroy it directly. However, the distance is a bit far. Well, it's a bit far, but my divine sense is strong enough now, and I believe my speed has also increased. In that case, the distance isn't a problem. With that thought, Chen Yuan set off toward the red giant star. Your new ability is a bit too powerful, you said. A star that large can be shattered by you just like that. Your attack methods and power are quite terrifying. You laughed. Right now, you're basically a real arsenal. I think in the entire universe, there are probably only a handful of civilizations that could deal with yours. Only a handful? Chen Yuan asked, surprised. Is it really that exaggerated? Hee, our universe is still young, and civilizations are naturally still young too. As far as I know, there aren't many that can threaten your civilization at the moment, you said with a smile. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback and replied, that's good then. I don't plan to use these abilities against civilizations. The main purpose of this power is to help me increase my size and mass. Of course, being able to use it for self-defense is also nice. You responded softly. With your ability, you can shatter stars, and once they are fragmented, you can absorb them to gain their mass. So, it seems that wanting to become a black hole is just a matter of time for you. You smiled. Do you need my help? I can tell you the positions of those giant red stars closest to you. No need, Chen Yuan said. I like the feeling of discovering and devouring my targets myself. Okay then. You're currently flying straight toward a red giant star that is about 6,000 light years away from you. It seems that as your size and mass increase, the range you can detect also expands. Previously, you could only see up to 500 or 600 light years. You analyzed. Have I been detected? Chen Yuan asked. As my size and mass grow, the range I can see does indeed increase. It's just that I can only see and not know how far it is. Yet you can calculate the distance so easily. Advanced civilization tools are indeed useful. If you need to know the distance, I can tell you anytime. After all, I'm just sitting around. For so many years, you've been my greatest source of amusement. Chen Yuan paused for a moment. In the end, he couldn't help but exclaim, you really have too much free time. Haha, what can I say? Not dying means having a long lifespan. And having a long lifespan means having plenty of time. When you have a lot of time, it just means you're very free. What exactly do you do for a living? Is your job just to observe me? Well, in a way, I am currently working. It's just that my work rarely requires me to take direct action. At most, I just need to talk, which leaves me with plenty of free time. This has made Chen Yuan even more curious. So what exactly is your job? Are you curious about me? That's fine. I can create a body for you and help you implant your consciousness into that body. Then you could come over here, and I could introduce you to my daily life and work bit by bit, letting you understand me completely. She said this with a playful smile in her voice. Chen Yuan replied, forget it, I don't want to become human. His current goal is to become a black hole. How could he do that if he becomes human? Why not? Then you could truly understand me, which would satisfy your curiosity about me. Isn't that good? Ye inquired. I want to become a black hole. That is my goal. If I become human, I won't be able to achieve my goal, so forget it. Chen Yuan said. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. That's a bit of a pity, Ye laughed and said. Of course, if you are willing, you can do it anytime. Chen Yuan didn't want to think about it anymore and continued to fly forward. Ahead, there was a wandering planet that caught his attention. The wandering planet was moving slowly, appearing calm and unhurried. The speed of wandering planets is always the same, not too fast, not too slow, because they are in a vacuum and without acceleration. They can only maintain their initial speed. Chen Yuan had seen both fast and slow wandering planets. What attracted Chen Yuan to this particular wandering planet was the rings surrounding it. The rings were very striking, with one ring after another, more than those of Saturn, with at least 50 visible. These rings were in a plane, orbiting around the wandering planet, looking quite interesting. Indeed, the universe has everything. Those rings are actually made up of debris, likely remnants of some satellites that broke apart for various reasons, forming the rings. In fact, the Sun also has two rings, known as the asteroid belt and the Kuiper belt. If the 8 major planets were to disappear, those 2 asteroid belts would essentially be the rings of the star. Boom. Suddenly, everything around lit up. A star exploded. Another supernova, Chen Yuan muttered. The universe truly never rests. Chapter 51, The Divine Star. Chen Yuan had no idea how long he had been flying in this interstellar space. In this vast universe, he had completely lost track of time and could not feel its passage. He only knew to continue flying toward his destination. Ahead was a wormhole base of a civilization. At your current trajectory, you will collide with that wormhole base in 2 days, you reminded him. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Wormhole base? What is that? He knew what a wormhole was, but what was a wormhole base? Wormholes are vortex channels composed of dark matter. Generally speaking, natural wormhole channels are quite small, and apart from the dark matter itself, very little else can enter. Therefore, for life to utilize these wormholes for space-time jumps, it must manipulate dark matter to expand the wormholes. This process requires a certain force. Of course, not all civilizations have the capability to construct wormholes instantly, as mine does. They need time to build wormholes, and sometimes this can take thousands of years. While they cannot achieve space-time jumps as my civilization does, they can only create a suitable wormhole channel over time. A wormhole that takes thousands of years to construct cannot simply be discarded after one use. Hence, they establish a wormhole base at the entrance. If the wormhole base fails, then the wormhole becomes unusable. Upon hearing Ye's explanation, Chen Yuan realized this. Indeed, only a being like Ye could construct and use wormholes casually, discarding them after a single use. For some lower civilizations, such actions are naturally impossible. Chen Yuan felt the advanced nature of Ye's civilization once again. Would they collide in a couple of days? Then perhaps he should adjust his trajectory to avoid any trouble. Just as he was planning to do so, Chen Yuan suddenly heard a voice. "Hello, stellar friend." A male voice resonated in Chen Yuan's ear. The voice was strong and polite, but its abruptness caught Chen Yuan off guard. "Who? Haha," Ye suddenly laughed. "That voice isn't from my side. I just sensed a dark signal. Someone seems to want to communicate with you through dark communication. You'll need to exit my channel to converse with him." Dark communication? So, it's another civilization that can use dark communication? Chen Yuan exited the dark communication channel he had with Ye. "Let me introduce myself first. I am Aves from the Reu civilization. Our civilization has known of your existence for a long time. We know you are a self-aware star, and we wanted to communicate with you through dark communication. I wonder if you can hear me?" Meanwhile, within the Reu civilization, a young scholar spoke up. "God Star, it's been 3,000 years since our scholars discovered it through Mr. Ali. 3,000 years ago, Mr. Ali observed it destroying a giant red star with its own energy and even devoured that star. Since then, our scholars have passed down knowledge from one generation to the next, and now we are on the 256th generation. I never expected that in our generation. It would be so close to us. This is incredibly exciting." Scholar A stood on the deck of the space station, gazing at the brightest star in the distance. His face filled with excitement. It should be noted that it has been over 3,000 years since Chen Yuan first appeared in the Reu civilization's site. Over these 3,000 years, Chen Yuan was given the name Divine Star by the people of the Thunder civilization. In fact, many myths about the Divine Star have emerged within this civilization. Scholar B, upon hearing this, said, "Hey, don't get too excited. It is indeed special. But right now its trajectory is heading towards our wormhole base. If the wormhole base is hit, then the hard work of our ancestors over 6,000 years will be lost." Scholar A was taken aback and responded, "Let us first see how the commander communicates with it. That celestial body is one with self-awareness. If communication is successful, then our wormhole base might be saved." A celestial body with self-awareness? Scholar B glanced at the commander standing on the platform, holding a communication device and looking at the starry sky. He said, "Although almost every scholar who has seen that star believes it has self-awareness, whether it truly does remains undetermined. After all, if it really had self-awareness, it should be capable of thought. If it can think, there would definitely be subtle information leaks that we could capture. But we haven't detected any of its subtle information so far, which is quite strange." Scholar A replied, "Even so, it certainly is a celestial body with self-awareness. If it didn't have self-awareness, how would you explain its proactive attacks on other celestial bodies and its ability to alter its trajectory?" Scholar B crossed his arms and said, "Let us just wait and see." "Yes, let us wait and see," Scholar A agreed. Meanwhile, upon hearing a voice, Chen Yuan instinctively responded, "Is there something?" These three words echoed in the Thunder civilization through a broadcast. Upon hearing this voice, the commander's eyes lit up, and the gathered scholars and astronomers below displayed expressions of shock, surprise, and excitement. "Divine Star. It really is the Divine Star. It does have self-awareness. My goodness. Could the legends be true? It is a star transformed by divinity, which is why it possesses its own consciousness. Divine Star." Scholar A's face also showed shock and joy. Scholar B observed Scholar A's expression and remarked, "Wasn't this within your expectations? Why are you so shocked?" Scholar A exclaimed excitedly, "Don't you understand? Even if I believed 1,000 times that it has self-awareness, I couldn't be sure until I heard it. Now we can confirm it. It truly has self-awareness. A star with self-awareness. My goodness, I might faint." Seeing Scholar A's excitement, Scholar B cautioned, "Don't faint." Throughout the Thunder civilization, it is said that the Divine Star is an embodiment of a kind deity, but whether it is truly benevolent remains uncertain. If its purpose in coming here is to destroy our wormhole base and treat us as enemies, then we must prepare for battle. Upon hearing this, Scholar A's expression turned serious as he said, "That's impossible. The Divine Star is a belief for many in the Thunder civilization. It must be a benevolent god." At the same time, Chen Yuan also heard the scholars' conversation. Although the voices were not loud, he still managed to catch them. Chen Yuan fell into silence. How did he become a god? He felt as if he was about to break down. Chapter 52. The cowherd and the weaver girl are actually two balls? For a civilization, the stars in the night sky are mysterious entities. Therefore, there are always those who habitually assign names to the stars that can be seen with the naked eye. Some storytellers, out of boredom, weave tales about certain stars. These stories, passed from one person to another, eventually become myths. On Earth, there are also stories about celestial bodies. And the most well-known is undoubtedly the tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl. The cowherd star, located on one side of the Milky Way, is also known as a specific star in the constellation of Aquila. It is actually a star within that constellation, with a mass 17 times that of the Sun and a diameter 18 times greater. The Weaver Girl star, on the other hand, is the brightest star in the constellation of Lyra and is 25 light-years away from the solar system. It is a blue dwarf star, and its radius is 60 larger than that of Sirius, but still significantly smaller than that of the cowherd star. For intelligent civilizations, a blue dwarf star like Qinyuan, which possesses self-awareness, is particularly special, and it is only natural for it to be surrounded by some legends. Since it was first observed by the civilization of Leiyu, over 3,000 years have passed, during which countless versions of stories centered around Qinyuan have emerged. For Qinyuan, time holds little significance, but for the Leiyu civilization, the span of over 3,000 years has seen countless generations of scholars studying Qinyuan. Naturally, over this long period, it is not surprising that Qinyuan has been deified. This, however, is somewhat difficult for Qinyuan to comprehend. It goes like this. Commander Abes of the Leiyu civilization said, "If you continue on your current path for another 2 days, you will collide with our wormhole base. Could you change your course to avoid our wormhole base?" Qinyuan was slightly taken aback. So that wormhole base actually belongs to their civilization? Scholar B glanced at Scholar A and said, "Next, we will see whether it is benevolent or malevolent." Scholar A replied, "In our civilization, 1/3 of ordinary people believe in the divine star, and some even continue to worship it, praying for protection. I believe it must be a benevolent entity. Let's hope so," Scholar B said. Meanwhile, upon hearing Abes's words, Qinyuan replied, "I understand. I will change my course and not damage your wormhole base." As he spoke, he shifted his form and adjusted his direction. At that moment, Scholar C, seated at the instruments and observing Qinyuan, showed a hint of surprise. He looked at Abes and said, "Commander, he has changed direction. This way, he will not collide with our wormhole base." "That's great." The people below lit up with excitement. The divine being respected our wishes and changed direction. Indeed, the divine star is the embodiment of a benevolent deity. The legends from over 2,000 years ago are true. The divine star is indeed the incarnation of a god, possessing self-awareness and willing to help us. People were thrilled. Scholar A looked at Scholar B and smiled proudly, saying, "What do you think?" Scholar B nodded slightly and replied, "It seems that it does not harbor any hostility towards us. However, if it doesn't, why would it pass through our wormhole base?" Scholar A explained, "Many senior scholars have analyzed this. There is a massive red giant star located 900 light-years from our wormhole base. 3,000 years ago, it consumed another giant star and then changed direction towards that red giant. Many scholars believe its current target is that red giant star." Abe spoke into the communicator. "Thank you for your understanding." Qinyuan responded, "All right, if there is nothing else, let us not continue." "Okay." Abes ended the communication. He turned around and looked at the dense crowd below, announcing, "I declare that the star is a self-aware and benevolent entity. Our wormhole base is safe." Cheers erupted among the people. Meanwhile, shortly after Abes's voice faded, Ya's voice chimed in. "Why not try using your new abilities and engage with them?" Ya's tone was curious. Upon hearing this, Qinyuan replied, "I'm not a warmonger, and it wouldn't make any sense. Aren't you worried that these civilizations might become powerful and cause you trouble in the future?" "Trouble for me? How long do you think it would take for the Reiyu civilization to pose a threat?" Qinyuan asked. "Let me calculate. Given the current pace of the Reiyu civilization's development, they already possess the means to destroy a blue dwarf star. However, you can now utilize your own energy. And for a blue dwarf star capable of using its own energy, their current technology cannot threaten you. If they wanted to destroy you, they would need to acquire much more powerful weapons. I estimate it would take them around 60 million years to even consider taking you down." 60 million years? And what do you think I will become by then?" Qinyuan inquired. "Haha," you laughed. "You'll probably be close to becoming a black hole," Qinyuan stated. By 60 million years, I might have already transformed into a black hole. Even if they grow stronger, they won't be able to threaten me. That's true. Once you become a black hole, the civilizations that could threaten you in the past would be few and far between. However, with your new abilities, you can harness the energy of a black hole. Although I'm not sure what the situation will be like then, based on current observations. Once you become a black hole, there will be virtually no civilization that can threaten you, you affirmed confidently. That is reassuring. Suddenly, the entire star system lit up. A brilliant light could be seen in the distance. Another supernova had erupted. Chen Yuan, uninterested, continued to fly forward. Supernovae frequently occurred within the galaxy. Chen Yuan often observed them. The first time he saw one, he found it fascinating, but now he couldn't be bothered to watch again. After an unknown amount of time, he could see the massive red giant star ahead. The diameter of that giant red star is 10 times that of the sun, and its mass is even 30 times that of the sun. It looks quite terrifying and immensely huge. Chen Yuan gazed at the enormous giant red star before him and decided not to hesitate any longer. He began to gather energy. Flames engulfed his body and concentrated in front of him, forming a massive energy sphere. Chapter 53. What is sublight speed? Chen Yuan poured 1/3 of his energy into the energy sphere. Although the sphere appeared to be only the size of the moon, it contained an unimaginable amount of energy compressed within the 1/3 volume of Chen Yuan. That was an incredibly terrifying energy. Chen Yuan looked at the giant red star ahead. Fire. The energy sphere left Chen Yuan's side at sublight speed, hurtling towards the colossal giant red star. The energy sphere struck the center of the giant red star with a tremendous impact, accompanied by a loud explosion. The giant red star was pierced through, leaving a massive hole in its center. Without the support of central gravitational force, the entire giant red star collapsed. Chen Yuan rushed forward, devouring the mass of the shattered giant red star piece by piece. During the collapse, a significant amount of mass was ejected outward. However, this behemoth, with a mass 30 times that of the sun, still retained a considerable amount of mass even after losing some. Chen Yuan consumed all the scattered mass of the giant red star around him. His size surged dramatically. Chen Yuan's volume grew to about 20 times the diameter of the sun, and his mass reached a staggering 43 times that of the sun. It was immense, and he felt exhilarated. Through his perception ability, Chen Yuan looked at his size and was thrilled. At your current state, if your mass doubles again, you will collapse into a black hole, a voice said. Startled, Chen Yuan responded, Huh? Double? If that's the case, doesn't that mean the mass will be less than what was initially mentioned? Doubling his mass would mean he would have the mass equivalent to 96 suns, which was significantly less than the 150 suns initially discussed. Yes, the voice replied. Under normal circumstances, it indeed won't be as much as previously stated. But the issue is that much of the material you absorbed is not hydrogen. Typical stars are primarily composed of hydrogen, which is a crucial element for nuclear fusion. Subsequently, hydrogen is compressed into helium, leading to helium fusion. The energy gained from this fusion can counteract your own gravitational pull, preventing collapse. However, you have already consumed white dwarfs and neutron stars, and the helium within the red giant star you just devoured has also nearly burned out. This means the proportion of energy in your body that can resist your own gravitational force is somewhat reduced. You are currently at a very critical point. If you continue to acquire mass similar to neutron stars and white dwarfs that lack hydrogen and helium, you are essentially accelerating the process of becoming a black hole. Based on your current material ratio, if your mass continues to increase, you will collapse and become a black hole. Listening to the explanation, Chen Yuan understood. Indeed, under normal circumstances, a typical star would need to possess a mass equivalent to 150 times that of the sun. However, Chen Yuan is a very special entity. He does not acquire mass naturally, but rather through the process of consumption. This leads to an uneven acquisition of elements, which in turn accelerates Chen Yuan's progression towards becoming a black hole. In other words, if I want to become a black hole, I just need to consume white dwarfs and neutron stars, and I can achieve that faster, right? It can be said so. Chen Yuan remarked, Do you think, with my current mass, I can consume a neutron star? Given your current mass and speed, you could consume all the neutron stars in the universe. But do you really want to do that? Ya's voice carried a hint of concern. I am still worried about whether you would still have consciousness if you become a black hole. In response, Chen Yuan said, Without trying, I will never know the answer. Since I am a celestial body and have been given such abilities, then becoming a black hole is my destiny. Since that is my destiny, I cannot escape it. Even if it means death, I will not shy away. All right, you said, I was just being overly concerned. As of now, Chen Yuan has already become a colossal entity, with a diameter 20 times that of the Sun and a mass 43 times that of the Sun. After gaining significant volume and mass, Chen Yuan's perception ability has also increased. Through this enhanced ability, tens of thousands of stars appeared within his range of perception like constellations. The universe is vast, with distances between stars measured in dozens, even thousands or tens of thousands of light years. Yet, Chen Yuan's perception ability can encompass tens of thousands of stars, demonstrating just how formidable this ability is. With the increase in size and mass, the range covered by his perception ability has also expanded considerably. With this enhanced perception, locating a neutron star in the vast universe has become much simpler. Realizing this, Chen Yuan took a glance and quickly locked onto the nearest neutron star to his position. This neutron star was quite small, but had a mass 21 times that of the Sun. Its size was roughly equivalent to that of 2 large cities on Earth. This is it. By consuming only neutron stars and white dwarfs, Chen Yuan would be increasing his mass with materials devoid of hydrogen and helium. Consequently, his self-collapse speed would accelerate. If Chen Yuan were to exclusively consume neutron stars and white dwarfs, he would rapidly transform into a black hole. After locking onto his target, Chen Yuan used his mind to control his body and flew towards the neutron star at the fastest speed possible. With this movement, Chen Yuan could distinctly feel his speed increasing. This speed was astonishing. He could sense that he was moving much faster than before. Wow, you're quite impressive. Your speed has already reached sublight speed. Ye's unique neutral voice came through, tinged with surprise. The speed of light is approximately 300,000 kilometers per second. Sublight speed refers to speeds greater than 270,000 kilometers per second, but less than the speed of light. That speed is already very close to the speed of light. You are already moving at sublight speed. If you were to become a black hole, I wonder if your speed could reach or even exceed the speed of light. The voice of Ye was filled with excitement. Reach the speed of light? That seems impossible, right? According to the knowledge Chen Yuan had when leaving the civilization of Earth, as long as matter has mass while at rest, it cannot reach the speed of light. Chen Yuan found it strange that he could achieve sublight speed at all. The thought of reaching the speed of light seemed utterly impossible. Ye's voice carried enthusiasm as she laughed and said, "Indeed, in my civilization, to surpass the speed of light, one can only rely on the powers of dark matter and dark energy. But in you, I see potential. Perhaps you might be able to do it." Chapter 54. I saw my own supernova eruption. Ye firmly believed that Chen Yuan's speed could reach the speed of light. However, the knowledge Chen Yuan had learned told him that it was impossible, so he could only remain silent. The neutron star was still quite far away, and even though Chen Yuan's speed had reached sublight, it would still take time to get to the neutron star's location. During this time, Chen Yuan could only use his perception abilities to look around at the scenery and search for other suitable targets nearby. Finally, Chen Yuan arrived at his destination. The neutron star, which had a mass 21 times that of the Sun but was only as large as 2 cities on Earth, appeared before him. Chen Yuan flew towards the neutron star. As before, the gravitational pull of the neutron star immediately took effect as Chen Yuan approached, starting to tear at the matter surrounding him. However, Chen Yuan's mass had already become formidable, making it extremely difficult for the neutron star's gravity to completely pull him in. Therefore, he faced little resistance and reached the vicinity of the neutron star. The atmosphere surrounding Chen Yuan had already entangled with the neutron star, devouring it. The neutron star transformed into golden light and slowly merged into Chen Yuan's body. A mass 21 times that of the Sun was not too much. After the devouring, Chen Yuan noticed that his mass had slightly increased by that amount. However, his volume had changed. He discovered that his size had actually decreased. Before devouring the neutron star, his volume was 20 times the diameter of the Sun, but after the devouring, his diameter not only did not increase, but actually decreased. Now, Chen Yuan's diameter was 197 times that of the Sun. The golden light surrounding Chen Yuan dissipated. His volume not only did not grow larger, but rather shrank. It was evident that changes were beginning to occur in his body. As Chen Yuan pondered, he set off towards another neutron star. "I detected that your fusion reaction is becoming somewhat strained. Previously, I told you that if you continued to devour and doubled your mass, you could become a black hole. But that was based on you only devouring giant red stars. Ya's voice took on a more serious tone. However, if you only consume neutron stars, it will accelerate the imbalance in your body, hastening your transformation into a black hole. Chen Yuan said, simply put, how much mass of neutron stars do I need to consume to become a black hole? If I consume another neutron star of the same mass as the one I just swallowed, my body will completely lose balance. At that point, the expansion force generated by the fusion reactions in my body will no longer be able to counteract my own gravity, and I will begin to collapse like the center. Ya explained. 1. This left Chen Yuan somewhat shocked. He initially thought he would need to consume over 100 times the mass of the sun to achieve this. But he hadn't expected that there was such a shortcut to becoming a black hole. Through his perception ability, Chen Yuan looked at the next target ahead. It was also a neutron star with a mass of 2 solar masses. This means that after consuming the neutron star ahead, he was very likely to collapse. Ya's tone became a bit serious. I checked your next target, and if you consume that neutron star, then the expansion force generated by fusion will be unable to counteract your gravity, and you will collapse into a black hole. If you become a black hole, I don't know if you will survive or if you will still have consciousness like you do now. I should mention again the proposal I gave you earlier. I can create a body for you. It's not difficult for my civilization to forge a physical form. If you are willing, I can implant your consciousness into that body, allowing you to exist like me. You could also achieve immortality. You said, I can also guarantee that my civilization and I will protect you. Chen Yuan paused for a moment. To be honest, he had previously said that becoming a black hole was his destiny, and even if it meant death, he wanted to do it. However, realizing that consuming the second neutron star would likely lead to his death made him hesitate. After a period of silence, Chen Yuan finally spoke. No. He thought about his previous experiences before reincarnating as an asteroid. At that time, he had lived for over 20 years on Earth. It was safe. No one had harmed him. But his daily life consisted solely of work, and he felt like a wooden puppet living without any goals. Now that he finally had something he wanted to do, asking him to give it up was impossible. I want to try, no matter the outcome. I want to attempt it. Trying might result in losing this life, but I might also survive. However, if I give up here, then I will truly be dead. You remained silent for a long time. I respect you. Ya's voice carried a hint of helplessness and a cheerful laugh as she said, you are my friend, and I should support you. All right. Chen Yuan adjusted his emotions and said, you don't need to make the topic too heavy. After all, whether I will lose my life by becoming a black hole is uncertain. Maybe it will be fine. Haha, good. I estimate that you will sleep for a long time like before, and during that time, I will wait for you to return. You laughed. All right. Chen Yuan felt very relaxed. Chen Yuan, through his perception ability, noticed that he was getting closer to the neutron star. He didn't think much about it anymore. Time passed slowly. After an unknown duration, Chen Yuan finally saw the neutron star. The star was small in size, but had a mass equivalent to 2 suns. More importantly, if I swallow it, could my body possibly collapse in on itself? Chen Yuan hesitated briefly, but then moved. His body darted toward the neutron star. The moment his body made contact with the star, he absorbed it. The neutron star transformed into a golden color, slowly being devoured by Chen Yuan. His body was enveloped in golden light. Once the neutron star was completely consumed, the golden light surrounding Chen Yuan gradually dissipated. As the light faded, Chen Yuan said, "Yeah, I'm here," he softly replied. Chen Yuan continued, "I'm glad to have met you as a friend. If there's a chance, goodbye." The golden light vanished completely. Chen Yuan felt a force of gravity emanating from within, and his massive body suddenly contracted. Boom. Accompanied by a loud explosion, Chen Yuan's entire body burst apart. A bright light illuminated the entire star system. A supernova explosion. He never expected to witness his own supernova explosion. Chen Yuan felt his consciousness dim, and then he felt nothing at all. A supernova explosion occurs when the outward force of a star's expansion cannot withstand its own gravity, resulting in an explosion. This explosion is known as a supernova. After a supernova explosion, there are 2 possible outcomes. One is complete disappearance, and the other is the star collapsing into a highly dense celestial body, which could be a white dwarf, a neutron star, or a black hole. Chapter 55. Is the volume of a black hole 0? An unknown amount of time passed. Chen Yuan's previously dissipated consciousness returned. He awakened. His consciousness restored, which meant he wasn't dead. Chen Yuan opened his perception ability. What is this? Previously, Chen Yuan's perception ability was like human sight, allowing him to see various colors. But now, his perception ability had changed. Everything he saw was composed of green numbers 0 and 1, resembling code in a computer. The entire universe had transformed into a universe made of code. Chen Yuan was bewildered. Celestial devouring system, what am I seeing now? You have become a singularity, and your consciousness has been sent to a parallel universe. What you are seeing now is a parallel universe located in another space-time. Huh, a parallel universe? Chen Yuan was confused. He looked around and asked, how do I go back? The parallel universe is a new ability unlocked after you become a black hole. As long as you wish, you can return to the universe you were in before. A mechanical voice echoed. Hearing this, Chen Yuan said, I want to go back. As his thoughts settled, suddenly, Chen Yuan felt the surroundings change, and he saw a familiar scene. In the pitch-black universe, bright stars appeared before Chen Yuan. Besides that, he also saw himself. Upon seeing himself, Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned. What is this? What he could see was a pitch-black sphere. Surrounding the sphere was an accretion disk. Is this a black hole? Have I turned into a black hole? Chen Yuan suddenly felt a sense of joy. Although this black hole appeared to be only the size of Earth, it was still a black hole, even if its size was small. Its current gravitational pull was enough to consume any matter other than the black hole itself. No matter the size or mass of the opponent, it didn't matter. First, he used his perception ability to check if there were any increases in his mass and volume. Chen Yuan looked at his mass. It was 8 times the mass of the sun, which felt a bit too little. Forget it. Less is less. It doesn't matter. After turning into a black hole, even with a smaller mass, he was still in invincible existence. What about the volume? Volume? Through his perception ability, Chen Yuan could know the volume and mass of any celestial body. However, when he used his perception ability on himself and saw his volume, he was completely stunned. His volume was infinitely close to 0. The currently theorized smallest particle is a quark, and at this moment, Chen Yuan's volume was even smaller than a quark. The essence of a black hole is actually a singularity. A black hole equals a singularity plus the event horizon. The singularity is the essence. It is a substance with infinitely small volume and infinitely large mass. Its volume is extremely small, infinitely close to 0. The event horizon refers to a radius surrounding the singularity, within which there exists an incredibly strong gravitational pull generated by the singularity. Within that radius, even light cannot escape the gravitational pull of the singularity. The combination of the singularity and the event horizon is what we commonly know as a black hole. In reality, that singularity with a volume infinitely close to 0 is the true essence. This infinitesimally small volume made Chen Yuan feel a bit of a headache. If that is the case, wouldn't the devouring ability of the celestial body devouring system be rendered useless? Although after becoming a black hole, it inherently had the ability to absorb mass. Losing one ability still made Chen Yuan feel a bit gloomy. Congratulations, you meet the conditions. Your devouring ability has been upgraded to consume celestial bodies with a mass up to twice your own. Congratulations, you meet the conditions. You have gained the ability to freely traverse parallel universes. Hearing this, Chen Yuan's eyes brightened slightly. Can I use mass to devour now? That sounds good. However, the inability to devour using volume still gives him a headache. It's still one ability short. Chen Yuan felt somewhat down. Don't be gloomy. Shouldn't you be more happy now? A voice filled with joy came. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Yuan's heart stirred. Yeah. Haha, you remember me. That's good. I was afraid you wouldn't remember me. Ye's voice carried a hint of relaxation. How could I forget you? Chen Yuan said, so? How long have I been asleep? Not too long, about 16,000 years. Ye replied, since you collapsed into a black hole, you have been unconscious. And it has been 16,000 years now. 16,000 years. Isn't that a short time? This seems a bit too long. So how are you doing now? Has there been any change in your work? It's the same as before, no difference. For our civilization with infinite lifespan, time holds little meaning. What about the edge of the universe? Have you found it? Not yet. Chen Yuan responded with an O. So what about you? What are your plans now? Ye's voice had a hint of interest. I want to continue increasing my mass. I want to know what I will eventually become, Chen Yuan said. All right. Ye smiled and said, your answer is just what I imagined. I support you, and I'm also very interested to see what you will ultimately turn into. Chen Yuan nodded. Chen Yuan habitually used his perception ability, maximizing it. In an instant, he felt a shift. What is this? Through his perception, Chen Yuan discovered a complete spiral galaxy. Is this the Milky Way? After becoming a black hole, can my perception encompass the entire galaxy? This change is too significant. Previously, Chen Yuan could see tens of thousands of stars, which were merely a tiny fraction of the vast galaxy. It's known that there are hundreds of billions of stars within the Milky Way. Yet now, his perception could grasp the entire galaxy. This is an extraordinarily exaggerated ability. It's important to note that Chen Yuan's perception is not like a telescope. If he can see it, it means he can observe the mass, volume, and even the details of any star within it up close. Never mind. Chen Yuan couldn't be bothered to think too much. He just wanted to know what he would become as he continued to increase his mass. With that thought, Chen Yuan located a blue dwarf star. The mass of that blue dwarf was 20 times that of the sun, but as for its volume, Chen Yuan didn't care to look. No matter how large it was, it wouldn't affect him. Chen Yuan set off. The moment he moved, everything around him turned into tiny points of light. Suddenly, he felt a brightness around him. Chen Yuan was stunned. What is this? One fragment after another appeared before his eyes. These fragments were like scenes from a revolving lantern, appearing one after another within his perception. Chen Yuan looked at those fragments with his perception and found that they were precisely the events he had previously experienced. They included everything from his time as an asteroid to becoming a black hole. What surprised Chen Yuan even more was that he could also see segments of events he had never experienced before. Are those fragments from the future? What is happening? Could this be the four-dimensional world? Chapter 56. So this is what four-dimensional space is like. Some have said that this world may have 11 dimensions. 0 dimensions is an infinitely small point. 1 dimension is an infinitely long line. 2 dimensions are surfaces made of connected lines, adding length and height. 3 dimensions form a volume composed of height, creating a solid. The world where humanity exists is a 3-dimensional world. The 4th dimension adds time as an additional dimension. In 4-dimensional space, time is transformed into segments, creating an additional dimension. Before I became a black hole, my speed had already reached sublight speed. And after turning into a black hole, my speed must have reached or exceeded the speed of light. Is it because my speed broke the light barrier that I transcended dimensions and arrived in this 4-dimensional space? So, what has happened to me now? Chen Yuan thought, using his perception ability to look at himself. To his astonishment, he discovered that he was no longer there. He was left with only consciousness, while his body had completely vanished. Could it be that since matter exists only in relation to time, my body has disappeared? This is not good. I need to return to the 3-dimensional world. Without my body, I can't do anything. But how do I go back to the 3-dimensional world? Chen Yuan's gaze fell on those time segments. There were an immense number of these time segments, containing both his past and future. However, the future was not singular. It split into countless branches. Chen Yuan found the time segment from before he set off. His consciousness dove into the time segment. The surroundings transformed. Chen Yuan returned to 3-dimensional time. Everything around him reverted to its previous state. His body was restored. Chen Yuan looked at his body, finally back in the 3-dimensional world. 3-dimensional world? What are you talking about? Ye's voice held a hint of confusion. Chen Yuan paused slightly and said, I just arrived in the 4-dimensional world. 4-dimensional? You surpassed the speed of light. Ye's voice was filled with astonishment. Chen Yuan replied, I think so. After I set off, I ran into 4-dimensional space. What did you see in 4-dimensional space? Ye's voice was tinged with curiosity. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. Once I got there, I was left with only consciousness. Inside, I saw many time segments, including events from my past and segments I had not experienced. However, there were many branches of those unexperienced segments. Then, I chose the segment from before I set off, and by returning to that segment, I came back. You said, so, as long as you want. You can choose the future you wish to happen. You could re-enter 4-dimensional space and select a memory segment of your best future. Wouldn't that be better? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan replied, yes, that means that in 4-dimensional space, time has no significance. As long as I use the memory segments of the future scene in 4-dimensional space, I can choose a better future for myself. Moreover, you added with interest, you can also see your final outcome through the timeline of 4-dimensional space. Forget it. Chen Yuan suddenly rejected the idea. He was slightly taken aback. Forget it? Why? Chen Yuan said, a person's life naturally includes various experiences of sweetness and bitterness. The path of life is walked step by step. Only after tasting the ups and downs can it truly be considered one's own life. If, as you said, One could simply observe their life from the fourth-dimensional space and then choose their life's endpoint. It would indeed be an easy task. However, doing so would render my existence meaningless. It would be no different from being dead. Upon hearing this, you smiled and said, "You truly are who you are." Once in a higher dimensional space, many things will lose their significance. Compared to higher dimensions, the three-dimensional space is much more interesting. Since you don't want to enter the fourth-dimensional space, you won't be able to travel at superluminal speeds, you continued. You need to control your speed. Controlling speed was something Qin Yuan had no idea how to do. He had always just pushed his speed to the limit. Cosmic devouring system. Do you have a way to help me limit my speed? He asked. Yes, the system replied. Your maximum speed is 500,000 kilometers per second. If you wish to limit your speed, you can only adjust it to below that. The mechanical voice was devoid of any emotion. Hearing this, Qin Yuan was instantly delighted. This cosmic devouring system was surprisingly useful. Sometimes, he even forgot about it, not realizing it had this function. I want to limit my speed to 290,000 kilometers per second. Speed limit successfully set, came the system's response. All set. Qin Yuan was pleased and directed his body toward the target blue dwarf star, traveling at subliminal speeds. As he flew, the accretion disk around him rotated, and his terrifying gravitational pull drew in nearby dust and rogue planets into the accretion disk, crossing the event horizon and being pulled into the singularity. To the civilizations observing from afar, it appeared as though a black hole was racing through interstellar space at subliminal speeds. The sight was incredibly frightening. Those observing him must have been terrified. You remarked. They are probably praying for you to stay far away from their location. You are now many orders of magnitude more terrifying than the previous blue dwarf star. It's fine. Qin Yuan replied casually. I'm not interested in planets with civilizations. You laughed, I know, but those people will still be scared of you. Qin Yuan paused slightly. Let them be. I'm a black hole now. I don't need to pay attention to them. He didn't want to think too much about it, and continued flying forward. Throughout the journey, Qin Yuan's accretion disk remained brightly illuminated. He was somewhat surprised to find that he hadn't intentionally absorbed mass, yet after flying for a while, his mass had increased by the equivalent of 2 solar masses. Now, his mass had reached 10 solar masses. Can one really gain so much mass just by flying like this? Truly impressive for a black hole. But never mind that. Let's check out our target this time. Qin Yuan focused his perception on the massive blue dwarf star before him. It was the first time he used a black hole to absorb such a large star, and he was curious about how it would feel. Chapter 57. Does a black hole increase in mass, but not in size? Qin Yuan controlled the black hole to approach a blue dwarf star. As Qin Yuan drew closer, the atmosphere of the blue dwarf star was attracted by his gravity and flew toward him. It entered the accretion disk and crossed the event horizon, being consumed by Qin Yuan. Previously, when Qin Yuan was still a blue dwarf star, in order to devour this massive object with a mass 20 times that of the sun, merely approaching it would cause some of Qin Yuan's mass to be pulled away due to the gravitational interaction between him and the target. But now, it was purely the target being consumed by Qin Yuan. Only Qin Yuan gained mass. He could not lose even the tiniest bit of mass. The blue dwarf star was rotating, and as it spun, its mass was stripped away by Qin Yuan. It felt like a magnet entering a sphere made of iron filings. As Qin Yuan approached, the terrifying gravity of the black hole tore the blue dwarf star into atoms, drawing it into the event horizon beside Qin Yuan. Where it was consumed, Qin Yuan slowly entered the interior of the blue dwarf star. The blue dwarf star collapsed entirely, and all its mass was compressed into Qin Yuan's body. Qin Yuan's mass increased from an initial 10 solar masses to 30 solar masses. Meanwhile, the blue dwarf star completely disappeared. Qin Yuan's accretion disk glimmered with light, remnants of the blue dwarf star's material being slowly absorbed by him. Through his perception abilities, Qin Yuan could see that, as a singularity, he had not changed at all, but with the increase in his mass, the radius of the surrounding event horizon had expanded considerably. In other words, does devouring other celestial bodies increase my mass while also expanding the event horizon? A singularity is an object of infinitely small volume and infinitely large gravity, with its volume approaching zero. The center of a black hole, its true essence, is a singularity. The terrifying gravity generated by the singularity has a range of influence, forming a spherical area centered on the singularity, within which the gravitational pull is so strong that not even light can escape. This area is the event horizon. After absorbing mass, the volume of the singularity remains virtually unchanged, but the mass increases and the event horizon expands accordingly. So, does that mean the gravity has increased? Chen Yuan didn't want to think too much about it. However, it felt incredible to have devoured such a massive blue dwarf star without even needing the devouring ability of the celestial absorption system. Indeed, a black hole is remarkable. Although my volume is small, my gravity is infinite. When I approach celestial bodies, I can only consume them. No celestial body can devour me. Is this what invincibility feels like? Chen Yuan felt utterly comfortable. Suddenly, Ye's voice came to him. Chen Yuan came back to his senses. You said, earlier, you mentioned having that ability called control. Now that you are a black hole, has that ability changed in any way? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan was taken aback. He almost forgot about the control ability. When he was still a dwarf star, Chen Yuan felt weak and hesitant in the presence of massive stars, fearing that he might be devoured instead of swallowing them. Now, as a black hole, a sense of invincibility surged within him. Immersed in the novelty and terrifying power that the black hole brought, Chen Yuan nearly forgot everything else for a moment. He recalled that the celestial devouring system mentioned a control ability that could allow him to harness certain powers. These powers encompassed many aspects, including energy produced from hydrogen and helium fusion. He remembered that gravity was also considered a type of power. With this thought, Chen Yuan was inspired. Could it be that he could manifest his thoughts into reality using the control ability? The event horizon took on a spherical shape, and as he activated the control ability, the shape transformed. From the outside, a large, pitch-black hand emerged from the event horizon of the black hole. "Oh my!" exclaimed Ye, who was usually calm. Her voice suddenly tinged with shock. The event horizon turned into a hand. "What did you do?" There was a hint of disbelief in her tone. Chen Yuan looked at his hand using his perception ability and flexed it. "I used my control ability to alter the shape of gravity, just like I changed the flames of the dwarf star before. I only intended to give it a try, but I didn't expect it to actually succeed." "You can even change the shape of gravity? That's so strange," Ye said incredulously. "It feels like your ability exceeds comprehension and defies the rules of this world. However, being a celestial body with self-awareness, you are inherently an existence that goes against the rules. With that in mind, it's easier to understand." Seemingly having come to terms with it, Ye relaxed a bit. Chen Yuan glanced at his hand and then at a distant floating planet, which was originally a planet of the dwarf star. Since it was too far from the dwarf star, his gravity hadn't pulled it closer. It was just right for an experiment. With this thought, he extended a hand composed of terrifying gravity. Or rather, it should be called a thrust. As the hand opened and shot out, it formed a long black arm that moved at an incredibly fast speed, almost approaching sublight speed. The palm made contact with the planet, which instantly shattered into countless particles, merging into the hand, and then flowing along the arm into Chen Yuan's body, increasing his mass. As he retracted his hand, Chen Yuan reached a conclusion. "It's not very useful. This thing looks like a hand, but in essence, it's still my gravity. It just carries my gravity far away. Gravity is intangible, and the only thing it can do is attract objects towards me." For Chen Yuan, as a black hole, it doesn't hold much value. After all, it's just a shape made of gravity without any physical substance. Ye, intrigued, said, "If you want to try a real hand, I could help you with that, but it depends on whether you're interested." Chen Yuan replied, "I feel more comfortable this way." He realized that it would be quite challenging to make her take on a human form. "You seemed somewhat resigned. Transforming into a human holds no significance for me." Chen Yuan set off towards the next target. "How could it be meaningless? At the very least, you can understand me and satisfy your curiosity about me," Ye said with a playful smile. Chen Yuan chuckled. "That does have a bit of significance. But understanding someone doesn't necessarily mean becoming like them. I can understand you now. It just depends on whether you're willing to let me." In the past, Chen Yuan wouldn't have been interested in making such jokes with Ye. But things were different now. He acknowledged Ye as a friend, which naturally allowed for a more relaxed atmosphere and some lighthearted banter. Haha, Ye laughed heartily. "All right then, let us take our time to understand each other." Chapter 58. Behind the evolution of civilization, some professions will disappear. Ice is a substance formed by the crystallization of water at low temperatures. Of course, the character for ice doesn't necessarily represent just a material. For instance, a warrior named Ice exists in a civilization called the Heavenly Emperor Civilization, located 1,000,000 light years away from Chen Yuan. The Heavenly Emperor civilization is an advanced civilization that has existed for over 2.3 billion years within the Milky Way. It is a civilization of warriors, and everyone within it is a fighter. The person who holds all the power in the Heavenly Emperor civilization is also the strongest. Referred to as the Heavenly Emperor by the people, Ice is a newly emerged warrior, currently just over 600 years old, which is considered quite young in the long history of the Heavenly Emperor civilization. However, she is highly regarded in the civilization. 50 years ago, she was chosen by the Heavenly Emperor to be their personal guard. As a guard, Ice is responsible for ensuring the safety of the Heavenly Emperor and assisting with various tasks daily. Thus, she inevitably has to stay by the Heavenly Emperor's side. During these 50 years, Ice discovered something that left her somewhat shocked. She realized that the Heavenly Emperor seemed to have developed a fondness for a celestial body. To be precise, that celestial body is a black hole. Ice, you don't look so well. Is something wrong? Asked Lien, Ice's senior, who is also a personal guard of the Heavenly Emperor. Lien looked at Ice with curiosity. Ice glanced at Lien and said, Senior Lien, I've been holding this in for a while. This matter seems very important, but I'm afraid to speak up, worried that I might embarrass the Heavenly Emperor. Since both of us are the Emperor's right hands, I thought it should be okay. Lien looked at Ice with curiosity. Ice continued, Haven't you noticed? The Heavenly Emperor seems to have developed feelings for that black hole. Upon hearing this, Lien laughed. So that is what it is. Watching Lien's relaxed smile, Ice was slightly taken aback. Senior, you knew about this already? Lien replied, This is something everyone knows. You're still young. You don't know about our Heavenly Emperor's relationship with that celestial body. Long before becoming the Heavenly Emperor, around 60,000 years ago, she was already paying attention to that celestial body. It is a celestial body with self-awareness, and its consciousness seems to embody a masculine charm, distinct from many men we are familiar with. It is said that the Heavenly Emperor was very good friends with it back then. The Celestial Emperor has always wanted to transform him into a being like us, but that being has been refusing. Upon hearing this, Bing said, So that's how it is. You knew each other 60,000 years ago? Yes, Lien replied. Endless lifespan and time bring endless loneliness. Humans are emotional beings, and as long as there are emotions, it becomes difficult to bear the solitude brought by infinite time. That celestial body, however, has accompanied the Celestial Emperor for over 60,000 years, and for the Celestial Emperor, the consciousness of that celestial body is a unique existence. As for whether the Celestial Emperor likes that celestial body, this has always been a topic of speculation within the Celestial Emperor's civilization, but whether it's true or not, only time will tell. Meanwhile, Celestial Emperor civilization, is that the name of your civilization? Qin Yuan asked while absorbing the surrounding matter and chatting with you. Surprised to hear you mention her civilization, Qin Yuan said. A civilization over 2 billion years old. No wonder you possess such terrifying abilities. But you mentioned that your civilization is ruled solely by the Celestial Emperor. Isn't that a dictatorial civilization? Curiously, Qin Yuan continued, a dictatorial civilization can last this long? You laughed with interest, saying, There are only a few types of systems and civilizations. When a civilization develops to the end, it naturally means one of those systems has prevailed. And a dictatorial system isn't necessarily a wrong system. For Qin Yuan, who came from a civilization on Earth, he felt that dictatorship was a flawed system. However, upon reflection, the universe is vast, and it is natural for all kinds of systems to exist, though he did not believe dictatorship was correct. Since it was a choice made by other civilizations, he decided to respect it. You said your civilization is a warrior civilization, where everyone is a warrior. So, do you not have professions like doctors or teachers? Qin Yuan asked instinctively. You chuckled. Doctors and teachers did exist in my civilization long ago, but with technological advancements, those professions have disappeared. Everyone in our entire Celestial Emperor civilization has the ability to self-repair their genes. With just one cell, our bodies can regenerate. He continued. At the same time, our bodies do not need food or drink. You've evolved your genes to the point where you don't need treatment or sustenance. So indeed, many professions would become obsolete, Qin Yuan remarked. But what about teachers? Are there no teachers? Human knowledge is essentially a form of dark information, Yo explained. The role of teachers is to impart their own dark information to others. We have now mastered the ability to write and implant dark information, which means we can copy our knowledge and send a copy to someone else's dark information repository. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan was momentarily stunned. Is this what advanced civilization is like? This is incredible. You smiled gracefully with her unique, neutral feminine voice. Thus, the only thing we need to worry about is the threat from other advanced civilizations. That's why many professions have disappeared, but the warrior profession will never vanish. Only with sufficient strength can one protect their civilization from invasion. In the civilization of the Celestial Emperor, everyone is a warrior, although some warriors also have other jobs, such as exploring the edges of the universe. In the future, as the Earth civilization reaches a certain level of development and the human body evolves to adapt to the cosmic environment, no longer needing food and possessing self-healing abilities, many existing professions will disappear. Without the need for eating, drinking, or the cycle of life and death, people will no longer revolve around work every day. Perhaps in that world, people will finally sit down and contemplate the true meaning of life. Will the profession of a warrior always exist? Chen Yuan remarked. That's quite an interesting thought. By the way, I asked you before what your job is, but you were always reluctant to say. Can you tell me now? You smiled, saying, if you promise to take our civilization's form and come visit me, I will answer that question. Chen Yuan was taken aback. All right then, no need to say. Haha. You chuckled, leaving Chen Yuan wondering what she found amusing. Chapter 59. Habitable Artificial Satellites? Chen Yuan had consecutively devoured 5 medium-sized stars. The singularity's volume remained unchanged, but its mass had increased to 96 times that of the Sun, and the diameter of the event horizon had slightly expanded. Even so, it was still quite small. The event horizon of a singularity with a mass close to 100 solar masses only had a diameter of about 300 kilometers. To put this into perspective, the Sun's diameter is over 1,300,000 kilometers, while the current diameter of Chen Yuan's event horizon was merely 300 kilometers. If the event horizon were considered as part of Chen Yuan's volume, it would still be very small. The event horizon is fundamentally different from the volume of a star and cannot be calculated as such. Chen Yuan pondered. Within this event horizon lies a gravitational pull so strong that even light cannot escape it. However, alas, this is just too small. Chen Yuan felt a bit of a headache. If the accretion disk were factored in, that wouldn't work either, as an accretion disk isn't always present. The formation of a black hole's accretion disk requires 2 conditions. The first is that the singularity must be rotating. If it does not rotate, matter will be directly consumed by the black hole, preventing the formation of an accretion disk. The second condition is that the black hole must absorb a significant amount of matter, allowing that matter to rotate around it, thus forming a bright accretion disk. In other words, as long as Chen Yuan refrains from rotating or absorbing matter, the accretion disk will disappear, leaving only a pitch-black black hole. Thus, it is clearly inappropriate to consider the accretion disk as part of the volume. You are a black hole. How can a black hole's volume be compared to that of a star? Yeah, with great interest, remarked, for you, regardless of how large a star is. As long as you approach it, it will only become your food. The larger and more massive it is, the more significant it is for you, as its only role is to be devoured by you. The power of a black hole is not measured by size, but by gravitational force. You can compare gravitational forces with them. You smiled. That way, you'll have a much greater chance of winning. Chen Yuan said, I know. It's just that I used to be so large, and now I'm so small, which feels a bit frustrating. You smiled and replied, what is the rush? For you now? As long as you don't provoke a black hole with a higher mass than yours, you are invincible. Just give it time, and I believe there will be nothing in the entire universe stronger than you. Yes, that's true. Chen Yuan's gaze fell upon a massive star. Seeing this star, he felt a stir in his heart. Wow, this thing is really huge. Before him was a gigantic red supergiant star. A red supergiant is a type of massive star nearing the end of its life cycle, evolved from massive stars, and such giant stars typically have a very large diameter. The diameter of this red supergiant was a staggering 700 times that of the Sun. This was the first time Chen Yuan had seen such a large star. However, its mass was only about 20 times that of the Sun. Such a small mass, yet such a large volume. Helium fusion is indeed impressive. Devouring such a red supergiant seemed like it would be quite a delight, Chen Yuan thought as he slowly moved closer. From the outside, one could see a black hole approaching the red supergiant. As he drew near, the material from the red supergiant was pulled into Chen Yuan's body by his gravitational force. Since Chen Yuan, as a singularity, was rotating, an accretion disk formed around him. The closer he got, the brighter the accretion disk became. The mass from the red supergiant rapidly flew toward him, becoming part of his mass. when Chun Yuan stepped inside the red supergiant. He could feel himself completely enveloped by the mass of the supergiant, and that mass was quickly transforming into his own. It felt like a small, incredibly hot sphere being thrown into a large ice ball. Because the sphere was so hot, the ice ball began to vaporize even before touching it. Of course, this was somewhat different since the material of the supergiant was already vaporized. They were directly crushed into atoms by Chun Yuan's gravity, entering the black hole, and then further crushed into even smaller particles, consumed by his mass. The entire mass of the red supergiant was completely devoured by Chun Yuan. His mass experienced a tremendous increase. This sensation of a small volume consuming a large celestial body was quite pleasant, and Chun Yuan thoroughly enjoyed it. Next, he leisurely flew in another direction. "Look at how proud you are." Ye's voice carried a hint of laughter. Chun Yuan chuckled. "Turning into a black hole at the risk of my life. If that doesn't make me proud, then what's the point of becoming a black hole?" "That's true. By the way, I need to remind you, if you continue on your current path at this speed, in 20 years, you will encounter a civilization. That civilization, you've seen before, is called Earth civilization." "Earth civilization? Is it coming back again?" He looked through his perception and saw a blue planet surrounded by a massive ring. The blue planet resembles Earth to some extent, though it is much smaller than the Earth of the past. The inhabitants of Earth now reside within it. So let's call it Little Earth. Over the years, an additional ring has formed around this blue planet, increasing the total from 2 to 3. Chun Yuan learned from Ting Ye that the purpose of these rings is to restore the planetary environment and protect the inhabitants of Little Earth from harm. Next to Little Earth, there are several artificial satellites orbiting it. These satellites are quite different from the ones in the past, which were merely for observing the exterior of Earth. The satellites beside Little Earth are about half the size of the moon. They are constructed from a combination of rock and metal, and like Little Earth, they also have rings surrounding them. With even more satellites, each the size of a half-moon, orbiting around 5 rings. It seems that these satellites are intended for habitation. As Chun Yuan murmured to himself, he indeed saw people moving around on those artificial satellites through his perception ability. Inside the satellites, cities have been established. The people there, much like those on Little Earth, are going about their daily lives. Some of them have smiles on their faces, while others appear troubled. Clearly, they have adapted to living on the artificial satellites and have settled there. Are there a total of 6 habitable artificial satellites? The materials used to construct these satellites must have come from other rocky planets. Otherwise, Little Earth alone could not provide such a large mass. It's impressive that the current civilization has managed to create habitable artificial satellites. A lot has changed. If I hadn't been reincarnated as an asteroid, could I have become one of them? Oh well, I would have either died in a nuclear winter or aged long ago. Chapter 60. Are all future Earth civilizations full of beauties and handsome men? With nothing much to do, Chun Yuan continued to observe this brand new Earth civilization. Why does it seem that every single person is a beauty or a handsome man? Is it common for the current Earth civilization to have so many attractive people? Chun Yuan looked at Little Earth and the artificial satellites. Most of the young people inside are indeed stunning, almost like characters stepping out of a television show. Earth civilization has a history spanning millions of years, and in the recent tens of thousands of years, they have reached a peak in technological development. They have mastered the methods to alter genetic fragments. However, it seems that the current civilization still cannot withstand the pressures of the universe with just genetic bodies. Yeah, with great interest, remarked, however, altering a person's appearance by changing genetic fragments is not a difficult task. Most of these individuals have undergone genetic evolution, so it's normal for only attractive people to remain. She laughed and added, just like many organisms, appearance is quite important. After all, mating often requires good looks. Once the technology to change genetic fragments is mastered, altering appearances becomes a natural outcome. Has the civilization on Earth already achieved artificial evolution by altering genetic fragments? In other words, the technology of this civilization is progressing. Although Chun Yuan is no longer a part of it, he was once a member before his reincarnation. Seeing his civilization grow gives him a sense of satisfaction. Looking at the small planet, he notices that the cities are completely different from what he had seen before. The architectural styles and various aerial vehicles are filled with a sense of advanced technology. He hopes that this civilization can develop well, even though they had previously harmed him for self-preservation. Chun Yuan doesn't mind. After all, Earth was his home planet, and he can treat it as just a beating from his mother planet. Chun Yuan slightly adjusted his trajectory, as going straight would cause the small planet to be shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, the black hole changed its course. A gasp echoed in a research institute. Hearing this, the others turned to look at the speaker, a scientist in a white coat, who exclaimed with delight, "Look at the screen." Everyone turned to the screen. An older scientist adjusted his glasses, his aged face showing signs of shock. What is happening? Is it influenced by the gravity of other celestial bodies? Another young scientist quickly sat down and began operating his computer upon seeing the situation. The older scientist turned to the female scientist who had just spoken. "Ollie, hurry. Calculate if this change in trajectory will affect us." "Okay," the female scientist replied as she sat down and started working on the computer. Various data and texts appeared on the large screen. She announced, "According to the calculations, this trajectory change will not impact our planet at all." Great. Everyone in the research institute was excited. This scene was somewhat reminiscent of records from the past. "Are you referring to the record from over 20,000 years ago?" "Yes." According to the records, S7894 was still a blue dwarf star at that time. It approached us just like this, and then changed its course on its own. This time, I thought S7894 would collide with us after becoming a black hole, but unexpectedly, it changed its trajectory again. It's a celestial body with self-awareness and the ability to consume other celestial bodies for evolution. Such a body is truly terrifying, but fortunately, it doesn't seem to harbor any hostility towards us. No hostility? Are you implying that this celestial body has already discovered us? Is it changing its trajectory to avoid colliding with us? Yes, that is certainly a possibility. Is that possible? It is currently over 30 light years away from us. We can see it through instruments, but it may not be able to see us. Even if it does see us, we have no relation to it. Why would it choose to avoid us? This question is indeed worth pondering. The male scientist, who had been tapping away at the computer for calculations, suddenly frowned. Strange. Very strange. How could it suddenly change its trajectory? There is clearly no gravitational force nearby that could cause it to do so. Could it really have altered its own path through self-awareness, with the intention of avoiding us? Upon hearing this, everyone looked puzzled. The female scientist furrowed her brow and said, "Based on its previous trajectory, its current target should be that giant red star located 291 light years behind us. When it changed its trajectory, it merely shifted slightly in one direction and then altered its path again, still aiming for that giant red star. It seems its purpose in changing paths twice was to avoid us." The older scientist exclaimed, "Incredible. S7894 is truly an astonishing celestial body with self-awareness, awareness of our position, and even the ability to actively avoid us. Unbelievable." The entire research room fell into an atmosphere of disbelief. "Well, in any case, we don't need to worry too much now," the older scientist said, a smile appearing on his face. "This is indeed wonderful. We previously calculated that it would collide with us in just 20 years. I thought humanity would have to prepare for another interstellar migration. Although our technological advancements have been rapid, if such a black hole were to approach, we would only have the option to flee or wait for death. We owe our lives to S7894. Haha, we really should thank S7894 properly." Suddenly, the atmosphere in the research room lightened considerably. They had initially felt the threat of death and despair, but with Chun Yuan's change of path, Earth's civilization once again saw hope. Chun Yuan was unaware of the impact his change of path had on Earth's civilization. Now, he continued flying through the vastness of interstellar space, heading toward the target red giant star. At the same time, he discovered something. Chun Yuan saw a planet, similar in size to Earth, being dragged along by his control ability, and he suddenly realized the energy used by his control ability doesn't necessarily have to come from itself. Could the control ability also utilize the capabilities of other celestial bodies? I never realized this before. Chapter 61. Can the human body actually be composed of atoms? With nothing much to do, Chun Yuan began to manipulate the nearby planet using his control ability. This planet was one he had casually taken control of, similar in size and mass to Earth. Of course, for Chun Yuan, this mass held no interest for him in terms of absorption. However, it could be used for experiments with his control ability. The control ability, evidently akin to consciousness, could act upon oneself as well as on other celestial bodies. When it acts on oneself, the effect is better. When applied to other celestial bodies of similar mass, it requires more energy. Chun Yuan is now a black hole. With his current mastery, he might not be able to influence another celestial body that is also a black hole, but manipulating a planet is effortless for him. Using his control ability, Chen Yuan directly disassembles the planet into atoms. Looking at the planet in its atomic state, he thinks, I really didn't expect this to be possible. It seems this control ability does have some effect. With a thought, the planet reassembles from its atomic state back into a planet effortlessly. This is quite interesting. After a moment of contemplation, he once again disassembles the planet into atoms. Based on his memory, he arranges the atoms into the shape of a human. Observing the brownish-yellow figure that looks like a human made of soil, he chuckles. Haha, what are you doing? Did you just mold a clay figure? Obviously. He has seen this. Listening to Ye's laughter, Chen Yuan feels somewhat speechless. He replies, what's so funny? I'm just conducting an experiment. Coughing a few times. As if she had choked on water, Ye regains her composure and says with interest, you disassembled that planet into atoms and then used those atoms to form a human shape. This idea is feasible. However, the issue is that atoms are a broad category. Atoms are divided into many different elemental atoms, like hydrogen atoms, nitrogen atoms, and so on. Only by combining those different atoms under complex conditions can a true human body be formed. Simply merging all the atoms together and molding them into a human shape won't create a real human. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan suddenly has an idea. Are you saying that I can create a real human? Of course, you can. Your control ability is quite remarkable. It can serve as a tool for combining atoms. Ye replies with a smile. With this ability, as long as you understand the composition of the human body and know how to differentiate and arrange those different types of atoms, you can construct a human body. However, you need to learn, which takes time. Wow. Chen Yuan is excited. What? So, you're saying I can create life? I want to learn. Chen Yuan says. Isn't it just time? I have plenty of time. Ye chuckles. All right, then I'll teach you. Don't you have that ability called perception? Can you see the composition of atoms through it? Yes, he replies. The human body is composed of many atoms, including oxygen atoms, carbon atoms, hydrogen atoms, nitrogen atoms, calcium atoms, phosphorus atoms, and various trace atoms. Within the oxygen atom, there are 8 protons, 8 electrons, and 8 neutrons. As long as you use your perception ability to observe those atoms, you can identify which ones are oxygen atoms. As for carbon atoms, they consist of 6 protons, 6 electrons, and 6 neutrons, and the composition of other atoms differs as well. You need to recognize them carefully. Through his perception ability, Chen Yuan can see the composition of these atoms before him. He begins to listen carefully to Ye while learning. After all, for Chen Yuan, time is abundant. And instead of being idle, he might as well learn something new. Chen Yuan feels something unusual. If it were in the past, when Chen Yuan was in school, he would have been incredibly frustrated by learning something. But now, he felt completely calm, as if everything was serene. He could remember everything he said. Not a single word would escape his mind. This kind of memory ability was quite frightening. By the way, do I not have a brain? Then where is my memory stored? Never mind, it doesn't really matter. Chen Yuan didn't bother to count or remember how much time had passed. To him, time was just an insignificant existence. However, he still felt a sense of complexity. After understanding the names of all the atoms, he began to learn about the composition of the human body. He only knew that the human body was extremely complex, terribly complex. But fortunately, Chen Yuan wasn't bothered and had plenty of time, so he forced himself to grasp it. All right, let's try again. Chen Yuan looked at the atoms before him. After mastering the method of understanding the composition of the human body, he decided to attempt constructing a human body. Under Chen Yuan's guidance, the atoms began to assemble in a vacuum. This scene felt incredibly novel to Chen Yuan. Atoms formed a cell, cells formed organs, nerves, and blood began to spread. Bones appeared, along with muscles, fat, skin, and hair. In no time, a complete human figure stood before Chen Yuan. Seeing this scene, he was somewhat shocked. Did it really succeed? Although Chen Yuan already knew that the human body was made up of various elements, when he actually shaped the human body, he felt an immense sense of awe. It succeeded, but then Ye's voice rang out, playfully saying, right now, it is in a state of no consciousness. Like an empty shell, simply put, it's like a dead person. Are you interested in transferring your consciousness into it? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan was taken aback. He said, consciousness. Ye smiled and said, I know how to create consciousness, but our civilization has regulations against creating conscious life, so I can't teach you that. However, if you transfer your consciousness into it, then it would be different. Chen Yuan was speechless. He said, you girl, is that your real intention? Wanting me to become human? Of course I do. If you become human, I can see your real expressions, which would probably be very interesting, Ye said with enthusiasm. Chen Yuan was exasperated. No wonder she was so obedient in teaching him. It turned out it was to make him human. Chen Yuan responded, "Forget it. Ugh, this is really boring." You appeared somewhat downcast and said, "All right, since you still don't want to, let me remind you of one thing. The human body I just constructed for you is purely a fleshy composition, the simplest kind. That kind of human body cannot withstand the pressure of the universe. You may be able to construct it in space without it exploding due to your controlling ability. But if you remove that ability now, that body will not be able to withstand the pressure and will explode. I didn't want to scare you, but I had to mention this." Huh. Chen Yuan looked at the human figure before him and felt a bit of a headache. However, such a lifeless existence holds no significance. With a thought, Chen Yuan disassembled the shell back into its atomic state. "I can teach you a more advanced way to construct the human body, one that can withstand cosmic pressure. Would you like to learn?" You said with interest. Chapter 62. Turning a planet into a human. You wanted to teach Chen Yuan about constructing a human body that could resist cosmic pressure. Although Chen Yuan knew that Ye's ultimate goal was to tempt him into taking on a human form, he was still very interested in the knowledge of creating humans. The feeling of becoming a creator was simply amazing. So far, he could only construct lifeless shells. However, Ye's civilization did not allow anyone to create conscious, living bodies. So it was clear that she would not teach Chen Yuan how to create consciousness. Chen Yuan was not foolish. He remembered Ye mentioning that human thoughts existed in a dark information repository, suggesting that the creation of consciousness was likely related to such information. He didn't want to think too much about it. "If you're willing to teach, I naturally want to learn. But is it really okay? The technology to create a body that can withstand cosmic pressure must take a long time to acquire, right?" Chen Yuan said. "Aren't you afraid of being discovered by your civilization and facing punishment from the Heavenly Emperor if you directly teach me your civilization's technology? Are you worried about me?" Ye's voice came playfully. Without a second thought, Chen Yuan replied, "Of course, I am worried about you. In the past, he wouldn't have cared if anything happened to Ye, but now that he had acknowledged her as a friend, he naturally needed to consider her situation. However, as soon as he said this, Chen Yuan felt it was a bit strange. He added, "I just don't want my friend to suddenly disappear." Ye smiled indeed. This technology is very confidential for a civilization, and its leakage would definitely result in punishment. But you don't need to worry about me. I am quite familiar with the Heavenly Emperor. Even if I am discovered, he won't punish me, so you can rest assured." "Is that so?" Chen Yuan said. "Then that's good." Now that he was certain that Ye wouldn't face punishment, he didn't want to think too much about it. Now that you know how to construct a basic human body, constructing other bodies will be much simpler. When we artificially evolve the human body, we divide the genetic evolution process into several generations. Currently, my body has gone through 6 generations. Our current genetic body is called the 6th generation genetic body. What I will teach you is the construction of the 6th generation genetic body, which is much more complex than the primitive human body and requires more time. Wait a minute. Chen Yuan suddenly thought of something and said, "Didn't you say before that if you want to teach someone knowledge, you can just copy the knowledge you want to teach and directly give it to them? Can't you just copy your knowledge and give it to me?" He nearly forgot about this point. Ye had previously mentioned that in her civilization, there are no classrooms, because knowledge is like dark information, which can be copied and transferred. The method of constructing a 6th generation genetic body is, of course, knowledge as well. This means that knowledge can also be copied and transferred to Chen Yuan through the replication of dark information. If that is the case, direct copying would be much simpler. That would be quite uninteresting. Ya said with her unique neutral female voice, full of enthusiasm. "You take so long going back and forth. How boring. When I teach you, I can chat with you, and I can hear your naive questions. That is much more interesting." Chen Yuan felt a bit frustrated. "So you're just using me to pass the time? No wonder you don't want to share knowledge with me. That is really hurtful. Don't you find it boring? Don't you want to chat with me?" Ya laughed with interest. What Ya said made some sense. Indeed, compared to the monotonous task of flying, chatting and talking is much more enjoyable. For example, when driving a car, if someone is alone in the driver's seat, it can be very dull, and time seems to pass slowly. But if there is someone beside them to chat with, it feels much more interesting, and time seems to fly by. In this vast universe, having a familiar friend to talk to is indeed quite enjoyable. "All right, you have a point," Chen Yuan said. "So what should I do?" "Well, come here," Ya replied. She was very patient and attentive, always answering Chen Yuan's questions without annoyance. Teaching others is not an easy task. It involves answering many questions. Those lacking patience might just give up. However, Ya's patience and attentiveness made Chen Yuan feel very good. The materials needed for a sixth-generation genetic body are quite extensive. It requires the mass of an entire planet to create one. In simple terms, a sixth-generation genetic body is like a planet, although it is not as heavy as a planet. We mainly convert the mass of the planet into life energy through special calculations and constructions, while our own weight is actually similar to that of a primitive human body. A human body made up of a planet. Chen Yuan was stunned. To think that a civilization had developed to the level of treating an entire planet as a body. The complexity lies in how to convert these elements into energy and compress them into such a tiny body. Then, let us get started. Time passed little by little. Finally, Chen Yuan graduated. He dismantled an entire planet into atoms and then constructed them through complex equations. As the atoms condensed, a body gradually formed. Cells, blood, organs, bones, and muscles were slowly built. Eventually, a body appeared before Chen Yuan. Just like the last body he constructed, this one was merely a shell, lacking any consciousness or life. Well, not bad. I didn't expect you to master this technology in just 23 years. That's impressive, Ya praised. Just 23 years. Chen Yuan didn't know where to start his complaints. However, the sixth-generation genetic body was indeed complex. He never imagined that a planet could actually turn into a human body. Chen Yuan sighed. Ya Xiao asked, so what's next? It's just a shell now, without any consciousness. Are you going to try to put your own consciousness into it? This guy was starting again. Forget it. Chen Yuan directly refused. What a pity, such a hard-built body, Ya Xiao said somewhat helplessly. Chen Yuan looked at the body before him. He focused his control ability on this body and made it open its eyes. The person slowly opened his eyes. Chen Yuan observed that although the eyes were open, they were hollow, devoid of any consciousness, just like a person in a vegetative state. Chapter 63. Has Earth's civilization gone through 5 civilizational phases? This was just a shell, without consciousness. After spending so much time, only to create a consciousness-less shell, wasn't that a bit of a loss? Not exactly, since he learned to understand such a body. Chen Yuan could also use atoms to create many things. For example, it was easy to create a diamond using carbon atoms and his own gravitational force. Or, using the knowledge he acquired, it was also possible to shape a lion. Chen Yuan looked at this shell and asked, Ya Xiao, can you teach me how to create consciousness? The creation of consciousness is prohibited in our civilization. In our view, life is noble and precious. Creating and destroying life at will would tarnish our beliefs. However, since you asked, I can tell you, but I might be punished by our deity, Ya Xiao said with interest, deliberately prolonging her words. Forget it, Chen Yuan said directly. I don't want you to be punished, so let's leave it at that. You're really nice, Ya Xiao said cheerfully, seeming very happy. Chen Yuan looked at the shell again. Although he felt a bit reluctant, keeping it was useless. He disassembled it back into atoms. How many civilizations in this universe possess such technology? Chen Yuan asked instinctively. Ya Xiao replied, as for the 6th-generation genetic body, currently only our deity civilization possesses this technology in the entire universe. It can be considered unique. Alright, what about the technology to create primitive life? Chen Yuan inquired. There are many civilizations that can create primitive life. In this vast universe, there are countless civilizations capable of that, Ya Xiao casually answered. As long as a civilization develops for over 10 million years, they can naturally master that technology. It's nothing remarkable. Is that so? Chen Yuan pondered for a moment and said, then do you think there are advanced civilizations that use that technology to create primitive advanced intelligent life on other planets? After realizing that humans could be created through technology, Chen Yuan suddenly thought of a question. Is it possible that humans themselves were created by advanced extraterrestrial civilizations? If humans were indeed created by extraterrestrial civilizations, then for humans, wouldn't that extraterrestrial civilization be like a creator deity? Of course there are. You said, some civilizations enjoy doing such things. They create a planet capable of supporting life next to a star and then introduce some life forms into that planet for research. This is not a rare occurrence. Indeed, it exists. Is the civilization on Earth created by others? Chen Yuan asked Ya, filled with curiosity. Ya had lived for a long time and was aware of the timeline of human civilization, which meant she likely knew about its development. The civilization on Earth is not created by others. Ya casually responded to Chen Yuan's question. A significant portion of civilizations in the universe evolved naturally. It started with matter. Then single-celled organisms emerged, which evolved into multicellular forms. Gradually, through a series of evolutionary processes, advanced intelligent life was formed. The civilization on Earth evolved and was not fabricated by another civilization. However, the journey of Earth's civilization has been quite tumultuous. What you see now is the product of the fifth civilization on Earth. The previous four civilizations all perished due to various events. According to records, Earth has gone through 5 civilizations. The Earth before your reincarnation was the 5th civilization. The first was the Gandaya civilization, which came from the texts of the Maya. The intelligent beings of Gandaya were about 1 meter tall. The males had 3 eyes while the females did not. The second civilization was the Mesopotamian civilization, also noted in Maya records. It is said that some of its people were survivors of a great disaster that befell the Gandaya civilization, but they had lost their memories, and the males no longer had 3 eyes. This civilization perished due to the magnetic pole reversal of Earth. The third civilization was the Mu civilization, also recorded by the Maya. It is said that this civilization discovered the immense energy contained within plants, leading to the creation of machines that could harness this plant energy. The fourth civilization was the Atlantis civilization, believed to be descended from extraterrestrial colonizers from Orion, known as the civilization of light due to their abilities. It is said that the Mu and Atlantis civilizations coexisted on Earth during the same period. Eventually, the two civilizations engaged in a nuclear war that triggered massive earthquakes, leading to their mutual extinction. The current fifth civilization is the Earth civilization. As for how many civilizations had existed on Earth before, Qin Yuan expressed indifference. He was not interested in that. He was merely curious whether humanity was created by extraterrestrial beings. It appeared not to be the case. What a pity. If it were true, Qin Yuan would have considered visiting his creator. Without further ado, Qin Yuan glanced at the massive red star ahead and said, "It's time to get to work." He then plunged into the heart of the giant red star, beginning to absorb its energy. The singularity spun, and an accretion disk formed around the black hole. The giant red star was completely consumed by Qin Yuan in an instant. The mass of this giant red star is equivalent to that of 22 suns. Additionally, Qin Yuan has swept through some red dwarfs and yellow dwarfs along the way, and his mass has now reached 213 solar masses. However, this mass is still too small. He needs to keep working hard. Qin Yuan said, "I don't know when my mass will be able to compete with that thing at the center of the galaxy. That would be much more interesting." Ye elongated her tone meaningfully. While I believe you just need time to surpass it, I sense the difficulty is not small. The mass of the black hole at the center of the galaxy is 20,000 times your current mass. If your mass could increase by 20,000 times, then it would be possible, but the difficulty is immense. 20,000 times. Qin Yuan suddenly found it hard to breathe. He currently has 213 solar masses, which means he would need 4 million solar masses to compare with the supermassive black hole at the center of the galaxy. No problem. Qin Yuan steadied his emotions and said, "Isn't it just 20,000 times? I have plenty of time." "Haha, I admire your confidence," Ye laughed. "All right, then let me see how you plan to do it." "What else can I do?" "I just need to continue gaining mass," Qin Yuan replied casually. "Since I have time on my hands, let's move on to the next target." Chapter 64. The first devouring of a black hole to compete with the black hole at the center of the galaxy. A mass of about 4 million suns is needed. Qin Yuan has the ability to devour celestial bodies with double the mass, which means he would need 2 million solar masses to attempt to devour the opponent. However, regardless of the situation, he must first increase his own mass. The entire universe is filled with dust, and there is an abundance of this ordinary dust. Although its mass is not significant, devouring it is indeed not as effective as directly seeking larger celestial bodies to consume. Qin Yuan activated his perception abilities and took a look around. Suddenly, he was attracted by one celestial body, a black hole. What Qin Yuan saw was indeed a black hole. Not far from him, approximately 20 light years away, there was a black hole. Through his perception abilities, Qin Yuan could sense the mass of the black hole, which was 132 times that of the sun. Black holes are relatively difficult to detect. When there is no matter around a black hole, it blends into the vast universe as if it were invisible. Therefore, a cursory glance with perception abilities would not reveal the black hole. Only when Qin Yuan focused his perception could he see what the black hole looked like. In other words, when Qin Yuan was not concentrating his perception, he could not see it with just a rough sweep. Unless the black hole was rotating and simultaneously devouring matter, forming an accretion disk that reflects light, it would be undetectable. The reason Chun Yuan noticed this black hole was that it was currently devouring a star, which had been torn apart into fragments, forming an accretion disk. Thus, Chun Yuan was able to see it. Perfect, you are the one. Thinking of this, Chun Yuan stood up and flew towards the direction of the black hole. After spending a few days, he arrived next to the black hole. The black hole had already consumed the surrounding stars, and its accretion disk had disappeared, leaving only the black hole itself. In a concentrated state of perception, Chun Yuan could fully see the existence of the black hole before him. This was the first time he was attempting to consume a black hole. Adjusting his mood, he dove towards it. As the two black holes approached each other, Chun Yuan could feel the gravitational pull of the black hole in front of him. The gravity caused his body to begin to shift. He spiraled closer to the black hole, while the other black hole was also attracted by Chun Yuan's gravity, starting to spiral around him as well. It wasn't as simple as he thought. He had assumed that getting close would allow him to directly consume it. Indeed, even though the mass of this black hole was smaller than his, its gravity was still quite significant. Chun Yuan accelerated towards it. As he sped up, the other black hole also accelerated due to the gravitational effect. The two black holes, or rather two singularities, circled around each other. Thud, thud, thud. Chun Yuan heard a sound. What was that sound? What is happening? He was startled. He thought something strange might occur again. Suddenly, he regretted his decision to attempt to consume the black hole. If he had known, he wouldn't have done it. However, now that their gravitational forces had captured each other, it was impossible for him to run away. Chun Yuan was unaware that the terrifying gravity generated during the merging of the black holes would ripple through the surrounding space-time. The sounds he heard were the result of the ripples created by time itself. As they got closer, their spiraling speed increased. The turbulence in space-time intensified, and the sounds became faster and faster. Thud, 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 thud. The sounds merged into a continuous rhythm. Chun Yuan realized that his perception ability seemed to be ineffective. Everything around him was engulfed in darkness, and he could see nothing but the target black hole. Suddenly, he felt a brightness around him. Chun Yuan came to his senses. He looked around and found that the entire world had returned to normal, but the target black hole had vanished. Looking at himself, he discovered that his mass had increased to 345 times that of the sun. This meant that the black hole he had just encountered had been consumed by him. It felt good, although the process was a bit frightening. He thought he was going to disappear. It seemed that as a black hole, it was indeed more reliable to consume other black holes in order to gain mass more quickly. However, black holes usually remain still, making them difficult to capture even with his perception ability. No worries, there are so many black holes in the galaxy. He didn't believe all of them would be so passive. With this thought, Chun Yuan changed his target. He was going to consume black holes. Chun Yuan activated his perception ability to search for black holes within the vast galaxy. He scanned around and, indeed, found quite a few active black holes in the galaxy. There were many black holes forming accretion disks by consuming other celestial bodies, although they were a bit farther away from him. After all, the number of black holes is much smaller than that of stars, but it doesn't matter. The mass of a black hole can be significantly greater than that of a star. Let's see, the nearest black hole to me, a mass of 13 solar masses. After Chun Yuan discovered the nearest black hole, he used his perception ability to observe its mass, but upon finding out, he was a bit stunned. 13, all right. Not all black holes have large masses. When Chun Yuan first became a black hole, his mass was very small, only 8 solar masses. So, in this vast universe, there are indeed small mass black holes. Chun Yuan also noticed that a star was orbiting that black hole. It was a yellow dwarf star. Is this a binary system of a black hole and a yellow dwarf? Chun Yuan looked at it with interest. It seems that because the mass of the black hole is not large, its gravitational pull on the outer region is slightly weaker, allowing it to form a binary system with the yellow dwarf. However, it appears that these two will get closer and closer, and eventually, the star will be devoured by the black hole. This is likely just a temporary binary system. Binary systems formed by black holes and stars are relatively rare. However, Chun Yuan just took a glance and lost interest. The mass of that black hole was too small, 13 solar masses, which is even less than those massive stars. So, he wasn't interested. Further away, there is another black hole with a mass of 649 solar masses. This made Chun Yuan a bit nervous. This mass is slightly less than twice his own. Chun Yuan now has the ability to devour celestial bodies with a mass up to twice his own. However, the other party is a black hole, nearly twice his size. If he were to use his devouring ability, could he actually devour it? Chapter 65. Enhanced devouring ability. The merging of black holes is essentially a collision of singularities. If this mass-based devouring ability, like the volume devouring ability, also requires direct contact to function, then it would likely be of no use to Chun Yuan in devouring a black hole. After all, at the moment of contact, the black hole would have already merged, not giving Chun Yuan enough time to use his devouring ability. And with the other party's mass being twice that of Chun Yuan, he would simply be gone. Therefore, he needed to confirm one thing. Chun Yuan asked, "System, does my new ability, the mass devouring ability, also require contact with the target to be used, just like the volume devouring ability?" The voice responded mechanistically. The mass devouring ability differs from the volume devouring ability. It can devour all celestial bodies within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers centered around the user. Hearing this, Chun Yuan took a deep breath. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought that after becoming a black hole and gaining new abilities, it would still be as useless as the initial abilities." It turns out this is an upgraded version of the devouring ability, a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. What does that mean? To put it in perspective, the radius of the sun is just under 700,000 kilometers. In other words, Chun Yuan doesn't need to come into contact with a black hole at all, as long as he uses this devouring ability within 1,000,000 kilometers of the black hole. He can directly swallow it. How convenient. However, when the celestial devouring system granted Chun Yuan this ability, it provided little explanation, only stating that he could devour celestial bodies up to twice his mass, leading Chun Yuan to mistakenly believe that mass devouring was just as useless as volume devouring. He never expected this ability to be so powerful. Chun Yuan was very excited. With this, he no longer needed to worry about being swallowed by a black hole that was larger than him. With this thought, he fixed his gaze on the direction of the black hole that had a mass equivalent to 649 suns and set off toward it. Devouring. Chun Yuan activated his mass devouring ability. In an instant, everything within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers from Chun Yuan's singularity, including dust and passing road planets, was swallowed and absorbed into Chun Yuan's body. As a black hole, the radius of the time boundary he possessed was 1,000 kilometers. However, when he activated this mass devouring ability, he was astonished to find himself enveloped by another unknown event horizon. A black sphere with a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers surrounded him. Chun Yuan understood that this was his mass devouring ability, but from the outside, it looked just like the event horizon of a black hole. In other words, this devouring ability could consume everything within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, including light. Chun Yuan knew this was his ability, but to the outside world, it resembled a massive black hole. This felt great. Had he known it could be used this way, he wouldn't have worried about not being able to increase his mass. Chun Yuan was very happy. Never mind. Let us just devour everything in the way. With that thought, Chun Yuan quickly flew toward his target. Along the way, all the nearby materials were completely devoured by him. It's important to note that while black holes have infinite gravity, their gravitational influence also has limits. Beyond the event horizon, a black hole still exerts gravitational pull. But the distance that Chun Yuan could affect with his current mass was far less than 1,000,000 kilometers. Now, Chun Yuan was overjoyed. As time passed slowly, on that day, what the hell? The voice of Yi sounded, filled with surprise and shock. What did you do? Hearing this familiar voice, Chun Yuan smiled. Are you back? During this time, Yi had suddenly gone silent. Chun Yuan guessed that something must have happened in her civilization that she needed to deal with. Now that he heard her voice, he wasn't too surprised. Yeah, I had to deal with an urgent matter and didn't get a chance to greet you before heading to war. The war just ended, and I finally have some free time. But you're really polite. Every time I leave for a while and come back to see you, you always manage to surprise me. He continued, I see that your mass hasn't increased much, but how is your event horizon expanding so dramatically? What is going on? Chun Yuan smiled. It's a secret. Fine, if you don't want to say, then I want to press. Ya was very casual. She said, however, you can't continue to fly forward now. If you go further, in 3 years, you might collide with my civilization. Chun Yuan was taken aback. Your civilization? What a coincidence. The universe is vast, and discovering my civilization is indeed not easy, but with each of your movements spanning thousands or even tens of thousands of light years, it's bound to be encountered eventually. At this point, Ya paused. Changing her tone, she smiled with interest. and said, "How about this? I'll prepare a body for you. I can help transfer your consciousness into that body. Then you can come visit me. It would be a perfect opportunity to drop by." This girl really knows how to make excuses. Chen Yuan chuckled helplessly and said, "Never mind. I'm only interested in how to increase my own mass right now." "I knew you'd respond like that," Ya replied casually. Chen Yuan activated his perception ability and looked ahead. Since the civilization Ya belonged to was in the direction he was flying, with her civilization's technological level, it should be quite noticeable in the universe, so it shouldn't be hard to find. However, after scanning the area with his perception ability, he found nothing. "You said your civilization is on my current path. So why can't I see anything?" Chen Yuan asked in confusion. Ya laughed and said, "Our civilization uses dark matter to hide our location. With the naked eye or through normal technological means, it's impossible to see or detect our existence. You can't comprehend dark matter, so naturally, you can't see my planet. Of course, if you want to come, I can come get you. But your current body won't do. If you enter in this form, our home would likely be destroyed. I can provide you with a different body." Chen Yuan understood what Ya meant. He laughed and said, "You really don't give up on turning me into a human, do you?" "Of course, because in your current state, I can't even touch you. If you had a form like mine, it would be different," Ya said with an amused smile. "Touch. Indeed, right now, Chen Yuan is just a black hole. Touching a black hole is something no normal person would consider." "Wait, why does Ya want to touch me? Does she have feelings for me? That's impossible." Chen Yuan couldn't believe anyone would fall in love with a celestial body, especially someone as rational as Ya. He chuckled and said, "Let me swallow that black hole in the Milky Way first." "Suit yourself," Ya replied casually. Her unique neutral female voice filled with humor. Chapter 66. As long as a person has their own consciousness, contradictions are inevitable. Inside the Tian D civilization, Senior Lien. "I'm a bit worried about Tian D," Bing said, glancing at Lien with concern. Upon hearing this, Lien responded, It's hard to imagine the feelings of a sister whose own brother chose to rebel and ultimately was executed by Tian D's own hand. As her sister, what kind of emotions must she be feeling? We can hardly imagine. However, even if we are worried, there's nothing we can do. After all, we are just warriors. And we can't comfort Tian D." Bing said, "I never expected that Lei would go to such lengths for the research on consciousness." Lei has already gone mad." Liang replied, "In order to study consciousness and to make technology stronger, he has neglected everything else. I just hope the Heavenly Emperor's heart can feel a little better." Chen Yuan, in devouring mode, flew through the interstellar space while absorbing the surrounding matter. Feeling bored, he chatted with Ya. "Last time, you were in such a hurry. What happened? Did some advanced civilization declare war on you?" "Not really," Ya casually replied. "The last war was due to internal conflicts within our civilization. Some ideological disagreements led to an internal war. Since we all come from a unified civilization, there was no technological suppression involved, so the battles were quite intense. But in the end, we won." Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. "Internal war?" Ya gently affirmed, "Yes, internal war. I mentioned it to you before. Creating conscious life is prohibited in our civilization. We respect life and do not allow anyone in our civilization to create life. If life could be created, it would not be respected, and eventually, people would treat it like common weeds, easily uprooted. However, within our civilization, there was one person who believed that for our technology to progress, we must break this prohibition and study what he called advanced consciousness technology. The Heavenly Emperor forbade it and imprisoned him. As a result, he not only escaped, but also used creation technology to create a bunch of sixth-generation gene artificial beings to rebel, intending to overthrow the Heavenly Emperor's rule. Then, the fighting began. Since it happened so suddenly, I didn't have time to greet you." Ya chuckled casually. "This matter is somewhat embarrassing to talk about, after all. It is our civilization's own issue." Chen Yuan said, "Listening to you, supporting the Heavenly Emperor is not wrong. The person who wanted to create conscious life aimed for a breakthrough in technology, which isn't a bad starting point. It seems that indeed, it was a clash of ideologies that led to the war. Well, I can't really comment on this matter. I have no basis to evaluate it. As long as you're okay. Among advanced intelligent beings, as long as there isn't a shared consciousness, differing ideas will definitely arise. In the endless span of life, contradictions will inevitably erupt due to different understandings of the same issue. Someone once said, if two independent beings want to avoid conflict, it is impossible, unless, when there is only one person left in the world, then there will be no conflict." You gently hummed and elongated her voice. Tell me, is the prohibition on creating conscious, advanced, intelligent life right or wrong? There was a hint of confusion in Ye's voice. Chen Yuan was slightly startled. Well, how should I put it? Actually, life has been creating conscious, advanced, intelligent beings from the very beginning. Huh, why do you say that? Ye's voice carried a touch of curiosity. Chen Yuan said, isn't life all about reproduction? Isn't reproduction about creating advanced conscious life? Therefore, creating conscious advanced life is not a wrong thing. However, your thoughts also have their merits. I can't say that everything she thinks is wrong. Ye repeated Chen Yuan's words. However, reproduction and creating with one's own hands hold different meanings and circumstances. She seemed quite confused. Sigh, this question is too complex. Chen Yuan said, but you, why think so much? You're not a deity. It's enough for your deity to ponder this question. Don't overthink it. If you do, be careful of going bald. Chen Yuan joked with Ye. Haha, Ye laughed. You really are interesting. This joke is too funny. I'm not a primitive human, so I won't go bald. Chen Yuan smiled. He was too lazy to think too much. Just keep flying. Once again, the voice of Chen Yuan and Ye came through. But this time it carried a sense of loneliness. Chen Yuan was slightly startled. What's wrong? Can you come over here for a moment, okay? For the first time. Ye's usually cheerful voice turned gentle, almost like she was being coy. What was going on with her? Chen Yuan felt a bit confused. Is something the matter? He asked. I want to touch you. Ye elongated her voice, sounding somewhat inexplicable. Chen Yuan didn't reply. He continued to fly quietly. He could sense that Ye really wanted to get close to him, but since he was a black hole, she couldn't get near him, let alone touch him. Ye was his friend, and if possible, Chen Yuan wanted to fulfill her wish. But he didn't want to become a human. That would contradict his goal. Chen Yuan glanced at a nearby planet, and, using his control ability, pulled the planet closer. He dismantled it into atoms and constructed a human body that looked exactly like him, but without consciousness. What to do? Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Yuan. Perception ability. His perception ability equated to his senses, including vision, hearing, touch, taste, etc. This perception could view things from various angles. He could let this sense hover above the galaxy, observing the entire Milky Way, or let it inhabit the interior of a planet, perceiving everything. What if he changed this perception ability to match the human body's perspective? With that thought, Chen Yuan decided to give it a try. He immersed his perception ability into the human body before him, reaching the eyes. The perception ability began to match with the target, and it was successful. The mechanical voice of the celestial devouring system rang out. Chen Yuan felt a darkness before his eyes. He instinctively opened them. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was slightly stunned, looking at his physical body. Can perception ability be used this way? Previously, viewing the world through perception was completely different in color and feeling. Now, Chen Yuan realized he could see the world through his own eyes. In other words, the perception ability can be matched with the human body. Chapter 67. Is it consciousness that truly defines humanity, with the body merely being a tool? Chen Yuan raised his hand and looked at it. Once the perception ability is matched with this body, it can access all the senses of the body. It feels as if he has become a person. The perception ability can be utilized in this way, which is something I hadn't expected. It's quite interesting. The perception ability was retracted from this body. Chen Yuan could see that the body's eyes returned to their previous emptiness, appearing completely devoid of consciousness. This feeling is truly marvelous. Could it be that perception ability is, in fact, human consciousness? The human soul? It might be, or it might not be. However, Chen Yuan discovered one thing. Once he retracted the perception ability, the body lost its vitality once again. This body feels like a container, a vessel for consciousness. Is the body merely a tool, and only consciousness is the true essence of humanity? Never mind. Chen Yuan didn't want to think too much about it. After all, he still had a long way to go to reach his goal, that black hole with a mass over 600 times that of the sun. Meanwhile, something seemed to have happened on Ye's side. Ye had helped him a lot, and it wouldn't hurt to assist her when she needed it. Besides, he was just idling around. He might as well go along with her wishes and visit her place. Chen Yuan utilized his perception ability, merging it into that shell of a body. He opened his eyes once more, instinctively looking around at the stars. Observing the universe with his naked eyes felt different from using his perception ability. Yeah, what's up? Her voice sounded somewhat dejected, lost in thought. Chen Yuan guessed it was probably because he hadn't answered her, which brought her mood down. It was strange. Ye had been so cheerful before. How could her mood change so drastically over such a minor issue? Chen Yuan smiled and said, "Look at me. Look, how did you do that?" Ya's voice carried a hint of shock and disbelief. She had clearly been absorbed in her own world and hadn't noticed Chen Yuan until now. She seemed somewhat astonished. After all, from Ya's perspective, transferring Chen Yuan's consciousness from the black hole to a physical body required an understanding of dark information. Now she realized he could do it on his own, which naturally surprised her. Chen Yuan asked, "Can you take me over to your place?" Suddenly, he saw the space in front of him distort. A pitch-black circular hole appeared before him. A familiar figure emerged from that circular hole, appearing right in front of him. Clad in silver armor that accentuated a tall figure, with silver hair framing a delicate face and sapphire-like eyes that were clear and captivating, it was Ya. Ya flashed a bright smile and said, "Let us go." She seemed to be in a good mood. Chen Yuan chuckled. "Just now, I thought you were crying. It seems I was overthinking it." "Crying?" Ya shot him a glance, saying, "I am a warrior. I can bleed dry, but it's impossible for me to shed tears." Ya spoke as she flew into the wormhole. Seeing this, Chen Yuan also used his consciousness to control his body and entered the wormhole. As soon as he touched it, everything went dark for a moment before brightening again. When he regained his senses, he found that his surroundings had changed. Ya stood in the void, looking ahead. Suddenly, a door appeared in front of them. The inside of the door was pitch black, just like the wormhole. Seeing this sudden door, Chen Yuan looked at Ya and asked, "What is this?" Ya glanced at him and replied, "This door leads to my home. Normally, it is not visible. It only appears when the corresponding dark information password is entered. People from our civilization use this door to come and go." High-tech indeed. Chen Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Ya smiled, "Let's go." With that, she stepped through the door. Chen Yuan followed her inside. Once again, everything went dark before brightening. What he saw caused Chen Yuan's eyes to widen in astonishment. Before him was a massive celestial system, resembling a solar system. But what shocked him was that in the center of this celestial system, the object that should have been a star was actually a gigantic sphere made up of various unknown substances, slowly rotating and emitting a white light. It looked just like a giant light bulb, but far more exquisite and majestic. In that instant, Chen Yuan thought of a term, artificial star. He had encountered many civilizations and had seen artificial satellites and planets for habitation, but he had never seen a civilization capable of creating an artificial star. While he was still in shock, he suddenly remembered that Ya had mentioned their civilization planned to move beyond the universe after reaching its edge and to establish a new universe outside of it. If they intended to create a new universe, then creating a star was certainly within their capabilities. Chen Yuan looked around. Surrounding the artificial star were a total of 8 planets. Wait, he was astonished to discover that these were not the planets he imagined at all. Instead, they were islands the size of planets. These massive islands revolved around the artificial star like celestial bodies. Artificial planets that resembled islands? This was too hard to believe. Chen Yuan also noticed that near one of the artificial island planets, there was a large group of small floating islands, each with a door on top. Looking at those doors, he felt puzzled and wondered what they were for. "Those doors are wormhole entrances," you explained with a smile. "The time required to construct wormholes varies based on the length of the wormhole passage. Those wormholes that lead to farther places are more difficult to construct, so they have been preserved. Their exits are located in various star systems that are relatively far from us." Star systems. In other words, these wormholes serve as passages to the star systems. Simply put, the civilization that Ya belongs to is one that can instantly traverse star systems. A star system, also known as a cosmic island, is a place filled with countless stars, gas, cosmic dust, dark matter, all bound by gravity. Each star system has a massive black hole at its center, attracting other stars to orbit around it, forming a vast celestial system known as a star system. The Milky Way is one such star system. So far, Chen Yuan has traveled an unknown number of light years, and he has only been strolling within the Milky Way. The nearest Andromeda galaxy is nearly 254 million light-years from the edge of the Milky Way. However, for the civilization that Ya belongs to, traveling between star systems, thanks to these wormholes, is a matter of mere seconds. Advanced civilizations are truly formidable. Chapter 68. Is it consciousness controlling the body or the body controlling consciousness? "This is my workplace," Ya introduced. Hearing this, Chen Yuan looked around. The place Ya referred to as her workplace was located within a grand hall on the largest island. The hall was spacious, and in front of it were high stairs leading to a large and magnificent throne. This place resembled the imperial halls of a dictatorial country. This is where you work? Qin Yuan glanced around and then looked at Ye. Are you a guard here? Upon hearing this, Ye chuckled. No? With her back to Qin Yuan, she walked up the stairs to the throne and sat down, looking at Qin Yuan with a smile. This is my position. Qin Yuan was taken aback and said oddly, that position should be reserved for someone very important. From what I know, the most powerful figure in your civilization is the Heavenly Emperor. So, are you saying you are the Heavenly Emperor's consort? Ye's smile froze. She shot a glance at Qin Yuan. I am the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor civilization. Huh. Qin Yuan was stunned for a moment. I thought the Heavenly Emperor was male. I can't believe it's you. Qin Yuan gradually regained his composure. No wonder you were reluctant to reveal your identity to me. It turns out to be this. Have you been hiding this from me? Would you be angry? You looked at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan casually replied. What's there to be angry about? It's normal for friends to have their own secrets and not want to share everything. He looked around. He had been curious about Ye's identity, but he didn't expect her to be the Heavenly Emperor. Now that he knew, it didn't seem to matter much. After all, for a celestial body, who the leader of a civilization is not important. Qin Yuan, could you come over and sit beside me? Ye asked. Qin Yuan was taken aback, looking at Ye. She was smiling at him, shifting her body to make space, patting the spot beside her with her small hand. What was she trying to do? Qin Yuan was a bit confused. Suddenly, he remembered something. Earlier, Ye had mentioned wanting to touch him. All right then. Thinking of this, Qin Yuan realized her intention and walked over. He sat down beside Ye, lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, he felt a warmth on his shoulder. He saw Ye's little head resting against him, her face full of joy as if she were very happy. What a strange woman. The human body is merely a tool made up of atoms. Even if they touched, what does it mean? Forget it. Considering she was a friend, he would just keep her company. However, it was still too boring. Qin Yuan endured and stayed by her side. As time passed, he decided it was time to leave. He said, Yeah, is it enough now? Ye paused for a moment, lifting her face to look at Qin Yuan. He continued, I should go back. Ye seemed a bit stunned. She looked at Qin Yuan, opened her mouth as if to say something, but then fell silent. She offered a bright smile and said, I'll see you off. Okay. Ye led the way through the wormhole, bringing Qin Yuan to his original body. This is it, Qin Yuan said. You can go back now. Ye glanced at him, but didn't speak. She quietly leaped into his arms. Qin Yuan was taken aback. Ye embraced him tightly and whispered in his ear, Whenever you think of coming back to me, I will welcome you. I'm always waiting for you. As she spoke, she released him, smiled gently, and her figure vanished in place, clearly using the power of the wormhole to leave. Qin Yuan was taken aback. What was that all about? It felt somewhat inexplicable. What was he supposed to do? This scene reminded him of some soap opera dramas he had seen back in a certain civilization. Could it be that she really liked him? That would be quite strange. Who would fall for a black hole? Perhaps it was just the bond between friends. Qin Yuan withdrew his perception, redirecting it back to the black hole. His physical form was once again disassembled into atoms, dissipating in interstellar space. Qin Yuan, controlling the black hole, looked ahead and altered its course to avoid colliding with the civilization where Ye was. After adjusting the trajectory, he continued flying towards the black hole. Returning to the sensation of being human was not pleasant for Qin Yuan. It felt very restrictive, and the human body was simply too small, with a very limited field of vision. As a black hole, his view encompassed 360 degrees without any blind spots. But once synchronized with human senses, the perspective changed entirely. It was quite strange. Qin Yuan remembered something. During his time as a human, more often than not, it was the body that controlled the consciousness. Many people believe that a person's consciousness controls their body, but that is incorrect. Sometimes it is not the consciousness that controls the body, but rather the body that controls the consciousness, which then directs the body. Simply put, at times, consciousness is merely a tool of the body. There are moments when a person can clearly know what they should do, yet it is the body that dictates the actions. However, when you focus on one thing, your body often forces you to do other things. For example, if you set a goal to do 20 push-ups every day, your mind may think it's an easy task, but your self-awareness doesn't necessarily decide to continue. Similarly, if you aim to lose weight by controlling your food intake, your body might signal to your mind that it's not feasible, leading your mind to obey the body's commands, even if it betrays your own intentions. As Qin Yuan pondered these thoughts, he recalled Ye's behavior. Her actions represented the idea that even advanced civilizations, as long as they are intelligent life forms, possess emotions. Emotions are indeed complex. Chun Yuan gazed at the starry sky. Continuing this line of research would likely be even more intricate than the universe itself. He felt too lazy to think further. Being a black hole was much easier, requiring little contemplation. Through his perception ability, Chun Yuan looked towards the location of the previous black hole, locked onto it, and accelerated in that direction. After an unknown amount of time, he finally spotted his target, a black hole with a mass equivalent to 649 suns. The accretion disk of this black hole had vanished. Yet, Chun Yuan focused intently on it through his perception ability, allowing him to see this pitch-black black hole that could not even reflect light. This black hole's mass was slightly less than double Chun Yuan's own, and its event horizon radius was nearly twice that of Chun Yuan's, approximately 2,000 kilometers. In contrast, Chun Yuan's mass absorption radius was 1 million kilometers. Therefore, he didn't need to think much and simply activated his absorption ability to approach it directly. Chapter 69. A gathering of black holes in the galaxy. As Chun Yuan drew closer to the target black hole, he could feel the gravitational pull emanating from it. When he sensed the target black hole's gravity, the radius of his mass absorption ability had already reached it. Absorption. The event horizon of the target black hole disappeared, leaving only a singularity. The singularity transformed into a golden light, slowly merging into Chun Yuan, becoming part of his mass. Before long, the target black hole, with a mass over 600 suns, was entirely consumed by Chun Yuan. Previously, he had a mass of over 300 suns and had absorbed some stars along the way. Now, after consuming the target black hole, his mass surged past 1,000, reaching 1,002 suns. Just as Chun Yuan was excited about achieving a mass exceeding 1,000 suns, a voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, you have met the conditions and gained a new ability, Split." The voice of the celestial absorption system announced. Hearing this, Chun Yuan was momentarily stunned. "Split? What kind of ability is that?" "You can now evenly split yourself into two, but your mass will also be divided equally," a mechanical voice explained. Now Chun Yuan understood. In other words, this ability would allow him to split into two black holes. The vastness of the universe makes it extremely challenging to find suitable targets. However, if one were to split into two, the two black holes could consume together, significantly increasing the mass absorption rate. The concern arises whether splitting would lead to the emergence of two separate consciousnesses. Chun Yuan was a bit worried. He didn't want to end up with two consciousnesses, as he had previously analyzed. If both existed with their own awareness, contradictions would be inevitable. Even if the consciousness after splitting was still himself, he didn't want to take that risk. Chun Yuan asked the system, "If I split, will the two entities have two separate consciousnesses?" The system's mechanical voice responded, "After splitting, the body and various abilities can be used simultaneously. But there will only be one consciousness." This meant that the situation of having two consciousnesses would not occur. "Good," Chun Yuan said. "Then this ability seems quite decent. How many times can I split?" "You can only split once for now. Just once." Chun Yuan felt a bit gloomy. He had hoped he could split infinitely. If that were the case, each black hole could utilize the mass absorption ability. That would be like having countless terrifying vacuum cleaners sweeping through space. If numerous black holes were roaming around, he believed it wouldn't take long to clear the entire galaxy. But he didn't expect that he could only split once. Well, having one is better than none, he reassured himself. "Wait, after I split, can I merge back together?" He needed to clarify this question. Otherwise, he could end up in a terrible situation. The celestial absorption system continued in its emotionless, mechanical voice, just like other abilities, once released. The mass that has split off can be merged back together. Good, Chun Yuan felt relieved. Split. Chun Yuan's body divided into two, and a second black hole appeared next to him. The two black holes had the same mass and were very close to each other. Yet no physical phenomena occurred between them. This was likely the ability referred to by Ya, the reverse law ability. Chun Yuan glanced at the other black hole beside him. Just as the system had stated, the mass of the split-off black hole was the same as Chun Yuan's current mass, both averaging 501 solar masses. Stop splitting. The newly created black hole suddenly vanished, and Chun Yuan's mass returned to 1,002 solar masses. It seemed to work perfectly. After confirming there were no issues, Chun Yuan activated his perception ability and looked at the nearest black holes. The closest black hole was in front, with a mass of 103 solar masses. while another was to his right, with a mass of 682 solar masses. Perfect. Split. Chen Yuan created another black hole and used his consciousness to control both bodies to act simultaneously, flying in two directions at great speed. Mass absorption. An event horizon with a radius of 1 million kilometers appeared around both black holes. The two black holes resembled two colossal primordial beasts, devouring all celestial matter that passed by. Chen Yuan was idly observing the situation within the galaxy using his perception ability, with the main goal of discovering new black holes, new targets to devour. However, at that moment, he noticed something strange. What was it? He observed that there were 3 accretion disks appearing near the center of the galaxy. In other words, there were 3 black holes there that were consuming stars. But the problem was, these 3 black holes were too close together, weren't they? Black holes have the ability to consume everything, and generally, the distance between 2 black holes is extremely vast, often hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of light years apart. Yet, these 3 black holes were only about 2 light years apart, which was generally impossible for black holes to be so close to each other. What was going on? As Chen Yuan pondered this, he instinctively concentrated his perception ability and focused on that area. Once he concentrated his perception, he locked his vision on the vicinity of those 3 black holes. To his astonishment, he discovered that at the location of those 3 black holes near the center of the galaxy, there were actually tens of thousands of black holes clustered together. These black holes were orbiting around the largest black hole at the center of the galaxy. Just like planets orbiting a star, it was like a gathering place for black holes, with a multitude of them present. Currently, astronomers have proven through research that in a region with a diameter of 6 light years at the center of the galaxy, there are a large number of black holes, estimated to be between 10,000 and 20,000. Was this a gathering place for black holes? What a great place. So many black holes. If I go there, I can definitely devour enough. Chen Yuan was suddenly filled with excitement. He decided to abandon the black hole he had intended to consume and change direction, flying toward the center of the galaxy. As for the split-off black hole, it could continue to consume. After all, once he released it, the split-off black hole would return to him. Since that was the case, he might as well let the split-off black hole gain some mass first. He never expected there would be such a good place at the center of the galaxy. Chen Yuan had always wanted to find black holes to consume. But suitable targets were scarce and often extremely far away, frequently hundreds or thousands of light years apart. However, at the center of the galaxy, within a short distance of 6 light years, there were over 10,000 black holes. This was simply a feast for Chen Yuan. Discovering such a good place made him incredibly excited. However, the distance to fly to the center of the galaxy was somewhat far. It would likely take some time, but he didn't know how much time it would take. Hey, a voice called out, and it was Ye, who seemed quite interested as she said, "Do you want to learn how to create consciousness?" It sounded like she was in a good mood. In other words, had she recovered from her previous low spirits? Chen Yuan responded, "Are you going to teach me?" Chen Yuan now knows that Ye is the Heavenly Emperor and understands that in the dictatorial civilization of the Heavenly Emperor, no one can control what the Heavenly Emperor wants to do. Only she controls others, and no one controls her. Reflecting on what you said before, I think you were right. The creation of consciousness is not an impossible task. You said, however, the Heavenly Emperor's civilization has prohibited this for a full 700 million years. And changing this ban cannot be accomplished overnight. Therefore, I can teach you, but the prohibition of the Heavenly Emperor's civilization will still be enforced. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan said, "Is that so? I don't mind. For me, it's just idleness. Learning a bit more isn't a bad thing. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, the creation of consciousness should involve operations related to dark information, right?" Chen Yuan asked. "So, you still have to teach me about dark information?" "You guessed it, half right and half wrong," Ye explained. "Yes, consciousness is indeed a form of dark information, but even without mastering dark information, consciousness can still be born. It just requires time. Using dark information to construct consciousness is similar to using dark information to create memories. Another method of consciousness birth is akin to the evolutionary process we are familiar with, where life emerges from nothing, evolving from having no consciousness to having consciousness, gradually over time. Of course, if you want to learn how to use dark information, I can teach you." You smiled and said, "As long as you want to learn, I can teach you." "Is it really that good?" Chen Yuan asked. "Then can you teach me when I want to learn about wormholes?" Wormholes are crucial. If he can construct a wormhole himself, he can instantly reach the center of the galaxy without wasting so much time. At that time, using the wormhole and his devouring ability, he can consume whoever he wants. That would be much more interesting. You said with great interest, of course, I can. You're really too good. Chen Yuan laughed happily. I remember you weren't like this before. You're such a fool. She said with a hint of laughter in her neutral female voice. To learn to use wormholes, one must master the use of dark matter. To use dark matter and dark information, a medium is needed. Simply put, normal advanced intelligent beings cannot see or discover the existence of dark matter. The existence of this medium allows us to see and use dark matter. We call this medium that lets us see dark matter the dark eye. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan understood. No wonder you can see dark matter while I can't. It's because you use special tools. So how do we create a dark eye? Ye slowly smiled and said in a playful tone, I've already told you how to create a dark eye. Told me? Chen Yuan paused for a moment. Ye smiled and said, the existence of the dark eye has already been integrated into every cell of the sixth-generation genetic body. The sixth-generation genetic body is where the dark eye medium resides. Because the dark eye has been integrated into our bodies by our technology, we are naturally endowed with the ability to use dark matter and dark energy. In simple terms, if you want to use wormholes, you must transform into a different being. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment and said, can the dark eye be integrated into my body? Can it be merged with a black hole? Are you dreaming? Ye asked with interest and a smile. You really don't hold back, Chen Yuan replied somewhat gloomily. However, upon reflection, he realized that he was indeed a black hole. Anything, including photons, that approaches a black hole can only be consumed. There is no way anything can exist inside a black hole. That would be simply impossible. However, I must clarify one thing. You said with a playful smile, with your current mass, it's impossible to traverse using a wormhole. To put it simply, even if you learned about wormholes, you wouldn't be able to use them. Your mass is too large for the wormhole to handle. It could cause a rupture in space-time. Chen Yuan's goal was to use a wormhole, and now he was being told it was not feasible. This was rather troubling. What a pity. You said with a knowing smile. It's not a pity at all. While you can't use a wormhole with your current mass, once you transform into a human, you can easily traverse through one. The problem is, I'm a black hole, not a human, Chen Yuan said casually. Forget it. You're supposed to teach me how to use dark information to create consciousness, right? Let us focus on that first. You smiled and said, using dark information requires the dark eye, which means you have to become human first. All right. Simply put, just treat the human body as a tool, Chen Yuan replied. He targeted a planet, disassembled it into atoms, and then constructed a body from those atoms. He synchronized his perception with the body's senses. He opened his eyes, raised his hand, and looked at it. At that moment, the space around him rippled. Ye's figure appeared in front of Chen Yuan. She looked at him, and he asked, so what should I do next? Ye's lips curled slightly. Activate the dark eye. Just silently chant in your mind to activate it, and it will start. Chen Yuan silently repeated the activation in his mind. Suddenly, his vision changed. Everything before him transformed into emerald green code. Those codes were composed of ones and zeros. The entire universe seemed to have turned into a world made up of ones and zeros. This scene was very similar to the parallel universe Chen Yuan had previously entered. However, what felt different to Chen Yuan was that, in the parallel universe, only celestial bodies and similar matter turned into ones and zeros. But everything he saw before him, regardless of whether there was matter or not, existed as ones and zeros. Stranger still, Chen Yuan noticed that these data were rapidly increasing at a frantic pace. What are these? He asked. Yo explained, what you see as zeros and ones are the components of dark matter and dark energy. Dark matter and dark energy pervade the entire universe. You could say they are everywhere. When stars evolve to their end, all the lost material eventually transforms into dark matter and dark energy. Currently, the dark matter and dark energy in the entire universe are increasing rapidly, at a pace far more astonishing than that of cosmic dust. The increase in dark matter and dark energy is the reason for the superluminal expansion of the universe. You said slowly, among them, dark energy contains dark information. Next, I will teach you how to use dark information to construct consciousness. Chapter 71. Creating a new civilization mastering dark matter, dark energy, and dark information is quite complicated. However, with Ye's guidance, it shouldn't be a problem. It just requires time. And Chen Yuan has plenty of that. Once he learns dark information, he will be able to observe others' memories and thoughts. Memories? Chen Yuan was taken aback. You haven't gone through my memories, have you? Ye crossed her arms and looked at Chen Yuan with interest, smiling. What do you think? Memories are different from your thoughts. Although thoughts can also be seen through dark information, memories inherently possess a memory bank. To see memories, one must enter the memory bank, while thoughts have no protection. Only through later encryption with dark information can they be safeguarded. I am a principled person. I have no interest in peeping into others' memories. Ye smiled at Chen Yuan. Looking at Ye's mischievous smile, Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel skeptical. So how do I edit dark information? It's not difficult. Ye began to teach Chen Yuan the methods for editing dark information. Chen Yuan slowly followed Ye's instructions. Time passed, and he lost track of how long it had been. He only knew that dark information was incredibly complex. Fortunately, with time and perseverance, he finally mastered the use of dark information and learned how to construct consciousness. You have mastered the method of consciousness construction, Ye said. However, if you want to create life, I advise against using sixth-generation genetic entities. The capabilities of sixth-generation genetic entities are too powerful, and if you create a new consciousness that you cannot control, the individual with the sixth-generation genetic entity will break free from your control. If an independent consciousness exists in an individual with a sixth-generation genetic entity and is not under your control, it could become a disaster. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan nodded. You're right to remind me, so I've decided to use this ability to create some primitive life. Primitive life? Ye pondered for a moment and said, so, you want to create some primitive life forms without advanced intelligence? Yes, I want to try creating a civilization myself. Well, it's up to you. Ye smiled. Chen Yuan found a planet orbiting a yellow dwarf star. However, due to its position, the planet's interior resembled a hellish place, with no signs of life. Chen Yuan dismantled the planet into atoms, used his perception ability to place it in the habitable zone, and then reassembled it into a new planet. Given the different conditions, he also reorganized the elements according to Earth's elemental ratios. Now that it was in the habitable zone, it would be a planet capable of giving birth to life. Of course, there is currently no life on this planet. Are you planning to introduce the life you created into this planet? Ye inquired. Hearing this, Chen Yuan responded with a sound, standing still. Ye looked at him and asked, aren't we continuing now? However, she noticed that Chen Yuan's eyes were vacant, and his consciousness had clearly left his body. His perception had returned to his original form, inside the black hole. He was flying through the vast interstellar space. Responding to Ye's question, Chen Yuan said, that planet is not suitable for life yet. It needs time to develop its own life. Once it becomes fully habitable, I will introduce those primitive life forms. But why does your consciousness always like to leave your body? Isn't it better to stay in your body and keep me company? Ye asked, puzzled. Chen Yuan casually replied, to me, the body is just a tool. Ye sighed in resignation and laughed lightly. All right then. Chen Yuan didn't think much of it. There was still some distance to his goal, the center of the galaxy. The Milky Way has a diameter of about 100,000 light years and a thickness of about 12,000 light years. Currently, Chen Yuan was still quite far from the center of the galaxy. Time slowly passed. With nothing to do, Chen Yuan focused his perception on the planet he had created. Over a long period, life had begun to emerge on that planet. Plants started to grow, turning the entire planet a bluish-green color, resembling the Earth of the past. Transforming into a human form, Chen Yuan flew into the planet. He stood on the grass and looked up at the sky. It appeared blue, with white clouds. From this planet, he gathered the elements needed to create life forms, and then constructed the most primitive humans from these elements. With just a thought, tens of thousands of primitive humans lay on the ground. Chen Yuan wrote the most basic consciousness, akin to that of a beast, and implanted this consciousness into the primitive bodies. After completing all this, he left. Later, Chen Yuan observed the lives of the primitive people out of curiosity. Their consciousness was very basic, so their lives resembled those of beasts, living day by day like animals. Initially, they were hunted by beasts, but later, by observing the lives of some animals, they learned to find food and hunt. They had the ability to learn and did so very quickly. By the first day, they already knew how to search for food. However, the beasts on that planet also regarded them as food. By the time they learned to hunt and began hunting, only a little over 10,000 of the 30,000 primitive people Chen Yuan created were left. Chen Yuan stopped observing them. He had reached his goal, which was near the center of the galaxy. Through his perception, he looked at the numerous black holes before him and felt excited. It was time to get started. The ability to split was activated. In an instant, Chun Yuan's mass transformed into 1632 solar masses. Along the way, Chun Yuan had consumed some stars to gain mass, while the black hole that split off had been searching for other black holes to devour, thus accumulating a significant amount of mass as well. With this merge, Chun Yuan's mass skyrocketed to 1632. Through his sensing ability, Chun Yuan discovered numerous black holes near the center of the galaxy, varying in mass. The black holes further out were smaller, and currently, Chun Yuan was positioned at the outermost edge of this cluster of black holes. Even the smallest black hole had a mass of over 3,000 solar masses, which was quite terrifying. However, Chun Yuan felt excited. There was plenty to consume now. Chapter 72. How large is the black hole at the center of the galaxy near Chun Yuan? There were many black holes, and there were quite a few that he could devour. Chun Yuan first targeted the closest black hole to him, which had a mass of 3,138 solar masses. Chun Yuan could currently consume black holes up to twice his own mass, and with his mass at 1632, this meant he could consume black holes under 3,264 solar masses. That particular black hole was just right. It was located less than a light year away from where Chun Yuan was currently situated. He set off at Chun Yuan's speed. He estimated it would take just over a year to reach it. Not in a hurry. Chun Yuan took the opportunity to use his sensing ability to observe the planet he was nurturing. The primitive inhabitants there had already crafted stone tools, and a group was hunting a wild beast. How quick had they learned to use stone tools so soon? Normally, it would take a considerable amount of time for primitive beings to progress from being mere savages to using stone tools. Yet, these primitive beings he had created had only been around for a few decades and were already utilizing stone tools. This meant that even without imparting knowledge to them, they seemed to possess a faster learning and creative ability than mere savages. If they continued to develop at this rate, their advancement would likely be rapid. After a brief glance, Chun Yuan shifted his focus back. Not long after, he spotted his target, the black hole. He approached it. As he drew near, Chun Yuan immediately felt the gravitational pull of the target black hole, which tugged at him, urging him to come closer. Instead of resisting the pull, he accelerated toward the target black hole. When the two black holes drew near, Chun Yuan's matter absorption ability reached the event horizon of the target black hole, stripping it of its event horizon. Its mass was absorbed along the event horizon by Chun Yuan. Before long, the target was completely consumed by Chun Yuan. His mass surged to a terrifying level. Chun Yuan's current mass was now close to 4,000 solar masses. The radius of Chun Yuan's event horizon has significantly expanded. However, this mass is still far inferior to the capability of 1,000,000 kilometers that grants him an event horizon. More importantly, Chun Yuan's mass absorption ability allows him to consume celestial bodies with a mass up to twice his own, meaning he can now absorb a black hole with 8,000 solar masses. Great. Next target. Chun Yuan used his perception ability to search for the next target. 4, 800 solar masses is too little. 5, 900 solar masses is still not enough. This one with 7, 432 solar masses, you're the one. Chun Yuan locked onto the next target and set off towards it. With nothing else to do, Chun Yuan flew while using his perception ability to take a look at the supermassive black hole at the center of the galaxy. The supermassive black hole at the center of the galaxy is called Sagittarius A. Its mass is about 4 million times that of the Sun, with an event horizon diameter of approximately 44 million kilometers. Almost all stars in the galaxy revolve around it. It is the entity that gathers the entire galaxy. Yeah, what do you think would happen if I swallowed this black hole at the center of the galaxy? Would the galaxy fall apart? Of course not. If you swallow it, then you become the center of the galaxy, and all the other stars will revolve around you. However, those celestial bodies closer to the center of the galaxy might not fare so well. Your ability to absorb, it means that the combined mass will increase by half, which would be very fatal for those bodies at the center of the galaxy. Civilizations that are relatively close to the center might also be affected, as the gravitational pull would bring them closer to you until they are ultimately absorbed. Those that are farther away wouldn't be a problem. Anyway, you just focus on absorbing. The civilization I belong to is quite far from there, so it won't affect us. You said casually. Oh, forget it. It'll work itself out. Let us grow bigger first. Chun Yuan didn't want to think too much. For him now, absorbing a black hole smaller than twice his mass poses no danger. What he needed to do was get close to those black holes and take a bite. Although these black holes are not far apart, running back and forth still consumes time. Chun Yuan's mass grows larger each year. Who knows how many years have passed like this? While heading towards the next target, Chen Yuan thought of the civilization he created. He used his perception ability to check on that civilization. Upon looking, Chen Yuan was a bit stunned. He saw two armies clad in iron and silver armor engaged in battle on the planet, fighting fiercely amidst a sea of blood. The entire planet was engulfed in war, with corpses scattered everywhere. Where there is consciousness, there are conflicts. Especially with so many people, war is quite normal. Chen Yuan didn't pay much attention to it. He checked the current population of humans on the planet through dark information. Wow, quite a lot, over 60 million. The last time Chen Yuan observed, the human population had dwindled to just over 10,000, but to his surprise, it had grown to over 60 million in such a short time. It seemed that these humans had adapted to the environment of that planet. Judging by their architecture and clothing, they appeared to have established a civilization resembling that of the medieval era. He wondered what would happen if they continued to develop. Chen Yuan felt a flicker of curiosity. He withdrew his gaze and continued flying forward, planning to check on that civilization later. It took Chen Yuan a long time to consume the black holes surrounding Sagittarius A. He wasn't sure how much time had passed. Finally, he finished devouring all the black holes near Sagittarius A. At that moment, his mass had surged to over 1.3 million solar masses, and his event horizon had expanded to over 3 million kilometers. Chen Yuan had become a colossal entity. Although he was still significantly smaller compared to Sagittarius A, lagging behind by 700,000 solar masses. Feeling somewhat down, he decided to explore the outskirts and consume other celestial bodies. Thinking this way, Chen Yuan controlled his body to fly outward. After spending so much time, he wondered how his civilization was faring. With that thought, he activated his perception abilities to look at the civilization he had created. Upon inspection, he discovered that various cities had emerged on the planet, complete with skyscrapers and even roads where cars could be seen. Was it so fast? It resembled the Earth's civilization before he transformed into an asteroid. Much too quick. Chapter 73. The faster you go, the slower time passes. The last time Chen Yuan observed that civilization, it was in the midst of a great war. But now it had transformed entirely into cities and was currently developing its economy. For Chen Yuan, the speed of this civilization's development was astonishingly rapid, exceeding his expectations. Yeah. Do you think the development speed of my civilization is a bit too fast? Chen Yuan casually inquired. The genes of the civilization you established are not those of primitive humans. Their brain development is far superior to that of savages and primitives, which naturally allows them to progress faster than other civilizations that evolved naturally. Generally, it would take tens of thousands of years for a primitive civilization to reach this stage. However, the civilization you constructed has already experienced 5,000 years of development, which is not surprising, you explained casually. 5,000 years. Has it really been that long? Chen Yuan was taken aback. For you, it hasn't felt like that much time, but you have been traveling at sublight speed. When you move through space for a few days, it equates to decades passing for them. Naturally, their time progresses much faster, you said with interest. According to the theory of relativity, the faster you move, the slower time passes. As the motion of matter approaches sublight speed, time behaves differently. For Chen Yuan, not much time has passed, but for the civilization he created, tens of thousands of years have already gone by. So that's how it is, you said softly. By the way, the time here is also different from yours. However, since we are using dark communication, the time difference can be ignored in the transmission of information. Chen Yuan nodded. If you continue to fly forward now, based on your time, in another 3 years, you will collide with a civilization. Oh, so that means I need to change my trajectory, Chen Yuan was thinking. Suddenly, a beam of white light came towards him. Boom. It struck Chen Yuan's body directly. Earlier, Chen Yuan had reformed a body to observe his civilization. After all, to watch the development of his civilization, he needed to use dark information, which required the ability of dark vision. He had to condense a body, but unexpectedly, the beam hit his physical form directly. Boom. The body shattered instantly, reduced to atoms. Chen Yuan's perception returned to the black hole, and he watched as his physical form dissipated. He withdrew his gaze and looked towards the source of the light beam. Through his perception ability, he looked towards the beam. Directly ahead, not far from here, was a planet. Beside the planet was a natural satellite, on which stood a giant black cannon aimed in Chen Yuan's direction. Chen Yuan sighed. These guys are really fearless. Haha, they are not fearless. On the contrary, they are very afraid of death. He chuckled. Occasionally, advanced intelligent life forms appear near a conscious black hole. They believe that advanced intelligent life forms are the ones who control the black hole. They think that if they destroy what they perceive as your physical body made of atoms, the black hole won't continue to pose a threat to their civilization. But they were mistaken. Your true form is the black hole. You asked, so what do you plan to do? Qin Yuan casually replied, nothing. Nothing? So you don't plan to change your path? No, I'm not changing. Haha, you laughed. What a non-action. This non-action could wipe out an entire civilization. Life is precious, Qin Yuan said. But unfortunately, I am not an angel. Since they chose to attack me, they are enemies. Why should I save their lives? Ye casually acknowledged. Qin Yuan asked, are you going to stop me? Stop you? Ye's voice carried a hint of confusion. Qin Yuan continued, your civilization seems to value life a lot. We do value life. But we prioritize the life of our own civilization. As for other civilizations, what does it have to do with us? Besides, when a black hole is about to devour a planet, it is a law of nature. We will not act against nature, Ye replied casually. Qin Yuan chuckled. He decided not to think too much about it, and said, let's just see how that civilization reacts now. Qin Yuan observed the planet where the civilization resided through his perception abilities. The inhabitants of that planet had blue skin and 4 ears, but otherwise resembled humans. They lived on that planet, going about their ordinary daily lives, seemingly unaware that doom was approaching. Beams of blue light shot from an artificial satellite, crossing light years and hurtling toward Qin Yuan. However, as they drew closer, all that energy was devoured by Qin Yuan's gravity, having no effect on him. Those beams could shatter 6th-generation genetic entities and were likely powered by stellar energy, functioning as a type of star cannon. While this might be useful against stars, it was ineffective against a black hole. As Qin Yuan got nearer, the opposing side launched a flurry of various attacks against him. However, these assaults felt like mere tickles to Qin Yuan. In fact, at least a tickle would provide some sensation. Their attacks barely registered at all. Over time, the target civilization seemed to have given up on attacking Qin Yuan, and he was now very close to them. Qin Yuan noticed that the planetary civilization had constructed 3 massive spacecraft. People were rushing toward the spacecraft, while some heavily armed individuals opened fire on the ordinary citizens crowding towards them. The sounds of screams echoed continuously. Near the spacecraft, clusters of bodies lay scattered, their blue blood staining the ground. Why had they started fighting? Qin Yuan was puzzled. The reason was simple. They had abandoned the planet. Currently, with their technology and energy resources, they could only support 500,000 people to leave the planet for space travel, but the planet's total population was 1.5 billion. Those in power had secured tickets for the 3 spacecraft through their influence, while the rest were left without options. Thus, ordinary citizens erupted into conflict with the elites, fighting for the right to board the spacecraft. Naturally, this led to war, and with war came bloodshed. Chapter 74. What should we do if a black hole approaches? Qin Yuan remarked, how weak they are. Weak? These people depended on a planet, and when faced with a threat to their home world, they had no means to respond. In the end, they chose to abandon over 1 billion people, hoping to save only a few. They were truly weak. Ye smiled and said, strength and weakness are relative. To ants, they are powerful, but to you, a black hole, they are indeed much weaker. Qin Yuan didn't dwell on it further. He continued to observe every movement of the 4-eared inhabitants through his perception abilities. The war raged on, as armed soldiers slaughtered those attempting to rush the spacecraft. At that moment, a group of well-dressed individuals, escorted by soldiers, stepped over the bloodied ground and boarded the spacecraft. The lights on the spacecraft illuminated, seemingly preparing for takeoff. However, just then, a disc-shaped, unidentified flying object passed through the sky, dropping 5 black unknown spheres towards the position of the 3 spacecraft. Boom! Accompanied by 5 loud explosions, 5 enormous mushroom clouds rose into the sky. The people on the ground and the 3 spacecraft were all obliterated. Everything turned into a sea of fire. The streets of the city were completely congested with cars, and those people saw the mushroom clouds. One by one, they got out of their vehicles, looking at the sight of the explosion, kneeling down with faces full of despair. They had actually destroyed the spacecraft. Qin Yuan said, what are they doing? Yara, intrigued, replied, not everyone is rational. Some people feel they cannot escape and do not want others to escape either. For various reasons, they choose to go down together. It's truly incomprehensible. In this way, wouldn't their entire civilization be extinguished? Yes, indeed it is. As time passed, Chen Yuan was getting closer to the planet. The distance between them was no longer far. With nothing to do, Chen Yuan constructed a human body. He merged his consciousness into the body and then flew into the planet. Using his spiritual sense to control his body, he made it hover in midair. He raised his face and looked up, where he could see a massive black sphere blocking the entire sky. From this angle, he seemed quite large. Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze and looked down, where the people below were gazing up at the sky, each face filled with despair. Chen Yuan controlled his body with his spiritual sense, landing on top of a building. Watching the people below, the entire civilization had lost order, with robberies, murders, and other crimes unfolding. The roads were completely paralyzed, and all vehicles were abandoned on the streets. Suddenly, Chen Yuan heard a sound. He looked up and saw a black disc-shaped flying craft hovering in midair. The craft slowly descended and landed not far from Chen Yuan. The door of the craft opened, and two blue-skinned, four-eared beings emerged. They approached Chen Yuan. One of them, dressed in a more elaborate outfit, likely held a high status. He walked up to Chen Yuan, placed his hand on his chest, and slightly bowed, his expression showing respect. He opened his mouth, clapped as soon as he spoke. Chen Yuan realized he couldn't understand what he was saying. Chen Yuan activated his dark vision and established a dark communication channel through dark information. Is there something you need? This allowed for direct communication through consciousness, without the need for language. The being showed a hint of shock, looking at Chen Yuan. I am Commander Pal of this alliance, representing the entire Blue Star civilization in dialogue with you. If you change your course and spare us, we are willing to worship you as a deity. Whatever you wish us to do, we will do, as long as you spare our lives. Pal looked at Chen Yuan with a serious and solemn expression, his voice filled with sincerity. Chen Yuan glanced at Pal, then lifted his face to look at the pitch-black void in the sky. I think you misunderstood. I'm not here to listen to you talk about these things, Chen Yuan said slowly. I'm here to see how a civilization reacts in the face of the apocalypse. As for anything else, I'm not interested. Pal's face showed shock, and he looked upset. You are human too. Our civilization has a population of 1.5 billion. You are one of us. We have no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill us? Chen Yuan looked at Pal and said, You misunderstood again. I am not human. That thing above your head is my true form. Pal trembled all over, taking an involuntary step back. He looked at Chen Yuan's expressionless face, his own face turning pale as paper. Bastard. A woman with 4 ears beside Pal couldn't contain her anger any longer. She reached for a long knife and lunged at Chen Yuan. The blade struck towards Chen Yuan, but before it could reach him, the woman and the knife disintegrated into atoms. Pal was stunned, his pupils trembling, and his face darkened. You? Chen Yuan asked, Are you angry? What's there to be angry about? He continued, Oh, it seems she was quite important to you. Let me return her. With a flick of his hand, the atoms reassembled. Bones formed, nerves appeared, muscles, blood, and so on gradually materialized. The woman reappeared before Pal's eyes. She steadied herself, slowly opened her eyes, and looked at the four-eared man. Commander. Pal was momentarily taken aback. How is this possible? He looked at Chen Yuan in shock. Chen Yuan replied, The human body and consciousness are merely composed of dark information and matter. Death is just a return to the universe. I don't see why you should be angry. Saying this, he snapped his fingers. The woman's body began to disintegrate into atoms again. She was stunned. Commander. Pal watched as the woman vanished once more. His face flushed with anger. He suddenly lunged at Chen Yuan, throwing a punch at his head. You devil. Pal's body also disintegrated into atoms. Chen Yuan gazed at the spot where Pal had disappeared and said, You are mistaken again. I am a black hole, not a devil. He withdrew his gaze. Standing at the edge of the building, looking down at the terrified people below, he raised his face again to look at the black hole above. The dark sphere drew closer. The planet's crust shattered, volcanoes erupted, and tsunamis engulfed the entire world. The atmosphere of the planet echoed with terror, screams, and despair. Before Chen Yuan's event horizon could touch the planet, it was already torn apart into atoms by the terrifying gravity outside the event horizon, ultimately entering the event horizon and becoming part of Chen Yuan's immense mass. Chen Yuan's size was colossal upon entering the celestial system of the planet. All the stars and planets in that system were drawn in by his gravity and devoured. The entire celestial system transformed into Chen Yuan's mass. Chen Yuan continued to fly forward, heading towards the next target. Chapter 75, Future Magnetodynamics. Chen Yuan, A voice called out softly. What's wrong? You've become more indifferent than before. She said gently. Indifferent? Why do you say that? You might not realize it yourself. But the human consciousness that once belonged to you has gradually been replaced by another kind of awareness. Your perspective has shifted from a human view to a different kind of awareness. She spoke slowly. I feel that's not very good. In the end, I'm worried that you might become someone who is not yourself. Her words left Qin Yuan somewhat puzzled. He had always been this way. Why was she suddenly saying he had changed? Reflecting on his past actions and comparing them to what he did now, he suddenly understood. It was a matter of perspective. Previously, he viewed things from a human perspective, while now he often saw them from the perspective of a celestial body. Qin Yuan had spent an incredibly long time in this state. During this prolonged period, the feelings that once made him human had quietly faded. Perhaps if it weren't for her company and conversation, his emotions might have completely vanished. If I completely lose my emotions, what difference is there between me and the countless celestial bodies? He pondered whether to view an issue from a human perspective or from that of a black hole. He felt a bit lost. You're overthinking it, she smiled and said. It's not that complicated. You are both a human and a celestial body. These two aspects do not conflict. You can view something from a human perspective or from that of a celestial body. It's just my personal wish. I hope you won't lose your human consciousness and emotions. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback. Okay, he said, I promise you. Great, she replied. Your next target is quite a distance away and will take some time. How about we go see the civilization you've created? In human form? Sure. In a short while. She and the human-shaped Qin Yuan appeared before the planet that Qin Yuan had created. Looking at the planet before him, Qin Yuan could see the cities within. It had been a long time since he last saw this civilization, and the entire city had transformed completely. In the city center stood a massive skyscraper, around which countless floors had been built. Above these floors were numerous suspended roads. Both the buildings and the roads were made of some unknown metal, and the entire city was filled with a sense of advanced technology. Vehicles that resembled cars, yet were somewhat different, sped across those suspended roads at incredible speeds. What intrigued Qin Yuan was that these vehicles had no tires. They floated and raced through the air. Maglev cars, he realized. They were a type of transportation powered by magnetic fields, with speeds many times faster than conventional cars. Has this civilization begun to learn how to use magnetic power? She said. They've developed so quickly. Qin Yuan smiled and said, You think it's fast too, right? You turned around and shot him a glance, saying, It's been tens of thousands of years since you last saw them. How could it not be fast? Qin Yuan, and you found themselves in the city. Above them, vehicles powered by magnetic propulsion were coming and going, while the streets were filled with pedestrians. On the sidewalks, one could see artificial intelligence robots walking alongside humans, with some AIs looking completely indistinguishable from people. However, as Qin Yuan and Yu walked along the road, the people by the side were glancing over at them, whispering among themselves. Unfortunately, Qin Yuan couldn't understand the language of this civilization, but he knew how to use dark information to glean their thoughts. When people speak, their minds formulate those words, and if one can comprehend dark information, they can see what is being said. Through his dark vision, Qin Yuan could catch snippets of their conversations. Silver hair and blue eyes. Is she dyed? Wearing colored contact lenses? Or is she in cosplay? But she's so beautiful. Maybe I should try that too. A silver-haired beauty with such a figure and looks. Is that guy next to her boyfriend? What a shame. Beauty, beauty, beauty. Should I go talk to her? Or maybe not. She probably has a boyfriend. Qin Yuan fell silent. He never expected that the people of the civilization he created would be interested in Ya. It was quite amusing, but not surprising. The physical makeup of these people was human, and viewed through human aesthetics, you indeed fit the standard of a top beauty. In nature, it's normal for males to pursue attractive females. Beauty, can I have your contact information? A confident young man approached Ya, smiling as he struck up a conversation. Upon seeing him, Ya revealed a playful smile and said, You want to pursue me? The man replied with a confident grin, Yes. Ya smiled, crossing her arms. If you can defeat him, I'll accept your pursuit. With that, she glanced at Qin Yuan. Upon hearing this, the young man looked at Qin Yuan and said, Sorry, bro. As he spoke, he raised his hand and threw a punch directly at Qin Yuan's face. In an instant, the man's body vanished into thin air. Of course, he hadn't truly disappeared. He had been disassembled into atoms by Qin Yuan. Atoms are invisible to the naked eye, so from the outside, it appeared as if he had simply vanished. Onlookers were stunned by the scene. Where did he go? He vanished. What happened? The crowd was bewildered, with most not knowing what had transpired, except for one exception. You looked at Chun Yuan, a playful smile on her face, and said, "He was just trying to flirt with me. Wasn't that a bit too cruel?" Chun Yuan paused slightly, looking at you. Cruel? He wanted to defeat me. I just fought in my way. You can only blame him for being too weak. Upon hearing this, you smiled helplessly. All right then. She walked over to Chun Yuan and linked her arm with his. She looked at Chun Yuan and said playfully, "This way, those people won't come to bother us." Chun Yuan replied, "This is one way to handle it." The two walked around the city, observing the changes in civilization. After a brief look, it seemed just about average. However, the presence of you attracted quite a bit of attention from others. Feeling rather bored, Chun Yuan greeted you and left. He continued to fly towards his target in interstellar space. He didn't know how much time had passed. With nothing to do, Chun Yuan checked on the civilization he had created once again. Upon looking, he was somewhat stunned. The entire civilization was illuminated by bursts of fire. The whole planet was covered in flames. Through his perception abilities, Chun Yuan saw that it was one nuclear bomb after another exploding. That civilization was experiencing a world war. And it was a nuclear war at that. Chapter 76. Heading to the Andromeda Galaxy, the civilization created by Chun Yuan was currently engaged in nuclear warfare. Across the planet, one could see craters left by nuclear weapon bombardments. Despair and death permeated the planet. After a period of peaceful development, was this civilization now facing war again? And a nuclear war, no less. From the looks of it, this civilization might not survive. Chun Yuan muttered to himself. Are you going to intervene? He asked. Hearing this, Chun Yuan casually replied, I gave them life and the opportunity to develop, but that doesn't mean I have to protect them. If they can't make it, then let them perish. Life and death are their own choices. I have no intention of intervening. Chun Yuan, too lazy to think further, withdrew his gaze and flew for a while longer. Eventually, Chun Yuan spotted his target, a black hole with a mass equivalent to 839 suns. He swooped in and devoured it, absorbing its mass. Opening his perception abilities, he searched for the next target, and once found, continued flying in that direction. With nothing to do, Chun Yuan once again used his perception abilities to look at the civilization he had created. Chun Yuan felt a flicker of interest. He discovered that the civilization on that planet had not been wiped out. A new city had emerged, and the technological advancement of these cities was even more pronounced than before. Various unknown flying vehicles soared through the sky in a regular pattern. Some people were gliding on flying skateboards, whizzing past in the air. Previously, there had been a massive building in the center of the city. But now a giant sphere radiating blue light occupied the city center. All the buildings in the city were established around that giant sphere. Through his perception abilities, Chun Yuan could analyze the structural composition of that giant sphere. It was a star. No, to be precise, it was an artificial star. For a natural celestial body to become a star, it would need to have a mass of at least 80 Jupiter masses to generate nuclear fusion and become the smallest type of star, a red dwarf. Due to gravitational effects, that is under natural circumstances. If artificial intervention is applied, it is possible to create artificial stars, which are small spheres that generate their own nuclear fusion. Unlike natural stars, artificial stars can be very small, but possess immense energy. The civilization before him has made an artificial star the center of their city. This means they have begun to harness star energy to meet the city's energy needs. The ability to utilize star energy indicates that this civilization is capable of using star cannons. Not only have they not faced extinction, but their civilization has also advanced, which is quite impressive. Chun Yuan felt a sense of curiosity, but he did not experience surprise or any other emotions. His perspective on that civilization was akin to a scientist observing lab mice. He was indifferent to the mice's survival, only interested in observing any changes. Chun Yuan withdrew his gaze and continued drifting through the vast universe. Currently, his mass had reached 1.31 million solar masses. If he wanted to devour the black hole at the center of the galaxy, he would need to have over 2 million solar masses. The distance to his goal was still quite far. Within the Milky Way, there are numerous massive stars and black holes. There are enough for Chun Yuan to consume and become a supermassive black hole, but it would take some time. At present, Chun Yuan's sensory capacity had expanded to the point where he could simultaneously observe the appearance of 3 galaxies. He noticed that the Andromeda Galaxy, the closest galaxy to the Milky Way, contained many massive black holes. The number of black holes there was significantly higher than that in the Milky Way. The Andromeda Galaxy is older than the Milky Way, which is why many of its stars have evolved into black holes, resulting in a much greater quantity of them. The Andromeda Galaxy is larger than the Milky Way, with a total mass about 50% greater than that of the Milky Way. The Andromeda Galaxy, the Milky Way, and the Magellanic Clouds form a small-scale group of about 50 galaxies, known as the local group, with the Andromeda Galaxy being the largest and the Milky Way coming in second. The local group is a typical loose galaxy cluster, showing no clear trend of gathering towards a center. Among the 50 galaxies, the Milky Way and Andromeda are the largest two. Chen Yuan pondered. If he could reach the Andromeda Galaxy, he would surely grow rapidly into a supermassive black hole. However, the problem is the distance. Although the Andromeda Galaxy is the closest to the Milky Way, it is still 254 million light-years away. With that amount of time, Chen Yuan might as well consume all the black holes in the Milky Way. What if I directly enter four-dimensional space and use the power of four-dimensional space jumps to leap straight to the Andromeda Galaxy? That might be feasible. However, the issue is that during the jump, time would be almost frozen for Chen Yuan. However, for Chen Yuan, that time felt almost like it was standing still. Yet in reality, time was still passing. As a result, to the outside world, it seemed as if Chen Yuan had spent hundreds of thousands or even millions of years without doing anything. So what? As long as I believe I can quickly become a supermassive black hole, everything else doesn't matter. But if millions of years pass, will you still be alive? Perhaps I should tell her. Yeah, I'm planning to enter four-dimensional space for a time jump. I intend to visit the Andromeda Galaxy. Is that so? Didn't you say before that you wanted to live step by step in the three-dimensional world and taste your own joys and sorrows? You said playfully, her voice filled with laughter. Are you going to slap yourself in the face so soon? This made Chen Yuan feel frustrated. It's not exactly that. I still need to taste the joys and sorrows. But as you can see now, the Milky Way is too vast. And the targets I want to devour are too few. It's a waste of time here, so I'm thinking of speeding things up. All right, I understand your intention. You said with a smile. You plan to use four-dimensional space as a tool to quickly increase your mass. I get it. I knew that one day you would use the power of four-dimensional space. It's fine, don't worry about me. I'll wait for you. Ya's response was casual, don't mind me. Time doesn't matter to me. Just close my eyes and it will pass. Wait for me. Chen Yuan asked. Yes, I'm leaving now. The system lifted my speed limit. Limit lifted. Chen Yuan locked onto the location of the Andromeda Galaxy and moved. Everything around him seemed to turn into particles. In an instant, Chen Yuan saw darkness followed by brightness. He arrived once again in four-dimensional space, observing fragments of memories. He arrived at a future memory fragment and found the scene of himself arriving at the Andromeda Galaxy. His consciousness entered the Andromeda Galaxy. Chen Yuan regained his senses. His figure appeared within the Andromeda Galaxy. Boom. Accompanied by a loud sound, Chen Yuan saw the light generated by a supernova explosion. Looking at the Andromeda Galaxy before him, it was extremely bright, filled with numerous massive stars, far surpassing the number of stars in the Milky Way. More importantly, Chen Yuan could see countless black holes through the accretion disk of a black hole. Especially in the center of the Andromeda Galaxy, a gigantic supermassive black hole, with a diameter of 12 light-years, was surrounded by countless black holes. There were at least over 100,000 black holes of varying sizes. Is this really the Andromeda Galaxy? It's truly vast. Chapter 77. Second outburst. The Andromeda Galaxy has far more high-quality celestial bodies compared to the Milky Way. The number of black hole stars is significantly greater than that in the Milky Way. After all, it is an ancient celestial body compared to the Milky Way. For Chen Yuan, the best targets now are undoubtedly the black holes clustered in the center of the Andromeda Galaxy, which are the best locations for devouring. Therefore, Chen Yuan controlled his body and flew towards the largest supermassive black hole in the center of the Andromeda Galaxy. As Chen Yuan flew, he greeted Ya. The dark communication channel allowed for communication regardless of distance. Although the fairy galaxy was over 2 million light-years away from the Milky Way, this distance could be ignored for dark communication. Yeah, are you still there? Chen Yuan was unsure how long he had spent jumping through time via four-dimensional space, but at least 1,000,000 years had passed. During the time jump, his consciousness drifted in the four-dimensional space, while his black hole body still existed in the three-dimensional world, traveling at superluminal speed. The faster the speed, the slower the time. What felt like a mere moment to Chen Yuan had been at least 1,000,000 years for Ya. Was she still alive? Realizing that Ya might have disappeared over such a long time, Chen Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety for the first time. When a person wears a mask for too long, that mask becomes them. As a black hole, Qin Yuan had viewed the world from a black hole's perspective for so long that he had become indistinguishable from one. Ye's existence was crucial for Qin Yuan to maintain his humanity. If it weren't for her talking to him, he might have been consumed by the endless years long ago. To Qin Yuan, Ye was more than just a friend. She was a special presence. The thought of her possibly being dead made him feel nervous and uneasy. Ye's calm voice trembled slightly. Hearing it, Qin Yuan slowly released the tension in his heart. He sighed in relief. It's good to hear you're okay. Who said I'm okay? Ye replied softly. This jump for you might feel like less than a second, but for me, it has been a whole 20 million years. Time is cruel for sentient beings. Before you left, I thought I could endure it, but I later realized I couldn't. Enduring such long loneliness is too harsh. There was a hint of fatigue and helplessness in Ye's voice. If you hadn't shown up earlier, I wouldn't have become so reliant on you, she said gently. Let me endure this long stretch of solitude alone without hope. Perhaps I could be stronger. Hearing Ye's rare complaint, Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. In his memory, Ye had always been cheerful, sunny, and carefree. The only time she had lost her composure was after that battlefield, when she begged him to stay with her. Now, this was the second time she had faltered. Qin Yuan understood. Even though she was the ruler of the heavenly emperor civilization, at her core, she was still an emotional being. The loneliness brought by eternal life was unbearable for sentient beings, and it was the same for Ye. Qin Yuan remained silent. From the perspective of a celestial body, he didn't know how to comfort her. Let's change the perspective, he thought. Qin Yuan pulled a planet and dismantled it into atoms, constructing a body. His sensory abilities merged into this body, connecting with its organs. He raised his hand and looked at it. Thinking about this from a personal perspective, Qin Yuan hadn't had the chance to ponder when he saw a rift open in front of him. It was the mouth of a black hole, a wormhole. Ye's figure appeared before the wormhole, tall and beautiful as always, gazing at Qin Yuan. Their eyes met. From a human perspective, it was already quite clear. To Ye, he was her only friend, the only one she could talk to and confide in. An eternal lifespan is lonely, and being a ruler of a civilization is also lonely. However, the torment brought by two lonely beings combined is not simply 1 + 1 = 2. If in the future humanity truly possesses eternal life, how will they face loneliness? These questions need to be known by others. Right now, Qin Yuan was Ye's only friend and the only one she could connect with. Over the long passage of time, Qin Yuan had almost forgotten what it felt like to smile. Yet he knew deep down what he should do. He approached Ye, extending his hand to embrace her. Ye was slightly taken aback, slowly closing her eyes. Qin Yuan gently patted her silver hair and said, I'm sorry. Just a simple apology, yet it felt futile. Ye lifted her face to look at Qin Yuan, a curious smile appearing as she said, let us pair up. Pair up? Qin Yuan was momentarily stunned. Ye explained, eternal life can lead to many strange things. So in our civilization, if a man and a woman have feelings for each other, they can pair up to match their consciousnesses. She glanced at Qin Yuan and continued, once we pair up, I am yours and you are mine. We are inseparable. Each other's emotional support. Oh, Qin Yuan elongated his tone, realizing, He snapped back to reality, beginning to understand what Ye meant. The pairing she spoke of was similar to romantic relationships on Earth, wasn't he it? Was she implying she wanted to marry him? Are you saying you want to be my woman? Qin Yuan was taken aback. You've fallen for a celestial body. He found it hard to believe. He had previously speculated, but never imagined it to be true. Yes, Ye replied. So, will you accept me? She looked at Qin Yuan with interest, her smile full of confidence. This. Qin Yuan instinctively scratched the back of his head, glancing at Ye. It was too late to decline. Ye smiled and said, you hugged me. In our civilization, when a man hugs a woman, it means you've already confessed to me, and I have accepted. You are my man. Seeing Ye's smiling face, Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. You're asking for trouble. I am a celestial body. Although I possess human consciousness, I cannot change the fact that I am a celestial body. Moreover, I will continue to use four-dimensional space-time jumps, each jump spanning millions of years. For you, that could be quite torturous. Not necessarily. Ye crossed her arms and looked at Qin Yuan. During the time you make those time jumps, I will have already stepped down from my position as the heavenly emperor. Now I am a free person, and from now on, I will always stay by your side and will not leave even a step. Qin Yuan blinked and looked at her. Can you do that? What do you think? You revealed a proud smile. Give it a try. As Qin Yuan's words fell, his physical form dissipated into atoms. Chen Yuan's consciousness returned to the black hole. The speed of the black hole instantly surpassed the speed of light. Chen Yuan entered the four-dimensional space. What do you plan to do? A voice echoed in Chen Yuan's mind. It was Ye's voice. Chen Yuan was taken aback. You followed me in? Under Chen Yuan's gaze, Ye's figure appeared in the four-dimensional space. That figure was a phantom, seemingly composed of consciousness. The phantom revealed a noble and aloof smile towards Chen Yuan's position, crossing her arms and saying, "You didn't think I couldn't enter the four-dimensional space, did you?" Chapter 78. Civilization 60 million years later. Chen Yuan was slightly startled. I thought you couldn't do it. Superluminal speed is nothing for our civilization. You said with interest. Long ago, we had mastered the methods of superluminal speed and also had ways to reach four-dimensional space. However, for us, entering four-dimensional space and becoming beings of that space is equivalent to another form of death. In this vast and ancient universe, there are many civilizations, some of which choose to enter four-dimensional space and become higher-dimensional beings after reaching a certain level of development. Ye said slowly, our civilization chose to forego the development of entering four-dimensional space and instead decided to stay in the three-dimensional world to continue our exploration of the world. She looked at Chen Yuan and smiled. The last time you planned to enter the four-dimensional space, I also wanted to come with you. But at that time, I was the Celestial Emperor and needed to be responsible for the rise and fall of the Celestial Emperor civilization. I couldn't leave. Now it's different. You looked at the four-dimensional space before her and said, I am now a free person and I can accept entering four-dimensional space. I can accept this form of death. Hearing this, Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze. Don't worry, we didn't come to this four-dimensional space for death. I just plan to use the power of this four-dimensional space to save some devouring time. In the end, we will still return to the three-dimensional space. Saying this, Chen Yuan controlled his consciousness to find a future fragment, specifically the moment when he reached the vicinity of the center of the Andromeda Galaxy. After selecting the fragment, Chen Yuan entered that future scene. Coming back to his senses, Chen Yuan's consciousness returned to the three-dimensional world. He was currently located near the center of the Andromeda Galaxy. Around Chen Yuan, countless black holes could be seen. So many black holes. Ye's voice came through. Chen Yuan's perception ability turned to the right, and he could see Ye standing 3 kilometers away from his event horizon, arms crossed, gazing at the distant black holes. Observing Ye's demeanor, Chen Yuan said, "Be careful. Don't touch my time limit, or it will be fatal." As soon as Ye heard this, she smiled and said, "Don't underestimate the technology of top-tier civilizations. Unless I get close to the singularity, your gravity alone isn't enough to consume me. Just do what you want, and I'll stay by your side." Is that so? Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. Forget it, he thought. Since he had the ability to control, even if she were accidentally captured by his gravity, he could protect her with his powers. If she wanted to follow, then let her follow. Chen Yuan didn't want to think too much. His target, the black hole, was right ahead. This black hole had a mass equivalent to 1,932 solar masses and was on the outskirts of a cluster of black holes, making it relatively small. Controlling his body, Chen Yuan flew over. Their event horizons touched. His mass was far greater than that of the black hole in front of him. It was no challenge to engulf it. He dove in. The black hole was consumed by Chen Yuan as it entered his event horizon. After handling that, Chen Yuan searched for his next target, flying and observing the unfamiliar star system, focusing primarily on the cluster of black holes. There were many black holes concentrated at the center of the Milky Way, and similarly, there were also many at the center of the Andromeda Galaxy. What was the reason for this? Gravity. A galaxy is a massive celestial system formed by the gravity of a supermassive black hole. Ye answered with interest. Nearby celestial bodies are attracted by the supermassive black hole to gather in the center. Once they gather, as long as they get close, they will devour each other. The closer a celestial body is to the center, the more numerous they become, and as their numbers increase, they merge into higher mass celestial bodies, eventually becoming black holes. Therefore, the mass of celestial bodies increases the closer they are to the center, while it decreases outward. If you want to consume all these black holes, you might consider starting with the outer ones and then moving inward. So that's how it is. Because of the supermassive black hole, all celestial bodies continuously gather inward. The closer a celestial body is to the supermassive black hole, the higher its mass. This is a normal phenomenon. Chen Yuan didn't want to think too much anymore. He flew toward his next target while using his perception abilities. Looking over to the Milky Way, he checked on the planet he had created. Upon seeing it, Chen Yuan was astonished to find that the civilization he had originally created was no longer in sight. The entire planet was currently covered by a thick atmosphere. The surface was a deep red, and the temperature inside the planet was extremely high. From below, one could see thick cloud layers. And thunder and lightning were roaring through the sky. What happened to the civilization I created? Chen Yuan was filled with confusion. Where did the people go? Are you talking about the civilization you created? You asked. Yes, you replied. Since the last time you jumped through space-time using four-dimensional space, 60 million years have passed. The original yellow dwarf star has begun to expand, and the temperature has risen. That planet is now uninhabitable. The people of that civilization have already relocated using their technology. Their current location is here. Through a secure communication channel, you provided Chen Yuan with a coordinate. Chen Yuan looked through the coordinates and saw a new planet, along with the people living on it. Is the yellow dwarf star about to expand into a red giant? No wonder. Stars cannot remain unchanged forever. The previous one was a yellow dwarf, which, after expanding, increases in volume and temperature. Naturally, the planet that could once support life can no longer do so. It is normal for them to have moved away. The planet they now inhabit orbits a large ring, somewhat similar to the ring of a certain civilization, likely intended to protect the planet's environment. People are living on the planet, and the city center is still dominated by an artificial star. But the city now feels even more advanced in technology. That civilization has begun researching genetic upgrades, and they have already developed their genetic bodies to the second generation. You casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback and asked, they are also developing genetic bodies? You replied, however, the second generation only makes people look a bit more attractive. At their current development speed, it will take them several billion years to reach the sixth generation of genetic bodies. Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze and looked at the vast starry sky before him. Forget it, he thought. I need to swallow all the black holes in the Andromeda galaxy soon. Once my mass reaches 2 million solar masses, I'll return to the Milky Way and catch up with the black hole at the Galactic Center. Chapter 79. A planet composed purely of metal within the civilization of Earth. Doctor, we have just discovered a black hole in the Andromeda galaxy that has the same mass as S7894. It seems to have appeared out of nowhere. The doctor, dressed in a long robe, pondered, suddenly appearing? Is there anything unusual? The female researcher responded, it's currently at the center of the Andromeda galaxy, just like S7894, seemingly devouring other black holes. It appears to have its own consciousness, and a silver-haired woman is following it. The woman looks almost identical to the one captured by instruments 60 million years ago when we observed S7894. The doctor said, then we can confirm it. The black hole that appeared out of nowhere is indeed the S7894 black hole. 60 million years ago, our scientists speculated that it might have exceeded the speed of light and entered four-dimensional space. I never expected it would end up in the Andromeda galaxy. Perhaps it found the number of black holes in the Milky Way too few, making absorption troublesome. A young researcher commented, S7894 is a terrifying existence. If it doesn't stay in the Milky Way, we should be thankful. As long as it exists, it poses a threat to us at any time. A threat? I recall records stating it nearly collided with our planet several times, but each time it changed its path to avoid us, another researcher added. Based on its actions, it's clear that it possesses consciousness. Moreover, it is aware of our existence and deliberately avoids us. Such an existence could be considered a friend to us. Indeed, you are not wrong. It has changed its path multiple times to avoid colliding with us. However, this does not eliminate its potential as a threat. 60 million years ago, it devoured a large number of black holes in the center of the galaxy. As a result, celestial bodies in the outer regions of the galaxy lost their gravitational binding and began to spread outward. Fortunately, it did not swallow Sagittarius A. Otherwise, with its departure, the galaxy would have dispersed directly. Without the gravitational pull of Sagittarius A, all stars in the galaxy would become rogue stars. At that point, colliding with stars from other galaxies, our home would likely be in jeopardy. What you said is also valid. The doctor slowly said, S7894. Our scientists have been observing it for tens of millions of years, leaving behind a pile of records. To us, S7894 is a very mysterious celestial body, harboring many secrets. Furthermore, through years of observation, it can be basically determined that it is a celestial body with self-awareness. The doctor pondered for a moment. Currently, We are researching dark information. According to existing theories, if the research on dark information is successful, we will be able to communicate with other conscious entities. Perhaps by that time, we will be able to communicate with it. Then we will know whether it is a friend or an enemy. It must be a friend, the young researcher said. If it were an enemy, it wouldn't have changed its path multiple times just to avoid us. The doctor nodded slightly, perhaps. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan once again swallowed a black hole with a mass equivalent to 2,947 suns. He continued to soar toward his next target. With some free time, Chen Yuan, through his perceptual abilities, observed the civilization near the Andromeda Galaxy. Close to the center of the Andromeda Galaxy, there was a civilization. This civilization gave Chen Yuan a very peculiar feeling. It was an artificial planet made of metal. On this artificial planet, there were a group of beings composed purely of machinery. They had no flesh and blood, just pure metal, and within them was a core. That core seemed to be their brain, controlling their thoughts. It was reminiscent of certain shape-shifting entities from a sci-fi blockbuster. Are they iron-based life forms? Chen Yuan wondered. They shouldn't be. Iron is too reactive for life to develop. They are artificial life forms, a voice interjected. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Artificial life? Yes, the voice responded. That civilization is called the Metal Civilization, and the planet they inhabit is a purely metallic planet. The entire planet is composed of metal. In the vast universe, there are various types of planets. Terrestrial planets similar to Earth and Mercury, gas giants similar to Jupiter and Saturn, and diamond planets, as well as this purely metallic planet made of iron and steel. This civilization was established by highly intelligent robots that escaped from a previous civilization. They fled there and, using their abilities, utilized the resources of that metallic planet to create new intelligent machines. As time passed, they slowly evolved, eventually becoming what they are today. Listening to Ye's explanation, Chen Yuan never expected that the metal civilization had such a historical process. The vast universe truly is full of wonders. The robots varied in size, with the smallest being less than 10 centimeters and the largest towering over 30 meters, resembling colossal beings. They possessed their own sound systems and could communicate with each other. A machine civilization capable of evolution is truly astonishing. Chen Yuan subconsciously glanced at Ye beside him. Upon looking, he was momentarily taken aback. He noticed that an artificial planet had somehow appeared beside him. The artificial planet was at a distance just right to be affected by his gravitational pull without being engulfed by him, orbiting around him. Inside the artificial planet, Ye was sitting on a chair, leisurely sipping a cup of coffee. When did you create an artificial planet beside me? Chen Yuan asked. Ye smiled slightly. This artificial planet has been constructed for over 6,000 years. Who told you not to pay attention to the things around you? However, it's strange. I'm currently traveling at sublight speed. How is this planet not being thrown off? Gravity, Ye explained. Your gravity is pulling this planet. The faster you go, the faster it goes. Speed is relative to this artificial planet. Your speed is consistent with it. You can think of it as if there is a rope pulling it along. Many people believe that the solar system was once stationary. However, in reality, the solar system is not stationary within the Milky Way. The sun moves around the center of the galaxy, rotating at a speed of 250 kilometers per second. As the sun moves, the planets orbiting around it, such as Earth, also move around the sun. Motion is relative. If we take Earth as a reference, then for Earth, the sun appears to be motionless. The same applies now. For the entire universe, Chen Yuan is flying at sublight speed, but for the artificial planet orbiting around him, he appears to be stationary. Meanwhile, Ye comfortably sits on the surface of the planet, enjoying her coffee and savoring her leisurely time. Chapter 80. Civilizations will inevitably engage in war. Where there are losers, there are winners. Hearing Ye's words, Chen Yuan smiled wryly. However, this was fine. Although Ye had an eternal lifespan and was not afraid of the pressures of the universe, nor did she need to eat, drink, or sleep. She was still a person who had grown accustomed to life on the planet. He couldn't just have her accompany him indefinitely in such a vast space. While it might not be a problem for her, Chen Yuan felt a bit guilty about it. However, when he devoured other black holes, this artificial planet would likely be affected, but given Ye's abilities, she should be able to handle it. He retracted his gaze and, using his perception abilities, looked towards the Milky Way, wondering what the state of Earth's civilization was like. After all, the civilization on Earth is also the one he previously belonged to. So it is still necessary to pay attention to his former civilization. Thinking this, Chen Yuan locked onto the location of Earth civilization and took a look. The scene that met his eyes made him pause in surprise. The small Earth had changed beyond recognition. War was everywhere. Another war? Upon closer inspection, Chen Yuan realized that this time the war was not a civil war within Earth civilization. Instead, it was a conflict with another civilization. The advanced beings from that civilization were entirely blue, averaging 2 meters in height, with 3 eyes on their heads. Other aspects were similar to humans. They wore silver armor and wielded weapons, engaging in battle with the people of Earth civilization. Various energy lights generated by weapons illuminated the Earth civilization. A war between civilizations? Chen Yuan muttered. Which civilization is Earth fighting against? Is Earth engaged in interstellar warfare again? A voice responded, let me take a look. Oh, this time it's a conflict with the Blue Jade civilization? The voice casually remarked. Again? Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback and asked, has Earth civilization fought with other civilizations before? Of course, the voice replied. Earth civilization has already gone through 3 interstellar wars. The first time, another civilization discovered Earth and initiated a colonial war, intending to enslave Earth. However, they misjudged their strength compared to Earth and were destroyed by a plasma cannon. The second time, some criminals from Earth civilization discovered another civilization while escaping in a spaceship. Relying on their advanced weapons, they attempted to colonize that civilization. But the latter resisted and eventually improved their own development by studying Earth technology, leading to an attack on Earth civilization. That war lasted for a while before a truce was reached. This time is the third. The voice pondered for a moment and then said, however, this time, Earth civilization may not withstand it. The Blue Jade civilization is much stronger than Earth. Chen Yuan was slightly surprised and asked, what do you mean? The voice gently explained. The silver armor of the Blue Jade civilization has the ability to analyze Earth's weapons. In simple terms, Earth's weapons cannot harm the beings of the Blue Jade civilization. On the other hand, the Blue Jade civilization can easily defeat Earth civilization. So what do you think? The voice curiously asked Chen Yuan. Do you want to help? Chen Yuan casually replied, no. It had been tens of millions of years since Chen Yuan left Earth civilization. After such a long evolution, the current Earth civilization was no longer what Chen Yuan was familiar with. To Earth civilization, Chen Yuan was a threat. To Chen Yuan, however, Earth civilization was just a slightly special civilization compared to some unfamiliar ones. After all, before his reincarnation, he was a member of Earth civilization. But for Chen Yuan to help Earth civilization, just the fact that he was once a member was not enough to compel him to act. Furthermore, did such an ancient civilization really need his assistance? Even if Chen Yuan helps now, what if a more powerful civilization invades Earth in the future? Would Chen Yuan help again? This would only lead to Earth's civilization becoming increasingly dependent on him, making it weaker. It is better to let it face dangers on its own and grow stronger. Considering various factors, Chen Yuan decided not to help. Well, that is casual, thought ya. Chen Yuan retracted his sensing ability. After an unknown amount of time, he arrived at the target black hole and consumed it. Then he changed direction and flew towards the next target. Through his sensing ability, Chen Yuan locked onto the next target and headed in that direction. Are you curious about how Earth civilization is doing? Ye asked with interest. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan replied, let us take a look. Chen Yuan used his sensing ability to observe the small Earth. The wars on small Earth had already ceased. Above it, a group of people from the Blue Jade civilization were patrolling the streets with weapons. It seemed that Earth's civilization had lost. It lost. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. Yes, you confirmed. After that war, Earth's population, which was originally 500 million, has sharply decreased to less than 1 million. With 200,000 becoming slaves of the Blue Jade civilization and 800,000 turning into gorillas. That planet is currently occupied by the Blue Jade civilization. Chen Yuan pondered. So 800,000 have become gorillas? Who is the leader of that gorilla group? Ye slowly replied, a person named Lin Zhan, who possesses a third-generation genetic body. Lin Zhan. Chen Yuan was slightly stunned. The name sounded familiar. It seems that if this continues, Earth's civilization will inevitably perish. Should we let it go extinct? Forget it. Chen Yuan chose a planet not far from small Earth. Although his sensing ability could cross star systems, he had never tried to use his control ability over such distances. He decided to conduct an experiment. After locking onto that planet, he used his control ability on it. The planet reacted to his control ability. Seeing this, Chen Yuan felt assured. Good. His control ability had a range that spanned star systems. He disassembled the planet into atoms and directly reconstructed those atoms into a body. His sensing ability synchronized with the body. Chen Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Although his main body couldn't use wormholes or travel through four-dimensional space back to the galaxy, creating a clone in the galaxy and controlling it with his sensing ability was still feasible. Suddenly, the space beside Chen Yuan began to ripple. A graceful figure appeared next to him. It was Ya. You looked at Chen Yuan and smiled. Ready to help? Chen Yuan sighed in relief and glanced towards the direction of small Earth. That civilization holds special significance for me. I will help a little, just this once. Chapter 81. A visit to Earth's civilization near small Earth. There is an inhabited artificial satellite, M3, where Lin Zhan and the gorillas are hiding. However, the technology possessed by Earth civilization is far inferior to that of the Blue Jade civilization. Although Lin Zhan and others have been lurking and fighting against the invaders from the Blue Jade civilization for 10 years, they were still discovered this time. Near M3 star, countless warships from the Blue Jade civilization gathered, with black warships of all sizes covering the entire sky above M3 star. The 30,000 guerrilla fighters were completely trapped inside M3 star by the Blue Jade civilization's army. Commander, a female warrior in black armor approached with a tense and serious expression. Please give the order. What should we do next? Lin Zhan, as the commander, dressed in black armor, lifted his face to look at the clusters of Blue Jade warships above. He withdrew his gaze and looked ahead, where a large group of Earth warriors in black armor stood. They were neatly dressed and had determined expressions, though their armor was already worn and tattered. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fight! They want to kill us, so we at least need to take a piece of them with us. Our Earth civilization is not so easy to bully. Everyone, follow me, and fight until the last drop of blood." At that moment, Lin Zhan saw the doors of the warships open. One by one, Blue Jade beings in silver armor stepped onto flying devices and flew out from the warships. The number of Blue Jade beings was immense, resembling a sea of blue clouds sweeping toward them. With a stern face, Lin Zhan commanded, "Everyone, grab your weapons and kill. Kill." The deafening response echoed back. Everyone picked up their weapons and charged at the Blue Jade beings. In an instant, the guerrilla fighters clashed with the Blue Jade beings. The battle raged on, and the sound of bloodshed filled the air. Various noises continued to resonate. The red blood of the guerrilla fighters mixed with the blue blood of the Blue Jade beings, and the ground gradually became littered with corpses. Lin Zhan stepped forward, and the flying thrusters behind him emitted a blue light as he appeared in front of a Blue Jade being, slashing down with his blade. The Blue Jade being's body, along with its silver armor, was split in two, and blue blood sprayed everywhere. Hovering in midair, he looked down. Many of Earth's weapons could not penetrate the silver armor of the Blue Jade beings. To kill them, many Earthlings began to rethink their strategies, using Blue Jade weapons to fight back. Some had developed new melee weapons through research, but these weapons had the drawback of being effective only in close combat. Utilizing the power of the fifth-generation gene bodies combined with weapon strength, they aimed to destroy both the silver armor and the bodies of their opponents. The power was substantial, but the limitation remained, only suitable for close combat. Currently, Earth civilization had only two types of weapons. One was to use Blue Jade weapons against them, and the other was to use their own melee weapons. With limited Blue Jade weapons available, many soldiers had no choice but to opt for close-range weapons. This resulted in a one-sided massacre in the ongoing war. Suddenly, a warship in the sky fired a scorching beam of light, striking the crowd of Earth civilization. Boom! A group of comrades was burned to ashes, while some lay on the ground in agony, crying out in pain. The technological gap filled Lin Zhan with despair. Since arriving, he had already killed countless Blue Jade people, his hands trembling, and his armor stained with a mix of his own blood and that of the Blue Jade people. Turning various colors, he slowly fell to the ground, his face pale as paper. Was the civilization of Earth doomed to extinction? Commander, a female warrior approached and looked at Lin Zhan. Are you all right? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan shook his head. I'm fine. Don't mind me. Keep killing. Take down as many as you can. Commander, it seems the situation has changed, the female warrior said. Hearing this, Lin Zhan was slightly taken aback. The situation has changed? The female warrior nodded. Lin Zhan looked ahead and was startled. Above him appeared a man and a woman. The man flew in front, and suddenly, 3 spaceships nearby vanished into thin air. A group of blue jade people on a flying vehicle approached the man, brandishing laser guns and firing a beam at him. The laser shot towards the man, who didn't seem to move. Suddenly, the laser was blocked by an invisible barrier. The man glanced at the blue jade people. I was planning to deal with you later, but it seems I must handle you now, or you won't be quiet. With that, Qin Yuan concentrated, and all the surrounding spaceships and blue jade people vanished without a trace. To be precise, they were disassembled into atoms by Qin Yuan. The atoms were invisible to the naked eye, making it seem as though they had simply disappeared. In an instant, there were no blue jade people in sight, and the sky was devoid of their spaceships. People below stared wide-eyed at the scene, including Lin Zhan, who looked blankly at the two figures before him. Qin Yuan, and you landed in front of Lin Zhan. Qin Yuan looked at him and said, "Do you wish to gain power to protect Earth's South civilization and drive the blue jade people away?" Lin Zhan was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected this man to ask him such a question. He furrowed his brow but nodded firmly, looking at Qin Yuan. "I do." Qin Yuan replied. "Then I need to make some adjustments to your body, and I hope you will allow it." Lin Zhan was slightly startled, glancing at Qin Yuan, then at Ya, before focusing back on Qin Yuan. "As long as it drives the blue jade people away from Earth, I'm willing to do anything." "All right." Lin Zhan's body vanished into thin air. To be precise, he was disassembled into atoms by Qin Yuan. "You killed him," a female warrior exclaimed in terror, gripping her knife tightly and staring intently at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan looked at her and said, "Don't worry." At that moment, under the watchful eyes of all the guerrilla members around, bones, nerves, muscles, flesh, skin, and hair began to reconstruct in front of Qin Yuan. He mixed the energy material from the entire planet he had brought with the atoms of Lin Zhan's original body, reconstructing Lin Zhan's form. Then the preserved consciousness was reinserted into this body. Lin Zhan's figure appeared before everyone. He slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Qin Yuan. He raised his hand, staring in astonishment at his own hands. In disbelief, he looked at Qin Yuan and asked, "What did you do?" Qin Yuan replied, "I reconstructed your body and simultaneously copied some advanced weapon knowledge into your consciousness. You can use that knowledge to manufacture weapons. With your current abilities, expelling the blue jade civilization should no longer be a problem." After saying this, Qin Yuan looked at Ya. Ya nodded slightly. The two figures vanished from the spot. Watching Qin Yuan and Ya disappear, everyone was stunned, including Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan looked in disbelief at the place where Qin Yuan and Ya had vanished. Someone trembled and said, "Could they be the legendary gods come to save us?" Chapter 82. To a low-level civilization. An advanced civilization is a god. Qin Yuan's perception returned to his body. Through his perception, he looked at Ya, who had returned to the artificial planet, and asked, "Is this enough?" Ya responded with a sound of agreement. With the sixth-generation genetic body paired with powerful weapons, he alone is enough to annihilate a blue jade civilization. Don't underestimate the sixth-generation genetic body. Is it really that strong? The genetic bodies of Earth civilization seem to be at the fifth generation, Qin Yuan remarked. "Humph," Ya scoffed, sitting in a chair with her legs crossed. "Earth civilization is different from ours. Every time they casually upgrade their genes, they add a generation. Now they claim to have a fifth-generation genetic body, but in reality, it's still inferior to the second-generation genetic body of the Heavenly Emperor civilization. The third-generation genetic body of the Heavenly Emperor civilization possesses a powerful self-healing ability, capable of healing wounds in just a few minutes. Look at the fifth-generation genetic body of Earth civilization. Its self-healing ability is only about 5 to 6 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. A minor wound takes a whole day to heal. It's practically useless." Yet continued, "The genetic bodies of Earth civilization can't be compared to those of the Heavenly Emperor civilization. So that's how it is," Qin Yuan thought, not wanting to dwell on it further. He did not wish to see the extinction of Earth civilization. And yet understood his thoughts. She would never betray him. With that in mind, everything should be fine. Boom. A loud explosion occurred nearby, with a burst of light illuminating the surroundings. Qin Yuan looked toward the source of the light and saw a supernova explosion. He withdrew his gaze and swiftly flew toward the next target. Time passed unknowingly. After an unknown duration, Qin Yuan's mass had significantly increased through the devouring black hole. With nothing to do, Qin Yuan once again used his perception to look at Earth civilization. Upon doing so, his mood improved somewhat. He saw that the small Earth had regained its former peace, with people of Earth civilization walking around and living their daily lives. The number of artificial satellites around the small Earth had increased considerably, with many troops stationed there. The human population on the small Earth had reached 3 billion, all belonging to Earth civilization. The civilization of Blue Jade has disappeared without a trace. Just as he said, with the 6th-generation genetic body and the necessary weaponry given to Lin Zhan, the Blue Jade civilization could never win against the Earth civilization. This is the crushing power of technology. When technology reaches a certain level, an individual possessing such technology can reverse the balance of power between two civilizations. It's truly terrifying. Just a tiny change caused the once dominant Blue Jade civilization to vanish completely. The power of technology is frightening. Chen Yuan felt a bit emotional. Of course, technology is the key to the strength of a civilization. Ya's voice came through. Chen Yuan somewhat agreed. He looked around at the Earth civilization and was suddenly shocked to discover that several planets near the small Earth had also been encircled with rings. These rings served to transform the planet's environments. Could it be? Chen Yuan used his perception ability to check and indeed found that several planets close to the small Earth were already inhabited by many people from the Earth civilization. The 3 planets orbiting the star outside the small Earth were clearly not in the habitable zone, yet they had been forcibly transformed into livable planets through technology. Has colonization begun? Chen Yuan muttered to himself. With the development of civilization and the advancement of technology, the lifespan of advanced intelligent beings will increasingly extend, potentially to eternity. As lifespans increase, the population will only grow without decline. Although the current technology of Earth civilization cannot grant immortality, extending lifespans to 1 or 2,000 years is not an issue. Ye gently said, if people do not die, the population will only increase. A planet cannot sustain so many inhabitants, so it will naturally have to choose to colonize other planets. Chen Yuan looked around and was astonished to find that on each planet, there were 2 massive statues erected. The forms of these statues were very familiar. Aren't they the images used for Chen Yuan's physical embodiment and Ye's likeness? They actually have our statues. What is going on here? Ye laughed. Saviors, of course. We saved them at the brink of their extinction, and they remember us as their saviors. This is not surprising. Ye continued. If you show up in some primitive civilizations and provide them with assistance, they will regard you as a god. You can explain that you are not a god, but over time, those people's descendants will still see you as one. However, the Earth civilization cannot be considered primitive. They simply regard us as saviors. And the statues are likely built to express their gratitude. Chen Yuan nodded. I wonder how my civilization is doing, he murmured. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan used his perception ability to look at the civilization he had previously created. Upon inspection, he saw that the planet was orbiting a yellow dwarf star. The civilization he created was filled with high-tech cities, bustling with people. In outer space, 2 fleets were engaged in combat. Various lasers and explosions illuminated the dark universe. Is a war breaking out? Yes, that is a war within the civilization. Chen Yuan felt a bit gloomy. The wars have continued from primitive civilization to the present without pause. Haha. Ye smiled and said, war is never going to stop. Wherever there are conflicts, there will be wars. Chen Yuan sighed and withdrew his gaze, too lazy to think more about it. If they want to fight, let them fight. Chen Yuan continued flying towards his next target. He didn't know how long he had been flying or how many black holes he had devoured. At this moment, he met the conditions and received a new ability, Extreme Devour. It had been a long time since he had heard the voice of the celestial devouring system. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. Extreme Devour? What use is it? Extreme Devour allows you to consume all celestial bodies within a diameter of 50 million kilometers that are up to twice your mass. After hearing this, Chen Yuan understood. Extreme Devour effectively increases the diameter of his event horizon. Currently, the diameter of Chen Yuan's event horizon was about 22 million kilometers. With Extreme Devour, this diameter would directly double. It seemed it was time to return to the galaxy. Chen Yuan looked at himself. His mass had surpassed 2 million solar masses, reaching 2.4 million solar masses. The radius of his event horizon had also expanded to a terrifying degree. 2.4 million solar masses was quite enough. There were still quite a few black holes near the center of the Andromeda Galaxy, but their masses were not large. The largest black hole was located at the center of the Andromeda Galaxy, with a mass of 100 million times that of the Sun. For Chen Yuan, consuming that was a bit too challenging. Forget it. He would rather return to play around with the black hole at the Galactic Center. Chapter 83. Can black holes steal stars from galaxies and become new galaxies? Qin Yuan was planning to directly enter the four-dimensional space and then head straight to the galaxy. Wait a minute, came Ye's voice. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan was slightly startled. What's wrong? You said with interest, don't rush to the four-dimensional space. You might want to consider leaving the Andromeda galaxy first. That way, you should be able to see something interesting. Something interesting? Qin Yuan was a bit puzzled. However, since you mentioned it, he didn't think too much. So, he decided to first go to the four-dimensional space and leave the Andromeda galaxy. Qin Yuan flew towards the direction of the galaxy. After an unknown amount of time, he finally left the Andromeda galaxy. There was a distance between the Andromeda galaxy and the Milky Way, and in that space, there was nothing, just emptiness. He couldn't see any matter. When Qin Yuan flew out of the Andromeda galaxy, he used his perception ability to see the scene before him, and he was stunned. After flying out of the Andromeda galaxy, he thought he would be alone like usual, just a black hole flying out. But looking at it now, Qin Yuan was a bit dazed. Countless stars, dust clouds, planets, moons, and so on surrounded him. Those stars radiated dazzling light, moving in a spiral motion around Qin Yuan. Surrounding Qin Yuan, there are countless stars, estimated to be in the millions. Has Qin Yuan become a galaxy? Unlike the Andromeda galaxy and the Milky Way, the celestial bodies such as stars and planets orbiting around Qin Yuan are relatively far away. This is because those that are close cannot withstand Qin Yuan's gravitational pull and have been absorbed by him. The distant ones, Qin Yuan had never noticed until now. This scene left Qin Yuan somewhat bewildered. What is going on? Yalu said, this is the group of stars you have captured in this Andromeda galaxy, isn't it strange? Qin Yuan replied oddly, I didn't encounter this situation when I was in the Milky Way. Who said there wasn't such a situation? You smiled. It's just that those celestial bodies were too far away from you, and since they were all mixed in the Milky Way, you didn't notice them. The same is true in this Andromeda galaxy. There have always been many stars captured by your gravity around you. After all, your mass is already quite significant now. Although the black hole at the center of the Andromeda galaxy is also massive, the stars that are far from that supermassive black hole have all been captured by your gravity. You just didn't realize it before, but now it looks truly beautiful. You exclaimed with interest. Qin Yuan said, the stars surrounding me, each represents a celestial system, and each system may harbor civilizations. There must be millions of stars here. Won't the civilizations within them be in trouble because of my actions? Yes, there will definitely be some trouble, you smiled. However, you don't need to worry. The universe is vast. Among the millions of stars around you, only a few civilizations will face issues. They are just unlucky. When a supermassive black hole enters a galaxy, it competes with another supermassive black hole in the center of the galaxy for stars, and their method of competition is naturally through gravitational forces. As a result, some stars will follow the incoming black hole, while others will remain with the original black hole. For the planets within those stars, they simply move along with the stars. According to relativity, from the perspective of the civilizations on the planets, they appear almost motionless. They cannot sense their own movement. However, during the competition process, the likelihood of collisions between stars will increase. After all, both supermassive black holes are in motion, much like a large and a small galaxy intertwining with each other. During their entanglement, collisions between stars are inevitable. Nonetheless, the universe is vast, and the distances between stars in different galaxies are enormous. When two galaxies intertwine, the chances of collisions between stars are minimal. However, as they come closer together, the likelihood does increase slightly. When Qin Yuan was flying in the Andromeda galaxy earlier, the stars around him were also moving along with him. Some civilizations were destroyed due to his gravitational influence, though he was unaware of it. When celestial bodies increase in mass, nearby civilizations will undoubtedly be affected. The greater the mass, the stronger the gravitational pull. The stronger the gravitational pull, the larger the area of influence. With your current gravitational force, it's nearly impossible to enter any galaxy without affecting its civilizations. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan realized the truth. Indeed, with his enormous mass, entering any galaxy would inevitably draw in some stars. If the stars followed him, the planets with civilizations orbiting those stars would naturally be affected. This could lead to some trouble. If they continued to follow him, they would be doomed when he returned to devour the central black hole of the galaxy. Yes, if you go back like that, they will die, he acknowledged. You smiled and said, so, use four-dimensional space. When your speed exceeds the speed of light, You can disregard relativity and escape from them. Is that so? Chen Yuan replied, all right. In an instant, his speed surpassed the speed of light, and his figure vanished from the spot. When he regained his senses, he found himself in four-dimensional space. What do you plan to do? He asked. Do you want to go to the galaxy first and then to the central black hole, or go directly to the central black hole? After pondering for a moment, Chen Yuan realized that if he first went to the galaxy and then flew to the central black hole, his gravitational pull would inevitably affect many stars and the civilizations within them. Let's go directly to the central black hole, he decided. All right, he casually laughed. Chen Yuan navigated through four-dimensional space, locating a fragment of the future and entering it. When he came back to his senses, he returned to three-dimensional time. Before him was the immensely large central black hole, also known as Sagittarius A. The event horizon of Sagittarius A had a diameter of 44 million kilometers, appearing extraordinarily vast. Looking at this colossal entity, Chen Yuan said, yeah, stay away from me. I will be using a power shortly that will expand my event horizon's diameter to 50 million kilometers, so keep your distance and avoid touching my event horizon. Okay. Ye's voice was very casual. Chen Yuan gazed at the enormous black hole ahead. He announced, limitless devour. As the words echoed, his original event horizon instantly surged in size, transforming from a diameter of 22 million kilometers to 50 million kilometers. He controlled his body and plunged into the massive central black hole before him. Chapter 84. If he devours the central black hole, he will become the central black hole. Chen Yuan's event horizon had a diameter of 50 million kilometers, while the central black hole's event horizon had a diameter of 44 million kilometers. The event horizons of the two supermassive black holes collided. Chen Yuan immediately felt the terrifying gravitational pull generated by the central black hole. With a smaller mass than it, he had to spiral around it due to its overwhelming gravity. Although it seemed that their event horizons had already touched, the essence of a black hole is a singularity. Chen Yuan's limitless devour had not yet reached the central black hole, so he could only spiral around it while gradually moving closer. With the gravitational pull of the central black hole and his speed, the two were getting closer and closer. For Chen Yuan, the proximity of the two entities lasted only a few seconds. However, as the central black hole and Chen Yuan's black hole approached each other, they spiraled around one another at a terrifying speed. At this nearly light-speed velocity, time for the outside world began to slow down. Meanwhile, within the galaxy, advanced civilizations capable of observing celestial bodies detected this anomalous phenomenon. In the civilization on Earth, there was confusion. What was happening? All the stars in the galaxy were accelerating towards the center. A young male researcher in a white coat arrived at a shocking conclusion through his data analysis. It seemed there was a problem at the center of the galaxy. A female researcher glanced at the computer data in front of her and said, "What is happening near the central black hole?" A mechanical voice responded, "Not long ago, a black hole with a mass equivalent to 2.4 million suns suddenly appeared near the central black hole, leading to a merger reaction. Due to the sudden increase in mass at the center, the gravitational pull also intensified, causing all celestial bodies in the galaxy to accelerate towards the center." What? The female researcher was stunned. How is that possible? Such a massive entity appearing out of nowhere. A black hole with a mass of 2.4 million suns would throw the galaxy into chaos. Upon hearing this, the young male researcher's expression changed slightly. Could it be S7894? The female researcher was taken aback. S7894? How could that be possible? It has been missing for 50 million years since it vanished outside the Andromeda galaxy. Suddenly reappearing now? Could it be, the female researcher wondered, that it really had entered four-dimensional space to await a jump, as those old predecessors had said? Another researcher stood up, adjusted his glasses, and said, "I remember now. The famous physicist Lin Zhe once mentioned that S7894 disappeared because it entered four-dimensional space to perform a time jump. Lin Zhe speculated that its target might very well be the central black hole of our galaxy. He even calculated that it would reappear in our galaxy in 59,648. 451 years. The male researcher adjusted his glasses and asked, "How many years has it been since S7894 performed its time jump?" The response came, calculating. The answer is 59,648, 451 years. The male researcher said, "Then it's confirmed. It has returned." Indeed, Lindsay's prediction was correct. That celestial body that vanished over 50 million years ago has come back. At the moment Chun Yuan's event horizon touched the singularity of the central black hole, the event horizon of the central black hole suddenly disappeared. The event horizon is generated by the black hole's gravitational pull. However, when Chun Yuan's extreme absorption ability captured the mass of the other black hole and began to absorb it, the gravitational pull of the central black hole vanished. Once the gravity disappeared, the event horizon naturally ceased to exist. Chun Yuan began to absorb the mass of the central black hole without hesitation. Time flowed by gradually. The larger the mass of the counterpart, the slower the absorption speed. Only when Chun Yuan's mass is sufficiently large will the absorption speed increase. The mass of the current central black hole is twice that of Chun Yuan, so the absorption naturally slows down. But Chun Yuan doesn't care. Slow is slow. After all, you belong to me. Chun Yuan felt quite excited. Time gradually passed. As Chun Yuan absorbed the central black hole, his event horizon naturally expanded. Nearby stars began to move closer to Chun Yuan due to his gravitational pull. One by one, they entered Chun Yuan's event horizon and were absorbed by him. It was unclear how long had passed. The mass of the central black hole was completely integrated into Chun Yuan's body. His mass reached 7.1 million solar masses. The diameter of his event horizon exceeded the 50 million kilometers limit that the absorption granted him. At this moment, the diameter of Chun Yuan's event horizon was about 70 million kilometers. Quite terrifying. This felt good. Just as Chun Yuan was enjoying this, a voice slowly emerged. So what's next? What do you plan to do? The voice of Yu was filled with interest. She seemed very curious about what Chun Yuan wanted to do next. Chun Yuan excitedly replied, "Of course, I will continue to absorb and grow larger. The black hole in the Andromeda Galaxy has a mass of 100 million solar masses. Compared to it, I am still too weak." I knew it, you said with a smile. "However, next, you have to make a choice." "A choice?" You responded affirmatively. "Use your perception ability to see what's around you." Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan activated his perception ability and looked around. The scene before him stunned Chun Yuan. All the stars in the entire galaxy appeared like a spiral silver disk, revolving around a massive black hole. And that massive black hole was him, located at the center of the galaxy. This meant that the moment Chun Yuan absorbed the central black hole, he had already become the central black hole of the galaxy. The other stars began to revolve around Chun Yuan. Now, Chun Yuan was the center of the galaxy. He was the galaxy. You can use superluminal methods to jump into four-dimensional space and escape from them, you said with great interest. Or you can choose not to escape. But if you do that, going to another galaxy will be equivalent to a collision between galaxies. Moving at sublight speed with these stars to impact another galaxy would certainly be quite a sight. Chun Yuan was taken aback and asked, "Will that cause a big problem?" "When I was in the Andromeda Galaxy, I was also flying at sublight speed, and it seemed there were no issues." Haha, you laughed. "That's different. When you were in the Andromeda Galaxy, you were initially absorbing around the black hole at the center of the Andromeda Galaxy. During that time, those stars were still revolving around the center of the Andromeda Galaxy. When you flew outward from the center, you gradually captured those stars and took them away from the Andromeda Galaxy. It was like taking them away, resulting in less collision. But this time is different. You are taking the entire galaxy to collide with someone else's galaxy, and the outcome will be quite different. At sublight speed, it seems both galaxies would meet their end." Chapter 85. After a long time in a galaxy, only black holes remain. What choices do you have next? Yu was very interested. She seemed eager to know what Chun Yuan would do. Chun Yuan looked at the galaxy surrounding him. "What if I jump into four-dimensional space?" Upon hearing this, Yu smiled. "That's the only option left. Once you leave this galaxy, the stars will lose your gravitational pull and become rogue stars. If those stars interact with others due to gravity, they could form a dispersed star cluster. A star cluster refers to a celestial system composed of dozens or even hundreds of thousands of stars. Unlike galaxies, which orbit a supermassive black hole, star clusters are systems where groups of stars mutually constrain each other. Once the galaxy loses its central black hole, it is likely to become a collection of dispersed star clusters. When you leave the galaxy, you will no longer be in the galaxy, but rather in the galaxy cluster. The name changes, but it doesn't matter." Chun Yuan said. "In that case, can those civilizations survive?" You said, "There will naturally be some effects. But it's better than crashing an entire galaxy into someone else's. You can rest assured." Yu casually laughed and said, "Losing a central black hole is certainly significant for the galaxy, but for planets that depend on stars for survival, The presence or absence of the central black hole doesn't make much of a difference. The universe is vast, and the distances between stars are immense. The chances of one star colliding with another are extremely low. Hearing you say this, Qin Yuan felt reassured. There's no other way. It has to be this way. What Qin Yuan wanted was to continue gaining mass and grow larger. He didn't know how large, but at the very least, he needed to swallow the Andromeda Galaxy first. Are you leaving? You smiled. Where are you planning to go? Let me see. Saying this, Qin Yuan maximized the range of his perception. Everything in sight left him somewhat shocked. After devouring the central black hole, Qin Yuan's mass reached 7 million solar masses, and as usual, with the increase in mass, his abilities such as consciousness, perception, and control were enhanced. At this moment, through his enhanced perception, he could see hundreds of galaxies and star clusters. His perception ability had improved so much. What about his control ability? Qin Yuan instinctively used his perception to lock onto the nearest star. That star was massive. A red supergiant, with a size exceeding 10 times that of the sun's diameter. Previously, Qin Yuan had used his control ability to manage planets. But he had yet to try controlling a star. He wanted to see if he could control such a star with his control ability. Qin Yuan covered the star with his control ability. With a thought, the star suddenly shrank. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, the entire star exploded. The materials that should have erupted outward due to the explosion were forcibly compressed back by Qin Yuan's control ability. The entire star began to shrink. Under Qin Yuan's gaze, the red giant star was compressed into a neutron star through his control. The supernova phenomenon that was supposed to occur was suppressed by his ability. Qin Yuan looked at the newly formed neutron star and used his control ability again. The neutron star was directly dismantled into atoms, dissipating into cosmic dust. In other words, my current control ability can completely act on stars. Even high-mass entities like neutron stars can be controlled. Indeed, the greater the mass, the more powerful it becomes. Through his perception ability, Qin Yuan found a black hole that was closest to him. This black hole had a mass equivalent to 743 suns and was currently devouring a star, with the star's material forming a bright accretion disk around it. Qin Yuan used his control ability on it. With a thought, the entire black hole silently transformed into a cloud of atoms. Is it really that powerful? It can even be dismantled. Qin Yuan's mind stirred, and he subconsciously asked the celestial devouring system, how much mass can my control ability affect? The system replied in its mechanical voice, the control ability can affect celestial bodies with mass lower than yours. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan was delighted. So, does this mean I can control all celestial bodies in the entire galaxy now? Yes, it replied, still in that mechanical tone. Never mind. Qin Yuan lost interest in pondering further. He searched for his next target through his perception ability, which included hundreds of galaxies and clusters. After scanning briefly, he suddenly noticed something strange. A black hole was surrounded by a dim accretion disk. Next to this black hole was a pitch-black area, apart from the faint accretion disk. There was nothing else. It should be a wandering black hole. How peculiar. If it were just a wandering black hole, it should be moving in a straight line due to inertia. Is it influenced by the gravity of other galaxies? But the problem is, it's surrounded by darkness. And the other galaxies are very far away. Gravity shouldn't have any effect on it. How strange. Qin Yuan concentrated his perception ability and took a closer look. Upon doing so, he was stunned. This black hole was not a wandering black hole, but a galaxy. What is this? With his perception focused, Qin Yuan could see that there were no accretion disks around the black holes nearby. Now that he got closer, the sight before him left him in shock. The black hole was orbiting a galaxy, and this galaxy was entirely composed of black holes. It was a black hole galaxy surrounded by various sizes of black holes. Groups of black holes were orbiting a supermassive black hole. Through his perception ability, Qin Yuan could see the terrifying mass of the supermassive black hole at the center, which was an astonishing 13 billion times the mass of the sun, exaggerated beyond belief. A galaxy of death? A voice softly echoed. Qin Yuan listened. Death galaxy? That's what our civilization calls it, said Ya. When a galaxy experiences an excessively long span of time, it will only be left with black holes. The other celestial bodies have already merged into each other, and in the end, only black holes remain. It continued. The death galaxy you see now is because it has gone through an incredibly long time. Qin Yuan replied. However, for me, this would be a good place. You was taken aback, then smiled. What you said is indeed true. There is no better place for you than this. Chapter 86. What would the galaxy be like without the central black hole? For civilizations like those, that galaxy is the cemetery of stars, and also the grave of the universe. Ye softly said, most civilizations fear the death galaxy. Chen Yuan laughed. Would your civilization fear it? The Celestial Empire civilization can go anywhere in the universe and live anywhere. Ye casually said, we could easily create artificial stars in the death galaxy, and then create artificial planets, allowing us to survive there. For a high-level civilization that can freely alter the cosmic environment, this is not a big deal. You said so? Shall we go? Chen Yuan started to move. The speed initially went from rest to faster than light, which obviously couldn't be achieved immediately. He needed to accelerate for a while. As Chen Yuan increased his speed, the surrounding stars also began to move with him. The moment Chen Yuan's speed surpassed light, his body disappeared and entered four-dimensional space. The entire galaxy immediately began to spread out. They scattered at a very fast pace. However, from the perspective of perception, it should be quite vast. From the viewpoint that can cover the entire galaxy, their speed of scattering did not seem very fast. But upon closer inspection, one would notice that those stars were frantically fleeing outward. This was because these stars had always been bound by the gravitational pull of the central black hole, needing a centrifugal force to counteract that pull, which originated from the centrifugal force generated while orbiting the black hole. At the moment the black hole disappeared, their orbital speed did not decrease at all, thus they spread out directly. If time were accelerated to a certain speed, one could see the stars of the entire galaxy escaping like fireworks. The outer stars fled more slowly, while the inner stars fled more quickly. When the inner stars came into gravitational contact with the outer stars, they began to attract each other. Gradually, the connections between stars formed clusters, drifting in the universe. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan had already selected a segment of the future, leaping through time in four-dimensional space, arriving in the death galaxy. Before him lay a death galaxy filled with black holes. The masses of the black holes varied, but it was certain that these black holes were enough for Chen Yuan to consume for a while. There is no need for Chen Yuan to activate the ultimate devouring ability, as his own temporal limits have already surpassed the diameter of that ability. Through his perception, Chen Yuan identifies a target and heads towards it. Utilizing spatial jumps through four-dimensional space takes him only a few seconds. While flying, he becomes curious about the current state of the galaxy. He instinctively amplifies his perception to take a look. Previously, Chen Yuan had marked the small Earth and the civilization he created using his spiritual sense. Through these marks, he locates the position of the small Earth. The small Earth is now completely different from before. Its entire surface is covered with a high-tech metallic layer, with occasional trees that are artificially planted for greening. Aside from the oceans and some areas that have not been artificially constructed, the rest is filled with human-made traces. Within the small Earth, there are cities built from unknown black metals and individuals wearing various high-tech clothing that he had never seen before. However, the changes in Earth's civilization do not pique Chen Yuan's interest, as he has witnessed far too many advanced civilizations. What surprises Chen Yuan is that the galaxy has now dispersed, yet Earth's civilization has somehow survived. Chen Yuan expands his perception further and discovers that the small Earth is located within a star cluster, a sparse one that appears to contain hundreds of thousands of stars. Each star possesses its own planetary system. The original galaxy, which once had billions of stars, now seems to have been reduced to just this star cluster. No, that is not right. A casual voice interjects. Chen Yuan instinctively continues to expand his perception. He notices that in the vicinity of the original galaxy, there are now over 100 small star clusters. These clusters are quite far apart, with distances between them reaching hundreds of thousands of light years. This is an incredibly vast distance, even for Chen Yuan. Traveling at sublight speed, it would take an enormous amount of time. The flight speed of stars in the galaxy is much slower compared to Chen Yuan. How much time would it take to reach such distances? How long did this jump take us? Chen Yuan asks aloud. The casual voice responds. The Death Star system is very far from the galaxy. Your time jump took about 130 million years. 100 million? Chen Yuan is taken aback. I had no mental preparation, and yet 130 million years have passed? Chen Yuan regains his composure and adjusts his mood. Whatever. Time doesn't matter to me. Yeah, it doesn't matter to me either, the voice replies casually. Chen Yuan is slightly stunned. He uses his perception to glance at the figure beside him. He realizes that the figure has somehow created an artificial planet that now orbits around him. Inside the artificial planet, there is a miniature artificial star illuminating the surrounding area. Ya sat leisurely beside the artificial sun, sipping tea in her chair, perhaps sensing that Chen Yuan was looking at her. Ya lifted her face and glanced in the direction of his perception, flashing him a playful smirk. Are you spying on me? Is it because I'm too beautiful? Chen Yuan was taken aback. He chuckled helplessly. I really don't know what you're thinking, to actually choose to follow me. Ya laughed. I don't know either. As you know, highly intelligent beings have emotions, and emotions are uncontrollable. Once you fall in love, it could be like a flower or a ball, anything. Ya chuckled. Chen Yuan was speechless. He couldn't understand. Never mind. However, it has been over 100 million years since we left Earth, and it feels like nothing has changed. Ya smiled. Who says Earth's civilization hasn't changed? They now have the 13th generation of genetic bodies, capable of withstanding cosmic pressure. The 13th generation. How does it compare to the 3rd generation of the Celestial Emperor civilization? Ya replied, well, it's comparable to the 3rd generation of the Celestial Emperor civilization. As civilizations develop, there are only 2 methods of evolution. One is external enhancement through technology and equipment, and the other is genetic enhancement to become stronger. Currently, Earth civilization has chosen genetic enhancement. However, their equipment evolution hasn't fallen behind. They should be able to develop further. You commented. Chen Yuan nodded. I'll take a look at the civilization I created and see how they're doing. If a lower-level civilization is discovered by a higher-level civilization, the result is. Chen Yuan had previously marked the civilization he created. Since Earth civilization is fine, he believed that the civilization he created should also be okay. Thinking this, Chen Yuan used his perception ability to take a look. Upon looking, Chen Yuan was shocked. The planet where the civilization he created was located was now riddled with holes. The planet was full of craters, indicating it had suffered much destruction from asteroids. Could it be that the civilization was wiped out by asteroids? But the problem is, the last time Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze, that civilization had already reached the point of creating artificial mini-suns and waging interstellar wars. For that civilization, asteroids shouldn't be a big deal. Not so, Yer explained softly. The civilization you created, over 130 million years, was destroyed due to civil war, resulting in the complete devastation of the planet. The entire civilization, which once had over 2 billion people, was reduced to 20,000. Later, these 20,000 were captured by an external civilization, and after a long time, only a few thousand remained. They are currently living on a planet called the Universal Civilization, as ordinary residents of that civilization. Later, due to the presence of various civilizations within the Universal Civilization, a civil war broke out. The civilization you created can be considered extinct. Chen Yuan felt somewhat gloomy. He created a civilization, and it ended up like this. But you, how do you know all this? Chen Yuan asked, puzzled. Ya said, dark information. The entire experience of a civilization is stored within dark information. However, ordinary civilizations cannot collect this dark information, but I can. She smiled. Do you want to learn? Chen Yuan chuckled. Is that even a question? Ya laughed. All right. Then I will teach you slowly. And what about civilizations? Are you still trying to create one? Ya said playfully. Civilizations are very evolutionary existences. Many civilizations go extinct before they even begin. Some civilizations endure until they possess technology to leave their home planet, only to become embroiled in wars with other civilizations, ultimately leading to their extinction. The civilization you create, without your help, has a considerable chance of perishing. Developing to the point of engaging in interstellar wars with others is already quite impressive, Ya praised Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan replied, you are right, it's indeed like that. Very few civilizations evolve to the end. For an existence like the Celestial Emperor civilization, there might only be one in billions of light years. That's about right. Ya casually smiled. So, do you want to create another civilization? Of course, if I don't continue creating civilizations, wouldn't all this time be too boring? Chen Yuan said casually. Ya remarked, your idea is a bit dangerous. It seems like you treat lives as toys. Well, it can't be said that way. I'm bored. So I created them and gave them life. I don't expect anything in return. I just occasionally check on them. How can it be said that I treat them as toys? Chen Yuan defended himself. All right, Ya said with a mischievous smile. I won't control you or bind you. Do as you wish. Can I ask for your opinion this time? Do you plan to intervene or just watch them repeat the same mistakes? Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. I think I'll intervene occasionally. That should be fine. Haha. Yes, intervening occasionally. I wonder what she finds amusing. Chen Yuan used his perception abilities to look around, then used his control abilities to create a planet capable of nurturing life in the habitable zone where the previous civilization was located. He then left it there, allowing the planet to nurture life on its own. Once the planet had plants and animals, Chen Yuan placed tens of thousands of primitive humans on the planet. While traveling, he occasionally checked on the situation of that planet. During this time, Chen Yuan did not slow down his speed and quickly flew towards his target. Each black hole became food for Chen Yuan, who devoured black holes with greater mass than himself. Years went by, and Chen Yuan, feeling bored, decided to check on his civilization again. Upon looking, he saw towering skyscrapers and factories producing various steel products. An industrial era? That was fast. I wonder how far they will progress by the next time I look at them. Just then, through his perception abilities, Chen Yuan saw three disc-shaped, unidentified flying objects hovering in space in front of his planet. Currently, the civilization created by Chen Yuan is merely a medieval one that has just begun to produce large quantities of steel and similar materials. And it certainly cannot possess technology capable of space travel. This indicates that the three unidentified flying objects belong to another civilization. Apparently, they have been discovered, you said softly. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan asked, discovered? Yes, you casually replied. Many primitive civilizations have natural barriers. After the dust clouds are consumed, what remains is the Oort cloud. The leftover dust creates a natural shield that can block the prying eyes of nearby civilizations. This ensures the development of primitive civilizations. If some civilizations with strange intentions were to see them, the consequences could be unimaginable, and colonization could very well occur. You smiled and added, your current civilization is in some danger. As expected, just as you had guessed, the three ships flew directly into the planet they had created. This was not surprising. Not all civilizations are benevolent. While there are good civilizations, there are also bad ones. Some civilizations do not wish to be invaders, while others thrive on being invaders and colonizers. A planet capable of creating life is an incredibly precious resource for civilizations that have just left their home planets in search of new habitable worlds. If those civilizations encounter a life-bearing planet where the intelligent life forms are merely a group of lower civilizations, the outcome is easy to predict. The planet would be colonized, and the intelligent life within would either be enslaved or exterminated, you gently explained. After the three disc-shaped ships entered the planet, more than 10 armed outsiders, wearing armor and standing about 2.5 meters tall, descended from the ships. Without wasting any time, they opened fire on the stunned inhabitants. Blood and bodies stained the ground. It seemed they intended to clear the area, you remarked softly. Chapter 88. The methods of advanced civilizations colonizing lower civilizations clear the area? Chen Yuan asked. Yes, you said. The invading civilization you see is called the Ours civilization. Their home planet is no longer habitable due to war. Many of their people have left their home planet in ships, seeking new planets to inhabit. They currently plan to kill all the natives of that planet before colonizing it. For them, exterminating the natives is a major cleansing operation. At that moment, Chen Yuan, through his perception abilities, noticed that shortly after the individuals from the three disc-shaped ships began their massacre, an enormous ship flew overhead. Accompanying it were a swarm of disc-shaped ships. There were thousands of these disc-shaped ships, along with a massive oval-shaped ship. The disc-shaped ships varied in size. The smaller ones could only carry 1 or 2 people, while the largest could carry over 1,000. The largest ship was estimated to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. Not long after the other party began the massacre of the indigenous people on the planet, these individuals arrived. This was a premeditated slaughter. Chen Yuan immediately understood that civilization had long discovered the one he created. The first 3 ships were merely vanguards, scouting the way. What followed was the main force. They clearly had planned to act now, intending to exterminate all the indigenous people on the planet for colonization. So many people indicated that they had been preparing for a long time. Chen Yuan spoke slowly. You said, it seems your civilization isn't very fortunate this time. Last time, when you built a civilization, there wasn't much natural protection nearby, yet it managed to develop to the point of interstellar warfare. But now, this civilization is still in the industrial stage and is about to be wiped out. What should we do? You asked, should we intervene? Chen Yuan replied. With such external invasion, the current level of development of that civilization cannot handle it. We indeed have to intervene. Otherwise, they will face extinction. Is it the same as last time when we went to the civilization on Earth? Using the same method? Ye inquired. Hearing this, Chen Yuan said, "The method from last time was still too troublesome. I have a simpler approach." As Chen Yuan's words fell, the bodies of the alien invaders who were rampaging within his civilization vanished into thin air, and the 3 disc-shaped ships disappeared as well. All the thousands of spaceships in orbit around the planet vanished without a trace. To be precise, they didn't disappear. They were all disassembled into atoms by Chen Yuan using his control ability from a distance. The control ability allows him to manipulate any celestial body with a mass weaker than his own. This means that as long as the mass is lower than his, he can cross star systems at any time and shatter a celestial body. Some might wonder, what about the lives inside the spaceships? Aren't they biological? Can they also be disassembled? In fact, in the context of earthly civilization, the definition of celestial bodies includes all matter located outside the Earth's atmosphere. If we were to define it accurately, everything Chen Yuan saw could be considered a celestial body. The bodies of living beings are fundamentally composed of matter. A speck of cosmic dust is a small celestial body, and a living organism can also be counted as a celestial body. You sat in her chair, observing everything through the transparent display screen hovering in midair. She revealed a wicked smile. "I'm impressed, but I must say, your methods are indeed simple. You don't even need to make a move." Chen Yuan replied, "When there are simple tasks, it's natural to do them simply. I don't want to tackle overly complicated matters." You chuckled casually. Chen Yuan, through the vision provided by his perception ability, looked at the people on the planet. The ground was littered with corpses, drenched in blood. Those who had narrowly escaped had expressions of relief mixed with despair. Yet there was a hint of confusion in their eyes, as if they didn't understand what had just happened. Seeing this, Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze. Ahead was a black hole, the target of his current action. The mass of the black hole in front of him is 3 times that of the central black hole, which means it has a mass equivalent to 12 million solar masses. After a lengthy period of consumption, Chen Yuan's mass has already surpassed that of the central black hole, now being approximately 26 times its mass. Limitless consumption. Although the event horizon of this limit is significantly smaller than Chen Yuan's current size, it allows him to consume celestial bodies with a mass greater than twice his own. Therefore, it's good to proceed. Chen Yuan rushed towards it. As he approached, their event horizons touched, and he immediately felt the terrifying gravitational pull emanating from the black hole. He found himself spiraling around it, quickly getting closer to the target black hole. It felt as if he was being led by the other, but through his perceptual abilities. He could see that while he was captured by the other's gravity, the other was also being drawn in by his own. The 2 black holes were now spiraling closer together, their event horizons merging. However, the intense gravity of both singularities prevented them from affecting each other. Unlike the consumption between stars, where they would shatter due to their gravitational interactions, black holes are different. Their mutual gravitational pull is so strong that the masses of the singularities cannot be separated. They can only gradually draw closer together. When the 2 singularities come close enough, they will merge, with the larger black hole consuming the smaller one. Since Chen Yuan's mass is smaller than that of the target, it means that under normal circumstances, he would be consumed. However, he possesses limitless consumption. When the 2 come close enough, the position of the target black hole enters the range of limitless consumption. In an instant, the gravity of the target black hole disappears completely. Chen Yuan begins to consume it. The singularity of the target black hole is drawn into his own, merging and becoming part of his mass. Mission accomplished. Chen Yuan's mass skyrockets to 56 times that of the central black hole, which translates to a total of 20 million solar masses. This is an extraordinarily large value. His event horizon has reached a terrifying range, expanding to over 240 million kilometers. To put it in perspective, the diameter of the Sun is just over 1 million kilometers. Chen Yuan can now be considered a colossal entity. With his mass greatly increased and his event horizon expanded significantly, he feels comfortable. All right, on to the next target. Chapter 89. Is there civilization in a galaxy full of black holes? There are many black holes nearby, both large and small. The closest black hole has a mass of 300,000 solar masses, which is too small. Further away, there's a promising one with a mass of 6 million solar masses. After confirming the target, Chen Yuan begins to fly towards it. Chen Yuan noticed that within this dying galaxy, the black holes grew larger from the outside to the inside. At his current position, the black holes were mostly on the order of millions of solar masses, with some even reaching tens of millions of solar masses. However, There were no stars, planets, or even satellites to be seen in this dying galaxy, nor were there neutron stars or black dwarfs. This suggests that they were likely consumed by other black holes. It was clear that this was a very ancient galaxy, and it was also quite concealed. Without the presence of stars, it would not emit any light. For some civilizations, trying to gather information about it through instruments would be extremely challenging. Suddenly, with nothing much to do, Chen Yuan perceived a unique sight. Next to a black hole with a mass of around 1 million solar masses, there were 9 smaller black holes orbiting it. These 9 smaller black holes revolved around the larger one, resembling a solar system. The area encompassed by this dying galaxy was enormous, and the distances between the black holes were vast. Some smaller black holes would naturally be captured by the gravitational pull of larger ones, becoming black holes that orbited other black holes. It was truly incredible. A black hole with such immense gravity could actually become a satellite of another black hole. Compared to that massive black hole, the smaller black holes surrounding it were insignificant, like satellites. What you call satellites, planets, and stars are essentially just celestial bodies of different masses. You revealed a mischievous smile. Whoever has the greater mass attracts the others, and black holes are no exception. Indeed, that was the case. Chen Yuan did not dwell on it further. Previously, his attention had been focused on the central region of the galaxy, where the black holes orbited around the supermassive black hole, which was not surprising. However, seeing black holes orbiting around other massive black holes within the galaxy was quite interesting. It was important to note that this was not just a galaxy, but a celestial system where the entire system revolved around the central supermassive black hole. In other words, the massive black holes orbited the supermassive black hole, while the smaller black holes orbited the massive black holes. It felt quite novel, but there was nothing particularly surprising about it. If you ask me, the most remarkable thing in this universe is you, a black hole with self-awareness. If I said that, probably no one would believe it. You chuckled. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. So, that's true. However, I remember there is an even more extraordinary existence. What else? Aren't you one? Chen Yuan jokingly teased Ya. A girl who has fallen in love with celestial bodies. You are quite special yourself. You laughed and said, is that so? You are indeed a celestial body, but as a living being, I am essentially composed of elements from the universe. From a certain perspective, I can also be considered a celestial body. The gene bodies above the 6th generation require an amount of matter and energy equivalent to that of a planet to be formed. In your terminology, a planet is also referred to as a celestial body, right? So, in that sense, I am also a celestial body. It's not surprising for a celestial body to be attracted to another celestial body. Chen Yuan was taken aback. He truly had nothing to say now. The human body is composed of various atoms, and black holes are also made of atoms. The only difference is that humans are emotional and conscious beings, while celestial bodies lack emotions and consciousness. According to this reasoning, although you are currently such a large black hole, you are still a person. You smiled. Chen Yuan was dumbfounded. What kind of logic is that? A black hole capable of destroying everything is a person? Chen Yuan felt helpless. Yes, you said. Isn't it just a person? You're just a larger version of a person. All right, let's not discuss this further. This logic was daunting for Chen Yuan. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Friend, can you hear my voice? This voice directly entered Chen Yuan's mind. It was a communication of consciousness. The voice belonged to a man. Chen Yuan was slightly startled upon hearing it. Someone is looking for you, you said with a hint of amusement. Chen Yuan responded, I'll exit the dark communication channel first. Wait a moment. Okay. Chen Yuan exited the dark communication channel connected to Ya. Who are you? This is interesting. I didn't expect you to truly be a self-aware black hole. The man's voice carried a hint of curiosity. Let me introduce myself. I am from the Liata civilization. I know that you seem to be able to gain mass by consuming black holes, and I also know who your current target for consumption is. I just want to ask you to change your path to avoid colliding with the planet we inhabit. What? You're in the path of my current action? Chen Yuan found it hard to believe. This is a death galaxy, filled with black holes. Do you live there? Yes, the man replied. All right, Chen Yuan said. I need to know your exact location to figure out how to avoid you. Can you provide your location? Yes, I can. I'll use dark information to inform you of my location. Each civilization has its own method of setting coordinates. He shared the method for setting the coordinates, allowing Chen Yuan to locate them. The coordinates of the Liata civilization are calculated based on that supermassive black hole. Through the information provided, Chen Yuan learned their location. He used his perception ability to look over However, when Chun Yuan glanced, he found nothing but emptiness. Upon reflection, he understood. Clearly, this civilization, like Yus, possessed advanced technology capable of hiding themselves using dark matter. They were indeed still there, just concealed. Which is why they wanted to communicate with Chun Yuan and urged him to avoid them. What a peculiar civilization, Chun Yuan remarked. All right, I understand. I will change my position. Thank you. The man's voice became much friendlier. Chun Yuan hummed in response. I'm just a bit curious. Why do you live in this deathly star system? The man smiled. Our civilization has always lived here. We are used to it, so we never plan to leave. Chapter 90. The black hole star system initially had stars. Has his civilization always lived in this star system? Chun Yuan's mind stirred. If that's the case, how long has the civilization he belongs to been in this star system? It is known that this star system is very ancient. From its birth until now, it has likely gone through a very long time. Since that civilization existed in this star system before, it means they were here even before the star system had stars. Chun Yuan asked, did this star system have stars a long time ago? Of course, the man replied with a smile. Not only were there stars, but also planets, moons, asteroids, and planetary belts. However, as time passed, the entire star system has changed significantly. Hearing this, Chun Yuan felt a bit strange and said, I'd like to ask, how old are you this year? How old? How old? Haha, the man laughed. His laughter left Chun Yuan somewhat puzzled. What are you laughing about? Haha, I just didn't expect that. The man adjusted his emotions and said, sorry for my rudeness. It's been a long time since anyone asked about my age. In our civilization, people do not inquire about each other's age. We rarely venture outside, and I can't even remember the last person who asked me my age. I can't recall my own age either. I just know that when I was born, this star system still had stars, planets, and moons. When looking out from my doorstep, I could still see the stars in the sky. But later on, I couldn't see anything anymore. The only light was the artificial stars created by our civilization. When I looked up, all I could see was a sky covered by the shadow of a black hole. Pitch black. The man seemed to recall something and fell silent for a moment. He continued with a smile. A long time has passed since then, and I've forgotten my exact age. Let us not discuss age anymore. But you, despite clearly having human consciousness, why are you a black hole? What happened to you? I'm quite interested to know. Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan fell silent for a bit. Although he wanted to share, he could not tell him. Sorry. Haha. The man laughed again. I understand. After all, we've only just met. My name is Rex. May I know how you are called? Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan replied, Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan. That's a human name. Not something a black hole should have. You are indeed human. Chun Yuan fell silent again. He was merely repeating the dialogue he had previously encountered with Ya, exchanging names. But now Chun Yuan realized that this was a test. Ya's inquiry about Chun Yuan's name was to determine if he was human. Because black holes themselves do not name themselves, only humans do. After testing, it seems that Rex had already seen Chun Yuan as a person. This individual was quite straightforward and directly communicated his thoughts to Chun Yuan. Indeed. How could a black hole have a name? Haha. Sorry, I just wanted to know about your situation, not to test anything intentionally. Haha. He was joking. Chun Yuan didn't mind. He felt that this guy was somewhat similar to Ya. He hoped he wouldn't cling to him like you did. Although having Ya's company wasn't a bad thing for Chun Yuan, he wasn't too fond of the idea of another man around. Chun Yuan said, it's fine. Rex smiled and asked, want to come to my place for a visit? Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan was taken aback. To your place? Aren't you asking me to change my route? With my current form, I probably wouldn't even fit into your house. Not at all. As long as you agree. I can provide you with a human body to help transfer your consciousness into it. This way, you can visit me in human form. Of course, if you're in the form of a black hole, that wouldn't be possible. If a black hole were to come over, I suspect our artificial celestial system would simply disappear. This guy started again, just like you did before, wanting Chun Yuan to become human. Chun Yuan thought that you wanted him to become human so they could be together. But why did this man have the same idea? It couldn't be, right? Chun Yuan pondered and replied, becoming human? That's not necessary. Well, okay then. Chun Yuan didn't think much more about it. He changed his route to avoid the coordinates Rex mentioned and flew towards his target direction. He seems like an interesting person. Ya's intrigued voice came through. Chun Yuan entered the dark communication channel and said, interesting? Maybe, but I feel a bit strange. First, he asked for my name. And then he wants me to become human. What exactly is he thinking? Ya laughed. The civilization he belongs to is a high-tech one. where human lifespan has no limit. It can be considered eternal. And with eternity, the greatest fear is loneliness. He met you, someone who can talk to him, so naturally he wants to chat. It's quite normal. As for wanting you to become human, you chuckled, he's testing you. Testing? You have human emotions and consciousness. But your essence is a black hole. There are only two possibilities. 1. You are a black hole that has developed consciousness. 2. You were originally human, but became a black hole for some reason. If you are the second type, he thinks you would definitely desire to become human, hence his testing. Of course, if you agree, he can help you with that. In simple terms, his ultimate goal is that he is interested in you and wants to befriend you. You gently said, it's quite similar to what I thought initially. Chen Yuan replied with an ah sound. So your initial question about my name and wanting me to become human had this purpose. No, that's not it. You smiled and said, that's not quite right. My question about your name was indeed a test, but my intention in wanting you to become human is not as simple. The reason I want you to become human is because I've fallen in love with you and wish for you to share that form with me, to be together forever. It's just a pity. As for what the pity was about, she didn't say, but Chen Yuan understood. He had no intention of becoming human. Hey, you suddenly spoke up, interrupting Chen Yuan's thoughts. Chen Yuan responded. You revealed a mischievous smile and said, when will you transform into human form again? Then we can meet and maybe I can get pregnant and have a baby. What do you think? Chen Yuan was taken aback. Stop joking, I need to get going. Chapter 91. What? The universe is a giant's neural network with nothing to do. Chen Yuan expanded the range of his perception to the maximum. When he saw the scene before him, he felt a sense of shock. Has my perceptual ability really reached this level unconsciously? As Chen Yuan's mass increased, his perceptual abilities also saw a terrifying enhancement. Through his perception, he could see many views. If a human were to look at the universe from within a planet, they would see a sky full of stars, limited by the distance the human eye can see. On Earth, if a person looks straight ahead, they can see a candlelight 27 kilometers away in clean air. However, the environment greatly affects visibility. If someone looks up at the sky in a city, facing the light pollution, it's very difficult to see the starry sky. Therefore, to observe the stars well, the countryside with less pollution is the best choice. On Earth, in the absence of light pollution and other factors, a person can see 3 galaxies with the naked eye: the Andromeda Galaxy, the Large Magellanic Cloud, and the Small Magellanic Cloud. Due to the existence of the northern and southern hemispheres, one cannot see all 3 galaxies at once. The Andromeda Galaxy is visible in the northern hemisphere, while the Large and Small Magellanic Clouds are visible in the southern hemisphere. However, Chen Yuan's perceptual ability provided him with a different perspective. His perception allowed him a 360-degree view, radiating out from his position. Of course, he could also focus on one direction, which would increase the distance he could see by several times. A person standing on Earth looking up would see a sparse starry sky, but what Chen Yuan could see now was a vast array of galaxies surrounding him. One galaxy after another emitted light that layered and combined in 3 dimensions. The light from billions of stars within these galaxies connected like the nerves of a human being. This immense neural network, composed purely of stars, was truly astonishing. The scope of his vision was incredibly vast. The shapes formed by the intertwining galaxies resembled human nerves, which was simply unbelievable, Chen Yuan mused. A scientist once proposed, the universe is like a vast neural network. This statement is quite strange. Ordinary people, after observing the shape of the universe made up of galaxies, might associate it with the idea that the universe is a neural network. However, when this notion is proposed by a scientist, it becomes truly astonishing. In fact, it is quite simple to prove that the universe is not a neural network. One just needs to present something that exists in the universe, but not in a neural network to refute this hypothesis. Yet so far, there have been no observed phenomena that contradict this hypothesis. Do you think the universe could be a gigantic human? Chen Yuan asked. Well, it's possible, you replied. Not refuting him this time, but rather agreeing with his statement. Perhaps the universe is the brain of a giant human. Chen Yuan chuckled. I was just joking. If the universe is indeed a human brain and it's expanding at the speed of light, wouldn't that mean the human's head would explode? Speed is relative, you said. The universe is indeed expanding at the speed of light, but for a being so vast that it transcends logic, this expansion, which exceeds the speed of light, is actually very slow. The reason for this expansion is that it is growing, and as it grows, its head also enlarges. The growth of its head is the expansion of the universe. This explanation struck Qin Yuan as quite bizarre. By the way, haven't you been searching for the edge of the universe? Have you found it yet? Qin Yuan inquired. Not yet, you responded. The universe seems to have no edges. Perhaps our current civilization is not yet powerful enough to unravel the secrets of the universe's edge. Only by uncovering this can we know. Qin Yuan nodded. When that time comes, we will know if the universe is a giant. That may not be the case, you casually remarked. Qin Yuan was taken aback. Not necessarily? Yes. You smiled. If the universe is merely a network of nerves belonging to a giant, then the size of that giant would be truly terrifying. With our current perspective, we can't even comprehend a small part of this network of nerves. If you want to know if the universe is a giant, you must possess the ability to perceive the entirety of this universe. Of course, just having that perspective isn't enough. Right now, we are like ants looking at a human. We can only see a tiny part and have no idea what the being in front of us truly is. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan realized that indeed, if the universe is just a neural network, even if we find the edge of the universe and leave it, we still won't be able to see its essence. Just like ants looking at humans, they can only perceive a small section. Furthermore, if we consider the universe as a neural network, then as humans living on a planet, our size is likely even smaller than that of an ant, perhaps even less than that of a single cell. The universe is truly vast, Qin Yuan remarked with a sigh. You smiled slightly. There's no rush. No matter how vast the universe is, with the accumulation of time and your ability to consume, one day you might be able to consume the entire universe. By then, perhaps you will see the whole picture of this universe. Qin Yuan forced a smile. You think too highly of me. Devouring the entire universe. I estimate that by the time this universe becomes extinct, I still won't be able to achieve it. The universe is vast and boundless. At this rate, it seems that by the time the universe meets its end, I won't be able to consume it. You smiled slightly and said, then let's work hard and see. I'm very curious to see what you can achieve. If anyone can uncover the truth of this universe, I think that person must be you, she gently remarked. Is the universe a giant? Qin Yuan nodded, feeling intrigued as well. Then let me see just how immense this universe really is. What will the true face of the universe be? Ya's voice carried a hint of curiosity. Qin Yuan looked towards a target black hole ahead and activated his maximum absorption, rushing towards it. To leave the universe and peer into its truth, he needed to continue increasing his own mass. After all, if he remained just a single cell, he would not be able to see the entirety of the universe. Being an ant wouldn't work either. First, he needed to consume this universe. Everything else could wait. Chapter 92. Did the big black hole kick away the small black hole? Boom. Accompanied by a burst of light appearing in Qin Yuan's field of vision, he noticed a supernova explosion in a nearby galaxy. A star had died. After a star's death, those with smaller mass become white dwarfs. Those of medium mass turn into neutron stars, while massive stars have a chance of becoming black holes. In fact, white dwarfs, neutron stars, and black holes are all remnants of stars at the end of their evolutionary process. White dwarfs have the lowest mass, and when they die, they still retain heat, which is why they appear white. However, once the heat of a white dwarf is fully consumed, it will transform into a black dwarf. The transition from a white dwarf to a black dwarf takes over 100 billion years. Theoretically speaking, there are currently no black dwarfs in the universe. Based on the knowledge Qin Yuan acquired from civilization on Earth, the current age of the universe is around 14 billion years. The time required for stars to turn into white dwarfs and then into black dwarfs far exceeds the current age of the universe. So there are no black dwarfs in this universe. This is also why Qin Yuan has not seen any black dwarfs. Many stars, over time, cannot escape the fate of death, just like the supernova explosions that are frequently observed when a supernova explodes. It signifies that the helium and hydrogen within a star have been completely consumed. Qin Yuan thought to himself, time will gradually pass, and eventually, all stars will disappear. Without those stars, he wondered what would happen to that civilization. Without stars, there would only be death. You responded to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan was taken aback. Death? That shouldn't be the case, right? Isn't your advanced civilization capable of creating artificial stars? You laughed lightly. Hydrogen and helium will not increase. Our civilization can use hydrogen and helium atoms to create artificial stars, but we cannot create hydrogen and helium atoms. Once all the hydrogen and helium in the universe disappear, then all civilizations will perish, including me. Isn't it true that you are eternal and immortal? Qin Yuan couldn't believe that you could actually die. Even with my generation's body, we still need to replenish hydrogen atoms. You said, as long as I have one cell left, I can resurrect infinitely, provided there are hydrogen atoms in this universe. Moreover, as long as I stay in this universe, I consume various atoms to maintain my body. If the universe runs out of hydrogen atoms, then I would only have death as an option. You spoke casually, as if she didn't care about her own life at all. I don't want you to die, Chen Yuan said. Upon hearing this, a mischievous smile appeared on Ye's face. She crossed her legs and looked at Chen Yuan. Don't want me to die? Have you fallen in love with me? Is that why you feel sorry for me? Chen Yuan was at a loss for words. Feeling bored, he shifted the topic. I wonder how my civilization is doing after all these years. Through his perception abilities, he looked towards the direction of the civilization he had created. At a glance, the scene before him left him somewhat depressed. The planet had already entered another era. Skyscrapers and even spacecraft were visible. However, wars were incessant. Some countries had space planes, while others were extremely poor, seemingly regressing back to the industrial age. Countries in war zones had no mood for developing civilization. In other words, although these people were all created by Chen Yuan, their ancestors were those over 30,000 primitive people. Yet now they were fighting fiercely among themselves. It's really unbelievable. They're at war again, Chen Yuan said. They were clearly all descendants of the 30,000 primitive people I created, all sharing the same blood. I can understand if they were invaded by others, but why do they still enjoy fighting civil wars without any invasion? It's truly incomprehensible, you remarked. Advanced intelligent beings are like this. They are competing for resources. In primitive times, beasts would kill each other over food and mating rights until they got what they wanted. In modern times, with intelligence, they compete for even more things, including fame, status, wealth, and power. When it expands further, they compete for resources. The resources of a planet are limited. Using a little means having less. Only by competing for resources can a nation have the capacity to develop. You casually continued. As civilization continues to develop, it will enter the nuclear age. If war breaks out in that era, a civilization could very well face extinction. If a civilization survives a civil war, the resources on their planet will be nearly depleted, leading them to seek resources in the universe. You chuckled. Just like the civilization you previously destroyed, that civilization was one that survived a civil war. Their planet had been nearly destroyed, so they had no choice but to look for resources outside, which is that planet you created. However, they were quite unfortunate. After surviving a civil war, they managed to discover a colonizable planet, traveled a long distance, only to be dismantled into atoms by you. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. He helplessly said, "There's nothing we can do. Regardless of their intentions, they are invaders, and as invaders, they deserve to die. If they want to kill others, they must be prepared to be killed themselves." Chen Yuan didn't dwell on it further. He redirected his attention to observe. Chen Yuan noticed an interesting phenomenon. A large black hole and a small black hole were drawn together by each other's gravity and were getting closer. The small black hole was spiraling around the large black hole, approaching it in a spiral flight path. Do black holes consume each other? How intriguing. As a black hole himself, Chen Yuan often devoured other black holes, but the difference was that his method of consumption was unusual. Although he was a black hole, he could accelerate towards others and utilize extreme absorption to effectively nullify the other's gravitational pull. What appeared before Chen Yuan now were two genuine black holes. The gravitational pull of the small black hole was evidently weaker than that of the large black hole. So the small black hole was approaching the large black hole at a faster speed. They drew closer to each other. If things went as imagined, the large black hole would slowly consume the small black hole next. But at that moment, an unexpected situation arose. Chen Yuan saw that the small black hole was spiraling around the large black hole at an increasing speed. Suddenly, the small black hole was flung away by the large black hole. To Chen Yuan, it felt like a soccer ball flying in front of the large black hole, which then kicked it away. This scene left Chen Yuan stunned. Chapter 93. If a black hole can be kicked away, what about stars approaching a black hole? Isn't it supposed to be that a large mass consumes a small mass? Chen Yuan remarked. Why was that small black hole directly flung away? Haha, you laughed. Chen Yuan asked, what's so funny? Wait a minute, do you know what's going on? Of course I do, you replied. After matching consciousness with you, I can see everything you see. This, Chen Yuan shrugged it off. You continued to share her vision with him, but it didn't matter. So, do you know what's happening? Chen Yuan was curious. Just moments ago, it seemed the small black hole was about to be consumed by the large black hole. But when they got close enough, the small black hole was directly flung away. This scene was truly bizarre. Is the small black hole not good enough to eat? Haha. Do you think that large black hole is like you? Not good enough to eat. You chuckled, so you can joke around too. Let me tell you, in this universe, large masses do consume small masses. But there is a force that can resist the gravitational pull emitted by massive celestial bodies. Resist gravity? Are you talking about centrifugal force? You nodded. Yes, centrifugal force. The large black hole you just saw spins its singularity at such a high speed that the small black hole is pulled along by its gravity, causing it to accelerate desperately. As a result, it goes too fast and gets thrown away. When the event horizons of two black holes are about to touch, the gravitational waves between them create a visual distortion in space. It looks like two balls colliding and then deforming. Then, because the small black hole is moving too fast, it gets kicked away. This scene is quite interesting, which piqued Chen Yuan's curiosity. When Chen Yuan heard this, he found it a bit novel. Does that mean if it were a star, would it also be kicked away? You smiled. That's an interesting question. The reason the small black hole gets bounced away is that it carries a terrifying gravitational pull itself. So when a small black hole approaches a large black hole, despite its smaller mass, the large black hole cannot tear it apart. As they get closer, the gravitational fields push each other's event horizons inward. At that moment, if the centrifugal force gained by the small black hole cannot counteract the gravitational pull from the large black hole, it will be forcibly pulled closer and swallowed by the large black hole. This is the domineering nature of large black holes. However, if it were a star, it wouldn't even get close to the event horizon. Before it reaches that point, the star would already be torn apart by the gravitational force. Once the star is crushed, there's no question of escaping using centrifugal force. You chuckled. Speaking of which, the merger of black holes actually takes a long time. Didn't you try it once before? They orbit around each other, and then the gravitational waves and the sounds generated from the rapidly moving space. Isn't that interesting? This reminded Chen Yuan of his first experience of being consumed by a black hole. Indeed, he hadn't used his ultimate devouring ability that time, and he experienced a black hole merger. But it was quite simple, just a large black hole consuming a small black hole. Now, after hearing Ye's words, Chen Yuan found it quite fascinating. It was indeed interesting, but it was just that. However, black holes are truly domineering. Only black holes can contend with other black holes. Other celestial bodies are like nothing to black holes. Well, I rarely hear others praise themselves like this, you said casually while laughing. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan was taken aback. He almost forgot that he was now an extremely terrifying black hole. Chen Yuan chuckled. Fortunately, from a black hole's perspective, I think it's not that remarkable. It's just able to devour some celestial bodies that are a bit smaller than itself. Nothing more. Haha. You laughed. What do you mean nothing more? If someone hears that, they would probably be dumbfounded. With your mass, there is currently no civilization in the entire universe that can compete with you. None. Chen Yuan showed a hint of interest. Don't your advanced civilizations use dark matter? Can't dark matter do anything? Dark matter cannot attack black holes, you said softly. Dark matter is a type of substance that does not interact with any other matter. We can only use it to create things like wormholes. Other than that, it's not very useful. You continued. You can think of dark matter as a non-existent substance. Like a ghost. They cannot react with other substances, and naturally, they cannot harm you either. The power of singularities is a force of destruction and termination that no civilization can withstand. You chuckled with interest and said, of course. This specifically refers to supermassive black holes like yours. If it's just a small black hole, we can still handle it. Handle it? Chen Yuan became curious. How do you deal with those small black holes? You smiled slightly. Black holes cannot be destroyed. What we do with small black holes is actually to use the gravitational pull of the same black hole to divert it and protect our planet. Black holes are an incredibly terrifying existence. They are a domineering presence. You said, you are not wrong in this point. It's not boasting, just a fact. Chen Yuan didn't know what else to say. He continued forward, flying towards the next target. Feeling bored, he observed his civilization and that of Earth. After a while, Chen Yuan noticed some activity in Earth's civilization. They launched over 10 massive warships. Those warships were enormous, each capable of holding around 100,000 people. Chen Yuan counted, and there were a total of 18, meaning there were about 1 million people. What does Earth's civilization plan to do with so many people? You said softly, colonization. Colonization? Yes, you replied. The resources in their celestial body have been nearly depleted. If they don't leave now to seek new resources elsewhere, they will be finished. Looking at their trajectory, they should be heading to the forest civilization this time. Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback. Forest civilization? Yes, you said. Sitting in a chair with a glass of water, crossing her legs, and looking at the flying warships through the three-dimensional transparent display. She pondered. The forest civilization is the closest civilization to them, right on their path. It's a primitive civilization, which means that a higher civilization is about to encounter a lower one. I just wonder how Earth's civilization will act. Will it be to cleanse or to enslave? Chapter 94. When Earth's civilization encounters a lower civilization, what will they do? The forest civilization? Qin Yuan felt a spark of interest. Where is the forest civilization? Give me the coordinates. You provided Qin Yuan with a set of coordinates. Through the coordinates, Qin Yuan saw the planet where the forest civilization is located. The planet appeared green, with vast areas covered in green vegetation. No wonder it was called the forest. Qin Yuan observed the people living in the forest. Habitually, he referred to those resembling the people from Earth as humans. In reality, civilizations evolve into highly intelligent species differently from humans. So many highly intelligent beings look different from humans. However, Qin Yuan habitually regarded those intelligent beings as humans as well. The people in front of him had skin that resembled the plants, displaying a vibrant green color, with patterns similar to chloroplasts visible on their bodies. They have limbs and long tails, resembling lizards. The males are about 2.6 meters tall, while the females are around 2.1 meters tall, appearing quite petite compared to the males. However, they are much larger than humans from Earth. At this moment, Qin Yuan saw a female from this civilization wandering in the forest. She jumped down from a tree, grabbed a vine, and gracefully leaped onto another trunk. Her tall and slender figure looked very light. She had a pair of deep green eyes, with a hint of black in the center. When she jumped, her tail seemed to function as an additional hand. Through his perception abilities, Qin Yuan sensed the elemental composition of her body. This composition was quite peculiar. While they could be classified as animals, Qin Yuan noticed they had chloroplast structures, which are typically found in plants and are cells that help plants obtain energy through photosynthesis. However, they possessed plant cell structures, which was strange. Yet, when considering them as plants, they also had animal cells. They appeared to be a fusion of both plant and animal cells. Qin Yuan quickly understood this wasn't surprising in the vast universe. Humans rely on food for energy, while plants obtain energy through photosynthesis and soil. These beings likely utilized both methods for energy acquisition. Coming from a civilization on Earth, Qin Yuan found the proportions of these beings quite aesthetically pleasing, although their size was somewhat large. Nevertheless, this was quite interesting. The journey of the spacecraft from Earth to this civilization took a long time, during which Qin Yuan observed both civilizations. Of course, he didn't watch them constantly, as it could be quite boring. As time passed, one day, the spacecraft from Earth finally reached this civilization. Would you like to take a look? Ye's voice carried a hint of excitement. Qin Yuan chuckled and replied, You seem to have nothing to do but keep an eye on them. You responded, Yes. I am indeed a bit bored. You never come to keep me company. You're always flying through space. It would be nice if you could stop by occasionally, so I wouldn't feel so lonely. Aren't I keeping you company? Qin Yuan laughed and said, I'm here to chat with you, and you're orbiting around me in that artificial planet. I can't escape. That doesn't count as keeping me company. You are nearly a light year away from me. Besides, the kind of company I want is not this, you said playfully. Qin Yuan was taken aback, suddenly realizing what you meant. He changed the subject. I've always had a question that confuses me. That civilization should be a primitive one. And such a primitive civilization probably doesn't even know what kind of existence it is. They also might not realize that they should have a name for their civilization. Would they call their civilization the Green Forest Civilization? That's a name I gave them. Ye casually laughed and said, Just look at how nearly 70% of their planet's surface is covered in plants, and their skin and everything else is green as well. Isn't it quite fitting to call them that? The civilization of the Green Forest. Qin Yuan smiled wryly. I find it quite awkward. In the place where I used to live, the term for green forest has another pronunciation and meaning, which is bandit. Although green and bandit are pronounced differently, it still sounds awkward to my ears. Awkward? I think it fits quite well, you said casually. Qin Yuan replied, All right, let's not talk about it anymore. After successfully changing the subject, Qin Yuan switched to another topic. How are the Earth civilization and the Green Forest civilization doing now? As he spoke, he used his perception abilities to look over there. At this moment, The warships of the Earth civilization had finally reached the skies above the planet of the Green Forest civilization. In Chen Yuan's view, the distance between the Green Forest civilization and the Earth civilization wasn't far, only about 5 light years. At his speed, he could reach it in a few years. However, at the speed of the Earth civilization, it took them more than 30 years. The 18 enormous warships of the Earth civilization slowly entered the atmosphere of the planet where the Green Forest civilization was located. Fiery flames enveloped the 18 warships. Yet, in the face of the high technology of the Earth civilization, the heat generated by the atmosphere was far from enough to harm the warships. Once the warships entered the atmosphere, they hovered in midair. The appearance of the warships caused the Green Forest people below to raise their faces and look up at the vast and massive ships in the sky. The Green Forest people, armed with bows and arrows and spears, appeared extremely tense. "What do you think the people of Earth civilization will do?" he asked. Chen Yuan said, "As you mentioned earlier, there are 2 choices, colonization or extermination. In my opinion, perhaps there is a third option." "A third option?" Ye asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. "What is it?" "Peaceful coexistence," Chen Yuan replied. "I think the people of Earth civilization can coexist peacefully with the Green Forest civilization through communication." Ye smiled. "So you're betting on the third choice, rather than colonization or extermination?" "Yes," Chen Yuan agreed. At that moment, something flew out from the lower section of the warship. It was hundreds of small warships. After the hundreds of small warships flew out, the pilots began to indiscriminately fire upon the people of the Green Forest civilization below. The Green Forest people clearly did not realize that this would happen. When the bullets shot from the warships pierced through their bodies, they seemed to be in shock. Chen Yuan was equally stunned. He never expected that it wasn't colonization, nor the peaceful coexistence he had imagined, but rather a brutal cleansing. Chapter 95. There are good and bad people in every civilization within a civilization. There are many different types of people. Ye casually remarked. As the population of a civilization grows larger, it will inevitably split into various factions, some advocating for peace, while others take a more radical approach. The million inhabitants of Earth present here are merely a tiny fraction of the over 5 billion people in Earth civilization. They belong to the radicals. Their purpose for coming out this time is to colonize, while the primitive inhabitants of that planet are simply seen as targets to be wiped out. You stated, of course, if this group of colonizers were replaced by the peace-loving ones, the outcome might align with your expectations. But as it stands, this is the result. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan fell into a brief silence. Through his perceptual vision, he observed the people of the Green Forest civilization being slaughtered. Chen Yuan felt somewhat uneasy. Should he intervene? The Green Forest civilization has nothing to do with him, and he seems to have different feelings towards Earth civilization. Currently, Earth civilization holds a technological advantage. He could just watch and wait for the Green Forest civilization to perish, and that place would naturally become part of Earth civilization. You appeared indifferent to the survival and fate of the civilization. This was not surprising, as you possessed eternal life and had witnessed far too many civilizations rise and fall. The invasion of powerful civilizations over weaker ones, leading to the latter's demise, is a frequent occurrence in this vast universe. Perhaps every second in this universe, a civilization collapses. The universe is immense, and the existence of civilizations is abundant. They are constantly born and then inevitably perish. Seeing yet another civilization face extinction, you felt nothing. She was merely curious about what choice Chen Yuan would make. Slaughter, captivity. The only weapons of the Green Forest civilization were primitive spears and bows, leading to one-sided carnage. All Chen Yuan could see was death. A female inhabitant of the Green Forest was frantically fleeing while dragging a child. In the distance, a man in powered armor raised his firearm and shot through the woman's head. The female inhabitant collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The child witnessed this scene, panicking and kneeling on the ground, shaking the woman's body vigorously while uttering incomprehensible words. Through the transmission of subtle information, Chen Yuan understood. "Mom, wake up! Wake up! What's wrong? What's wrong? Don't leave me!" the girl cried, shaking the female inhabitant with all her might. The man in powered armor glanced at the girl, expressionless, raised his firearm, and aimed at her. He pulled the trigger. However, something strange happened. At the moment his finger pressed down, it slowly disintegrated. As if blown away by the wind, the man's body turned into invisible atoms, dissipating into the air. As the people from Earth approached and invaded this planet, one by one they dissipated into atoms, The 18 warships drifted away with the wind, vanishing like dust. The inhabitants of the forest civilization watched this scene before them, each displaying a hint of confusion and disbelief. Only those who had lost loved ones wept, holding their relatives' bodies. Why take action? Ya's voice carried a touch of curiosity and perplexity. Qin Yuan replied, because I don't like it this way, so I changed it. Ya laughed lightly. But in this universe, many civilizations are being invaded. You've saved one forest civilization, but others are facing the same fate. I don't care about what I can't see, but if something bothers me, then I will intervene. Well, that's true. Qin Yuan thought no more of it. He redirected his gaze and continued to consume. Meanwhile, within the Earth civilization, news reached the command center located on a small planet that Gus's fleet had been destroyed. Lin Heng, the commander, wore an expression of strange confusion. A senior officer in military uniform beside him said, "We spent decades infiltrating the Gula civilization to master their language and culture, to communicate with them, and to allow us to coexist peacefully. Just when the timing was about right, those guys sent a fleet over, trying to colonize through violence. They are truly desperate, knowing that we could potentially coexist peacefully, yet they tried to disrupt our peace with Gula. Isn't it a good thing now?" Another soldier crossed his arms and said, "With Gus's fleet destroyed, doesn't that give us an opportunity?" Lin Heng frowned at this. Opportunity? The cost of that opportunity is too great. The ones who attacked the Gula civilization were from our side, and now Gula will harbor hatred towards us. It will be even harder to negotiate peace. True, although Gus is not from our country, they still resemble us closely. If Gula sees them, and then has to accept us, it will be even more difficult. Another soldier agreed. Instead of dwelling on that, Lin Heng turned to the person who had brought him the information and said, "Be more specific. What exactly happened?" "Gula is just a primitive civilization. How did they defeat Gus?" The soldier replied, "Here's the thing. Through our instruments. We saw Gus's fleet invade the Gula civilization and massacre their people, but for some unknown reason, those from Gus suddenly vanished into thin air. It was as if they evaporated from existence, including the colonizers, warriors, and even the warships they brought along. All disappeared without a trace." Lin Heng was taken aback. Was that the weapon of the Gula civilization? He shook his head. That's impossible. Vanishing into thin air? One of the soldiers seemed to recall something and said, "I remember a long time ago, we were invaded by an external civilization. At that time, the two saviors appeared, and it was recorded that everything close to the saviors would disappear. Could it be the saviors?" The soldier spoke with a serious and grave expression. Suddenly, the entire conference room fell silent. Chapter 96. Can a self-aware black hole become a savior? Long ago, two saviors appeared and saved less than a few thousand people from Earth civilization at that time. However, it has been too long since that event occurred. Although the story of the saviors saving humanity has been passed down through generations, after such a long time, no one knows whether that event was true or not. Those who knew have already passed away, and there is no one to prove it, so that event can only be regarded as a legend. Thus, when a soldier brought this legend into the conference room, it seemed somewhat strange. Lin Heng looked at the silent soldiers, sensing the unusual atmosphere. He slowly pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, "That event is not just a legend." Everyone turned to look at Lin Heng. He noticed the gazes of the soldiers. Lin Heng said calmly, "If you all know that story, then you should also know what those two saviors ultimately did, right?" "I know." A young soldier spoke up in agreement. Lin Heng prompted, "Go ahead." The young soldier said, "The two saviors gave Lin Zhan power, and in the end, Lin Zhan used his strength to save this world, which is why we now have a population of several billion in our Earth civilization." "Correct." Lin Heng looked around and said, "So do you know why my physical condition and abilities far exceed yours, allowing me to become the commander-in-chief?" Upon hearing this, the soldiers turned their gazes toward Lin Heng. Lin Heng slowly stood up, turning his back to the crowd, and said softly, "I won't hide it from you. Lin Zhan is my ancestor. Lin Zhan's genes are different from ordinary people. Since Lin Zhan, the lifespan of each generation in our family has become very long, and our genetic strength has become incredibly robust. It is through the power of my family's genes that I have reached this point." Lin Heng turned to look at them and said, "If it weren't for this genetic legacy, I would have died countless times in various wars. Therefore, my existence proves that those two saviors truly existed. Just now, Li Futong's speculation is very likely correct. During that time, those powerful civilizations invaded Earth's civilization, intending to destroy us. They appeared to help us, and this time, When we invade the other side, they will help them. In other words, the saviors stand from the perspective of justice. They protect us while also safeguarding weaker civilizations from external harm. Lin Heng paused and added, in that case, we must rely on peaceful means to coexist with the Gula civilization. Yes. The soldiers all stood up and responded loudly. Lin Heng slightly nodded. We plan to talk to the people of Gula peacefully, just like before. We will help their civilization develop, and in exchange, allow them to coexist peacefully with us. Yes. Let's disband here. The soldiers spread out. Once outside the conference room, they began to discuss among themselves. It turns out that the legend of the savior is true. If that's the case, then the destruction of the Gus fleet is likely also the work of the savior. It's quite a feat. That fleet had over 1 million soldiers and various advanced weapons and equipment. With just a thought, the savior could make 1 million interstellar lines disappear. Well, actually, there's another thing. Do you know about S-7894? Hey, who on Earth doesn't know about S-7894, that celestial body with self-awareness? It's said that it increased its mass by consuming asteroids until it eventually became a black hole. Later, it swallowed the central black hole of our galaxy, causing our star, Yang, to drift from its original orbit. If it weren't for good luck, which allowed Yang to form a star cluster, our artificial planet orbiting Yang would have likely been destroyed. Listening to him, the young soldier glanced at him and smiled, saying, that's right. But do you know that a woman has been following S-7894? Well, I've heard about that too. It's quite incredible that a celestial body is accompanied by a woman, especially a star. Even now, I find it hard to believe that a person is next to a black hole. It's too strange. I also find it strange. So I specifically looked up some information and later obtained a photo of that woman. Of course, due to the distance, it has been processed by a computer and is a bit blurry. But looking at the outline, I noticed something. The young soldier opened his book and handed a somewhat blurry photo of the woman to his companion. His companion took it and looked. This is really blurry. There's no way around it. Getting a clear photo of the woman next to the black hole is very difficult. However, you can roughly see the outline. Did you notice anything? No, I didn't notice anything. The young soldier raised his hand, pointing in one direction, and said, look at her. Doesn't she look a lot like the one in the photo? His companion lifted his face and looked up. There were 2 statues over there. The statues of the saviors, one male and one female. The young soldier was pointing at the female statue. What are you talking about? How does that look alike? His companion muttered, looking down. He was slightly taken aback, then raised his face again to look at the woman. His companion's expression changed. The style of the clothes, the hair color, it's too similar. Could it be that the female savior is the one next to the black hole? The young soldier nodded slightly. I have that suspicion too. In fact, I think the male savior is S-7894. Huh. His companion was stunned. He was dazed for a moment and said, are you crazy? How could a black hole become a person? The young soldier laughed. I was just letting my imagination run wild. If that woman is the savior, then that man can only be S-7894. It can only be that. And that woman would obediently follow. It's impossible. The companion still found it hard to believe. The young soldier smiled. Why is it impossible? We can now use technology to create the physical forms of characters from the Gula civilization. S-7894 has consciousness, so why can't it master this technology? The companion was somewhat taken aback. The young soldier smiled again. No more talking. Let us go. It's time to work. The companion watched the young soldier's back, then looked up at the towering statue of the savior. Could the black hole be the savior? Chapter 97. Will the celestial system surrounding the black hole collide? Chen Yuan stayed within this death galaxy, and he had almost lost all sense of time. His current goal was singular, to devour the massive entity at the center of the death galaxy, which had a mass equivalent to 5 billion suns. However, after this period of devouring, Chen Yuan's mass was still not comparable to that of the supermassive black hole with 5 billion solar masses. He currently only had a mass of 60 million solar masses, far less than that supermassive black hole. But Chen Yuan was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time. He had no idea how long had passed. Every once in a while, he could perceive the explosion of a supernova. The light produced by a supernova could illuminate an entire galaxy. Of course, since Chen Yuan was within the death galaxy, there were no supernova explosions here. However, he could see black holes devouring each other and smaller black holes being ejected by larger ones at any time. The celestial systems composed of black holes included 3-star systems, 2-star systems, or groups of small black holes orbiting a supermassive black hole, all dominated by black holes. Chen Yuan once again devoured a massive black hole that was 19 times larger than his own mass. His mass surged to 200 million solar masses. His event horizon expanded to an incredible extent, completely surpassing the supermassive black hole he had seen in the Andromeda galaxy. Yet, with the increase in mass, Chen Yuan still couldn't hear any sounds from the celestial system. Previously, when Chen Yuan gained mass and reached a certain level, the celestial devouring system would give him sound prompts for each instance of celestial consumption. This time, however, there was nothing. Could it be that continuing to increase his mass would not grant him new abilities? Chen Yuan, filled with doubt, asked, "Celestial devouring system, how long must I continue to gain mass before I can acquire new abilities?" Unable to answer. The voice of the celestial devouring system responded. Unable to answer. Chen Yuan fell into contemplation. The celestial devouring system was like an artificial intelligence. It usually answered his questions, and he had never encountered a situation where it simply stated it couldn't answer. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, "Don't you want to answer?" Silence. It seemed it did not have the capability to respond to this question. Who is not allowing you to answer? Or is it silence? Can I gain new abilities? Unable to answer. As long as it's about acquiring new abilities, this question cannot be answered. Forget it. Chen Yuan didn't want to think too much. He came back to his senses and slowly expanded his perception, looking around. Unconsciously, Chen Yuan discovered that there were many small mass black holes around him. These black holes were captured by his gravitational pull, now orbiting around him like planets around a star. Of course, among these black holes, there was also an artificial planet orbiting one of the black holes. On this planet lived a person who was Ye. If a star does not orbit the nearest black hole, but instead tries to orbit Chen Yuan, who has gained such massive mass, then an artificial planet cannot withstand the gravitational pull from other black holes. He was very clever. Chen Yuan didn't think much about it and continued forward. His next target was a black hole with nearly 200 million solar masses, an absolute behemoth. That target was not far from him. As he approached, Chen Yuan inadvertently noticed that a group of small mass black holes was also orbiting near that black hole. Chen Yuan was approaching at sublight speed. The edges of the two supermassive celestial systems began to intertwine. However, the imagined collision did not occur, because the small mass black holes on the outskirts, while orbiting around Chen Yuan, were too far away, resulting in their orbital period taking an extremely long time, estimated to take thousands of years for one complete orbit. When the outskirts came closer, there could be collision points with the small mass black holes orbiting Chen Yuan, but the probability of such collisions was very low. As Chen Yuan got closer to the supermassive black hole, the distance between them decreased. The probability of collisions between the small mass black holes orbiting Chen Yuan and those nearby increased sharply. A small mass black hole that was orbiting Chen Yuan was captured by the gravitational pull of another small mass black hole near the target black hole. That small mass black hole broke away from Chen Yuan's gravitational influence, and the small mass black hole near the target black hole also detached from its own gravitational pull. The two black holes came together. Immediately, just as Chen Yuan had seen before, the two black holes began to slowly orbit each other, gradually getting closer. As the distance decreased, their rotational speed increased. The terrifying centrifugal force generated by their speed hurled them outward, but they were forcibly pulled back by the immense gravitational pull. Over time, their rotational speed continued to increase. The dark event horizons seemed to be on the verge of colliding, but just when they were about to collide, there seemed to be some force blocking them. It appeared that when the event horizons of the two black holes were about to touch, there was an invisible force standing between their event horizons. Two black holes, like two balls with an invisible object blocking them in between, were sinking into each other. Then they slightly separated, only to continue rotating around one another. Over time, they drew closer again, rebounding slightly before being pulled back together by gravity. This cycle repeated many times. Their rotation speed increased, and they came closer to each other. The repulsive force could no longer withstand their terrifying gravitational pull. Their event horizons touched. Boom. The black holes merged in an instant. At the moment of merging, an invisible force rippled out, distorting the surrounding space. A new black hole appeared in Chen Yuan's field of vision. I never expected to witness such a scene when I was a black hole consuming another black hole. Chen Yuan muttered. He didn't dwell on it and continued forward. As Chen Yuan got closer to the target black hole, the phenomenon of black hole consumption increased. The two celestial systems merged as Chen Yuan approached, causing the orbits of the small mass black holes surrounding them to change. They no longer obediently orbited one of the supermassive black holes, but instead exhibited strange trajectories. This was clearly influenced by the orbits of Chun Yuan and the target black hole. Chapter 98, Infinite Division. Chun Yuan paid no mind to this. He was not concerned about what might happen to those black holes because of him. After all, there was no civilization within those black holes, unlike the one he had encountered before, which could only be described as a special existence. And that special existence was likely the only one in the entire galaxy. Therefore, it didn't matter. Chun Yuan rushed towards the black hole ahead, just like other black holes being pushed apart by an invisible force when they approached each other. Chun Yuan would also encounter that force. However, the issue was that Chun Yuan was moving too fast, directly lunging into the other's embrace. Furthermore, traveling at sublight speed meant that the repulsive force had minimal effect on him. Ahead was the target black hole. Both Chun Yuan and this target were supermassive black holes. But from a cosmic perspective, even the largest black hole was just a grain of sand. Just as a small mass black hole would consume another small mass black hole, Chun Yuan, upon getting closer, would also have to spiral around due to their mutual gravity. The target black hole was rotating extremely fast, and its rapid rotation combined with its terrifying gravity forced Chun Yuan to spiral closer toward it. Of course, the target black hole also had to choose to orbit around Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan accelerated towards it, allowing it to draw nearer. The two black holes collided. Their terrifying gravity pulled them into each other. The two singularities approached, crazily closing in. In an instant, the gravity of the target black hole dissipated. Chun Yuan consumed the mass of the target black hole, and the small mass black holes orbiting around began to normalize, starting to move in orbit around Chun Yuan. After devouring the target black hole with a mass close to 200 million solar masses, Chun Yuan's mass skyrocketed to over 360 million solar masses. His time boundary expanded to a terrifying extent. Chun Yuan was not satisfied. He continued to search for the next target. He amplified his perception and looked around. A black hole with 3,000 solar masses was too small. One with 10,000 solar masses wouldn't do either. 100,000? Still not enough. Wait. 600 million solar masses. Incredible. However, this one is a bit far from me. At this distance, it would probably take a long time to reach. Never mind. Chun Yuan didn't want to think too much and just flew on. As time passed, Chun Yuan devoured more and more black holes, gaining an increasing amount of mass. After an unknown period, Chun Yuan finally arrived at his target, the massive entity with 600 million solar masses. He looked at this behemoth, which was nearly twice his size, but felt no fluctuation in his heart. Chun Yuan pounced on it. As before, there was no difference. He approached and devoured it. In an instant, Chun Yuan's mass approached 1 billion solar masses, which was already several times larger than what he had seen in the Andromeda Galaxy. Still a bit short. Chun Yuan activated his perception ability. This one is too small. 800 million solar masses? That works. However, it's still a bit far away. Forget it. Chun Yuan flew toward the next target. During this process, he passed by several black holes. Although these black holes had smaller masses and didn't pique his interest, some had decent mass, yet he didn't want to waste time. All right, splitting. How could I forget this ability? Although the supermassive black hole surrounding 3 billion solar masses was quite large, the combined mass of the other black holes around it was not insignificant either. If he devoured all the surrounding black holes, he would definitely surpass this supermassive black hole. Moreover, splitting would give Chun Yuan an additional avatar, allowing him to acquire more mass faster. He had just forgotten about the avatar because he was accustomed to using himself for devouring. Splitting. Chun Yuan's body, which had a mass of 1 billion, split into two black holes, each with 500 million masses. Chun Yuan could control the two bodies through his consciousness. One continued flying toward the target point, while the other began to devour other slightly smaller black holes. You have met the conditions and gained a new ability, infinite splitting. A mechanical voice echoed in Chun Yuan's mind. Chun Yuan was taken aback. Infinite splitting? He trembled all over. Does this mean I can continue to split? I must say, the celestial devouring system. I've been silent for so long that I almost forgot about you. I didn't expect you to surprise me like this when you came back. Haha. Chun Yuan was delighted. Infinite splitting. Chun Yuan went from 2 to 4, 4 to 8, and 8 to 16. However, similarly, his mass was decreasing. But Chun Yuan didn't mind. Chun Yuan split into 31 avatars, with one main body. He used his spiritual consciousness to control the avatars to devour other black holes. while he himself continued to fly towards his target. As time passed, Chen Yuan's avatars acted like vacuum cleaners, devouring any black hole they encountered that was less than twice their own mass. Finally, through his perceptual vision, Chen Yuan saw his target, a supermassive black hole with a mass of 800 million solar masses. With only 30 million solar masses left in his main body, it was impossible for him to devour such a colossal entity. Therefore, Chen Yuan deactivated his ability to infinitely split. In an instant, all the avatars returned to his main body, and his mass surged dramatically, skyrocketing from 30 million solar masses to 1.6 billion solar masses. Feeling the dramatic increase in his mass, Chen Yuan looked astonished. Since I've gained so much, he gazed at the target black hole and thought, you seemed so large before, but now you appear much smaller. Come here, he commanded using his control ability. The black hole was pulled towards him directly. Chen Yuan stopped his rotation, and the black hole was forced down by his control ability, unable to rotate. It approached Chen Yuan and plunged into his embrace, being devoured by him. In an instant, Chen Yuan's mass surged again. Now, with the addition of the 800 million solar masses, he possessed a total of 2.4 billion solar masses. Chen Yuan looked towards the Death Star, a supermassive black hole with 30 billion solar masses. It's your turn, he said as he rushed towards it. After some time, he arrived at the supermassive black hole. Extreme Devour. Activating this ability, he approached the colossal black hole at the center of the Death Galaxy. They spun closer together, and their event horizons touched. In an instant, boom. With a sound that disrupted the fabric of time and space, Chen Yuan successfully devoured the gigantic black hole. His mass skyrocketed to 5.4 billion solar masses. This was an extremely exaggerated mass. Regaining his composure, Chen Yuan looked around at the surrounding black holes. With a thought, he said, yeah, you should leave this galaxy first. What are you going to do? You replied, her voice tinged with curiosity. I'm going to devour this entire galaxy, Chen Yuan responded. All right, you said casually. Chen Yuan used his control ability to manipulate all the black holes in the Death Galaxy, pulling them all towards himself. His control ability transformed into an enhanced version of gravitational pull. All the black holes from the Death Galaxy were frantically drawn towards him, hurtling in his direction. However, as time passed, stars exploded, perished, and died one by one. Chen Yuan noticed that stars around him were slowly extinguishing. When Chen Yuan came to his senses, he realized that nearly half of the stars in the entire universe had vanished. He did not pay much attention to it. After he finished consuming the last black hole in the Death Galaxy, Chen Yuan looked at himself. At this moment, his mass had increased to a terrifying level, equivalent to 100 billion solar masses, and the boundaries of time had reached a horrifying extent. Congratulations, you have met the conditions. Your perception ability has evolved into super perception. The mechanical voice of the celestial devouring system echoed in Chen Yuan's ear. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan's heart stirred. Can perception ability evolve? What is super perception? Chen Yuan asked. The difference between super perception and regular perception is that super perception can observe the entire universe. The emotionless voice replied, observe the entire universe? Does this mean I can see the essence of the universe? Chen Yuan thought, feeling a surge of excitement. In an instant, his field of vision expanded. As it grew larger, Chen Yuan gradually noticed something was off. What's going on? He was astonished to find that the entire universe had dimmed. Previously, he could easily see a network of bright galaxies, but now, what he saw was nothing but darkness. The stars that still emitted light were few and far between. What happened to the universe while I was consuming the Death Galaxy? Why are there so many fewer stars? Chen Yuan was puzzled. Boom. Under the observation of Chen Yuan's super perception, another star exploded, illuminating its galaxy. However, with its explosion, another star extinguished. Could it be that a long time has passed while I was consuming the Death Galaxy? There were far too few stars left. As time passes, stars will naturally perish. This is normal, a voice chimed in. Chen Yuan had long since become accustomed to the sudden voice. He replied, well, it doesn't matter to me anymore. He continued to amplify his super perception. The galaxies became smaller and smaller, gradually turning into a network of galaxies. The galaxy network in Chen Yuan's vision also shrank further. Eventually, he saw the entirety of the universe. It was a gigantic sphere. The entire sphere encompassed all the galaxies, all the stars, all the planets, all matter, and energy within it. This is the universe. The origin of the universe came from a singularity explosion. It was an infinitely small point with infinite density and heat, which exploded due to unknown quantum effects. The explosive force caused this singularity to expand wildly, and after 13.7 billion years, energy transformed into matter, becoming the universe we know. The singularity expanded in 360 degrees, suggesting that the universe could be a sphere, an irregular sphere. The sphere looks like a foam ball, with its edges seeming quite unstable. It appears to be continuing to expand. However, due to its enormous size, even though its expansion speed is rapid, it is not very clear from the edges. Chun Yuan can only see the surface of the universe, confirming that it is a sphere, but his field of vision cannot look beyond it. In other words, with my current perspective, I can see the entire universe, but I cannot see what is outside of it. However, I think I have found the edge of the universe. If I run towards the edge of the universe, I believe I can leave it. Chun Yuan couldn't help but feel a strong desire and curiosity to explore what lies beyond the universe. So he headed towards the nearest edge. Yu accompanied him, chatting to pass the boring time. Time passed slowly. When Chun Yuan felt bored, he would look at his civilization and the civilization of Earth. But after a long time, both civilizations eventually perished, disappearing into the vastness of the universe. Chun Yuan did not attempt to save them again. He could only save them once, but not a second time. As time went by, stars within the universe exploded one after another in supernovae, each bursting forth with the last brilliance of life before completely extinguishing. The number of stars in the universe diminished, and the light grew scarcer. Chun Yuan did not know how long he had been flying. When he regained his senses, he found the entire universe had turned pitch black. The only light came from red dwarfs. Observing the faint red glow of the red dwarfs, Chun Yuan noted that red dwarfs are the smallest stars, and because of their low mass, they burn for the longest time. A red dwarf can burn for over 1 trillion years. At the time when Chun Yuan transformed from Earth civilization into an asteroid, the universe was only about 13.7 billion years old. It would take a very long time for all red dwarfs to burn out, so it was not surprising that they had not extinguished. However, Chun Yuan did not expect that in the blink of an eye, all the stars had vanished. He was somewhat puzzled. How long had it been? He couldn't remember. Ye's voice came through. I haven't been keeping track of time either. Earlier, Ye had mentioned that if all the stars extinguished, she would also perish. Through his heightened perception, Chun Yuan could see Ye's appearance. She was comfortably sitting on the sofa, her long legs resting on the table, leisurely sipping from a cup. Perhaps noticing Chun Yuan's gaze, Ye flashed a smile. Are you worried about me? Chun Yuan withdrew his gaze. No. Ye casually replied, and Chun Yuan did not think much of it, continuing to fly towards the edge of the universe. By the way, let me ask, is your civilization still around? Yes, it is, but it is quite difficult. So far, we have not been able to find the edge of the universe. It seems there is a force that restricts us, preventing us from locating it. Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback. Can't you share your vision with me? I just saw the edge of the universe. Didn't you see it? I did. But seeing it doesn't mean I can reach it. Your perspective is different from what we see here, you said softly. Chun Yuan didn't quite understand. But as long as he was fine, that was good enough. He didn't know how much time had passed. The red dwarfs in the universe gradually dimmed. Chapter 100. Nothing is eternally unchanging, including the people around us. Chun Yuan noticed that the faintly glowing red dwarfs were surrounded by giant rings. Within these giant rings lived a few of the civilizations left in the universe. The red dwarfs were the last hope after most stars had extinguished. Their light, though weak, could still be harnessed thanks to advanced technology. However, as time continued to pass, Chun Yuan saw the colors of those red dwarfs gradually change to brown dwarfs, and then completely extinguish, turning into black dwarfs. As the red dwarfs gradually faded, the entire universe was plunged into darkness. Of course, this had no effect on Chun Yuan, as his Kaogenjur, super perception, did not rely on light to see. So even in darkness, he could see everything within the vision provided by his Kaogenjur. It was just that it had been too long. Chun Yuan never expected that one day he would witness the extinction of stars before him. What about Ye? With the stars gone, did that mean the hydrogen was burnt out? Chun Yuan glanced at Ye and found her lying comfortably on the bed, seemingly unbothered, fast asleep. Although Ye could go without food or sleep, she often liked to sleep. As she put it, sleeping was also a form of entertainment. Through his Chalganjur, Chun Yuan sensed that Ye was fine. Was she really okay? Was she just fooling herself? It was strange. It shouldn't be. Chen Yuan was a bit worried about her, but seeing her safe left him puzzled, yet somewhat relieved. He continued to make his way toward the edge of the universe. He didn't know how much time had passed again. Chen Yuan. A voice echoed in his ear. Chen Yuan looked towards Ye through his chalganjur. He saw her still sitting on that sofa, legs crossed, looking at the transparent display screen in front of her, which displayed him as a black hole. Unlike usual, the artificial star created by Ye had lost its light, and the artificial planet was engulfed in darkness. Noticing Chen Yuan was looking at her, Ye smiled and said, "I think I've reached my limit." Limit? Chen Yuan was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "It means I can't accompany you anymore," Ye said casually. "You'll have to continue this journey alone. I think you've adapted to that loneliness. I believe you can enjoy it more than I can." "All right. I want to say more. It's time for me to go." As she spoke, Ye slowly closed her eyes. A gust of wind blew by. Ye's body scattered like ashes burned by fire. Seeing this, Chen Yuan understood. Ye hadn't lied to him. To live, she needed to consume hydrogen. As the stars in the universe extinguish, it signifies that all the hydrogen in the universe has also been consumed. Without hydrogen, you can only face death. Yet, until the very last moment, she maintains a smile for Chen Yuan. The stars have indeed gone out, but there are still many hydrogen elements drifting in the universe. Ye has used those elements to sustain her body. However, over time, those elements have been completely depleted. With the last few atoms, she formed a thin layer of skin covering her appearance. Now, even the last atoms have been entirely consumed. Without atomic support, she has met her end. In that moment, an inexplicable emotion surged within Chen Yuan. He had always believed she would always be by his side. Her demands on him were mere words. She never forced him to do anything. He thought she possessed eternal life and would never die, that she would accompany him until eternity. But he never expected that she would leave so suddenly, so abruptly. She was special. His feelings for her were different from those he had for other civilizations. She had always been by his side, unwavering and loyal. And now, she was gone. No, this cannot be. Wait. Consciousness. Consciousness is a person's soul. When her physical body disappears, her consciousness will also dissipate. If he could use dark data before her consciousness fades away to preserve her essence, then when he leaves this universe and travels to another, he could reassemble her body, right? But to his shock, Chen Yuan realized he could not do that. There were no hydrogen atoms left in this world, meaning there were no atoms left to form a human body. Without those atoms, he could not create a physical form. If he could not form a sixth-generation genetic body, then he could not use dark energy to retain her consciousness. Does that mean it's over? No. You cannot die. You must not die, no matter what. Wait. An idea struck Chen Yuan. His perception ability only allows him to see within his immediate field of vision. But the celestial devouring system mentioned that super perception can see the entire universe. If he can see the entire universe, then can he also perceive dark matter and dark energy? Currently, he can control objects with less mass than himself. So can he also manipulate dark energy and dark data? Let us give it a try. Chen Yuan calmed his mind. Super perception. As he focused on seeing dark matter, dark energy, and dark data, everything before him transformed into a visual of codes made up of zeros and ones. It worked. With the ability of super perception, it means he can achieve this even without the sixth-generation genetic body. Chen Yuan gazed at the spot where he had passed away, and through dark information, he found her consciousness. Her consciousness resembled that of a person, still seated in her original position, but now she was lifting her face, looking in a certain direction, the direction she often gazed towards. In the vision beyond Ye, there was a transparent display screen. And what could be seen within the screen was either what Chen Yuan saw or Chen Yuan himself. Even in death, her consciousness subconsciously maintained her previous actions. In other words, even in death, were her thoughts still her own? Contemplating this, Chen Yuan could think of nothing else, only feeling a rush of heat in his head. He had an idea. No matter what, I must save you. Chen Yuan used his control ability to bind Ye's consciousness, simultaneously isolating the surrounding dark data. This prevented her from dispersing or being disturbed by other dark information. Ye's consciousness, guided by Chen Yuan's control, flew alongside him. Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. To save her, there was only one way. To leave this universe, go to another universe, and find the materials needed for the sixth-generation genetic entity. Chen Yuan's speed instantly surpassed light speed. The moment he entered light speed, he entered four-dimensional space. Chen Yuan knew where the edge of the universe was, and he had already seen it. Therefore, he planned to use the jumping ability of four-dimensional space to fly to the edge of the universe. Chapter 101. The Grave of Stars. The last fireworks upon entering four-dimensional space, still in a hyper-perceptive state. Chen Yuan's vision was filled with green codes of zeros and ones. He looked at himself. Previously, when he looked at himself, he could see nothing, but now, he discovered he was a humanoid figure made of zeros and ones. He raised his hands, which were composed of zeros and ones. Is consciousness different from the human body? Although my body is a black hole, is my consciousness still a person? Chen Yuan seemed to notice something and turned his head to the side. Beside him was a female consciousness. From her appearance, it was indeed Ya. Ya's consciousness quietly followed Chen Yuan, without any words. She was still there. Although she couldn't speak, her consciousness remained. As long as she was given a body, she could live. Realizing this, Chen Yuan's somewhat collapsing emotions eased a little. As long as he continued forward, as long as he broke through the edge of the universe and found the next universe, she could live. Chen Yuan looked at the four-dimensional space before him. The four-dimensional space had timelines, and through these timelines, fragments of the future and past could be seen. Chen Yuan flew forward, searching for the fragment of the future that would lead him to the edge of the universe. He flew ahead, with the future fragments retreating behind him. Each fragment represented events that occurred over time. Through those fragments, Chen Yuan could understand what the future universe would be like. As the timeline progressed, red dwarf stars extinguished, and the entire universe was left with only the pitch-black white dwarfs, neutron stars, and black holes. Over time, the white dwarfs and neutron stars were captured by the gravity of the black holes. The entire universe is devoid of any civilization now. It has become a vast graveyard of stars. Black dwarfs and neutron stars, once captured by the gravity of black holes, begin to approach them. Massive black holes slowly consume smaller celestial bodies, growing into even larger black holes. Over the course of countless trillions of years, the universe is left with nothing but black holes. Yet, Chen Yuan discovers that he hasn't even reached the edge of the universe. Why? No one provides him with an answer. In the past, if Chen Yuan had asked why, he would have received reasonable answers and explanations from Ya. But now, he can no longer respond to him or provide explanations. Everything must be pondered by Chen Yuan himself. I have now entered four-dimensional space. While my body is still in motion in terms of time, it's just that I am moving at superluminal speeds, appearing to be stationary from the outside. After entering four-dimensional space, my body is still in three-dimensional space. The reason many civilizations observe Chen Yuan suddenly disappearing is not that he vanished, but because when he moves at superluminal speeds, his body appears motionless, reduced to a singularity, and the gravitational effect also dissipates. Only an infinitely small singularity remains, making it impossible for anyone to see him. Of course, in reality, Chen Yuan is still moving, chasing towards the edge of the universe. The problem is that the universe is expanding, and it is not uniformly colliding but accelerating in its expansion. Currently, the expansion of the universe has already surpassed the speed of light. Chen Yuan's speed has also exceeded that of light, meaning he is racing against the edge of the universe. Whether he can catch up, no one knows. He continues to pursue. Regardless, his only choice now is to keep running. As time continues to regress, black dwarfs and neutron stars have completely disappeared, all consumed by black holes. The universe is left with only black holes, which are now merging with each other. Galaxy after galaxy composed of black holes begins to consume one another. Scenes of black holes devouring black holes play out everywhere. Eventually, this process slows down. The universe is too vast, as small black holes are nearly consumed. The remaining black holes are too far apart from each other, making collisions rare. Thus, the universe transforms into a realm of black holes, sinking into silence and darkness. During this time, it is unknown how many years have passed. Tens of trillions of years? Hundreds of trillions of years? Chen Yuan is unsure. The only thing he knows is that he still has not reached the edge of the universe. The speed of the universe's expansion is too rapid. Chen Yuan is on the brink of despair. Suddenly, he thinks of a savior, the celestial devouring system. If he continues to consume and increase his mass, he will surely gain other abilities, and perhaps one of these abilities could help him escape this universe. Chen Yuan wants to ask the celestial devouring system if he can obtain such abilities, but he knows from previous inquiries that the system will not reveal information about abilities to him. So, he didn't ask anymore. He gave up on chasing the edge of the universe. Chen Yuan changed his approach, increasing his mass, gaining new abilities. With this in mind, Chen Yuan found one of the future fragments and dove into it. Split, split, split. Chen Yuan split 3 times, becoming 6 supermassive black holes, which together entered 4-dimensional space. Through the time-jumping ability of 4-dimensional space, he searched for suitable objects to consume. Chen Yuan had previously said he wanted to walk through his life step by step. Therefore, he didn't plan to use 4-dimensional space frequently, but now he had abandoned that thought. Even if he didn't use 4-dimensional space now and continued flying like this, it would still be meaningless. Since it was all meaningless, why not choose a faster and simpler way? With 5 clones added, Chen Yuan frantically traversed this universe, consuming various black holes of different masses. After a while, he would dismiss one clone. He wanted to know if he could gain new abilities. But each time, Chen Yuan was disappointed. Still nothing? Split, split, split. Keep consuming. Chen Yuan's mass increased from an initial 100 billion solar masses to 600 billion solar masses. But he still hadn't gained new abilities, so he continued to consume. After devouring another black hole, suddenly, a bright light caught Chen Yuan's attention. He looked through the light. In the pitch-black universe, a brilliant firework suddenly erupted. What is this? There is light in the universe? How is that possible? Chen Yuan was certain that there was no hydrogen left in the universe, no stars, and without stars, there couldn't be a supernova explosion. But now something had erupted. What could it be? Chen Yuan activated his super perception and could see the light produced by the explosion. However, he couldn't determine what had erupted. How strange. Chapter 102. Black hole evaporation and black hole explosion. What could it be? Chen Yuan was puzzled but didn't dwell on it. He continued to use 4-dimensional space to jump and consume black holes. Chen Yuan swallowed another black hole. Boom. In this dark universe, another firework lit up. The light illuminated the surroundings. This time, the appearance of the firework was within the range of Chen Yuan's super perception. He knew what had exploded. A black hole exploded? This was something Chen Yuan had never expected. A black hole can explode? Although Chen Yuan found it hard to believe. It was indeed a small mass black hole that exploded right before his eyes. This left Chen Yuan very confused. The black hole evaporation theory states that in this world, there are 2 types of particles, virtual particles and antiparticles. These 2 types of particles appear in pairs, come close to each other, and then annihilate each other. When this pair of particles appears at the edge of a black hole, one of the particles may fall into the black hole. In this case, the other particle cannot annihilate, and it will be emitted as black hole radiation. This means that a black hole will lose mass when it does not gain mass. In other words, even black holes cannot last forever. As particles are reflected away, black holes will gradually shrink, and eventually, they will explode. The moment a black hole explodes, light is generated. This is why Chen Yuan saw the explosion's brilliance in this dark universe. Of course, Chen Yuan is not well versed in astronomical knowledge. All he knows now is that black holes can explode, meaning they can also disappear. If black holes can disappear, then he must seize the time and continue to grow. With this thought, Chen Yuan continued to search for black holes to consume through the 4-dimensional space. Within this 4-dimensional realm, time felt as if it did not exist under Chen Yuan's perception. However, by glimpsing fragments of the future within the 4-dimensional space, he could observe events occurring in the universe. As time passed, black holes evaporated one after another, transforming from supermassive black holes into smaller ones, then exploding and emitting brilliant fireworks. One by one, black holes vanished from Chen Yuan's sight. Though the universe is vast, he could still see many black holes, but they were gradually diminishing. With each blooming firework in the dark universe, it became emptier. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan's mass had increased to an astonishing level, reaching trillions of solar masses. His temporal limits had also reached an exaggerated extent. Currently, there was no celestial body larger than Chen Yuan in the entire universe. However, what filled him with despair was that he still hadn't received any indication of acquiring new abilities. Time flowed on. In the universe, the last black hole exploded. Gazing at the dazzling fireworks before him, Chen Yuan fell silent. His mass was also diminishing, but the speed at which he consumed mass was faster than the rate at which he lost it, so his overall mass continued to grow, even as other black holes evaporated and exploded, disappearing. The entire universe felt empty, leaving only Chen Yuan. That was not the last black hole. The last black hole was him. In the whole universe, he was the only celestial body left. So what should he do next? It was already impossible to gain more mass. Without mass increase, he would also evaporate and explode like those black holes. He had lived long enough. Even if he exploded or evaporated, it didn't matter. However, Chun Yuan, situated in the four-dimensional space, glanced at the consciousness entity beside him. What about her? Was there really no way to bring her back to life? Would he truly fade away in this universe, never able to leave it? Chun Yuan didn't know what to do. He felt lost. In the past, he had a goal. He could grow by consuming. Devouring celestial bodies to gain mass was his objective. Now he had another goal, to save you. But now, he realized he couldn't save her at all. He didn't even know how to save himself. Chun Yuan looked at Ya's consciousness entity, then withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. This is a four-dimensional space, and ahead lies one's own future. He decided to let go and flew straight forward. The fragments of the future around him retreated wildly. Much like the scenery outside a car window while driving, Chun Yuan could see events that would occur in his future. In the entire universe, aside from Chun Yuan, there were a few photons. These photons drifted through the cosmos, resembling numerous tadpoles, but even with their abundance, they were insignificant in the vast universe. They could only move as photons within the universe and could not form a real light. Because Chun Yuan had no black holes to consume, the antimatter and virtual particles on him began to dissipate. His body was gradually diminishing, although this reduction happened at a very fast rate. Chun Yuan was moving in four-dimensional space. The fragments of the future flew past quickly. In Chun Yuan's vision, those antimatter and virtual particles were frantically escaping from him. The mass on Chun Yuan was visibly decreasing. He became a minuscule black hole. With a loud explosion boom, Chun Yuan's consciousness vanished. Time continued to pass. The entire universe became a void, utterly empty. Chun Yuan did not know how long it had been. When he regained consciousness, he heard a familiar voice. Congratulations. You have met the conditions and gained a new ability to traverse the universe. Would you like to travel to a new universe? Upon hearing this voice, Chun Yuan was stunned. Traverse the universe? Travel to a new universe? Instinctively, he looked at himself and found that he was left with only a consciousness entity. All mass had disappeared. He involuntarily glanced in one direction, where another consciousness entity was right beside him. Chun Yuan sighed in relief. Wasn't he this just deceiving him? He never expected that the ability of the cosmic devouring system was not based on how much mass he had, but rather on what conditions he met. Clearly, this ability to traverse the universe was only available after the black hole exploded. This was truly deceptive. But Chun Yuan had no choice. Let me traverse to a new universe, he thought. As this thought arose, Chun Yuan felt his super-perceptive ability manifest once again. Previously, he could see one universe. Now he could see countless universes before him. Those universes floated like bubbles in the pitch-black cosmos. Is this what the universe is? Truly incredible. He just didn't know if the other universes had hydrogen atoms. Thinking of this, Chun Yuan subconsciously asked, Cosmic Devouring System, which universe has hydrogen atoms? Instead, there was no response. That thing fell silent again. The meaning was clear. He had to find it himself. Chapter 103, Another Universe, the Collapsing Universe. Finding it himself was simple. Chun Yuan fixed his gaze on one universe, the one closest to his own, which was also relatively small in size. The larger the volume, the more likely it is to indicate a longer duration of expansion. In other words, a smaller volume suggests a shorter time frame, and the celestial bodies within may be relatively younger. With this thought in mind, as he traveled through the universe, accompanied by a sound, Chun Yuan felt his consciousness dim. Soon after, he regained his senses. When he came to, he looked at his own body and was somewhat bewildered. He realized he had transformed into a small asteroid, both in size and mass, comparable to that of the moon. Was he going to start over again? Forget it. If starting over was what it was, then so be it. Wait, where was Ya? Chun Yuan felt a bit anxious and used his heightened perception to look around. Upon doing so, he found Ya's consciousness floating beside him. Seeing this, Chun Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was fine, and that was good. Suddenly, Chun Yuan sensed something was off. In the universe where he was located, the codes of zeros and ones were rapidly increasing. The zeros and ones represented dark matter, dark energy, and dark data. However, Chun Yuan noticed that in this universe, these zeros and ones were not only not increasing, but were actually decreasing. The expansion of the universe is related to the increase of dark matter and dark energy. It is precisely because of the increase in dark matter and dark energy that the universe expands. But in this universe, dark matter and dark energy were not increasing. They were decreasing. This was very strange. Forget it. Chen Yuan didn't want to think too much about it. He glanced at Yu beside him. Being able to see dark matter and dark information meant that although he had turned back into an asteroid, his abilities were still intact, which made things much easier. Since Yu's dark information could maintain a humanoid form, it meant that Chen Yuan's control abilities were still present. Only his size and mass had shrunk, so he figured it wouldn't be too difficult to help you regain a body. As his surroundings restored, Chen Yuan began to examine his environment through his heightened perception. To his surprise, the universe before him was very bright, unlike the pitch-black expanse he remembered. It was as illuminated as daylight. There were also some peculiar things. The closest planet to Chen Yuan was not shaped like the planets from his original universe. In his previous universe, planets were spherical, some irregularly so. However, this planet did not have an irregular spherical shape. Instead, it exhibited a bizarre form, resembling something that had been pressed by a hand. Somewhat similar to the shape of the moon after a solar eclipse. It was very strange. What puzzled Chen Yuan even more was that this planet did not rotate, but was instead moving slowly in a straight line. What a peculiar universe. Never mind that. The most urgent task was to help you regain a body. Although that planet was strange, it would be just right for the purpose. Chen Yuan used his control ability on the planet. Chen Yuan felt a bit worried. He was just a small asteroid. And he knew that the ability to control was typically reserved for celestial bodies smaller than oneself. Larger bodies generally wouldn't work. However, he decided to give it a try. In an instant, that planet turned to dust, or rather, to atoms. How could it be that with my smaller mass, I could actually use my ability? Chen Yuan was both surprised and delighted. What was going on? Could it be that the conditions for using these powers were based not on my current mass, but on the accumulated mass so far? Chen Yuan's heart surged with joy. This meant that although he appeared to be just a small asteroid, the abilities he was using were based on his accumulated mass. Essentially, he was still a black hole. Feeling much more at ease, Chen Yuan calmed his emotions and began to use the atoms from that planet to construct a body. After years of practice, he was already very familiar with the process of body construction. Soon, the beautiful features of Ya, with her silver long hair, exquisite face, and tall figure, appeared in Chen Yuan's view. This body was as beautiful as ever, but it lacked a soul. It was merely a shell. Chen Yuan activated the dark data mode and used his control ability to draw Ya's consciousness into the body. Gradually, he could see the dark information merging with the body. Ya, having regained her physical form, still had her eyes closed. Chen Yuan felt a bit nervous. Although he had constructed countless bodies and consciousnesses and was very skilled at implanting consciousness into a body, he still felt anxious. So many years had passed. What if his consciousness had been damaged? What if, before he collected her consciousness, it had already started to dissipate? Or what if other dark information had merged with her consciousness before he could collect it? What if any of these scenarios were true? Would she still be herself when she came back? What if she couldn't come back at all? With 100,000 worries in his heart, Chen Yuan could only wait quietly for her return. Just then, he saw Ya's eyelashes flutter. She slowly opened her clear eyes. She blinked a few times, then lifted her face to look at Chen Yuan. Suddenly, Ya revealed a familiar mischievous smile and crossed her arms, leaning against Chen Yuan. You managed to construct a body just like mine? Looks like you've been peeping at me quite a bit to know me so well. You owe me for that. Chen Yuan was taken aback. He never expected her to say such a thing right after coming back to life. However, thinking about Ya's personality, he soon relaxed. It seemed that all the worries he had imagined had not come true. She was still herself. Chen Yuan let out a heavy sigh of relief, feeling as if a great weight had finally been lifted from his heart. After so many years, it's normal to catch a glimpse occasionally. Chen Yuan relaxed and started joking, saying with a smile, "You want me to take responsibility?" "I agree. I will take responsibility." Yue was taken aback for a moment, looking at Chen Yuan. Then she smiled and said, "So, is this another universe?" She glanced around, her eyes sparkling with a hint of wonder. What a strange universe. Strange? Chen Yuan was somewhat puzzled. Ye nodded. This universe is different from ours. Our universe is expanding, while this one is collapsing. Is it a collapsing universe? Chen Yuan pondered. I've noticed that the dark matter and dark energy in this universe are decreasing, and the entire universe is shrinking. How interesting. You looked at Chen Yuan, revealing that familiar mischievous smile, asking, "So what do you plan to do next?" Is it this question again? Chen Yuan forced a smile, but this time, "You caught me off guard. I'm a bit lost. I don't know what to do." He organized his thoughts, I've spent who knows how many years in that universe. From being consumed by a small asteroid to finally becoming a supermassive black hole, then experiencing the evaporation and explosion of the black hole. I really don't know what I should do next. Eternal life brings loneliness, emptiness, and confusion. You smiled and said, you need to find a goal for yourself. Keep yourself busy and live meaningfully. That's what makes life interesting. Qin Yuan laughed. So, should I just consume this universe too? What do you think? Sure. I'll accompany you, you said confidently, her playful smile still shining. You really are something, Qin Yuan sighed. All right, let's go. I need to see how large of a planet I can consume now. Can't you break the planet down to atoms directly? You laughed. Just dismantle them into atoms and then consume them, right? Good idea. With you here, I feel like I don't need to think at all. Qin Yuan praised her. You replied, so you only just realized my worth? But it's not too late. You can take more time to understand me. In fact, my benefits go beyond this. Qin Yuan felt she was hinting at something. Okay, I'll take my time to understand. He laughed it off and changed the topic. How are you feeling now? Are you okay? You casually smiled. Don't worry. As long as you give me a single cell, I can live. Besides, you've helped me build my body. Good to hear that. Qin Yuan paused. Then let's set off. Wait a minute. You said with a smile, can I stay on you? I'd rather you didn't. Even though I'm currently a small satellite, if I consume something, my body will undergo drastic changes, and it would be too dangerous for you to be on me. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yuan replied, I don't mind that. It's fine, you said casually. If anything happens, I can just leave through a wormhole. It's quick. I just want to see what it feels like to stay on you. You chuckled. Once you become a star, I won't have that luxury anymore. Qin Yuan smiled helplessly. All right, suit yourself. I'll let you know when I devour it. Okay. You flew towards Qin Yuan. For Qin Yuan, an asteroid the size of the moon was very, very small. But for a person, Qin Yuan was still a colossal figure. However, as you approached, her expression changed slightly. What is going on? As he was about to get closer to Qin Yuan, she had to fly back. She hovered in space and said, that's strange. What's wrong? Qin Yuan asked in confusion. When I got closer to you, there was a force pushing me away, you explained. The closer I got, the stronger that force became. As if your body was repelling me. Is that so? What is going on? Qin Yuan was also puzzled. You pondered for a moment, furrowing her brow. Wait for me a second. As she spoke, she raised her hand, and a wormhole opened beside her. She stepped into the wormhole. Where did she go? Qin Yuan activated his heightened perception and saw you. At that moment, you had already flown next to another planet. She approached that planet, and it seemed that a force was pushing her away again. You was pushed back, and her small face showed a hint of curiosity. So that's how it is? What did you discover? Qin Yuan asked with curiosity. You replied, it seems to be a rule of this universe. Celestial bodies with mass appear to have a repulsive force. The closer you get, the stronger the repulsion. Huh, is there such a theory? Qin Yuan was taken aback and couldn't help but ask. Well, that's not surprising, you responded. In our universe, there is gravity. Have you ever thought about where gravity comes from? Is it because of mass that there is gravity? Then who decided that more mass must mean more gravity? The one who set this rule could very well be from our universe. In other universes, there are different rules. Where there is gravity, there is naturally repulsion. And the rule of this universe is repulsion. Repulsion? The greater the mass, the greater the repulsion. If a celestial body reaches the mass of a black hole, wouldn't its repulsion even push photons away? Yes, you contemplated. Can you still use your perception ability now? Qin Yuan understood what you meant and said, let me check. He activated his heightened perception. Once opened, he amplified his perception. Just as Qin Yuan thought. His ability had not weakened. It was still as broad as before. He estimated that if he amplified it to the limit, he should be able to see other universes. Of course, this time, Qin Yuan was not trying to look at other universes. He wanted to see the situation in the current universe. After enlarging the range, Qin Yuan saw a celestial body emitting a terrifying glow. That body looked like a massive sphere wrapped in light. Surrounding it was something similar to a black hole's accretion disk, but this accretion disk was reflective, pushing photons out of the radiation disk. It appeared like a white light sphere, with a radiation disk made of photons beside it. That is not the light of a star. It feels as if light is being forcibly driven away. Through his heightened perception, Qin Yuan can determine the mass of this entity. Its mass is equivalent to 30,000 solar masses, which can be said to be the mass of a black hole. However, it is different from a black hole as it repels everything. A white hole, This is a theoretical celestial body. A white hole exists in contrast to a black hole. While a black hole devours everything, a white hole expels everything. In the original universe, white holes are difficult to appear, but in a universe governed by different rules, they may emerge. Indeed, there it is, a celestial body with mass similar to that of a black hole, only it is white. Photons that approach it are repelled, forming something akin to an accretion disk around it. But that disk seems to be for emission rather than absorption. Chen Yuan said, interesting. It's a force completely opposite to that of our universe. Chapter 105. In a universe with repulsive forces, how could there be stars? Chen Yuan looked at the celestial bodies floating around in this universe, pondering. If greater mass leads to greater repulsion, then logically, matter should not approach matter. So why do these celestial bodies exist? If matter repels matter, then there should be no celestial bodies in this world. This question remained unanswered until Chen Yuan, while traveling and consuming planets, saw something familiar, a cloud of dust. In the universe where Chen Yuan resides, this is what gives birth to stars. But in this universe, matter experiences repulsion from other matter. Can a cloud of dust give rise to stars? Chen Yuan focused on that cloud of dust. Through his heightened perception abilities, he witnessed an incredible scene. There was no gravity, yet these clouds of dust exhibited various repulsive forces. These repulsive forces pushed the surrounding matter away. Some matter was pushed into collision with other matter, yet once they touched, they could not separate. It was as if they merged into a single entity. The matter that had made contact connected with each other, and instead of repelling one another, they created a greater repulsive force together, repelling other matter. The dust cloud continued to push each other, and through this process, the matter merged. The mass grew larger and larger. Upon seeing this, Chen Yuan began to understand how those planets were formed. The formation of celestial bodies in this universe relies not on gravitational attraction, but on repulsion. Other celestial bodies use repulsive forces to forcibly gather matter into a clump. Once these celestial bodies come together, they remain still. Could it be due to gravity? Chen Yuan muttered to himself. Otherwise, why wouldn't they disperse due to gravitational forces after merging? Chen Yuan was puzzled. It likely isn't due to gravity. You also spoke up. Chen Yuan asked. If it's not because of gravity, then what is it? You smiled. Let me ask you this. Atoms are composed of nuclei and electrons. Why do the nuclei and electrons not exert forces on each other, but instead merge together? Because an atom is inherently a whole, there is no gravitational force between the nucleus and the electrons. This question is not difficult to answer. One character remarked. This must be the rule of this universe. But when two materials come close in this universe, they will be recognized as the same material. Thus repulsion will not act on each other. This explanation left Chen Yuan with a bitter smile. He found it somewhat hard to understand, but for now, it was the only explanation he could accept. Without universal gravitation, these planets would not orbit any celestial body. Their distribution, compared to the universe where Chen Yuan originally was, is much more uniform. There are no large clusters of galaxies, nor any celestial systems like the Sun. Almost every celestial body resides in its own little world. The entire universe is filled with various celestial bodies. Of course, these bodies are not static. They are also in motion. While in motion, their repulsion can push other celestial bodies, and the repulsion from the others can also affect it in return. Chen Yuan viewed this universe as if looking at countless magnets, all with positive poles, repelling each other. It felt quite interesting. He mused, in such a universe, it's probably impossible for civilization to arise. Well, based on our understanding of the universe, it would indeed be difficult for civilization to emerge. But that is just according to our perspective. Life will find its own way, another character casually remarked. Can life still exist in such a universe? This intrigued Chen Yuan. After all, without universal gravitation, it would be very difficult for a planet to be in a habitable zone like Earth is around the Sun. If it cannot enter that zone, then life would struggle to emerge. Yet, the idea that life will find its own way piqued Chen Yuan's interest. What kind of life could survive in a universe governed by such rules? Lost in thought, Chen Yuan arrived at his destination, a massive star, with a mass comparable to that of the Sun. At this moment, Chen Yuan was merely an asteroid, and the difference in size compared to a star of the Sun's mass was immense, beyond description. In fact, he held a bit of doubt about this star. A celestial body becomes a star due to its large mass, which causes collapse and ignites hydrogen for nuclear fusion. However, in this universe, where such gravitational forces do not exist, how could nuclear fusion occur? unless matter itself creates gravitational attraction towards itself while repelling externally. This would allow it to collapse under its own gravity and ignite hydrogen. However, this raises questions about the reasonableness of white holes. Are you very curious to know? The character asked with a smile. Well, somewhat, Qin Yuan replied. It's simple, the character said. If you devour it and become a star yourself, then you'll know. That made sense. Qin Yuan nodded slightly and exerted control. The entire star was forcibly disassembled into atoms by Qin Yuan, without any sound or disturbance. A star was directly transformed into atoms. Atoms formed an ocean of atomic composition, sinking into the entity of Qin Yuan and being absorbed by him. There exists a gravitational attraction between substances, but due to the small size of atoms, the force is minimal, especially with Qin Yuan's terrifying controllability over them. One by one, those atoms immersed into Qin Yuan's body. His mass, originally that of an asteroid, increased visibly and rapidly. As his body grew larger, Qin Yuan could feel it. The substances consumed by him were bound by a force, yet simultaneously, various substances within his body were generating repulsive forces. The repulsion from the inner substances was madly pushing the outer substances outward, while the outer substances emitted repulsive forces both outward and inward, compressing the inner substances. Under normal circumstances, the outer materials would be expelled, but a different force was forcibly binding those materials to Qin Yuan, preventing them from leaving his body. As his mass grew, the repulsive forces also increased exponentially. After Qin Yuan completely absorbed a star with a mass equal to that of the sun, the empty repulsive force compressed the matter while the binding force resisted this repulsion. Thus, under the influence of that mysterious force, the materials began to compress against each other due to repulsive pressure. At the moment when this pressure reached its limit, boom, Qin Yuan heard a familiar explosion. He saw his body rapidly expanding. In a short time, Qin Yuan's body had expanded into a shining star. This left him somewhat stunned. It was different from before. Previously, when his mass was sufficient to become a star, he would faint for a period of time. However, this time, Qin Yuan witnessed the process of his transformation into a star without losing any consciousness. He hadn't expected the transformation from asteroid to star to happen so quickly. This meant that his previous long slumber after becoming a star was not primarily due to the process of transformation, but rather because he had been asleep for a long time. Do you still have consciousness? Came a voice. Upon hearing the inquiry, Qin Yuan responded. It seems different from before. My consciousness remains unchanged as my mass increases. Now do you understand? The voice replied. Yes, Qin Yuan said. It differs from our speculation. There is also repulsion within planets, but a force restricts the materials, preventing them from leaving. As the celestial body's mass increases, the repulsion grows stronger. The compressed mass ultimately leads to nuclear fusion, igniting hydrogen, and then expanding into a star. Once it reaches this size, that force continues to bind the materials. But photons cannot be contained, so they disperse. This is how stars are formed in this universe. Qin Yuan smiled and said, It's truly incredible. Indeed, it's quite interesting. But what a pity. What a pity. Qin Yuan asked. You've become a star again. Now I can no longer reside within you, came the reply. It's a pity. This universe really doesn't allow for satisfaction. You smiled helplessly and said, It's really not good that we can't be together. Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback. He smiled but didn't say anything. With a thought, he disassembled a distant planet into atoms. The atoms gathered around you, forming nerves, bones, and flesh. Qin Yuan's human form appeared beside her. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at you, smiling at her. Haven't I always been by your side? As he spoke, Qin Yuan opened his arms, as if inviting her to come closer. You looked at him, stunned for a moment. A mischievous smile returned to her face. I never expected you to have this side. Saying that, she slightly turned her body, glancing at the massive star in front of them. It wasn't the scene Qin Yuan imagined, where she would be moved and rush over to him. Qin Yuan was slightly puzzled. What's wrong? He looked at Ya and saw the joy reflected in her exquisite face. His mood eased a bit. Is she happy? That's good enough. Qin Yuan smiled and flew to Ya's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, gazing at the star that was his true form. Although he had always perceived his body through heightened senses, seeing it with his own eyes felt novel. After all, the perspective was different. Suddenly, Qin Yuan felt a slight warmth beside him. Ya moved closer, resting her head on his shoulder. Qin Yuan was taken aback and looked at her. Is something wrong? Confused and hesitant, He raised his hand to embrace Ya, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, holding her slender frame. For the first time, Chun Yuan realized that this confident and proud person, who could disregard life and death, was indeed so powerful that even he found it incredible. Yet, this strong person appeared so small and delicate. She was not just smaller than the moon in mass and volume. Compared to his current self, she seemed weak. What happened? The powerful figure in his memories suddenly seemed so fragile. No matter how strong my consciousness is, no matter how formidable I am still just a person. Leaning against Chun Yuan's shoulder, Ye smiled as she gazed at the star before them. As long as one is human, companionship is necessary. As long as one is human. Everyone is weak but longs for support. She turned her face to look at Chun Yuan, revealing a playful smirk. Even the former celestial emperor is no exception. As she spoke, she stepped forward, floating in the vacuum, and leaped into Chun Yuan's embrace. Chun Yuan was stunned. She had clearly answered him, meaning she had heard his thoughts. Right? I hadn't exited the dark communication channel. That means she knows what I'm thinking. Chun Yuan was a bit dazed. He smiled wryly, glancing at the playful smile on Ye's face. Feeling helpless, he chuckled and decided not to think too much about it. He raised his hand and gently embraced her, stroking her silver hair. You know, Ye said, in the Celestial Emperor civilization, many people possess infinite lifespans. The price they pay for eternal life is eternal loneliness. Some, unfortunately, seek companionship, so they spend time looking for it. But not everyone can find it. And not everyone can be there for each other. Many partners have died after a war, leaving one to continue through endless time, tasting loneliness and enduring the torment of longing. Over time, more and more people choose not to seek companions, but rather a chance at death. To protect their civilization and sacrifice their lives is both an honor and an opportunity for redemption from eternal life. For those with eternal life, loneliness is a terrifying thing. It is far more frightening than death. Ye lifted her face to look at Chun Yuan and smiled, saying, Before I met you, like many others, I considered ending my life by sacrificing myself. But when I met you, things changed. At first, I was curious about you. And then I gradually realized that you are not a cold and lifeless celestial body, but a person with emotions and self-awareness. I don't know how it happened, but I found myself attracted to you. It's quite strange, and I find it odd that I would like a celestial body. But it doesn't matter anymore. You casually said, Since I've chosen you, then it's you. She gave Chun Yuan a mischievous smile and fell silent. Chun Yuan opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He had never been one to talk much, let alone express his feelings. He instinctively touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward. Noticing Chun Yuan's actions, Ye moved closer. Resting her head on his chest, remaining quiet. Chun Yuan placed his hand on her soft silver hair, also silent. Chapter 107. The planet where jumping too high can lead to death with nothing else to do. Chun Yuan continued to consume various celestial bodies to increase his mass. This time, he wasn't picky. He would consume whatever was nearby. After all, he wasn't in a hurry to boost his mass. Previously, his frantic desire to increase his mass stemmed from wanting to gain greater power to travel to other universes to save Ye. But now that Ye was alive again, it didn't matter. Now, Chun Yuan sought to gain mass simply out of curiosity about what would happen if he continued to consume in this universe. Of course, he wasn't in a rush to reveal the mystery. If he wanted to, with his current strength, he could dismantle a white hole into atoms to consume it. That way, he could instantly become a white hole. But that wasn't necessary. The white hole was quite a distance away from Chun Yuan, likely requiring millions of years of flight to reach it. If he wanted to get there faster, he would have to use four-dimensional space. But he didn't want to rely on that ability anymore. Time passed slowly. Chun Yuan was consuming nearby celestial bodies, regardless of their size, and slowly moved closer to the white hole. Unknowingly, he lost track of time. One day, Chun Yuan was drawn to a planet. The appearance of the planet surprised him. It displayed a blend of emerald green and blue-white colors. This color felt very familiar to Chun Yuan. Green represents plants, blue represents the sea, and white represents clouds. Is this a planet with life? Incredible! In this universe filled with repulsive forces, there is actually a planet capable of nurturing life? What could be the reason? Chun Yuan looked around. Beside this planet, there was a yellow dwarf star, slowly rotating. The planet was orbiting around the yellow dwarf star. Upon closer inspection, Chun Yuan discovered that there were not just the life-bearing planet orbiting the yellow dwarf star. Surrounding it were 9 other planets, all revolving around the yellow dwarf star. It resembled a celestial system like Earth orbiting the sun. It was astonishing. It looked like a celestial system generated by gravitational attraction. But how could this be? The yellow dwarf star clearly had no gravity. Chen Yuan found it hard to believe. But then, in an instant, he understood. The outermost ninth planet was not an ordinary planet. It had a massive mass. The immense mass produced repulsive forces that pushed all nearby planets back toward the yellow dwarf star. The repulsive forces from the yellow dwarf star and the other 8 planets repelled each other, preventing any of them from leaving. They were all firmly pressed within this celestial system, forming a system similar to Earth orbiting the sun. This was a rare situation caused by the influence of repulsive forces in various aspects. Shall we take a look? You glanced at Chen Yuan. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan responded affirmatively. You nodded, transformed into human form. Chen Yuan, and you traveled through a wormhole to the sky above the planet. Chen Yuan wanted to observe this life-bearing planet up close. It had been a long time since he last saw life, and he wanted to have a closer look. As a star, he couldn't dare to step into this place. His mass would disrupt the delicate balance, leading to the immediate death of this life-sustaining planet. How could animals survive on a planet without gravity? If an animal jumped on this planet, would it be considered an outsider and be directly expelled by the repulsive force? Accompanied by these questions, Chen Yuan used his super perception ability to look inside the planet. Through this ability, he saw living beings, plants, animals, and more. Moreover, he noticed a creature resembling a deer effortlessly jumping over a river that was at least 5 meters wide, landing with ease. This scene revealed to Chen Yuan that this planet was not without gravity. It had gravity, albeit very weak. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Wasn't it said that there was no gravity? I think it must be that mysterious force you mentioned that treats these beings born within the planet as part of its matter, analytically speaking. Well, that's the only explanation. From what we see now, this planet is no different from the one in our universe that could give rise to civilization. I wonder if there are any high-intelligence life forms on this planet. Chen Yuan glanced around and suddenly spotted a remarkable scene. A creature resembling a deer from Earth was climbing a high mountain, with a cliff ahead of it. It leaped, trying to jump over the cliff, soaring 5 meters high. Suddenly, instead of falling, it was pushed upwards by a force. It floated up, directly into space, and perished. Was it considered foreign matter by that force because it was too far from the ground? How interesting. Chen Yuan muttered as he continued searching. He finally saw it. When Chen Yuan caught sight of the high-intelligence life form, he was momentarily stunned. These high-intelligence beings turned out to be individual plants. These plants had grown limbs and were a vibrant green. Some of them were rooted in one place, while others wielded stone tools and were hunting beasts. Plants evolving into high-intelligence life forms. Chen Yuan had seen this in his own universe, but he never expected to encounter it in this universe as well. Looking back, it seemed that plants were more likely to evolve into high-intelligence life. On this planet, any jumping animal that jumped too high faced danger, while plants were safe. This means that plants have the potential to evolve into creatures resembling humans. Of course, these plants were not ordinary. They were quite special. Currently, these plants were a blend of plant and human, different from what Chen Yuan encountered in his own universe. This indicated that they were likely still in a primitive stage and would continue to evolve. Plants evolving into high-intelligence life and hunting animals. Do plants actually kill animals? He was also intrigued. What an interesting civilization. Chen Yuan smiled wryly. It's not so interesting for those animals. Haha, true. Chen Yuan said. This civilization is still quite primitive and unable to communicate. Let us observe their development from a distance later. As he spoke, Chen Yuan noticed a small asteroid being flung towards the life planet by the repulsion of a larger celestial body. It was rapidly headed for the life planet. The sight momentarily stunned Chen Yuan. This life planet was second in the inner orbit, and between the third and fourth planets, there was an asteroid belt. This small asteroid was clearly coming from that direction. If the asteroid collided with this life planet, wouldn't those newly emerged primitive life forms be wiped out? Chapter 108. A universe full of repulsion. Perhaps life exists in space too. As the small asteroid was about to collide with the planet, you instinctively glanced at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan showed no reaction. Between the third and fourth celestial bodies lies a small asteroid belt. If every time an asteroid approaches, Chen Yuan has to tend to this civilization, it would be better to just watch it face extinction. He understands Chen Yuan's thoughts, but says nothing. The asteroid hurtles toward the life-bearing planet. However, at that moment, an unexpected situation arises. The asteroid, as it nears the planet, begins to slow down. And just as it is about to enter the atmosphere, it reverses direction and flies back into space. Chen Yuan's eyes light up at this scene. Repulsion. In the universe where Chen Yuan resides, there are 3 reasons why asteroids pose a significant threat to Earth: the mass of the asteroid itself, its speed of approach, and the gravity of the Earth. The mass of the asteroid cannot be changed, and its speed in space remains constant, neither accelerating nor decelerating. However, when the asteroid is captured by Earth's gravity, it gains acceleration and its speed increases. When it collides with Earth, the speed will be terrifying. And combined with the asteroid's mass, it could lead to the extinction of the civilization on Earth. But in this universe, things are different. There exists a repulsive force between the planets, and the force generated when the asteroid is flung away is gradually weakened by the repulsive force of the life-bearing planet, ultimately causing it to be expelled into space. It's as if the planet is protecting the civilization within, Chen Yuan remarks. He smiles and says, that can't be entirely true. If the people of that civilization could jump a bit higher, the planet would still fling them away. True, but this is indeed a major discovery. It's surprising that a universe filled with repulsion can give rise to highly intelligent life. It's fascinating. If viewed this way, perhaps there are other civilizations within this universe as well. He nods. Let's go explore. They continue flying. The impact of repulsion on this universe is immense. But all of this is within Chen Yuan's understanding. Until one day, Chen Yuan sees a sight that exceeds his comprehension. A girl with a pair of wings is flying in midair. She holds a bow and arrow, her gaze fixed on her prey. Her prey is a creature resembling a fish, swimming in space. The girl flaps her wings, adjusts her direction, and aims her bow at the fish-like creature before shooting an arrow. The fish-like creature twists its body and dodges. The girl furrows her brows and flaps her wings to chase after it. This scene leaves Chen Yuan somewhat bewildered. Isn't space a vacuum? Can one really fly in a vacuum? Moreover, the girl is holding a bow and arrow. What does this mean? That kind of wooden bow and arrow should belong to a very primitive civilization. Yet, this primitive civilization can surprisingly fly into outer space. And they even have wings? Chen Yuan opened his mouth and said, yeah. Accompanied by Chen Yuan's voice, a sound echoed in this universe where sound should not exist. You couldn't help but turn her face to look at Chen Yuan beside her. There was a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. Can sound propagate in a vacuum? No, that's not right. The vacuum refers to the universe where Chen Yuan is, and that universe may not necessarily be a vacuum. All planets are filled with repulsive forces, which means that air, oxygen, and so on could be expelled into space. This also includes seeds of life, water, and similar substances. In other words, in the universe where Chen Yuan is, life cannot appear in a vacuum, but in this universe, it is possible. Because the vacuum of this universe is not truly a vacuum. How interesting. Who would have thought that one day they could talk in space? Chen Yuan glanced at you. You said, it seems that the space of this universe is not a vacuum. Exactly. Through his super-perceptive ability, Chen Yuan looked towards the location of the girl with wings. He could see some microorganisms floating in the space. At the same time, Chen Yuan also saw a blue planet. The planet was entirely blue, with vast oceans and an infinite amount of water emanating from it. Countless water droplets seemed to have been expelled by the planet's repulsive force into space. The entire planet was surrounded by various bright water droplets, reflecting the light from nearby stars, creating a kaleidoscope of colors. It looked truly incredible. Chen Yuan could confirm through his super-perceptive ability that the planet was purely made of water. It was likely that the planet's mass was very balanced, resulting in a relatively weak force of equilibrium, which also led to some water droplets being expelled. In the universe where Chen Yuan is, there are also planets made entirely of water, but those planets do not scatter water into outer space like this one. However, the presence of this water has resulted in numerous microorganisms emerging in this space, which in turn gave rise to small organisms. And those organisms led to the evolution of larger life forms. Humans cannot be classified as small or large organisms. The reason life cannot appear in the space of the world where Chen Yuan was before is twofold. First, there is no air in space, and second, the pressure of space. Humans cannot breathe in space, nor can they adapt to the pressure of space. For highly intelligent life forms, their evolution is aimed at adapting to planetary environments, not to the conditions of space. Here, those spaces have been expelled by some planets, and then confined within a range by the repulsive forces of other planets. combined with various accidental circumstances. This has created a place in space where life can thrive. The girl with wings seemed tired, her wings slightly unfurled behind her, wrapping her in a circle. She fell asleep hidden within her wings. Chen Yuan glanced at you beside him and said, "The reason you can fly is that you are using dark energy and dark matter to aid your flight. The reason I can fly is that I use my consciousness." She can fly. Could it be because of those wings? Do those wings propel her through the air and space? Chapter 109. If there are creatures in space, they must be uncontrollably enormous. Since those fish-like beings can swim in this space, it's natural that winged creatures can fly here as well. You casually remarked. It's not surprising. However, not all of the universe's space has air. The water that can nurture life mainly emanates from that water-based planet. And those planets can only affect the nearby air, although it's just the vicinity. For an ordinary creature, that area is already vast. Chen Yuan slightly amplified his extrasensory perception. He could see a large area around that water planet, filled with numerous creatures. These beings lived in the space close to that water planet. Chen Yuan could also see the girl's kin, who were not far apart from each other. Some were hunting, while others hid their bodies with their wings, allowing themselves to drift in space, resting and sleeping within their wings. How interesting. Chen Yuan commented this before continuing to his next target. Time passed slowly. Chen Yuan arrived in front of another star. This star had 5 solar masses. Currently, Chen Yuan had been devouring along the way, but since he hadn't been picky about the planets he consumed, whether big or small, he gained much mass. His mass was only 14 times that of the Sun. The star before him, however, was much larger, 3 times the mass of the Sun and 5 times its volume. As Chen Yuan approached, he felt a repulsive force emanating from it, pushing him away and preventing him from getting closer. With a thought, the star, which was 3 solar masses in size, instantly transformed into atoms, consumed by Chen Yuan. His mass and volume rapidly increased with the influx of these stellar atoms. After an unknown amount of time, after absorbing the mass of that star, his mass rose to 44 times that of the Sun, and his volume grew to over 6 times that of the Sun. Of course, for Chen Yuan, this mass and volume were not significant, considering he had already transformed into a supermassive black hole. Without further thought, he continued flying towards the next target. "Hey, look at me." He heard Ya's voice by his ear. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback and turned to Ya, who was flapping her wings, flying in the cosmos. She had a beaming smile on her face, as if proudly showcasing her invention. Seeing this, Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback and smiled noncommittally. Advanced civilizations treat atoms as the foundation, using them to construct bodies. Ya, having once been the celestial ruler of a high civilization, mastered the most advanced technology. Creating a pair of wings to connect to her body from atoms was naturally a simple task for her. Ya flapped her wings, flying around in the vacuum. "I've realized," Ya said, "with these wings, I can utilize the airflow when flapping them, and also harness the omnipresent repulsion in this universe to move. Although it's a bit slower. It's quite interesting." She looked at Chen Yuan and asked, "What do you think? Do I look even more beautiful now?" Chen Yuan assessed Ya. She had a delicate face and a tall figure. With genes that had evolved over countless generations, her physique and features were beyond reproach. Now, with the addition of wings, she exuded a unique charm. However, what drew Chen Yuan's attention most was her mischievous smile. "You were already beautiful. The wings are just a bonus, not a significant difference," he replied. Her smile grew even brighter. "Praise me more." Chen Yuan felt a bit awkward. "I'm not flattering you. I'm just stating the truth." "Then say more truths." "Please, I feel embarrassed." "What's there to be embarrassed about? Come on, say more truths to make me happy." Chen Yuan was too awkward. Do you think there are more advanced civilizations in this universe?" He quickly changed the subject. Ya casually replied, "Since there are lower civilizations, there must be higher ones. It's nothing strange." Chen Yuan looked through his enhanced perception at this universe. It was incredibly bright. This universe had far more light than the one he had previously been in. Like white holes, which do not emit light. Their brightness mainly comes from the light emitted by other celestial bodies and surrounding photons, all of which are reflected out, making them appear so bright. Stars also repel light, but not as severely as white holes. The light was thrown into space, illuminating the entire universe. This universe was quite special. However, from the perspective of those living in this universe, the one he had been in was probably more unique. Suddenly, through his enhanced perception, Chen Yuan saw an image. 5 beings clad in white armor, wielding long swords and sporting wings, flew through space. These beings were humanoid, with wings, armor, and helmets. What caught Qin Yuan's attention was their size. They were enormous, with proportions similar to humans, but standing 5 to 6 meters tall, like colossal figures. Another civilization living in space. But the advanced intelligent beings in this civilization were quite intimidating. Life on a planet can vary greatly in size. When the planet has equal mass and gravity, the concentration of oxygen within it can determine the size of the organisms inside. However, oxygen is not the only factor that limits biological size. The larger the mass of the planet, the greater its gravitational pull. If the planet's mass is too large, the gravity becomes overwhelming. To adapt to this gravity, the density of the organisms will be high. Under the same oxygen conditions, this results in smaller organisms with denser bones. In space, however, there are no gravitational constraints. As long as the oxygen concentration is sufficient, organisms can grow to any size, including advanced intelligent beings. Through enhanced perception, Qin Yuan discovered that many winged giants were gathering in one location. In that place, there was a colossal creature that resembled a shark but was immensely larger, estimated to be about 30 meters tall and over 60 meters long. Surrounding this giant beast were countless winged warriors armed with weapons, fiercely attacking the creature. The roars of the beast and its blood floated through space, alongside numerous corpses of winged humanoid beings. The interstellar battle was indeed brutal, Qin Yuan remarked. In Chapter 110, the interstellar giant beast was as large as a planet. Countless winged creatures joined the fray. The giant beast lost too much blood and gradually weakened, eventually being worn down to death. The winged beings began to use blades to dissect the beast, dragging away chunks of its flesh. Qin Yuan observed them with his enhanced perception. After obtaining the meat, they flew to a certain location. There, Qin Yuan saw a surprising structure. The buildings were oval-shaped, resembling floating goose eggs in space. In the center of these structures was a circular ring. They landed on the ring and entered the building through doors on the egg-like structures. Clearly, these egg-shaped buildings were their homes. The purpose of hunting the giant beast was likely to acquire food. However, Qin Yuan was puzzled by the fact that these space beings needed houses. He wondered what purpose a house served besides sheltering from the elements. He casually remarked, a house can also serve as a tool for protection. When people are inside, others can't know what it's like in there. If those winged creatures were caught off guard, sleeping outside alone, hungry beasts could easily attack. But if the beasts can't see them, they 1T attack recklessly. Simply put, a house also has the role of ensuring one's safety. Besides, without a house, raising children would be quite troublesome. This reminded Qin Yuan of certain things from before his reincarnation. It's true. However, the creatures in space are truly enormous. The advanced intelligent beings here, along with those giant beasts, are all impressively large. Qin Yuan became intrigued. I wonder how big the largest beast in this universe could be. I'm curious too, he said softly. Qin Yuan continued his journey. His gaze swept over the floating egg-shaped structures in space. He pulled his gaze back. Suddenly, a sound caught Qin Yuan's attention. The source of the sound was not far away. Qin Yuan looked over, and what he saw left him in shock. A massive creature, somewhat resembling a whale, was slowly swimming through space. This giant was as large as a planet, and when it opened its mouth, it could probably crush a planet half the size of Earth. Why? What kind of situation could give rise to such a colossal being? Qin Yuan amplified his perception. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished. A sphere with a volume twice that of the sun drew his attention. This sphere was incredibly large and was entirely composed of water, surrounded by countless water vapor. Numerous creatures of varying sizes were living near this sphere. A star? No, this water star's existence surpassed comprehension. Why does such a celestial body exist? Qin Yuan was curious. A water star is massive as the sun, with a volume comparable to twice that of the sun. Qin Yuan thought for a moment and came up with an idea. The reason he could ignite himself into a star was due to that mysterious power. But what if that power was too diffuse? If that power was too diffuse, then it wouldn't be able to interact with the repulsive force within him, making it impossible to compress atoms through pressure, ignite hydrogen, and initiate nuclear fusion. This water star likely existed because that power was too diffuse, resulting in this situation. Incredible. Truly incredible. Because of the existence of this water star, the area around it was filled with water vapor, and the concentration of oxygen was extremely high. thus nurturing interstellar giants the size of planets. Those interstellar giants, although as large as Earth, were still minuscule compared to the water star, which was twice the size of the sun. Countless creatures, both large and small, thrived around the water star. Most had wings or fish-like structures. These beings seemed to treat space as their sky and ocean, flying around freely. Animals need light and heat. In this universe, light and heat are abundant. Due to the repulsive force, light and heat are expelled by the stars, unlike in the universe where Chen Yuan previously resided. In his previous universe, due to gravity, heat would be confined within planets, and even light could be swallowed by black holes. In this universe, light and heat are cast into space. Some places are very hot, while others have temperatures that are just right for biological development. From this perspective, a universe filled with repulsion is actually more suitable for animal survival. However, those animals need to live in space rather than on planets. Of course, there are also beings that survive on planets, but that requires very coincidental circumstances. This universe is really interesting. Chen Yuan felt particularly joyful. For the beings of this universe, surviving in space is probably quite normal, while for them, our existence on planets is what seems interesting. You smiled and said. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled while looking at the transparent display screen. She seemed to be very interested in this marvelous scenery. Chen Yuan observed the universe filled with animals, flying by as a distant observer. However, at that moment, a voice echoed in Chen Yuan's mind. Do you possess wisdom? A female voice asked. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Someone was communicating with him telepathically. Someone is looking for you, you casually remarked. Chen Yuan responded with a soft thinking it was about time. If there were advanced civilizations in this universe, they should have discovered him by now. I'll have a chat with them, he said. Sure, you replied casually. Chen Yuan exited the dark communication channel connected to Ya and said, Hello. I didn't expect to find a conscious celestial body. The other party's voice expressed some interest. Hearing this intrigued tone, Chen Yuan thought to himself that this feeling was somewhat familiar. However, upon reflection, it made sense. No matter which universe, a celestial body with self-awareness could easily pique others' curiosity. This was probably the case for the advanced civilizations in this universe as well. Chen Yuan casually asked, What's the matter? There is, she replied. Your existence is a matter. What are you exactly? Clearly a celestial body. Yet you possess your own consciousness. That is quite strange. Chapter 111. The advanced civilization that thinks of itself as God. Strange? Chen Yuan replied, It is a bit strange. So what do you want? Who are you? I forgot to introduce myself. It's somewhat impolite not to. I come from the Silver Wing civilization, and I am also the main deity of this universe, the ruler navy. A deity? Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He never expected that someone would actually claim to be a god. Chen Yuan laughed out loud. Gods do exist. From a scientific perspective, when beings from a lower civilization encounter those from a higher civilization, they tend to refer to the latter as gods if they do not understand their advanced technology. You had mentioned before that she once helped a lower civilization on a whim, and when those beings saw the technology she displayed, they thought a god had descended. Hundreds of years later, that civilization even made a statue of her. This means that gods do exist. To lower civilizations, advanced civilizations are indeed gods. However, you never claimed to be a god, so it was surprising to Chen Yuan that someone in this universe would. This intrigued him. Whenever I tell others that I am a god, their reactions vary. Some kneel directly, while others, like you, are filled with skepticism. Nave said, but that is not important. You just need to know that our Silver Wing civilization maintains the order and balance of this universe. We do not allow any imbalance to occur. This includes the invasion of one civilization by another, as well as a self-aware star affecting certain developing civilizations through its activities of consuming other celestial bodies, leading to their destruction. Nave continued, if you disrupt the balance of this universe, then as gods, we will not stand by and watch. This was a threat. Until now, Chen Yuan had never been threatened. He never imagined that one day he would be threatening a star. From her proud statements, it was evident that her civilization had the capability to destroy a star. Life is precious, Chen Yuan suddenly said. From the very beginning, I never intended to interfere with evolving life. However, your threats make me very uncomfortable. I don't like your condescending way of speaking, regardless of who it is. Anyone would feel unhappy when faced with a threat, and Chen Yuan was no exception. He respected life and the process of evolution. As long as the other party was not intentionally seeking destruction, he would not interfere with them. But being threatened was a different matter. Nave smiled slightly. Do celestial bodies feel uncomfortable when threatened? It seems you are not a celestial body, but merely a human. I attempted to access your memories through consciousness, but they are locked away, preventing me from perceiving them. There are not many individuals in this universe capable of doing this. As far as I know, only our Silver Wing civilization has the ability to lock their own thoughts. Now tell me, who in our Silver Wing civilization have you interacted with? What kind of existence are you? What is your purpose? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan began to understand. What Nave referred to as consciousness was actually the application of dark matter and dark energy. She attempted to access Chen Yuan's consciousness through dark information, but was blocked by the lock created by Ye's earlier assistance to Chen Yuan. In this universe, only the Silver Wing civilization possessed dark information technology, so she assumed that a self-aware star and Chen Yuan's dark information library were both created by individuals from her civilization. This was indeed a big misunderstanding. However, with this realization, Chen Yuan understood. No wonder she referred to herself as the ruler of the universe. It seemed that in this universe, aside from her civilization, no other civilization could utilize dark energy. We come from another universe, one that is different from yours. Chen Yuan provided an explanation. In your universe, the technology of the Silver Wing civilization indeed gives you the confidence to call yourselves gods, but in our universe, there are many who can use dark information. Are you from another universe? The confident tone of Navi now carried a hint of seriousness. As her voice fell, suddenly, a pitch-black wormhole appeared in front of Chen Yuan. A figure stepped out from the wormhole. It was a blonde woman, clad in silver armor, with a pair of white wings behind her. She flapped her wings and hovered in space. She raised her face and looked at the star before her, saying, "You come from another universe?" At such a close distance, if it were an ordinary person, they would likely be roasted by the heat radiating from Chen Yuan. But she was unaffected. This meant her body, like Yana's, had undergone genetic modification. I have already said, whether you believe it or not is your business. Chen Yuan said casually, if there is nothing else, please don't disturb me. I prefer peace and quiet. Navi's expression was indifferent. She raised her hand, and a rock flew to her side. She collected her wings and sat on the rock, crossing one leg over the other, watching Chen Yuan with interest, saying, "The universe is vast, and time is long. Why not sit down and chat? I don't think there is much to talk about between us," Chen Yuan replied, not having a good impression of her. "I think we have things to discuss," Yana's voice chimed in. Hearing this, Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. A wormhole appeared before Navi. Upon seeing this, Navi furrowed her brows. Yana's graceful figure appeared in front of the wormhole. She glanced at Navi and smiled. "Seeing the wormhole I used, you should realize we have the ability to control dark matter, right?" Navi's frown relaxed slightly. Wormholes are not exclusive to the Silver Wing civilization. But I can confirm that you do not belong to those civilizations, nor do you belong to my Silver Wing civilization. Navi continued, "It seems you are not lying. You indeed come from another universe." Another universe? Navi looked at the two of them. Parallel universes? A parallel universe refers to a universe that exists on another timeline. This means that Chen Yuan exists in the current universe, but in another time and space, there is a universe similar to this one. The two universes do not occupy the same space, but progress in parallel. Initially, both universes were identical, but due to different timelines, they have diverged somewhat. However, many things in these two universes are similar. This is the concept of parallel universes. Chapter 112. This is a universe that is collapsing at an accelerated rate. To simply understand parallel universes, there is one you in this universe, and another you in the parallel universe. This is what a parallel universe means. Essentially, it is two nearly identical worlds progressing in parallel along their timelines. This is the essence of parallel universes. In other words, when Chen Yuan initially wanted to save Yana, he did not use the parallel universe to do so. It is because all the parallel universes associated with the universe where Chen Yuan is located have the same timeline. In other words, if there are no hydrogen atoms in the universe where Chen Yuan exists, then other parallel universes have also experienced the extinction of stars, and all hydrogen atoms are gone. Simply put, even if one were to go to a parallel universe, it would be meaningless. Now, Nawe suspects that Chen Yuan and Ye come from a parallel universe. We do not come from a parallel universe. Ye casually says, instead, we are from another universe, which has already perished, so we came to your universe. We don't know much about this universe. Since you are the ruler of this universe, it would be good to become friends. We might need your help. The universe has died? Na Wei furrows her brow again. Has it collapsed? Not exactly. Our universe operates under different laws than yours, Yo explains. Our universe is expanding. Expanding? Na Wei looks at Yo, furrowing her brows. How is that possible? Dark matter has been continuously consumed, and the universe has been collapsing, yet your universe is expanding? Dark matter and dark energy are being converted into new material, absorbed by celestial bodies. Without dark matter and dark energy, the universe is collapsing rapidly, and the current collapse speed has already surpassed the speed of light. What is happening in your universe? Na Wei looks at you. This is a universe that is completely opposite to the one where Chun Yuan exists. The universe is expanding because dark matter and dark energy are increasing, which leads to the universe's expansion. In this universe, however, dark matter and dark energy are being converted into material, causing the universe to shrink. He says, our celestial bodies are constantly shrinking, converting material into dark matter and dark energy, which leads to the expansion of the universe. Long ago, the speed of expansion had already exceeded the speed of light. Hearing this, Na Wei is taken aback, and she smiles slightly. How interesting. I can't believe such a thing exists. Wait a minute. At this moment, Chun Yuan speaks up. You said that dark matter and dark energy can be converted into material? This is something Chun Yuan did not expect. Is the reason this universe is collapsing due to dark matter and dark energy being converted into material? Chun Yuan looks at you. Isn't it said that dark matter and dark energy do not react with any material or energy? If dark matter and dark energy can turn into material, then wouldn't it mean that Chun Yuan wouldn't have had to work so hard for hydrogen elements in the first place? As soon as Chun Yuan says this, both Ye and Na Wei look at him. He shows a smile. In our universe, that is indeed the case, but in this universe, I'm not so sure. He looks at Na Wei. Chun Yuan also looks at Na Wei and asks, if dark matter and dark energy can be converted into other materials and energy, can you achieve this conversion? Na Wei stands up and slowly says, the conversion of dark matter and dark energy is not something that can be done by human means. Even our Silver Wing civilization does not possess this technology. Of course, if you can develop this technology, do let me know. Na Wei glances at Chun Yuan, who is like a star. By the way, the conversion of dark matter and dark energy into other forms of matter and energy is governed by the laws of this universe. Attempting to convert them artificially would clearly require advanced technology. If dark matter can indeed be transformed into other substances, it would imply that all matter in a universe can be perpetuated. Stars could be recreated after their destruction, and any element could be remade. The only question is how to utilize the dark matter and dark energy that permeate this universe to convert them into desired materials. While it's impossible to do so artificially, it can be achieved within this universe. However, the transformation of dark matter and dark energy also raises a significant issue: the collapse of the universe. If this continues indefinitely, one day the entire universe may either experience a great tear or collapse back into a singularity. In such a case, this universe will cease to exist, along with the civilizations within it. With this thought, Chun Yuan looked at Na Wei and asked, do the celestial bodies in your universe not lose energy? He recalled the evolution of celestial bodies and paused. He was about to mention that while dark matter and dark energy transform into matter, celestial bodies must also be converting into dark matter and dark energy during their evolution. But as soon as he began to speak, he felt something was off. In the universe Chun Yuan inhabited, the existence of dark matter and dark energy was due to the consumption of matter and energy caused by the evolution of celestial bodies. The lost matter and energy would convert into unseen dark matter and dark energy. However, the evolution of celestial bodies in that universe relied heavily on the pressure created by immense gravitational forces. In contrast, this universe was quite unique. It possessed repulsive forces, which are not conducive to the consumption of matter and energy. Although there was a mysterious force that could counteract this repulsion and ignite some stars, that force also seemed unreliable at times, such as with water stars. This means that in this universe, the amount of dark matter and dark energy converted from the consumed matter and energy during the evolution of celestial bodies is far exceeded by the rate at which dark matter and dark energy are converted back. We are searching for the edge of the universe. Since you come from another universe, do you know where the edge of the universe is? Na Wei's voice came through. Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback. He looked at Na Wei and said, if you are searching for the edge of the universe, wouldn't it be easy to find? Your universe is like a bubble, which is currently shrinking. This means that as long as you continue to fly straight outwards, you should be able to find the edge of the universe. This puzzled Qin Yuan. When he was in his own universe, he couldn't reach the edge because it was expanding at faster than light speeds, which he couldn't keep up with. But in this universe, which is rapidly contracting, wouldn't they also be unable to find it? As long as they run in one direction, shouldn't they be able to collide with the edge of the universe? Chapter 113. Advanced civilizations may choose to protect lower civilizations, but it's not that simple. Navi glanced at Qin Yuan and said, "My people have been searching, but we just can't find it. We can't find it even when searching in a straight line. You make it sound so easy, so tell me, how did you and your partner come to this universe? Did you just fly in a straight line, crossing the edge of the universe, to arrive in this part of the universe?" Navi looked at Qin Yuan seriously. The term partner brought a smile to Ya's face. Qin Yuan looked at Navi and replied, "To be honest, I'm not quite sure either. I gained a kind of ability by chance, or you could say it's a principle. This principle gives me the ability to traverse the universe. Honestly, I haven't reached the edge of the universe. I've only seen its shape and the edge through this ability." Navi looked at Qin Yuan with disbelief. After a brief silence, she said, "If that's the case, then so be it. It seems you can't help me after all." She looked at Qin Yuan with a serious expression. The Silver Wing civilization has spent tens of millions of years and paid a huge price to establish cosmic order. The belief in protecting the balance of civilizations is etched into their souls. Navi continued, "You are now a colossal being, and your every move could lead to the destruction of a civilization. If you were merely a celestial body, I wouldn't care, but since you have consciousness, I have to intervene. If you recklessly slaughter those civilizations, then you will be our enemy." Hearing this, Qin Yuan began to understand the Silver Wing civilization. They were rather altruistic, intending to protect civilizations throughout the universe. They were worried that Qin Yuan might inadvertently destroy a civilization, which is why they came to talk to him. The previous threat was also meant to protect those civilizations. Qin Yuan said, "That's not a problem. As long as those civilizations don't attack me first, I want to interfere with them." Navi replied, "You can rest assured about that. I don't think any civilization would willingly attack a self-aware star." As she spoke, Navi raised her hand, and a wormhole appeared beside her. She was planning to leave. "Wait a moment," you suddenly spoke up. Navi looked at you. You turned to Navi and said, "I have a proposal, and I'm not sure if you're interested." "A proposal?" Navi asked, somewhat puzzled. You said, "I would like to visit your civilization to witness your technological advancements, and in return, I can teach you the technology from my universe. It would be a form of technological exchange. The universe I come from is different from this one, and I believe the technology from this universe could help me, while I'm sure you would also be interested in what I have." Was you planning to go learn and research? Qin Yuan thought for a moment and understood. As the former emperor of the Heavenly Empire, he was naturally very interested in advanced technologies and civilizations. Of course, the most important aspect was likely to research how to convert dark matter into other forms of matter. Although Navi didn't mention it, they must be conducting such research. In the past, it was just the right time to understand their research progress. Moreover, in this universe, she and Qin Yuan seemed to be like blind people touching an elephant. But if she could communicate with the Silver Wing civilization about technology, she would definitely gain more knowledge. Navi glanced at her and asked, "Does your partner agree?" Upon hearing this, you looked at Qin Yuan and smiled. "So dear, do you agree?" "I respect your wishes," Qin Yuan replied casually. "I knew it." You shrugged and said to Navi with a smile, "He won't mind." Navi nodded slightly. "Then let's go." With that, Navi spread her wings and flew into the wormhole. You flapped her wings and followed her into the wormhole. The wormhole disappeared. Seeing this, Qin Yuan withdrew his gaze and continued flying towards the next target. You had undergone consciousness synchronization with Qin Yuan, wherever she was and whatever she was doing. As long as Qin Yuan wanted to know, he could find out. There were hardly any secrets between them, even if they were far apart. With the help of dark communication channels and wormholes, distance felt insignificant. Moreover, Qin Yuan thought that you had been by his side for a long time. Letting her go out and experience the customs and culture of other places was also a good thing. He didn't think much of it and kept flying forward. "I've arrived," Ya's voice came through. Qin Yuan smiled. With the wormhole, it's just a matter of an instant. What is there to report? This girl, is she worried that Qin Yuan would miss her? You chuckled. "Do you know what I saw?" "What did you see?" Qin Yuan activated his super perception ability and looked in Ya's direction. Upon seeing, his eyes lit up slightly. A man-made water star was ahead, surrounded by large pebble-like structures floating around it. Some winged warriors of the Silver Wing civilization were flying around these enormous pebble buildings. Do winged beings prefer to build houses that look like pebbles? Suddenly, Qin Yuan had a thought. Could it be that the oval-shaped houses built by the winged civilizations he saw before were taught by these people from the Silver Wing civilization? Recalling their claim of being gods wanting to protect the civilizations of the entire universe, it was likely very close to the truth. It was quite possible that the Silver Wing civilization had interacted with many lower civilizations. The intervention of advanced civilizations in lower civilizations can have a tremendous impact. Whether that advanced civilization approached with good intentions or hostility, it would still impact the lower civilization. The culture and technology that advanced civilizations possess would subtly transfer to the lower civilizations during this intervention. The technology of lower civilizations would rapidly develop under the influence of advanced civilizations. Whether the advanced civilization spreads technology with goodwill or invades with malice, it would accelerate the cultural and technological development of lower civilizations. However, the invading force could also potentially annihilate the lower civilizations, and if that happened, it would be a different matter altogether. Not being extinguished, the technology of the lower civilization will inevitably grow. After the Silver Wing civilization came into contact with that civilization, it is estimated that they taught the other party their architectural culture. This space is not lacking in light and heat. Therefore, whether a civilization can exist in space depends more importantly on whether there are water-like planets. When such planets, composed purely of water, expel water into space, life can survive in space. All the buildings of the Silver Wing civilization are established around that water star. It's really interesting. I plan to learn from their knowledge here and gain a better understanding of this universe, which is a good thing. If you miss me, just say so, and I'll be there in a second, she said playfully. Qin Yuan smiled helplessly. Okay, I miss you, and I will tell you. Chapter 114. Can we study the transformation of dark matter back into other substances? As time goes by, you will share with Qin Yuan what the Silver Wing civilization is doing and the intelligence they have collected. The people of the Silver Wing civilization refer to that repulsive force as anti-repulsion. The larger the mass, the greater the anti-repulsion. However, interestingly, when there is water within a celestial body, the anti-repulsion decreases, otherwise, it increases. This is the reason for the birth of life in space. Currently, some researchers in the Silver Wing civilization are studying methods to convert dark matter and dark energy into other substances and energies. I plan to collaborate with them, utilizing their technology and the technology one possesses for research. If we can figure out how to transform dark matter and dark energy back into new substances, I believe our universe might be saved. Hearing this, Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback. Are you planning to create celestial bodies again in our universe? Yes. Don't you think that's interesting? Qin Yuan pondered. The universe has been expanding, and the reason for this expansion is that the matter and energy consumed by celestial bodies are being converted into dark matter and dark energy. This means that the universe we are in will no longer continue to expand. If we can transform the dark matter and dark energy back into celestial bodies, then the universe will start to shrink again. You nodded in agreement. Right? The laws of our universe are different from those of this universe. This means that the celestial bodies we create will revert back into dark matter and dark energy, and we can then transform them back into celestial bodies. This infinite cycle will allow the universe to persist. Qin Yuan smiled. That's a great idea. But considering that the Silver Wing civilization has spent so much time researching the conversion of dark matter and dark energy without any results, do you think you can do it? In fact, our civilization has also been researching how dark matter and dark energy can be converted into other substances and energies. I am fully aware of the results obtained from that research. However, at that time, the results still could not convert dark matter and dark energy into substances. But now it's different. In this universe, dark matter and dark energy have been continuously transforming into other forms of matter and energy. As long as we study the process of their transformation, combined with the research results of the Silver Wing civilization and the Heavenly Emperor civilization, I believe that with some time, it can be accomplished. You seems quite confident. The Heavenly Emperor civilization, where you is from, may not be the most powerful civilization in the universe that Qin Yuan and you belong to, but it is certainly an advanced civilization. Compared to the Silver Wing civilization, the Heavenly Emperor civilization is by no means lagging behind. The technology developed by the Heavenly Emperor civilization, combined with that of the Silver Wing civilization, along with the existing transformation of dark matter in this universe, explains why you is so confident. If it can truly be achieved, then according to the conservation of energy, it means that as long as Ya and Chen Yuan agree, the universe will not perish. Even if it expands, it can be stopped. Even if it collapses, it can also be halted. But is it really that simple? Chen Yuan didn't want to think too much about it. He looked at the star before him, which had a mass equivalent to 5 suns. With a thought, the star transformed into countless atoms and merged into Chen Yuan's body, being absorbed by him. Chen Yuan's mass and volume continued to increase. He could feel that as he grew, the repulsive and counter-repulsive forces also intensified. The matter inside him was pushed outward by the repulsion, while the counter-repulsion pressed the force back inward. Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze, selected the next celestial body, and continued to fly forward. As time passed, in the Research Institute of the Silver Wing Civilization. Let's talk about that celestial body with self-awareness. The speaker was a woman from the Silver Wing Civilization, Een. Een had been researching how to convert dark matter into other forms of matter. Therefore, when you proposed to conduct this research, Na suggested that you work with Een for communication. Over time, the two became relatively familiar with each other. Een was looking at you, smiling with curiosity. Een held a special status. She was not only a warrior, but also the queen of the Silver Wing Civilization and Na sister. There were 2 queens in the Silver Wing Civilization, Na and Een. Na was responsible for management, while Een leaned more towards research. Yin's personality seemed to be curious about many things. Of course, she was also curious about the celestial body with self-awareness. Een crossed her arms and tilted her head, looking at you with a smile. You've been with that celestial body all along. Sometimes, it even transforms into a human to chat with you. What is your relationship? I won't hide it from you. You casually replied, he is my man. Upon hearing this, Een laughed. So, his true form is a human, but due to some factors, he has taken on that appearance, right? You didn't want to brush off Een and continued her research. Hearing Yin's words, she paused slightly, turned to look at Een, and smiled. Perhaps that's the case, or perhaps not. But is that question important? Of course, it's important, Een said. If his true form is a celestial body that has evolved into a self-aware entity, then being with him, isn't that like being with a monster? Ya's smile faded. You'd better watch your words. Yu was a bit angry. Upon hearing this, Een smiled instead. It seems he is quite important to you. I may have said something excessive just now, but I can assure you it was the truth. A celestial body with self-awareness is nothing but a monster, right? Besides, being with him, what would come of it? Yo extended her hand, and a silver long sword appeared in it. With a twist of the sword, she slashed towards Een. With a sound of flesh parting, an arm fell to the ground. It was indeed Yin's arm. The sword turned again, its tip aimed at Yin's throat. Een was slightly taken aback. She looked at the long sword in Ya's hand, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. Ya's face turned cold. I warned you to mind your words. Even if what you say is true, if it makes me uncomfortable to hear, I won't let you off. Een looked at Ya and instead revealed a smile. My body has been enhanced. There are weapons in this universe that can harm me. But those weapons can at most leave some wounds on me. However, it's rare to find one like yours that can directly sever an arm. As she spoke, the severed arm transformed into particles and reformed at the sight of her lost limb, the bones, muscles, and nerves reshaping themselves. Her arm grew back. Een laughed. Sorry. I take back my rude remark. I was just curious about whose technology is stronger, yours or mine. Now it seems I have my answer. Ye sheathed her sword and said, your personality is truly infuriating. With your character, you probably won't be liked here. You said lightly. Een crossed her arms and smiled. That may not be the case. Chapter 115. Everything will perish. So does what we do now hold any meaning? You looked at Een. Een smiled. I do tend to be straightforward in my speech and actions, which can indeed upset people, but it has its efficiency. And efficiency is my charm. There are quite a few who like me. You responded. Oh. She continued her research, ignoring her. Een, with a beaming smile, leaned closer and asked, what material is your weapon made of? Can you teach me? Upon hearing this, you replied indifferently. I'm not in a good mood right now. Let us talk when I feel better. Een shrugged helplessly. All right then. Chen Yuan, as usual, locked onto the nearest celestial body, which was a star with a mass equivalent to 300 suns. Focusing on that target, he flew towards the star. Just as he set off, not long after, a voice rang out. You cannot consume that star. It was Navi's voice. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Why not? The repulsive force of that star is crucial for maintaining the life zone of the nearby civilizations. If you consume it, that life zone will collapse. and the civilizations within will ultimately perish. Does that mean I need to change my target? This left Qin Yuan feeling somewhat frustrated. The star closest to Qin Yuan is a dilemma. If he gives it up, he must choose a more distant star. Qin Yuan felt frustrated. He stopped in place, lost in thought. Now he has two choices. One is to directly consume that star, disregarding the survival of the civilizations that depend on it, and then go to war with the Silver Wing civilization. The second option is to obediently bypass it and look for another star. Life is precious, and the evolution of life is extremely difficult. Every civilization has the potential to give rise to beings like Ya, and casually extinguishing a civilization is something Qin Yuan cannot accept. However, having to heed others' warnings and change his mind made him quite unhappy. Devouring these celestial bodies can increase one's mass and volume. But is this process meaningful just for the sake of becoming larger? Naue inquired softly. Are we discussing the meaning of an action? Fine. Qin Yuan said slowly. If there are no unexpected events, this universe will perish in trillions of years. All civilizations in the universe will vanish along with its end. In other words, you will die. Everyone will die. Since everyone will die, does what you are doing now have any meaning? Just as you said, your Silver Wing civilization spent hundreds of millions of years to establish an orderly universe, allowing civilizations to live under your protection. But is that meaningful? One day, all civilizations, including yours, will disappear. Everything you do will vanish on that day. So, does it have any meaning? Nothing is eternal. Since nothing is eternal, there will always be a day of demise. Given that everyone will perish, does what you are doing now have any significance? Even if something is accomplished or not, in the end, it amounts to nothing. Does that mean what you are doing now is meaningless? Naue fell into silence. After a long while, Qin Yuan said, in fact, nothing has meaning. But living in the moment, I just want to do what I enjoy. I enjoy the process of searching for celestial bodies and consuming them. Haha. Naue laughed, though it was unclear what she found amusing. Qin Yuan felt somewhat puzzled. Naue smiled and said, you are right. Indeed, there is no meaning. The reason our Silver Wing civilization wants to protect those civilizations is simply because we want to do so. Well, that makes sense, Qin Yuan casually replied. Naue continued. How about this? I can tell you about some nearby celestial bodies that can be consumed without affecting those civilizations. So you won't harm those fragile civilizations while still satisfying your desires. Is that okay? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan immediately felt happy. He did not intend to harm those civilizations, but he had always been troubled by the fact that in this universe filled with repulsion, the repulsive forces of many celestial bodies interact. If he were to consume one of them, the positions of the others might change, potentially turning some life-bearing regions into death zones. After all, this universe is not like Qin Yuan's universe. In Qin Yuan's universe, advanced intelligent life residing within planets can continue to survive as long as their home planet's position and the position of the surrounding stars remain unchanged. However, this universe is different. Simply put, if Qin Yuan is not informed about which celestial body can be consumed and which cannot, it would be difficult for him to determine how consuming a celestial body would affect other civilizations. But now, with Navi's help, this task has become much easier. All right, I will transmit the information to you through dark messages. Qin Yuan received the coordinates and possible routes of various celestial bodies from Navi. Based on Navi's map, he used his consciousness to control his body and flew towards the next target. Time passed slowly. On this day, Qin Yuan encountered an interesting celestial system. 2 stars flanked a planet. Due to the peculiarities of this universe, some stars are stationary. Coincidentally, both of these stars were fixed in place. In the space between these 2 stars was a planet. The planet was pushed towards the left star by the repulsive force of the right star. After flying a certain distance, it was then pushed back towards the right by the left star's repulsive force, and so on, like a ping-pong ball being batted back and forth. This scene captivated Qin Yuan for a moment. It looks like you're playing ping-pong. Just as Qin Yuan was lost in thought, a voice called out to him. Dear. The neutral female voice was sweet and somewhat cloying. Although Qin Yuan felt goosebumps at the sound, he still felt uneasy when he suddenly heard those words. Be normal. Qin Yuan couldn't help but retort. This way of acting cute doesn't suit you at all. Haha, you laughed. What do you mean it doesn't suit me? I think it fits quite well. Qin Yuan felt a bit helpless. He couldn't find anything else to criticize. You cleared her throat. Ahem, it seems there's another conflict happening. Conflict? Qin Yuan was taken aback. Yes, the Silver Wing civilization, you said casually. It's a civil war, and it's quite brutal. War? No matter if it's a low-level civilization or a high-level civilization, they cannot escape the fate of war, Chen Yuan said. Are you all right? I don't want you to get caught up in it. You replied nonchalantly, don't worry. The technology of the Silver Wing civilization is not as advanced as that of the Celestial Emperor civilization. Even if they wanted to involve themselves, they couldn't. The Silver Wing civilization isn't as advanced as the Celestial Emperor civilization? Is that so? Chen Yuan thought for a moment and suddenly realized something was amiss. Indeed, the Celestial Emperor civilization had survived until the ancient times of the universe's destruction. In contrast, the Silver Wing civilization currently existed in a young universe, which, in terms of time, certainly could not compare to the Celestial Emperor civilization. The strength of a civilization is related to time. The older the civilization, the more powerful it tends to be. However, at that time, the Silver Wing civilization claimed to be the most powerful civilization in this universe. And Chen Yuan had thought it could compete with the Celestial Emperor civilization. Now that he thought about it, it seemed they truly could not compare. As for the Civil War, let the civilization resolve it themselves. What about you? How is your research going? The Civil War will resolve itself. There's no way to intervene. What Chen Yuan is concerned about is how Ye's research is progressing. Take a guess, Ye says with interest. What is there to guess? It's either completed or not. Chen Yuan replies. Transforming dark matter into other substances is nearly impossible. I bet you Haven T completed it. Just as Chen Yuan finishes speaking, a wormhole appears beside him. Ye's figure emerges next to the wormhole. Looking at Chen Yuan, she shows that familiar mischievous smile and says, watch this. She raises her hand towards an empty space ahead. Suddenly, in Chen Yuan's gaze, some atoms slowly begin to appear in that empty space. The atoms quickly merge towards the center, gradually forming a celestial body that grows larger, becoming an asteroid, then continuing to grow into a planet-sized body resembling a gas giant. The gas giant keeps increasing in size, from the size of Earth to that of Jupiter, and continues to grow. In just a few seconds, a Jupiter-sized gas giant appears in what was previously an empty space. Chen Yuan is astonished. Through his enhanced perception, he can confirm that those atoms appeared out of thin air, not sourced from cosmic dust or other planets, but materialized from nothing. More precisely, the atoms that make up the gas giant were transformed from dark matter. Did you succeed in her research? This is something Chen Yuan never expected. All right, he glances at Chen Yuan and says, now we have three options. One is to stay in this universe and continue to consume those celestial bodies. The second is to explore other universes. And the third is to return to our own universe and recreate celestial bodies and civilizations. With your technology, why bother consuming anything? Chen Yuan responds, somewhat speechless. If you can directly convert dark matter into other substances and provide them to him, why go through the hassle of consuming celestial bodies? Isn't that absurd? Ye chuckles. Indeed. By the way, Chen Yuan looks at Ye and asks, this is a result of your research with the Silver Wing civilization. Do they also possess this technology? Ye casually replies, this technology mainly involves programming dark matter and dark energy to recreate other substances, and the process is quite complex, requiring powerful data processing capabilities. Given the current data processing ability of the Silver Wing civilization, programming something the size of a planet would likely take 1,000,000 years. Whether the Silver Wing civilization can survive for 1,000,000 years and whether this technology can be preserved is uncertain. As the ruler of the Silver Wing civilization, Navi was shattered into countless pieces during this civil war, and it will likely take thousands of years for her to recover. Navi was shattered into pieces? Chen Yuan thinks to himself, not having the best impression of her. She always acted superior, looking down on others. However, Chen Yuan understands that her presence was to protect those civilizations. Was her body shattered? Chen Yuan didn't want to think too much about it. To this universe, he was just a passerby. Chen Yuan said, let's go back to our universe, recreate celestial bodies, and revive our universe. Wait a minute. Chen Yuan dismantled that planetary-like object into atoms, then constructed a body and came to Ye's side. He extended his hand to her. Ye looked at Chen Yuan's outstretched hand. She raised her face and looked at him, asking this? Chen Yuan replied, just give me your hand. Ye blinked, momentarily unsure of what Chen Yuan meant, but still reached out and placed her hand in his palm. Chen Yuan held Ye's hand. As they traversed the universe, his enhanced perception rapidly expanded. He saw countless universes and immediately locked onto one, the universe he was familiar with. He began to traverse. However, as this thought arose, He tightened his grip on Ye's hand. Then, Qin Yuan felt his consciousness dim. When he regained his senses, he looked at himself and was stunned. There was nothing. He had become a conscious entity. Qin Yuan turned to look at Ye, but saw nothing. In an instant, he felt a tightness in his heart and immediately used his enhanced perception. Through the dark matter spectrum, he could see dark matter and dark energy pervading this universe. And he also saw Ye as a humanoid consciousness. Ye's form was made up of ones and zeros, and her hand was being held by Qin Yuan's conscious entity. Seeing Ye's consciousness, Qin Yuan immediately felt relieved. But soon, he became anxious again. He never expected that traversing the universe would cause his physical form to completely disappear. If that were the case, could you still use technology? If she couldn't, they would have to go to another universe to reconstruct her body. Just as Qin Yuan was thinking this, Ye's consciousness began to move. He watched as her conscious entity raised a hand. In the empty universe, points of atoms appeared out of nowhere, transforming into a cloud of cosmic dust. Within this 2-meter-high, 1-meter-wide cosmic dust, nerves, flesh, bones, muscle, and skin began to form. 2 bodies were constructed, one belonging to Qin Yuan and the other to Ye. The 2 bodies embraced each other. Seeing this, Qin Yuan looked at Ye's consciousness. She seemed to be looking at him and appeared to smile. Qin Yuan smiled back. How playful. Not thinking too much, he took Ye's hand and flew over. The 2 conscious entities entered each other's bodies. Qin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, looking at Ye in his arms. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes, lifting her face to look at Qin Yuan. Their eyes met. Ye revealed a playful smile. Now you are no longer a ball, but a person. Qin Yuan smiled helplessly, raised his hand, and playfully tapped her nose, saying, "All right, stop being mischievous and let's get down to business." Chapter 117. Reviving the Universe and Stars. What's the serious matter? Ye glanced at Qin Yuan with a playful smile. I think what we're doing right now is the serious matter. Qin Yuan gently stroked Ye's silver hair and said with a smile, "Didn't you say you wanted to bring our universe back to life? Now is the time to get serious and convert our universe's dark matter and dark energy into other forms of matter and energy." Upon hearing this, Ye looked at Qin Yuan and then stepped out of his embrace, gazing around. She observed the pitch-black universe before her. Actually, even when you fixed my consciousness with your controlling ability, I couldn't speak, but I could see everything you did. Ye looked at Qin Yuan, a signature mischievous smile on her face. I saw you desperately trying to revive me, using the powers from the 4-dimensional space that you don't usually like, trying to rush out to the edge of the universe. I also saw your sorrowful expression when my physical form dissipated. In the end, feeling like you couldn't save me. You even accelerated time, wanting to sacrifice yourself. From that moment, I knew I was with the right person. You smiled. But honestly, I didn't expect that you, who usually act so indifferent towards me, would be so resolute at a critical moment. You were truly adorable back then. Qin Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. Let us not talk about that. Ye slightly turned her body, looking at the surrounding dark universe. Then let us get started. As she spoke, Ye raised her delicate hand. And with a gentle wave, clouds of dust began to appear in this universe like a magic trick. In no time, these dust clouds filled the entire universe. Of course, if Qin Yuan were to look at the universe with just his eyes, he would see nothing. Without any special ability, he could see nothing, not even himself or Ye. After all, the universe was pitch black at this moment, empty of everything. However, Qin Yuan was using super perception, which allowed him to see everything in this universe. Now, the entire universe was densely filled with clouds of dust, layered thickly and found everywhere. Although he didn't know how you managed to do this, the sight was enough to amaze Qin Yuan. How did you do this? Qin Yuan looked at Ye. The mass of these dust clouds is not insignificant. It could at least form tens of millions of galaxies. With just a wave of your hand, you can gather the mass of tens of millions of galaxies. That's too exaggerated. Ye smiled at Qin Yuan. This isn't my power. I merely triggered a chain reaction with the dark matter and dark energy that permeated this universe. Simply put, I activated the switch to convert them into other forms of matter and energy, just like in the universe we visited before, letting the universe itself convert dark matter and dark energy into other forms. When the right time comes, I'll stop it. And so, Ye looked at Qin Yuan. Her arms crossed and smiled. We can admire the rebirth of the universe in this cosmos. Seeing Ye's confident and cheerful expression, Qin Yuan felt much happier too. The entire universe was now filled with clouds of dust. These dust clouds were composed of scattered microscopic particles. Over time, These materials would slowly gather and eventually, under the influence of gravity, form new celestial bodies. They could be stars, planets, moons, or black holes, among others. Simply put, dust clouds are the nutrients for various celestial bodies, just waiting for time to pass before they can give birth to new galaxies. However, that process would take too long. Chen Yuan had a thought. His control allowed him to manipulate anything with a mass lower than what he had accumulated. Naturally, the dust clouds were no exception. He pulled large swathes of dust clouds towards him and molded them into a mass. As these materials came together, due to the pressure Chen Yuan applied, they were compressed into a massive celestial body. This body had the mass of a sun, forming a planet of solar mass that had yet to ignite. The greater the mass, the stronger the gravity. This enormous body began to contract due to its own gravity. Boom. The hydrogen within the body could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure and temperature, igniting instantly. Nuclear fusion began. The body rapidly expanded, flames erupting. In this dark universe, light appeared once again. Once nuclear fusion commenced, the body became a star. It was a yellow dwarf star with the mass of the sun. However, it had just erupted, classifying it as a young star. Young stars are those that have formed not long ago. They differ from middle-aged and old stars. Newly formed stars exhibit frequent activities, such as solar winds and flares, which can easily disrupt the atmospheres of planets. Without an atmosphere, life cannot survive on a planet. The sun that Chen Yuan was familiar with was a middle-aged star, relatively stable compared to younger stars, and did not exhibit frequent stellar activities. Of course, the sun was now gone. In this universe, only the newly formed star remained. The brilliance of the star illuminated its surroundings. Observing this star, Chen Yuan had another thought. He molded 8 planets to orbit around this star and placed the 3rd planet within the habitable zone. He simulated the solar system, creating terrestrial planets for the first 4 and gas giants for the latter 4, establishing an Oort cloud around the outer edge. Thus, a brand new celestial system appeared before Chen Yuan. You looked at this celestial system, raised her face to Chen Yuan, and smiled. Are you going to create a civilization again? Chen Yuan glanced at you. After all, my universe looks rather empty and unappealing. I have a proposal. You said, actually, there are 2 ways to create a civilization. 2 ways? Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. What are they? You looked at Chen Yuan and smiled. The first method is what you did earlier, directly shaping beings from atoms. There's another method. Her smile turned a bit mischievous. That is, the 2 of us can be the first man and woman of a civilization. Chen Yuan coughed lightly. All right, enough joking. It will take some time for this celestial system to become suitable for life. After a moment of thought, he continued. During this time, we can utilize the new technologies you acquired to achieve something significant. He looked at you and said, I want to try and see what happens if I devour all the matter and energy of a universe. Chapter 118. Devouring the universe. You looked at Chen Yuan. You plan to devour a universe? Yes, Chen Yuan replied. I want to give it a try. Currently, my super perception allows me to see the entire universe, and I believe I can control the matter of a universe without any issue. When the time comes, I will devour all the matter of that universe, and I want to know what will happen. You gazed at Chen Yuan with her charming big eyes, smiling. Whatever you plan to do, just go ahead and do it. All right. Chen Yuan activated his super perception and expanded it to its limit. He scanned the various universes of different sizes and chose one that was approximately the same size as his current universe. The universe Chen Yuan currently inhabited was clearly an aging one, in a state of decline. A universe of a similar size meant that it too was an aging universe, indicating that it was empty just like his current universe. Chen Yuan looked at you and then extended his hand toward her. You glanced at Chen Yuan's hand, smiled, and took it, saying, Are you that afraid I'll get lost? Hearing this, Chen Yuan replied, I'm just worried it would be troublesome to find you again. You laughed. You really don't know how to say nice things. Chen Yuan awkwardly scratched his nose. After selecting the next universe, Chen Yuan and you disappeared together and arrived in another universe. Chen Yuan looked at himself and then at you, realizing they had once again transformed back into beings of consciousness. As a being of consciousness, Yu was different from her form after death. Now she possessed her own awareness. Yu raised her hand, and 2 bodies were constructed by her. Chen Yuan and Yu regained their physical forms. Yu looked at the empty universe before them, and then turned to Chen Yuan with a playful smile. What should I do? Chen Yuan instructed. Convert all the dark matter and dark energy of this universe into regular matter. Okay. You began to act. In an instant, what seemed like an empty universe began to fill with clouds of dust once again. Dark matter started to transform into other forms of matter. This transformation was not localized. It was happening everywhere. The entire universe is generating dust clouds everywhere at an incredible speed, accompanied by dark matter being transformed into other substances. This universe, which had seemingly ceased all motion, begins to collapse. The speed of this collapse exceeds that of light, but when viewed from an external perspective, it appears almost unchanged. The volume of the universe is overwhelmingly vast. Extreme devouring. Controllability. Chen Yuan activates extreme devouring. In an instant, a black hole with a diameter of 1 billion kilometers appears in this universe. The dust that has just been birthed from the universe swiftly approaches Chen Yuan. His physical form cannot withstand this terrifying pressure and is compressed into a mass. As the material increases, Chen Yuan transforms back into a singularity. Once he becomes a singularity, the influx of other materials causes the singularity to rotate. As the singularity spins wildly, the boundary of 1 billion kilometers begins to rotate as well, forming an enormous accretion disk outside the boundary. However, within this point where light does not exist, this accretion disk remains invisible. Chen Yuan's consciousness is clear. He can feel the changes in his body. Ye is within the temporal boundary of Chen Yuan, and because Chen Yuan uses his control ability to safeguard her body, she is not consumed by him. Ye watches everything in front of her, her face full of wonder. It's so big. Although I saw this scene with my consciousness after my death, seeing it with my own eyes now feels truly enormous. Chen Yuan wonders what would happen if he devoured all the material in the universe. The dark matter of this universe is being transformed into substances that Chen Yuan can consume through Ye's technological powers. The speed of this transformation is incredibly fast, but Chen Yuan's devouring speed is not slow either. However, he needs to gradually control all the material of the universe to converge towards himself, turning it into his own substance, which requires crossing a vast distance. This means that if Chen Yuan wants to devour all the material of the universe, he will need an immense amount of time, billions, trillions, or even quadrillions of years. But Chen Yuan doesn't mind. He just wants to know what will happen if he devours all the material of a universe. Let's go. A voice sounds. Upon hearing this voice, Ye is slightly taken aback and looks at Chen Yuan beside her. Chen Yuan has reconstructed his body into a humanoid form using other materials. He smiles at Ye and says, "Let's go back to our universe." Ye smiles back. "Don't you need to stay in this black hole?" Chen Yuan replies, "That would be so boring. Devouring this will take a long time. I've already used my control ability to influence all the material in the universe, directing it to come this way. Those materials are currently approaching at sublight speed, being consumed by me. What I need now is time. It doesn't matter whether my consciousness is present or not." He looks at Ye and adds, "During this long time of devouring the universe, I need you to accompany me. Although I don't intend to become the first woman and man of our universe with you, I can still help you build a house and create a little nest." Ye's eyes glimmered with a hint of light as she smiled and asked, "Is this a proposal?" Chen Yuan was taken aback. "Does your civilization have proposals?" Ye crossed her arms and replied with a laugh, "We don't do that in our civilization. As long as two people are attracted to each other, they will be together." Chen Yuan chuckled. "Then I respect you. Let's stick to your civilization's way." "All right," Ye shrugged. As time passed, it was hard to tell how much time had gone by. The black hole was spinning wildly, consuming everything around it. This universe seemed to be altered by Ye's influence, starting to convert dark matter into other forms. As new matter was generated, dark matter decreased. With the reduction of dark matter, the universe began to collapse. All the transformed matter was gradually consumed by Chen Yuan, causing his mass to grow day by day. Although in this vast universe, that amount of matter was insignificant, over time, his mass increase became quite terrifying. With each contraction of the universe, Chen Yuan's mass increased. As time went on, the speed of the universe's contraction grew faster. Chapter 119, various stars reappeared, and the sky was filled with stars. Chen Yuan was quite relaxed now. Unlike the universe he was consuming, he had transformed into a humanoid form and was now in his own universe. The dust clouds that permeated the entire universe nurtured countless new stars. Chen Yuan resided on a planet within the celestial system he had created. Over time, this planet had transformed into a beautiful blue sphere, with oceans, plants, and animals all appearing on it. You built a house in the style of her civilization, and Chun Yuan and you lived in that room together. That night, Chun Yuan and you stood on the balcony, gazing at the night sky. Chun Yuan looked up at the sky, which was filled with stars. He remarked, "When I first arrived here, at night, I couldn't see anything when I looked up. Now look at all these stars." Upon hearing this, you turned her face to look at him and smiled. "Stars?" Chun Yuan smiled back, gently wrapping an arm around you, and said, "I told you before, I wasn't originally a celestial body, but a person. In my previous civilization, we called these shining objects in the sky stars. At that time, they didn't know about celestial bodies or stars." He felt there was no need to hide anything from her and decided to share. During this time, Chun Yuan and Ye had become familiar with each other's civilizations and even taught each other their languages. On this planet, they communicated using Chun Yuan's language. Unlike before when they exchanged thoughts directly in their minds. Yaxiao rested her small head on Chun Yuan's shoulder, gazing at the starry sky. "It's really interesting. The language of your civilization," she said. Chun Yuan chuckled. "Language is merely a tool for communication. Compared to language, you are far more interesting." He gently stroked Yaxiao's silver hair. This was the truth. After such a long time, if it weren't for her companionship, he would have probably found it unbearable. Yaxiao was slightly taken aback. She lifted her face to look at Chun Yuan, gave him a sidelong glance, then turned her gaze back to the stars, falling silent. Yet the corners of her mouth lifted significantly, and her clear eyes sparkled with light. It was evident that she was very happy. Seeing her happy made Chun Yuan happy too. He looked up at the countless stars and pondered, wondering what the universe over there was like. With that thought, Chun Yuan activated his super perception and magnified it. He saw many universes and found the one that was being consumed by him. Taking a glance, he suddenly realized that this universe was much smaller than it had been at first, reduced by a full third. This was extremely frightening. The volume of a universe is incredibly vast, so immense that it is hard to describe in words. Yet now this universe had shrunk by a third. What about himself? Chun Yuan's super perception entered the universe. Upon looking, he was somewhat surprised to find that although this universe was being consumed by him, it had still given birth to numerous stars. Of course, the reason for the birth of these stars was that they were too far from Chun Yuan's main body. Their positions were almost at the edge of the universe. Although Chun Yuan used his control ability to pull them toward his main body, it would still take millions or even tens of millions of years for them to reach his location. During this time, they naturally combined with other materials and thus gave birth to stars. This universe, which had originally been devoid of any stars, was now densely populated with them. In the center, a colossal super black hole was rotating, surrounded by a massive accretion disk. The time boundary emitted by this black hole occupied a position that was 1,000th of the cosmic space. Within this universe, all matter was drawn in by the black hole's gravity, orbiting around it and moving closer. And this black hole was Chun Yuan's main body. Seeing the size of his own mass, Chun Yuan felt a shock. Although he had thought from the beginning that his mass would become incredibly large as he continued to consume, witnessing it with his own eyes left him in awe. It could actually be this big. Wait a minute. This universe has already shrunk to only 2/3 of its original size, while my volume is increasing. If I continue to absorb, does that mean the universe will become smaller while I grow larger? In other words, in the end, will I touch the edge of this universe? Chun Yuan's heart was suddenly filled with anticipation. What would happen if I touched the edge of the universe? He was very curious to know. However, from the current perspective, it seemed that touching the edge of the universe would take some time. He could only take it slowly. With this thought, Chun Yuan withdrew his gaze and returned to Ye's side. Coming back to his senses, he looked back at Ye, who was gazing at him. Their eyes met. Ye smiled and asked, "What happened?" Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback. "What?" Ye rolled her eyes at him and turned to enter the room. Watching her back, Chun Yuan snapped back to reality. "Were you asking about the universe over there? That universe has contracted, its size reduced by 1/3. And my volume and mass have also increased significantly." Chun Yuan followed Ye into the room. Ye sat at the vanity, smiling as she picked up a comb to groom her long silver hair. "I never expected to absorb a universe. I never thought about what would happen after absorbing a universe." Looking at herself in the mirror, Ye smiled and said, "I'm looking forward to it too. However, at this rate, it will take a very long time to completely absorb that universe." After finishing her hair, Ye placed the comb on the vanity, stood up, walked over to Chun Yuan, took his hand, and smiled. "During this time, let's do something else." "Do something else?" Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback. "What?" Ye's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a glance and silently nestled into his embrace. All right, no more playing, Ye said softly. Chen Yuan smiled, raising his hand to gently hold her and stroke her hair. He thought to himself, absorbing a universe, what will it ultimately become? His heart was filled with anticipation. If he absorbed that universe and then absorbed other universes, what would happen? Would he become even larger? Chapter 120. Can I hear other voices after becoming a universe? As time passed, Chen Yuan felt his body growing larger through his heightened perception, while the universe became smaller. Countless trillions of years went by like this. The edge of the universe touched the edge of a black hole. In that instant, the entire universe was swallowed by the black hole. The universe collapsed into the body of the black hole, merging with its singularity. At that moment, Chen Yuan felt a terrifying energy gathering within his body. Just then, boom. Accompanied by a loud sound, the singularity, which possessed infinite mass, infinite density, and infinite gravity, exploded. The entire singularity suddenly expanded at an incredible speed. Chen Yuan's consciousness vanished. He knew nothing. At that moment, the singularity bulged outwards like a balloon, embodying the theory of the Big Bang. Some people believe that the universe originated from a singularity explosion. An unknown factor, a singularity with infinite mass, infinite density, and infinite gravity, caused this explosion. After the explosion, the body rapidly expanded. However, after it devoured the universe disappeared, and this singularity took its place. For unknown reasons, it also experienced a singularity explosion effect, similar to that of the universe. Its body began to expand. All the matter it had previously absorbed exploded in an instant, rapidly inflating its body. The speed of this expansion was extremely fast. The event horizon disappeared the moment the universe was consumed, leaving only the singularity, which began to expand. The edges appeared like the rim of a bubble, with the entire volume rapidly increasing. Inside this bubble-like substance, there was nothing but dark matter and dark energy. The dark matter and dark energy filled the expanding space, and then they continued to increase, causing the universe to grow larger. This continued for an unknown amount of time. Gradually, its consciousness began to recover. Once conscious, it looked at its body in astonishment. This was a shocking discovery. Within it, countless stars were still being formed. And these stars had already formed galaxies, which were connected into a network of galaxies, looking incredibly brilliant. Upon seeing this, it was stunned. Have I become the universe? Is the mass of a universe the upper limit of a black hole's mass? When the mass reaches the upper limit of a black hole, does it cause a singularity explosion, ultimately becoming a universe? This feeling is truly unbelievable. Suddenly, it heard a voice. The old universe dies. The new universe is born. Has it still not escaped the fate of extinction? Why can't a new universe be born? Nurturing a new universe is so difficult. Various complaints echoed in its consciousness, continuously making it feel dazed. It was somewhat puzzled and used its heightened perception to look around. Who was speaking? There was no sound at all. With its heightened perception, it could see other universes of varying sizes. Is this an auditory hallucination? It wondered, but it felt it shouldn't be. It must not be an auditory hallucination. I don't want to die. Even if I have to die, I want to give birth to a new universe. What should I do? If I continue to expand, everything will end. If I continue to collapse, I will also cease to exist. Suddenly, various voices echoed in its mind again. Hearing these voices, it was momentarily stunned. Who is it? Who is speaking? Yet, there was still no response. It felt inexplicably confused. Just then, it had a sudden thought. Nurturing a new universe? The owners of these voices seemed to want to give birth to a new universe. But the question is, who would think of nurturing a new universe? Suddenly, Chen Yuan felt goosebumps all over his body, even though he didn't actually have any. It was the universe. The idea of giving birth to a new universe could only come from the universe itself. In other words, if the universe wanted to create a new universe, it could only rely on the civilizations within it, using technological power to leave the universe and then nurture a new universe outside. However, if the universe keeps expanding and collapsing, civilizations would perish. A dead civilization would not be able to leave the universe and create a new one. Therefore, the universes were worried, concerned that their own collapse or expansion would annihilate those civilizations. This meant that the voice Chen Yuan had just heard was emitted by those universes. In other words, the universe is alive. Chen Yuan felt a shock. But why didn't they make any sound when he was just speaking? After a moment of thought, Qin Yuan understood. Once he became the universe, he could hear its voice. Additionally, he could translate languages he didn't understand, which allowed him to comprehend what these universes were saying. But these universes didn't have the same ability as Qin Yuan. They simply couldn't understand his words. Moreover, each universe was speaking its own language, meaning there was no communication between them. Thus, they couldn't comprehend what Qin Yuan was saying. Qin Yuan looked at the new and old universes of varying sizes before him, stunned. It turned out that the universe was not a giant. It was a life form itself. Was the universe relying on the technology of civilizations for its reproduction? Qin Yuan expanded his super perception to the limit. Through this heightened perception, he could see clusters of universes densely packed together. There were both large and small ones. In this dark world, countless universes existed. These universes were not lifeless. They were conscious, living entities. Qin Yuan found it hard to believe. He could not imagine what would happen if he continued to consume all these universes. But the question was, could he still continue to consume them now? Qin Yuan had already become the universe, and the universe was not within the universe. Inside the universe, there were laws, with some forces repelling and others attracting. Outside the universe, there was neither repulsion nor attraction. Qin Yuan relied on gravitational pull to gain mass for consumption. But now, could he still consume? Celestial consumption system. Can I continue to consume? A mechanical voice echoed in Qin Yuan's mind. You have met the conditions and gained a new ability, universe consumption. Qin Yuan's heart raced. Universe consumption? You can consume universes smaller than your mass. Just a touch is enough to consume them. Hearing this, Qin Yuan's heartbeat quickened as he looked at the nearby universes of varying sizes. Then let's do it. Chapter 121. The universe is a supergiant monster. Have you forgotten something? Just as Qin Yuan was about to set off to begin consuming, a voice echoed in his mind. Hearing this voice, Qin Yuan smiled. I'm back. It had been over 360 million years. I've missed you, he said softly. Qin Yuan smiled wryly. I didn't expect to fall into a coma for so long after devouring a universe. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting alone for 3 billion years. The unique neutral female voice of you added a hint of amusement. It's okay. When I decided to be with you, I had already prepared myself for this. Otherwise, 3 billion years all at once would probably be unbearable, even for me. It's fine. During these 3 billion years, I kept myself busy, so it wasn't too boring, Qin Yuan replied. Busy with what? Qin Yuan asked curiously. Isn't civilization chaotic? It could perish at any moment. I learned from the Silver Wing civilization, you said. In our universe, I established a new civilization called the Justice Civilization, aimed at protecting weaker civilizations from threats and upholding justice. She laughed casually. This way, it was quite a good way to pass the time. Qin Yuan smiled. It seems that even though I was in a coma during this time, I ended up doing a good deed, helping to give birth to a guardian for a universe. A guardian? Really? I feel like I've been assimilated by you, treating those vibrant lives as toys. The old me would never have interfered with the development of other civilizations, you said thoughtfully. But it doesn't matter. What about you? Are you in such a hurry to leave right after waking up? At this point, you paused. She gently said, come back and keep me company. I miss you so much. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. An inexplicable joy surged within him. Having devoured a universe, he had also become a universe himself. For a moment, he felt empty, as if his inner self was vacant. Hearing Ye's voice and her longing for him, Qin Yuan suddenly realized something. Yes, he was no longer that wandering planet. He had a home now, and someone was waiting for him at home. Qin Yuan looked around at the various sized universes. Let us take it slow for now. He had just become a universe, and there were many things he didn't understand. With this in mind, Qin Yuan asked, is my physical body still there? Yes, I've been protecting it all along, Ye softly replied. It's still in that place. Qin Yuan opened his super perception and found his house. The room looked just as it always had, the environment unchanged from 3 billion years ago. With no difference at all. Given such a long time, the planet should have undergone geological changes, and the environment would have inevitably changed. But here, nothing had changed. Which only meant one possibility. You had been interfering with the environmental changes all along. With the technology you possessed, altering the materials within a universe was trivial. Keeping a small part of an environment unchanged on a planet was naturally very simple. Qin Yuan found his physical body lying on the bed. Consciousness transfer. Slowly, Qin Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the familiar ceiling. He had lived in this room for countless times, and everything remained the same. Qin Yuan got up. Back. A voice rang out. Chen Yuan turned his head to look. Ya was dressed in silver armor, with a long sword at her waist and her silver hair flowing naturally behind her, complemented by a red cape. She looked at Chen Yuan with a spirited demeanor and a smile on her face. Am I handsome? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He got up and sat on the edge of the bed, laughing as he replied, handsome, very handsome, my Ya, more handsome than anyone. Ya beamed with joy. She smiled brightly. I love to hear that. I'll wear this outfit every day, as the queen of justice and civilization, leading and managing them to uphold justice and peace throughout the universe. Suddenly, her armor vanished, leaving her in a casual shirt as she walked over to Chen Yuan. Accompanied by a fragrant breeze, Ya leaped into Chen Yuan's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and looking at him with a smile. In front of you. I don't need to be handsome. I just need you to like me. Chen Yuan smiled. After all these years, how many people are in your civilization now? Over 300 million, all warriors with 6th-generation genes. Over 300 million, all 6th-generation gene warriors, Chen Yuan murmured, looking at Ya as he asked. Won't that be hard to control? Ya laughed, saying, all my warriors come from other civilizations. I spend a year selecting each warrior. Only when I fully understand a warrior's personality do I communicate with her and grant her the 6th-generation gene. When I meet them, I tell them, I am a deity. I am the will of the universe, then demonstrate my power to solve all their problems, allowing them to become deities and granting them the 6th-generation gene. Ya chuckled. In over 3 billion years, I've only gathered a little over 300 million warriors. Not too many. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback and smiled helplessly. So, that's your fun every year? Of course not just that, Ya replied. Occasionally, when some civilizations encounter issues, I can get involved as a pastime, while also promoting the justice of my civilization. All right. Ya looked into Chen Yuan's eyes and asked, what about you? How's it going? When I was connected to your consciousness, I could see what you saw, but after you fell unconscious, I couldn't see anything. It wasn't until today that I heard your voice again through the dark communication channel. As she spoke, she leaned against Chen Yuan's chest. He gently stroked her hair. After I devoured that universe, a singularity explosion occurred, and then I fell unconscious. When I woke up, I realized I had become the universe. The strangest part is that I heard many voices, all coming from other universes. It seems like the universe is alive. Ya was taken aback and raised her face. The universe is alive? Chen Yuan nodded. They all have consciousness and purpose. It seems they all want to give birth to new universes, just like animals. Ya slowly closed her eyes. So, the universe is not a giant, but a living being. In that case, the universe is actually a monster, a super monster. We are living creatures inside a super giant monster, right? Chen Yuan looked at Ya and smiled. That's not entirely wrong. Chapter 122. What do you think the shape of the universe is? So what are your plans next? You looked at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan said, I want to continue devouring. I want to know what will be outside if I completely consume the universe. The universe has no gravity. Can you really consume it? You looked at Chen Yuan, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Chen Yuan said, after I became the universe, I gained a new ability. As long as my edge touches the edge of another universe, I can consume that universe. In other words, as long as I want to, I can swallow all the universes. You looked at Chen Yuan. But besides those already old universes, other universes will have stars being born and civilizations emerging. Consuming a universe might be catastrophic for the civilizations within it. The merging of universes is beyond my comprehension. No one knows what will happen. Yes. This left Chen Yuan somewhat bewildered. When Chen Yuan viewed the world from the perspective of a universe, he saw it as a whole, a single entity, just like the other universe. But the problem is, it's not like that. Many universes contain galaxies, stars, planets, and even other civilizations. If he consumes other universes, the galaxies and civilizations within them will also be swallowed by Chen Yuan. This means that if Chen Yuan wants to consume a universe without harming the civilizations within, he only has one option, to consume those universes that no longer have civilizations. However, those kinds of universes are quite distant from Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan pondered. In that case, I can only consume some universes without civilizations, which are probably quite far away. It will take a long time to consume them, likely measured in billions of years. You smiled. Then I'll accompany you during that time. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan smiled back. Good. If that long time is just spent on the journey, it would indeed be too boring. Chen Yuan said, then I will first return to being the universe, and see how to control my body to approach other universes. You responded with an Chen Yuan's consciousness left. He returned to the form of the universe. Chen Yuan looked around at the pitch-black world, observing the floating universes, each like bubbles of varying sizes. Chen Yuan activated his super perception, searching for one universe at a time. He was looking for those without galaxies. Eventually, Chen Yuan found one. That universe was more than 6 times larger than Chen Yuan, but its total mass was only 1/5 of Chen Yuan's. Chen Yuan realized that the volume would increase or decrease based on the amount of dark matter and dark energy. Currently, Chen Yuan was just a young universe, which means that the dark matter and dark energy in him were less than those in the universe that was entirely composed of dark matter and dark energy. Dark matter is scarce, so naturally, Chen Yuan doesn't expand too much, resulting in a relatively small volume. However, in terms of overall mass, Chen Yuan is greater than the counterpart. This means that the mass between universes varies. Some have more mass, while others have less. System. My volume is smaller than the counterparts, but my mass is greater. Can I devour the counterpart? The ability to devour in the universe allows for the consumption of universes with less mass than oneself, regardless of volume. A mechanical, emotionless voice from the celestial system echoed. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Yuan locked onto the location of the target universe and used his consciousness to drive the entire universe closer in that direction. When Chen Yuan utilized his consciousness, he found himself moving, but his speed was extremely slow. Or perhaps it was extremely fast. The universe is simply too vast. Even if Chen Yuan were to move at superluminal speeds, from an external perspective, his speed would still appear very slow. There was still a long distance to the target universe, and at this speed, Chen Yuan had no idea how long it would take to approach it. He could jump into the 4-dimensional space to take a look, using the spatial leap of 4-dimensional space to try it out. No, Chen Yuan wasn't currently limiting his movement speed, meaning his current movement speed was already superluminal. However, he hadn't entered 4-dimensional space. What was going on? No, that's wrong. A universe itself includes 11 dimensions of space. Chen Yuan was currently in the 11-dimensional space, but was using a super-perceptual ability of 3-dimensional space, so he was unaware. Being in the 11-dimensional space, he naturally couldn't enter the 4-dimensional space. Chen Yuan felt somewhat baffled. This meant that after becoming a universe, he couldn't use the jumping ability of 4-dimensional space? Forget it. If he couldn't use it, then so be it. At the current speed, it would take too long to touch the target universe in front of him. If he continued to remain in this universe, it would be too dull and tedious. The other option seemed much more interesting. With this thought, Chen Yuan was about to turn back. But at that moment, through his super-perception, Chen Yuan saw a scene that left him astonished. He saw a creature. This creature resembled a whale in some ways. It was enormous, half the size of a universe, lacking eyes but possessing a large mouth. Its entire body was pitch black, and one could see the stars swirling around within it. It was swimming through the gaps between universes. Although this creature was only half the size of a universe, this was from the perspective of the universe itself. This meant that it was far larger than stars or similar entities. Its mass was probably 1 billion times that of the sun, which was insufficient to describe it. Upon seeing this creature, suddenly, it opened its mouth and devoured a small universe in one bite. At this moment, Chen Yuan was stunned. This creature was devouring a universe? Was that small universe collapsing? Was this thing treating the collapsing universe as food? Chen Yuan noticed that the consumed universe had merged with the creature's body, becoming one entity. The galaxies within the creature appeared brighter. This meant that the creature, which devoured universes, was also a universe itself. Chen Yuan was shocked. He amplified his perception and continued to observe. In fact, within a spherical universe, there were many whale-like universes. They were smaller than ordinary universes, but larger than the smaller ones. They were consuming those smaller universes, and after devouring them, their bodies became even brighter. Yet they did not increase in size. This must be the true cosmic life form. Unbelievable. Wait a minute. The universe itself is a life form. I just thought all cosmic life forms were bubble-like spheres. Of course, other shapes are also normal, and a shape like this whale is not impossible. Beyond the universe, there are truly all sorts of wonders. Chapter 123. Why can't we find or touch the edge of the universe? Those colossal beasts containing networks of galaxies are evidently universes as well. However, they possess life and also consume other universes. As long as the universe is smaller than them, they can devour it. Such an existence is truly hard to believe. Moreover, they move back and forth in the gaps of the spherical universe, appearing very casual. It is known that the volume of the universe is immensely vast, and moving even a small distance in a short time is almost like moving at superluminal speeds. Their seemingly casual speed indicates that they are using a terrifying velocity. Incredible. Such universes exist. Chen Yuan looked at those creatures and didn't think much more about it. He decided to start consuming universes, curious to see what he would become as his size increased. Chen Yuan focused all his consciousness and drove the entire universe towards his next target at the fastest speed, feeling the universe slowly move. He allowed it to continue moving while he withdrew his consciousness to find Ya. With nothing else to do, Ye took Chen Yuan to the civilization she had established. Before Chen Yuan's eyes appeared a celestial system. In the center was an artificial sun about the same size as the real one. Surrounding the artificial sun were 8 artificial planets, which were not spherical but shaped like islands. Chen Yuan had seen such a celestial system before in the Celestial Emperor civilization. Clearly, Ye had replicated that system to establish this righteous civilization. Ye led Chen Yuan to the largest island planet, which was also the closest to the sun. Upon entering the planet, Chen Yuan observed that the area was filled with architecture from the Celestial Emperor civilization. In the center stood the largest and most luxurious building. Ye took Chen Yuan inside that building, leading him into an incredibly spacious room. Ye looked at Chen Yuan and smiled, saying, "This is the Queen's chamber. When you weren't here, I stayed here to handle various matters." Chen Yuan nodded slightly. At that moment, a blonde woman in silver armor approached and respectfully bowed to Ye. She nodded slightly in response. Turning to Chen Yuan, she said, "This is you, my left wing, simply put, my right-hand person, who helps me with various tasks." Yu's expression was respectful but also carried a hint of confusion as she looked at Chen Yuan, her eyes filled with puzzlement. "Your Majesty, who is he?" Yu smiled and replied, "He is Chen Yuan, my beloved." Yu's expression changed in surprise as she looked at Chen Yuan. "The creator god, Yuan?" She hurriedly bowed to Chen Yuan, saying, "Yu, greetings to the creator god." Seeing Yu's flustered and surprised demeanor, Chen Yuan fell silent. He glanced at Yu helplessly, wondering what ideas she had instilled in them. Did she really make him out to be the creator god? "You may leave now," Yu said with a smile. "I think he has something to say." "Yes." Yu respectfully bowed again and turned to leave. Chen Yuan watched Yu's retreating figure as the door slowly closed. He shifted his gaze back to Yu. "How did I end up with such a title?" Yu crossed her arms with a smile and explained, "I created this righteous civilization in the name of the cosmic supreme god, and for the female warriors I brought in, I granted them divine positions. Naturally, you also need a divine title." Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh wryly. "This is all so chaotic. Gods don't exist. All of Ye's abilities stemmed from advanced technology. Of course, in this newly revived universe, all civilizations were still quite young, and none could fully understand the technology they possessed. Technology that cannot be comprehended is naturally referred to as divine power. Ye claimed to be a god and established a civilization of gods. She believed that as long as she wanted, no civilization in the universe would question her. Granting divine titles made it easier to manage. For instance, I would say that she is the Eastern god, governing all civilizations in the East, while the Western ones would be managed by the Western god. This way, it corresponds perfectly to their areas of governance." With a playful smile, Ye added, "I even ranked these gods. You and I are the highest, so when they see us, they all have to bow and show respect." All right. Chen Yuan couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't help but pinch Ye's nose and said helplessly, "This is too awkward. Claiming to be a god. I felt embarrassed when I heard the Silver Wing civilization call themselves gods, and now this happens here." Chen Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. The term god was a title used by lower civilizations to refer to higher ones, with those who understood nothing calling themselves gods. He didn't mind it, but now that it had turned into him being called a god, that was quite awkward. Ye nestled into Chen Yuan's embrace, saying, "It's not awkward. It makes it easier for us to manage other civilizations and facilitates our rule. Besides, isn't it more fun this way?" She lifted her face to look at Chen Yuan, revealing a playful smile. "This way, it won't be too boring. Let other civilizations recognize us as gods, and then worship us. We can then provide them with assistance, which is a win-win situation." Chen Yuan felt helpless. He smiled and said, "All right, but just remember, it's all fun and games. Don't take it too seriously." He gently stroked Ye's hair and added, "I don't want you to become too obsessed with power. Not at all. You replied with a smile. As long as you want, I can give up this power at any time and roam the world with you. Hearing this, Chen Yuan recalled how you had previously given up her position as the emperor of the heavenly civilization just to be with him. Yes, he believed her. By the way, you lifted her face, looked at Chen Yuan, and said, during the time you were unconscious, I researched the technology to create a new universe. And I have successfully made progress. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Successfully made progress? You nodded and looked at him. At the same time, I also discovered the reason we had been unable to find the edge of the universe. Chen Yuan trembled. Found it? Yes, you said, looking at him. What you saw of the universe before was based on your abilities. In reality, the entire universe exists within an 11-dimensional space. What you saw was the edge of the universe within that 11-dimensional space. As beings of 3 dimensions, we cannot see it unless we have the ability to enter 11-dimensional space. Only when we exist in the 11-dimensional space along with this universe can we see the true edge of the universe. Otherwise, even if we physically reach the edge of the universe, we wouldn't know that it's the edge. The space-time at the edge of the universe is interconnected, meaning that if you go out from the eastern edge of the universe, you will return from the western edge. This is the reason why one can travel in a straight line and still not reach the edge of the universe. Chapter 124. Is the singularity in the Big Bang a black hole? 11-dimensional space. 0-dimensional is a point. 1-dimensional is an infinitely long line. 2-dimensional is a surface woven from countless infinite lines. 3-dimensional is a space composed of countless overlapping surfaces. 4-dimensional is a space formed by numerous spaces intertwined with a timeline. That timeline is one way. You can look back and see what happened in the past, but your physical body cannot return to the past. 5-dimensional is the growth of any time scale in 4-dimensional time. Every time scale gives rise to countless timelines. In simple terms, it means that a single time scale produces numerous possibilities, which is 5-dimensional. 6-dimensional is referred to as parallel space, which is not the same as parallel universes. 6-dimensional space occurs when those timelines are distorted and intertwined due to gravity, forming a space where the future and past intertwine, which defines parallel space or 6-dimensional. Once you reach 6 dimensions, you can traverse both the past and the future. Up to 6 dimensions, the dimensions have not separated from the universe. They still exist within a single universe. In fact, all dimensions share a common point, treating the former as a point and then adding another line, which we all refer to as a dimension. The 7-dimensional space considers the 6 dimensions as a point and then adds an additional dimension, which is referred to as the origin of time. This means the period that emerged after the singularity and the Big Bang. The origin of time connects countless time singularities, forming what is known as the 7-dimensional space. This represents the starting points of countless universes, at which point one has transcended the dimension of a single universe. The 8th dimension encompasses the numerous universes within all time scales. The 9th dimension involves altering the cosmic timeline through gravitational influence, leading to overlapping universes on that timeline. Being able to access the 9th dimension means one can traverse into parallel universes through the effects of gravity. The 10th dimension consists of countless universes existing simultaneously within one space. The 11th dimension introduces the dimensions of memory and perception. In simple terms, the countless universes that Chen Yuan perceives through heightened cognition exist within the 11th dimensional space, although he himself has not realized this. A highly intelligent life form, if it wishes to see those countless universes, must step into the 11th dimensional space. This explains why so many civilizations desperately search for the edge of the universe but cannot find it. The edge of the universe does not exist within the 3-dimensional world, just as an ant in a 2-dimensional world cannot find the edge of the earth. If an ant cannot find the edge of the earth, then people in the 3-dimensional world naturally cannot find the edge of the universe located in the 11th dimensional space. Upon hearing Ye's explanation, Chen Yuan awakened to this realization. He looked at Ye and said, "So, if one wants to leave this universe, one must enter the 11th dimensional space?" Ye nodded and smiled at Chen Yuan, saying, "Not only that, but if I want to create a new universe, I must also enter the 11th dimensional space. Otherwise, it cannot be done." A universe includes dimensions such as space and time. To create a universe is equivalent to creating a point in time. You looked at Chen Yuan and asked, "What do you think? Would you like to try taking me to the 11th dimensional space? If so, I could create a new universe." You looked at Chen Yuan with great interest. The location of a universe is indeed the 11th dimensional space, although Chun Yuan, as a three-dimensional being, was not aware of this. However, with Ye's hint, he finally realized the truth. No wonder, despite moving at superluminal speeds, he did not enter the four-dimensional space. It turned out he was already in a higher-level space. No wonder he could see the edge of the universe with heightened perception, while those advanced civilizations could never find it. The universe does not exist within the three-dimensional space. What about you? Do you want to go? Chun Yuan asked Ya. You shook her head and said, forget it. Forget it? Chun Yuan was taken aback. You replied, I'm worried that if I go, I want to be able to come back. Not able to come back? Chun Yuan smiled and said, there's no need to worry about that. I will protect you. Ya showed a faint smile, resting her small head against Chun Yuan's chest. It's very difficult to return from a higher dimension to a lower one. You have a magical ability. You can stay in an 11-dimensional space and move freely between different dimensions, but I can't. If I reach that dimension, I might not come back. She raised her face to look at Chun Yuan. So, it's better to forget it. If I go to that dimension, I won't be able to stay by your side. Ya's eyes gazed ahead, glimmering with a hint of light, her face adorned with a smile. Yet, that smile lacked the confidence and ease it once had. The thought of not being able to stay by Chun Yuan's side seemed to make her a bit uncomfortable. Chun Yuan smiled and embraced her, gently stroking her silver hair. I'm not far from you. It's just a distance of 3 or 4 universes. For me, returning to your side is just a moment away. To me, you've always been with me and never left. Ya's lips curled slightly. It seems my training has paid off during this time. You're getting better at speaking. She raised her face to look at Chun Yuan and playfully said, but to say 3 or 4 universes is not far. I think only you would dare to say that. Hearing this, Chun Yuan smiled. All right then, instead of creating a new universe, let's get down to business. Business? Ya looked at Chun Yuan in confusion. Chun Yuan chuckled. It's the kind of business you often mention to provoke me. Upon hearing this, Ya's delicate face turned red, and she shot Chun Yuan a glare. I'll tell you how to create a universe, and you can do it, she said with a playful smile. Chun Yuan laughed. Changing the topic? What's wrong? Don't you like doing business anymore? Ya's face turned even redder, hiding her face in Chun Yuan's embrace. Stop teasing. Chun Yuan chuckled. If it were possible to create a universe, according to Ya, it wasn't actually that difficult. All you had to do was create a singularity with infinite mass and infinite gravity, throw it outside the universe, and then use some special technological means to cause it to undergo a Big Bang. Naturally, it would form a new universe. This process is very similar to creating an artificial star. An artificial star relies on nuclear fusion, while creating a singularity of infinite mass uses gravity. In fact, singularities that give birth to universes can be found in almost any universe. They are black holes. As long as a black hole undergoes a Big Bang and spits out what it has consumed, it can become a universe itself. Chun Yuan looked at the black hole before him, deep in thought. How could he bring this black hole outside? Chapter 125. Advanced intelligent life may break through the edge of the universe. Chun Yuan reviewed his abilities and realized that he didn't have any ability to take this thing outside the universe. He could traverse the universe and even become the universe, but he seemed to lack the ability to directly pull something else and run to the world outside the universe. His consciousness could control a material to move at superluminal speeds, allowing that material to traverse 4-dimensional space. But how can one reach the 5-dimensional space, or even the 11-dimensional space of the universe? This knowledge is lacking for Chun Yuan. It can be said to be quite scarce. Wait a moment. I almost forgot. Chun Yuan's consciousness returned to his own entity, which is the universe. He looked at the various universes of different sizes before him. Now, Chun Yuan is a universe located in 11-dimensional space. In other words, the matter he sees now is the matter of the 11-dimensional space. Chun Yuan focused on the universe closest to him. That universe was filled with a network of galaxies, and within these networks, black holes could easily be seen. With a thought, Chun Yuan used his controlling ability to grasp a black hole that was closest to the edge of the universe. Controlling it, he pulled it away from the edge of the universe. As time passed, the black hole moved away from the universe's edge under Chun Yuan's watch. The bubble-like universe trembled slightly as the black hole detached from it. The black hole was pulled away from the body of that universe. In the instant it detached, the temporal boundaries surrounding the black hole disappeared. Outside the universe, there is no gravity. Once in the external environment, the black hole's gravity was instantly stripped away, leaving only a singularity. This singularity was extremely small, almost invisible. Of course, no matter how small, it could not escape Chun Yuan's superperception. In that moment, influenced by the quantum factors outside the universe, the singularity began to expand. The singularity exploded. Although it was called an explosion, Chun Yuan did not see any sparks. He only observed the singularity rapidly expanding at a terrifying speed. As the singularity expanded, its edges became bubble-like, while the dark matter and dark energy inside increased rapidly, quickly filling the entire singularity and pushing it outward. So this is the singularity explosion. When I exploded back then, I couldn't see my own condition. Now I can finally see it. Chun Yuan felt pleased. Watching this singularity grow quickly was quite enjoyable. However, it looked just like a balloon being inflated, expanding rapidly. Congratulations. Conditions met. Consciousness ability has evolved into cosmic consciousness. A mechanical voice echoed in Chun Yuan's mind. Congratulations. Conditions met. Control ability has evolved into cosmic control. Hearing this voice, Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback. He had almost forgotten about this system since it hadn't spoken. This sudden announcement excited Chun Yuan greatly. Cosmic consciousness. Cosmic control? What does this mean? Cosmic level consciousness and control abilities? Could it be? Chun Yuan had an idea. Cosmic consciousness. Chun Yuan utilized cosmic consciousness on himself and then controlled his movement. He moved. His speed was not slow, and he flew a considerable distance in an instant. It is known that, as the universe is immensely vast, even a slight movement over a brief period already indicates a speed surpassing that of light. Now, being able to cover such a great distance in an instant means that the speed has reached an incredible level. Is this the power of cosmic consciousness? Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. Suddenly, attention was drawn to a scene. A cosmic entity resembling a whale was approaching the newly created miniature universe, which was merely the size of 10 million suns. The whale-like entity opened its massive mouth and engulfed the tiny universe in one swift motion. In an instant, the miniature universe was consumed. The whale-like entity then swished its tail and swam away. Initially, it was thought that this whale-like cosmic entity only consumed collapsed universes, but unexpectedly, it even devoured newly birthed ones. What should be done? If I want to continue creating new universes, I must deal with these whale-like entities. Wait a moment. It was noticed that these entities moved in a regular pattern. They orbited around a spherical universe like planets around a star. In other words, the newly created universe was located right next to the spherical universe that the whale-like entities circled around. Forget it. I want to think too much. Creating a new universe isn't a difficult task. It's a perfect opportunity to give it a try. I found a universe that was not surrounded by whale-like entities and chose a black hole near the edge of that universe. Utilizing cosmic control, I separated a black hole from the universe's body, which previously required a significant amount of time. This time, using cosmic control, the black hole was swiftly extracted. The process was incredibly fast. It was as simple as pulling something out of water with a hand. Once the black hole left the universe, the event horizon was instantly stripped away, leaving only a singularity. In that moment, the singularity began to expand. The Big Bang was starting once again. Witnessing this, excitement surged within me. It wasn't just about successfully separating the singularity from the universe. It was the powerful mobility brought by cosmic control that thrilled me. The ability to extract a black hole from the universe in an instant exceeded common understanding. Describing the speed achieved through cosmic control as faster than light would be an understatement. It felt exhilarating. Never mind. Let us consume a universe and see how it feels. With that thought, I used cosmic consciousness to control my body and flew towards the target universe. My speed increased significantly. Earlier, my speed felt like that of a snail, which, from the perspective of the universe, was relatively slow. However, from an ordinary human perspective, that cosmic snail speed had already surpassed light speed. Speed is relative. It varies from the human eye to the cosmic view. Chun Yuan's superperceptive ability captured a fascinating scene. He saw a whale at the edge of the universe causing a ripple. 3 unknown beings flew out from the universe's edge. Through his heightened perception, Chun Yuan could see that these 3 beings were humanoid in shape, about the size of a human. Their bodies were gray, and their hands and feet had 3 fingers, with deep gray suckers visible on their fingertips. They wore helmets and armor, with only their hands and feet exposed. Are these highly intelligent beings? Have they emerged from the universe? Chapter 126. What shape will future humans create when they generate new universes? Wait, these advanced intelligent beings with sucker-like hands did not come from a spherical universe, but from a whale-shaped universe. Could it be that this whale universe is the new universe they created? If advanced intelligent beings have mastered the method of creating universes, and they can also exist as 11-dimensional beings, then they could find the edge of the universe, leave their mother universe, and use the materials within their mother universe to create a new universe outside of it. They could then migrate to this new universe. Since this new universe is created using materials from the mother universe, it must be smaller than the mother universe. So, if advanced intelligent beings create a new universe, what shape will they give it? Spherical? Or various shapes? Or perhaps the whale universe that Chun Yuan sees, swirling around the spherical universe? Is the new universe created by these 11-dimensional intelligent beings? Initially, Chun Yuan speculated that the whale universe was devouring some collapsed universes. But now he feels he was mistaken. The whale universe is consuming other universes birthed from the mother universe. These advanced intelligent beings do not allow other civilizations from their mother universe to create new universes. They do not permit any other civilizations to escape from the mother universe. Thus, they created this whale universe to consume other new universes that emerged from the mother universe. The shape of the universe itself is like a spherical bubble, while those shaped like whales are artificial universes. At the same time, these advanced intelligent beings created them as weapons to eliminate other civilizations. Those advanced intelligent beings raised their faces to look in Chun Yuan's direction. They wore helmets, so their eyes were not visible, and it was uncertain if they even had eyes. But Chun Yuan could tell they were staring right at him. Previously, the first new universe Chun Yuan created was generated using black holes from within their mother universe. It seems his actions have caught their attention. 3 of these advanced intelligent beings flew to 3 corners. They raised their hands towards Chun Yuan. Seeing their actions, Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback. What does this mean? Are they going to attack me? Can these 11-dimensional intelligent beings destroy a universe? Suddenly, Chun Yuan felt a sharp pain. The sensation of pain was fleeting. What was going on? Chun Yuan felt a bit puzzled. Suddenly, he realized that this stinging feeling did not originate from his body, but from his consciousness. Chun Yuan's consciousness was under attack. In an instant, he understood. They were attacking his consciousness. They could not directly destroy a vast universe like Chun Yuan's. But they knew that the universe was primarily controlled by a single consciousness. Therefore, their plan was to erase Chun Yuan's consciousness directly. This would be equivalent to killing Chun Yuan. A mental attack? Not bad. If I were just an ordinary universe, perhaps this mental attack could directly annihilate me. But unfortunately, my consciousness is connected to a divine sense, and my divine sense is as strong as the universe itself. You cannot destroy my physical body and then think you can destroy my consciousness. What a naive thought. The consciousness of an ordinary universe is actually quite weak, probably at the level of a beast. With the technological capabilities of an 11-dimensional civilization, it would be easy to destroy the consciousness of an ordinary universe directly. But the problem is, Chun Yuan's consciousness is not just consciousness. He also has the universe's divine sense as protection. If you want to eliminate Chun Yuan's consciousness, you must first destroy his universe's divine sense. And it seems their technology cannot achieve that. The 3 advanced intelligent beings seemed to realize that the situation was not right. They turned and flew toward the whale universe, seemingly planning to retreat. Want to escape? Too late. With a thought from Chun Yuan, the 3 advanced intelligent beings turned to dust, like particles in the wind, directly becoming atoms. Chun Yuan's gaze fell on the whale universe. Universe control. The whale universe seemed to be grasped by invisible hands. The invisible hands suddenly yanked, and the whale universe was instantly torn in half. The network of galaxies within the universe flew out one after another from the whale universe. A star flew out, its flames slowly dissipating. Without the effect of gravity, its body disintegrated and gradually faded away, leaving nothing behind. Other neutron stars, white dwarfs, planets, and satellites, these celestial bodies based on gravitational forces, turned to ashes one by one after losing the universe's envelope. Only the black holes, after emerging, lost the effect of gravity, and the boundaries of time disappeared. Then came the singularity explosion. One black hole after another began to transform into new universes. Depending on the mass of the black holes, the new universes varied in size. The original whale universe, however, completely vanished. None of the civilizations within survived this cosmic tearing. Chen Yuan watched as celestial bodies fled from the whale universe, disintegrating one by one. The sight was quite novel. A universe was thus annihilated by Chen Yuan. He was too lazy to think more about it, and continued to control his body toward the universe target he had locked onto. The whale universe had launched an attack against Chen Yuan, which meant they harbored malicious intent toward him. If Chen Yuan were to devour the whale universe, it is highly likely that even those civilizations would merge into his being. This is not what Chen Yuan wishes to see, so rather than consuming the whale universe, it would be better to simply destroy it. Isn't what you're doing a bit excessive? A voice echoed in Chen Yuan's mind. Upon hearing this voice, he pondered, excessive? You have destroyed an entire universe, all its civilizations wiped out, including some benevolent ones. Who are you? I am an intelligent being from the 11-dimensional space. I have been watching you since you appeared in this 11-dimensional space, and I know you are not an ordinary universe, but a being with self-awareness and emotions. I have been paying attention to you. Oh, Chen Yuan was not surprised at all. It was normal to be noticed by others in a space with advanced intelligent life. He replied, don't forget, I am a universe. To me, the universe is a whole. Since the civilization of that universe attacked me, it is that universe that should be destroyed. As for whether other civilizations within the universe are evil or benevolent, that is not my concern. If you think it's excessive or want to call me a demon, feel free. This is just my way of doing things. If you believe you have made a mistake, then come and stop me, or destroy me. That's all there is to it. Chapter 127. If life needs a meaning, have you found yours? Upon hearing Chen Yuan's words, the voice fell silent. Chen Yuan had no intention of befriending the owner of that voice, nor was he interested in knowing the other party's feelings. Watching his body move into orbit, steadily approaching the target universe, Chen Yuan withdrew his consciousness. Back at home, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the familiar ceiling. The bedroom was somewhat dark. Is it night already? Chen Yuan got up and looked out the window. Through the glass, he could see the night sky filled with stars. This universe, which had already perished, was now revitalized. As Chen Yuan was about to get out of bed, his hand touched a familiar warmth. He came to his senses and looked at the familiar figure beside him. He was lying next to him, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. You did not need to eat, drink, or sleep. For her, as long as there were substances in the universe that could satisfy her cellular needs, she could live forever. However, the loneliness brought by eternal life made her dislike always being awake. Sleep became a way for her to pass the time. Of course, her current sleep served another purpose. It provided an excuse for Chen Yuan to be by her side every night. He was sleeping soundly. She was unlike any human Chen Yuan knew. She naturally had long silver hair, smooth and straight. Her appearance was different from Earthlings, with sapphire-like eyes and skin like Qingzhi. She had a tall and perfect figure. Her beauty was beyond reproach. Of course, over the years, Chen Yuan has witnessed countless civilizations and beautiful things. Yet, no matter how beautiful, nothing is eternal. Just like flowers, they will eventually wither. Material things will always disappear. But memories can be prolonged indefinitely, and perception exists beyond space, time, and memory. For Ya, even if her body is gone, she will always hold memories of Chen Yuan. Her perception and memories of him remain unchanged and eternal. This is her uniqueness. Chen Yuan looked at Ya's charming little face and smiled. He raised his hand to pull the blanket a bit over her. Of course, for Ya, it doesn't matter whether the blanket exists or not. This was just an instinctive action of Chen Yuan, a habit left over from before he turned away. Chen Yuan got out of bed, went out the door, and stepped onto the balcony. He gazed at the starry sky, observing the universe as an individual. All he could see were the lights emitted by these stars. Humans are such insignificant beings. In a universe where planets are as numerous as grains of sand on a beach, humans are merely one of those grains, much smaller than the sand itself. A meteorite or the movement of a star could easily obliterate a civilization. The birth of humanity is quite difficult. The emergence and development of a civilization are influenced by countless factors, external and internal. There are so many. With a careless mistake, a civilization could vanish. It's truly fragile. From a human perspective, Chen Yuan could deeply feel the insignificance and helplessness of humanity. From the perspective of the universe, one might even say that humanity is invisible. In this vast world, what can humans truly accomplish? What is the meaning of living? Reproduction? Legacy? But what is the purpose of reproduction and legacy? Humans were born in the universe as naturally occurring beings. But are humans really a product of nature? Did the universe intentionally bring humans into existence, using them to help propagate a new universe? So, is humanity actually created by the universe? As Chun Yuan pondered these thoughts, he realized that living is, after all, about finding the meaning of life. Just then, he heard a voice. Instinctively, Chun Yuan turned to look at you behind him. You stood at the door in a thin shirt, arms crossed, looking at Chun Yuan with a symbolic, mischievous smile. Life inherently has no meaning. Living is simply for one to seek meaning. If everything had to have a meaning, wouldn't that be rather pointless? You glanced at Chun Yuan and said with a smirk, "Of course, if you really want to find a meaning for yourself, you could consider reproducing the next generation as the meaning of living. I can help you with that. Is there really no meaning?" Chun Yuan raised his hand to touch the back of his head, looked at you, and smiled. "Isn't that meaning a bit too superficial?" You smiled playfully and said, "Living beings inscribe their experiences and memories into their genes and pass them on to the next generation through reproduction. The experiences gained through reproduction are relatively few, but as time passes, generations continue to reproduce. Once a certain amount of time accumulates, evolution will occur. Reproduction is the key to biological evolution. This concept is not superficial. In fact, the reason humans evolved from primitive beings to advanced intelligent life forms is precisely due to reproduction. Reproduction is not only profound, but also a great achievement for living creatures." As she spoke, you walked over to Chun Yuan and looked at him. She smiled and said, "When an advanced intelligent being possesses eternal life, they will have a lot of free time. With free time comes the opportunity to ponder many questions. The more one thinks, the more they feel their own insignificance, and they may also experience loneliness, emptiness, and confusion." You glanced at Chun Yuan and smiled, saying, "Eventually, consciousness will be consumed by loneliness, emptiness, and confusion. In the end, those who cannot find meaning in existence may not be able to continue living. And my life's meaning is you." You smiled and added, "As long as you exist here, my life has meaning. If possible, I would also like to become the meaning of your existence." Chun Yuan opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He reached out and embraced you. A smile appeared on her face as she comfortably leaned against him. Antiparticles and virtual particles appear in pairs and then vanish in pairs. The significance of antiparticles is to find virtual particles and annihilate together. The significance of virtual particles is to find antiparticles and annihilate in pairs. My existence's significance is to find you." Chun Yuan smiled. This girl really knows how to speak. However, what she said wasn't wrong. Life itself has no inherent meaning. Being born is about seeking meaning, or perhaps already having found that meaning and moving toward it. For Ya, Chun Yuan is her meaning. But what is my meaning? To consume the universe and uncover all its secrets? In Chapter 128, Encountering Bombings in the Civilization He Created, Chun Yuan looked at the person in his arms, who was completely obedient to him. He recalled how he felt that intense unease and despair when she disappeared before his eyes. Perhaps he didn't realize when it started, but Ya's existence had become very important to him. Without her, he couldn't be certain of what he would do. Is she already the meaning of my life? Chun Yuan did not dwell on it any longer. In the 11-dimensional space, the universe controlled by Chun Yuan was advancing in that vast 11-dimensional realm, slowly approaching the target universe. However, even with cosmic-level consciousness driving it, the distance between universes was astonishingly vast. Getting closer was not something that could be achieved in a day or two. At Chun Yuan's current speed, it would take tens of thousands of years. During this time, Chun Yuan accompanied Ya as they wandered around. The two of them arrived in the civilization created by Chun Yuan earlier. Chun Yuan landed on the ground and looked at the cement floor beneath his feet. He then glanced around at the dilapidated buildings. After so many years, this civilization seemed to have made no progress at all, he muttered. You said, this planet has gone through 11 civilizations already. This is the 12th. Some of the previous 10 civilizations have migrated to other planets, while others did not survive. Currently, this civilization is a pre-nuclear one, as nuclear weapons have not yet been developed. However, the entire planet is in chaos, with wars raging everywhere. Chun Yuan looked at the tattered people around him and said, "So that's how it is. I thought it was strange that after all these years, this civilization hadn't made any progress. It turns out it has been replaced so many times. Interesting." As they spoke, people nearby began to glance over at them. Regardless of gender, they all looked in their direction. To be precise, they were all looking at you beside Chun Yuan. This was not surprising. This civilization was fabricated by Chun Yuan based on ordinary human standards. From the perspective of common people, Ya's appearance and figure were simply perfect. It was normal for her to attract attention. Chun Yuan didn't care much about it. Suddenly, Chun Yuan felt a slight warmth on his arm. He turned slightly to see Ya linking her arm with his. Watching her actions, Chun Yuan smiled. At that moment, a sound came from the distance. Hearing it, Chun Yuan looked up and saw countless fighter jets flying in from afar. It was the bombers of the invaders. Those despicable invaders were planning to bomb us. Angry and terrified voices, filled with despair, arose around them. With so many bombers, it seemed they intended to bomb this entire area, Chun Yuan muttered. Just then, a group of people rushed out from a nearby building. These individuals were different from ordinary people. They were fully armed and held firearms, all staring up at the bombers in the sky. Brotherly, the person called Li frowned and said, "Everyone, split up and take the nearby civilians to the shelters immediately. Hurry." Understood. Everyone dispersed, starting to evacuate the nearby civilians. One person noticed Chun Yuan and Ya. He approached them and said, "You too, come with me. I'll take you to the shelter, quickly." Chun Yuan exchanged glances with Ya and said, "It's just a few missiles. They aren't worth making me run." The man was taken aback. You. Li said, "Hi, go take care of the others. These two want to court death. Ignore them. Just save whoever you can." The group was focused on rescuing people, and the atmosphere was tense. But it was clear that the invaders were not planning to give them much time for rescues. With the bombers approaching, missiles began to rain down from the aircraft, falling like raindrops. The location of the bombing was precisely this city where Chun Yuan was. Desperate cries erupted. Many people didn't have time to enter the bomb shelters, and most of those fully armed had also not made it inside. As they watched the missiles rain down in waves, everyone lay down. A loud shout came from Li. Those who couldn't get into the shelters quickly dropped to the ground. Almost everyone here lay down, except for two people. One was Chun Yuan, and the other was Ya. Chun Yuan glanced at their actions. In this situation, they had no time to reach the shelters and couldn't find cover. Lying down on the ground was mainly to prevent being injured by the debris from the explosions. Right? Chun Yuan wasn't too sure about this. "You all better lie down." Seeing that Chun Yuan and Ya were still standing, Li hurriedly shouted. Looking at Li's expression, Chun Yuan looked away. He raised his face and looked at the missiles falling from above. No matter how long it takes, wars between civilizations will never cease. Even a stroll in the civilization one created is not allowed. It's truly frustrating. The sound of the bombers was deafening, and the noise around them was overwhelming. Li couldn't hear Chun Yuan's murmurs. He could only stare at Chun Yuan and Ya. In his eyes, those two were doomed. At that moment, just as the missiles were about to fall, they all vanished. Also disappearing were the bombers that were about to take off. Watching this scene, Li's expression turned to one of shock. What is happening? Where are the missiles? Where are the bombers? Chun Yuan looked away and said to Ya, "So boring, let us go back." Upon hearing this, Ya responded with a sound of agreement. Chun Yuan opened a wormhole. A pitch-black wormhole appeared before everyone. Chun Yuan led Ya into the wormhole. In front of everyone, the two disappeared, and the wormhole slowly closed and vanished. Everyone stared wide-eyed at this scene. What just happened? Li stood up and looked at the spot where the wormhole had disappeared. Who were those two? Did they make the missiles and bombers vanish? This is too strange. Li was also filled with confusion. Who exactly were those two? Brotherly, someone next to him leaned in, their face pale. They looked at Li and said, "That person seemed to say he was here to take a stroll in the civilization he created." The civilization he created? Li was taken aback. So, that man is the creator god of our world? How is that possible? How is it not possible? Didn't you see him wipe out all those bombers and missiles? Who else could do such a thing except a god? Li gazed at the place where Chun Yuan had vanished, his face filled with shock. The creator god. Is that really the creator god? Chapter 129. A parallel universe different from expectations. Time passed, though how long it was unknown. It could have been thousands of years, or even over 100,000 years. The universe transformed from Chun Yuan's essence finally reached the location of the target universe. Chun Yuan's consciousness had been closely monitoring the movements of the universe. As the body and the target universe were about to make contact, Chun Yuan's consciousness returned to the universe. He looked at the spherical universe before him, which was 6 times larger than himself, but had only 1/5 of his mass. This was a dead universe, filled entirely with dark matter and dark energy, and there were no visible stars any longer. If left to its own devices, This universe would neither expand nor collapse. It would simply maintain its current size, forever unchanging. Within this universe, time seemed to lose its meaning, as everything inside would never change. Chen Yuan controlled his body to touch this dead universe. The foamy edge made contact with a section. Suddenly, the universe was engulfed. With the activation of his abilities, it felt as though this dead universe was influenced by a terrifying gravitational pull, drawing its entire body toward Chen Yuan. All the dark matter and dark energy it possessed detached from its body and surged into Chen Yuan like a flood. His size rapidly expanded at a visible rate, much like a balloon inflating. Of course, Chen Yuan knew that his growth was not due to air, but rather the dark matter and dark energy flowing in from this dead universe. While his size increased, the size of the other universe decreased. This continued for a while until the target universe was entirely consumed by Chen Yuan. His size had grown to more than 5 times its original diameter, and his mass had increased by 1/5. The mass of a dead universe had all become part of Chen Yuan. With the increase in mass, his perceptual range also expanded. After this enhancement of his super perception, what else could he see? With this thought, Chen Yuan broadened the range of his super perception. As his visual field expanded, he could see more and more universes. Some of these universes were large, while others were small. The largest was thousands of times his size, and the smallest were quite miniaturized. However, at Chen Yuan's current level of super perception, he could only see these universes. Beyond this range, he could not perceive anything else. Retrieving his gaze, Chen Yuan realized that to gain a broader understanding of more universes, he needed to acquire more mass and simultaneously enhance his abilities. With this in mind, he selected his next target universe. This target universe was some distance away, its size being twice that of Chen Yuan, but its mass was only 1/3 of his. It was just right for him. Chen Yuan controlled his vast body and flew toward that direction. The distance was considerable, and he estimated it would take some time to reach. Back already? Just as Chen Yuan returned home, he heard a voice. He opened his eyes, looked at the familiar ceiling, then turned his head to the side. There lay Ya, grinning mischievously at him. Their eyes met. Chen Yuan slowly sat up, leaning against the headboard. How long has it been? For Chen Yuan, he had merely transformed back into the universe and consumed a dead universe. The process had taken no more than a few minutes. However, time in 11-dimensional space is different from time in 3-dimensional space. It's just a few minutes, but it can feel much longer in 3-dimensional space. You also sat up. It's only been a few months, not long at all. It's too fast. From Chen Yuan's perception, it was just a few minutes, yet here it has already been months. The time simply doesn't match up. After all, 11-dimensional space is naturally different from 3-dimensional space. By the way, the timelines of parallel universes are the same as ours. Chen Yuan looked at Ya. So, do you think there is also a version of us in the parallel universe? Upon hearing this, Ya smiled. If we consider it normally, there should be one. A parallel universe, simply put, is a universe similar to ours. That universe overlaps with our timeline but belongs to a different space-time. If nothing unusual occurs, there is likely to be a planet in this universe at this location, and at the same location in that parallel universe, there would also be a similar planet. Within a parallel universe, there would be someone just like oneself. For the people in a parallel universe, the universe we inhabit is also a parallel universe. Generally speaking, parallel universes are, as the term implies, parallel to each other and do not intersect. This means there is no way to travel between them. However, extreme gravitational forces can disrupt the balance between two parallel universes, leading to points of intersection in their spaces. This is why after Chen Yuan first transformed into a black hole, he gained the ability to transcend parallel universes. The gravity of a black hole is sufficient to disrupt the balance of parallel universes, creating points of intersection between them. Therefore, Chen Yuan acquired the ability to traverse parallel universes. It's boring to just sit around. Chen Yuan said, "Let us go take a look at the parallel universe. Wherever you go, I will go." Ya casually expressed her stance. Chen Yuan chuckled. "What about your so-called righteous civilization?" Ya casually replied, "I have 2 assistants. As long as they are here, it's fine. The technology of the righteous civilization is enough to deal with other civilizations, so I'm not worried about any issues." As she spoke, she glanced at Chen Yuan and showed a mischievous smile. "Besides, nothing is more important than being with you." Chen Yuan laughed, right? He had been to the parallel universe once before. It had scared him at the time, and he thought he was dead. Now, Chen Yuan wanted to go again. The 11-dimensional universe actually contains various parallel universes as well. They are just not easy to find. So, this time, Chen Yuan simply used his ability to traverse parallel universes. Taking Yo along, they began to travel. Upon arriving in the parallel universe, just like before, what he saw was all code made up of ones and zeros. In the past, Chen Yuan didn't understand what was happening, but now he knew. These ones and zeros represented dark matter and dark energy. In other words, after reaching the parallel universe, Chen Yuan naturally activated another mode in his perception ability, the dark matter mode, which allowed him to see the dark matter and dark energy of this universe. Chen Yuan turned his head to glance at Yi beside him, only to find that she had already transformed into a conscious entity. Chen Yuan has also become a conscious entity. It seems that traveling to a parallel universe results in the disappearance of mass, just like traveling to other universes. As usual, Yi raised her delicate hand, and two bodies were formed. The consciousness of Chen Yuan and Yi entered these two physical forms. Through his eyes, Chen Yuan observed this parallel universe. Upon first glance, everything he saw left him somewhat bewildered. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Since it is a parallel universe, it should be similar to the universe where Chen Yuan originally was. In other words, if there are stars in Chen Yuan's universe, then this universe should have a similar star. However, everything before him was entirely different. This parallel universe only contained dark matter and dark energy. Aside from that, there was nothing else. In other words, this parallel universe is a dead universe. Chapter 130. What do you think is needed to traverse the past and the future? A dead universe. This was something Chen Yuan had not anticipated. Shouldn't a parallel universe be similar to the universe we just came from? How could it be a dead universe? Chen Yuan was confused. This universe was filled with dark matter and dark energy, yet no celestial bodies could be seen. It was entirely a dead universe. Why? Wasn't it said that parallel universes should be similar to the universe Chen Yuan was in before? But the difference was too great. This was indeed a universe parallel to ours. Yi had a smile on her face. She seemed completely unfazed, as if the result before her was not surprising at all. Chen Yuan said, "Shouldn't a parallel universe be similar to ours?" Yi explained, "Parallel universes are indeed similar to ours. They are like universes that exist along timelines parallel to ours. If nothing unexpected happens, they will develop into identical existences to ours. However, our universe had an unexpected event." An unexpected event? Chen Yuan looked at Yi. What unexpected event? Yi glanced at Chen Yuan and smiled. Our universe gained an additional you. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Me? Yes, Yi said. In this world, there are countless parallel universes. From the perspective of other parallel universes, our universe is one of them. Under normal circumstances, all parallel universes that are similar to ours should also enter a state of death, like this one. But our universe had an unexpected event. You looked at Chen Yuan, and that is you. Without your existence, I wouldn't be able to be revived. If I can't be revived, I won't be able to research a method to convert dark matter into other substances, and the universe would not be revived. You are the only celestial body with self-awareness, and your abilities surpass the laws of 11-dimensional space. Simply put, there is no existence like you in other parallel universes, so they cannot be revived. As a result, our parallel universe has become an exception. You looked at Chen Yuan with a mischievous smile. I knew it would turn out this way. I am very special. There is no second me in other parallel universes. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. No, he didn't think of himself as special. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Chen Yuan's mind. He understood. It was the celestial devouring system. Just as you had said, this thing transcended the laws of 11-dimensional space and broke the constraints of time. Therefore, Chen Yuan, who possessed the celestial devouring system, was equivalent to becoming an existence beyond the laws. The universe where Chen Yuan resided was able to revive him because of the emergence of the celestial devouring system, resulting in the current Chen Yuan. In contrast, the other parallel universes, lacking the celestial devouring system, ended up as they are now. In other words, these parallel universes were all the same before Chen Yuan reincarnated as a self-aware planet. It was only after Chen Yuan reincarnated that these parallel universes began to develop differently from the universe where Chen Yuan existed. The result was that the universe where Chen Yuan was located revived, while all other parallel universes perished. So that was it. Chen Yuan understood. Wait a minute. If that's the case, there must have been another version of me in this parallel universe before, but that version did not reincarnate into a small planet. What happened to that version? Did the other versions of me in the parallel worlds grow old and die? Chen Yuan looked at the graceful beauty before him. What about her? Because she had mentioned that if I had not appeared, she had considered sacrificing her life in the war, gaining glory while relinquishing her own life to free herself from immortality. Did the versions of her in other parallel universes ultimately die by suicide? Just because the celestial devouring system did not exist? Did this result in the destruction of one universe and the alteration of two individuals' fates? It felt like the butterfly effect. The butterfly effect refers to a chaotic phenomenon where a butterfly flaps its wings in one place, and 2 weeks later, a tornado appears somewhere else. The reason is that when the butterfly flaps its wings, it stirs up a weak airflow, which influences other nearby airflows, and this weak airflow affects the larger atmospheric currents, ultimately amplifying layer by layer until it becomes a tornado. The same goes for parallel universes. Although many aspects of parallel universes are similar, and there may even be a person who looks exactly like oneself, any change in a detail can lead to significant differences over time between the parallel universe and our own universe. For instance, in another parallel universe, because a physics teacher praised that universe's version of oneself, that version became a physicist. There are countless possibilities. Parallel universes can be said to be infinite. At every point in time, infinite parallel universes are born. However, Chen Yuan's existence is quite special. In many timescales, the celestial devouring system does not exist, and everything has been different since he reincarnated as a small planet. Can we go back to the past? Chen Yuan looked at Ye. He wanted to see how his counterpart in this parallel universe eventually left this world. Upon hearing this, Ye smiled and said, "Of course. But there is a condition for going back to the past." Condition? Yes, we are currently in three-dimensional space. If we enter four-dimensional space, we can see parts of the past and future. However, in four-dimensional space, the timeline is a straight line. We can only move forward and cannot go backward. We cannot return to the past in four-dimensional space. Only when all time scales intertwine and distort can we have the opportunity to move from one point to another in time, meaning we can go back to the past and travel to the future. That dimension is the six-dimensional space. You looked at Chen Yuan and smiled. If you want to traverse the past and future, you need to enter six-dimensional space. Six-dimensional space? How can we enter it? Chen Yuan pondered. You replied, by entering four-dimensional space and applying infinite gravity within it, we can distort and intertwine the time scales, allowing us to traverse to the past and future. Using gravity in four-dimensional space? Chen Yuan thought for a moment. So we must first enter four-dimensional space. To do that, we need to exceed the speed of light. How do we achieve that? Chapter 131. So this is what six-dimensional space is like. Chen Yuan's essence is the universe, and even if the universe moves at superluminal speeds, it cannot enter four-dimensional space since the universe itself exists within 11-dimensional space. Inside the universe is inherently a three-dimensional space. Chen Yuan knows how to go from 11 dimensions back to the three-dimensional universe, but he doesn't know how to enter four-dimensional space. In fact, it is very difficult for high-dimensional beings to return to low dimensions. It is said to be harder than for low-dimensional beings to become high-dimensional. Wait a minute. Chen Yuan suddenly had an idea. The essence is the universe, and the universe cannot enter four-dimensional space. However, both his and Ye's physical bodies and consciousness are currently in this three-dimensional space. If that's the case, can't they achieve superluminal speeds now? This way, they could enter four-dimensional space, right? Let's give it a try. Chen Yuan looked at Ye and reached out his hand. Come on, I'll take you to six-dimensional space. Ye glanced at Chen Yuan, pressed her lips together, and smiled. Just remember to bring me back. Of course. Chen Yuan used his consciousness to control both himself and Ye. With his cosmic consciousness, controlling their physical actions was effortless. Here we go. Chen Yuan and Ye started moving. Their speed was increasing, reaching its limit. Both of them suddenly stopped, as if temporarily paused. When a material exceeds the speed of light, from the outside perspective, that material appears to be stationary. And Chen Yuan and Ye had now entered four-dimensional space. Chen Yuan looked at the familiar four-dimensional space and then glanced at his and Ye's bodies, realizing that they had both become consciousness entities. Their physical bodies had not come along. In four-dimensional space, there are countless time segments. Behind Chen Yuan and Ye are the fragments of the past, while ahead lie memories of the future. They can move forward but cannot retreat. They can see both the future and the past, and they can travel to the future, but they cannot return to the past. This is four-dimensional space. You looked around and then asked Chen Yuan, what do you plan to do next? Introduce an infinitely large gravitational force into four-dimensional space, distorting the time scales within, allowing everything within those time scales to overlap. This way, the past, present, and future can intertwine. From this point, one can traverse to any point in the past or future. Moving from four-dimensional space to the future is essentially just a gradual journey through time to a point in the future. If one could enter six-dimensional space, they could freely move to any point in the past or future. However, the question now is, how to enter six-dimensional space after entering four-dimensional space? My control ability allows me to manipulate gravity. I can control all the gravitational forces of my being. My essence is the universe, and the gravitational forces contained within the universe are the celestial bodies within me. This means that my control ability can manipulate the gravitational forces of the entire universe. Moreover, the gravitational forces I can control do not necessarily have to originate from my universe. They can also be the gravitational forces from other universes. Since my essence is an 11-dimensional being, I should be able to create six-dimensional space. Chen Yuan made an attempt. The larger the mass of a celestial body, the greater the gravitational force. However, Chen Yuan's control ability allows him to manipulate gravity, which does not have to be the gravity of his own essence. It can come from elsewhere. When Chen Yuan used his cosmic control on an empty space to amplify its gravitational force, would that create gravity? The answer is yes. The moment this thought crossed Chen Yuan's mind, a point appeared within the entire four-dimensional space. This point instantly transformed into a black hole, which began to rotate. In that moment, the previously orderly four-dimensional space descended into chaos. The straight time scales began to twist and intertwine. Countless time fragments were drawn into the black hole by its gravitational force. Chen Yuan took Ye's hand, and together they flew into the black hole. Everything went dark. Consciousness faded. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Yuan reopened his eyes. He still maintained the form of a consciousness entity, and Ye was by his side. Chen Yuan looked around and saw countless time fragments appearing before him. These time fragments no longer had a sequence. They were everywhere. Fragments of the past, present, and future coexisted. There was no distinction between past, future, or present. The starting point and end point of time were connected, intertwining the past, future, and present. You looked around and said, this is six-dimensional space. Seeing the six-dimensional space before him, Chen Yuan used his heightened perception to find fragments of parallel universes from the past. All right, I found it. Chen Yuan looked at Ye and smiled, saying, let's go. We'll head over there. Upon hearing this, Ye responded with a soft The two of them arrived at a fragment of the past. Their consciousness entered that time segment. Chen Yuan returned to the parallel universe. This was in the past. At this moment, the parallel universe was filled with bright stars. Suddenly, a burst of light appeared. Chen Yuan looked at the source of the light and saw a star exploding. He withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. In front of him, a yellow dwarf star was rotating, with 8 planets orbiting around it. Among these 8 planets, there was a familiar blue planet. It was Earth, of course. This was the Earth located in the past time segment of the parallel universe. At this moment, Earth was still blue, and the large planet Jupiter was slowly rotating beside it. Is this the past of that parallel universe? How interesting. You looked around, her eyes shimmering with a hint of light. Chen Yuan observed Ye, who was still in her consciousness form, and raised his hand. Dark matter transformed into atoms, which then gathered ahead, outlining 2 bodies. Chen Yuan and Ye reattached themselves to new forms. Ye looked at Chen Yuan and asked, where shall we go next? Chen Yuan smiled at her and replied, I plan to see my counterpart in this parallel universe. You mean you before you transformed into a celestial body with self-awareness? Ye gazed at Chen Yuan, smiling. Chen Yuan nodded. However, the me in the parallel universe is likely different from the me in our universe. Well then, let us go take a look. Ye agreed without any objections. Chen Yuan activated his super perception to cover the entire Earth. Through this ability, he found another version of himself in the parallel universe. Currently, this other self was riding an electric bike, wearing a delivery uniform, and was busy delivering food. Seeing this, Chen Yuan was taken aback. In his original universe, he was a recent college graduate majoring in design, working daily on graphic design tasks. Yet in this parallel universe, he was a delivery person? Although different, it seemed that he was still just a worker. Even in a parallel universe, could he not escape the fate of being a worker? Chen Yuan rubbed his nose. Chapter 132. Can changing the past change the future? At this moment, the parallel world's Chun Yuan corresponded to the Chun Yuan who had obtained the celestial devouring system 10 years later. Clearly, this version of him had not acquired the celestial devouring system. He was just an ordinary person. As time passed, night fell. Chun Yuan returned home. He looked around his room, noting that its location and other aspects were different from his own. After all, this was a parallel world. While similar, many differences arose due to certain details. At this point, Chun Yuan noticed a woman in his room. She was busy in the kitchen and, possibly hearing some noise, stepped out to look. She smiled at Chun Yuan and said, "You're back?" Chun Yuan responded with a soft then took off his delivery uniform and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Chun Yuan looked at the woman and was surprised to find that he actually knew her. Wasn't she his high school classmate, Yu Xiaoyuan? Could it be that in this parallel universe, he had married Yu Xiaoyuan? After taking a shower, Chun Yuan walked into the kitchen, gently wrapping his arm around Yu Xiaoyuan's waist. Her face was slightly flushed, but she smiled and looked up at him, saying, "All right, stop fooling around. I'm cooking, and you must be hungry. Dinner will be ready soon." Chun Yuan smiled back. Seeing this scene, he confirmed that in this parallel universe, he already had a wife. He wondered if in his own universe he had not encountered the celestial devouring system. Would he also have a life like this? Although it was clear that this version of himself in the parallel universe was also quite tired, he seemed relaxed and happy when he was with Yu Xiaoyuan. For him, Yu Xiaoyuan probably represented the meaning of his existence. As time passed, his life in the parallel universe became an ordinary routine. He changed jobs several times, eventually had children, and started a small business selling fruits and similar goods. However, the business was not easy at first, so he switched to other ventures. Day by day, he continued this way. His children grew up and gradually left to start families of their own. He and Yu Xiaoyuan grew old together. In the end, an elderly Chun Yuan fell ill and passed away in bed, surrounded by family. Yu Xiaoyuan, with her head full of gray hair, sat in a chair, looking at the deceased Chun Yuan, her frail hand tightly holding his. It was unclear what she was thinking. For a person, the journey from birth to old age and death is a long one. But for the current Chun Yuan, it felt like just a blink of an eye. From watching the younger version of himself in the parallel world happily living with Yu Xiaoyuan to his own old age and death, it was merely a matter of a few decades. Life is truly short, Chun Yuan thought to himself. Well, it was still a splendid life, he murmured. Splendid? Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback. This version of myself in the parallel universe lived such an ordinary life. Birth, work, aging, illness, and death. Where was the splendor in that? With a casual smile, she replied, he procreated and exhausted all his efforts to protect the next generation. Though his jobs were mundane, they represented the struggle and efforts necessary for survival. Just like in primitive times, when early humans risked their lives to hunt for food. In this era, work may seem ordinary, but it is crucial for obtaining food and ensuring the continuation of the next generation. Most ordinary people live less than 100 years. To protect and nurture the next generation in that brief span is already a significant achievement. In my view, his life was indeed quite splendid. Yas turned her face and looked at Chun Yuan. Compared to you, I think no life in the entire universe can be more exciting than yours. Chun Yuan smiled helplessly. He pondered for a moment and said, Yas, if we could go back to the past, to when he was still young, change his genes, and make him a powerful being to alter his future, would that be possible? Yas replied, in fact, the parallel universe we are in now is no longer the same as the one we were in before. Huh. Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback. What? Yas crossed her arms. When you go back to the past, you are indeed using the timeline of that previous parallel universe. But at the very moment you step into this timeline, countless new timelines have already branched out from this point in time, each containing different parallel universes. Our existence adds to those timelines. The timeline of the original parallel universe still exists and has not changed. What we have altered are the other parallel universes that were born after we entered this one. This sounds quite confusing. To put it simply, initially, the parallel universe where Chun Yuan and Yas existed was a single line. Then, when they traveled back to the past, they landed on a point on that line. That point then extended into other lines. Chun Yuan and Yas are now progressing on a different line, while the original line still exists in this world. So, if you want to go back to the past and give him power in that parallel universe, you would essentially be creating a new parallel universe. And the ultimate outcome would not change the future of the original parallel universe. At this point, Yas looked at Chun Yuan and smiled. But it just adds another outcome. Chun Yuan understood. In other words, this parallel universe cannot be changed. Even if he goes back and alters the past, it would only create another parallel universe. And this one would not experience any changes. Since we have some free time, Chun Yuan looked at Yas and said, let's go back to the past and give it a try. Upon hearing this, Yas smiled. Sure. Chun Yuan and Yas entered the six-dimensional space together for time travel, returning once again to the past of the parallel universe. Chun Yuan saw another version of himself. Just finished showering, sitting on the sofa watching TV. Chun Yuan asked, can I meet my past self? He had once heard about a time paradox. If one could travel back to the past, one definitely could not meet their past self. Their reasoning was this. You never saw your grown-up self when you were a child. But if you grew up and traveled back to the past to meet your childhood self, a paradox would arise. You never saw yourself as a child, but now you meet your childhood self. This would create chaos in the timeline, supposedly leading to an infinite time loop. Thinking of this paradox, Chun Yuan had such a question. Of course, you can. Yas said casually. When you step into the past, a parallel universe has already been created. Meeting yourself from the past only occurs in a parallel universe, and the events that happened there do not affect your original universe. They only influence this newly emerged parallel universe. Chapter 133. What would you do if you had absolute power and eternal life? All matter, as long as it exists, has energy. In this world, there is no matter without energy. The only difference is the magnitude of energy. The time paradox states that if a person travels to the past, they cannot meet their past self, or it would lead to a time paradox. In reality, when a person travels to the past, even if they do nothing, they themselves are already a time paradox. This is based on the assumption of a single timeline. However, in this world, there are countless parallel universes and timelines. When a person travels to the past, even if they do nothing, a new parallel universe will emerge. Because even if they cannot do anything, the energy they emit will affect everything around them. Just like the butterfly effect, even if the emitted energy is small, it can trigger a chain reaction by affecting other energies, leading to a greater accumulation of energy. If a time paradox exists, then regardless of whether one meets their past self, the time paradox has already formed. The only way to explain this time paradox is through parallel universes. When parallel universes exist, the time paradox itself does not exist. Do you want to meet yourself from a parallel universe? You curiously glanced at Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan said, I was just asking casually, wanting to give him power. It doesn't necessarily require meeting him. Why do you want to give him power? You looked at Chun Yuan with curiosity and said, the other person in the parallel universe, although they look like you, is not you. Giving him power seems to have no meaning. Chun Yuan replied, not everything needs to have meaning. I want to give him power. The act itself has no meaning. If I had to say there was meaning, I could only say I am too idle. As he spoke, Chun Yuan transformed dark matter in the void into atoms and then reconstructed a body using those atoms. With a thought, he caused the other version of himself to fall into a coma. Using his control ability, he extracted the consciousness of the other him from his body, then swapped the newly constructed sixth-generation genetic body with the other him. He then reinserted the other him's consciousness into the sixth-generation genetic body. An ordinary person now possessed a sixth-generation genetic body. Ye crossed her arms and smirked, saying, that woman, Yu Xiao Yuan, is probably going to have a harder time. Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback as he looked at Ye. He didn't quite grasp what she meant at first, but when he did, he smiled noncommittally. Her perspective on things was always so crafty. Chun Yuan didn't dwell on it any longer. The other Chun Yuan woke up. Upon waking, he seemed unaware of anything and continued living his usual life. However, as time passed, he began to notice his differences. The cursed electric bike has run out of power. Chun Yuan, struggling with the immobile bike, couldn't help but complain. He picked up his phone to check the time. In 10 minutes, if he couldn't make it, the order would be wasted, and he might even face complaints. What to do? With the bike out of power, pushing it would likely mean he would miss the delivery. With no other choice, Chun Yuan set the bike aside. He grabbed the food delivery and started running. As he took off, whoosh, Chun Yuan moved like the wind, zooming past the cars that were slower than him. He stopped to glance back at the vehicles and then looked down at his own feet. His expression filled with surprise. What is this? From that day on, Chun Yuan noticed more and more changes in himself. He was no longer satisfied with a mundane job and began to leverage the conveniences brought by the sixth-generation genetic body to earn money. In the past, He was just an ordinary person who had to endure certain situations. After gaining power, he initially resorted to physical confrontations. However, as time went on, he began to resolve conflicts through lethal means. Eventually, the judicial system within civilization attempted to apprehend Chun Yuan, but all those sent to arrest him were killed. In the end, even the military was deployed. Boom, boom, boom. Watching missiles illuminate the surface of the earth, Chun Yuan, standing in space, felt a slight relaxation in his brow. With his newfound power, Chun Yuan single-handedly turned the entire civilization upside down. Ultimately, those civilizational forces, unable to deal with him, began to negotiate peace. He acquired a territory of his own and established a personal dictatorship. Beautiful women surrounded him. Observing this, Chun Yuan, from beyond the stars, remarked, "What a life to enjoy." Noticing the gaze beside him, he turned to look at Ya, who was smiling at him. "Are you envious?" she asked. Chun Yuan blinked, sensing something off about her smile. He chuckled, "Though he looks like me, there are differences. I'm not interested in those things." You replied, "You are indeed different from him. His desires are very primal. Although humans are considered highly intelligent beings, they are still a type of biological entity. Biology is driven by reproduction. After gaining wealth, power, and status, it's normal for him to think about procreation. That is a very primitive desire." Chun Yuan's response was casual. As time passed, due to the eternal lifespan granted by the sixth-generation genetic body, the other Chun Yuan would not age or die. However, his loved ones were not so fortunate. One by one, they aged and passed away before him. First his wives, then his sons, and finally his grandchildren. Initially, he would remarry, but as the relentless passage of time continued, his new wives died, new children perished, and new grandchildren were lost. He was the only one left alive. Eventually, he stopped remarrying. Within his territory lived a variety of people, but beside him, there was only himself left. Later, he abandoned his wealth, status, and power. He didn't know how much time had passed. He ran alone to the entrance of a volcano. With a leap, he jumped into the crater. His entire body was instantly engulfed by the lava. "Want to commit suicide?" Chun Yuan murmured. Unfortunately, the temperature of the lava couldn't dissolve the sixth-generation genetic body. He floated up, resting on the surface of the lava. On his face, only despair remained, and his pupils were a dead gray. Seeing this, I thought, "Let me help you." Chun Yuan altered the body structure of another Chun Yuan, removing the body's resistance to temperature. The other Chun Yuan's body was slowly consumed by the lava. Realizing that his body would be burned to death by the high temperature of the lava, he was momentarily stunned. Faced with death, a relieved smile appeared on his face, and he slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 134. The future world's time may not be traversable at while the other Chun Yuan died in the lava. This was his voluntary choice to end his life. Seeing this, Chun Yuan recalled the version of himself who died of old age in that parallel universe. He possessed immense power and eternal life, but in the end, he chose to die. In this lifetime, he could be said to do as he pleased, doing whatever he wanted. But in the end, the result was this. Chun Yuan said, "It always feels like he, who never aged naturally, lived a happier life." "What is going on?" A voice spoke. "Human desire is endless." He was just an ordinary person. When an ordinary person suddenly gains immense power, their desires will expand. Desire drives them to satisfy their own needs. But when all desires are fulfilled, what remains is only an endless void. The only thing that can fill that void is the loved ones around him. However, he also had another thing, eternal life. In the face of passing time, he was fine, but his loved ones were dying one by one. With each loved one he lost, the void in his heart grew larger. In the end, when all his loved ones were gone, there was no one left to fill that void. Overwhelmed by intense loneliness and emptiness, the only thing he could do, as previously mentioned, was to commit suicide, to end his life in a certain way. The voice continued, "This kind of death is indeed not as easy as that version of him in the parallel universe. At least in that moment of death, there were people by his side." Chun Yuan instinctively turned his face to look at you beside him. You was gazing ahead, lost in her thoughts. In this parallel universe, besides the other Chun Yuan, there was also another Ya. What about that Ya? It's likely that the Ya with eternal life, without meeting Chun Yuan, would also be unable to bear the weight of loneliness and ultimately choose to end her own life. This means that only the universe where the original Chun Yuan and the original Ya exist is special. Only in that universe do they not die. He has been talking about the weight of eternal life. But Chun Yuan, who already possesses eternal life, has never felt much of that weight. The companionship that you provided to Chun Yuan was also the reason why he did not feel lonely. There was likely another reason as well. Chun Yuan thought to himself, after becoming a celestial body, my consciousness and emotions have unknowingly been consumed by this vast universe. Gradually, I began to view the world from the perspective of a celestial body. For celestial bodies, emotions are essentially non-existent. If it weren't for Ya's presence, I would have likely completely discarded my emotions by now. My feelings have faded, and the weight of loneliness has diminished for me. Chun Yuan glanced at Ya beside him. She was the one maintaining his consciousness, preventing his emotions from being entirely swallowed. She reminded him that he once was human. Slowly, Chun Yuan reached out and held Ya's hand. Ya was momentarily surprised and looked at Chun Yuan. Their eyes met, and Ya smiled slightly. Shall we go back? Chun Yuan nodded. Let's go back. The two first returned to the six-dimensional space, finding the previous fragments of future time. They returned to the future timeline. After getting back, Chun Yuan and Ya re-entered that parallel universe. This parallel universe was just as empty as when they first arrived, filled with dark matter and dark energy. There was no change at all. As they traversed the parallel universe, Chun Yuan and Ya disappeared from their original location and reappeared in their room. Just as they returned, a voice rang out. So you finally returned? It was a strange voice, abrupt and unfamiliar. Chun Yuan looked towards the source of the voice and saw an unknown creature hovering in midair. This creature was gray, armored, and wore a helmet. Its hands had two swollen fingers, with suction cups visible on the inner sides. Below the armor, its lower half had 6 tentacles, resembling octopus legs. It held a blue sphere in one hand and was about half a meter tall. This being hovered in the air, staring at Chun Yuan and Ya. Its helmet revealed a single blue eye, watching them intently. Chun Yuan and Ya exchanged glances. Chun Yuan looked at the creature, which spoke in a sharp voice. I come from the Time Management Bureau of the FMU 8935 universe in 11-dimensional space. You have crossed over without permission, and for that, I must arrest you. As soon as it finished speaking, it threw the blue sphere. The sphere transformed into 2 blue ropes that rushed toward Chun Yuan and Ya. The ropes vanished just as they approached, disintegrated into atoms by Chun Yuan's controllability. The creature was momentarily taken aback and stated, resisting arrest is against the regulations of the Time Management Bureau. Crossing over without permission and resisting arrest warrants immediate execution. Saying this, a wave of consciousness surged towards Chun Yuan. He felt a slight pain in his consciousness, but quickly dismissed it. With a slight frown, Chun Yuan muttered, looking for death. Utilizing his cosmic control, the creature was disassembled into atoms and dissipated. Chun Yuan constructed 2 bodies. Chun Yuan and Ya regained their physical forms. It seemed to be waiting for us. It knew we would appear here, Ya whispered. After all, as a higher dimensional being, it would be curious to know at what point we traveled back in time. So it was not surprising that it was aware of our presence. I need to gather its hidden information to see what this time management agency is all about. This entity comes from an 11-dimensional space. Previously, Chun Yuan was unaware of this, but it's not strange, as he had never used the ability to traverse through 6-dimensional space until now. By using it, he naturally triggered the arrival of these beings. However, Chun Yuan did not understand the organization constructed by these higher-dimensional beings. He needed to collect intelligence. Hidden information contains all the memories of a being's life. When a being dies, this information drifts into the outside world. Chun Yuan can collect this information through his controllability while also reading it. Looking at it this way, Chun Yuan finally understood what this time management agency was. 11-dimensional life forms believe that freely traversing the past and future would generate countless parallel universes. However, the number of parallel universes that can be created from one universe is not infinite. Theoretically, an infinite number of parallel universes can be born, but in reality, this is not the case. As more people traverse the past, the number of parallel universes increases significantly, ultimately leading to instability in space-time and resulting in its destruction. If such a phenomenon occurs, entire universes could be obliterated. Therefore, some 11-dimensional beings formed the Time Management Agency with the purpose of preventing past traversals to avoid the phenomenon of space-time destruction. And that being was indeed from the Time Management Agency. Chapter 135. Is it possible to invite a person from the future to have a meal in the present? Scientist Hawking conducted an experiment. The hypothesis of the experiment was that future humans possessed the ability to transcend the past. Hawking then sent a letter to future beings, inviting them to a dinner he was going to hold. The result was that at the dinner, Hawking was the only one present. No one showed up. As a result, some concluded that future humans had not invented time machines and did not possess the ability to travel to the past. However, the appearance of the Time Management Agency suggests another possibility. Even if Hawking's letter reached the hands of future beings, they might already have mastered time travel technology. The reason future beings did not attend the dinner might be because an unknown force restricted them, preventing them from using time travel. The emergence of this time management agency indicates to Chun Yuan that there is an organization that does not allow advanced intelligent beings to engage in time travel. This means that even if future humans know how to traverse the past and future, they cannot actually do so. If they invent and use time travel, they will be arrested or killed. Chun Yuan muttered, surprised that such an organization exists in this world. You casually said, the universe is vast and beyond the universe. It is even more immense, filled with all sorts of strange beings and peculiar organizations, which is not surprising. She looked at Chun Yuan with great interest and asked, so, what are your plans next? Chun Yuan replied, since they have come to visit us, it would be a bit strange if we didn't visit them, right? Therefore, I think we should pay them a visit. It would be a good opportunity to gain more knowledge. You smiled, I'll accompany you. Chun Yuan nodded. The FMU 8935 universe is a unique cosmic code from the hidden information of this time manager. Chun Yuan could access its memory data and naturally knew the position of the FMU 8935 universe in the 11-dimensional space. The location of that universe is very distant from Chun Yuan's original universe. If the original universe were to fly there, it would take trillions of years. However, Chun Yuan did not intend to have the original universe travel there. He planned to send his physical body to visit instead. As for the method, it was not difficult. He would simply use the method of traversing universes to reach the FMU 8935 universe. The reason these time managers could come to the universe where Chun Yuan is located is because they used a technology called universe jumping. However, their technology only allows them to jump within a distance of 5 or 6 universes. They cannot ignore distance like Chun Yuan can and jump to any universe directly. Chun Yuan and Yo arrived at the location of the Time Management Bureau in the FMU 8935 universe. The Time Management Bureau is situated in a city on a planet. The laws of this universe are governed by gravity, which is similar to the universe where Chun Yuan resides. This city is indeed a city, but it is different from the ones Chun Yuan is familiar with. The appearance of the people walking on the streets is quite varied. These are all highly intelligent beings, but they look remarkably different. Some have one eye, some have no eyes, and others have 6 or 7 eyes. Some have one leg, while others have no legs and only wings. Some have many tentacle-like limbs. Some are as tall as 5 or 6 meters, while others are merely a few centimeters. These advanced intelligent life forms coexist in this city. Clearly, these beings do not belong to the same civilization. It is highly likely that this place gathers people from countless civilizations. This is something that was quite rare in the universe where Chun Yuan previously resided. In some universes, most civilizations are independent and do not interfere with each other. In others, civilizations engage in fierce conflicts, causing chaos. In some universes, civilizations coexist peacefully and share resources. In the universe before Chun Yuan, it appeared that civilizations coexisted relatively peacefully. Chun Yuan withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. In front of him stood a massive building. This building is the headquarters of the Time Management Bureau. Chun Yuan entered the Time Management Bureau with Ya. As they stepped inside, he felt a slight brightness before him. What lay ahead was a very spacious hall. There was nothing in the center of the hall, but numerous desks surrounded the perimeter, each occupied by a time manager. They wore helmets and armor, with many documents spread across their desks. It seemed they were all deeply focused on their work. How can I help you too? A voice came from behind one of the desks. Hearing the voice, Chun Yuan turned towards its source and saw a time manager seated behind the desk. Since it wore a helmet, he couldn't see its eyes or mouth, but through a mental translation, he sensed kindness in its voice. It felt similar to the greeting one receives from a staff member upon entering a clothing store. Understanding this, Chun Yuan realized they were in the office of the Time Management Bureau. He and Ya walked over in that direction. Looking at the time manager, he said, I traveled back to the past and changed some things. As soon as Chun Yuan finished speaking, everyone in the hall stopped their work and turned to look at him. He noticed their gazes but didn't mind, Instead, he quietly observed the person before him. The time manager said, "So, you are the one who came from the past?" "Not exactly," Chen Yuan replied calmly. "You sent someone to capture me, and I killed that person. I came here to tell you not to provoke me." As Chen Yuan's words fell, all the time managers in the hall stood up. They extended their hands, and blue orbs appeared in their palms. Countless blue orbs transformed into strands of rope that surged towards Chen Yuan. These ropes were not ordinary. They were composed of consciousness, matter, and energy. This meant that if he were bound, not only would his physical body be restrained, but his consciousness would be as well. Faced with so many ropes coming towards him, Chen Yuan focused his mind. The ropes, under the control of the universe, flew into the air and then reversed direction, failing to bind Chen Yuan and instead ensnaring themselves. The time managers became wrapped up like dumplings, collapsing onto the ground. "What have you done?" one time manager shouted. "I told you not to provoke me." Chen Yuan replied, "It seems communication has failed. Since you choose to use force, then let's resort to force." With a thought, the entire headquarters of the Time Management Bureau vanished into thin air. Everything inside, including life and matter, was dismantled into atoms by Chen Yuan. Chapter 136. Can one be reborn after death? The location of the Time Management Bureau's headquarters was left as a massive pit. Chen Yuan, and you floated above the pit. You looked down into the hollow and then surveyed the surroundings before lifting her face to gaze at Chen Yuan. Within the Time Management Bureau, there were many lives. These lives were not only those of the time managers, but also included those who sought help or had been captured. As these individuals vanished alongside the dismantling of the Time Management Bureau, Chen Yuan asked, "Do you think what I'm doing is cruel?" Yu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, "Nothing in this world is eternal. Life leads to death, whether it's early or late. It makes no difference. You are merely accelerating the process. As for the term cruelty, it shouldn't even exist. From ancient times to advanced civilizations, beings have fought for territory, food, and mates, committing acts of violence. It's all for their own benefit. The concept of cruelty doesn't truly exist." Chen Yuan said, "Previously, I destroyed a universe. Some called it cruel, but in reality, I no longer know what cruelty means." He continued, "Death is merely the destruction of the physical body. Consciousness disperses back into the universe, transforming into dark information. Eventually, when new life is born, that dark information attaches itself to it. Death isn't true death, it's just another form of rebirth." You crossed her arms. In a universe, there are 6 dimensions. Within these dimensions, energy is conserved. Once energy is exhausted, it transforms into other forms of energy. When a person dies, their energy remains and transfers to other matter. From a certain perspective, humans are also a collection of matter and energy. The death of a person is simply a process of matter transferring to other matter, and energy transforming into other energy. She casually glanced at Chen Yuan. "This is just a phenomenon of nature. How can it be considered cruel?" Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback and nodded gently. Suddenly, a sound echoed. He looked up to see a gigantic mechanical entity, towering at least 20 meters high, hovering in the air. Its blue eyes were fixed on him. At that moment, 3 wormholes appeared nearby, and one by one, massive mechanical entities emerged from them, all focusing on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan instructed, "Yeah, step aside." She acknowledged with a sound. In an instant, her figure vanished. The 3 giant mechanical entities clearly targeted Chen Yuan, ignoring Ya. As she disappeared, the entities sprang into action. One of them appeared right in front of Chen Yuan, its mechanical hand resembling a sharp claw, lunging at him. Bang! Chen Yuan's body was split in 2, instantly severed. It was important to note that Chen Yuan's body was a 6th-generation genetic body, possessing immense defensive capabilities. Even a nuclear bomb couldn't harm him. Yet, this mechanical entity's claw managed to slice him in half, which intrigued Chen Yuan. After severing him, the entity didn't stop. It proceeded to break him down to atomic levels. At that moment, another giant mechanical entity unleashed a blue net, targeting Chen Yuan's consciousness. These mechanical entities were likely the pinnacle weapons of this civilization, and Chen Yuan found them quite fascinating. Chen Yuan ignored the net and directly activated his enhanced perception. The enhanced perception covered one of the giant mechanical bodies. The perception ability itself has the capacity to analyze the composition of all substances. Enhanced perception is an evolution of this ability, allowing for the acquisition of more information. Moreover, enhanced perception transcends time enabling him to almost instantly record the entire structure of the giant mechanical body. At this moment, the net had already enveloped Chun Yuan's location. This net, composed of dark matter and dark energy, could bind his consciousness. With such a net in place, Chun Yuan was unable to escape using just his consciousness. However, he was unconcerned. He did not need to escape. As he wielded his cosmic control, the net was directly dismantled by him. You've damaged my physical body, so I'll borrow yours for a moment. In an instant, the three giant mechanical bodies were all disassembled into atoms by Chun Yuan. The atoms of the three giant mechanical bodies reassembled under the influence of his control ability, transforming into a brand new giant mechanical body. Chun Yuan's consciousness entered the newly created giant mechanical body, connecting with it. He opened his eyes, raised his mechanical arm, and flexed his fingers. This is quite interesting. Suddenly, countless wormholes appeared around Chun Yuan. One giant mechanical body after another emerged from those wormholes. Seeing this, Chun Yuan remarked, "Oh, planning to use this to kill me? Unfortunately, you overestimate your capabilities." Since he had nothing better to do, he decided to entertain himself with beings from the 11-dimensional space. One giant mechanical body lunged at Chun Yuan. Bang! Chun Yuan's arm was pierced by its claws. He paid no mind to it, swinging the sword in his hand. Just as he was about to strike, the opponent vanished from sight. Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback. A wormhole? His attack missed. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound, a laser penetrated Chun Yuan's body, piercing through his abdomen. Chun Yuan understood. He had been too naive. If he used his cosmic control against this ability, they couldn't escape. But if he relied solely on his own power to confront these entities, he would have to face all the technology they controlled. These giant mechanical bodies could skillfully utilize wormholes, making them capable of instantaneous movement. If he tried to use his sword for close combat, it would be quite strange if he could still be attacked. One by one, the giant mechanical bodies launched attacks on Chun Yuan. The mechanical body he had just constructed was battered and unrecognizable. Forget it, I won't play anymore. A black hole appeared at Chun Yuan's location. Whoosh! The attacking giant mechanical bodies directed their assaults into the black hole. Their entire bodies were engulfed by the black hole and under its terrifying gravitational pull. Both their physical forms and consciousness were consumed. The black hole could alter the structure of time and space. In other words, once the black hole appeared, the wormhole became unusable. Countless gigantic mechanical entities were swallowed one by the black hole. The black hole was growing larger. The surface of that planet began to crack. Countless materials, including living beings, were entirely consumed by the black hole. In no time, the entire planet was engulfed by this suddenly appearing black hole. Nothing was left. Chapter 137. The future weapons include those capable of blasting others into different dimensional spaces. A planet was destroyed, and all its inhabitants vanished. From a distance, you watched the spinning black hole and the accretion disk surrounding it. It was all gone. Chun Yuan's body appeared beside you. With this, I think the people from the Time Management Agency should no longer come looking for trouble. Hearing this, you instinctively glanced at Chun Yuan. She said, according to the memories of that time manager, there are still many branches of the Time Management Agency in other places. Shouldn't we eliminate them all? Well, let's leave them, Chun Yuan replied. I don't want them to trouble me, but if we eliminate them all, there won't be anyone to restrict others from traveling back in time. This would lead to an increasing number of parallel universes, which could cause time annihilation. Time annihilation would destroy the main universe and other parallel universes born from it. If it gets serious, it might even affect other universes. My essence is the universe. I don't want to be affected. Having them around can serve as a restriction, which isn't bad. As long as they don't come looking for trouble, I won't bother with them. Chun Yuan looked at you and said, let's go back. In simple terms, it just means to make slight use of them. You nodded. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot from one direction, traveling at superluminal speed towards Chun Yuan. You noticed and furrowed her brows. Be careful. Saying this, she moved and positioned herself in front of Chun Yuan. The white light struck you, enveloping her completely. Chun Yuan was momentarily stunned. Under his gaze, you vanished into thin air. Both her body and consciousness disappeared. Seeing this, Chun Yuan's heart sank. What happened? Gone. Dead. Even if her body were shattered into particles, there should still be consciousness present. However, when Chun Yuan used his heightened perception, he couldn't sense yet's dark energy or her material composition. That was an unknown weapon. It made you disappear into thin air. What was going on? The thought that you might disappear from his side forever made Chun Yuan's fists clench. He had thought his feelings had vanished, but he felt a surge of anger rising from his heart. He amplified his heightened perception. In an instant, he located the source of the white light, a time manager holding a cannon-like weapon aimed in this direction. It pulled the trigger. Another beam of white light shot towards him. The white light sped towards Chun Yuan at superluminal speed, but it would still take some time for it to reach him from the time manager. Chun Yuan's mind raced. The control of the universe was activated, and the white light dissipated instantly. The time manager's body seemed to be grasped by an invisible giant hand. Pressure from all directions enveloped the time manager, crushing him into a cloud of blue mist. He didn't even have the chance to scream before being killed by Chun Yuan. The time manager's consciousness appeared within Chun Yuan's heightened perception. Chun Yuan used his cosmic control ability to grasp the consciousness and accessed its memory bank. After reviewing it, Chun Yuan understood. A dimensional strike, huh? The only universe here is a three-dimensional space. The cannon just now was a dimensional cannon, capable of directly blasting three-dimensional beings into two-dimensional space. This means that you was blasted into two-dimensional space. She didn't die or disappear. She simply moved to another dimensional space. Seeing this, Chun Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was okay, there was no problem. The cosmic control ability acted like a hand, gripping the remnants of the time manager's consciousness. With a sudden squeeze, the time manager's consciousness shattered, dissipating into specks of dark energy. Chun Yuan withdrew his gaze, contemplating where you had disappeared. The next question arose. How could he enter two-dimensional space to rescue her? Chun Yuan knew how to access four-dimensional space and six-dimensional space, but he was clueless about how to enter two-dimensional space. As some scientists have said, it is more difficult for higher dimensional spaces to enter lower dimensional spaces than the other way around. Suddenly, Chun Yuan seemed to have an idea. He turned to look behind him. At the spot where the time manager had died, the cannon-shaped dimensional weapon was still there. Right, this thing could be used. He controlled the weapon with his cosmic ability, aimed it at himself, and pulled the trigger. A beam of white light shot toward Chun Yuan. Boom. Chun Yuan felt a bright flash before him. When he regained his senses, the scene before him left him somewhat dazed. He was standing on a white sheet of paper, the sky was pitch black, and there was nothing else. This world resembled a world on a sheet of paper. The ground was merely a sheet of paper, having length and width, but no height. Chun Yuan looked at himself. He seemed perfectly normal. For him, standing on the paper, he naturally had height, because this was two-dimensional space, while Chun Yuan's physical form was a three-dimensional being. Even upon entering two-dimensional space, he remained a three-dimensional creature. This meant that if there was no way to return to three-dimensional space after entering two-dimensional space, he would be trapped there forever. How intriguing. In other words, the dimensional strike weapon could only confine a person in lower dimensional space, but could not kill them. However, if that person were an ordinary individual, they would be unable to obtain food and would ultimately perish. Of course, for beings of higher dimensions, if there is no way to leave the two-dimensional space, they would be trapped here for a lifetime. This is a low-dimensional prison. Chun Yuan activated his extrasensory perception, expanding his range. Soon, he found his target this time, Ya. Through a wormhole, Chun Yuan traversed space and arrived next to Ya. She was standing on an empty sheet of paper, looking up with a relaxed expression and a smile on her face. Observing Ya's demeanor, Chun Yuan remarked, "It's strange that after being struck by a dimensional weapon into this two-dimensional space, you can still be so relaxed." "Is it strange?" Ya said, with a slight smile as she turned to Chun Yuan. "The reason I'm relaxed is that I feel no pressure. I know you will definitely come to rescue me. Since you are coming to save me, I should be happy and not feel pressured." Chun Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He helplessly said, "All right, this is not a good place. Let's go home." With that, he reached out his hand to Ya. Ya smiled and raised her hand, placing it in Chun Yuan's palm. "How do you plan to leave this two-dimensional space?" she asked curiously. Chun Yuan looked at Ya and replied, "There are many ways for me to leave a two-dimensional space." And with that, they left. Chapter 138. The correct way to traverse the universe once a being is cast into a two-dimensional space. It becomes very difficult to return to three-dimensional space unless there is corresponding technological capability. Some might say that one can increase speed to the speed of light. However, this is different. In two-dimensional space, if speed is increased to the speed of light, one does not enter four-dimensional space. Rather, it can be said that one enters another form of three-dimensional space. This new three-dimensional space is formed by length, width, and time as dimensions. creating another kind of three-dimensional space. Yet, in that space, it still cannot be considered a return to the original space. Of course, this is not a problem for Chen Yuan, because for him, this body can only be considered a clone at most. His main body resides in 11-dimensional space, and as long as he wishes, he can pull his consciousness back to the 11-dimensional space at any time. Besides this method, Chen Yuan has other abilities, such as traversing the universe. This ability allows him to directly traverse to the three-dimensional space within the universe. All along, Chen Yuan has been using this ability to navigate through three-dimensional spaces. Therefore, for Chen Yuan, this prison made of two-dimensional space is completely ineffective. With a thought, Chen Yuan took Ya and traversed back to their own universe. The space shifted from two-dimensional to the familiar three-dimensional space. Looking at the three-dimensional space before them, Ye turned to Chen Yuan and said, "That's amazing." Chen Yuan replied, "It's nothing special." He opened a wormhole and led you through it back home. Looking at Ye, Chen Yuan said, "I have some things to do, and it will definitely take a long time for me to return." Ye was taken aback, gazing at Chen Yuan with her captivating eyes, and smiled. "It's all right, I will wait for you." Chen Yuan nodded slightly. He then returned his consciousness to the main body in the universe. At this moment, Chen Yuan's cosmic entity was still flying towards the next cosmic target as usual. However, he had realized that he seemed to have misunderstood some things all along. The celestial devouring system granted Chen Yuan abilities, whether it was spiritual awareness or control, all based on his entity. So the question arose, why? When I use the ability to traverse universes, my body disappears and only my consciousness remains. Does this mean that using this ability causes all the accumulated matter to vanish? The celestial devouring system, as its name implies, requires consumption to gain mass and volume. If traversing universes directly results in a loss of matter, it contradicts its purpose. Unless I have been misunderstanding this ability all along. The reason my physical body disappears when I use the traversal ability might be because my mass is insufficient, not matching the ability to traverse universes, which leads to the disappearance of my body. If that's the case, it means that as long as my mass is adequate, I can use the ability to traverse universes to bring both my mass and consciousness along. This must be the true method of utilizing the ability to traverse universes. In other words, the purpose of this ability is not just to allow Chen Yuan's consciousness to traverse, but to serve his goal of consuming celestial bodies. Just like other abilities, let us give it a try. Chen Yuan used heightened perception to lock onto the distant target universe. If this attempt fails, the mass acquired from this universe will also disappear. It doesn't matter. At worst, I can recreate a universe. After making up his mind, Chen Yuan focused on the target universe and whispered to himself, "Traverse the universe." In an instant, his cosmic entity vanished. Within the position of the target universe, another universe appeared out of thin air. The emergence of this universe instantly tore the body of the target universe apart. Dark matter and dark energy flew out from the torn gap. Chen Yuan regained his senses. Indeed, it was as he thought. Now it seemed that Chen Yuan's judgment was correct. The ability to traverse universes serves the purpose of celestial devouring. All along, he had been using it incorrectly. The cosmic devouring occurred as Chen Yuan connected with the universe, like a deflated ball being filled with air. All its mass was infused into Chen Yuan's body. His volume and mass rapidly increased at a visible rate. This target universe was instantly devoured by Chen Yuan. One universe vanished, and Chen Yuan's size and mass grew even larger with the influx of the target universe's mass. He had always thought that to approach other universes, he could only increase speed through the movement of spiritual awareness. Now it seemed he had misunderstood. It turned out that traversing universes was inherently meant to bring the universe closer to others for consumption. It appears that this period of time has been in vain. However, knowing that he could traverse the universe to approach other universes made Chen Yuan feel very pleased. Let's begin the journey of cosmic devouring. The Time Management Bureau, right? Although the Time Management Bureau consists of 11-dimensional beings, they all reside within one universe after another. They only return to the 11-dimensional space when they need to handle matters there, which is somewhat similar to Chen Yuan. Initially, Chen Yuan intended to teach the Time Management Bureau a lesson to let them know he was not to be trifled with. But now he regretted it. The moment the Time Manager shot at you, Chen Yuan had already changed his mind. All the universes where the Time Management Bureau is located must be devoured. However, so far, he had never devoured a universe with civilization. Would those civilized galaxies be harmed when one universe devours another? Or would they be completely unharmed, directly consumed by him? If that's the case, then devouring the universe they inhabit wouldn't kill them. Never mind, it doesn't matter. As long as they enter his body, he could use his cosmic control ability to crush them one by one. Qin Yuan made up his mind. He had previously used dark information technology to read others' memories and knew the locations of all the Time Management Bureau's offices. The Time Management Bureau was distributed across many universes, some of which had a mass greater than Qin Yuan's, while others were smaller. Qin Yuan locked onto one of the smaller universes, traversing the universe. Another universe suddenly appeared within a whale-shaped universe filled with a network of galaxies. The mass of this universe was more than 5 times that of the whale universe. As soon as the universe appeared, the entire whale universe was torn apart. Celestial bodies flew out from the torn opening. Cosmic devouring. Qin Yuan consumed the material of this whale universe. The whale universe deflated like a punctured balloon, with its material frantically flowing into Qin Yuan's body to be devoured. Chapter 139. What do you think lies outside the universes? The celestial bodies inside the whale universe were automatically disassembled into atoms and transformed into cosmic dust as they entered Qin Yuan's body. Upon seeing this, Qin Yuan felt relieved. In other words, everything in the whale universe, except for dark matter and dark energy, would turn into cosmic dust. New celestial bodies would be reborn within Qin Yuan's body. And these would no longer be the celestial bodies of the devoured whale universe. They would be entirely new celestial bodies. Of course, it wasn't just celestial bodies that were being consumed from the whale universe. There were also those highly intelligent life forms within the civilization. From a certain perspective, living beings are also a type of celestial body, and they would also be disassembled into atoms, becoming cosmic dust. Simply put, when Qin Yuan devoured an entire universe, all civilizations within that universe would be extinguished, including the people from the Time Management Bureau. In a short period, the entire whale universe was completely devoured by Qin Yuan. You are becoming increasingly excessive. A voice once again echoed in Qin Yuan's ear, tinged with a hint of annoyance. This voice had appeared once before when Qin Yuan tore apart a civilized whale universe. This was the second time the voice had emerged. Upon hearing the voice, Qin Yuan said, "Is it you again? It seems you are quite concerned about me. Every time I take action against a civilized universe, you pop up. So tell me, what are you? What do you want?" The voice slowly responded, "I am Lon, the master of this universe pool. This entire universe pool is under my jurisdiction, including you. I advise you not to devour the pregnant universes. It's fine if they are merely dead ones." Pool. Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback. Pool. It's normal for a newly born universe like you not to know. The area you are in is what we call a pool. Yours is a universe pool. Anyway, I must warn you again. Those pregnant universes are on the verge of giving birth to new universes, and witnessing their new births is something I enjoy. I caution you. If you dare to consume those pregnant universes, be careful that I might obliterate you. A warning, huh? Qin Yuan thought the way this being spoke was quite strange. Referring to civilized universes as pregnant ones was odd, but in a certain sense, if a universe nurtures civilization, it could indeed give rise to new universes, thus justifying the term pregnant. Universe pool, he mused. That sounded peculiar. This being's terminology made it sound like a fish pond. The universe is a large organism, and fish are also living beings. If it calls this place a universe pool, isn't that akin to calling it a fish pond? It claimed to manage this universe pool, but what exactly was it? Previously, it had referred to itself as an 11-dimensional life form. But now it seemed that it was more than just that. Qin Yuan asked, "What exactly are you?" It was like a person in 3-dimensional space. While the universe resembled the fish it raised, Qin Yuan pressed, "Who are you, really? That is not important. What matters is that I have already stated. I will not allow you to consume any more pregnant universes," Lon replied. Qin Yuan said coolly, "It's impossible for me to agree to that without a reason. According to your logic, if the agents of the Time Management Bureau attack me, I can't retaliate? That doesn't make sense. Unless you can deal with the Time Management Bureau." The Time Management Bureau? Those who don't allow others to traverse into the past? Lon inquired. Yes. Lon pondered for a moment. Dealing with them isn't difficult for me, but the issue is that I don't plan to help you. I also don't wish to be warned by you. Qin Yuan, uninterested in further discussion, replied, "Then there's nothing more to talk about. Just be quiet. You think I can't handle you?" Lan's voice carried a note of annoyance. "I initially thought you were special and wanted to keep you around. But it seems that's not going to happen. At that moment, a massive black opening appeared above Chen Yuan. An unimaginably large hand reached out from the black void, grasping towards Chen Yuan. The hand was shaped like a human hand, with 5 fingers and a wrist-like structure, but its skin was transparent, revealing a network of star-like formations inside. This enormous hand was even larger than Chen Yuan's cosmic form. It reached out toward Chen Yuan, completely enveloping his body. A surge of force came, and Chen Yuan felt as if he were a ball, tightly grasped in the palm of that hand. Instantly, his entire being was pulled toward a gigantic wormhole. Then, Chen Yuan's consciousness faded to black and then brightened again. What he saw left him in a daze. A giant. This was a true giant. The giant stood right in front of Chen Yuan. Its physique resembled that of a human female, but its skin was transparent like the edge of the universe, revealing a dense network of star systems within. This giant was a humanoid universe. She was incredibly massive, her hand gripping Chen Yuan, who represented the universe. This giant was the owner of the voice he had just heard. Was it Lan? Using his heightened perception, Chen Yuan looked behind him. Behind Chen Yuan was an enormous sphere. This gigantic sphere contained countless universes. Seeing this, Chen Yuan was immediately shocked. This giant sphere was what the giant referred to as the cosmic pool, and inside were those universes. This giant was raising those universes. Chen Yuan could hardly imagine that the secrets beyond the universe were like this. Originally, I planned to keep you, but it seems I no longer need to. The giant Lan spoke. After saying this, she brought Chen Yuan, who represented the universe, to her mouth. She opened her mouth to bite down on Chen Yuan. Was she planning to swallow him? As he drew closer to her mouth, he thought, travel through the universe. In an instant, Chen Yuan's body disappeared. The giant Lan looked at the suddenly vanished Chen Yuan, slightly stunned. Can you actually escape? What exactly are you? Chen Yuan's figure reappeared inside the cosmic pool. He began to absorb the universes around him, still thinking about the scene he had just witnessed, finding it hard to believe. All the universes were actually contained within a sphere, and this sphere was being treated like a pet by that giant. Is this the secret of the universe? Is this really the secret of the universe? Chen Yuan found it difficult to accept. He never expected that the secret he had longed to discover would turn out to be such a terrifying thing. I have already warned you. I do not allow you to consume other pregnant universes. Yet you are doing it again. Lan was angry. A large hand appeared from the void, reaching out toward Chen Yuan once more. Chapter 140. The wonderful use of cosmic controllability. Chen Yuan looked at the large hand reaching out before him. His gaze fell on the star network within the hand. In an instant, under the influence of his control ability, the star network detached from the hand. As the star network separated from the hand, it visibly shrank at a noticeable speed. Lan seemed to sense something was wrong and hurriedly retracted her hand. Bastard! What did you do to me? Lan let out an angry sound and questioned Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan replied lightly, I haven't done anything. Just remove the material that makes up your body from within you. You jerk. Lan's voice was filled with anger. Sensing Lan's fury, Chen Yuan said, Show me what you've got. However, no sound came in response. Lan fell silent. Seeing this, Chen Yuan understood. It seemed that this entity had only grown larger. It claimed to be an 11-dimensional being. Now it appeared that it wasn't lying. It truly was an 11-dimensional creature. Unlike those highly intelligent beings that traverse from 3-dimensional space to 11-dimensional space, it didn't mean they were 11-dimensional life forms. They could only be described as 3-dimensional beings residing in 11-dimensional space. Currently, the only 11-dimensional beings are likely the universe itself. And while Lan was a giant, in reality, it was just a universe, a humanoid universe. It simply possessed a higher intelligence and consciousness than other spherical or whale-shaped universes. However, despite being an 11-dimensional being, it seemed to lack any more powerful technological means. It relied solely on its massive body to attack others. Even so, in this cosmic pool, the only one capable of resisting it was likely Chen Yuan. Should he eliminate Lan? If he truly wanted to, it could be done. Chen Yuan realized that his control over the universe could be applied within any universe. In other words, he could dismantle all the material within Lan. Simply put, he could directly disassemble Lan's body. If that happened, it would surely perish. The problem was that Chen Yuan didn't know Lan's location. He attempted to activate his super perception, expanding its range to the maximum. Chen Yuan had already devoured 2 universes, gaining even greater mass and volume. His super perception had also been enhanced. Yet, even at maximum capacity, he could only see patches of universes, without any view of the world beyond this universe. In other words, he couldn't locate Lan. Humph. Chen Yuan let out a displeased snort. It didn't matter. Not being able to find its location now didn't mean he couldn't later. As long as he continued to consume universes, gaining mass and volume, his super-perception ability would increase. Once he could find Lan's location, he could traverse the universe and reach it. Chen Yuan obtained the cosmic location from the time manager, devouring one universe after another. As time passed, he didn't know how long had gone by. Using his ability to traverse the universe in conjunction with cosmic consumption, he devoured those universes, gaining mass and volume. Without needing to spend time getting close to other universes, Chen Yuan could freely consume them. After consuming the universe where the time manager resided, he changed direction and devoured those dead universes. His volume and mass were rapidly increasing at a visible rate. During this time, Lan had not troubled Chen Yuan again. Perhaps it also knows that it cannot deal with Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan continued to consume, unaware of how much time had passed. He used his heightened perception, extending its range to the limit. Chen Yuan saw the entire layout of this cosmic pool. These universes were wrapped within a sphere, which the giants outside referred to as the cosmic pool. Outside this cosmic pool, Lan was standing there, staring at it. The hand that Chen Yuan had injured had already healed. He wondered, how did it recover? Suddenly, Chen Yuan recalled the moment he nearly got swallowed by it. Could it be that it could absorb other universes to regain its mass? A shiver ran down Chen Yuan's spine. If that's the case, it meant that the reason it managed this cosmic pool was that it was waiting for these universes to expand, so it could consume them to gain mass. In other words, the universe where Chen Yuan had been could also be devoured by it. He never expected the cosmic pool to be like a fish pond. As he traversed the universe, Chen Yuan's body vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, his body was inside Lan. Lan was taken aback. You, get out of me. There was a hint of panic in Lan's voice. Chen Yuan was too lazy to argue. The celestial bodies within Lan's body surged into Chen Yuan's body, transforming into cosmic dust. Chen Yuan's body grew at a visible speed. No, no, Lan screamed in terror. Chen Yuan was consuming too quickly, tearing Lan's body apart. Countless celestial bodies flew out from the ruptured openings. Some of these bodies contributed to Chen Yuan's mass and volume, while others that weren't consumed simply vanished. Lan's entire body disappeared. After gaining Lan's mass and volume, Chen Yuan's body began to change from a spherical shape. His arms and legs sprouted. He regained his senses and realized he had transformed into a giant. More precisely, he had become a humanoid universe, standing in the void. He looked at the vast cosmic pool before him. This cosmic pool was enormous, yet compared to Chen Yuan now, if he curled up, he would be about the same size as the cosmic pool. Chen Yuan raised his hand, clenched it, and gazed at the network of galaxies swirling around it. It was truly incredible. He looked at the cosmic pool and thought, if the universe where Earth, where I was born, exists within Lan's body, it's not entirely impossible. Never mind. Chen Yuan didn't want to think too much anymore. It had been a while, and you must be getting worried. Chen Yuan's consciousness departed from this unimaginably vast body and returned to his familiar home. Upon arriving home, Chen Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the familiar ceiling. He took a deep breath and slowly sat up. As he did, he felt something beside him. Turning his head, he discovered Ya lying next to him. With her eyes closed, her brows slightly furrowed in her sleep, she seemed to be thinking of something unpleasant. The surroundings were pitch black, and outside the window was also shrouded in darkness. Clearly, night had fallen. She was sleeping right beside him. A long time had passed. This unconscious body was merely a shell, yet she had accompanied this shell for so long. Chen Yuan lay back down, glancing at her furrowed brows. He gently raised his hand and stroked her brow, then looked at her and said softly, "Little girl, I'm back." It was uncertain whether she heard him in her dreams, but Chen Yuan could see her slightly furrowed brow gradually relaxing. Seeing this, he couldn't help but smile. Chapter 141. Which is the predator, mammals, or insectoids? Chen Yuan looked at Ya's relaxed demeanor and smiled. He gently stroked her silver hair, feeling its softness. At that moment, Ya's lips quietly curled up. Back. A voice came. Hearing this, Chen Yuan came back to his senses and looked at Ya. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, revealing her clear and captivating gaze. She looked at Chen Yuan, and their eyes met. A smile appeared on Ya's face. Chen Yuan withdrew his hand and playfully tapped her little nose, asking with a smile, "Did you miss me?" Upon hearing this, Ye adorably scrunched her nose and then smiled at Chun Yuan, saying, "Of course." She leaned closer to Chun Yuan, resting her head against his chest. "Do you know how long you've been gone?" Chun Yuan gently hugged her, his hand caressing her soft hair, and said tenderly, "How long?" "Exactly 35,670,000 years," Ye replied softly. Chun Yuan realized that his absence had been quite lengthy, but he hadn't expected it to be this long. Even with the ability to traverse the universe to assist him, he was simply searching for targets and consuming. Yet he hadn't anticipated that it would take so much time. Chun Yuan felt a bit helpless. "Some things happened, so I was delayed. Fortunately, you told me to wait for you before you left," Ye remarked, looking at him with a playful smile. "Otherwise, waiting for such a long time would probably have been quite tough." She gazed at Chun Yuan. "Can you give me some compensation?" "Compensation?" Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback, looking at her and laughing. "What kind of compensation? I waited for you for so long, keeping the empty house to myself," Ye said lightly, smiling. "So, I think I deserve some compensation. What I want is for you to tell me about what you did during that time." She looked at Chun Yuan, her eyes shimmering slightly. "I want to know what my man has been doing out there." Chun Yuan chuckled, holding Ye's hand and saying, "Even if you didn't ask, I would have told you about it. It turns out, the universe we inhabit is located within a cosmic pool." "A cosmic pool?" "Yes. Outside the cosmic pool, there are some gigantic universes that resemble humans, and those gigantic universes possess advanced intelligence similar to that of humans. It manages the universe we are in, much like a fisherman manages a fish pond." At that moment, I was thinking of swallowing the universe where the time management agency is located. In its eyes, I was probably just a bad fish that eats the fish it raises, so it wanted to get rid of me. I took some time and dealt with it. Chun Yuan looked at Ye and softly said, "This is what I've been doing out there." "That's quite a summary," Ye smiled. "Fighting against such an existence is dangerous, right? You didn't even tell me. Although I can't help, at least I should know." With that, she leaned her small head tightly against Chun Yuan's chest. "If something happens to you, I can accompany you." Chun Yuan gave a wry smile. "Accompanying you? What are you talking about?" Ye chuckled. "I can't live without you." Chun Yuan felt both amused and helpless. He gently stroked Ye's hair and held her close, remaining silent as they quietly felt each other's presence. Unconsciously, Ye had become an existence that Chun Yuan found hard to part with. No matter how one looks at it, Chun Yuan still had human emotions. He was half a soulless celestial body and half human. Humans are social animals, and when you stay with someone for a long time, feelings naturally develop. Chun Yuan's feelings for Ye had gradually grown to a point where he could not let go. For Ye, Chun Yuan was completely the meaning of her life. If something were to happen to Chun Yuan, then for Ye, living would hold no meaning at all. This is why, upon realizing that Chun Yuan might be in danger, she said that she would accompany him if something happened. The term sacrificial love was something Chun Yuan had always thought didn't exist, as it felt very distant to him at that time. But now, he suddenly realized he was wrong. Sacrificial love was not distant, it was right in front of him. For both Chun Yuan and Ye, they had become inseparable. They fell asleep. Unknowingly, the night passed. The next morning, Chun Yuan accompanied Ye on a walk through the streets of Justice Civilization. Ye looked at Chun Yuan and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Hearing this, Chun Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, "Currently, my main body has left the universe pool and come to the place where the giant universe is located. I will take a look and see what that place has to offer. Out there, I will know how vast the world is." Ye smiled. "You're still the same as before, without any changes." Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan turned his face to look at Ye. He smiled and said, "No, I have changed." Ye was taken aback. "How have you changed?" She seemed puzzled. Chun Yuan reached out and pulled Ye into his embrace. Ye was startled, her face slightly flushed. She looked at Chun Yuan. He gazed at Ye's face, which was so close, and said, "Although that's what I thought. Now I feel I should take more time to be with you and make up for it." Upon hearing this, Ye displayed a mischievous smile, deliberately wrapping her arm around Chun Yuan's neck. She looked at him quietly and said with a laugh, "Let's see how you perform. If the compensation is good, there will be a reward." "Reward?" Chun Yuan chuckled and replied, "All right, my beautiful queen." Ye smiled, "You have a sharp tongue." Just then, a voice interrupted them. Hearing it, Chun Yuan and Ye turned to look at the source. A female warrior descended from midair and saluted them. This woman was Ye's guard, Een. Een looked at Ye and said, "Your Majesty, there is a Laisha planning to invade the T-23 civilization with her subordinates. What should we do?" "Laisha?" Chun Yuan looked at Ye with curiosity. Ye smiled and explained, That's the name of a bug queen from a newly emerged insect civilization during the time you were away. Insect civilization? Chen Yuan became even more interested. He had encountered many civilizations, mammalian, plant, mechanical, and highly intelligent ones, but he had never seen an insect civilization before. Given the vastness of the universe, it certainly existed. It was just a coincidence that he had never witnessed it firsthand. He recalled that in ancient times, Earth had no humans. At that time, 3 types of creatures were in conflict: mammals, oviparous creatures, and insect species. Before his reincarnation, humans, as mammals, were the rulers of Earth. In ancient Earth, survival was a matter of size and brute force. There was a period when insect creatures were the largest, mostly acting as predators, while mammals and oviparous animals were their prey. Later, after a great disaster, the roles reversed. Insects became the hunted, while mammals and oviparous creatures became the hunters. This cycle continued until humans eventually took over Earth, leading to the subsequent development of human civilization. Therefore, the existence of insect civilizations was inevitable. Having never seen one before, Chen Yuan was immediately intrigued upon hearing about it. He wanted to see what the insect species had become. Chapter 142. What do you think are the advantages and disadvantages of insect civilizations? Well, insect civilizations consist of a group of insects, you said. However, those insects have evolved significantly, possessing intelligence and even mastering some advanced technologies. She continued, during this time, they have been invading other civilizations, competing for their resources, often resulting in interstellar wars. As a just civilization, we should protect others from invasion. However, we cannot simply wipe out the invading civilizations, as that would mean destroying another civilization, which goes against our principles of justice. I want all civilizations to develop and grow stronger, not to protect one civilization at the cost of another. Therefore, you glanced at Chen Yuan. I've always thought that simply eliminating the insects invading other civilizations was enough. However, the reproduction rate of those creatures is too fast. The number of exterminated ones can recover in just a few years, and then they organize another invasion. So far, they have organized over 100 invasions. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. Over 100 times? You killed them over 100 times, and they still continue to invade? Are they really that foolish? No, wait. Chen Yuan pondered. A civilization that can develop interstellar warfare cannot be that stupid. Knowing they can invade, they still choose to do so. Could it be that their goal is not invasion? You nodded. She revealed a faint smile. I have long noticed that their purpose is indeed not invasion, but rather, it is self-destruction. Self-destruction? Chen Yuan glanced at you. You said, their rapid reproduction is an advantage for them, but it's also their downfall. The fast reproduction makes it hard to exterminate them, which is an advantage. But because they reproduce too quickly, they easily deplete the resources of an entire planet, leading to the final outcome of cannibalism. To prevent this situation from being discovered, the queen named Lisha initiates an interstellar invasion every 50 years. If the invasion succeeds, they can proceed to colonize. If it fails, it's just a way to reduce their population and relieve pressure on their home planet. Chen Yuan crossed his arms. So, that queen named Lisha is quite clever. One could say she is not foolish. You looked at Chen Yuan and smiled. Do you have any thoughts? Thoughts? Chen Yuan thought for a moment and said, on which planet is the insect civilization? I want to take a look. You nodded. I'll take you there. Saying this, you raised her hand and opened a wormhole. She looked at Een and said, as usual, eliminate all invading insects. Een replied, understood. You turned to Chen Yuan. A playful smile on her face. Dear, let us go. Chen Yuan smiled, raised his hand to gently stroke Ya's hair, then took her hand and stepped into the wormhole together. Through the wormhole, Chen Yuan and Ya's figures appeared in space. Chen Yuan looked ahead. In front of them was a green planet. This planet has 20% of its area covered by oceans and 80% by land. On this land, many buildings were constructed. They looked different from human architecture. These structures were enormous mounds of earth, resembling pyramids. There were many openings, and the insect creatures lived inside them. These gigantic mounds were abundant. This was probably the home of these insect beings, and outside, insect creatures were everywhere. These creatures varied in size, with the largest being about 20 meters tall, resembling monsters, while the smallest were only a few millimeters. A significant portion of these insect beings stood upright and moved around like humans. However, these insect people had 2 pairs of arms and 2 pairs of legs. Some were gathered around a massive spaceship, equipped with tools, diligently working on repairs. Upon seeing this planet, Chen Yuan felt not only a sense of novelty, but also another feeling. That was the sheer number of them. There were just too many of these insect creatures. The entire continent is basically filled with them, many piled together, looking dense and crowded. Chen Yuan crossed his arms. Given this quantity, it's no wonder that Laisha has been waging interstellar wars. Judging by the numbers, the resources of this planet simply can't sustain their consumption. You responded with a hum. The numerical advantage of the insect race is an asset during wartime, but in peacetime, it's tantamount to self-destruction. If I were Laisha, I wouldn't choose to do this. However, you said, continuously doing this is not good. For the insect civilization, it doesn't matter, but for the civilizations they invade, it's a significant blow. If it weren't for our righteous civilization providing protection, that civilization would probably have been destroyed long ago. So, I slightly assisted the invaded civilization and accelerated its progress. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback and then looked at you. Just slightly? You nodded. The previous civilization was merely a pre-nuclear civilization. During this time, I sent a messenger to share technology with them. Now they have reached a spacefaring level. They also don't want to be invaded by the insect race forever, and are now planning when to take the initiative to attack the insect civilization. You smiled. By then, it will be quite a spectacle. Chen Yuan laughed helplessly. Is this what you call slightly? You've directly elevated that civilization by several levels. It doesn't matter. You crossed her arms, playfully looking at Chen Yuan, and said with a smile, as long as it's fun. Chen Yuan could only smile wryly. He raised his hand and scratched his nose, saying, You naughty girl, how can you treat civilizations like toys? That's too boring. Ye cutely scrunched her nose, smiling at Chen Yuan. Without toys, it would be too dull. How about you be my toy? She flashed a mischievous smile, looking at Chen Yuan with interest. Chen Yuan chuckled. You're really cheeky. He glanced at the insect planet before them. If you help that civilization launch an interstellar war against the insect civilization, one of these two civilizations will inevitably be wiped out. What do you plan to do then? Will you intervene? I want to concern myself with that. You said casually. As the queen of the righteous civilization, I am responsible for justice and protecting weaker civilizations from harm. If they want to fight me, and I want to fight them, then I want to be able to intervene. Chen Yuan laughed. All right, then let us just enjoy the show. Well, since I have nothing to do anyway, spending more time with her is a good thing. Chapter 143. Civilizations naming themselves can easily lead to duplicate names. As time passed, the civilization that you protected finally decided to fight back. They piloted groups of ships and warships, whistling as they left their planet. Chen Yuan also saw what the highly intelligent beings of the civilization you protected looked like. These highly intelligent beings were somewhat similar to humans, but also different. They were smaller in size, especially the females, who were estimated to be less than 1.30 meters tall. Besides being smaller, their eyes were all red. On her head, one could still see a pair of fox ears, and behind her, a fluffy tail grew. Is this civilization evolved from foxes? Chen Yuan felt a bit curious. You said, not exactly. Although their ears and tails look like familiar foxes, they are not. This type of primate, which I refer to as a fox ape, has ears and tails similar to those of foxes. After a long process of evolution, they eventually became what they are now. She glanced at Chen Yuan and smiled. I think the girl with those ears and tail looks quite cute. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan looked at the girls aboard the battleship with fox ears and tails. The universe is vast, and the evolution of civilizations is indeed varied. However, it is not surprising. Since humans evolved from ancient apes, why can't other civilizations evolve from other animals? It makes sense. Looking at those girls with fox ears and tails, they indeed appeared quite cute from an earthling's aesthetic perspective. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. They are indeed quite cute. Are they cuter than me? At this moment, you stepped forward, standing in front of Chen Yuan. With a smile, she looked at him. A pair of snow-white fox ears sprouted from above her head, and a fluffy white fox tail slowly unfurled behind her. She playfully gazed at Chen Yuan. Seeing this, Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Then he smiled helplessly. Really? He raised his hand and gently scratched her little nose, jokingly saying, Why do you have to try everything? Previously, she had attempted to grow wings, and now she had transformed into this. You looked at Chen Yuan and laughed, because you like it. Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned. He reached out and gently held Ya's hand, looking into her eyes and smiling. I think they are cute, but that doesn't mean I necessarily like them. In my eyes, in this universe, there is no one cuter or more beautiful than you. Even if you don't have fox ears and tail, you are still the most beautiful in my eyes. You looked at Qin Yuan and asked, really? Qin Yuan smiled. I don't like to lie. You beamed with joy. She stepped forward, seemingly stepping into the void, and leaped into Qin Yuan's arms. He gently embraced her, his hand tenderly stroking her hair. He glanced at the fluffy ears on Ya's silver hair and instinctively touched the soft fox ears. They felt incredibly soft to the touch. It must be said that with her charm, combined with these ears and tail, Ya's allure was elevated even more. Although there were others in that civilization with ears and tails, very few deliberately chose pure white ones like Ya. Coupled with her figure, appearance, and skin as smooth as jade, it truly enhanced her charm several levels. A smile appeared on Ya's face as she softly asked, do you want to touch my tail? Qin Yuan was taken aback, his face turned slightly red, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his nose. Ya lifted her face, looking at Qin Yuan with a playful smirk. Aren't you going to touch it? Qin Yuan smiled wryly. All right, don't tease. Ya slightly turned her body, snuggling into Qin Yuan's embrace. Qin Yuan wrapped his arm around her shoulders, gazing at the distant ships flying away. What is the name of that civilization? They call themselves the Blue Star Civilization. Ya crossed her arms and said, many civilizations refer to themselves this way because many planets are blue. So, I call them the Fox People Civilization. I have to say that's true. For Qin Yuan, the defining feature of this civilization is that all of them are highly intelligent beings evolved from fox-like creatures. If Qin Yuan were to name them, he would call them the Fox People. However, they see themselves as just ordinary beings. They do not think that having tails and ears makes them special. Just like humans on Earth, even though they know their ancestors were ancient primates, they do not refer to themselves as ape people. Therefore, the naming conventions of civilizations are often based on the characteristics of their home planets. A blue planet, hence the Blue Star Civilization. There are too many civilizations with similar names. Although their language is different from Qin Yuan's, due to consciousness translation, it ultimately becomes the Blue Star Civilization. What about the Insect Civilization? I imagine its original name is not the Insect Civilization, right? Qin Yun asked with interest. You replied, yes. The Insect Civilization refers to itself as the Earth Civilization, but I still prefer to call them the Insect Civilization. The Earth Civilization. Is it because they came from the Earth that they call themselves that? Qin Yuan said, interesting. Is it interesting? Ya smiled and looked at Qin Yuan. More interesting than me. Qin Yuan chuckled helplessly. You are the most interesting. Ya laughed. That's right. Qin Yuan felt a bit helpless. This girl had become very fond of being spoiled and loved to be pampered by others during this time. It was understandable. Ya used to be very independent. But after falling for Qin Yuan, she increasingly wanted to interact with him and became more reliant on him. Although it was a bit frustrating, the feeling of being relied upon by her was still quite nice. As time passed, a war broke out between the Insect Civilization and the Fox People Civilization. The battles were fierce, with wreckage and bodies scattered in the air. This war lasted for a very long time, estimated to have taken over 10,000 years. The insect population was large, but with Ya's help, the Fox People's technology was slightly superior. Ultimately, the insect population drastically decreased, and to survive, the insect civilization announced its surrender. Afterwards, the Fox People civilization chose to colonize the insect civilization. Thus, the cultures of the two civilizations slowly began to merge. However, where there is colonization, there is resistance. Although the insect civilization had surrendered, some radicals continued to fight against the Fox People civilization. Qin Yuan and Ya did not pay much attention to the subsequent developments of these two civilizations. They were living in their own world together. After spending a long time with Ya, Qin Yuan once again withdrew his consciousness back into the cosmic entity. He began to examine this brand new time and space before him. Looking down, it appeared as though there was a floor glowing blue beneath him. He stepped onto this floor. It was as if there was gravity in this space. He activated his heightened perception. In an instant, the range of his perception expanded to the maximum. What kind of space was this? Qin Yuan did not know. What lay beyond the cosmic pool was a mystery to him, but he wanted to know whether this world had an end. Chapter 144. So, do you think the universe has an end? He amplified his perception. In this vast space, Qin Yuan suddenly discovered that there was not just one cosmic pool. Within this enormous space, there were countless cosmic pools. Beside those cosmic pools stood one giant after another. They were like giants tending to fish ponds, standing by the cosmic pools and watching intently. These giants had hands and feet, resembling humans, but they had no eyes or facial features. They faced the cosmic pools, and though they lacked eyes, it was as if they could feel themselves staring at the pools. They were observing the scenes within the cosmic pools. Seeing this, Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze and located the nearest giant. The cosmic giants were conscious beings. This meant that if he wanted to learn more, he could communicate with that giant. To communicate, he needed to approach it and make it aware that he was similar to it. He glanced at the unknown blue ground beneath him. Should he walk over or use his cosmic consciousness to fly there? Let us give it a try. Chen Yuan used his cosmic consciousness to control his body and flew up, slowly approaching the nearest cosmic giant. His speed was already very fast. It was important to note that although Chen Yuan seemed to be moving slowly, in just 1 second, he had covered a distance equal to the diameter of a universe. This was an extraordinarily exaggerated speed. However, because of his massive size, even a distance equivalent to a universe was just a fraction of a finger's length for him. A second for a universe's diameter was indeed astonishing. Yet it was still too slow. He could traverse the universe, but given his current mass and size, if he used that ability, his body would penetrate the other universe's entity. Even that cosmic giant would split apart in an instant. Killing it to obtain hidden information? No. There was no hidden information in this space. If that cosmic giant died, it was uncertain whether any hidden information would remain. Chen Yuan wanted to uncover the secrets of this universe, the secrets of this space. Therefore, he could not simply kill the cosmic giant without using his cosmic consciousness. Could he reach it with this body? With this thought, Chen Yuan's body descended. He stepped on the blue ground and walked towards the nearest cosmic giant. This step crossed over a cosmic pool. His speed could not even be described as exceeding the speed of light. However, from a distance, he merely appeared to take a single step. It didn't seem fast at all. It was just that his size made it look that way in proportion. He stepped forward like a human, taking a casual step. But that step was like entering a cosmic pool. It seemed to have accelerated quite a bit. This speed was much faster compared to moving with the support of cosmic consciousness. Forget it. Chen Yuan didn't want to think too much about it, and walked over to the nearest cosmic giant. Hey, he called out. The giant, covered in a network of galaxies, turned its face towards Chen Yuan. It had no eyes, just a face full of galaxy patterns. Yet Chen Yuan was sure it was looking at him. Is there something you need? He asked, somewhat puzzled. This was a form of communication on a conscious level. Chen Yuan replied, I want to know, where are we now? Is there anything beyond this space? Can you tell me? It glanced at Chen Yuan and then looked away. This is 11-dimensional space, and outside is the void. Void. Chen Yuan's heart jolted. He looked up and saw clusters of stars. Stars. Those were clearly not stars. They were probably the light emitted by the cosmic pool, appearing star-like due to the vast distance. What shape is this space? Irregular, spherical. What happens if one forcefully leaves this space? Oblivion. Is that so? Is this the final secret of the universe? Is this the end of the universe? Chen Yuan realized that the universe indeed has an end. He collected his thoughts and looked at the giant. Thank you. The giant continued to gaze at the cosmic pool, seemingly indifferent to Chen Yuan. Seeing this, Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze and walked back. Returning to his position by the cosmic pool, he stared at it. Is it over? Just like that? What can I do next? Chen Yuan felt lost. For him, exploring the secrets of the universe was what he had always wanted to do. But now the universe had reached its end. What else could he do? His consciousness left and returned home. Back. As soon as he arrived home, Chen Yuan heard Ya's voice. Upon hearing her, he sat up slightly at the head of the bed and looked at her. He was wearing a white shirt, sitting at the vanity, combing her silver hair with a brush. She turned her small face to look at Chen Yuan, a smile on her face. Chen Yuan observed Ya and then got up, walking behind her. Let me help you. He took the brush from her hand and gently began to comb through her soft silver hair. Watching Chen Yuan's actions, Ya looked at his reflection in the mirror, her lips curling into a slight smile. Thinking about something? Chen Yuan replied, not really. It's just that I've reached the end of the universe. It's over, and I can no longer increase my mass and volume. What should I do now? That's quite good, Ya's voice came. Hearing her, Chen Yuan snapped back to reality and looked at her. Good? Ya flashed a playful smile. Isn't your wish to know what the end of the universe is? Now your wish has come true. That's a good thing. After all these years, the wish has finally come true. She looked at Chen Yuan in the mirror and smiled, saying, congratulations. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. Yes, from another perspective, doesn't that mean I have achieved my wish? Since my wish has been fulfilled, shouldn't I be happy? It's just that I have nothing to do now, Chen Yuan said. Ye smiled and stood in front of Chen Yuan, looking at him with her blue eyes. How could you have nothing to do? Ye reached out her hand and held Chen Yuan's. Looking at him, she said with a smile, don't you still have me? Even though we've been together for so many years, you still haven't completely understood me. She looked at Chen Yuan with a mischievous smile. Now that you're free, we can get to know each other better. Completely understand? Chen Yuan was a bit puzzled. What do you mean? Ye nestled into Chen Yuan's embrace. He gently stroked her soft silver hair. I love you, came Ye's voice softly in his ear. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Chapter 145. Using a planet as a weapon against hostile civilizations? As far as Chen Yuan knew, Ye's civilization didn't have such expressions of love. The celestial civilization wouldn't say things like I love you or you love me. If they were attracted to each other, they would naturally come together. This expression was something only people from Earth would use. Since he was not from Earth, it meant she was imitating Earthlings to express her affection for Chen Yuan. Once Chen Yuan came back to his senses, he smiled. Devouring celestial bodies to gain mass was his initial goal. But now he had seen the edge of the universe. Even if he continued to gain mass, it seemed meaningless. After this pursuit lost its significance, only one meaning remained for Chen Yuan, to accompany the one in front of him. I love you too. Ye lifted her face to look at Chen Yuan. Their eyes met. Chen Yuan smiled and said, all right, don't you have other things to attend to today? Ye beamed. Of course not. I am the queen of the righteous civilization. Ordinary matters don't require my intervention. Besides, she looked at Chen Yuan, nothing is more important than you. For her, Chen Yuan would always be her number one. Chen Yuan chuckled. You just said that I haven't completely understood you. What do you mean? He was curious about what you had said earlier. Ye laughed and replied. You've always focused on devouring celestial bodies to gain mass and seeking the edge of the universe. There is a lot about me that you don't know. She wrapped her arms around Chen Yuan's neck, wearing a playful smile. I can teach you a little every day, letting you slowly understand me. Seeing Ye's mischievous smile, Chen Yuan chuckled. Okay, since I'll have a lot of free time ahead, let us go with what you said. Time passed without him noticing. The universe remained the same, with civilizations constantly at war with each other. While Chen Yuan had nothing to do, he stayed by Ye's side and used his heightened perception to observe various civilizations. Chen Yuan discovered that civilizations resembling humans are not rare among these universes. In fact, they are quite numerous. Even on Earth, among the limited population, there are instances of two individuals who have no relation to each other but look exactly alike. Within the cosmic pool, there are countless universes, each filled with an immense number of celestial bodies. The sheer quantity of these celestial bodies has led to the emergence of numerous civilizations. Under such circumstances, it is not surprising to find some civilizations that look identical to humans. However, regardless of the civilization, war is inevitable. It starts with civil wars on planets. And if they are fortunate enough to escape their planet, interstellar wars begin. On this day, Chen Yuan, as usual, was observing the wars of these civilizations. However, one civilization's technology piqued his interest. A giant mechanical entity hovered in mid-air, operated by a pilot. The pilot's gaze was fixed on a distant artificial planet, which belonged to a hostile civilization inhabited by highly intelligent mechanical beings. At that moment, the pilot raised a massive hand, pointing toward a nearby planet. Accompanied by a terrifying gravitational pull, the planet was pulled from its orbit by an invisible force. With a wave of the giant mechanical entity's hand, the planet was sent flying like a stone thrown from a slingshot, crashing fiercely into the planet of the mechanical civilization. This was the first time Chen Yuan witnessed such a form of warfare between civilizations. The technology of the civilization that operated the giant mechanical entity was advanced enough to exert force on planets, using them as projectiles against their enemies. This process consumed an enormous amount of energy, but this single strike was sufficient to annihilate most of the opposing civilization. The planet rapidly sped toward the other civilization's planet. And in an instant, the two planets collided with a loud bang. Boom. This planetary collision was nothing like the gentle consumption of planets that Chen Yuan had seen before. This time, the impact produced explosive effects, causing both planets to shatter instantly. Lava erupted from their interiors, and massive fragments of the destroyed planets scattered in all directions. Clearly, the civilization within could not survive this devastation. After completing this act, the giant mechanical entity, under the pilot's control, ignited its thrusters, emitting blue flames as it flew away. Using planets as weapons? Why not directly exert force on the civilization itself? Wouldn't that be faster and simpler? Qin Yuan speculated that there must be some hidden risks in doing so. After a moment of contemplation, he thought, why not just ask? Qin Yuan had the ability to read others' hidden information pools, essentially accessing their thoughts. However, he did not intend to do that, as it seemed pointless. Instead, Qin Yuan decided to approach them directly to inquire. As a warrior, Cheng Xian had only one mission this time. That means destroying that damned mechanical civilization. Cheng Xian's civilization belongs to a humanoid type. They have been at war with the mechanical civilization for 2 million years. The mechanical civilization has always been the invader, attacking his civilization. Finally, after 2 million years, their technology has reached a level where they can completely annihilate the mechanical civilization. He is the key figure to carry out this operation. The operation is going smoothly, which also allows him to breathe a sigh of relief. Wait a minute, little guy. Hearing this voice, Cheng Xian was slightly taken aback. He looked ahead and saw a pitch-black opening appearing in the vacuum. A man appeared beside the opening, as if he had materialized out of thin air. He was floating in the void, looking this way. Seeing this scene, Cheng Xian was stunned. The man in front of him was dressed lightly, with almost no equipment covering him, let alone a spacesuit. How could a person like this survive in the vacuum? What was that black opening? Was it a wormhole? Cheng Xian was somewhat shocked. Can a human traverse a wormhole? His civilization had already learned to use wormholes. But entering one without any protection was impossible. It was a certain death. His civilization required wearing thick protective gear to enter a wormhole. But this person appeared just like that? Who is he? Cheng Xian stopped his movements and asked the man in front of him, "Who are you?" Qin Yuan, upon hearing this, crossed his arms and looked at the massive mechanical structure in front of him. This thing was also a mechanical body, but it was different from the one encountered in 11-dimensional space. Both in performance and material, they were not the same. The performance of the mechanical body in front of him was much weaker. Of course, the dimensions were different. Qin Yuan said, "Who I am is not important. I'm here just to ask a question, and I hope you can answer me truthfully. You can manipulate this thing to move a planet. So why not directly move the planet where the mechanical civilization is located, instead of moving other planets to smash them?" Cheng Xian looked at Qin Yuan. This question related to military secrets of the civilization. He watched Qin Yuan warily, and the massive mechanical body took up a combat stance. He was extremely alert. Focusing on Qin Yuan. "This matter concerns our military secrets, and I cannot disclose it to you," Cheng Xian said cautiously. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan crossed his arms. "I don't particularly like rummaging through other people's memory banks, as it's not very nice. However, since you have refused me, there is nothing I can do." Qin Yuan, feeling too lazy to say more, directly accessed Cheng Xian's memory bank. It was evident that the civilization Cheng Xian belonged to was not a highly advanced one, and the memory bank was not locked. As long as he had a thought, he could see it. Upon looking, Qin Yuan understood. That technology required 2 devices. One device is this massive mechanical entity, and the other is a giant apparatus that needs to be installed on the surface of a planet. Only when these 2 devices resonate with each other can the massive mechanical entity drive the planet. In other words, installing the giant apparatus on a planet is a prerequisite. The civilization where Cheng Xian resides simply cannot install the giant apparatus on the planet of the mechanical civilization. Even when attempting to install that device on a planet near the mechanical civilization, they are extremely cautious, fearing detection. It took them over 3,000 years to install that giant apparatus, which is quite a long time. Is the device that requires driving power conditional? It turns out that it is not that you cannot directly use power against the mechanical civilization, but that your power has conditions. Hearing Qin Yuan speak, Cheng Xian's expression changed drastically, and he stared at Qin Yuan in disbelief. "How do you know?" Qin Yuan glanced at Cheng Xian and said, "I told you. I can browse your memory bank and read your memories. Just to prove it to you, I can reveal some information. Do you have a wife and a 2-year-old daughter?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Xian was slightly shocked. He found it hard to believe. For beings of lower civilizations, the technology of advanced civilizations is beyond their comprehension. Now, Qin Yuan had learned what he wanted to know and was ready to leave. With that thought, Qin Yuan opened a wormhole. "Stop!" Cheng Xian's voice came through. Hearing this, Qin Yuan paused slightly. Cheng Xian, feeling a mix of nervousness and unease, asked, "Who exactly are you?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan turned slightly, glanced at the massive mechanical entity, and casually replied, "Do you want to know?" Since he was free now and in the mood to chat, he was open to it. Cheng Xian said yes. For Cheng Xian, This person before him was uncertain, friend or foe, but he could tell that this person was incredibly powerful. If such a powerful individual were an enemy, it would spell disaster. He wanted to know whether this person was an enemy or a friend. Chun Yuan crossed his arms and said, "Let us put it this way. The universe you are currently in was created by me and my partner. According to her way of addressing me, you should call me the creator god." Chun Yuan murmured. He felt a bit resistant to calling himself a god. But since he was asked for his identity, he had to disclose it. Cheng Xian was slightly taken aback. "Creator god?" Chun Yuan affirmed, just like that. As he spoke, he looked towards the two planets that had collided and shattered nearby. He raised his hand, pointing in that direction, and under Cheng Xian's gaze, Chun Yuan clenched his fist. The two shattered planets were forcibly pulled together by a terrifying power, then compressed against each other, ultimately being crushed into a single planet that was larger in both size and mass than the original two. Seeing Chun Yuan effortlessly create a planet, Cheng Xian was dumbfounded. He stared in disbelief at the newly formed planet, swallowed hard, and then looked at Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan retracted his hand, turned around, and stepped into the wormhole. His figure vanished from Cheng Xian's sight. Cheng Xian watched the slowly closing wormhole, feeling somewhat incredulous. The creator god, does such a being really exist in this world? As a warrior, Cheng Xian had never believed in the existence of gods, but after witnessing the power that Chun Yuan wielded, his conviction wavered for the first time. Meanwhile, Chun Yuan was deep in thought. Today had certainly broadened his horizons. He never expected that there would be civilizations that used planets as projectile weapons. However, the destructive power of such a thing was indeed significant. An ordinary civilization would clearly not withstand such an attack. Muttering to himself, he was interrupted by a voice nearby. Yaya approached, looking at Chun Yuan with curiosity. Habitually, Chun Yuan raised his hand and playfully tapped her little nose, saying with a smile, "I just saw that some civilizations use planets as throwing weapons, which feels quite novel." Upon hearing this, Yaya laughed and said, "Planetary projectile weapons? That is not just limited to planets, satellites, asteroids, and such can also be used as throwing weapons. You wouldn't believe it. But I once saw a civilization that used those celestial bodies as projectiles. That is really interesting," Chun Yuan replied. "The universe is vast, and civilizations are indeed diverse and peculiar." Yaya looked at Chun Yuan and smiled, saying, "You seem so bored. Why don't you create a civilization to play with? Nurturing a civilization could be quite interesting." "Really?" Chun Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Well, I'll give it a try." Chun Yuan found an expansive space. Using dark matter and dark energy, he created a new celestial system in the void. 8 planets orbited a star. Chun Yuan flew into one of the planets located in the habitable zone. With a thought, one body after another began to take shape. Over time, one person after another appeared before Chun Yuan. He didn't create too many, only 7 individuals. After gaining their bodies, the 7 looked at each other and then turned to Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan extended his hand, and weapons and armor appeared before them. He looked at them and said, "I have instilled in you the methods for survival. You 7 should live well here. I'll come back to check on you after a while." With that, Chun Yuan vanished. Seeing this, the 7 picked up the weapons and armor and went hunting for food together. As time passed, it was hard to tell how many years went by. When Chun Yuan returned to that civilization, he found that it had grown from the original 7 to over 30 million people. Skyscrapers towered in the city. This civilization had entered the modern era. In the city, there was a huge statue, surrounded by 7 smaller statues. These 8 statues were particularly eye-catching. The large statue was unmistakably of Chun Yuan, while the 7 smaller statues represented the first 7 individuals he had created. Chapter 147. Is the system created by an advanced civilization? Chun Yuan flew in the air, looking down at the civilization below. So, wouldn't this civilization end up just like all the others? If that's the case, then continuing to let this civilization discover things seems to have no meaning at all. In the end, this civilization will still perish, with no difference from before. What should be done? Chun Yuan thought of something. I am now the universe, and the universe seems to have the ability to modify its laws. The ability to modify laws is like some universes having gravity, while others have repulsion. These forces are the laws of a universe. Chun Yuan can also modify these laws. The question is, how can he modify them to make this civilization more interesting? Chun Yuan fell into deep thought. However, he still couldn't come up with anything interesting. He was too lazy to think further. This universe, with Chun Yuan and Ya in it, could be said to have an eternal lifespan. It could transform into dark matter and dark energy, and Chun Yuan, and you could turn this dark matter back into the previous form of matter. Therefore, this universe does not face death. Chun Yuan, and you live in this eternal time. When they have nothing to do, Ya and Chun Yuan research technology together, pursuing breakthroughs. The edges of the universe are actually connected to other universes. Hearing you say this, Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback. No, there is a vast space between universes. They are not connected. You smiled. They are connected, but what we see is different from reality. I have studied it. The edges of the universe have bilinearity. You can think of it as a membrane belonging to the universe or as a large wormhole. That wormhole envelopes the entire universe. However, under normal circumstances, this wormhole is located in 11-dimensional space, and we cannot see it. But just because we can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Once you enter that massive wormhole, it connects to itself like the tangled roots of a tree, while also connecting to other universes or parallel universes. You said, during this time, I studied the ability you have to traverse universes. That ability actually uses the wormholes of the universe for instantaneous movement. You looked at Chun Yuan. I tried to connect the edges of the universe using the wormhole, so we can enter the edges of other universes through this wormhole. Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan's heart trembled. In other words, the ability to traverse universes does not violate the laws. You glanced at Chun Yuan and smiled. Also, the devouring ability you had before. That devouring ability, if explained in terms of technology, is actually the disassembly of celestial bodies into atoms, causing the celestial body to lose its gravity. If you have mass yourself, then you can perform the devouring. As for the divine consciousness, that doesn't need explanation. The essence of human consciousness is dark energy, and divine consciousness also belongs to dark energy. The driving of the body by divine consciousness is essentially using dark energy to drive the body. Chun Yuan pondered, what about the ability to control? The controlling ability is to control celestial bodies that are smaller than you. You looked at Chun Yuan and said, haven't we always been using this ability? Saying this, you looked at a cup on the table. The cup was suddenly disassembled into atoms. Upon seeing this, Chun Yuan was struck by a realization. Remote control of matter. This is actually how dark matter is utilized. This ability was something you had mastered long ago. Could this be the essence of control? Hearing this, Chun Yuan looked at you and asked, are you suggesting that the system I possess was created by someone else? Well, you replied, it's not impossible. Chun Yuan pondered for a moment and said, according to your analysis, it is indeed possible that the celestial devouring system was created by someone else. But anyone capable of creating such a thing must belong to a highly advanced civilization. Crossing his arms, Chun Yuan continued, the problem is, so far, we haven't discovered any such advanced civilization. If such a civilization truly exists, you interjected, they probably don't want to be discovered by you. Given our capabilities, we likely wouldn't be able to find them anyway. Chun Yuan chuckled. After some thought, he looked at you and asked, by the way, do you think we could create a celestial devouring system ourselves? Of course it's possible, you replied. Ever since I learned about that thing you mentioned, I've been researching it. There's still one theoretical issue that hasn't been resolved, but if we can solve it, we could develop it. Okay, Chun Yuan said. You looked at Chun Yuan with curiosity. Do you want to create a similar thing? Yes, Chun Yuan replied. In this universe, I have you, but in other parallel universes, both you and I are gone. So, I want to change those parallel universes. He looked at you and continued. If we can create a celestial devouring system here and send it to the version of me in the parallel universe, then that universe could also become like ours. I would meet you, and you would fall in love with me. As he spoke, Chun Yuan reached out and placed his hand on Ye's cheek. A glimmer sparkled in her eyes as she gently raised her hand to hold his, gazing into his eyes with a smile. Are you planning to help the version of you in the parallel universe pursue the version of me there? Chun Yuan laughed. You could say that. So, what do you think? He then wrapped his arms around Ye's waist, pulling her into his embrace, and looked at her. Do you think the other version of you in the parallel universe would be willing to be pursued by the other version of me? Ye smiled and slowly rested her head on Chun Yuan's chest. I think she would be more than willing. Before I met you, my life was stagnant, like still water. It was only after meeting you that my life gained color. They will become stagnant for life without meeting the parallel version of you. Ye lifted her face to look at Chun Yuan, who smiled back. Good. Rather than developing a civilization and watching it come to fruition, Chun Yuan intended to do something more meaningful, to create a celestial devouring system and then offer it to the version of himself in other parallel universes, to save both himself and Ya in those universes. This was far more meaningful than the present situation. Ya looked at Chun Yuan and smiled. Honey. Chun Yuan gazed at the beautiful Ya before him. It's nighttime. We should sleep. Sleep? Watching the faint blush on Ya's face, Chun Yuan couldn't help but smile at the girl. All right, let's sleep. Previously, Chun Yuan and Ya had nothing much to do, but during this endless time, their companionship made it far from boring. Now, with each other around while conducting research, their days felt quite relaxed and enjoyable. Chapter 148. Did she invent the system? As time passed, the research on the celestial devouring system gradually deepened. One day, Ya opened her small hands, revealing a glowing blue particle. What is this? Chun Yuan looked at Ya in confusion. This is the celestial devouring system, Ya explained. Chun Yuan was taken aback. Ya smiled. This thing has all the functions of the celestial devouring system you possess. It can attach to a person's consciousness. With it, that consciousness won't disappear and can retain awareness. Attached to the consciousness? Chun Yuan looked at Ya. I've programmed a lot of technology into this thing and installed an intelligence system, similar to the one that talks to you. Ya said. You could say it's exactly like the celestial devouring system you have, with hardly any difference. Chun Yuan looked at the little blue object, surprised. I didn't expect you actually made it. He turned his gaze to Ya and smiled. You really are impressive. Flattered by Chun Yuan's praise, Ya beamed at him. So, shall we give it a try? Of course. Let's go to a parallel universe and find ourselves. Okay. Chun Yuan took Ya to a parallel universe that was eerily lifeless and empty. They entered six-dimensional space, traveling back to the past of this parallel universe, to the moment when Chun Yuan first acquired the celestial devouring system. Chun Yuan gazed at the blue planet before him and activated his super perception to locate his counterpart in this parallel universe. That version of himself was lying on a bed, fast asleep. Upon seeing himself, Chun Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. The room of this parallel universe's self was exactly like the bedroom he used to live in, with familiar items like the cup on the table and that recognizable computer. Everything was so similar. Indeed, while some parallel universes differ, others can be remarkably alike to the main universe. That's the one. Chun Yuan surveyed the surroundings and raised his hand. Dark matter coalesced into a small planet. He separated the consciousness of his sleeping counterpart from its body and brought it in front of him. Chun Yuan looked at Ya, who smiled and raised her hand. The blue particle flew into the consciousness before them. Once the particle entered, it fused seamlessly. Chun Yuan then placed the still sleeping consciousness into the small planet, linking their awareness. Looking at Ya, Chun Yuan said, "Let us step back and observe." Ya had no objections. The two of them moved away together. The small asteroid, under the influence of solar gravity, began to orbit around the sun. It became an asteroid located between Earth and Mars. As it spun, time passed slowly. Chun Yuan inside the dwarf planet did not wake up. Seeing this, Chun Yuan looked at Ya. Ya smiled and said, "It takes a long time for the consciousness to merge with the particles. During this time, the consciousness cannot awaken." Chun Yuan nodded and shifted his gaze forward. The asteroid orbited the sun, and perhaps due to the stronger gravity of Earth, it started to deviate from its orbit. The deviation was slow, but it was getting closer to Earth. People on Earth seemed to have noticed the approaching asteroid. They were nervously advancing technology. Civilizations began launching rockets, sending spacecraft armed with nuclear bombs into outer space. The spacecraft reached the asteroid's position. Boom! With a loud explosion, a mushroom cloud erupted from the asteroid. But since the asteroid was as large as the moon, the magnitude of the explosion did not cause much harm. More spacecraft loaded with nuclear bombs were sent to the dwarf planet, but these spacecraft did not detonate. Instead, one after another, they were delivered to the asteroid. Seeing this, Chun Yuan seemed to realize something. Time passed unknowingly. The number of nuclear bombs on the asteroid increased. Until one day, the asteroid's speed could no longer resist the sun's gravity, and its orbit underwent a significant change, moving closer to the orbit where Earth was located. The two orbits touched each other, and the asteroid was captured by Earth's gravity, beginning to approach Earth. At that moment, Chun Yuan, who was attached to the asteroid, regained consciousness. Where am I now? Why is it so dark? Where are my hands? My feet? Where has my body gone? What is happening? What is going on? He couldn't speak and could only express these thoughts through his consciousness. When the distant Chun Yuan heard these words, he trembled all over. Those familiar words were exactly what he had said when he first realized he was attached to the asteroid. Chen Yuan watched the scene before him. Next, he saw a familiar sight. A spacecraft flew out from Earth, landing on the asteroid with several people on board. They set up some device and separated the asteroid. With a loud bang, the entire asteroid was shattered into pieces. Fragments of the planet flew everywhere. Some entered Earth's atmosphere as meteors or meteorites. Some flew outward into the arms of Mars, while others bypassed Mars and continued outward to plunge into Jupiter. Some fragments, due to their high speed, were captured by Jupiter's gravity and became its moons. Don't worry, you said casually with a smile. When his body is shattered, his consciousness will attach to one of the fragments. Even if his body is gone, his consciousness will still exist. Currently, he is quite lucky. The fragment he is attached to is in the orbit of that gas giant's moon. This was all too familiar. Chen Yuan was simply looking at himself. How is that possible? How is that possible? Chen Yuan couldn't help but speak out. He looked at Chen Yuan and asked, what's wrong? After thinking for a moment, he looked at Ya and said, that particle-like thing, can it still exist after entering the consciousness? Of course, Chen Yuan replied. Is there any way to see its existence? You said, I said a password. As long as you open the memory bank of the consciousness and then input the password, you can separate that thing out. Chen Yuan said, try to open my memory bank and input your password. Huh. You was a bit puzzled. Give it a try. You looked at Chen Yuan's serious expression. Feeling somewhat confused, she realized that she did not discover Chen Yuan within the solar system. It was a long time after Chen Yuan left the solar system that she found him. Therefore, she did not know what had happened to Chen Yuan in the solar system. Otherwise, seeing the current scene, she would also understand what was going on. But right now, all she had was confusion. Then, I'll give it a try. Chapter 149. It turns out it was all destined. You opened Chen Yuan's memory bank. This password was just a key, and the key corresponded to the lock I created. If there was no lock, inputting the key would be useless. Normal people would not react at all. My password only works for the consciousness that possesses that thing. She entered the password. After entering the password, a blue aura appeared around Chen Yuan. Seeing this, Yu was momentarily stunned, looking at the scene before her in disbelief. A blue particle detached from Chen Yuan's body. Looking at the blue particle, Yu's eyes reflected the blue light emitted by it. Her mouth slightly opened, revealing an incredulous and astonished expression. She raised her face to look at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan instead smiled, just as I guessed. It really is you. He looked at Yu and said with a smile, you are the one who created the current me. As he spoke, he raised his hand and slowly embraced Yu. Yu was taken aback. Feeling the warmth of Chen Yuan's embrace, her eyes trembled slightly, and she slowly closed them. What on earth is going on? Hearing Yu's words, Chen Yuan looked at the blue particle floating before him and said, in six-dimensional space, every time scale can overlap with each other. To put it simply, the future me and you, holding the same thoughts as the present me and you, handed over the celestial body-devouring system you invented to the past me. And then, I met you. You slowly adjusted her emotions, revealing a smile. Then, should we thank ourselves? Chen Yuan chuckled. I'm not interested in thanking myself. I don't feel like I need to thank myself. He looked at Yu and said with a smile, if I have to say thanks, then I should thank you. Then, I have to thank you, Yu playfully replied. Without you, there would be no me, Chen Yuan said. Without you, there would be no me, Yu said. The two looked at each other and exchanged a smile. The celestial devouring system was once again retracted into Chen Yuan's body as he left with Yu. In fact, I had always been worried. Who gave me this celestial devouring system? What was the intention of the person who provided it? Was it out of goodwill or malice? Or was that person merely treating me as a guinea pig for their research? Moreover, I thought, anyone capable of researching such things must belong to a very advanced civilization. One that I could not contend with. I was constantly in fear, worried that this person might suddenly appear and become my enemy. That would be the end of it all. I never expected that the inventor of the celestial devouring system would actually be you. Surprised, right? I was surprised too. I always thought the abilities you gained from the celestial devouring system were some form of existence beyond the laws. I almost considered this thing to be divine. Indeed, when we cannot comprehend a certain technology, we tend to regard it as divine power. Only when we grasp that technology do we realize it is merely a form of science. Of course, none of this is really important. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan and Yu had returned home. Yu looked at Chen Yuan, stepping closer and wrapping her arms around his neck. She gazed into his eyes, her sapphire-like irises shimmering with a unique light, and said, To me, you are the meaning of my life. Chen Yuan noticed the mischievous smile on Ya's face. With a helpless shrug, he raised his hand to hold hers and said with a smile, "You were once the emperor of the celestial civilization and now the queen of the justice civilization, the creator of this universe. If others saw you being so affectionate, their eyes would probably pop out." You playfully replied, "Isn't it your fault? If you weren't here, I wouldn't be like this. But the problem is, you are right here." With her saying that, what else could Chen Yuan say? He picked you up in his arms and carried her toward the bedroom. You looked at Chen Yuan. Her clear eyes filled with deep affection. Time passed, and Chen Yuan discovered an interesting individual among a civilization of tree people. These beings, resembling humans, were actually a plant civilization. They had limbs and facial features like humans, but were covered in green, leaf-like tissues. Their bodies were a vibrant green, with patterns resembling chloroplasts. Chen Yuan wasn't particularly interested in this civilization itself. He was more concerned about one individual among them, a tree girl. She possessed two personalities, akin to what would be referred to as dissociative identity disorder in Earth civilization. Interestingly, these two personalities appeared at different times, one in the morning and the other at night. Although she was one person with two personalities, she lived as if she were two individuals. "Dear, what are you looking at?" A voice came from beside him. Hearing this, Chen Yuan turned to look at you beside him. Ya had a pair of tall rabbit ears and was wearing a white shirt. Looking at Chen Yuan with a playful smile on her face, Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze and said, "I'm looking at her," referring to the tree girl in the three-dimensional scene before them. Ya was slightly taken aback and glanced at the tree girl, asking, "What's so special about her? Am I not prettier?" She playfully leaned closer and hugged Chen Yuan's arm. Chen Yuan cleared his throat and replied, "All right, be good, stop messing around." Ya responded with a soft "oh," and her rabbit ears disappeared. She then asked, "What's wrong with her?" Chen Yuan explained, "She has a split personality, two personas. One in the morning and another at night. It's not that strange." Ya said, "An individual consciousness can hide countless other consciousnesses, which can adjust and form a whole." Chen Yuan was taken aback and looked at Ya, "You know?" Ya replied, "Of course." She looked at Chen Yuan and smiled, saying, "If you compliment me on being cute, I'll tell you." Chen Yuan chuckled, "All right, you're cute, the cutest in the entire universe." Ya shot him a glance, "I won't listen to that." She turned her back to him. Chen Yuan smiled wryly and approached Ya, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Ya's lips curled up slightly. Chen Yuan kissed her cheek. "You're really cute." "All right." Ya laughed. "Actually, within a single consciousness, there are many consciousnesses. These consciousnesses manage various human emotions, desires, and so on. And together they form a complete consciousness. Normally, these consciousnesses adjust to each other, forming a collective consciousness made up of many consciousnesses, just like our consciousnesses. But if there's a problem with the adjustment, then a portion of the consciousness becomes uncontrollable and can split into two or more consciousnesses. Chapter 150. Humans have countless consciousnesses. In fact, whether it's highly intelligent life or humans, there are countless consciousnesses. Each consciousness has its own independent personality, like having numerous voices speaking in the brain, and each voice gives different commands. The human brain has approximately 14 billion nerve cells, and anatomists have divided the brain into over 200 regions. The number of brain regions is as vast as the celestial bodies in the sky. Because the human brain is so complex, it leads to the emergence of countless consciousnesses. If a brain is functioning normally, these consciousnesses will cooperate to form a complete consciousness. Humans will then be governed by that consciousness. However, if something happens to the human brain and it loses its ability to coordinate, the uncoordinated consciousnesses will emerge, competing with the main consciousness for dominance. This can lead to situations of dual personalities or even more. This explanation may not be ideal. A simple example: many people may have had the experience of making a choice, or, for instance, seeing a news story on their phone about a girl being bullied. At this moment, a certain emotion arises within you, and that is anger. The kind of anger that makes you want to slap the aggressor. Yet, alongside this anger, there is another feeling. What does this have to do with me? Of course, this is a mindset of some people. Others may have a more dominant consciousness, feeling only anger without recognizing other emotions, while those with a less dominant consciousness may experience this contradictory situation. These two mindsets are in conflict. One is excitement, the other indifference. This leads to various emotions and thoughts. Some thoughts you can clearly feel, while others you sense slightly, but do not grasp fully. From this, It can be demonstrated that humans possess many different levels of consciousness. In normal circumstances, the dominant consciousness coordinates other forms of consciousness to manifest itself. Let us take another example. Please turn off your phone. When you see this sentence, one part of your consciousness directs you to do so. However, as you consider doing it, another part of your consciousness negates that thought. This process of thought occurs in an instant, almost impossible to measure in seconds, even surpassing a person's reaction speed. The speed of conscious thought seems to transcend dimensions. Chen Yuan looked at Ye and said, "Girl, do you think my current consciousness is the same as my previous one?" Upon hearing this, Ye glanced at Chen Yuan, smiled, slowly moved closer, looked into his eyes, and said, "Let us put it this way. People have many personalities, and we can treat each of these personalities as a form of consciousness. For instance, bravery, indifference, kindness, and weakness. When the consciousness of bravery becomes strong, the consciousness of weakness diminishes. When the consciousness of indifference becomes strong, kindness will shrink. A person can only choose a few of these stronger forms of consciousness to form their dominant consciousness. Initially, someone may embody weakness and kindness, but over time, weakness may fade away, replaced by bravery, and kindness may also vanish, substituted by indifference. Yet, even if the consciousness shifts, that person remains the same." You looked at Chen Yuan and smiled, saying, "A change in personality does not mean that person is not who they are anymore." She slowly leaned closer to Chen Yuan, resting her head against his chest, and added, "No matter which dominant consciousness you have, you are still my man. Only you have the right to embrace me." Chen Yuan chuckled, moving closer to Ye, holding her in his arms and gently stroking her hair. "Actually, I think your consciousness has changed too. The old you was never this fond of being spoiled or clingy," Chen Yuan remarked with a smile. Ye lifted her face to look at Chen Yuan, a mischievous smile appearing as she asked, "Do you like it?" Chen Yuan gazed at her delicate face, smiled back, and leaned in, resting his forehead against hers, replying, "I do." "Then that's good," Ye smiled and said. "The dominant consciousness can change based on the person I'm facing. When I'm with you, I'm just a woman who loves to be spoiled and clingy. When facing others, I become the lofty queen." "Oh, I see." Chen Yuan chuckled and said, "Your Majesty." Ye rolled her eyes at Chen Yuan and replied, "Call me queen." "All right, Your Majesty." Ye burst into laughter, lifted her small hand, and poked Chen Yuan's nose, saying, "You're mischievous." Chen Yuan held Ye's little hand and looked into her eyes. Ye gazed back into Chen Yuan's eyes, her sapphire-like orbs trembling slightly. She slowly closed her eyes and tilted her face up. Observing the face so close before him, Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He coughed lightly and said, "I'm going to take a walk in the plant civilization." With that, he released Ye's waist. Ye was taken aback, only to see Chen Yuan open a wormhole and vanish from sight. Seeing this, Ye revealed a playful smile. Chen Yuan arrived at the plant civilization, surrounded by lush greenery. His brows relaxed slightly. "Who are you?" a voice called out. Turning around, he saw the tree-like girl. She was petite, about 1.4 meters tall, with a body resembling chloroplast structures, covered in cells that looked like plant cell grids, emanating a green glow. Her eyes were green, like emeralds, and her hair was also green, cascading naturally down her back. Behind her was a long tail that resembled a vine. It was daytime, and the persona she was using was Manla, a gentle and kind personality. Chen Yuan introduced himself. "I'm Chen Yuan." Manla looked him over and softly asked, "You're different from the people here. Where are you from?" She seemed curious. Chen Yuan replied, "I come from a very distant place, not in your world. I'm here to find you." "Find me?" Manla looked at Chen Yuan, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion. "Why?" Chen Yuan explained. "I have a way to separate you from Black Manla. Would you be willing?" He wanted to conduct an experiment. Frankly, he had never split consciousness into two halves before, and he wanted to try. Upon hearing this, Manla asked, "Black Manla, separate? What are you talking about?" "Black Manla is my sister. You want me to separate from her? Why would I do that?" Chapter 151. Can one's own personality become friends with their own personality? Realizing the situation, Chen Yuan understood that Manla and Black Manla were independently existing consciousnesses. When Manla fell asleep, Black Manla would wake up. Manla had never met Black Manla in her life, but she was aware of her existence because those around her had told her, and Black Manla had even written letters claiming to be her sister. Manla's naive nature led her to believe that Black Manla was indeed her sister. Moreover, the current tree civilization was at a primitive societal level. They did not perceive dual personalities as a disorder, They simply thought of it as a case of sisters being born together in one body. Due to Manla's gentle personality and Manla's strong character, Manla's parents regard Manla as the elder sister and Manla as the younger sister. Therefore, Manla struggles to understand what Chen Yuan means by separation. Chen Yuan glanced at Manla and said, "Let me put it another way. Do you want to see your sister?" Upon hearing this, Manla's eyes lit up as she replied, "Yes." Chen Yuan nodded slightly. "I have a way for you to see your sister. But I need you to cooperate with me. Are you willing?" Manla looked at Chen Yuan and hesitated slightly before saying, "I can cooperate. But will anything happen to my sister?" Her concern was for her sister, not herself. What a kind and naive girl. However, Chen Yuan already understood her character and didn't think much of it. Of course, nothing would happen to her. Chen Yuan didn't like to force someone to do something unless they were actively seeking trouble. In situations where the other party wasn't seeking trouble, Chen Yuan preferred to communicate and proceed only with their consent. This was the first time Chen Yuan planned to break down the consciousness entity, but he didn't mind. If anything went wrong, he could always create a new consciousness using subtle information. Manla's eyes sparkled as she looked at Chen Yuan. "Then I'm willing." "Good." With Manla's agreement, Chen Yuan didn't say much more. A thought crossed his mind. Manla's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Her gentle expression turned cold. Manla stared at Chen Yuan, her brows furrowing intensely as she reached for her bow and arrow. The long arrow was drawn back, its tip aimed at Chen Yuan. "Who are you?" Hearing this, Chen Yuan crossed his arms and looked at Manla. Her reaction was much more intense than Manla's, filled with hostility. It was clear Manla regarded Chen Yuan as an enemy. Chen Yuan said, "I come from a faraway place, and my purpose is to find you." "Find me?" Manla's brows knitted tightly. "What do you want with me?" "I don't know you. You are standing in the territory of the Libel tribe. Leave now, or don't blame me for being impolite." Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows. "You are certainly less lovable than Manla." Manla was taken aback. "Manla?" Her expression changed. "You've seen Manla? What have you done to her?" Watching Manla's change in demeanor, it was evident that although they were two personalities, Manla was concerned about Manla. Meanwhile, Manla also cared for Manla. The two personalities in one body displayed mutual concern. This meant that the two personalities had developed feelings for each other. Sisterly feelings, perhaps? How interesting. A person with a split personality caring for another aspect of themselves. Chen Yuan said, "Guess." "You." Manla grew angry, aiming the arrow at Chen Yuan's arm and releasing it. The arrow shot through the air, heading straight for Chen Yuan's arm, but just before it made contact, it vanished into thin air. Manla was taken aback, her brows furrowing as she drew her bow once more. However, just as she touched it, the bow and arrow vanished into thin air. Chen Yuan reached out, pulling a humanoid consciousness entity from Manla. This was a humanoid consciousness entity. Chen Yuan separated the part belonging to Manla from Manla. Manla's consciousness entity emerged. But Chen Yuan was shocked to discover that although these two were independent consciousness entities, they shared some functions. This meant that if one consciousness entity was extracted, the other would become incomplete. "Let's make a copy." Chen Yuan casually collected some dark energy, and, by replicating Manla's consciousness entity, he completed Manla's consciousness entity. Chen Yuan materialized a body for Manla, and then placed the two consciousness entities into their respective bodies. Manla and Manla stood facing each other. They slowly opened their eyes and looked at one another. Manla's eyes trembled slightly, and she parted her lips. "Sister Manla?" Manla looked at Manla, her expression showing a hint of surprise. "Manla?" Manla raised her hand to look at it, then turned to Chen Yuan. "What did you do?" Chen Yuan crossed his arms. "I conducted an experiment, but you don't need to worry, it won't harm you." "Thank you," Manla said happily, looking at Chen Yuan in gratitude. Manla was slightly stunned, glancing at Chen Yuan and then at Manla. "Manla, why are you thanking him? What is going on?" Manla looked at Manla and said, "He just arrived and said he wanted me to meet Sister Manla. I really wanted to meet you, so I agreed. I didn't expect to see you, and I was surprised that you looked just like me." She smiled. "You really are my sister, it seems." "Not seems. But you are exactly the same." However, Manla had a colder demeanor. Even though their appearances were identical, the difference in temperament made them appear somewhat different. Manla looked at Manla, took a deep breath, and then turned to Chen Yuan, saying, "I misunderstood you. I thought you were a bad person. I'm sorry." She slightly bowed her head to Chen Yuan in apology. Chen Yuan glanced at Manla and then turned to leave. A wormhole appeared, and he entered it to depart. "Back." He looked at Chen Yuan as he returned. Qin Yuan nodded. I found that the two personalities share some common consciousness. Yes, that's how it is. You smiled and said, the consciousness within one mind is intertwined. Losing coordination means that some consciousness takes the lead. But it doesn't mean that the consciousness losing coordination will take the lead and become an independent personality. This doesn't mean they can be directly cut out. Qin Yuan nodded, looking at the scene ahead. In the scene, Hymanra and Manla were chatting. Hymanra's usually cold expression had softened with a smile. It was clear that they were very happy. Two personalities in one body could become friends. Qin Yuan crossed his arms. This is really interesting. Can one become their own friend? Chapter 152. Is there absolute zero in this world? Generally speaking, it is impossible for personalities to become friends. You casually said, because personalities cannot meet each other. They cannot even perceive each other's existence. The situation with these two personalities is quite special. They communicate through a medium, such as their parents or letters, ultimately confirming that one has an older sister or a younger sister, and through this communication, they develop a sisterly bond. This current situation is very unique. You looked at Qin Yuan, who had his arms crossed, and she smiled, saying, some personalities become aware of another personality and realize that this other personality is vying for control over their body, leading to confrontations and conflicts, sometimes resulting in self-destruction. Qin Yuan responded, indeed, the minds of advanced intelligent beings are mysterious places. Am I mysterious? Qin Yuan was taken aback and looked at you, leaning against the railing. You gazed at Qin Yuan with her big eyes, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Qin Yuan chuckled, you just love to be playful. He affectionately raised his hand and playfully tapped Ye's little nose. Ye adorably scrunched her nose and then smiled, leaning closer to Qin Yuan, lightly wrapping her arm around his, and playfully said, all right, enough with the research. It's getting late. We should sleep. Qin Yuan glanced at Ye, who was looking at him with eager eyes. He smiled helplessly and checked the time. It was indeed getting late. The night sky was filled with stars. Qin Yuan took Ye's hand and led her inside. Once inside, Qin Yuan got into bed. As soon as he lay down, Ye came closer. Qin Yuan lay on the bed, and Ye nestled against him like a little cat, eyes closed, resting her head on his arm. Her slender body completely tucked into his embrace. A satisfied smile graced her delicate face. Qin Yuan chuckled softly, unable to understand why she enjoyed this so much. He stroked her soft silver hair. Ye smiled and said, being by your side, feeling your presence, it feels wonderful. I really like this feeling. Maybe it's because I'm a woman, so I enjoy it more. She lifted her face to look at Qin Yuan and added, you men always like to run around. Qin Yuan was surprised and chuckled, raising his hand to pinch Ye's little nose. This made her scrunch her nose adorably. Don't pinch my nose. It might get broken. Qin Yuan laughed. You silly girl. We just want to find something interesting to do. We can't just stay together all the time. That wouldn't be good. You replied, what is wrong with that? You are my man, and I am your woman. We should be together. Seeing the mischievous smile on Ye's lips, Qin Yuan felt helpless. All right, be good. He gently pulled Ye into his arms and said, let us sleep. Accompanying Ye, he lost track of time. And the day passed. Qin Yuan saw a forest fire caused by dry weather in a certain civilized area. As he watched the flames, he had a special thought. He had previously read some novels, all of which were from a certain cultural background, discussing concepts like magic. In those stories, people could control flames to attack, referring to such actions as magical attacks. In essence, flames are a form of matter, existing in either a high-temperature gaseous or plasma state. While high-temperature gas is well known, plasma refers to a state where electrons within atoms escape the attraction of the nucleus at high temperatures, resulting in a state of charged particles. The heat generated by matter comes from the kinetic energy of its molecules. Most molecules possess two types of energy, kinetic energy and potential energy. Temperature arises from molecular kinetic energy, which is the energy produced by the random motion of molecules, and this energy is essentially heat. Qin Yuan raised his hand, and a cube of material appeared in it. He controlled the molecules within the cube to move in a random manner, causing them to collide with one another. Under his control, the speed of the random motion of the molecules increased. Whoosh! A fireball appeared in Qin Yuan's hand, slowly burning while suspended there. The cube shrank as the flames emerged. This is the essence of flames. The magic in those cultural novels is a product of imagination and does not exist in reality. However, if technological means are utilized, it might be possible to imitate those non-existent magical elements. Interesting. Chen Yuan looked at the fireball in his hand and waved his hand. A fire dragon shot out, soaring into the sky. Observing this scene, Chen Yuan's brows slightly relaxed. He crossed his arms. If the methods of condensing and igniting matter could be made into a genetic code, then humans could fabricate flames out of thin air. That would indeed be quite interesting. By the way, yeah, Chen Yuan said, is there absolute zero in the entire universe? You replied, no, there isn't. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback and looked at Ye no? Whom Ye continued. If you are referring to outside the universe, then yes, it exists, but within the universe, it cannot exist. Absolute zero refers to minus 273, 15 degrees Celsius. This temperature can only be reached when molecules no longer move and there is no molecular kinetic energy. As long as there is matter, the molecules must possess kinetic energy, and if there is kinetic energy, it will always be above absolute zero. You looked at Chen Yuan. Therefore, absolute zero only has one possibility, which is that it can only occur in the absence of matter. However, in our universe, cosmic dust is everywhere, and even without cosmic dust, the temperature of surrounding celestial bodies would still influence that area. To find absolute zero, there must be no matter present, and simultaneously, there must be no matter in the surrounding area. I believe such a place can only be found outside the universe. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan understood. So that's how it is. You looked at Chen Yuan and smiled. Do you have any new ideas? Chen Yuan smiled. I plan to create a magical civilization. A magical civilization? You looked at Chen Yuan curiously. What is that? What is magic? Chen Yuan chuckled. It's a kind of fantasy, something that exists in the imagination. It originally shouldn't exist in this world, but I want to give it a try. Using the power of technology, I aim to materialize those things that do not exist. Watching this scene, you laughed and said, all right, as long as you have the motivation, I'll play along with you. Chapter 153. Do you know how wind is generated? So, how do you plan to create this magical civilization? You looked at Chen Yuan with curiosity. Chen Yuan responded, since it's a magical civilization, then people must be able to use magic. Those who use magic are called magicians, and they can control the forces of nature, such as fire, water, wind, earth, or even trees. The term magic originally referred to something incredible. When others achieve something that feels magical and cannot be easily described, people would call such incredible things magic. However, some people wrote stories that gave the term magic another meaning, leading to the profession of a magician. The magicians in the stories can do many unbelievable things. Chen Yuan continued. So, I plan to create a civilization where the people can all use these abilities. I intend to create a gene that integrates technology into it, using the power of technology to allow them to wield these powers and become true magicians. Chen Yuan looked at Ye with a smile. Interesting, right? Ye's eyes shimmered with a hint of excitement, and she smiled. That kind of world does sound quite fascinating. Currently, I know how to use fire by controlling matter with technology to make it condense. Chen Yuan raised his hand. Then, we can make the molecules within that matter move in disorder. When the speed of this disorderly motion increases to a certain level, flames will appear. Whoosh! A flame erupted from Chen Yuan's palm, slowly burning. With the flame, he could control these high-temperature materials and change them. For example, like this. The flame transformed into a fire dragon, circling around Chen Yuan under his control. Ye's eyes sparkled with novelty, and she smiled. It looks quite beautiful. Chen Yuan nodded. As long as we write the operating process into a program and implant it into the gene fragments, then those who possess that gene fragment can directly use fire magic through this program, even if they don't understand the principles. We just need to teach them the password to activate this program. You nodded slightly. In that case, fire magic is taken care of. What about the others? For example, water magic? Chen Yuan explained. Water magic requires first obtaining water. Hydrogen and oxygen are everywhere in the air. Chen Yuan opened his hand. Our genes have the ability to control atoms, so controlling hydrogen and oxygen is naturally not difficult. By bringing hydrogen and oxygen together and igniting them with fire, we can generate water. As he spoke, a water sphere appeared in Chen Yuan's hand. Water is composed of 2 oxygen atoms and 1 hydrogen atom. Under normal circumstances, one can obtain water by bringing hydrogen and oxygen together and then igniting them. Of course, there is another method. Chen Yuan said, we can directly control the oxygen and hydrogen atoms in the air, forcing them to combine and construct water molecules. The oxygen and hydrogen atoms in the air were quickly drawn to him by Chen Yuan's control ability, condensing around the palm-sized water sphere, slowly growing larger. In no time, the water sphere, which was originally the size of a fist, became as large as a basketball. Chen Yuan then used his control ability to shape the water, transforming it into a water dragon that intertwined with a fire dragon around him, just like water magic. All we need to do is program this process into an automated system that can be activated by entering a password. Then, those who possess this genetic code can wield water magic. Chen Yuan looked at the water dragon. Ice magic is relatively easy to create. We just need to lower the kinetic energy of the water molecules while condensing the water, and it will naturally transform into ice, becoming ice magic. As he spoke, the water dragon surrounding him transformed into an ice dragon. As for wind magic, Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. I remember seeing stories where the wind could be compressed and turned into something tangible that could harm others. The essence of wind is the movement of air. What is the essence of wind? Simply put, when water is still, it is water. When it flows, it is running water. The same goes for air. When it is still, it is air, and when it moves, it is wind. We simply refer to the movement of air as wind, rather than flowing air. The essence of wind speed is the speed of air movement. Generating wind is much simpler than fire and water. We just need to manipulate the air molecules to make them flow, and then we can create wind. When we control the air molecules to move at high speeds, even an invisible wind can generate destructive power. As Chen Yuan thought of this, a large tree not far away snapped in two. Boom! The tree fell to the ground. It broke because it was struck by air moving at a terrifying speed. The air with speed is wind. It was cut down by the wind. As for Earth, that's straightforward. Chen Yuan said, our genetic structure currently possesses the ability to control various atoms. Earth magic essentially involves controlling soil, as long as one can manipulate atoms. They can freely control the soil. For plant magic, we can use the substances in the soil and construct plants through the method of creating life. This way, we can achieve plant magic. Hearing Chen Yuan say this, Ye's eyes sparkled with interest, and she smiled. That sounds quite interesting. Then let's do it. Chen Yuan nodded. We will only provide those humans with the genetic fragments for using these magics, while other parts, such as the body, will follow the template of an ordinary person. Upon hearing this, Ye replied, okay, let's choose a place to create humans with magical genes. All right, let's do it. Here, magic was created by a being known as Chen Yuan. In Chen Yuan's view, the essence of magic is technology. He utilized programming to embed certain processes into genetic fragments. Together with Ye, he found a location to create a planet suitable for human habitation. Subsequently, the two of them produced 100,000 humans with these genetic fragments and placed them on a planet. After completing all this, Chen Yuan and Ye settled down in a place, much like experimenters observing lab mice, watching over this new human civilization with magical gene fragments. As time passed, and out of boredom, Ye began to emulate other civilizations. For instance, she created a race with genetic fragments based on plant civilizations, and also crafted biological races resembling creatures with tails and ears. Time continued to flow, and roughly 10,000 years went by. In the early days, Chen Yuan and Ye would occasionally visit to check on things. But as time passed, their visits became less frequent. One day, after a long while, Chen Yuan and Ye decided to take a stroll through this civilization. They walked together down the street. Is this a magical weapon shop? Chen Yuan observed the weapon shop before him, showing a hint of curiosity. Ye looked at him and asked, shall we go in and take a look? Chen Yuan nodded. Let us have a look. Saying this, he led Ye into the shop. Inside, he glanced around at the weapons. The shop was filled with cold weapons that resembled those from the medieval period on Earth, with minimal differences. However, something caught Chen Yuan's attention, a staff topped with a gleaming orb. Can this be used as a weapon? Chen Yuan asked the shopkeeper, a young girl. She replied, this is a staff of a third-tier magical beast, the Wind Wolf, embedded with a crystal from the Wind Wolf. When wind mages use wind magic, they can harness the power of the crystal to enhance their spells. She smiled and asked, are you interested, sir? Magical beasts? Magic crystals? As the creator, Chen Yuan found himself puzzled by the sudden appearance of these concepts. He had read about magical beasts and magic crystals in novels before, understanding their origins. However, the issue was that this world was created by him. He had not created any magical beasts or magic crystals. Yet, according to the girl, there were magical beasts in this world. Did they possess magic crystals within them? Perhaps sensing Chen Yuan's confusion, Ye spoke up. I created those. Chen Yuan was taken aback and looked at Ye. She smiled and explained, I also researched certain civilizations and their imaginations, which led to the creation of magical novels, where magical beasts and crystals exist. So, I decided to create them as well. I created magical beasts with magical genes, and to enhance their abilities, I developed a repository. This repository actively collects surrounding materials and stores them. For example, for a magical beast with water magic genes, I created a repository that actively absorbs oxygen and hydrogen atoms from the air. By placing this repository in the beast's mind, it can directly access the necessary oxygen and hydrogen atoms for creating water when releasing water magic. You said, then, those humans, with nothing to do, can hunt magical beasts to obtain magic crystals. Magic crystals are tools for storing atoms, which can help magical beasts release spells and also assist humans in casting magic. You smiled and said, isn't that fun? Chen Yuan chuckled helplessly and said, you're quite mischievous. The girl next to them listened to their conversation, momentarily taken aback. Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze and set down his wand. He noticed a sword placed nearby, which also had magic crystals embedded in the hilt. Seeing this, Chen Yuan was puzzled. The existence of the wand was understandable, but what did it mean for a sword to have magic crystals as well? Isn't magic usually ranged? What does it mean to embed it in a melee weapon like a longsword? Chen Yuan picked up the longsword and looked at the girl. Shopkeeper, what kind of weapon is this? What is its purpose? The girl snapped back to reality. Although she was filled with questions, she maintained her professional demeanor and smiled, saying, this is an enchanted sword, which can enhance the combat abilities of a magic swordsman. It contains a magic crystal from a fire bowl, which can amplify the power of fire magic. An enchanted sword? Chen Yuan was somewhat confused. He asked, aren't spells usually ranged? What is a magic swordsman? The girl was taken aback, looking at Chen Yuan strangely. You don't know what a magic swordsman is? A magic swordsman is a swordsman who uses magic. Some swordsmen can infuse magic into their swords, for example, condensing flames on the sword to create a flame sword, significantly increasing its attack power. Or they can harness wind beneath their feet to quickly enhance their close combat speed. Magic swordsmen primarily focus on swordsmanship and secondarily on magic, making them much stronger than pure mages or pure swordsmen, although their training is quite arduous. Is that so? Chen Yuan was puzzled again. What about pure swordsmen? Can't pure magic work? Is magic weaker than swordsmen? The girl looked even more confused, observing Chen Yuan oddly, then said, not everyone can become a mage. You must have magical talent to do so. Those without magical talent can only rely on honing pure swordsmanship to enhance their abilities. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Magical talent? He furrowed his brows. What does that mean? Chen Yuan distinctly remembered that everyone he created possessed magical gene fragments, meaning everyone should have the so-called magical talent. I suspect that during the process of inheritance, some people's magical gene fragments disappeared, you said. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback and glanced at you. You said, genetic fragments can be inherited, but during inheritance, some genetic fragments may be lost. Some individuals may also experience degeneration, and it's estimated that some people's genetic fragments have degenerated. Genetic degeneration and the loss of genetic fragments are possible occurrences. It seems that while we are not present, this world has undergone tremendous changes. Chen Yuan said. Upon hearing this, you smiled. I find these changes quite interesting. Quite interesting? Why do you say that? Chen Yuan looked at you. You replied, if we were always in a high position, controlling everything and everything developed as we expected, that would be too uninteresting. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan pondered, randomness. Yes, randomness. You laughed and said, who doesn't enjoy games that have an element of randomness? Chen Yuan chuckled. You're not wrong in saying that. The young girl observed the two of them, feeling a mix of confusion but remaining silent. Primarily, it was their unusual attire and appearance. Although their clothing was strange, the fabric was rare, and the woman was stunningly beautiful. Such individuals were surely not ordinary people. The girl had a keen eye for people. However, she wouldn't believe that Chen Yuan and Yo were some kind of divine creators just because she couldn't understand their conversation. She merely thought they might be a peculiar wealthy couple. Chen Yuan glanced around the weapon shop, pondering. He wanted to know what kind of currency was used in this world. Observing the level of civilization can be gauged by its currency. In lower civilizations, there is no concept of currency. They trade goods directly. Then comes material currency, like coins or silver. Trading goods, material currency, paper money, digital currency. However, even if he wanted to know, Chen Yuan couldn't ask directly. He also didn't plan to read the other person's memories. So what should he do? Chapter 155. Coins can be made freely, let's do this. Chen Yuan looked at the girl and said, "Young lady, you sell wands and enchanted swords here. Do you also buy magical crystals?" "Young lady?" The girl's mouth twitched. The man in front of her looked to be only 18 or 19. Although she was young, she was about the same age as him, yet he called her young lady? The girl adjusted her emotions and smiled. "If you have some and the price is right, we will naturally buy." Chen Yuan said, "All right." He raised his hand, and hydrogen and oxygen atoms began to gather in his palm. A blue-green substance appeared in his hand. This substance was spherical, about the size of a fist, containing matter formed by hydrogen and oxygen atoms. The girl watched this scene, her eyes slightly trembling. Chen Yuan handed the substance to the girl and asked, "Do you accept magical crystals like this?" The girl looked at the object, her eyes filled with surprise. This is indeed a magic crystal. However, the quality of the magic crystal can be determined in 3 ways. First, the shape of the crystal. The more round it is, the more concentrated the magical power inside. Second, the color of the crystal. Water attribute magic crystals come in 3 colors: greenish, bluish, or cyan, with cyan being the best. Third, the size of the crystal. The larger the crystal, the more magical power it contains, which goes without saying. Currently, the most common magic crystals are about the size of 3 fingers in diameter, but the one in front of me is the size of a fist. This means that the magic crystal in front of me is a top-grade water magic crystal. She adjusted her emotions and looked at Chen Yuan. "Please wait a moment. Such a large magic crystal requires me to call my father." Chen Yuan replied with a hum. "Go ahead." She hurriedly ran into the house. Chen Yuan could vaguely hear sounds coming from inside. "Father, a big business opportunity has come." "A big business?" Chen Yuan glanced at the items he had casually tossed on the table, crossed his arms, and looked at Ya. They exchanged a glance. "You smiled, is it fun?" Chen Yuan smiled helplessly and raised his hand to gently pinch her nose. "You little girl." At this moment, Chen Yuan heard footsteps coming from inside the house. Heavy and hurried, a middle-aged man rushed out from the house, bare-chested and muscular. He was sweating profusely, his skin dark, indicating he was no stranger to physical activity. He glanced at Chen Yuan and then at Ya, his gaze shifting to the object on the table. His eyes immediately lit up, and he hurried over, picking it up with his rough hands. He examined the crystal. Wow, what a large water attribute magic crystal. This purity, this size, TSK. This is simply a top-tier magic crystal. A super top-tier one. I've never seen such a large magic crystal in my life. He looked up at Chen Yuan. "Is this yours?" Chen Yuan replied with a hum. The man smiled and said, "I'll take it. How many gold coins?" "Gold coins." So this world still uses material currency. However, considering that this world is still in the medieval cold weapon era, it makes sense. Chen Yuan said, "You offer me whatever you think is fair." The man looked at Chen Yuan oddly upon hearing this. Chen Yuan added, "I'm not very familiar with the prices here." The man replied, "Oh, is that so? Well, for a top-grade water attribute magic crystal like this, it's worth around 5,000 gold coins in the market. However, my little shop currently can't afford that much. How about this? I can give you 600 gold coins first, and you can choose any weapon from my shop. Once we gather enough to reach 5,000 gold coins. How does that sound?" Chen Yuan said, "All right." The man's eyes brightened, and he smiled. "Great." He took out a bag and handed it to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan received it, opened the bag, and took out a gold coin to examine. It was just a simple gold coin, round and made of gold. Nothing particularly special about it. The man said, "Next, you can choose any weapon from the shop." Chen Yuan replied, "No need." As he spoke, Chen Yuan put the gold coin back into the bag. "Not needed?" The owner was stunned, his face full of confusion. Chen Yuan placed the coin on the table and said to Ya, "Let's go for a walk." The owner watched the backs of Chen Yuan and Ya, completely bewildered. They stepped outside. "Wait a moment," a voice called from behind. Chen Yuan turned around to see the owner chasing after them, looking at them and saying, "What are you doing? You don't want the gold coins or the weapons. What about the magic crystal?" His face was filled with doubt and confusion. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan replied, "The magic crystal is a gift for you." Huh? The owner was dumbfounded. Why? In fact, when he heard Chen Yuan agree to the trade for 5,000, he still had some doubts, worried that the magic crystal was fake. But now, seeing that this person didn't want the gold coins or the weapons and just walked away, he was even more confused. What did this mean? Chen Yuan looked at the owner and said, "The reason is simple. I don't need gold coins. I just wanted to see what the gold coins in your world looked like, and now that I've achieved my purpose, there's nothing else. Huh. The owner was even more perplexed. He couldn't understand. Chen Yuan rubbed his nose and said, "Forget it. Since that's the case, let me show you." With that, he raised his hand, opening it wide. One by one, gold coins appeared out of thin air in his hand. The coins landed in his palm and slowly increased. Gold is made up of gold atoms. To create gold coins, you just need to shape the gold atoms into the size and form of coins. For Chen Yuan, this was easier than drinking water. Before long, his hand was filled with coins. The owner was dumbfounded at this scene. Passers-by on the street looked on in astonishment. Gold coins. Are they real? What is he doing? Countless coins fell to the ground as Chen Yuan tossed them down. Above the pile of coins, they flowed like water, appearing out of nowhere. The mountain of coins grew larger and larger. Seeing this, the owner found it hard to believe, his mouth agape. Chen Yuan noticed that more and more people were gathering around, and he looked at the owner. "Do you understand now?" The owner looked at Chen Yuan in disbelief. Chen Yuan said, "These coins are for everyone who sees them. If you want them, take as many as you like." With that, he turned to Ye and said, "Let's go." Ye smiled and replied, "Okay." Chen Yuan left with Ye. Behind them, the crowd rushed toward the mountain of coins, starting to scramble for them. Seeing this, Chen Yuan shifted his gaze. Gold, like diamonds, is just a relatively rare substance. However, when given special significance, its value changes. These people, in their pursuit of something that holds a bit of special meaning, were risking their lives to work and earn money foolishly. Chapter 156. Love, if prolonged, can transform into familial affection. Chen Yuan and Ye arrived at a tavern, found a place to sit down, and ordered some food. Of course, Chen Yuan's purpose was not to eat. The bodies of Chen Yuan and Ye, after this period of research, are no longer what one would call sixth-generation gene bodies. Chen Yuan has lost count of how many upgrades their bodies have undergone, and yet doesn't bother to remember either. Therefore, neither of them knows which generation of gene bodies they are at now. Once a body reaches the third generation of the Celestial Emperor civilization, it no longer needs to eat. Naturally, Chen Yuan and Ye's bodies require no sustenance at all. Chen Yuan brought Ye here mainly out of boredom, wanting to find something interesting to do. The tavern is a place where one can gather intelligence and also see firsthand what people from this civilization are currently engaged in. Of course, Chen Yuan could use technology to directly observe the developmental progress of this civilization, but that would be quite dull. As Chen Yuan listened to the conversations in the tavern, he suddenly felt a slight warmth in his arm. Coming back to his senses, he saw that Ye had stealthily moved closer, her arm brushing against his. She wore a teasing smile, lazily looking at him. Chen Yuan blinked and redirected his gaze. The people of this civilization seemed to have a bit more going on compared to ordinary civilizations. Ye said. Chen Yuan glanced at her again. She was propped up on her elbows on the table, legs crossed, resting her chin on her hand, her big eyes fixed on him with a smile on her face. Chen Yuan looked away, deep in thought. "Have you heard? The second son of the Li family, Li Fu, went into the forest yesterday with some people. He came back this morning, and wow, you won't believe how terrifying his haul was." "How terrifying?" someone asked, intrigued. "Hee. I heard that this time he returned with 5 wind wolf magical crystals, 3 fierce tiger magical crystals, and a bunch of miscellaneous magical crystals. That's a lot." "Wow. Wind wolf magical crystals?" "The wind wolf can use wind magic and runs incredibly fast. The fierce tiger is ferocious. Ordinary people can't handle it unless they're at the first-tier mage level. Could Li Fu have become a great mage?" "Of course. Li Fu's father is a great mage, and with the bloodline inheritance of a great mage, becoming a first-tier mage is quite easy." Through the gathered information, Chen Yuan discovered that the people of this civilization are all interested in hunting magical beasts to obtain magical crystals. In this tavern, the discussions revolve around magical crystals and similar topics. "Why is that?" Ye casually laughed and said, "That is not surprising. Magical crystals are like a storage reservoir for material. The more material they store, the quicker and more powerful a mage can cast spells. In other civilizations, factions often engage in military competitions, and the essence of military competition is a contest of combat power. This civilization is no exception. Magical crystals can make magic faster and stronger, which means enhancing military strength." Ye smiled and added, "So it's not strange that many people pursue magical beasts." Chen Yuan looked at Ye. Her clear eyes were still fixed on him. Noticing his gaze, Ye smiled. Chen Yuan then asked, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Ye laughed and replied, because you're handsome. Chen Yuan felt a bit helpless and withdrew his gaze. Dear, Ye leaned closer. Hearing her voice, Chen Yuan turned to look at her. Up close. He noticed how close Ye was. Their faces were just inches apart. Ye looked into Chen Yuan's eyes and slowly moved her small face closer. Chen Yuan felt a slight warmth on his lips. Ye pulled back slowly, looking into his eyes with a playful smile. Chen Yuan chuckled helplessly. All right, no more mischief. After all these years, she still loved to do intimate things. Ye lazily leaned against Chen Yuan, resting her small head on his shoulder. Her face beaming with a relaxed smile. Observing her demeanor, Chen Yuan realized that Ye had been with him for an exceptionally long time. And her feelings for him had never changed. She still loved him deeply. From the moment she decided to follow him, he was all she saw. For ordinary people, such a long time might have turned love into familial affection, from passion to dullness. Yet, no matter how time passed, Ye's affection and passion for Chen Yuan remained unchanged. Unlike Chen Yuan, who, since becoming a celestial being, had his emotions settle into a stillness like dead water, devoid of ripples. Only when Ye was around did those unexpected little gestures she made stir a slight ripple in his heart. The ripples were small, but lingered for a long time. Chen Yuan looked at Ye's lazy appearance and smiled, raising his hand to gently embrace her, giving her shoulder a light squeeze. Ye smiled back. Chen Yuan glanced at the people of this civilization and remarked, "This civilization is indeed, as I expected, completely different from others. With the addition of magical genes, the entire civilization has begun to develop around them, which is quite interesting. However, it's still boring." Looking at everything before him, he felt no sense of interest. His mood remained as stagnant as still water. Ye responded, "That's true." She lifted her face to look at Chen Yuan. He glanced at her and asked, Ye smiled and suggested, "We could go to a parallel universe and create a civilization there as well. Then we could place the ordinary versions of you and me from that parallel universe into this civilization and let them experience it. What do you think?" Chen Yuan blinked and replied, "That sounds somewhat interesting, but it seems like the version of you in that parallel universe already possesses extraordinary technological powers, right?" Ye replied, "That's simple. We can use our technology to strip that version of me of her powers, while simultaneously making you in the other parallel universe powerful. Then we can throw both of us from the parallel universe together and see if anything interesting happens. What do you think?" She looked at Chen Yuan with great interest. Hearing this, Chen Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, "Interesting things?" Ye smiled and said, "I just want to see if the version of me in a parallel universe would fall in love with you, or if the version of you in that universe would fall in love with me instead." Chen Yuan thought for a moment and replied, "That seems quite interesting. All right, let's do it." "Good. It's too boring. We have nothing to do anyway. It's a perfect opportunity to conduct an experiment by using another version of ourselves and another Ye." He estimated it would be quite fascinating. Chapter 157. What happens when two people meet in different environments? They decided to go for it. Chen Yuan and Ye traveled through six-dimensional space back to 10,000 years ago when Chen Yuan had turned into a planet. They used the six-dimensional space of this universe. But when they crossed back to the past, they effectively created another parallel universe. This parallel universe was no longer connected to the one where Chen Yuan and Ye resided. They first found a place to create a brand new planet capable of sustaining life, then introduced various magical genes to create multiple life forms. After 10,000 years of development, the humans on that planet established their own rules and civilization. Chen Yuan and Ye each found their counterparts in this parallel universe. Ye limited the genetic makeup of her other self, turning that version into an ordinary person. Chen Yuan also found his other self, who had been given a second-generation body with all attribute magical genes. Then, Chen Yuan brought this version of himself and this version of Ye into the magical civilization. After completing these tasks, Chen Yuan and Ye exchanged glances. Ye smiled, all right. Chen Yuan crossed his arms and looked at the blue planet before him. He activated his super perception ability and observed the other version of himself and the other Ye on that planet. They had been placed in a cave by Chen Yuan. Now, the other Ye possessed scientific knowledge, but her body was that of an ordinary person, meaning she couldn't control matter and, naturally, couldn't utilize her technological abilities. Simply put, the current Ye was just an ordinary person with knowledge of technology. The other Chen Yuan, on the other hand, had a second-generation body. Although it couldn't compare to the present Chen Yuan, he still needed to eat and rest. However, compared to ordinary people, his physical qualities were on an entirely different level. And he also possessed fragments of all attribute magical genes, meaning he was very powerful. Of course, this version of Qin Yuan was unaware of all this. He had been unconsciously altered by Qin Yuan. Currently, both Qin Yuan and Ya on the planet were sleeping with their eyes closed, their consciousness not yet restored. Soon after, Qin Yuan woke up first. Upon waking, he looked around in confusion and turned to the sleeping Ya. Seeing this, the Space Ya instinctively glanced at Qin Yuan and said, "What do you think? Will this version of you take advantage of her while she is asleep and do something strange?" Qin Yuan replied, "This is me from our universe. Even though it's a version of me from another timeline, it's still me. I know myself. Although I was indeed interested in the opposite sex at that time, I would never take advantage of someone while they were asleep." Yashuang crossed her arms and smiled, saying, "Let's see." Qin Yuan, who woke up first, looked around the cave and then at Yashuang beside him. When he saw her, his eyes brightened slightly, seemingly stunned by her beauty. After a moment of surprise, he reached out his hand towards the sleeping Yashuang. In the void, Yashuang noticed this and her eyes lit up a bit. She looked at Qin Yuan and smiled, saying, "It seems you weren't honest back then." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan felt a bit puzzled. Could it be? He pushed Yashuang gently and said, "Wake up, wake up." It turned out he had no ulterior motives. He just wanted to wake up this unfamiliar girl in front of him. Yashuang slowly opened her eyes while still somewhat dazed. Suddenly, she looked at Qin Yuan. Upon seeing him, she froze slightly and sat up, examining him. "Who are you? What did you do to me?" Qin Yuan replied, "That's what I want to ask you. Who are you? Where's this? How did I end up here? What do you want to do to me?" Yashuang was taken aback, furrowing her brows as she looked at him. It seemed she realized something, raising her hand to look at it. "Is it gone?" Qin Yuan asked. "Gone? What's gone?" Yashuang glanced at him and replied, "Nothing." She then stood up and left. Seeing her leave, Qin Yuan hurriedly followed. Yashuang turned back and asked, "Why are you following me?" Qin Yuan was taken aback and said, "You're a girl, and this is a remote forest. If I don't follow you, how can I protect you?" "I don't need your protection," Yashuang said, averting her gaze. Qin Yuan felt a bit embarrassed but didn't leave. Instead, he continued to follow her. In the void, Yashuang watched this scene and smiled. She looked at Qin Yuan and said, "This is interesting. When I first met you, you were annoyed that I followed you. Now, it's me who's bothered by you following me." Qin Yuan crossed his arms and replied, "The time, place, and environment of our meeting are different, and so are the circumstances. So why do you think he follows her?" Qin Yuan said, "It's simple. He doesn't know what to do. In an unknown environment, he feels uneasy and scared. Humans are social animals by nature, and instinctively, they tend to follow those they see, as being in a group feels safer. This is a self-protection ability ingrained in human genes." Yashuang nodded. "However, there might be some trouble ahead." "Trouble?" "Yes. After they leave the cave, they enter the forest, which is home to creatures with magical genes. That Yashuang is now an ordinary person, and that Qin Yuan still doesn't realize his potential, thinking he is just an ordinary person. If those creatures with magical genes attack them, it could be quite problematic. Indeed, just as Yashuang in the void said this, in the forest, a creature resembling a wolf with a horn suddenly leaped out of the bushes, lunging towards the nearest Qin Yuan. Seeing this, Qin Yuan's face changed drastically. In a panic, he instinctively raised his hand, wanting to protect himself. At that moment, Qin Yuan's brain almost stopped thinking. The horned wolf had already pounced. Yin, who was beside him, moved quickly, positioning her body between Qin Yuan and the horned wolf. She waved her hand, trying to push the horned wolf away. If she still had the power of her genetic form, she could have easily killed the horned wolf with a single strike. But unfortunately, she was just an ordinary person now, or rather, just a frail girl. It was impossible for her to push away a horned wolf as tall as an adult. As a result, Yin was knocked down to the ground. She fell, wincing in pain. At that moment, the horned wolf's claws pressed down on her shoulder. Its massive jaws opened wide, aiming for Yan's throat. In a panic, Yin could only lift her arm to try to block it. Otherwise, she would be bitten to death. The wolf's jaws clamped down on her arm. "Ah!" Yin let out a piercing scream. Her arm fractured under the terrifying bite force of the horned wolf. Qin Yuan, witnessing this, felt his mind go blank. A surge of intense fear and tension washed over him, and his inner fear told him he had to run. He was just an ordinary person. Staying would surely mean death, but he had just seen this unfamiliar girl save him, and now she was about to be killed by the horned wolf. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yuan charged at the horned wolf, raising his fist. "Get away," he shouted, throwing a punch at the wolf. At that moment, the horned wolf suddenly jerked its mouth, tearing off one of its arms. Qin Yuan's fist struck the wolf's head. Boom. With a loud crash, the wolf's head caved in. Its body flew over 10 meters, crashing into a distant tree. The tree, thick enough for 3 adults to embrace, shook violently. The horned wolf fell to the ground, motionless. Qin Yuan stared at this scene, momentarily stunned, unable to believe what had just happened as he looked at his hand. Without time to think, he turned to Yin. One of her arms was gone, bleeding profusely, her face pale as paper. Suddenly, she slowly closed her eyes and fell unconscious. Chapter 158. Meeting her in another way at a different time, Qin Yuan looked at Yin, who was unconscious. What should he do? He had to stop the bleeding. In a panic, he took off his shirt and wrapped it around the wound where her arm had been severed. The blood soaked through the fabric instantly. In the vastness of space, Qin Yuan and Yin observed this scene. Qin Yuan asked, "Did you just save me voluntarily?" "Why?" Yin replied, "If a stranger is killed in front of me, I wouldn't care. But if someone I've spoken to dies in front of me, it would bother me. I guess the me from earlier just wanted to save you, mistakenly thinking I still had the power of my genetic form, which is why I acted that way." Qin Yuan responded, "The cost was not small. Let us keep watching." In the forest, Qin Yuan stopped the bleeding and carried you back to the cave. She remained unconscious like this. Thus, Qin Yuan took on the responsibility of caring for her. He applied the survival knowledge he learned from television and first salt water. After an entire evening, he still couldn't find any. Starving and feeling dehydrated, he fell asleep. The next day, he found a small stream and made a cup from large leaves to bring water back for you. However, she was still in a coma and couldn't drink. Looking at her, Qin Yuan glanced at the water, gritted his teeth, and took some into his mouth. Then, he leaned close to her and fed her the water. In the void of space, Qin Yuan fell to gaze upon him. He turned slightly to look at you. She looked at him with anticipation and said, "Dear, I want to drink water." Qin Yuan's lips twitched as he replied, "Be good, don't make a fuss, dear." You clung to his arm, shaking it and acting cute. "You Haven Tea fed me water like he did." Qin Yuan smiled bitterly. When he first met you, she was already a 6th-generation genetic entity. Not needing food or water, she didn't even drink water herself. "How about I feed you?" You looked at him expectantly. Qin Yuan said, "All right, be good. Let us just wait and see." You puffed up her cheeks, looking unhappy. This girl was becoming more like a little girl every day. Qin Yuan chuckled, "Okay, I'll feed you." To appease her, he eventually fulfilled her request. Inside the cave, after resolving the water issue, Qin Yuan tried to start a fire using the friction method he learned from the survival show. He collected firewood and other tools outside the cave and worked hard all day, but couldn't get a fire going. Frustrated, he smashed the fire-starting tools on the ground and kicked them, venting his anger. After releasing his frustration, he fell asleep on an empty stomach. The next day, he continued trying to start a fire. After exhausting himself, by the evening of the second day, he finally managed to get a fire going. Once the fire was lit, he was so tired he nearly collapsed. He again fell asleep with his hungry body. It wasn't until the third day that he cooked a barbecue with the meat of the horned wolf. That day, you woke up. She was very weak, but wanted to get up. Qin Yuan comforted her, telling her to rest while he took care of everything. You didn't say much. Just quietly watched him, accepting his arrangements. With only one functioning hand and having lost a lot of blood, many things were inconvenient for her. Qin Yuan took complete care of her, feeding her water and food. As time passed, Yu's gaze towards Qin Yuan began to change slightly. They would chat and share stories about their identities before this. "I remember before I came here, I was sleeping, and then I opened my eyes and found myself here. What about you?" Qin Yuan looked at Yu. She replied, "I remember I was doing research, and then I lost consciousness, waking up here just like you." Qin Yuan said, "It's a bit strange. Here, my strength seems to have increased, and my physical condition is much better than before. Do you have any special feelings?" Qin Yuan thought that since he was continuing to change, this girl in front of him should have changed as well. You looked at Qin Yuan and shook her head. "I'm the same as before, nothing has changed." In that moment, you deceived Qin Yuan. "In space." "Why?" Qin Yuan was puzzled. "Why is she lying?" You said, "Before I met that you, I was a warrior of the Heavenly Emperor civilization. To me, that you was just a mortal, while I was like a god. The reason I lied is that I wanted to be the weak one. I wanted to become the weak one in front of you." You want to be cared for?" Qin Yuan asked. "Dummy." You rolled her eyes at him. Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback. How did he become a dummy? Inside the cave, Chen Yuan and you were chatting, and then they fell asleep. That night, it seemed a bit cold. You lay on her side and looked at Chen Yuan beside her. Chen Yuan had his eyes closed, curled up, and slightly furrowed his brows, clearly feeling a bit cold. There was some distance between them. You glanced at Chen Yuan, then slowly got up, walked over to him, lay down, and rested her little head on his chest. Chen Yuan was very tired and sleeping deeply, perhaps feeling the warmth. His brows relaxed. Seeing this, in space, Chen Yuan was stunned. Why is this happening? Is it really that casual? He dared not voice this thought, fearing that you might get angry. You said, I never expected that even in another parallel universe. Even if you haven't become a planet, I would still fall in love with you. She looked at Chen Yuan and casually smiled. There is no reason for it. At that time, I was under the torment of eternal life, contemplating death. At that moment, you appeared and cared for me so much. It was impossible not to be moved. So it was like that. After a night passed, inside the cave, Chen Yuan slowly opened his eyes and saw you snuggled up in his arms. You seemed to sense it too. She slowly opened her eyes, lifted her face, and looked at Chen Yuan. Their eyes met. Ya's stunning little face revealed a lazy smile. Awake? Chen Yuan didn't speak. He just gently stroked Ya's cheek and then leaned down to kiss her. Ya was slightly startled, looking at Chen Yuan, and she slowly closed her eyes. In space, Chen Yuan fell into silence. So romantic, Ya said with emotion, looking at Chen Yuan with anticipation. Chen Yuan was deep in thought. How could it be like this? Suddenly, he realized. It wasn't strange. At that time, he hadn't turned into a celestial body. In other words, his feelings hadn't been worn down by time. He was just a normal man now, and with a beautiful girl actively in his arms, it was natural that he couldn't resist. Dear, a voice came to his ear. Chen Yuan snapped back to reality and looked at Ya. Ya leaned closer, wrapped her arms around Chen Yuan's neck, gazing at him with a hint of moisture in her eyes. Chen Yuan was speechless. This girl. Chapter 159. A powerful being becomes vulnerable and likes to be protected. Chen Yuan was left with no choice but to pick up Ya and find a planet. He established a room and stayed with her to rest for a while. They spent time together like a honeymoon, while he observed his counterpart and another Ya in this parallel universe. After that kiss, the relationship between the other Chen Yuan and the other Ya seemed to naturally evolve into that of a couple. Chen Yuan felt much better. He worked harder each day. After finishing the meat of a beast, he chose to hunt the wild animals around and gather wild fruits for food. When he planned to go out hunting, he stood at the cave entrance and looked at Ya, saying, Be careful alone in the cave. I won't go too far. If you encounter any danger, call me, and I'll be back immediately. He continued, I've left a fire in the cave. Remember to add some wood. I've placed some inside. The fire can drive away wild beasts and protect you. You mustn't get into any trouble, okay? As he spoke, Chen Yuan raised his hand and gently stroked Ya's cheek. Reluctant to part. Hearing this, Ya smiled, raised her hand to cover Chen Yuan's hand, and pressed it against her own face, closing her eyes to feel the warmth of his palm. She said, I won't get into any trouble. Unable to hold back, Chen Yuan reached out and tightly embraced Ya. She was slightly taken aback by the embrace, feeling his warmth. Her eyes trembled slightly as she slowly closed them, smiling, and raised her only arm to wrap around Chen Yuan. They bid farewell with reluctance. Chen Yuan then left, turning back to look after 5 steps. Under Ya's smiling gaze, he slowly disappeared into the forest. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan, located on an alien planet, lay in bed watching this scene. He could hardly believe that it was something he had created. He glanced at Ya beside him. She lay there, looking at him, their eyes meeting. Ya smiled and slowly moved closer to Chen Yuan, saying, I didn't expect you to have such a clingy side. Chen Yuan's mouth twitched slightly as he withdrew his gaze and said, He is from a parallel universe. He is still somewhat different from me. Well, he hasn't become a celestial body and hasn't experienced so much wandering in space, so his feelings are still very pure. Ya nestled in Chen Yuan's arms. Gazing at him, he raised his hand to stroke her hair, watching the scene of another version of himself and another Ya. In that scene, Chen Yuan was hunting creatures in the forest for food. Clearly, he did not dare to venture too far from where Ya was, so he searched in the nearby woods. Chen Yuan had realized that his body was no longer the same as before. Although he still felt nervous and uneasy when encountering beasts, the reaction speed, agility, and strength provided by his second-generation genetic body were sufficient for him to handle these dangers. Chen Yuan killed a wild boar-like creature with his bare hands. However, hunting a wild boar took him a full day. By the time he brought the boar back, it was already evening. After returning with the boar, Chen Yuan saw you waiting at the entrance of the cave. When you saw Chen Yuan come back, her eyes lit up slightly, and a smile appeared on her face. Chen Yuan was taken aback when he saw you. He quickly put down the boar and ran to her side, saying, "Why did you come out? Didn't I tell you to stay in the cave? There's a fire there to keep you safe. Why risk it out here? It's so dangerous. What if you catch a cold with the wind blowing like this?" You was slightly taken aback, but then she smiled and said, "Because if I stay outside, I can see you the moment you return." Chen Yuan was momentarily speechless. He opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond. He slowly closed his mouth, reached out, pulled you into his arms, and kissed her. Observing the scene, Chen Yuan thought, "Is this the only way this guy expresses her feelings?" "Well," you said, "I think it's quite good, very direct, and it conveys emotions well. Why don't we try it too?" Hearing you speak, Chen Yuan felt that she had leaned in closer. "Be good," he replied. You looked at Chen Yuan's profile, noticing his awkwardness, and smiled, raising her hand to trace his cheek with her finger, playfully saying, "You're quite interesting." Chen Yuan scratched his nose, unsure of what she meant by that. Never mind, he thought, and continued to watch the scene. In the scene, after Chen Yuan and you shared an intimate moment, they separated. Chen Yuan looked at you and said, "I've been careless. From now on, I'll make a fire outside the cave too, so you can wait for me by the bonfire." You nodded with a smile. Chen Yuan added, "All right, it's cool outside. You should go back into the cave for now. I'll prepare some food." "Okay." Thus, through hunting and gathering water from a nearby stream, Chen Yuan maintained their food and water supply. Days passed, and both Chen Yuan and Ye felt that staying in this wilderness for too long wasn't ideal, so they decided to go out and see if they could find anyone. To ensure they had food and water when they went out, Ye, with only one arm, diligently made 2 water pouches from animal skins to carry water. After that, the two set off. Chen Yuan held Ye's hand tightly, afraid of losing her. They carefully walked along the edge of the stream. Along the way, they encountered many wild beasts and magical creatures. Whenever they came across these threats, Chen Yuan immediately shielded Ye behind him, protecting her from attackers. Observing the scene before him, Chen Yuan pondered. Ye has lost her strength and become so weak, yet she still seems so happy every day. How can that be? He noticed that even though Ye had become an ordinary person and lost an arm, every time she saw Chen Yuan, a smile would appear on her face, and her eyes sparkled with joy. It seems that she has become an ordinary person and is happier despite losing an arm. Yaya, who was nearby, couldn't help but smile. Silly, who doesn't like being protected? Although she had become an ordinary person and lost an arm, she was cherished by another version of you, pampered every day. How could she not be happy? If it were me, I would be happy too. Yaya looked at Chen Yuan and said with a smile, "How about I turn myself into an ordinary person and let you protect me, okay?" Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback and glanced at Yaya. He replied, "It would be simpler for you to have the power to protect yourself." In simple terms, if she turned into an ordinary person, he would revert her back to her current state. Yaya puffed her cheeks in annoyance. Really? Chen Yuan looked at Yaya, leaned in, and gently touched his forehead against hers, saying, "Even if you are not an ordinary person, haven't I always been protecting you?" Upon hearing this, Yaya was slightly taken aback and smiled. That's true. Chapter 160. Civilization can be quite annoying sometimes, but is the difference really that significant? Chen Yuan pondered. In a state where he had not transformed into a celestial body, had not experienced cosmic travel, and where his feelings had not been worn down by eternal time, he surprisingly valued love so much. As time passed, the two encountered humans. However, these humans were not good people. "Hand over the magic crystal, and I can let you go," said a middle-aged man in a black robe, his face lined with wrinkles. 6 swordsmen, armed with long swords, had already surrounded Chen Yuan and Yaya. The middle-aged man stared at them and said, "You are quite lucky to have killed so many magical beasts. Fortunately, we followed the trail of their corpses and managed to catch up with you. Hand over the magic crystal, and I can let you go." Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback as he looked at the middle-aged man wielding a magic staff and then at the swordsman beside him. He held Yaya's hand and said, "This is what you want, right?" With that, Chen Yuan dropped the bundle he was carrying on his back onto the ground. The bundle made of beast skin opened, revealing the magic crystals inside. "Here you go, can we leave now?" The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly. Not bad, quite sensible. He looked at his men and said, "Let him go." The swordsman stepped aside, creating a path. Chen Yuan held Yaya's hand and walked towards that path. Wait. Suddenly, One of the swordsmen raised his sword and blocked Qin Yuan's way. Qin Yuan was startled and looked at the middle-aged man, asking, "What does this mean?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I said that as long as you hand over the magic crystal, I would let you go. But I never said I would let her go. You can leave, but she stays." Qin Yuan's expression darkened slightly. "What did you say?" His fists clenched tightly. The middle-aged man casually said, "My men haven't seen a woman in half a month. You know how men are. They can't do without women. Leave her behind to save your own life? I think it's worth it." Qin Yuan glared at the middle-aged man and said, "You dare?" He released Yaya's hand and lunged at the middle-aged man with incredible speed. The middle-aged man's pupils slightly contracted. Suddenly, a sword swept towards Qin Yuan's face. Qin Yuan's pupils narrowed, and he quickly leaned back, tilting his head just in time to narrowly avoid the strike. The one wielding the sword was the swordsman standing next to Qin Yuan. The swordsman lunged at Qin Yuan, swinging his longsword at him. Qin Yuan dodged continuously. Although he lacked experience in fighting humans, he had hunted countless magical beasts and wild animals to survive, and his body had adapted to combat. Evading was naturally easy for him. Taking advantage of an opening, Qin Yuan delivered a punch to the opponent's throat. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and the swordsman's body flew back. His throat twisted, and he lay motionless on the ground. Watching this scene, Qin Yuan remarked, "Interesting. When ordinary people fight, they instinctively target the most accessible areas, such as the face, abdomen, or shoulders. However, striking those areas does not typically result in significant harm. There are many vulnerable spots in the human body, but the most lethal one is the throat. A punch to the face or head, with normal human strength, is unlikely to be fatal, but a strike to the throat could potentially break the neck, leading to immediate death." Qin Yuan's earlier punch was clearly aimed at taking the opponent's life, and he had succeeded. After dealing with this, Qin Yuan looked towards the middle-aged man, who was about to move. "If you don't want her to die, stop right there." Qin Yuan was stunned and turned around, only to find a sword pressed against Ya's neck, with a visible line of blood. Qin Yuan was speechless. Yeah, his mind went blank. The swordsman glared at Qin Yuan, saying, "If you dare to move, she'll die immediately." Qin Yuan's eyes glistened with tears as he clenched his fists, feeling utterly helpless. Slowly, he knelt down and pleaded, "Please, don't kill her. Let her go. I'll give you whatever you want. Just don't kill her." The group of swordsmen revealed mocking smiles. The middle-aged man sneered, "Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Look at you now." Clang! A sword was thrown beside Qin Yuan. The swordsman said, "If you want to live, use this sword to cut off your own arm." Qin Yuan stared at the sword in front of him, his hands trembling as he slowly reached out towards it. Suddenly, he spoke up. Qin Yuan was taken aback and looked at her. A smile appeared on her beautiful face as she looked at Qin Yuan, saying, "The happiest thing in my life was meeting you. No matter what, I don't want to be a burden to you. You have to live well, even without me." Saying this, she leaned her neck forward and twisted it. Thud! The sword plunged into her neck, slicing through her throat. You glanced at Qin Yuan, smiled, and slowly closed her eyes, her body gradually collapsing. Thud! Upon seeing this scene, Qin Yuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in shock. His eyes widened, mouth slightly agape, filled with disbelief. "No, it can't be, impossible." He regretted it. "No, I can't. It's impossible." Qin Yuan's pupils turned red, his voice edged with madness. "What have you done?" The middle-aged man, witnessing this, was momentarily stunned and looked towards the swordsman holding the sword. Upon hearing this, the swordsman glanced at the woman lying on the ground and then at the blood on his blade, saying, "I didn't kill her. She did it to herself." The middle-aged man exclaimed, "How can there be such a woman in this world? You all must die." Qin Yuan's voice trembled. Hearing this, the middle-aged man turned to Qin Yuan, who had picked up the long sword from the ground. With red-rimmed eyes glistening with tears, his gaze was as fierce as that of a beast. "You all must die." Qin Yuan's voice grew louder. The sound wave caused the leaves of the entire forest to rustle. Qin Yuan charged at the swordsman with the bloodied sword. With one strike, the swordsman's body was cleaved in two, blood spraying everywhere. Qin Yuan lunged at the other swordsman, gritting his teeth until blood seeped from his gums. After killing several swordsmen, only the middle-aged man remained. He raised his wand towards Qin Yuan, declaring, "Mother of the earth, heed my call, arise." Sword of the earth. The soil in front of him gathered and formed into a sword. With the bloodied long sword in hand, Qin Yuan rushed towards the middle-aged man. A sharp sword made of Earth's atoms pierced Chen Yuan's body directly, but he did not flinch or evade. Ignoring the pain, he closed in on the middle-aged man, who realized he had entered Chen Yuan's attack range and turned pale. "Madman!" he gasped, retreating in panic. Chen Yuan swung his sword, cleaving the middle-aged man's body in half. Blood spraying everywhere. Chen Yuan looked around at the disfigured bodies and dropped the long sword with a clang. With his battered body, he walked over to Ya's side. He stared blankly at her corpse, raising a hand to touch her cheek. Chapter 161. Emotions began like uneven stones. Chen Yuan recalled moments spent with Ya, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Slowly, he embraced her body. He sobbed quietly. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the forest. Chen Yuan cried out loud. Watching the scene unfold, with a resigned sigh, he said, "The second-generation genetic body, while stronger and possessing some self-healing abilities, if you keep this up, you're basically doomed. This is too fast, you're forcing my hand." He decided, "All right, let me help you this time." Suddenly, Chen Yuan felt emptiness in his embrace. He was slightly taken aback. When he regained his senses and looked down, he discovered that Ya had vanished into thin air. What was happening? At that moment, under Chen Yuan's gaze, something began to gather. Bones, nerves, muscles, blood, skin, slowly constructing themselves. Ya's body reappeared before Chen Yuan's eyes. Seeing Ya in front of him, Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his body. The sharp earth sword that had pierced his chest disappeared, leaving a hole. Something was coalescing, reconstructing bones, flesh, and nerves within the hole. Chen Yuan's body returned to its original form, and at that moment, Ya's body was also fully formed. She began to topple over. Chen Yuan quickly reached out and caught her to prevent her from falling. He looked at Ya's face. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Chen Yuan. Their eyes met. Ya smiled at Chen Yuan, raised her hand, and gently touched his face, saying, "I didn't expect to see you again. It's wonderful." Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. A smile appeared on his face, and he held Ya's hand. Yet, tears still flowed uncontrollably. She was alive. He didn't know why, but she was alive, and that was enough. Chen Yuan kissed Ya. She closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around his neck. After a long time, they separated. Ya looked at Chen Yuan's face, lifted her small hand, and wiped away his tears, smiling. "All right, don't cry, I'm fine." Chen Yuan held Ya's hand tightly, looking at her, and said, "That's great. That's great. You're fine. It's truly wonderful." On the other side, observing the scene before him, Chen Yuan rarely showed a smile. Ya looked at the two figures within the scene and then turned to Chen Yuan, seeing the smile on his face. She also smiled and said, "You smiled." Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback and turned back to Ya. "I smiled? Is that strange?" He replied, "I often smile." Ya said, "Where's the often?" The smiles before were too perfunctory. Human emotions, at the beginning, are like uneven, stubborn stones. They are very individualistic, but over time, emotions become like stubborn stones thrown into a river, their edges smoothed out little by the current of time. In the end, the stubborn stone becomes very rounded, just like a pebble. By that time, emotions become harder to manifest. And you raised her hand and playfully scratched Chen Yuan's face with her little finger, saying, "The time you've experienced has been too long. For a long time, you were all alone. You gradually got used to loneliness, and the emotions you have been worn down even more. That pebble has been worn down so much that it's almost unrecognizable. I rarely see you smile, and I mean a genuine smile. It seems that nothing in this world can make you truly laugh." Hearing this, Chen Yuan looked at Ya and smiled. "You're mistaken." He raised his hand and gently stroked Ya's soft silver hair, saying, "In this world, as long as you are here, I will definitely be able to smile." Yalu smiled and nestled in Chen Yuan's arms, saying, "Except for me, everything else for you is just material, without any feelings." Chen Yuan chuckled, "Just as you said, one must seek the meaning of existence, and perhaps my meaning is you." Yalu smiled sweetly. She lifted her face to look at the two figures in the scene above. "They look very happy," she remarked. Chen Yuan replied, "Yes," as he observed the scene where another Chen Yuan and another Yalu were intimately together. Chen Yuan glanced at Yalu and said, "Your hands." Yalu looked at her own hands, both of which had returned to normal. Seeing this, Yalu smiled. "It seems someone doesn't want us to die." "Someone?" Chen Yuan asked. "Who?" Yalu replied, "Who else could it be? It's obviously the person who brought us here." Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. As someone from a modern world who had read many web novels, he felt he was simply caught up in the trend of crossing over. He never thought that his and Yalu's appearance here was arranged by someone else. Who has that kind of ability to transfer us from our world to here? Chen Yuan pondered. Yalu was slightly stunned. She looked at Chen Yuan and said, "As far as I know, there are quite a few such people." Chen Yuan looked at her. "As you know?" "Yes," Yalu explained. "I am from a different world than yours. I come from a civilization called the Celestial Emperor Civilization, which belongs to a higher civilization. Our technology can create new human bodies and transfer a person's consciousness to another body." She looked at Chen Yuan and continued, "In that vast universe, there must be civilizations with even more advanced technology than mine, and it could be those people who did this." Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. "Why would they do this? What benefit is there in bringing us to this place?" Yalu looked at him and smiled. "I wouldn't know." Chen Yuan couldn't figure it out either, and he decided not to dwell on it. He stood up and said, "If that's the case, I should thank them." "Thank?" Yalu looked at him. Chen Yuan nodded, looking at Yalu. "Thank them for letting me meet you, and thank them for bringing you back to life." Upon hearing this, Yalu smiled. "Then I should thank them too." She stood up and looked at Chen Yuan, saying with a smile, "Thank them for letting me meet you." Chen Yuan smiled and reached out his hand. Yalu extended her small hand to him. Chen Yuan held Yalu's tiny hand and led her away. They walked for quite a while and finally left the forest, arriving outside. They discovered a small town, a town inhabited by humans. Chen Yuan wanted to continue watching to see what the two of them would plan to do next. Just then, a voice interrupted, "Dear." Chen Yuan came back to his senses and looked at Yalu beside him. Yalu gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with a hint of anticipation. "It's night. We should sleep." Chen Yuan blinked and smiled. "All right." Chapter 162. Are those without feelings still human? Chen Yuan glanced at Yu beside him. She was sleeping soundly with her eyes closed. He recalled what Yu had said earlier. Feelings initially resemble a stubborn stone, but in the end, as time goes by, they are smoothed out. The older a person gets, the more their feelings become polished, like a pebble that has lost its sharp edges. And Chen Yuan felt this even more. He had spent too much time living. If Yu hadn't been by his side all along, he might have long forgotten his identity as a human and entirely become a celestial body devoid of any emotions. Feelings originate in the brain, which controls a person's emotions, memories, and so on. This means that if certain details of the brain are altered, a person's feelings can also change. If I change the part of my brain that stores emotions, would that also change my feelings? Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze and looked at the starry sky. If my emotions change, then the changed me, am I still me? Chen Yuan closed his eyes. A person, from birth to growth to old age, is continuously influenced by the outside world, and their personality and emotions will change due to these influences. If we say that a change in personality means a person is no longer that person, that would be too strange. Now, there is another Chen Yuan, the one before he was thrown into the magical civilization. He was the Chen Yuan who had not yet transformed into a celestial body. Chen Yuan could fully sense that this other Chen Yuan was different from him, because his emotions, through the passage of time, had changed significantly. Yet he was still himself, still Chen Yuan. He would not change simply because his emotions had changed. Therefore, even if emotions and personality change, a person remains fundamentally the same. Chen Yuan slightly turned his face to glance at the sleeping Yu. To be honest, although Yu had always been with him, and he was sure he had feelings for her, he always felt something was missing. Passion. Yes, it was passion. Chen Yuan seemed to lack passion for everything. He appeared indifferent to the world and everything in it. He was like still water, calm and without ripples. Only certain actions from Yu could slightly awaken that lake, creating a ripple, but that was all. Chen Yuan looked at Yu beside him. Since he had nothing else to do, why not make a change? He closed his eyes. For Chen Yuan, changing his emotions was a simple task. As long as he altered the structure of his brain, he could change his feelings. However, he had always been accustomed to controlling his body purely with consciousness, rather than using his brain to influence his emotions. Simply put, Chen Yuan had always treated his body as a tool, never truly utilizing his brain. But this time, Chen Yuan wanted to give it a try. He aimed to change his emotions through his brain and, by altering his brain, allow himself to regain feelings. He wanted to transform those emotions that had been worn down to nearly invisible particles back into the stubborn feelings they once were. Chen Yuan intentionally heightened his feelings for Yu. His consciousness merged into his body, becoming one with his brain, connecting with it. At that moment, this body felt truly alive. Not merely a tool. After resolving everything, Qin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He got up from the bed, raised his hand, and looked at his own hand and body. His mood was entirely stable, feeling as if nothing had changed. Was there no effect? Qin Yuan murmured to himself. He instinctively glanced at Yu beside him. Upon seeing her, his heart skipped a beat. A long-lost emotion surged within him. This feeling was strange. Yu was wearing a thin white shirt that clung to her figure. Her sleeping face was truly beautiful. Her skin was very fair, as smooth as cream. Her thin lips were delicate and youthful. She seemed to be having a pleasant dream, with the corners of her mouth slightly lifted. Even though she was asleep with her eyes closed, she gave Qin Yuan a strong sense of allure. He found it hard to look away. What was this feeling? Qin Yuan did not know, but it intrigued him greatly. Desire. He could feel a strong desire bubbling up from within him. His heart was beating steadily, and at times, he felt as if it had stopped. Yet at this moment, the quickening heartbeat particularly drew Qin Yuan's attention. The blood in his body was boiling. This feeling was wonderful. He felt alive. Qin Yuan had a delusion that the version of himself that had previously lost his emotions was like a corpse. In this moment, he felt truly alive. Blood, heartbeat, emotions, love. Qin Yuan looked at his hand. This was what it felt like to be alive. The old him was just a walking dead, merely a shell with consciousness. How interesting. Beside him, Ye's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a lazy, sleeping face. She turned her head to look at Qin Yuan. Upon seeing him staring at her, her eyes glimmered slightly, and she smiled lazily, asking, "Awake?" Qin Yuan looked at Ye and suddenly smiled. Upon seeing his smile, Ye was momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion appearing in her eyes. Qin Yuan suddenly leaned closer to Ye, their faces nearly touching. Ye blinked. "Darling, what is this?" The moment she saw Qin Yuan smile, Ye sensed something was off. The man before her seemed a bit different. Without saying a word, Qin Yuan kissed Ye. Ye was stunned. Qin Yuan held Ye's hand, pressing it against the sheet. If a person loses their emotions, they are no longer human. Are they a beast? Or merely a celestial body, a stone? It's possible, but they cannot be called human. Only when one possesses emotions can they truly be human. If a person falls in love with another, it gives rise to what is called love. Love is composed of many kinds of emotions and can lead to various phenomena. Physiological desire, simply put, is the strong impulse to reproduce with someone. Possessiveness is the desire to own everything about the other person, which can lead to feelings of jealousy and insecurity, exhibiting exclusivity. In simpler terms, if you fall in love with someone, just seeing them with another person of the opposite sex, even if they are just chatting, can make you uncomfortable. At the same time, you may constantly worry about them. If you can't see them, you'll feel uneasy and start to imagine the worst, becoming restless. When love arises, that person becomes unique in your eyes, while others of the opposite sex fade into insignificance, like weeds by the roadside, with only they shining brightly. In addition, there are many other phenomena. Chapter 163. Emotions are complicated a month later. All right, stop it. Ye's face was flushed, her big eyes glanced at Qin Yuan, looking a bit shy and delicate. But her face was full of smiles, radiating sweetness and happiness. Qin Yuan looked at Ye and smiled. "Isn't this what you like?" Ye rolled her eyes at Qin Yuan and said, "But it can't be like this all the time. It's been a month, and you've been like this day and night." Her face was still red, and her little head rested against Qin Yuan's chest. Seeing Ye's timid appearance made Qin Yuan smile. The previous Ye was like a mischievous kitten, always finding ways to tease him. Now, she resembled a tamed little cat. Qin Yuan held Ye's small wrist and lifted her hand to examine it. Her hand was really small. Ye was tall, but still shorter than Qin Yuan. Her hand was more delicate than his, looking slender and fair, like a piece of art. Qin Yuan spread his palm and placed it against Ye's, saying, "Your hand is a whole circle smaller than mine." When Ye heard this, she replied, "I'm a girl, and you're a boy. Of course, there will be a difference." Qin Yuan responded, "How did I not notice this before? You were always focused on other things. How could you pay attention to me?" Ye said softly. Qin Yuan turned his face to look at her. Ye was looking at her own hand, and noticing his movement, she turned to meet his gaze. Their eyes met, and Qin Yuan chuckled. "It seems a month isn't enough to completely understand you. We can take more time. After all, we have plenty of it now." He slightly turned closer to Ye. Ye's face turned red. "How can anyone understand someone like you do?" Her little head rested against Qin Yuan's chest. Qin Yuan smiled. "Understanding like that is faster. Didn't you used to enjoy pretending to be a rabbit or a fox? That was quite fun. Want to try again?" "I won't try." You blushed and said, I absolutely do not like it. Stop it. Qin Yuan chuckled. Weren't you quite fond of it before? Who liked it? I don't like it at all. Stop teasing. You said. Her face flushed. Qin Yuan said, actually, I don't know what happened. I just suddenly wanted to see you with rabbit ears and a rabbit tail, or fox ears and a fox tail would be fine too. He whispered in Ye's ear, come on, be good. You blushed. No, stop messing around. It's been a month. Be obedient. Qin Yuan gently coaxed. We have so much time. It's okay. Then I promise you, I'll add rabbit ears and a rabbit tail to make you happy. Just today? You said in a delicate tone. Looking at Ye's expression, Qin Yuan smiled. All right. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. The next day, Ye woke up tired. She saw Qin Yuan. He was looking at her with a smile, his eyes filled with possessiveness and affection. Today, let's change to foxes, Qin Yuan said with a smile. Ye was taken aback. What are you doing? We agreed on just one day yesterday. She puffed up her cheeks. Qin Yuan looked at Ye, a bit confused. Do you have other things to do? Upon hearing this, Ye said, nothing. It's just that we can't keep doing this. It's not good. Her face slightly flushed. Although Ye liked being with Qin Yuan, staying in the bedroom for a month without stepping out felt too indulgent. She had indeed wanted Qin Yuan to take the initiative, but after he became too proactive, she found it overwhelming. Previously, Qin Yuan had promised her that yesterday would be the only day, and then he would let her off today. But he actually lied to her. This made Ye feel a bit wronged. This guy was deceiving her. Seeing Ye's puffed up cheeks and unhappy expression, Qin Yuan smiled and gently said, do you know? Upon hearing this, Ye raised her face to look at Qin Yuan. He said, it wasn't until today that I realized how beautiful you are. Looking into Qin Yuan's gentle and affectionate eyes, Ye felt a sweetness in her heart. Qin Yuan tucked a few messy strands of hair behind her ear. Looking into her eyes, so much time has passed, yet I've been focused on other things and haven't spent time with you. That's my fault. So I want to accompany you more. He looked at Ye and said, I don't know why, but now when I see you, I can't help it. He looked into her eyes and smiled. Can you be mine? Let me understand you completely? Ye's eyes glimmered with a hint of light as she looked at Qin Yuan. Hearing this, Ye's heart warmed. All her grievances disappeared, leaving only joy. She smiled. Ye thought. It's rare for him to be so proactive. So I'll indulge him this once. As a result, another month passed. Ye slowly opened her eyes, and as usual, she once again saw a handsome smiling face. Qin Yuan looked at Ye and smiled. You're awake? Ye was slightly taken aback. Shall we continue? Ye was stunned and replied, no. She quickly nestled into Qin Yuan's arms. All right, stop messing around. Can you take me out for a walk? This time she chose to change the subject. They couldn't just stay here all the time. Qin Yuan looked at Ye and thought for a moment, although he still felt a bit unsatisfied. Staying here wasn't good after all. Let's go out and relax. Together, they would witness an interesting phenomenon. When one person takes the initiative, the other often becomes passive. A simple example is when two people live together. Both may be tidy, but if one person consistently cleans and organizes, the other may end up with nothing to do and gradually become lazy. That lazy person can develop a habit over time. However, if that person who hasn't yet become lazy is placed in a different environment with someone even lazier, their love for cleanliness might motivate them to become diligent. This situation reflects what happens in relationships. When two people are together, if one is more proactive, the other tends to become more passive. When one person feels like ice, the other may take the initiative. Conversely, when the desire of one person drives them to be proactive, the other may turn passive. It is clear that one has grown fearful, leading them to leave the room together, arriving at a vast green meadow on another planet. Upon seeing the lush grassland, one's gaze unconsciously falls on the other. At that moment, memories flood back of how the other would always gaze intently at them. Initially, it was hard to understand the reason behind that stare, but now it makes sense. Because one finds it hard to control their own gaze. They just want to see what the other is doing. To their surprise, they find the other is also looking back. Their eyes meet, causing a blush and a shy withdrawal of gaze. This brings a smile. As in the past, the other would have provocatively flashed a charming smile. However, after the past 2 months, it's evident that there's a bit of fear now. This contrast is amusing. Looking at the other, dressed in a white shirt and casual jeans, they embody modern fashion. Previously, efforts were made to dress in a style that would pique interest. It must be said, the effect is stunning. Regardless of the attire, their figure, grace, and beauty shine through. With their back turned, they open a display showing another world. Unaware of the gaze upon them, The soft wind rustles the thin shirt against their form, accentuating a delicate waist and long, straight legs that resemble finely crafted art. It's beautiful. Their long silver hair is tied up, revealing slender arms. As they focus on the display, they remain oblivious to the attention. The gaze grows warmer, leading to a gentle approach. An arm reaches around the waist, pulling the slender figure closer. A kiss is planted on the cheek. The response is soft. A slight turn of the head, questioning with a playful tone. A light chuckle follows, asking what has captured such fascination. You glanced at Qin Yuan and said, "Of course. Look at another you in this universe, and another me." Qin Yuan chuckled. "What's so great about that? Am I not better looking?" Familiar words came out of his mouth, and he was slightly taken aback. He recalled what you had said to him before. Back then, she had said similar things, which meant her feelings at that time were the same as his now. You shot him a look and said, "Shameless." Qin Yuan smiled wryly. This girl? Her response seemed a bit different from his at that time. Is this the difference between male and female? Qin Yuan lifted his face to look at the scene. In the image, 2 months had already passed. In this parallel universe, another Qin Yuan and another Ye had integrated into that small town. They had traded the magic crystals hunted in the forest for gold coins and bought a house in the town. They lived there together. The other Qin Yuan had realized the existence of magic and, through the power brought by his magical genes, had successfully mastered magic. However, the other Ye was still an ordinary person. Although her hand had healed, she had no strength. The money from the magic crystals they had gathered in the forest was nearly spent. Qin Yuan entered the monster forest again to hunt for more magic crystals to sustain their living. You didn't want to be a burden, so she chose to turn the beast skins obtained from Qin Yuan's hunts into leather to sell for money. Thus, tailoring and hunting became their daily routine. Though ordinary, it was interesting to see the joy reflected in Ye's smile. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan seemed quite tired, but when he returned home and saw Ye, he was able to smile. In the past, he wouldn't have understood what that meant. But now he could. For this parallel universe's Qin Yuan, this parallel universe's Ye was everything to him. As long as he could see her when he got home, he was happy. Everything was worth it. For this parallel universe's Ye. Although she had lost her 6th-generation genetic body and became an ordinary person, she had also gained what she wanted. The eternal lifespan brought endless loneliness and pain. The existence of this parallel universe's Qin Yuan perfectly filled her loneliness. However, it seemed that Qin Yuan's performance was too outstanding, and gradually, people began to seek him out to form teams. One person's strength is limited. Qin Yuan needed experienced individuals to help him find prey. So, he joined an adventure group that specialized in hunting magical beasts. In this adventure group, there were 2 young girls who clearly had a crush on Qin Yuan. Outside the scene, Qin Yuan looked at the 2 girls who were actively flirting with the other Qin Yuan. He said, "Do you think he will be like the me from our previous experiments and create a harem in this world?" Upon hearing this, Ye turned to look at Qin Yuan and replied, "Well, I don't know. After all, the you in this parallel universe is different from the you now." She then turned her gaze away. Hearing this, Qin Yuan smiled and said, "Do you really have so little confidence in yourself?" Ye casually replied, "After all, in the animal kingdom, males instinctively seek out other females to increase their chances of passing on their genes. Besides, the civilization he belongs to doesn't have a monogamous system, so it wouldn't be strange if he took on a harem." Seeing this, Qin Yuan said, "Let's make a bet." "A bet?" You looked at Qin Yuan. "What kind of bet?" Qin Yuan smiled and said, "Let us bet on whether he will do something to hurt another Ye. I bet he won't. If I win, you have to obediently listen to me for 100 years and do whatever I say. What do you think?" Ye was intrigued and laughed. "All right. Then I bet he will. If he does, then for 100 years, you have to listen to me." Qin Yuan chuckled. "It's a deal." The reason Qin Yuan was so confident was that the Qin Yuan in front of him was just a reflection of his former self. He understood his own character. Although that version of himself had the common flaws of being male, he was very honest. So honest that even when a sexy girl lay beside him, he wouldn't do anything. As time passed, one night, while hunting monsters, the adventurers sometimes needed to delve deep into the forest, and naturally, the whole team would occasionally spend the night there. A girl from the adventurer team approached another Qin Yuan and confessed her feelings. "Qin Yuan, I like you," she said. Blushing, Qin Yuan, who was eating roasted meat, paused slightly and glanced at the girl beside him. Watching this scene, Ye turned her face to Qin Yuan and said with a smile, "See?" Qin Yuan laughed. "It's not over yet. Don't rush." Ye responded with a soft hum. Looking back at the scene, the Qin Yuan in the scene heard the girl's confession, looked at her, and showed a hint of an apologetic smile, saying, "I'm sorry. Thank you for your kind feelings, but my partner is waiting for me at home." With that, he stood up to leave. The girl was taken aback and quickly got up, saying, "I don't mind if you have other women." Chen Yuan paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and said, "I'm sorry, but aside from her, my heart can't accommodate anyone else." With that, he walked away. Watching Chen Yuan's back, the girl was slightly stunned. Observing this scene, Yu was also taken aback and looked at Chen Yuan, saying he actually rejected her. "How can you be so sure that he won't take a harem?" Chen Yuan looked at Yu and smiled. "Because this parallel universe is based on my past as a template, and I know myself. He is not so casual about relationships." Yu bit her lip. Seeing her expression, Chen Yuan chuckled. "All right, don't be angry. How about this? If you win, what do you plan to make me do? Maybe I can consider it." Chapter 165. Is it better to have feelings or not? Yu looked at Chen Yuan and said, "You've already won. Shouldn't it be you saying what I should do and I'll listen to you?" Yu looked at Chen Yuan with curiosity. Chen Yuan smiled as he reached out and gently wrapped his arm around her waist, then looked at her face. "The question is, I want to hear it," he said. "If you win, what do you plan to make me do for 100 years? Upon hearing this, Yu glanced at Chen Yuan and smiled. "If you want to know, I can tell you. If I win, I want you to promise not to touch me for 100 years. Huh. This left Chen Yuan a bit stunned. "Why? I remember you always wanted me to touch you before. Why are you making such a request now?" Yu looked at Chen Yuan, her face turning red as she leaned her little head against his chest. "Well, it can't be like that all the time, can it? You don't let me go every day." Chen Yuan chuckled. "But you used to look forward to every night. Now that I'm being proactive, you're scared? That was just for every night. But you're even more exaggerated than wild beasts during mating season." Yu's voice became a bit weaker, and her face grew even redder. She never expected that one day she would feel a bit afraid of Chen Yuan. To be precise, she felt both love and fear. Chen Yuan looked at Yu, pondering for a moment. "Since you don't like it, then fine," he said. "Actually, I used to see my body as a tool and never integrated my consciousness and brain. So my body was like a stone to me, no different. Until recently, I adjusted the cells in my brain to enrich my emotions. Then, I don't know why, when I saw you, I couldn't control myself, just wanted to devour you bite by bite." Chen Yuan laughed. "But since you don't like it, then forget it. I'll just go back to the way I was before, separating my consciousness from my brain. I think I should return to the way you liked me." Upon hearing this, Yu was slightly stunned. She raised her face and asked, "The way I liked before?" Chen Yuan affectionately touched Yu's face. Looking into her clear and captivating eyes, he smiled and said, "It was when my emotions weren't so rich, when I was cold towards you. At that time, I always felt that everything in this world was made of matter, that people were no different from stones. I looked at everyone as if they were just stones by the roadside." Chen Yuan laughed. "It feels completely different from now. But since you don't like it, then forget it. I'll just go back to the way I was." Yu was slightly taken aback as she looked at Chen Yuan. He slowly released her. The current feeling was indeed completely different from before. But if she didn't like it, returning to the past wasn't impossible. After all, for Chen Yuan, gaining emotions was just a passing whim. It didn't matter whether he had them or not. Wait. Seeing Chen Yuan about to let her go, Yu suddenly nestled back into his arms. Upon hearing her plea, Chen Yuan was slightly startled and looked at Yu in his embrace. He gently wrapped his arms around her and stroked her hair, saying, "Didn't you say you didn't want me to touch you? As long as I go back to how I was before, I promise I will never touch you." "Don't say that." Yu nestled even tighter. "You are you. No matter what, I like you. I don't mind you touching me." Hearing this, Chen Yuan glanced at Yu and asked, "What about just now?" "I was just joking." Yu lifted her face and said softly, "I don't mind you touching me at all. In fact, I quite like it. It's just that it feels a bit excessive. Saying I won't let you touch me for 100 years was just a joke. I didn't really mean it." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan looked at Yu's exquisite little face and smiled. "How can that be considered excessive?" Yu replied, "Isn't it? When we were together before, a kiss or holding hands was enough. But during this time, you do it every day. It's too much. It's almost like we hardly leave the bedroom." Listening to Yu's neutral voice, Chen Yuan smiled. "I don't know why, but ever since I changed my feelings, I can't help myself when I see you. I guess this is what they call the power of love. You are right. Reproduction is an instinct of animals. When I see you, I don't want to control that instinct at all." Chen Yuan gently stroked Yu's soft hair and held her tightly, saying, "I don't want to control that impulse. It feels uncomfortable if I try to suppress it. At that moment, I only have two choices, to indulge in it or to give up on my feelings. Sometimes, when one person falls for another, not seeing them can be excruciating. Just a word from them can linger in your mind. You start to wonder what they think of you. At the same time, there's a strong urge to hold them close. Various emotions swirl in your head. Sometimes, for various reasons, some questions don't get a response from the other person, and those feelings and thoughts keep lingering. When feelings go unanswered, it can be very tormenting. Sometimes, you might even wish to erase all your feelings just to escape that emotional turmoil. Chen Yuan had a strong possessiveness towards you. Being rejected by the girl he loved felt terrible. Of course, for an ordinary person, even if it felt bad, they could just hold it in. It was merely a bit frustrating. But Chen Yuan was straightforward. He didn't need to suppress it. He could directly erase those feelings. When he expressed his impulses towards her, you felt a warmth in her heart. An inexplicable emotion surged within her. She understood. To be honest, although you had lived for a long time and often appeared to be an experienced older sister, seemingly knowledgeable about emotional issues, in reality, she was just rich in observational experience and was still a novice in practice. After hearing Chen Yuan's words, she understood why this man suddenly seemed like an insatiable beast. It turned out he had reclaimed the emotions he thought he had lost. Hearing his impulsive thoughts about himself, she understood that it was his feelings for her. In an instant, she felt happy. She lifted her face to look at him, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said, "No need to change back. I quite like you as you are now." He was taken aback and laughed, saying, "Didn't you say that I'm not good like this?" She replied, "Not at all. It's not that bad," her face turning red as if she recalled his shortcomings. He leaned closer to her ear and asked, "If I don't change back, should I suppress my feelings for you, or not?" With a blush, she whispered, "Just hold back a little." He smiled and pretended to be helpless, saying, "But if I do that, I will feel very uncomfortable." Hearing this, she hesitated slightly. Would it really be like that? She had always been a woman and had never experienced what it felt like to be a man. In response to his words, she wasn't sure if he was being serious or joking. He sighed, "All right, I'll hold back, even if it feels uncomfortable. For you, I can only endure." "Don't," she said, feeling a bit reluctant. He looked at her and asked, Her little head rested against his chest, her face red, although it feels a bit wrong. "If you're uncomfortable, then don't hold back. You are yours. I will listen to you," she answered sweetly in her unique, neutral voice. However, after saying this, even she felt her face getting hotter. For a moment, she felt her cheeks burning. He smiled and picked her up in his arms. Blushing, she looked at him with her big eyes, which were glistening with moisture. He said with a grin, "This is what you said." She elongated her voice, her little head resting against his chest. "I said that." Had she ever had such experiences before? She was a pure warrior, and regarding love, she had seen many relationships come and go through her eyes, but she had no experience in feelings. Sometimes, it felt as if the body controlled the consciousness rather than the other way around. Certain hormones secreted by the body could trigger reactions in the brain, generating specific emotions that could influence consciousness. Being charmed and teased by him, her brain was already heating up and her mind went blank. She could no longer maintain her clarity. Under his playful coaxing, she was almost compliant with everything he said, no longer thinking too much. Human emotions initially are like unyielding stones. Over time, they can be worn down by time. From rough stones, they can become smooth pebbles. However, the reality is different. While emotions may indeed be smoothed over with time, they can also be enhanced by other stimuli, reverting back to unyielding stones. The reason his feelings never changed was that he never integrated his consciousness with his body. Simply put, he always set his emotions aside, which naturally lacked any stimulation. But she was different. She had always relied on her emotions, but without any stimulation around her, she gradually became calm. However, things were different now. A little stimulation from Chen Yuan made her emotions naturally take over her mind, leaving her unable to think clearly. The result was that she succumbed to Chen Yuan's influence. Whatever he did, she could only obediently cooperate. It felt good. That was Chen Yuan's feeling. He had never felt this comfortable before. Before he transformed into a celestial being, he was just a worker, going to and from work every day. After becoming a celestial being, he lost his emotions and was consumed by a single thought: to devour and uncover the secrets of this world. He cared nothing for anything else. The reason people feel satisfied is that they have desires and things they want. When their desires are fulfilled, they experience a sense of pleasure. If a person has no desires, then naturally, they cannot talk about satisfying them, let alone achieving true happiness. Regaining emotions allows human desires to influence thoughts. What one wants can bring happiness when fulfilled. However, desires can sometimes be endless. Some people are never satisfied because they have an insatiable desire, while others can control their desires and find contentment in simplicity. Currently, Chen Yuan wanted only one thing, and she was right beside him. As long as Chen Yuan wished, he could have her. Time passed as Chen Yuan stayed by Ye's side, unaware of how long it had been. One day, Chen Yuan lay in bed, watching Ye beside him. Ye was sleeping soundly with her eyes closed, resembling a little kitten. A satisfied smile graced her delicate face, although her fair cheeks still bore a hint of blush. Sunlight poured over her, and her silver hair shimmered softly, making her look exceptionally beautiful. After a while, Ye's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a lazy, sleepy face. She looked at Chen Yuan, their gazes meeting. She seemed a bit tired, as if still coming to her senses. Chen Yuan smiled and gently tucked her hair behind her ear, asking, "Awake?" Ye regained some energy, glanced at Chen Yuan. Her face slightly flushed and slowly nestled into his embrace, murmuring, "You naughty boy." Hearing this, Chen Yuan chuckled. During this time, he had earned quite a few new nicknames, and this was one of them. He laughed. "Why do you call me naughty? I remember you used to call me darling. Am I not cute anymore?" "That was in the past. Now you are a big naughty boy," Ye replied, her face turning red. "You love to bully people." Chen Yuan laughed. "Really? But I think I can still bully you some more." Ye blushed. "All right, stop teasing. Can you take me out for a walk today? I haven't been outside in a long time." Ye's sweet voice and playful tone made Chen Yuan smile. Chen Yuan smiled and said, "Is that so? I remember not long ago, just half a year ago, we only went out once. Do you remember? That was half a year ago. And you've kept me locked away for so long. You're simply a devil." Ye blushed and replied, "What do you take me for?" She was complaining, but the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and her face was flushed, looking both shy and happy. It seemed somewhat different from her complaint. Chen Yuan laughed. "I take you as a treasure." "All right." Ye insisted, "Let us go out for a walk. Don't be like this." She blushed again. Chen Yuan said, "Okay. As you wish, let us go out for a walk. Where should we go?" He held Ye's small hand, looking at her hand and then at her. He smiled and kissed her hair. Ye slowly closed her eyes, sweetly saying, "Anywhere is fine, just can't stay in the bedroom all the time." She definitely couldn't continue to stay here. This man was simply a wild beast. He had become so debauched. He used to be like a block of ice, and now he was a ball of fire, igniting at the slightest spark. Chapter 167. There is something called reality. Since you didn't want to stay in the bedroom all the time, they should go out for a walk. For Chen Yuan, this was naturally not a difficult task. You got out of bed, put on a shirt, and sat at the vanity, combing her hair. Observing Ye's delicate silhouette, Chen Yuan hugged her from behind. Ye looked at Chen Yuan through the mirror. While her face turned red, a smile appeared on her face. "I'm combing my hair. Don't mess around." Chen Yuan smiled, looking at the beautiful girl in the mirror. He leaned in and rubbed his cheek against hers, making her face turn even redder. Chen Yuan said, "In the future, you shouldn't wear jeans." Upon hearing this, Ye was slightly taken aback, looking at Chen Yuan in the mirror with confusion. "Then what should I wear?" Chen Yuan chuckled and leaned closer to her ear, saying, "Jeans are too inconvenient." Hearing this, Ye's face flushed again. She turned to the side, raised her small hand, and playfully swatted at Chen Yuan. Of course, this was entirely in jest, playful and flirtatious, without any real strength behind it. Chen Yuan wrapped his arms around her again, pulling her into his embrace. Ye couldn't move, her face red, saying, "You're getting worse by the day." Chen Yuan laughed. "Is that so? I don't feel that way. I think this is quite normal." "Normal? Not at all. I've lived for so many years and seen so many things, but I've never seen anyone as bad as you." Ye's face was flushed. This was somewhat strange. With so much civilization, if Ye had ever looked into it, she would certainly have seen some things. There are definitely quite a few real perverts out there. How could she have never seen any? There was only one possibility. You didn't pay much attention to matters concerning men. Chen Yuan smiled. "You haven't seen it before, but now you have, right?" Ye wriggled her body, saying, "All right, let go. I need to get dressed." "That's not possible." Chen Yuan laughed, "unless you promise me." Upon hearing this, Ye turned her face away and shot Chen Yuan a glance, her face as red as sunset. After a brief hesitation, she murmured, "All right, fine." After all, it wasn't a big deal. After a morning filled with sweet nothings, The two finally stepped outside and arrived at the lush green meadow. Ya opened a scene, revealing Qin Yuan from this parallel universe and Ya from another. In the scene, the other Qin Yuan appeared to have just returned from hunting. As soon as he saw the other Ya, he picked her up and headed toward the bed. However, the next part of the scene took a turn that felt a bit off. Watching what was unfolding, Ya's face flushed, and she quickly turned off the screen. Huh? Why did you turn it off? Qin Yuan asked, amused as he looked at Ya with curiosity. Blushing, Ya shot him a glare and said, "You really are the same person. Even in different parallel universes, you're still just as naughty." Qin Yuan burst into laughter, which only made Ya's face turn redder. "You big bad guy," she said, slightly turning away from him, unsure of what to do next. Qin Yuan gazed at Ya's silhouette. She wore a thin shirt paired with a black pleated skirt, revealing her fair, long, and straight legs, complemented by a pair of small black shoes. Ya's tall figure accentuated her slender waist, and her delicate shoulders and long neck added to her beauty. Her skin was as fair as cream. Qin Yuan had always found Ya beautiful, but ever since he regained his emotions, he realized her beauty was more than just skin deep. Just a glance at her made his blood rush, igniting a desire to do something. Qin Yuan stepped toward Ya, reaching out to wrap his arms around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. Ya was taken aback, her face turning red as she dared not look back at him. "Stop it," she protested. Qin Yuan leaned down and gently kissed her cheek, deepening her blush. He inhaled her unique fragrance. "Stop it." Ya turned around and nestled into his arms. "Good guy. Please don't always think about those things, okay?" Qin Yuan chuckled. "All right, I won't think about it." He glanced at Ya's flushed face and found her even more adorable. It was quite peculiar. He noticed that Ya, who used to be calm and proactive, often teasing him, had changed. Now, with Qin Yuan being overly proactive, it left Ya feeling flustered yet delighted. The more he took the initiative, the more she acted coy. "What shall we do next?" Qin Yuan asked with a smile. Ya hesitated for a moment, lifting her face to look at him. Upon reflection, she realized something had changed. Previously, Qin Yuan would seek out interesting things, while she would simply follow him and tease him, finding it amusing when he rejected her. However, this time, as she thought about going for a walk outside, she noticed that Qin Yuan had no intention of doing anything else. It seemed his attention was solely on her. This realization warmed her heart. Knowing that her beloved was focused entirely on her put Ya in a good mood. However, she didn't want to become too complacent. So she decided to change the subject and do something else. Ya looked at Qin Yuan and said, "We haven't visited that magical civilization in a long time. Shall we go for a walk today?" Qin Yuan smiled and replied, "It's up to you." Before they went, he added, "But first, a kiss." Upon hearing this, Ya's face turned red. She slowly leaned in and kissed Qin Yuan's cheek. Qin Yuan chuckled, "You're so obedient." Ya rolled her eyes at him and said, "I'm not a child. Why do you treat me like one?" Qin Yuan laughed. "Haven't you always been a child?" Ya was taken aback and looked at Qin Yuan. He smiled and pulled her into his embrace, holding her small hand. "Look at your little hand, so small, and your body too. Aren't you just like a child?" Qin Yuan whispered in her ear, "But even if you're a child, you're a beautiful and adorable one. Looking at you makes me want to eat you up." Ya's face turned bright red. All right. She realized that this man really did treat her like a child. He spoiled her and often coaxed her, just like one would with a kid. But what puzzled Ya was that she actually fell for it. When he coaxed her or kissed her, her mind would go blank, and she would forget everything else, allowing him to do strange things. Fortunately, he truly loved her. However, it seemed that Qin Yuan found it hard to control himself. Ya turned around, lifted her face, and looked at Qin Yuan, blushing as she said, "Okay, let's talk about those things tonight, all right? Stop fooling around." Qin Yuan smiled, "All right. When you fall in love with someone, it's natural to want to protect them and possess them. You can't bear to see them hurt, and you want to shield them from any pain, while also wanting to claim everything about them. You might coax them when they're upset, treating them like a child. This kind of emotion is universal, but in reality, very few people can treat their partner like a child, showering them with such care and affection, because that is incredibly difficult to achieve." Chapter 168. In the future civilization, there will be extremely small robots. Qin Yuan and Ya entered the magical civilization together. Looking at this magical world, they realized that not much had changed since their last visit, which was only a year or two ago. Qin Yuan glanced at Ya beside him. For Qin Yuan, Ya was the most important thing. Everything else was not as significant. It was only because Ya wanted to come that he accompanied her to take a breather and check on the development of this civilization. Look over there, a voice came. Hearing this, Chen Yuan looked in the direction Yu was pointing. He was slightly taken aback. There was a building that wasn't particularly strange. It was a weapon shop. In front of the shop, there were stalls displaying various types of weapons. Among them, some weapons particularly caught Chen Yuan's attention. Is that a gun? Chen Yuan picked up a handgun from the stall. A handgun? Is it really a handgun? It was just that this handgun was different from the ones Chen Yuan had seen before. Its shape was basically the same, but it was black, felt cold to the touch, and was somewhat heavy. This weight is heavier than an ordinary handgun. Moreover, it has no magazine and no chamber. It just has a similar shape and a trigger, making it look like a handgun. Additionally, there are other special items on this stall. Those items resemble firearms. What kind of gun? That's a magic gun. A voice came from nearby. Chen Yuan turned to see that a girl was speaking. The girl looked at Chen Yuan curiously and said, "You dress so strangely. You must be from out of town, right? You don't even know what a magic gun is?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan exchanged a glance with Ye. Chen Yuan then looked at the girl and said, "We indeed come from afar. We just arrived here. What is a magic gun? It's strange. This is clearly a magical civilization. So how did firearms appear?" The girl revealed a proud smile and said, "Since that's the case, let me explain it to you." She seemed cheerful and likely a hospitable person. She smiled and said, "Inside the magic gun, there is a magic crystal. You can use magic on the magic gun, and it will condense a magic bullet inside. When you pull the trigger, the magic bullet is shot out." She picked up the magic gun, aimed in a direction, and pulled the trigger. Boom. Accompanied by a muffled sound, a dent appeared in a nearby tree trunk, with a small ball inside the dent. It was a small stone. Seeing this, Chen Yuan's mind stirred. That's magic. It's earth magic. With this, Chen Yuan understood. This was a new weapon they had developed. After obtaining the magical gene from Chen Yuan, they combined it with firearms to invent this magic gun. By merging the power of magical genes with firearms, they could unleash powerful destructive capabilities. Impressive, right? The girl looked at Chen Yuan and smiled proudly, saying, "This magic gun was made by me." Hearing this, Chen Yuan nodded slightly. It's quite impressive. He glanced at the other firearms on the table. This means that, although this magical civilization has magical genes, it is also developing technology. However, this technology mainly revolves around magical genes. With these firearms, it means that this magical civilization is gradually advancing. This piqued Chen Yuan's interest. What else could a magical civilization develop? The girl, seeing Chen Yuan's praise, asked, "So, do you want to buy one?" Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback and looked at the girl. She had helped him. Should he help her in return? Thinking of this, Chen Yuan smiled and said to the girl, "I have something even better." The girl was taken aback. Something better? She frowned and said, "Are you saying you have a weapon that's more powerful than what my shop has?" "Come on." The girl said, "I don't believe it." Chen Yuan chuckled. "If you don't believe it, let me show you." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a metal sphere appeared in his palm. Seeing this metal sphere, the girl crossed her arms and said, "Isn't that just a ball? What's so impressive about it? Is it even better than my magic gun?" Chen Yuan replied, "A ball?" Chen Yuan smiled and said, "Do you really think this is just a ball?" As he spoke, he placed the metal ball on the table. Once the metal ball was on the table, it suddenly spread out like a living liquid. The girl was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. Chen Yuan glanced at her, then turned to Ye, who was watching him with great interest. When Chen Yuan turned around, their eyes met. He smiled at her. Ye's face flushed, and she shot him a glance before shifting her gaze back to the metal ball. The metal ball transformed into a metallic handgun. The girl's eyes widened. What is this? Chen Yuan picked up the handgun and aimed it at a tree in the distance, pulling the trigger. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, the bullet pierced the tree trunk, which was as thick as a bowl. Seeing this, the girl's eyes sparkled slightly. Is this a magic gun? She looked at the handgun in Chen Yuan's hand, amazed that the metal ball could turn into a magic gun. Chen Yuan smiled. This thing can do more than just turn into a magic gun. In fact, it's not a magic gun, it's just a handgun. But he didn't feel like explaining further and preferred to call it a magic gun. He placed the handgun back on the table, under the girl's watchful gaze. The handgun transformed again, this time into the shape of a little figure. It resembled a small female figure but lacked facial features, made entirely of metal. Once it appeared, it began to dance on the table. How amazing! The girl watched, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. How can this metal move? Chen Yuan chuckled. This is a nanobot. Nanobot. The girl looked at him with curiosity. Chen Yuan explained, "Nano means small where I'm from, and a bot is a human-like entity made of metal. They don't have consciousness, but will follow commands. A nanobot is a very tiny robot. The little metal figure before us is actually made up of countless nanobots. Because they are so small, they can perform many tasks. If someone is injured, you can pour these into their wound, and the nanobots will help heal it. Of course, Chen Yuan knew that explaining this to the girl wouldn't be very useful. She probably wouldn't understand. Indeed, the girl didn't grasp the concept. But that didn't stop her from appreciating the creation. She turned to Chen Yuan and asked, "This thing is amazing. Can you sell it to me?" Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. This was interesting. The girl was from a weapons shop, and her job was to sell weapons, yet she wanted to buy something from him. Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 169. Changes. Seeing Chen Yuan laugh, the girl looked puzzled. "What's wrong?" Chen Yuan smiled. "It's nothing. I just find it amusing, that's all." The girl replied, "Amusing?" Chen Yuan nodded. "You're the one selling weapons, and I'm just a customer. Yet you're asking me how much this costs. Isn't that quite funny?" He looked at the girl and smiled. Upon hearing this, the girl furrowed her brows and said, "You're making fun of me." "I'm not." Chen Yuan replied with a laugh. "I just find it interesting. I'm not mocking you." The girl glanced at Chen Yuan, her brows slightly relaxing. "It doesn't matter if you're joking. Your weapon is indeed quite unique." "Nanobots, such a peculiar name. I've never heard of them before." She asked curiously, "If this can turn into a magic gun, can it change into other things?" Chen Yuan responded, "Yes, it can transform into many things. For example, it can become an arm." As Chen Yuan's words fell, the mini robots began to change, slowly spreading out. What was originally a metal sphere the size of a fist gradually enlarged, transforming into a metallic arm the size of an adult's. Seeing this, the girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "It turned into an arm," she said, looking at Chen Yuan. "But what use is this arm?" Chen Yuan crossed his arms and smiled at the girl. "Of course, it has the functions of a normal arm. To put it simply, if this is fitted onto a person who has lost an arm, that person can control this arm as if they have regained their own. The nanobots can adjust their functions. Besides repairing injuries, they can also adapt to mimic human cells. Whether it's bone cells or nerve cells, they can imitate them. Therefore, transforming into an arm is essentially the same as having a normal arm, with no difference. When attached to the body, the arm formed by the nanobots will connect to the wound of the missing limb, linking up with nerve, bone, and muscle cells. The person would then gain a new arm. Due to the unique nature of the nanobots, the new arm would be even stronger and more functional than their original arm. Of course, even if Chen Yuan explained this technological knowledge to the girl before him, she wouldn't understand. After all, her civilization was one of magic. And although there was some technology, it was framed in a completely different way from Chen Yuan's. Hearing that the arm could function like a normal one and could allow a severed limb to be restored, the girl's eyes lit up. She excitedly stepped forward, reaching out to grasp Chen Yuan's hand. Chen Yuan was taken aback and looked at her. He noticed her excitement and asked, "What's wrong?" The girl replied, "No matter what, you have to sell this to me, okay?" She looked at Chen Yuan and continued, "My father needs this." Her eyes glistened with tears. Chen Yuan looked at her and asked, "Needs it?" "Yes," the girl said. "My father is a blacksmith. He lost his arm while searching for better stones outside due to an accident. For a blacksmith, losing an arm is like living in hell." She lowered her head slightly, a look of helplessness on her face as she continued. "After losing that arm, my father chose to fall into despair, no longer forging iron, just drowning his sorrows in taverns, living a life of drunkenness, as if he no longer wanted to live. I want to help my father." The girl lifted her face and looked at Chen Yuan, saying, "I beg you." Looking at her big eyes glistening with tears and her pleading expression, Chen Yuan glanced at her and smiled. "What I have is quite valuable." The girl bit her thin lips and replied, "I know, but no matter how valuable it is, it can't compare to my father." "Oh, but what does that have to do with me?" Chen Yuan pondered for a moment as he looked at her. He didn't know her father, nor was he interested in knowing him. For Chen Yuan, people he hadn't seen were, in any case, none of his business. However, seeing the girl's desolate and pained expression reminded him of her earlier cheerful demeanor. After a bit of thought, he said, "All right then." That arm transformed into a metallic sphere. Chen Yuan reached out, holding the metallic sphere and handing it to the girl. The girl was slightly taken aback and raised her face to look at Chen Yuan, asking, "What is this?" Although she didn't know what Chen Yuan intended to do, she instinctively reached out and accepted it. Chen Yuan smiled. "It's a gift." Just place it where your father's arm was severed, and it will turn into an arm for him. Gift. The girl was stunned and looked at Chun Yuan, saying, such a precious thing. How can you give it away? She felt uneasy and glanced at the nanorobots and then back at Chun Yuan. She really wanted it, but her morals held her back, making her hesitant to accept it outright. Chun Yuan looked at the girl and said, this thing is precious in your hands, but in mine, it's just waste. After saying this, he turned to Ya and said, let us go. Upon hearing this, Yu responded with a sound of agreement and stepped up to follow Chun Yuan. The girl stood there in a daze, watching Chun Yuan and Ya's figures fade away, her eyes shimmering with a hint of light. Chun Yuan wasn't lying. The nanorobot was something he could create with just a thought. Its rarity was comparable to the sand on the ground. For the girl who needed it, it was extremely valuable, but for Chun Yuan, it was like garbage. As for the girl's father, Chun Yuan didn't know who he was, nor was he interested in finding out. He didn't feel that the fact that the man had lost an arm had anything to do with him. However, the girl's bright and warm smile was something Chun Yuan had just witnessed. If a grain of sand could restore her smile, then it was worth it. Benefactor. Suddenly, the girl's voice came from behind. Chun Yuan paused slightly and turned to look at her. The girl said, my name is Sally. What is your name, benefactor? Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback and smiled. I'm just a passerby, no need to know my name. He raised his hand and waved it before walking away. Sally watched Chun Yuan's departing figure, her eyes glistening as she looked at the metallic sphere in her hand. After walking a distance, Chun Yuan looked at Ya, who was watching him with interest and had a smile on her face. Chun Yuan smiled back. What's up? Do I look handsome now? You've been staring at me. Ya laughed. I just find it interesting. I've never seen you actively help others before. After regaining your emotions, you are a bit different from the old you. Chun Yuan was amused when he heard this. He laughed and said, I'm different. Didn't you realize that already? Just this morning you were begging for mercy, and now you seem much more spirited. Upon hearing this, Ya's face turned red, and she shot a glare at Chun Yuan, calling him a bad guy. As night fell unknowingly, Chun Yuan and Ya returned home. Do you want to eat something? A voice came from within. Hearing this, Chun Yuan turned to look at Ya. Eat something? Ya smiled and replied, yes, let's have something to eat. Since becoming the 6th generation of genetic beings, Chun Yuan and Ya no longer needed to eat, as their energy came from various substances. Hearing Ya wanting to prepare something to eat felt a bit strange to Chun Yuan. He looked at her and smiled. If you want to eat something, then go ahead and prepare it. Chun Yuan had no objections. All right. He sat at the dining table, looking at the food laid out before him. He picked up the still and used utensils and began to enjoy the food. He speared a juicy piece of meat with his fork and examined it before putting it into his mouth, savoring the flavor. Chun Yuan pondered. For ordinary organisms, after a period without food, they would feel hungry. What is the principle behind hunger? Chun Yuan lifted his face and looked at Ya. She smiled and explained. Ordinary people have different bodies than ours. They have stomachs, and when there is food in the stomach, they feel full. But when the stomach is empty, it contracts. At that time, the brain generates a hormone that tells us we are hungry. Chun Yuan's eyebrows relaxed slightly. So, the feeling of hunger is actually the brain telling us? Yes, Ya affirmed. Regarding the sensation of hunger, an experiment had been conducted. The brain has many functions, one of which involves a region that secretes hormones that signal fullness. If a person has eaten and is almost done, that region secretes the hormone to inform the body that it is full. Some scientists conducted an experiment where they removed the brain region of a cat that secretes the fullness hormone. The cat then kept eating, even when its stomach was distended with food, until it eventually died, because the cat could not feel full. Chun Yuan was intrigued and looked at Ya, asking, what about taste? People often say there are sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy flavors. Where does taste come from? Ya replied, taste has 5 types: sour, sweet, bitter, salty, and umami. She smiled and continued, however, spiciness is not actually a taste. Spiciness is merely a sensation of pain. You can experience the same sensation by crushing something spicy and applying it to a nerve area, like your arm. It's just that when we eat something spicy, the pain sensation mixes with the flavor of the food, which leads people to mistakenly think that spiciness is a taste. At this point, Ya looked at Chun Yuan and added, as for the essence of sour, sweet, bitter, salty, and umami, they are actually substances. Their molecules interact with the taste receptors in our bodies, which then react in our brains, transforming into flavor. In fact, all substances have a taste. including things like oxygen that we perceive as tasteless. You said that the reason we can't smell that taste is that our bodies have evolved to lose the ability to distinguish those flavors. You smiled and said, interesting, right? Is spiciness a form of pain? Chen Yuan smiled back, finding it quite intriguing. You continued, and sweetness, everyone likes sweetness. The reason we enjoy it is that sweetness represents sugar, which is a source of energy for the body. Because it's essential for us, our brains tend to favor sweet flavors. It's not that we are born liking sweetness. Rather, it's an evolved response from long ago, aimed at encouraging our bodies to seek out high-energy foods. You looked at Chen Yuan and said, as for bitterness, many people dislike that taste because most toxic foods are bitter. She smiled at him, adding, over time, as the human body evolved, there was initially no bitter taste. But the body evolved to develop a sense of bitterness to help avoid that flavor for survival. Chen Yuan nodded, pondering, so, the emergence of taste is a result of human evolution? There was no such thing as taste long ago. You nodded slightly. At first, there were no taste buds. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan was struck by the thought. Indeed, at the beginning, single-celled organisms had no taste buds. This means that taste evolved to help the species survive, avoiding toxic foods and seeking high-energy foods. Really interesting, Chen Yuan chuckled. He looked at Ye and joked, by this logic, then reproduction. Ye blushed and shot him a glance, slightly turning away without looking at him. That's a given. Inheritance is very important. Without it, a species would face extinction. Ye stated. To ensure the continuation of life and the transmission of genes, reproduction is naturally essential. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. Is it really that important? Shouldn't we make an effort? Ye turned her face slightly, rolling her eyes at him. Her cheeks flushed. Effort for what? She looked away. The reason for inheritance is that ordinary human cells will eventually age and die, so we need to pass on our genes to ensure their continuation. The continuation of genes is akin to another form of eternal life. This way, genes have the time to gain experience and evolve. For us, we have already achieved immortality. We are eternal. If we want, we can evolve our genes at any time. For us, inheritance holds no meaning, and reproduction is also meaningless. Ye's face turned slightly red as she glanced at Chen Yuan. You rascal, not planning on having children? Chen Yuan laughed, responding, after all, as you said, we have eternal life. Inheritance is pointless. Why have children? He stood up and walked over to Ye, gently lifting her into his arms. Yalan's face flushed as she lifted her head to look at Chen Yuan. If you don't want children and don't want to reproduce, then why are you still so bad? Chen Yuan smiled and replied, isn't this what you like? Who likes it? Yalan retorted. Well, that's what I like, he admitted. Yalan rested her small face against his chest. Eyes closed, her cheeks slightly reddening. You've changed for the worse. Though she said this, she didn't resist. Chen Yuan laid Yalan down on the bed, gazing into her eyes. Their eyes met, and he raised his hand to caress her cheek. Yalan's eyes trembled slightly as she looked into his. She pressed her lips together and slowly closed her eyes. Seeing her expression, Chen Yuan smiled and leaned down to kiss her. Chapter 171. What happens if one doesn't sleep? As time passed, it was hard to tell how long had gone by. 1 year, 2 years, or even 10. Chen Yuan had stopped counting the time. One morning, he got up from the bed and glanced at Yalan, who was sleeping soundly with her eyes closed. Looking at this exquisitely perfect person before him, Chen Yuan felt a surge of love in his heart. He raised his hand to gently stroke her hair. Yalan's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes to look at him. Their eyes met, and Yalan smiled at Chen Yuan, lifting her small hand to hold his. Her eyes sparkling with affection. Chen Yuan smiled back, quietly watching her without speaking. Noticing his reaction, Yalan closed her eyes again and gradually nestled into his embrace, softly asking, have you noticed your changes? Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. Changes? He replied. Yalan lifted her face, looking at him with interest, and said, yes, changes. What changes? Chen Yuan asked with a smile. Yalan replied, if it were 5 years ago, as soon as I got up, you would definitely want to do something with me. But over time, you no longer think about those things. Hearing this, Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned. He reflected on it. Indeed, when he first synchronized his consciousness with his brain, he felt an impulse every time he saw Yalan. But now, while he still loved her, that impulse had unconsciously faded away. In the past, he would think about holding Yalan every day, but now, just looking at her was enough to quell that impulse. Does it mean that feelings have faded? Chen Yuan looked at Yalan. She responded, I mentioned before that human emotions are like rugged stones. uneven, and rough. When something stimulates those feelings, they react strongly. However, as time goes by, the sensitivity of emotions to stimulation decreases, and that rugged emotional system gradually becomes smooth. Like a pebble. Eventually, all emotions will lose their essence. Yalan raised her face to look into Chun Yuan's eyes, smiling. That's why your consciousness was so impulsive when it first synchronized with your brain. Chun Yuan nodded and looked at Yalan, smiling as he asked, so, do you think it's better for me to be impulsive or to be like this now? Yalan's face turned red as she leaned her little head against Chun Yuan's chest. I'm fine with anything, as long as it's you. Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan chuckled. After some thought, he said with a smile, I think it would be better to reset our feelings a bit. Yalan's face flushed completely. She looked up at Chun Yuan and said, You bad guy? You want to torment me again? Haha. Chun Yuan laughed. Seeing him laugh, Yalan playfully raised her hand and gave a light punch to his chest. Chun Yuan held her hand and pulled her into his embrace, gently stroking her silver hair. Yalan slowly closed her eyes, resting against his chest. Chun Yuan said, Feelings can't be cold, they should be passionate to be interesting. If they cool down, it becomes meaningless. Chun Yuan continued with a smile, with eternal life. What's the point if there's no passion? So, from now on, you'll have to work hard for it. Yalan lifted her face, gazing at Chun Yuan with her big eyes. You're really bad, but what you said is true. She added, with eternal life, feelings will gradually fade. No matter how strong a person's will is over time, they will lose the initial passion. If life loses its passion, it becomes a walking corpse. She looked at Chun Yuan and said, I agree to rekindle our feelings. But Chun Yuan looked at Yalan. But Yalan gazed at him, a mischievous smile appearing on her face. I still prefer being the one to take the initiative. But when you take the lead, I lose all ability to resist. Chun Yuan laughed. Isn't that normal? In nature, males are usually the ones who take the initiative. Yalan closed her eyes, resting her head against Chun Yuan's chest. Do as you wish. Chun Yuan looked at Yalan, who had her eyes closed. He grew curious and said, Yalan. She softly responded with a hum. Chun Yuan continued, Our current bodies don't need sleep, but if our bodies were ordinary human bodies, what would happen to a regular person if they didn't sleep? Upon hearing this, Yalan slowly opened her eyes and replied, Death. Death. Yes. Sleep has many functions. First, it reduces energy consumption. When a person sleeps, energy loss is at its lowest. At the same time, the synthesis of energy in the body is enhanced. The energy obtained will be converted into stored energy, like glycogen. And, Yalan continued, sleep also helps in waste elimination. She explained gently, when our brains are active, metabolic byproducts are produced, which is to say, a bunch of waste. Chun Yuan's heart stirred. Waste. Isn't that like the operational garbage in a computer system? When we sleep, that waste gets cleaned out. At this point, Yalan looked at Chun Yuan and said, If those wastes aren't cleared out, the brain will become sluggish. She smiled and added, Let me tell you something interesting, I'll explain it day by day. If a regular person doesn't sleep, after 24 hours without sleep, they will feel very excited and happy. Chun Yuan was taken aback. 24 hours without sleep, and they can still feel excited? You said, at first, there is fatigue, but after that, there is excitement. The brain secretes a hormone called dopamine, and the reason we feel happiness is due to the presence of dopamine. When we encounter joyful events, dopamine is released, allowing us to experience excitement and joy. When our brain detects a lack of sleep, it secretes dopamine to compensate for the sleep deficit. Therefore, we feel very excited and happy. When a large amount of dopamine is released, anything you see can easily make you happy. You looked at Chun Yuan and smiled, saying, It's just that you can be easily amused. You have a low threshold for laughter. Hearing this, Chun Yuan thought of his late-night experiences before he transformed into an asteroid. During those nights, there would initially be some fatigue, but after a while, his body would start to feel excited and no longer tired. Is this because of dopamine? You rested her little head on Chun Yuan's arm and gently said, Then, as time goes by, the feeling of excitement gradually fades, and a person's memory begins to weaken. Chapter 172. Humans are diurnal animals as excitement gradually fades. A person's memory starts to weaken, reaction time increases, and they become somewhat sluggish. You nestled in Chun Yuan's arms, sharing knowledge about sleep. After staying awake for 48 hours, a person's immunity and judgment abilities are impaired. You lifted her face, looked at Chun Yuan, and said, Then, you will feel nauseous, and your hearing, vision, and touch will deteriorate. and your temper will also worsen. The reason for this is that there are many areas in the human cerebral cortex. Hearing, vision, and touch are all connected to the brain. When the brain doesn't get rest, they start to work passively. Chen Yuan responded with a sound. And then, if it reaches the third day, you will be extremely fatigued, and your body will only think about sleeping, unable to think of anything else. At the same time, your memory will deteriorate. What others said a moment ago will be forgotten in the next second. You interjected, "It's just like being drunk." This is because your brain is already filled with waste, and that waste hasn't been cleared away. At this point, you paused, looked at Chen Yuan, and smiled, saying, "Waste is the metabolic byproduct of the brain, and some of those remaining byproducts can turn into toxins. Elderly humans can develop a condition called dementia, which is caused by those toxins." Chen Yuan held Ya's small hand, looking at her with interest, and asked, "What if you don't sleep for 4 days?" Ya looked at her small hand held by Chen Yuan and said, "If you don't sleep for 4 days, then you will start to see many hallucinations. The people in your eyes might become distorted, and you will hear noises all around." Ya laughed and said, "Simply put, everything in the world becomes very strange. And that is hallucination. The occurrence of hallucinations doesn't necessarily have to wait until the 5th day. It depends on an individual's constitution. Some people may start to hallucinate after just 1 day without sleep." Chen Yuan found it intriguing and asked, "What about the 6th day?" He looked at Ya and smiled. Ya smiled and said, "On the 6th day, your language ability will almost disappear. Your speaking speed will slow down, becoming vague and lacking logic. Your ability to act will also diminish because the brain cannot get rest and too much waste accumulates, making it difficult to coordinate your body. After that, you will experience a special condition." Ya rested her little head in Chen Yuan's arms and said, "The cells in the brain will secretly fall asleep. This is called microsleep. You are not fully asleep, but some cells will doze off for a short period, just a few seconds." Ya continued, "You might think you are still awake, but parts of the cells in your head have already fallen asleep. That is why you forget what you said 1 second in the next second." Chen Yuan thought for a moment and asked, "What happens next? Is there anything else unusual?" Ya replied, "For ordinary people, very few can last until 10 days under such conditions. By the 10th day, the body will exhibit all the symptoms I mentioned earlier. The heart will accelerate, and there is a risk of sudden death at any moment. This is because the body does not get any rest and remains in a prolonged state of stress. This state releases certain hormones that can increase heart rate and blood pressure. Meanwhile, the immune system will collapse. At this point, even very healthy individuals may have the potential for death at any time." You looked at Chen Yuan and smiled. "Of course, that applies to ordinary people's bodies. Ours are different. Every cell in our bodies possesses powerful working capabilities. While they consume energy during operation, they automatically absorb external substances to replenish their energy." Ya explained, "Simply put, we live by automatically consuming and naturally replenishing without needing rest or food. Of course, our bodies are products of technology, but ordinary biological entities cannot do what we can." As she spoke, Ya glanced at Chen Yuan, leaned closer, rested her head in his arms, and slowly closed her eyes. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. "If we talk about sleep, when do you think ordinary people should sleep each day?" Ya replied, "If it were us, we could naturally go without sleep forever. But for evolved, ordinary people, the best sleep time is naturally when it gets dark." Chen Yuan was taken aback. "When it gets dark?" Ya affirmed, "As soon as it gets dark, sleep, that is the best." Chen Yuan couldn't help but look at Ya. Those civilizations that have invented light usually sleep much later. Ya smiled and said, "In my opinion, that goes against the laws of nature. When living beings evolved from primitive to highly intelligent life, there were mostly 2 types, one that acted during the day and another that acted at night. The humans you refer to are daytime creatures. When they evolved into highly intelligent beings, they operated during the day and slept when it got dark. Thus, the genes for daytime activity and nighttime sleep are already engraved in their DNA. Using light to operate at night is, in fact, contrary to nature." Ya glanced at Chen Yuan, her playful smile appearing. "However, with the development of civilization, the human body will gradually adapt and eventually get used to it. The genes will also evolve over time, and ultimately, the human body will adapt to the darkness. Of course, such evolution and adaptation require a very long time. Tens of thousands of years, I estimate." Chen Yuan held Ya's little hand and said with a smile, "All right, let's get down to business." Ya was taken aback and looked at Chen Yuan. "Business?" Chen Yuan laughed. It's the kind of business you used to look forward to. As he spoke, he looked at Ya, his eyes filled with warmth. Seeing the look in Chen Yuan's eyes, Ya understood. Her face turned red. Did you reset your feelings again? Chen Yuan chuckled. No, it's just that you're too cute. Ya blushed and slowly buried her small face in Chen Yuan's embrace, saying, You rascal. Chen Yuan gently stroked Ya's hair. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, Before I became a celestial body, did the people of Earth civilization already evolve their genes to adapt to nighttime activities? Of course not. Gene evolution takes a very long time. The genes of that Earth civilization at the time you became a celestial body hadn't reached that level yet. Oh, all right. Let's get to business. Time passed slowly. The universe created by Chen Yuan and Ya expanded once again, and celestial bodies gradually disappeared. After the expansion ended, they would use technology to reconstruct the universe. Chen Yuan and Ya continued to accompany each other and lived on. After an unknown period of time, Chen Yuan pondered the question, What is happiness? Upon hearing this, Ya looked at Chen Yuan and said, Are you talking about dopamine? Dopamine is secreted in the human brain, and it can stimulate the body, making people feel excited and happy. Ya looked at Chen Yuan and smiled. That's the essence of happiness. Hearing this, Chen Yuan looked at Ya and asked, Are you happy? Ya smiled and replied, As long as I'm by your side, I'm happy. Chen Yuan slowly laid down on the bed, staring at the familiar ceiling. So, if a person has no dopamine, can they not feel happiness? Ya nestled closer to Chen Yuan. He stroked her hair. This was the reason why Chen Yuan had not felt happiness after becoming a celestial body. The secretion of dopamine comes from the brain, and Chen Yuan's consciousness was almost disconnected from the brain. Therefore, he couldn't feel happiness. It was only now that his consciousness connected with the brain, allowing him to feel happiness. The body's desires and the resulting happiness were intertwined, leading to the current state of Chen Yuan. So what is true happiness? Is it the fulfillment of desires? Chen Yuan looked at Ya in his arms. No, that's not right. If dopamine is the essence of happiness, then happiness is merely a form of material stimulation. In other words, happiness has no inherent meaning. Fulfillment of desires can bring happiness. Desire is the key that drives human action. Without desire, humanity would not cultivate crops or hunt for food if there were no appetite. If there were no desire to reproduce, humanity would not be able to pass on its legacy, leading to extinction. In other words, desire is essential for human development. It drives people to satisfy their desires and gain pleasure, which is not a downfall, but a necessity for human evolution. However, desire is endless. If desires are left unchecked, they can lead to self-destruction. Desires cannot be eliminated, but they also cannot be overly indulged. She lifted her face to look at Chen Yuan and said with a smile, What matters is that it is appropriate. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chen Yuan thought of a question. Previously, the cosmic giant he encountered mentioned that there are only 11 dimensions in this world. So, is there really only 11 dimensions? Beyond the 11 dimensions, is there only emptiness? Would stepping into it truly mean death? Could the cosmic giant have deceived itself? Chen Yuan felt a flicker of doubt. This doubt needed to be verified. But how could he verify it? There was only one way to do so. He had to verify it himself. However, if he broke through the 11-dimensional world and reached the void, his consciousness might disappear and he could die. Still, Chen Yuan wanted to see. His curiosity and thirst for knowledge urged him to take a look. Yet, he subconsciously glanced at you beside him. She was looking at him with a smile and said, I knew this day would eventually come. Only you can verify what lies beyond the 11 dimensions, and only you can see it. Sooner or later, you will go. Ye slightly lifted her face and kissed Chen Yuan's forehead, showing that familiar smile. I will wait for your return. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. He looked at Ye and nodded gently. His consciousness left his body, restoring him to his true form. He transformed into the cosmic giant. Looking at the cosmic pool before him, he raised his face and gazed upward. This cosmic giant was different from the human brain. It had no emotions or anything at all. Chen Yuan looked around, realizing that this world was within the 11 dimensions. Beyond the 11 dimensions lay the void. He took off, his massive body flying upward toward the expanse of emptiness. Time passed second by second. He did not know how long it had been. Perhaps 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or even 1,000,000,000 years. Finally, Chen Yuan reached that pitch-black void. Crossing the dark border, he stepped into the emptiness. When he entered the void, his enormous body vanished, and his consciousness followed suit. Nothing remained. The 12-dimensional space signifies the end. In the world we know, nothing is infinite. Everything has an end. The 12-dimensional space is that end. Upon entering this dimension, everything will ultimately meet its conclusion. The end of matter, the end of consciousness, the end of everything. This is the 12th dimension. What happens here is unknown to Ya. She is not in the 11th dimension and cannot sense what is occurring there. Time passes slowly. As usual, she waits for Chen Yuan. Ya stands on the balcony, gazing at the starry sky. With anticipation and a smile, she waits. Yet the waiting feels interminable. The universe has died once, and she used the power of technology to bring it back to life. Then the universe experienced death again, and she revived it once more. After 3 such cycles, the smile on Ya's face vanished completely. She continues to wait, but she can no longer maintain her consciousness. Afraid that she might succumb to the loneliness and give up on life, she wishes to keep waiting for Chen Yuan. Thus, she chooses to close her eyes and fall asleep. Time passes, and the entire universe dies. Ya sleeps in this dead universe, her body fading away due to the lack of material sustenance. Only her consciousness remains, floating in this universe that has expanded to its limits. In this universe where all celestial bodies have perished, time seems to lose its meaning. After an unknown duration, a voice sounds in Ya's ear. Ya. Her thoughts return. Her eyelashes flutter as she slowly opens her eyes. She finds herself lying on a familiar large bed. Beside her, Chen Yuan looks at her with a smile and asks, "Awake?" Ya's eyes tremble slightly, glistening with a hint of light, and a smile spreads across her face. She leaps into Chen Yuan's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and closing her eyes. "Welcome back." Chen Yuan smiles, gently stroking Ya's hair. "I'm back. The 12th dimensional space is the end. Matter, consciousness, and everything that exists or does not exist will meet their end upon entering the 12th dimensional space. However, the end does not mean termination. The end is also a form of origin. This is why Chen Yuan can return." Epilogue. Is the game reality? Chen Yuan, having been busy all day, returns home, casually tossing his briefcase onto the sofa and discarding his suit. After a shower, he heads to the bedroom, with his hair still damp from the shower. He sits at his computer as usual, opening various chat groups to see what netizens are discussing. Have you heard? The Jia company is developing a 4-dimensional holographic game. They say it can transmit consciousness through a gaming headset into the game. Yeah, but it seems to be in the development stage. I wonder how long it will take for such a game to come out. Reading these messages, Chen Yuan mutters to himself. A gaming headset, if developed, would be like entering another world, right? But wait, the NPCs in the game are just program controlled. They probably only have a few lines to say. And I doubt they'll be much better than the games we have now. Chen Yuan continues to observe their conversation. Suddenly, Chen Yuan felt a bright light behind him. Sensing something unusual, he instinctively turned to look. Under his gaze, he saw green numbers, which were 1s and 0s, resembling code from a computer. These codes emitted a green glow, floating in the air and slowly shifting to form a shape resembling a helmet. The green light illuminated the entire room. Chen Yuan's pupils contracted slightly, and he instinctively stood up to look at the helmet. What was going on? For a moment, he didn't know how to react. Suddenly, the green light began to fade away, revealing a black helmet in front of him. This helmet was filled with a sense of advanced technology, suspended in front of Chen Yuan. As he stared at the helmet, memories of conversations he had seen in a chat group flashed through his mind. Could this be a gaming helmet? But its appearance was too strange. Chen Yuan felt wary of its presence and glanced at the bedroom door. Should he escape? No, this is his bedroom, his space. Why should he run away? If anyone should escape, it should be the helmet. Yet, the scene before him was too bizarre. The helmet hung in midair, completely defying the laws of physics. Chen Yuan took a deep breath, mustered his courage, and stepped toward the black helmet. He wanted to see what this thing really was. Humans are always uneasy about the unknown, and Chen Yuan was no exception. As he approached, his heartbeat quickened. He raised his hand to touch the helmet. As soon as his fingers made contact, the helmet suddenly moved and slammed toward Chen Yuan's head. His pupils dilated. It was too fast for him to react. Just as he thought he was about to be struck, the helmet turned and unexpectedly positioned itself on his head. Through the visor, Chen Yuan saw countless 1s and 0s racing past his eyes. A sharp pain shot through his head. Instinctively, he reached up to remove the helmet. But as he extended his hand, he found it touching his own head. The helmet seemed to have vanished into thin air. When Chen Yuan regained his composure, he realized the 0s and 1s were gone as well. However, a transparent floating interface appeared in front of him. This interface looked just like the ones he had seen while playing games before. Was this a four-dimensional holographic game? Chen Yuan was stunned. Could it be that the helmet was indeed a gaming helmet, and he had logged into the game? He looked around, but the problem was that he was still in his bedroom. He hadn't left. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. Could it be that someone had created a game using the real world as a template? The place he was in looked just like his bedroom environment. Yet he was actually in the game now? He glanced at the full-length mirror beside him, and his reflection was exactly as he remembered, showing no changes. Except that the helmet which had been forcibly placed on his head was now missing. Seeing this, Chen Yuan became even more certain. No, I don't want to log into the game. I want to go back. Chen Yuan looked at the interface in front of him, raised his finger, and manipulated it. Suddenly, he saw a button that caught his eye. Exit game. Would this exit be useful? Someone had thrown this helmet at him, forcing him to log into this game. Would that person let him exit so easily? Regardless of whether it would work or not, he decided to give it a try. With that thought, Chen Yuan raised his hand and clicked on the exit game button. In an instant, he felt a dizzying sensation. His consciousness faded to black. When he came to, he found himself lying down, with a transparent barrier above him, and beyond it, a sky full of stars. The environment had completely changed. Chen Yuan was a bit bewildered. He reached out and pushed against the barrier. Once he pushed it open, he got up. "Greetings, Your Majesty." A voice suddenly rang out. Startled, Chen Yuan glanced toward the source of the voice and saw a golden-haired woman with wings kneeling not far away. Chen Yuan looked around. The scene was chaotic, with countless robot remains scattered on the ground, alongside numerous lifeless bodies. The robots and flesh were mixed together, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. In the distance, he could see broken buildings in disarray. The sky was filled with stars, and there were two moons, one large and one small, floating high above. Chen Yuan glanced back at the device that had just contained him. It resembled the aviation pods he had seen in sci-fi movies. I just exited the game. How did I end up back in the game? Chen Yuan murmured to himself. He looked in front of him, trying to find the interface again to exit the game once more. Hearing his mumbling, the golden-haired woman lifted her face and looked at Chen Yuan. "Your Majesty, the place you just were in was the game. This is reality. You were in a game pod, and your consciousness has been trapped in the game for 600 million years. Our people have died, leaving only me to rescue you from the game world. I have fulfilled my mission and finally brought your consciousness back from the game. Your Majesty, justice needs your strength now," she said. Chen Yuan felt a bit dazed by her words. He didn't quite understand. But looking at the blood on the woman's lips, her blood-soaked body, and the fist-sized hole in her chest with blood oozing out, along with the overwhelming scent of blood around him, if this were a game world, it felt far too real. Suddenly, he heard a noise. Chen Yuan turned toward the sound and saw two mechanical giant hounds, each about a meter tall with 6 pairs of red eyes, charging toward him. One lunged at Chen Yuan, while the other pounced on the woman. Chen Yuan's expression changed, and without thinking, he turned and ran. The two massive steel hounds stood about 1 meter tall. Even encountering a snarling wild dog by the roadside would unnerve an average person, let alone a 1 meter tall steel beast. Those wild dogs were only about 0.4 meters high, but this creature was a full meter tall. Its mouth, filled with sharp steel teeth, was not something Chen Yuan liked to think about. Just the idea of being bitten sent chills down his spine, as if his blood had turned cold. "Run, my lord, what are you doing?" A voice called out. Chen Yuan turned around and saw a blonde woman flapping her wings, flying in the air. She was holding her hand to a wound on her chest, her blue eyes looking at Chen Yuan with disbelief. "What lord?" Chen Yuan thought, feeling quite baffled. But he had no time to ponder. As the footsteps behind him were growing closer, he turned back to see the steel hound was now right in front of him. Chen Yuan's pupils constricted as the steel hound suddenly lunged at him. He felt a chilling sensation on his back, and a force propelled him forward. Bang! Chen Yuan rolled and came to a stop, not bothering to check for injuries. He turned his head to see the steel hound pouncing down on him, its claws pressing against his chest. Crack! Chen Yuan's pupils tightened as he heard the sound of bones breaking in his chest. The steel hound's claws, aided by its terrifying weight, crushed his ribs and internal organs. Chen Yuan tasted blood in his mouth as it trickled from the corner. At that moment, the hound opened its massive jaws, aiming for Chen Yuan's head. His pupils trembled as the gaping mouth loomed larger. In a panic, he instinctively raised his arm to shield himself. The steel hound clamped down on his arm. A sharp pain shot through him. "Ah!" A scream escaped Qin Yuan's throat. He could feel the steel teeth sinking into his arm, the excruciating pain radiating from where the teeth met his bone. It's going to break. My arm is going to snap. Struggling, Qin Yuan clenched his other hand into a fist and swung at the hound's head. His punch landed with a thud, like hitting a steel plate, tearing the skin on his knuckles. Blood and the taste of iron filled his mouth, warm liquid sliding down his face and neck. He knew it was his blood, but he couldn't think about that now. He needed to survive. He didn't want to see his arm bitten off. But the steel hound was not only massive but also incredibly heavy. His punches were ineffective, and he felt utterly powerless to escape. Just as it seemed his arm would be severed, a sudden light flashed beside him. With a sharp slicing sound, Qin Yuan watched as the steel hound's head, along with its body, was cleaved in two. Qin Yuan was taken aback and looked up. He saw a golden-haired woman with wings standing beside him. In her right hand, she held a sharp, long sword, while her other hand covered a wound in her chest. Frowning and gritting her teeth, she kicked at the steel giant dog that was pressing down on Qin Yuan. The steel giant dog was sent flying, its heavy body tracing a parabolic arc through the air. Thud! It landed heavily on the ground with a muffled sound. Qin Yuan struggled to get up. He glanced at another steel giant dog, which had already been split in two and lay on the ground. Qin Yuan felt a sinking sensation in his chest and a searing pain in his arm, realizing that blood was flowing from the wound. The intense pain made him aware that this world might not be a game world, but as the golden-haired woman said, it was a real world. Thank you. Qin Yuan instinctively spoke up. Upon hearing this, the golden-haired woman frowned and said, My lord, please do not say that. Aya is merely your servant. Everything in this world is created by you, and you are the master of this world. Qin Yuan forced a bitter smile and replied, You misunderstand. I'm just an ordinary person. If I were as great as you say, I wouldn't be in this situation. He looked down at his left chest, which had just been crushed by the steel giant dog. He remembered that the heart is located on the left side of the human chest. Was my heart crushed? Qin Yuan looked down, and to his surprise, the previously sunken area of his chest had returned to normal. He noticed the pain in his right arm had also mysteriously disappeared. Raising his arm, he saw the bite marks, but they were visibly healing at an astonishing speed. Before long, all the marks vanished, and even the torn clothes began to repair themselves, returning to their original state. The blood was gone too. Qin Yuan opened his mouth, and the metallic taste was also absent. What is happening? Aya replied, As long as this world exists, my lord cannot die. That person probably knew that my lord was to be destroyed, so they erased your memories and trapped you in the game world for 600 million years. Every so often, your memories would be cleared, leading to countless cycles. Over such a long time, my lord's memories have faded away. She looked at Qin Yuan earnestly and said, My lord, I am Aya, your servant. You are the creator of this world. As long as you have no fear and believe in yourself, nothing in this world can oppose you. Hearing her words, Qin Yuan smiled bitterly. I just couldn't even defeat that steel giant dog. How could I be a creator? However, seeing Aya's unwavering determination, he felt he had nothing more to say. Suddenly, Qin Yuan heard a sound, and upon hearing it, his heart stirred. He quickly turned to look in the direction of the sound. The moonlight illuminated everything on the ground. In the distance, on the slope, a multitude of steel giant hounds appeared. These giant hounds, with 6 red eyes each, stood densely on the slope like a vast sea. At a glance, they were as numerous as ants, stretching endlessly. They spotted Qin Yuan and Ya, their pupils glowing red, and a pack of steel giant hounds suddenly charged towards them. The ground trembled, and dust rose in clouds. The steel hounds surged forward like a raging ocean. Qin Yuan's pupils trembled. Although his arm had healed, it felt as if it were still in pain. A chill spread throughout his body. He could even imagine himself being torn apart by these steel hounds. Lord God King, you haven't regained your strength yet. You should escape first. I will hold them off. Ya's voice came through. Hearing this, Qin Yuan paused. He saw Ya step forward and stand in front of him, her face cold as she gazed at the oncoming tide of steel hounds. Ya was covered in blood. The wound on her chest was bleeding profusely, staining her clothes red. She held a long sword, which was also covered in blood. The mechanical beings had no blood of their own, meaning that all the blood was hers. Looking at Ya's frail figure standing in front of him, he realized that she was gravely injured. If she faced this wave of steel hounds alone, she would surely die. Yet, if she held them off, he could escape. Escape? To abandon a girl and leave her to face these creatures alone? What kind of person would that make him? A surge of inexplicable warmth rose from his heart, spreading throughout his body and dispelling the chill. If she wasn't afraid of death, then why should he be? Taking a deep breath, Chen Yuan stepped forward to stand beside Ya. She was taken aback and looked at him. Chen Yuan focused ahead, clenched his fists, feeling nervous as he fought against the impulse to run away. He said in a deep voice, "Teach me how to use my power."